Stellar Alliance calendar year 2237. On the garbage planet in Nightless City, the dim sky was perpetually choked with thick metallic dust, like an endless dusk that refused to lift. The patrol searchlight on the orbital ring was blindingly harsh. It was precisely this ceaseless illumination that made the city a genuine nightless city. Rusted steel fragments were heaped chaotically across the garbage field, enormous and twisted like a steel beast. If one looked down from the sky, one would realize that not only this dump, but the entire nightless city was like a colossal metal graveyard. A cold wind mixed with black sand whimpered through the gaps between structures, carrying a pungent stench of rust and scorched air that was almost suffocating. The youth Yi Li's figure was hidden in a baggy scavenger suit. The clothes were so stained with oil and dirt that their original color was impossible to tell. Only his eyes shone bright in the endless night, like the last ember left in this dead land. Behind Yi Li, besides a shabby backpack, there was a worn but well-maintained skateboard. It was obvious that Yi Li treasured it. Yi Li was an experienced scavenger. For more than a decade since his grandfather died, he had wandered through this garbage dump every day. Now at 18, he knew it better than anyone. Yi Li skillfully rummaged through the garbage mound at his feet. With the crowbar in his hand, he turned over rusted metal fragments, broken circuit boards, and black chunks that gave off a decaying odor. These scraps were the lifeline of Nightless City and Yi Li's daily hope. He had to find waste of sufficient value to trade for nutrient fluid and cheap synthetic food that would keep him alive, barely. What a cursed day. Yi Li irritably kicked aside a heavy metal plate, producing a dull impact that echoed through the empty ruins. He had searched this area for 2 full hours. Apart from a few worthless broken parts, he had found nothing. Hunger shadowed him, his stomach growled grimly, reminding him that today's food was still nowhere to be found. Yi Li knew that a starship's garbage had been dumped here yesterday. He had not been among the first to enter, but he had sneaked in at dawn hoping to pick up leftovers. It had been a long time since he tasted fruit. The powered skateboard at his feet also needed a new energy cell. Yi Li sighed and muttered curses under his breath. Those hyena gang curs leave us wild scavengers no way to live. One day I'll make them pay. Just as he was about to move on to another pile of garbage, an unusual gleam suddenly flashed into his eyes from below. It was the corner of a metal cabinet buried under the garbage pile. The surface was covered with crisscrossing scratches and dents, although the edges were rusted and mottled. The overall structure was surprisingly intact. Yi Li's heart skipped a beat as an inexplicable premonition rose. This was a jackpot. He dug away the garbage covering the cabinet, grasped its edges with both hands, and pulled with all his strength, trying to drag it out. But the cabinet was unexpectedly heavy. Its rough, rusted surface hurt his palms. He clenched his teeth. The muscles of his thin arms stood out slightly as he finally dragged it out of the garbage pile. The heavy cabinet hit the ground with a dull thud, raising a cloud of dust. Hopefully there's something valuable inside, Yi Li muttered with a mix of hope and self-consolation. He took the crowbar and pried at the rusted latch with force, producing a grating screech like the death cry of an ancient machine. The door slowly opened and a faint fishy smell rushed out. The scent of nutrient fluid, one Yi Li knew well. It mixed with the stale scent of rust and decay inside the cabinet, making his stomach turn. Yi Li instinctively frowned and held his breath. The scene inside the cabinet came into view. It was not precious metal or rare parts, but a cracked Star Beast incubation pod. The transparent glass walls were covered with cracks. The culture fluid inside had long dried up, leaving only patches of green crystals clinging to the inner walls. At the bottom of the incubation pod curled a strange creature. It had the silhouette of an arthropod and a cold metallic luster over its whole body, reflecting a faint, eerie gleam in the dim light. Its 2 sickle-shaped forelimbs were pressed tightly against its chest like a pair of life-reaping crescent blades with their edges hidden. What the hell is this thing? Curiosity instantly overpowered Yi Li's disappointment. He leaned closer and carefully examined the creature in the incubation pod. He had never seen a creature like this. The common life forms on the garbage planet were rats and reptilian insects that adapted to the harsh environment. This metallic arthropod felt sudden and alien. He tapped the glass of the incubation pod, cautiously producing a crisp sound. The creature inside seemed startled, its body trembled slightly, and it slowly raised its head, revealing a pair of strange compound eyes. Its compound eyes glowed an eerie green like 2 gems flashing with a disquieting brilliance in the gloom. A pair of slender antennae on its head quivered slightly, as if sensing the surroundings. It turned its head slowly, locking onto Yi Li, its gaze full of confusion and a faint, barely noticeable wariness. Yi Li's heart raced, a chill rose from the soles of it, but he did not retreat. Instead, his curiosity grew. Before he realized it, he had moved closer to the incubation pod to see it more clearly. Don't be afraid. I mean no harm. He slowed down and spoke softly, trying to make his voice gentle, as if soothing a wounded cub. The creature in the pod seemed to understand him. The wariness in its eyes eased a little, but it stayed alert and motionless. It tried to move its body but seemed weak and feeble. Its sickle-shaped forelimbs drooped, helplessly tapping against the pod with a faint clatter. Yili noticed a long, startling wound on the strange creature's abdomen. It had scabbed over, but clearly it was fresh. The dark red scab stood out sharply against its metallic body. "You're hurt, eh?" Yili asked again in a low voice with a trace of concern in his tone. He carefully reached his hand toward the incubation pod. Suddenly the creature inside let out a low, sharp hiss, brief and piercing, slicing through the silence of the ruins, full of warning and threat. Its sickle-shaped forelimbs snapped up, pointing straight at Yili. The sharp blades gleamed coldly in the dim light, sending a chill down the spine. Yili was startled and quickly pulled his hand back. His heart pounded wildly as he stared at the creature in the pod, as if facing an enemy. The atmosphere froze. Human and beast faced each other across the shattered pod in silent standoff. The air itself seemed to thicken, almost suffocating. Only the howling wind continued to rage through the ruins. After a brief oppressive silence, the creature in the pod, too badly injured to hold itself up, slowly drew back. Its sickle-shaped forelimbs let them droop and lowered its head. Its hissing faded to almost nothing, as if it had spent its last strength. Yili held his breath and carefully approached the pod wall again. This time the creature did not threaten him. It simply watched him in silence with its compound eyes. Wariness was still there, but so was a trace of confusion and helplessness, like a cub abandoned in winter, stirring pity. Yili took a deep breath, his eyes growing determined. Some soft corner of his heart had been touched. He would save this strange creature, even though it looked dangerous and unfamiliar. "Don't be afraid. I'll help you," Yili said firmly with a tenderness he didn't notice himself. He began searching his tool bag for the right tool, ready to break open the incubation pod and free the creature trapped inside. He knew the creature in the pod might be dangerous, yet for some reason, he could not leave it alone. Perhaps because on this cold, cruel garbage planet, he and this wounded creature were both lonely, both longing to be saved. A cold electronic prompt suddenly exploded in Yili's mind, like a thunderbolt. Blade arm mantis larva detected. Genetically modified star beast. Extremely high combat potential. Tameable status. Do you wish to tame it? Yili was stunned. The movement in his hands stopped abruptly. He looked around the empty ruins in bewilderment, confirming that no one else was there. "Who's speaking?" he asked in a low, doubtful voice, trembling slightly, the sound strangely loud in the empty ruins. No one answered. Only the wind kept howling, as if mocking his question. Could it be an auditory hallucination? Yili shook his head hard, trying to shake the strange voice from his mind. He must be so hungry that he was hallucinating. Blade arm mantis larva detected. Genetically modified star beast. Extremely high combat potential. Tameable status. Do you wish to tame it? The electronic prompt sounded again, this time even clearer, as if it exploded in the depths of his mind, leaving his ears ringing. Yili's face changed dramatically. He froze, staring at the creature in the incubation pod in shock. Could this bug be the one speaking? Impossible. It was just a bug. Even if it looked strange, how could it speak like a human? Please make a choice within 10 seconds. Do you wish to tame the blade arm mantis larva? The cold electronic prompt sounded for the third time, its tone still eerily calm and lifeless. The warning hung above him like a countdown, urging him to make a choice at once. Yili's heart pounded like a war drum, his blood surging faster. He felt he was caught in an unprecedented absurdity, yet the voice was so real, it was impossible to dismiss. Yili had no time to think. The electronic voice had already begun counting down. "Subdue." Yili almost blurted out, his voice carrying a hunger. He had no idea what the voice was nor what subdue truly meant, but deep in his heart a voice screamed that this was a chance to alter his fate. Subjugation successful. The blade arm mantis larva has become your initial star beast. Loading star beast information. Star beast name blade arm mantis larva, race modified organism, attribute space, tier, first order skills unknown, potential 5 stars, evolution, method unknown, ecological traits loves sharpening its blades and cutting objects, weakness analysis unknown, host has obtained the star beast nurturing system. System functions activated. A newbie gift pack has been issued. Open it. A torrent of electronic prompts crashed down like a rainstorm, exploding in Yili's mind and leaving his head ringing. He was utterly dumbfounded. He stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his mind blank, all capacity for thought gone. He felt as though he had stepped into a bizarre dream where everything defied his understanding. Yet the translucent light screen before his eyes and the unmistakably clear system notifications in his mind forced him to believe this was not a dream. It was real. Yili's mind went blank. The system prompts continued. Newbie gift. Now he was like a puppet pulled by strings. Whatever the system said, he did completely, losing the ability to think. Congratulations, host. You have received the newbie gift pack. Items obtain: basic nutrient solution X10, a basic incubation pod X1, a basic star beast illustrated handbook X1. Items have been stored in the system space. Please check them yourself. The barrage of information finally restored a thread of clarity to Yi Li's chaotic mind. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. His gaze fell back on the blade arm mantis larva inside the incubation pod. By now the formerly aggressive star beast cub lay quietly in the culture fluid, its dark green compound eyes shut tight, its bladed forelimbs folded against its body. All its earlier restlessness and struggles were gone, leaving it looking fragile and helpless. Subjugation successful. My initial star beast. Yi Li muttered to himself. It all felt as unreal as a dream, but he knew the clear system prompt in his mind told him this was no dream. This was real. He now possessed a golden finger named the Star Beast Nurturing System, and an initial star beast called the Blade Arm Mantis. Yi Li reached down and pinched his thigh, lightly, ever so lightly. Ow! It hurt. As expected, he really shouldn't pinch his own thigh. Next time he would have to pinch someone else's. Yi Li took a deep breath and tried to understand the system in his mind. Where are the rewards from just now? In a system backpack. How do I check the system backpack? He silently commanded open system backpack. The next second rows of inventory slots appeared before his eyes. Around 20 of them, but only the first 3 held items. Yi Li examined the 3 gifts from the gift pack. Beneath each item a line of text appeared. Basic nutrient solution contains the basic nutrients needed for star beast growth and can be used to feed larval star beasts. Basic incubation pod can be used to nurture larval star beasts, providing a better growth environment and accelerating their development. Basic Star Beast Illustrated Handbook. All star beasts discovered by the host can be viewed in this handbook, limited to basic star beasts. Yi Li scanned the item information at a glance and gradually began to understand. These things all seem to exist for the purpose of nurturing star beasts. His gaze fell on the basic incubation pod. Right now the blade arm mantis needed it most. With a thought, Yi Li took out the basic incubation pod. In an instant, a small miniature incubation pod appeared in his hand. The pod was translucent and crystal clear, a silver metal base, a transparent upper half, and green nutrient fluid visible inside. Yi Li decided to first transfer the blade arm mantis larva out of the large incubation pod. The pod was already damaged and could no longer be used. Besides, the basic incubation pod from the system sounded far more advanced. Yi Li walked back to the large incubation pod and wrenched the broken hatch wider. The internal mechanism had long since failed, so he could only open it with brute force. With a harsh mechanical grating, the hatch slowly opened and nutrient fluid spilled out through the cracks, revealing the blade arm mantis larva's body. The blade arm mantis still had its eyes closed, its breathing faint. Yi Li gently lifted it out. It felt ice cold to the touch, and despite its hard carapace, it was surprisingly light. Carrying the blade arm mantis, Yi Li walked to the miniature incubation pod and carefully placed it inside. The pod's hatch closed automatically, and green nutrient fluid slowly poured in, soon submerging the larva's body. Yi Li watched the miniature pod nervously. Inside the nutrient fluid, the blade arm mantis slowly stretched out its body, and its tightly shut compound eyes opened just a crack. As if sensing the comfortable environment, it let out a weak cry like a kitten's mew. Yi Li's heart relaxed a little. It seemed the miniature incubation pod truly was good for the cub. Then he put the pod back into the system space. Now let's see what else is here. He looked around. Aside from the large incubation pod and a puddle of nutrient fluid, there appeared to be almost nothing. But thanks to his veteran scavenger instincts, among a pile of shattered parts he had nearly given up on, he unexpectedly found a few things that still looked intact. Some of them even peculiar. One was a square metal box, and the other was 2 strange black crystals. Although the metal box had been soaked in nutrient fluid, it was sealed intact. Knocking on it produced a dull sound. It showed no obvious signs of damage, its edges sharp and clean, carrying an inexplicable heaviness. The black crystal had been fished out of the nutrient fluid by Yi Li. It emitted a dark, deep luster like obsidian, looked extremely hard, and faintly pulsed with mysterious light in the dim surroundings. Yi Li picked up the metal box and weighed it in his hands. It felt rather heavy. He tried to open it, but found the box seamless. Its surface was smooth with no keyhole or gap, as if completely sealed. What could be inside this box? Yi Li was full of curiosity. Could it be some valuable treasure? He picked up one black crystal and examined it closely in his palm. It was cold, its surface smooth as a mirror. When he rubbed it with his fingertips, it felt fine and hard. Concentrating, he could sense a faint ripple of energy within it, as if it contained immense power. Yi Li stared at the black crystal in his hand, feeling that these objects were mysterious and beyond his understanding. But instinct told him they might be valuable. Perhaps they could fetch a good price. Without overthinking, he carefully put the metal box and the black crystals away into the pack on his back. Now he had an initial star beast items gifted by the system and some unknown objects he had stumbled upon. Today's harvest had already far exceeded his expectations. Yi Li had to return to his dwelling as quickly as possible to ensure his safety, because in this garbage dump the most dangerous creatures were always one's own kind. Yili put the miniature incubation pod into the system space, then tried to store the metal box and black crystals in the system backpack, as well, only to be told they could not be collected. It seemed only system-rewarded items could be stored there. Yili was already satisfied. Carrying his gains, he cautiously left the garbage dump. Outside, the sky was already beginning to brighten. The sun had not yet fully risen, and a pale fish-belly glow spread across the horizon. Bitter gusts of wind swept through the dump, wailing like ghosts, enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Yili pulled his shabby clothes tighter. To make as little noise as possible, he did not activate the powered skateboard. Instead, he quickened his pace. He had to return to his home before daylight fully arrived. Yili's home was a crude shack built from discarded metal and plastic situated at a considerable distance from the garbage field. Though it appeared ramshackle, it was his only sanctuary on this cold, cruel garbage planet. Returning to his shack, Yili checked the incubation pod inside his system backpack. The blade-arm mantis larva floated serenely in the nutrient solution, its breathing steady and deep, like a sleeping infant, seemingly well adapted to its new environment. Only then did Yili feel somewhat relieved, his tense nerves easing slightly. He fished out a few hard compressed food bars from a corner, and washing them down with cold drinking water made short work of a simple breakfast. With his hunger sated, Yili leaned against his plank bed and in the dim light began to study the metal box. The box was like a sealed lump of metal with no discernible point of entry whatsoever. Just how am I supposed to open this thing? Yili frowned, scratching his head in frustration. He tried every method he could think of, prying, wedging, smashing, but none could budge the box in the slightest. It remained utterly immovable, unnaturally sturdy. Finally, he had no choice but to give up. I guess I'll have to wait until tonight and ask old son if he has any ideas on how to open this strange box. Yili thought to himself, hoping the box contained something valuable, preferably star coins, the more the better. That way he could leave this garbage planet and see the outside world. Yili hid the box and the crystals securely, then stepped out of his shack. Today's finds were promising, but they couldn't be used immediately. He still had to go out and earn some money. Yili walked out of his shack and looked up at the sky. The sun had already risen, heralding the start of a new day. In the distance, the garbage field remained its usual desolate self. The mountains of garbage exuded a putrid stench that permeated the entire city, enough to turn one's stomach. Yili took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to gag. He strode towards the entrance of the Black Desert. He needed to find today's work to sustain his survival in this cruel world. The edge of the garbage field marked the entrance to the Black Desert. Having grown up amidst the refuse, Yili had started venturing into the Black Desert as a teenager, hunting star beasts to fill his belly, gradually becoming familiar with its dangers. The entrance to the Black Desert was typically a gathering spot for veteran scavengers. In the past, the garbage planet had no designated dumping zones. It was only after certain events that a city formed here, and waste was confined to the garbage field. The Black Desert, however, still held remnants of randomly dumped refuse from earlier times. Many hoped to stumble upon opportunities there, unearthing treasures that could fetch a good price. Over time, this place evolved into the garbage planet's labor market, though it only offered the most menial jobs like clearing waste or hauling heavy debris. These jobs paid meager wages, but they provided the compressed food and drinking water essential for survival. Yili walked briskly, scanning his surroundings, hoping to find a job. Suddenly, a faint engine roar broke the silence, jarringly out of place in the decrepit garbage field. Curiosity piqued, Yili slowed his pace and turned to look. Several hovering off-road vehicles came into view. With their sharp lines and metallic shells gleaming with a cold luster, they stood in stark contrast to the rust-covered junk piles around them. An emblem of a falcon with outstretched wings was painted on the vehicle's sides. The vehicles pulled up at the edge of the garbage field, and several figures disembarked. Clad in uniform combat suits with sophisticated gear, they presented a striking contrast to the ragged scavengers in the dump. Yili watched them from a distance, puzzled as to what business they could have on this garbage planet. This desolate rock seemed to hold nothing they could possibly need. Yili wondered what they were doing here. Driven by curiosity, he crept a little closer to observe the squad. The squad members seemed to be conversing. At the head was a tall man in a black combat suit, a metallic shoulder pauldron adorning his shoulder. He exuded an air of calm competence. He was clearly the squad's leader. Beside the captain stood a young man. Though also in protective gear, his attire was clearly a cut above the rest of the squad's. His demeanor clashed with the surrounding environment. The young man had fair skin and an arrogant look in his eyes. Every gesture oozed an air of superiority, like a pampered noble scion. "Are you sure the prism butterfly will appear here?" The young man frowned, impatience creeping into his voice. "The intel is reliable, young masterly, rest assured." The captain replied with respect. "The Falcon squad won't let you down." "It better be so." Li Qingyu snorted coldly. His gaze swept over the surrounding dilapidation, a flicker of disgust in his eyes. "This filthy place is revolting. Please bear with it a little longer, young Masterly. Prism butterflies are drawn to areas with weak energy radiation. The wastelands of this garbage planet fit the bill. The captain explained patiently. Prism butterflies are masters of concealment. We'll need a guide familiar with the terrain. A guide? Li Qingyu raised an eyebrow, turning his gaze to the grimy scavengers around them. Disdain once again surfaced in his eyes. The captain jumped onto the hood of his vehicle and shouted, "We're heading into the Black Desert. Need a guide. 500 star coins. Me. I know the edges of the Black Desert. I can do it." The crowd erupted, surging forward in a frenzy, desperate not to miss this windfall. 500 star coins was an absolute fortune for those who scraped by in the garbage. It was enough to buy weeks of compressed biscuits and subpar drinking water. Yili was taken aback by the number, but he didn't rush forward like the others. He lingered at the back of the crowd, observing calmly. 500 star coins was tempting, but he was more wary. Such a high fee meant this wasn't a trip to the shallow zones. The danger was bound to be significant. The captain spoke again. "We're going to the core region. Expect about 3 days. Finish the job early, and there's a bonus." Most people backed off upon hearing they'd have to overnight. Those who remained were either bold or desperate enough to be considered reckless. They continued to push forward, hoping to be chosen. "Quiet." The Falcon captain frowned, his booming voice cutting through the noise. "We need a guide who knows the core region. Not cannon fodder for a suicide mission. Who here has actually been to the core region? Raise your hand." The phrases "core region" and 3 days hung in the air. Venturing deep into the Black Desert's core meant facing extreme risk. The desert at night was especially lethal at every turn. Ordinary scavengers would never set foot there unless absolutely necessary. The crowd fell silent for a moment as people looked at each other. Only a handful of hands went up, 3 or 4 in total. Yili was one of them. The captain's gaze swept over those who had raised their hands, finally settling on Yili. Yili was thin, but his posture was straight. He wore the same tattered clothes as most on the garbage planet, the only exceptions being the powered skateboard at his side and a pair of bright alert eyes. "You, what's your name?" The Falcon captain pointed at Yili. "Yili." Yili stepped forward, his tone calm. "Been to the core region?" "Yes." "How far?" "Furthest I've been is the meteor crater. For days round trip." Yili neither exaggerated nor concealed anything. A flicker of surprise crossed the captain's eyes. The meteor crater was already deep within the Black Desert's core. A 4-day round trip meant Yili not only knew the terrain, but also possessed considerable survival skills and courage. "Good. Do you know what a sand mole is?" "Yes." "Big ears, earthy brown, all over, small, and great at digging. I've eaten a few." The captain nodded with satisfaction, then turned to Li Qingyu. "Young Masterly, I think he'll do." Only then did Li Qingyu deign to look at Yili properly, his gaze filled with scrutiny and condescension. He looked Yili up and down, as if appraising a piece of merchandise. "He's as skinny as a monkey. Is he reliable?" Li Qingyu's tone was laced with undisguised contempt. Yili remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard the insult. The captain quickly interjected. "Young Masterly, don't judge him by his size. Anyone who survives in the Black Desert has skills. And look at his eyes, steady, not like those braggarts. What good can come from a pile of trash?" Li Qingyu remained disdainful, but offered no further objection. "Fine, let's take him. Let's get this done quickly. I don't want to spend a minute more in this godforsaken place than I have to." "Yes, young Masterly." The captain acknowledged, then turned to Yili. "Yili, you're hired. Your pay is 500 star coins plus a standard issue field ration. There's a bonus if we succeed. Any problem?" "No problem," Yili replied succinctly. He knew this was the best option he had. 500 star coins and the ration would keep him from worrying about survival for a while, and the potential bonus might even improve his life. More importantly, he needed to leave the garbage field and see the wider world. "Good. I'm Liefeng, captain of the Falcon Squad. A level 3 gene warrior." The tall captain stepped forward and extended his hand to Yili. "Pleasure working with you. Get in." Captain Gale clapped his hands, signaling Yili to board one of the hovering off-road vehicles. Yili didn't hesitate, opening the door and sliding inside. The interior was spacious and comfortable with plush seats, a world apart from the dilapidated junkyard outside. Yili took a deep breath, suppressing a flicker of unease. He knew the road ahead would not be easy. Yili said to Gale, "Captain Gale, the off-road vehicles can only travel along the edge of the Black Desert. The energy fields deeper within are too chaotic for them to proceed. I'll tell you where to stop, and then we'll go on foot." "Good. Looks like you're getting into your role quickly. Of course you paid for it." Captain Gale laughed heartily. "Hound, let's move out. We'll head to the spot," Yili mentioned. "Yes, Captain," Hound replied, then turned to Yili. "I'm Hound, a level 2 mech warrior." In under 20 minutes, the Falcon Squad reached the edge of the Black Desert. The terrain here was relatively flat, suitable for setting up camp, but they still had a mission. They parked the vehicles temporarily and proceeded on foot. Yili got out of the vehicle. "It's fine to leave the cars here. Vehicles like this are a rare sight on the junk planet. The locals are smart enough to know not to mess with you. Good. Wrench, get the gear. We're moving on foot. Bring everything. The nights here are not peaceful. Yes, Captain. A burly young man from the rear responded. He carried a massive mechanical box, his pockets bulging with gear. Wrench walked over, greeted Yi Li, and began organizing the equipment. Captain Gale approached Yi Li. Our Falcon squad has 6 members. I'm the captain. You've met Hound and Wrench. They're a mech warrior and a mechanical master respectively. Then there's Kitten, our medic, Foxfire, our gunsmith and long-range firepower, and Shadowclaw, our star beast tamer. The last member Gale introduced was a wiry man who remained silent at the rear of the group. Shadowclaw, a star beast tamer. Yi Li's mind stirred, his gaze settling on Shadowclaw. He noticed a black creature perched on the man's shoulder. It was a small black cat, its jet black fur blending seamlessly with Shadowclaw's dark combat suit. It seemed unremarkable, but the sharp claws within its paws glinted with a cold light. The black cat's eyes glowed with an eerie green light, cold and full of wildness. Star beast, name Shadow Cat, star beast race nocturnal feline, star beast attribute dark, star beast level tier 2, star beast skills shadow ambush claw assault, star beast potential 3 stars, evolution method lurk in shadows for 5 hours undetected, and hunt a dark attribute. Star beast ecological traits, enjoys startling people in the shadows, prefers eating birds, fatal weakness, sudden intense light, causes temporary blindness. Foxfire and Kitten were both women. In the mercenary world, women were never just decoration. Despite Kitten's sweet appearance, one could tell she was more than she seemed. However, the large firearm in Foxfire's hands looked anything but harmless. Everyone worked together to pack up the remaining gear, moving with speed and practiced coordination. Li Qingyu also got out of the vehicle and spoke to Yi Li. Our target is the prism butterfly, a truly beautiful star beast. He paused. A hint of excitement crept into his voice. I hope this journey into the Black Desert proves fruitful. Prism butterfly. Yi Li was puzzled. It was the first time he had heard of such a star beast. But since the client hadn't specified its purpose, he wisely didn't ask. All right, time to move out, Captain Gale said in a low, serious tone. The Black Desert is dangerous. We don't know what deadly creatures lurk beneath the sand. Everyone must be extra cautious. Yi Li, your primary target is the sand mole. Finding it will mean our mission is half done. Sand mole. That's the star beast Captain Gale mentioned. So that's why he agreed to have me as a guide. Yi Li nodded and took the lead. Behind him was Hound, the level 2 mech warrior. Considering the desert terrain, Hound had opted for lighter armor for ease of movement instead of his usual heavy suit, similar to an Iron Man suit, but with less coverage. Captain Gale and Li Qingyu followed behind, while the other squad members brought up the rear. As they delved deeper into the Black Desert, the scenery grew increasingly desolate. The trash diminished, replaced by stretches of bare black earth. A faint smell of sulfur hung in the air, and the temperature began to rise. This vast, boundless desert. Black gravel covered the ground as if scorched by flames. Not a single blade of grass grew. In the distance, rolling black dunes reflected blinding light under the sun. The air was dry and scorching, each breath feeling like a searing burn. Yi Li walked at the front of the group, carefully observing the terrain and reading the various tracks and signs, hoping to find traces of the sand mole. They hadn't walked far when a faint sound of shifting gravel caught his attention. The noise came from behind a large boulder not far ahead. Careful! Yi Li stopped immediately and warned in a low voice. Something's approaching. The squad members instantly snapped into combat readiness. Hound moved to the front of the group, and Gale stepped forward as well. Foxfire raised her firearm from the rear, aiming towards the boulder. The black cat on Shadowclaw's shoulder also raised its head, its glowing green eyes filled with wildness. Moments later, a scraping sound of sand and stone came from behind the boulder. Rock lizards. Yi Li had already spotted the earthy brown shells. Quite a few of them. About 5 or 6. Prepare for battle. Captain Gale shouted. Star beast, name rock lizard, star beast race reptilian, star beast attribute earth, star beast level tier 2, star beast skills rock armor, survival status, dwells in the core area of mineral veins, evolution direction, devours earth vein crystals, rock infusion, ecological traits, feeds on ores, extremely low chance of forming rare metals in its droppings, weakness analysis, strong acid, can dissolve its surface mineral layer, stripping its defense. Rock lizard, one of the common star beasts in the Black Desert. They are huge, ferocious, possess formidable defense, and prefer to live in groups. They are extremely dangerous predators. Hound charged forward first. With his armor and the cutting power of his chainsword, he could actually damage the rock lizards. Captain Gale was a gene warrior. His physical abilities far surpassed those of ordinary humans. By injecting various gene combat techniques directly into the body, gene warriors can quickly master combat skills. With his externalized gene energy armor and an energy sword in hand, he easily handled the clumsy rock lizards. Even faster was Foxfire in the rear. The moment the rock lizards appeared, gunfire erupted. Though not the latest electromagnetic rifles, these gunpowder-based firearms packed a more explosive punch. A single shot took down one rock lizard, followed immediately by a second and third shot. In just a few moments, all the rock lizards except for the ones in front of Hound and Gale were eliminated. Wrench and Shadowclaw didn't even get a chance to act. Kitten looked at Foxfire with admiration. Foxfire chuckled. "Captain, you two better hurry up. These things are just tough-skinned, not much of a threat. Just having a bit of fun with it. Watch me end this now," Hound said. His chainsword spun at high speed. With a forward lunge, he viciously plunged the blade into the rock lizard's skull. The whirring chainsword easily cut through its defense, pinning it to the ground. He turned to see Captain Gale had already decapitated his lizard with a single stroke, ending the fight. Despite their ferocity, the rock lizards proved to be no match for the Falcon squad. All 5 or 6 rock lizards were slain by the team. The squad worked in perfect sync. The battle was swift and clean with almost no casualties. Yeely watched from the sidelines, once again impressed by the Falcon squad's prowess. "These lizards' meat can be grilled." Hound kicked one of the carcasses. "We can have a feast tonight." "No time to waste." Leeching Yu frowned. "We have more important matters to attend to." All right. Hound shrugged and ignored the lizard carcasses. Captain Gale walked over to Yeely. "How did you spot the rock lizards?" "I heard the sound of shifting gravel," Yeely replied. "Rock lizards like to ambush prey from behind rocks." "Your hearing is quite sharp." The captain nodded approvingly. "It seems you really do know the star beasts of the Black Desert well." "It's just from years of experience out here," Yeely said modestly. After the rock lizard incident, the Falcon squad's attitude towards Yeely had noticeably warmed. "Let's keep moving." The captain waved his hand, and the team set off once more. Yeely continued to lead the way ahead, carefully observing the traces on the ground. Unfortunately, sand moles were timid and loved to burrow. They were not easy to track. In the following period, they encountered a few rock lizards and crystal goats, all of which were easily dealt with. As evening approached, Captain Gale surveyed the sky and arranged for the team to set up camp, tasking Yeely with finding a suitable spot. Based on the wind direction and rock distribution, Yeely soon spotted a nearby area of the Gobi. The terrain was flat, the fierce winds having blown the sand aside, leaving the ground exceptionally hard, ideal for setting up camp. Wrench set down the mechanical crate on his back. After a series of operations, it slowly expanded outward, transforming into a modest metal house, complete with a portable energy stove and a water purifier. Thermal sleeping bags, smart warning sentries, and other essentials were all available, and a comfortable resting area was quickly assembled, leaving Yeely utterly astonished. The Falcon team's professionalism and efficiency earned Yeely's silent admiration. Captain Gale arranged the night watch, and the rest of the team rested and replenished their energy. Yeely was also given some compressed food and drinking water. Although the taste was mediocre, it sufficed to restore his strength. Nightfall soon descended, and the temperature in the Black Desert plummeted. The desert, scorching hot during the day, now turned bitterly cold. As it was still early, the team members, not yet sleepy, gathered around the campfire. They chatted while roasting dried meat. "I really envy rich folks like young Masterly," Hound remarked as he turned the meat over the fire. "No need to struggle for a living. They can do whatever they want." "That's right," Wrench chimed in. "I heard young Masterly didn't get into Starry Sky University through the exam. His family just bought him a special admission slot." "Special admission slot?" Little Cat tilted her head in confusion. "Does Starry Sky University have such a thing?" "Of course they do," Hound said with a mysterious smile. "Some professors there, to secure research funding for their labs, came up with these special admission slots. They're clearly priced. A slot costs millions of star coins. TSK, millions of star coins. An ordinary person couldn't earn that in several lifetimes." Wrench clicked his tongue in amazement. Most of his equipment was purchased collectively by the team. His own commission could never afford such high-tech gear. The metal house for camping, for instance, utilized the latest nanosteel folding technology, a connection made by Leeching Yu, who had arranged its purchase upon learning they would be spending the night in the Black Desert. "The world of the rich is truly unimaginable." "You said it," Hound shrugged. "These special admission slots are basically carved up by the big families. For ordinary people, getting into Starry Sky University is harder than reaching the heavens." The team's chatter drifted into Yeely's ears. Starry Sky University. Special admission slots. Millions of star coins. These keywords echoed incessantly in Yeely's mind. Starry Sky University. That was the institution countless people dreamed of. A symbol of glory, status, and boundless future. Starry Sky University had once been Yeely's dream too. He had once fantasized about getting in through his own efforts and changing his fate. But reality was cruel. The harsh environment of the garbage planet. The scarce educational resources had pushed him further and further away from Starry Sky University until utter despair. And now he heard someone could spend millions of star coins to buy a special admission slot. To him this was undoubtedly a bitter irony. The wealthy could do as they pleased while ordinary people like him could only struggle to survive amidst the garbage. This injustice filled him with anger and a profound sense of helplessness. Yili silently lowered his head, his gaze dimming. The firelight cast flickering shadows across his face, bright and then dark, mirroring his current mood, complex and lost. The night passed peacefully. The next morning, the sun rose again, dispelling the cold of the black desert. The team packed up camp and resumed their search for the prism butterflies. Yili walked ahead again, with Hound guarding beside him. They advanced slowly. After about an hour, Yili suddenly noticed some small burrows on the ground. Scattered around the burrows were some fluffy plant remains. What's this? Yili crouched down to examine the fluffy remnants closely. Fluff from wind-down berries. He recognized the origin of these plant remains. Wind-down berries, a plant unique to the Black Desert. They looked like fluffy balls containing moisture-rich fruit within, serving as an important water source for desert creatures. Wind-down berries. Captain Gale also came over and looked at the traces on the ground. Why are there wind-down berry fluffs here? Sand moles love to eat wind-down berries. Yili explained. Excellent. We've finally found traces of sand moles. Captain Gale's eyes lit up. Right, wind-down berries are a primary food source for sand moles. These burrows should be dug by sand moles. Their evolutionary path focuses on enhanced hearing, making their hearing exceptionally acute. They can detect sounds from great distances, and they live not far from the wind-down berries. Captain Gale seemed to grasp Yili's meaning. So we can follow the sand mole's tracks to find the wind-down berries, and finding the wind-down berries leads us to the prism butterflies. Very likely, Yili nodded. Captain, didn't you tell me that prism butterflies like the fluff of wind-down berries because it protects them from wind, sand, and heat? It's an ideal habitat for them. Good thinking, the captain said, casting an appreciative glance at Yili. Well done. Keep tracking the sand moles. After a thorough inspection, Yili directed the team to change course and begin tracking the sand mole's trail. Relying on his extensive field experience, Yili quickly located the traces left by the sand moles. Following the trail, the team gradually delved deeper into the heart of the Black Desert. The scenery grew increasingly desolate. Apart from black gravel and rocks, there was almost no sign of life. The sky began to darken. The sun started to set in the west. Its warm yellow light bathed the Black Desert, signaling the end of its day. It's getting dark, Little Cat observed, looking at the sky. We must find a place to settle down quickly. It's just ahead. Yili pointed towards a distant gobi crevice. There's a patch of wind-down berries there. We can not only find the prism butterflies, but also spend the night. The team quickened their pace, heading towards the gobi crevice. Situated between two black hills, the crevice was in a low-lying, relatively concealed area. A lush growth of wind-down berries thrived within the crevice. The white-green fluffy balls dotted the black gobi, standing out vividly. There really are wind-down berries. Li Qingyu exclaimed excitedly. Looks like we found the right place. Careful. Yili suddenly halted, his expression turning serious as he stared ahead. There's danger. The team members were startled and immediately became alert. What is it? Captain Gale asked. I hear crawling sounds. There might be something nearby, Yili said in a low voice. The team moved forward cautiously, and indeed they spotted 3 volcanic salamanders ahead, one of the most dangerous star beasts in the Black Desert. Star beast named volcanic salamander race reptilian, attribute fire, level tier 3 skills, crystalline rock armor, magma, fireball, potential 3 stars, evolution, method, absorb lava essence from volcanic craters, endure 2 hours of high temperature tempering, ecological traits, molten lava flows from cracks in its skin, prefers damp habitats, weakness, fears the cold, wise-based attacks, slow its movements. Volcanic salamanders. Hound's face changed. This is trouble. Volcanic salamanders like to inhabit areas near water sources, Yili explained. For wind-down berries to grow in this gobi crevice, there must be an underground water source. The salamanders were probably attracted by the water. Prepare for battle. Captain Gale took a deep breath. Little Cat, you and young Master Li, be careful and protect yourselves. Understood. Little Cat and Li Qingyu nodded and retreated to the back of the team. Hound and Captain Gale charged to the front once more, with Foxfire and Shadow Claw following closely behind. Yili also tightened his grip on his dagger, ready for combat. The 3 volcanic salamanders emerged from the gobi crevice, their massive bodies moving slowly. They let out low guttural roars that vibrated the ground. The salamanders opened their gaping maws and spewed streams of scorching magma. The magma sizzled upon hitting the sandy ground, melting the black gravel into glass-like formations. The battle was about to erupt. Gale and Hound, relying on their agile movements, dodged the splattering magma while launching counterattacks against the salamanders. Gale swung his energy longsword, aiming for the legs of one salamander, intending to first restrict its movement. However, the salamander's outer layer was made of volcanic crystalline rock, possessing formidable defensive power and strong resistance to elemental energy. Gale's energy blade failed to sever the salamander's forelimbs, only managing to leave shallow marks on their volcanic armor. Hound's chainsaw sword spun at high speed as he charged forward, swinging it fiercely at the back of a salamander, aiming to take one down first. Just as he made contact, he heard the captain shout, "Hound, watch out." Another volcano salamander spewed a magma fireball at the Hound, forcing it to dodge hastily and lose its chance to attack. The firefox behind raised its gun and fired. Though the damage was minimal, it slowed the volcano salamander's assault, buying precious time for the team. Captain Gale and the Hound adjusted their stances and charged at the volcano salamander once more. Meanwhile, Wrench had finished constructing a defensive turret whose energy shield effectively protected the kitten and Li Qingyu. The firefox retreated behind the turret and swiftly swapped to armor-piercing rounds, as standard ammunition couldn't penetrate the salamander's thick hide. Shadowclaw's Shadowcat raised its razor-sharp claws, harassing the beast from the side. Its claws repeatedly left black marks on the salamander's back, slowly corroding the volcanic crystal rock that formed its armor. At that moment, Yili darted out from the flank, attempting to ambush the volcano salamander's eye. But the creature reacted swiftly, whipping its tail towards him. Yili crossed his arms to block the blow and hastily retreated. The battle reached a stalemate. The volcano salamander's defense was simply too formidable. The Falcon Squad's attacks struggled to inflict any fatal wounds. Yet the salamander's magma attacks were devastatingly powerful. A single misstep could result in being struck by molten rock. A sudden cry of agony pierced the air. The Hound failed to dodge in time, and a jet of magma struck his arm. The combat suit instantly melted, leaving the flesh beneath charred and mangled. The Hound stumbled back to the turret for cover, and the kitten rushed forward immediately. She began treating the Hound's wounds, but the salamander's assault didn't cease. Another glob of magma slammed into the turret, causing it to shudder violently, as the energy shield's glow flickered and dimmed. "We can only withstand 2 more fireball attacks," Wrench shouted urgently. "Kitten, you need to hurry." The kitten swiftly retrieved a nanomedical kit. She first applied a cold therapy spray to cool and treat the Hound's arm, then layered on a medical gel and healing bandages. This temporarily restored his combat capability, with deep treatment to follow after the battle concluded. By now the Firefox had loaded the armor-piercing rounds. She aimed at the volcano salamander's eye and fired 2 consecutive shots. Both bullets struck with lethal precision, instantly killing the beast. Such was the prowess of a master gunner, capable of slaying even a Zerg Queen with the right equipment. Impressive, but exorbitantly costly. A single armor-piercing round cost nearly 100 star coins, well beyond the means of ordinary people. Of course, every profession demanded substantial financial investment. The Firefox immediately swung her rifle towards the other volcano salamander. Seeing this, the creature retaliated by spitting a fireball at her, disrupting her attack rhythm. Captain Gale activated his energy shield and charged forward. The energy sword in his hand blazed with intense light as he drove the blade deep into the ground, pinning the salamander's forelimb. "Hound, finish it now," he roared. The Hound remained silent. The chainsword in his hand spun at high speed, and with a single swing, he decapitated the volcano salamander. Even the blood was vaporized instantly by the whirring teeth of the blade. With only one salamander left, it sensed the tide turning and attempted to flee. A single gunshot rang out, and the Firefox's armor-piercing round had already pierced its skull. The battle was over. Though the volcano salamanders were tenacious foes, the Falcon Squad were all elites. Their seamless coordination ensured a swift and decisive victory. Gale surveyed the battlefield and stated, "Wrench processed these 3 salamanders. We can fetch a good price for them back at base." "Yes, Captain." Wrench retrieved his toolbox and quickly assembled a cutting apparatus. He then proceeded to disassemble the salamanders with methodical precision. "It's getting dark," Gale continued. "Once Wrench is done, we'll set up camp. Kitten, go help the Hound with his treatment. Firefox, stand guard here. Yili, Shadowclaw, you 2 come with me, and young Master, lead a search for the prism butterfly." The commotion we made was considerable. If it was resting in the wind fuzz fruit nearby, it's likely flown off by now. However, we resolved things quickly, so it can't have gone far. The last sentence was directed at Li Qingyu. With team members injured and manpower short, and since Li Qingyu had also seen the prism butterfly, it was a sound decision for them to search for it together. Yili went ahead to inspect the wind fuzz fruit, and indeed found traces of habitation. The fuzz on one fruit was pressed flat, indicating something had rested there. Yili led the 3 of them in pursuit. As they walked, Gale explained, "The prism butterfly is exceptionally beautiful. The scales on its wings act like prisms reflecting light, and it also emits its own radiance. So in the dark, it's very easy to spot. Despite its lack of offensive capabilities, it can store images and emit dazzling light waves, creating an effect similar to a holographic projection." "A holographic projection? That's amazing." "Indeed. That's why the prism butterfly is highly sought after by the young ladies of noble families. Due to their rarity, many are willing to pay a hefty price to acquire one, whether for personal use or as a gift. Yili was secretly astonished. A seemingly useless prism butterfly was so valuable merely for its beauty. The world of the wealthy was indeed beyond the imagination of the poor. They hadn't walked far when a glimmer of colorful light flashed through the darkness. It's the prism butterfly. Chase it, Li Qingyu shouted eagerly. The butterfly emitted its dazzling light periodically, making it especially conspicuous in the night. The group immediately gave chase. Soon they spotted it. It was a translucent butterfly, its wings seemingly adorned with nearly 100 prism-like scales. Under the moonlight, they shimmered with iridescent colors, beautiful and ethereal. Information about the prism butterfly surfaced in Yi Li's mind. Star beast name prism butterfly, race insect, attribute light, level tier 1 skills, spectral cage, dazzling projection, potential 3 stars, evolution, absorbs radiation, lace pollution, cocoons within a rainbow, ecological traits, feeds on radiation, drawn to brilliant lights, weakness, disoriented and unable to fly in total darkness. Li Qingyu's eyes widened. He lunged forward, impatiently desperate to capture the butterfly. Young Master Li, be careful, Gale warned hastily. But Li Qingyu was already charging ahead, oblivious to the captain's caution. Startled, the prism butterfly fluttered its wings. The light around its body intensified dramatically, forming a radiant curtain that enveloped Li Qingyu. Li Qingyu's vision blurred, and he lost all sense of direction. The dazzling light waves struck his mind, filling his eyes with swirling, brilliant colors. Unable to see, he began stumbling around in confusion. The butterfly's spectral cage. Gale's expression changed. Young Master Li, retreat, he shouted at the top of his lungs. But Li Qingyu, blinded by the overwhelming spectrum, couldn't tell which way was which. He wandered aimlessly, drifting further and further away. Suddenly, the ground beneath Li Qingyu gave way. He plummeted downwards. A terrified scream escaped his lips before he vanished from sight. Young Master Li, Gale's face turned pale. He rushed forward, only to find Li Qingyu trapped in quicksand. The sand around the opening was slowly cascading downwards. Only Li Qingyu's head remained visible above the surface. Quick! Save him! Gale yelled frantically. Shadow Claw immediately sprang into action. He tried to pull Li Qingyu from the quicksand, but the suction was immense. Shadow Claw, a mere beast tamer, lacked the physical strength to move Li Qingyu even an inch. Instead, he found himself being pulled in as well. Help! Pull me out! Shadow Claw cried for help. Seeing this, Yili rushed forward and grabbed hold of him. Despite the strength honed from years of scavenging, the pull of the quicksand was overwhelming. He could only hold his ground, unable to drag Shadow Claw free. Stay calm, Gale commanded coolly. Observing that Yili could hold on for a while and Shadow Claw wasn't sinking deeper, Gale took a deep breath and scanned his surroundings. His gaze fell upon the prism butterfly, which hadn't flown far. Its wings still shimmered with iridescent light. With a sudden leap, Gale lunged towards it. The prism butterfly sensed the danger and flapped its wings to escape, but Gale, a level 3 gene warrior, was far faster. He snatched the butterfly's wing in a firm grip. The butterfly let out a sharp, piercing cry, and the light surrounding its body dimmed. Finally caught. The mission objective was secured. Gale sighed in relief as he looked at the butterfly in his hand. He then secured it in his Star Beast container to prevent escape and swiftly returned to Yi Li's side. Grabbing Shadow Claw's hands, his muscles bulged. Veins writhed like earthworms across his skin as he activated his gene skill. Strength amplification. With his power surging, Gale hauled both Shadow Claw and Li Qingyu out of the quicksand. Li Qingyu was tossed on his solid ground, gasping for air like a beached fish. His face was ashen, his body trembling. Young Master Li, are you alright? The captain rushed over, concern etched on his face. I'm fine. Li Qingyu's voice shook. Thank you all. The captain breathed a sigh of relief. Good, that's good. Captain Gale, look down here. Yili suddenly spoke up. There seems to be a passage beneath this quicksand. A passage? Gale was taken aback. What passage? Yili shook his head. I'm not sure. The entrance is partially buried by the quicksand. It's too small to see clearly. Where young Master Li fell. Captain Gale walked over to the spot. He carefully examined the opening on the ground, watching the sand around its edges. It was still flowing ceaselessly, as if something was churning beneath. It wouldn't be long before the passage was completely swallowed up again. Mark this location, Gale said in a serious tone. It's too late now, and the hound is injured. Our objective is complete. We'll come back to investigate properly tomorrow. Yili made the mark, and Captain Gale helped Li Qingyu. The four of them slowly made their way back to camp. The next day, the squad had fully recovered, and Hound's wounds were mostly healed. The group set out towards the cave entrance they had discovered the day before. Yili led the way, quickly arriving at the spot where Li Qingyu had encountered trouble the previous day. Gale said to Wrench, clear the entrance, then send a worker bee down to scout the situation inside. Wrench immediately manipulated his machinery, clearing away the quicksand to fully expose the cave opening, then dispatched several mechanical bees to fly into the cavern. These mechanical bees were equipped with advanced detection equipment and real-time video feeds, allowing for remote reconnaissance and providing early warnings for the team. The worker bees are away. Estimated arrival at the target area in 5 minutes. A few minutes later, Wrench exclaimed in surprise, "Captain, major discovery. Down here. It looks like a wrecked spaceship." A wrecked spaceship. Captain Gale was stunned for a moment, then quickly looked at the screen in Wrench's hands. The screen displayed the image of a spaceship, a silver-gray vessel massive in size resembling a large bird, a small civilian cruiser. The ship's hull was riddled with bullet holes and scratches, clearly indicating it had endured fierce combat. In the center of the hull, there was a massive breach likely caused during its crash. Gale was overjoyed. "Scout the ship's interior and deploy the environment modifier," Captain Gale commanded in a deep voice. Wrench immediately piloted another drone over. This drone carried a small environment modifier capable of analyzing the gas composition inside the ship, as well as purifying and modifying it. Environment modifier deployed. Beginning gas analysis. Wrench's voice came through again. A few minutes later, the analysis results were ready. "Captain, the air inside the ship is complex and contains many harmful gases. It's not safe for direct entry. The environment modifier is currently purifying and modifying the atmosphere. Estimated time 10 minutes. Captain Gale checked the time. "All right, we'll enter in 10 minutes. The team waited in place patiently. 10 minutes wasn't long, but for the Falcon squad at this moment, every second felt agonizingly slow. A tense atmosphere hung in the air. Everyone stared intently at the drone's video feed, afraid to miss any detail. Suddenly, the image began to shake violently. Then the feed cut out. Wrench's voice became panicked. "What's going on?" Captain Gale's expression changed as he demanded urgently. "I don't know. The worker bee suddenly lost signal and the feed cut out. I'm trying to reconnect, but it won't connect. Deploy 2 more worker bees. We must find out what's down there," Captain Gale ordered decisively. Wrench, not daring to delay, immediately sent 2 more mechanical bees inside. However, in less than 5 minutes, these 2 mechanical bees also lost contact. The feed cut out again. This time, everyone fell silent. The tension was palpable. "Captain." Fox's voice trembled slightly. What's happening here?" Captain Gale said nothing, just staring intently at the now static-filled screen. His face was grim and terrifying. "It seems there's something very dangerous inside that ship." Captain Gale spoke slowly, his tone heavy with gravity. "Captain, do we still go in?" Hound's voice was hesitant. Losing contact with 3 mechanical bees in a row was enough to indicate the danger level inside. "Of course we're going in," Captain Gale stated firmly. "We've come this far. How can we go back empty-handed?" "But," Hound started, but was cut off by Captain Gale. "No buts." Captain Gale's tone was unyielding. "Even if it's a dragon's pool or tiger's den, we're going in. Remember, we are the Falcon Squad." Captain Gale's words struck a chord within the team. Yes, they were the Falcon Squad, a group of desperados who dared to do anything to survive. Hound Shadowclaw, prepare for combat. He then turned to Li Qingyu and said, "Young Masterly, will you be coming down with us? If you'd rather not, I can have Fox stay at the camp to protect you." Li Qingyu was taken aback, pointing at himself. "Me? Of course I'm not going down. I don't see anything in that wreck that could interest me. My family has plenty of ships. I'll head back to camp and wait for you. But if you find anything interesting, let me know. I'll pay top dollar for it. Money is no object." Li Qingyu said contemptuously. His family, the least, controlled over a dozen planets. They had no interest in such scraps. "Understood, young Masterly. I'll have Fox escort you back to camp. She'll keep you safe. Please don't wander off. We'll leave the Black Desert as soon as we return." Li Qingyu nodded and returned to camp with Fox. "Yili, are you coming down with us?" Captain Gale then asked Yili. Yili replied, "I'm going down. I'm a veteran scavenger. How could I pass up an opportunity to salvage?" Captain Gale chuckled. "Ha, good. Yili, you've been a great help these past 2 days. We'll keep you safe." Then he addressed the team, "Get your gear ready. We move out." The team members acknowledged in unison and began their preparations. For mercenaries living on the edge, risk and opportunity going hand in hand was a way of life. Yili silently wiped the blade of his dagger. His heart was full of anticipation. A crashed spaceship meant more opportunities, more loot, more resources for survival, and perhaps even a chance to leave this junk planet. Captain Gale led the way down into the cave. The Falcon Squad, fully armed, advanced cautiously through the cavern, soon reaching the breach in the ship's hull. Hound and Gale took the lead, weapons at the ready. Yi Li and Shadowclaw followed closely, their eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Wrench and Kitten brought up the rear. Wrench controlled a drone that floated above the team, providing light and environmental reconnaissance. The metal around the ship's breach was twisted and deformed, its edges scorched black, emitting a pungent odor. Through the hole, the ship's interior was pitch black, revealing nothing. Careful. Let's go in and have a look, Captain Gale said in a low voice. Hound stepped through the breach first, with the others following. A musty, decaying smell hit them as they entered. Using the lights on the drones, the team surveyed the interior of the ship. The interior was in complete disarray. Severed wires, shattered metal, green viscous liquid, and various debris scattered across the floor. The walls bore slash marks and bullet holes. The evidence suggested the ship had experienced a violent battle before crashing. Stay sharp, spread out, and maintain a defensive formation, Captain Gale ordered. The team dispersed, forming a combat formation, and slowly advanced deeper into the ship. Most of the cabins lining the corridor were destroyed, their contents smashed to pieces. Nothing remained intact. As they moved forward cautiously, a rustling sound echoed from deeper within the corridor. What's that? Hound tensed up, gripping his chains word tightly. Everyone halted, listening intently. The sound grew louder. Suddenly, a swarm of black insects burst out from around the corner of the corridor. These insects were massive, standing half as tall as a person, covered in hard black carapaces with sharp mouthparts and a protruding spinal bone like a blade. Above them, a cloud of moths swooped down. It's the Zerg spineback hounds and corrosive moths, Hound shouted in alarm. Gale also recognized the creatures, his expression turning grim. Spineback hounds were common low-tier Zerg soldiers, but they were numerous, highly aggressive, and incredibly fast. Corrosive moth scales contained strong acid, and they would self-destruct upon ramming their target at the end of their lives, making them extremely troublesome. At that moment, information about the Star Beast flashed before Yi Li's eyes. Star Beast name, Spineback Hound race, Zerg attribute, Dark level 2 skills, Bone Spike, Assault, Bloodlust, potential 3 stars, Evolution, Devour, 3 Shadow type, Star Beast cores under a Blood Moon ecology, active in darkness, hunts in packs, prefers bones of powerful creatures, weakness, bright light, loud noise. Star Beast name, Corrosive Moth race, Zerg attribute, Poison level 2, skills, Scale, Corrosion, Dive Bomb. Potential 2 stars, Evolution, parasitize a powerful host, completely corrode its internal organs, ecology, lays eggs and hosts organs attracted to radioactive elements, weakness, high temperature, steam, instantly solidifies its corrosive fluids. Prepare for battle, Captain Gale roared, charging first towards the insect swarm. The hounds followed closely behind. Shadowclaw Shadowcat leaped toward the corrosion moth, while Wrench immediately began setting up energy turrets. Even Kitten held an energy gun, firing continuously, instantly killing the several spineback jump hounds leading the charge. Gale and Hound also launched a frontal assault, charging into the midst of the spineback hounds. Relying on their defensive capabilities, they swiftly dispatched one spineback hound after another with a single sword stroke each. Yi Li joined the fray, as well, his dagger dancing like the wind as he precisely pierced a spineback hound. The battle erupted instantaneously. The corridor was filled with the roar of gunfire. Kitten's energy pistol and the protective turrets set up by Wrench fired continuously. Bullets whistled through the air. The corrosion moths, larger in size and obvious targets, were decimated after a few rounds of gunfire. Although the spineback hounds were numerous, the Falcon squad were battle-hardened mercenaries with formidable firepower. For a time, the howls of the spineback hounds and the sounds of explosions mixed into a chaotic din. Soon the insectoid warriors were suppressed. One by one, the creatures fell to the ground, dissolving into piles of black remains. The battle lasted for approximately 10 minutes. The corridor was littered with the corpses of spineback hounds and corrosion moths, and the air was thick with a pungent stench of blood. Huff! Hound let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from his brow. These bugs are quite troublesome. Be careful, there are bound to be more of them deeper inside the ship, Captain Gale cautioned. The group continued their advance towards the ship's interior. After traversing several corridors, they reached the ship's deepest section, where a massive alloy door stood sealed shut. Captain Gale stepped forward to inspect it, then decisively ordered, Wrench, open it. I'll give you 5 minutes. Wrench quickly moved to the door, opened his toolbox, and began to crack the lock. Moments later he spoke. A relic from 20 years ago, but still tricky. Captain, the lock is cracked. Open the door. Send the drone in to have a look, Captain Gale commanded in a low voice. Wrench piloted the drone, which slowly flew through the doorway. The drone's searchlight swept across the room inside. The room was spacious, filled with various pieces of experimental equipment, test tubes, instruments, and some cultivation devices. It appeared to be a small laboratory. In the center of the lab was a large broken cultivation tank, leaving only a green stain on the floor. Before they could inspect the lab closely, a sudden change occurred. A dark shadow darted out from a corner of the lab, instantly lunging at Shadowclaw. Watch out! Captain Gale shouted, attempting to intervene, but it was already too late. A hiss rang out as Shadowclaw's Star Beast, the Shadow Cat, collided fiercely with the Dark Shadow. The shadow seemed unharmed and vanished back into the darkness in an instant. Damn it! Shadowclaw muttered a curse, carefully examining the Shadow Cat's wound. There was a visible gash on its abdomen, small, but bleeding profusely. Kitten quickly stepped forward, acting fast to stem the bleeding, then applied medical gel to the wound and wrapped it with nanobandages. Captain Gale remained on guard nearby. The Dark Shadow's initial attack had failed. It would surely try to ambush again. They had to be extra vigilant. Yili had caught a glimpse of the shadow during the earlier clash, and information about it appeared before his eyes. Star Beast name: Phase Viper. Star Beast race: Insectoid. Star Beast attribute: Space Poison. Star Beast level: Tier 4. Star Beast skill: Insufficient. Star Beast Codex level: to view Star Beast potential 4 stars. Evolution method: Insufficient. Star Beast Codex level: to view ecological traits: a mid-tier, genetically modified insectoid soldier often used for assassination, prefers dormancy, fatal weakness. Insufficient. Star Beast Codex level: to view. Yili said to Captain Gale, "Captain Gale, it moves very fast and is skilled at hiding. Can our drones provide more light? If we illuminate the entire lab, it won't be able to hide." Wrench. Captain Gale turned to Wrench. "Can you still use the drones? Expand the lighting range. Make sure every corner is lit. Don't give it any place to hide." "Understood." Wrench quickly adjusted the drone settings. The intensity of the searchlights surged, flooding the lab with light as bright as day, leaving no shadow for the creature to lurk in. Everyone watched their surroundings with heightened alertness. The tension in the lab was palpable, as if the very air had solidified. Under the intense light, the Phase Viper could no longer contain itself. A faint sound of air being displaced was heard. This time its target was not the Shadow Cat, but Kitten, the team's healer. As a mid-tier insectoid soldier, the Phase Viper possessed considerable intelligence and knew the healer's role in the team. It moved with a ghostly blur at speed nearly impossible to track, with the naked eye lunging straight for Kitten's face. "Watch out!" Captain Gale roared, instantly raising his energy shield and placing himself in front of Kitten. The Phase Viper slammed into the shield. Gale's energy sword immediately swung at the creature, but the blade failed to cut it, producing a sound like clashing metal instead. Everyone finally saw the Dark Shadow clearly. A Phase Viper. It was a mid-tier insectoid soldier, a semi-translucent serpentine creature covered in translucent scales, with a triangular head and narrow, elongated eyes that glinted with a cold light. Shadow Claw recognized the creature instantly, his expression turning grim. The Phase Viper was a terrifying Star Beast adept at stealth and ambush, possessing immense offensive power and capable of short-range spatial movement, making it extremely difficult to defend against. "Damn it!" Captain Gale cursed, his energy sword blazing with intensified light as he swung again at the Phase Viper, but he missed. The creature had used its spatial blink to relocate once more. Shadow Claw shouted, "Wrench, shine the light over there. The Phase Viper's blink range is short, it must be nearby." Wrench directed the drone's light to the indicated spot. The shadows were dispelled, revealing the Phase Viper. Hound and Gale charged at it instantly. Just as everyone expected it to blink away, it didn't teleport. Instead, it slithered backward to dodge. Gale and Hound accelerated, and Kitten's bullets followed, leaving scorch marks on the creature's body. Seeing this, Yili immediately said, "Captain Gale, it probably can't use its blink consecutively. Don't hold back. Kill it now." Captain Gale understood at once. His energy sword blazed with renewed intensity as he brought it down on the Phase Viper's body. Hound's chainsword followed suit. Both weapons struck true. The creature's scales failed to withstand the powerful assault, and its body was cleaved into 3 segments. Its scales lost their luster, turning a dull gray. It was thoroughly dead. Huff finally took it down. Hound let out a long breath, wiping the sweat from his brow. Captain Gale gave Yili a thumbs up. "Well done. Excellent observation skills. You'll get a share of the spoils from this fight." Shadow Claw handled the corpse. "The rest of us will search the lab. This place is still dangerous. We can't stay long. Wrench, go and try to power up the ship's systems." Wrench used his portable tools to hack into the ship's system, a process that would take some time. The others began searching the laboratory. Most of the experimental equipment on the tables was already damaged, but some items still held value. The group immediately split up to search the lab. Hound and Shadow Claw conducted a rough check of the floor and prominent equipment, while Captain Gale remained on guard, scanning the surroundings to ensure their safety. Yili also joined the search, focusing more on the finer details like the gaps between instruments and the backs of control consoles. Wrench, meanwhile, concentrated on the ship's systems, operating his portable device with practiced skill, his fingers flying across the interface as the hacking progress bar inched forward. "There's a box here." Hound's voice carried a hint of excitement as he dragged a metal box out from a corner. The box bore an emblem. At its center was a massive radiant star glowing with a brilliant blue light. 9 planets of varying forms orbited the star, connected by faint shimmering lines of light. The outermost ring was a delicate spiral of star trails extending outwards like a cosmic vortex, exuding a sense of vastness and mystery. Captain Gale walked over, inspected the box carefully, and said, "This is the emblem of Star Vault University. The Starry Sky University logo, the group exclaimed. Captain Gale carefully confirmed the box posed no danger before signaling Hound to open it. Hound opened the box, revealing neatly arranged black crystals within, along with several transparent containers holding a green solution that emanated faint energy fluctuations. High-grade Star Beast cores. Shadowclaw gasped. There were quite a few, and their quality was exceptional. These cores were vital materials for crafting high-grade weapons and equipment, immensely valuable. Captain, we've hit the jackpot. Yeely stepped forward, stunned to see that these high-grade Star Beast cores were identical to the stones he had once found in the garbage dump. These are high-grade Star Beast. Yeely froze, staring at the black stones in disbelief. Shadowclaw picked up a black stone and handed it to Yeely, urging him to examine it closely. So, this is really a high-grade Star Beast core? Yeely couldn't help but ask. How much can these sell for? Captain Gale chuckled. A single high-grade Star Beast core can fetch at least several 100,000 star coins. If the buyer is desperate, the price could go even higher. These things are priceless in the market. No one would ever complain about having too many. Several 100,000 star coins for one. Yeely drew a sharp breath. Several 100,000 star coins was an astronomical sum to him. We're rich. We're rich. This is a huge win. From now on I can buy a nutrient pack and throw one away. Yeely muttered to himself, his heart churning with excitement, though he kept his face carefully neutral. Wrench, how's the system cracking going? Captain Gale asked while examining the cores. Almost done. Wrench didn't look up, his eyes fixed on the screen, fingers flying across the keyboard. Moments later he let out a long breath. Done. I'm exporting the data now, just a second. Huh. Captain, there's the ship's flight log and experiment records here, along with some encrypted files. Experiment records. See if there's anything about the phase serpents. Shadowclaw spoke up, immediately deeply wary of this insectoid star beast. Wrench quickly scanned the exported data. Found it. The experiment logs mentioned that phase serpents are genetically modified Zerg soldiers designed for infiltration and assassination. They possess spatial folding abilities, but the jump distance is limited and can't be used consecutively. This aligned perfectly with Yeely's earlier assessment. Any other useful information? Captain Gale pressed. There's some research direction here. It seems they were studying Star Beast genetic modification technology and how to combine Star Beast genes with human genes. Wrench's tone grew solemn. Gene splicing? Captain Gale frowned. Why would Starry Sky University be researching this? I don't know. The logs don't specify. It's a sensitive research area. Starry Sky University wouldn't dare to pursue it openly. Probably some professor's personal project. Wrench answered. Back up all the data first. We're leaving this place. Captain Gale gave the order decisively. Just then the cat suddenly pointed in a direction. There's something flashing over there. The group followed the cat's gaze. In a corner of the lab, wedged in the cracks of shattered instruments, something was blinking. Hound rushed over and lifted the debris, revealing a smart wristband. It still had power after all this time. Hound handed the wristband to Captain Gale, who pocketed it without a second glance. Looks like we missed a few spots. Search thoroughly, everyone. We leave in 10 minutes. The group conducted another meticulous sweep of the lab. Yeely, with his scavenger's eye for detail, joined in inspecting the opposite walls for anything overlooked. It was then that he noticed something off at the base of the incubation pod. He studied the seams closely. Though covered by the green nutrient solution residue, his trained eye caught the faint outline of a hidden compartment. Yeely pressed a subtle spot with his finger. A hidden recess slid open silently, revealing a single black chip resting within. Everyone else was engrossed in their own search, oblivious to Yeely's discovery. He nonchalantly picked up the chip, glancing at it briefly. Its surface bore no markings, looking utterly unremarkable. But he knew that things hidden away like this were often the most significant. Yeely quickly tucked the chip into his chest pocket, restored the incubation pod's base to its original state, and continued searching elsewhere, feigning ignorance. Captain Gale glanced at Wrench, who had finished backing up the data. All right, time's up. Let's head back. Staying too long could invite danger. The team assembled immediately, departing the crashed ship with their data and Star Beast cores, and returned to the campsite. At the temporary camp, Li Qingyu was amusing himself by teasing the prism butterflies, his fingertips glowing as they fluttered around him. Hearing footsteps, he didn't turn around, asking casually, "How did it go?" Captain Gale stepped forward, a hint of suppressed excitement on his face. He placed the box before Li Qingyu. "Young Master Li, a few high-grade Star Beast cores. Interested?" Li Qingyu turned around, his gaze landing on the box. A flicker of light passed through his eyes, but it quickly subsided. "Oh, high-grade Star Beast cores." His tone was flat, as if inquiring about the day's lunch. "Let me see them." Gale promptly opened the box and turned it towards Li Qingyu. The black crystals exuded a deep, profound luster, like fragments of starlight from the night sky. Li Qingyu picked one up, hefting it in his hand, examining it closely. A slight smile tugged at his lips, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Good quality. Name your price. I'll take them all. Captain Gale was pleased, but kept his composure. Young Master Li is decisive. We'll keep it fair. At the market rate 5,000 star coins each. 6 cores total, that's 3,000 star coins. Li Qingyu raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by the price, but he said nothing, offering a faint smile. 3 million. Fine. The price is fair. However, the payment will have to wait until we leave this scrap planet. I'll settle the full amount, including the balance, and the 3 million together. Of course, you can hold on to the cores until then. Of course. The Falcon Squad trusts the Li family's reputation. Let's pack up and head back now. He then instructed the team members to dismantle the camp, preparing to leave the Black Desert. Yi Li watched from the side, dumbfounded. 3 million star coins, just like that. A deal concluded so effortlessly. He felt like he was dreaming. Moments ago, he was worrying about a few star coins for a nutrient pack, and now he was witnessing a deal worth millions. The stark contrast left him feeling dazed. Shadow Claw patted Yi Li on the shoulder, whispering, "Hey kid, snap out of it. To young Master Li, this amount is just a drop in the bucket." Yi Li swallowed hard, forcing himself to calm down. He knew the gap between him and these people was immense. For now, he was just a scavenger from the scrap planet. Yi Li joined in the packing. Though his heart was still racing, his movements were swift and efficient. He knew this wasn't the time to be dazed. Getting out of here quickly was the priority. The camp was soon dismantled. The group moved to the hover vehicle, and as they boarded, the hovercraft glided smoothly between the dunes. The setting sun cast a long, stretching shadow across the vehicle's body. Silence filled the cabin, broken only by the soft hum of the hovercraft's engine. Yi Li leaned back in his seat, gazing out the window at the receding Black Desert, his mind swirling with thoughts. This trip to the Black Desert had been a surreal experience for him. He had witnessed the power of a high-grade star beast firsthand and taken part in a thrilling, adventurous mission. He had also gained access to information he'd never encountered before. Thinking of the 2 star beast cores hidden at home and the mysterious black chip tucked against his chest, a slight smile curved at the corner of Yi Li's mouth. He felt a surge of hope for the future. The hovercraft surged forward, its engines humming with quiet power. Captain Lifeng turned in his seat, casting a glance at Yi Li in the back. "Boy, that was a fine performance this time," he said, his tone carrying a note of genuine approval. A flicker of surprise crossed Yi Li's face, a hint of being overwhelmed by the unexpected praise. "Thank you for your kind words, Captain Lifeng." A smile touched Liefeng's lips. "No need for modesty. What's yours is yours." He gestured towards a sealed box resting nearby. "As I said, you'll have your share of the star beast cores from this hunt." Yi Li's eyes widened, disbelief washing over him. "Truly, a share for me." Ingzhua, seated beside him, clapped a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Of course there is, kid. You were a tremendous help out there." A wave of warmth swelled in Yi Li's chest. He had never expected to be included in the spoils. "Thank you, Captain. Thank you, everyone." "No thanks needed. You've earned it." Lifeng waved a dismissive hand, then paused, his tone growing serious. "Boy, how would you like to leave this junk planet behind?" Yi Li's head snapped up, his gaze intense with sudden emotion. "Leave the junk planet." Lifeng gave a firm nod. "I can see you've got good instincts and a sharp mind. It would be a waste to let that rot here. You're not ready for the Falcon Squad yet, but I can set you up on Tiran. It's a hub for mercenaries. You can learn and grow there, and I'm confident you'll be out here with us in no time." Yi Li's heart pounded against his ribs. Leaving the junk planet had always been a distant dream, one he never imagined would come true so easily. He took a deep breath, steadying his nerves. "Captain Liefeng, I accept." A broad smile spread across Liefeng's face. "Huh, I knew you'd say yes. Once we reach Tiran, I'll set you up somewhere you'll find interesting." Yi Li nodded emphatically, his heart full of gratitude and excitement. He watched the Black Desert recede through the window, a silent testament to his past. He knew a new chapter of his life was about to begin. The hovercraft emerged from the Black Desert, revealing the dilapidated sprawl of the junk planet. The Falcon Squad planned a brief stop at the spaceport, allowing Yi Li time to gather his belongings before they departed together. Yi Li pushed his powered skateboard to its maximum speed, racing towards his ramshackle shelter. There was something precious hidden there. He stuffed the box he'd found the day before into his backpack, tucked the 2 star beast cores securely against his chest alongside the chip. He sighed inwardly, wishing the system inventory could hold more than just system rewards. It would have made things much easier. Having packed away the last of his worldly possessions on this forsaken planet, Yi Li stepped out of his home. He didn't linger, didn't bid farewell to anyone he knew. He simply made his way to the spaceport. He took one final look at the desolate junk planet, his emotions now settled into a quiet resolve. He knew he had to look forward. A more magnificent world awaited him. Captain Lifeng was already at the spaceport waiting. He clapped Yi Li on the shoulder without a word and led him towards a small starship's landing pad. The ship was compact, its sleek, streamlined design marking it as the latest Traveler S5 model. The interior was luxuriously appointed and comfortable. Yili was filled with a sense of wonder. This was his first time inside a starship, discounting the wrecked ones he'd scavenged. Li Qingyu and the rest of the Falcon squad were already aboard waiting. Without further ado, Lifefoam ordered the ship to ascend smoothly. As they broke through the junk planet's atmosphere, Yili stole a final glance through the porthole, silently bidding farewell to the world he was leaving behind. The ship entered lightspeed. The journey from the junk planet to Tiran expected to take several days. The monotony was tedious, especially for someone with Yi Li's burning desire to see the wider universe. After 5 days, the ship finally arrived at Tiran. Peering through the porthole, Yi Li was utterly astounded by the sight before him. It was a planet brimming with vitality and clamor. Vast cities rose like forests of steel, various aircraft weaving between the skyscrapers. The streets below teemed with crowds of vibrant and bustling scene. This is Tiran, the city of mercenaries. Lifefoam walked over to stand beside Yili, gesturing at the view outside. Yili's eyes were wide, struggling to take it all in. Compared to the desolation of the junk planet, this was paradise. The ship landed at the spaceport. As the Falcon squad led Yili down the ramp, a wave of chaotic energy hit him. People of all kinds, dressed in a myriad of styles, moved to and fro. Warriors clad in powered armor, beast tamers with their star beasts, and all manner of eccentrically dressed individuals filled the area. The air was thick with the mingled scents of exotic foods and machinery. Lifefoam led Yi Li to a mechanical repair shop. It wasn't large, but the tools and parts were arranged in perfect order. A middle-aged man in work clothes was hunched over a mech engrossed in repairs. "Old Lei, I've brought someone to meet you." Captain Lifefoam led Yi Li into Lei's mechanical repair shop. The shop's facade was modest, its sign peeling to reveal rusted metal beneath. Inside, however, it was a different story. Tools and parts were stacked everywhere, and the walls were covered with wrenches, pliers, and other oddly shaped instruments Yi Li couldn't identify. The air was thick with the smell of machine oil, metal, and a faint trace of cooking oil. Old Lei was deeply focused on a half-height machine, his face smudged with black grease. He wore a grease-stained work suit, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing calloused forearms. Captain Lifefoam stepped forward and clapped his hands, drawing Old Lei's attention. Old Lei busy as ever. Old Lei looked up, a smile breaking across his face when he saw Lifefoam. He set down his wrench and wiped his hands on a grimy rag. "Well, if it isn't old Lifefoam, what brings you here? I recall you still owe me for the repairs on your squad's hounds and a mech. Come to settle that debt." Liefeng's smile faltered for a moment before he gestured towards Yi Li. "The money's no problem. We had a good haul. I'll pay you back. But first business. This young man is Yi Li, just arrived on Tiran. He's got skill and a sharp mind. I was hoping he could stay with you for a while. He's from the junk planet, knows his way around machinery, and can lend you a hand." Old Lei gave Yi Li a thorough once-over, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. "So, boy, you know how to fix things." His tone was laced with doubt. Yi Li felt a bit nervous, but nodded. "I've fixed some simple things back on the junk planet." Old Lei snorted, pointing at the old machine before him. "Simple, eh? Take a look at this old relic. Decades old, the power core might as well be a fossil. I've been tinkering with it for ages, and it won't even give a sputter." Yi Li stepped closer to inspect the machine. The structure was indeed ancient, but not unfamiliar to him. The junk planet was littered with similar scrap. He'd taken apart and reassembled so many that he knew their workings intimately. After a moment's careful observation, he pointed at a rusted connector. "Master Lei, it looks like the energy conduit here is blocked, and this valve is seized solid. Probably not getting enough power." Old Lei's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "You know your stuff, kid." He'd only been making conversation, never expecting the young man to spot the issue. Yi Li smiled modestly. "A little. I worked with a lot of old machinery on the junk planet." Intrigued, Old Lei gestured to the workbench. "All right then, let's see what you can do. Try to fix it." Yi Li didn't hesitate. He picked up a tool, deftly detached the connector, cleared the clogged conduit, and applied lubricant to the frozen valve. His movements were fluid and precise, and Old Lei watched with growing interest. 10 minutes later, Yi Li reconnected the conduit and stepped back. "Master Lei, it should work now." Old Lei, half-doubting, started the engine. A low hum began, then the engine roared to life, a deep and powerful rumble filling the room. Old Lei's eyes widened, a look of pleasant surprise on his face. "Well, I'll be damned. You actually fixed it. Not bad, kid." He slapped Yi Li on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with approval. "I didn't think you'd have a knack for outdated machinery." Captain Liefeng, who had been watching with an amused smile, chimed in. "So Old Lei, the kid didn't disappoint, did he? He's got talent. With a bit of training, he could really go far." Old Lei nodded eagerly. "Right, he's got potential. Okay, Captain Liefeng, he can stay here." He turned to Yi Li, his gaze now one of appreciation. "So your name's Yi Li, right? You can stay? Take a look at the old stuff in my shop when you're free, and ask me if you have any questions." Captain Lifefoam smiled in satisfaction and patted Yi Li on the shoulder. "Learn well from Old Lei, boy." With that, he nodded to Old Lei and left the shop. Half a month slipped by. Yili had grown familiar with the shop's workflow, and Old Lay began imparting deeper mechanical knowledge to him. One day Old Lay assigned Yili a new task, to dismantle a light energy engine from the interstellar era. This engine is old, but its structure is far more intricate than those antique relics. Be careful especially with the quantum circuits. Don't touch them carelessly, or you might get shocked. Old Lay cautioned. Yili nodded, and began the delicate process of disassembly. The engine's construction was indeed exquisite and complex, its dense network of wires and parts a world apart from old-fashioned machinery. Applying what he'd learned over the past fortnight, Yili attempted the disassembly. Suddenly a sharp crack sounded, a tiny spark flashed, and a wisp of blue smoke curled upward. Old Lay heard the commotion and leaned in. His face flushed with fury as he roared at Yili. "What have you done, boy? Are quantum circuits something you can just touch blindly? I told you before, follow the steps. These new things are far more delicate than those old clunkers. With this blunder you've slashed the engine's value by half. I paid 2000 star coins for this." Though Yili had grown accustomed to Old Lay's scolding, the blast still rattled his eardrums. Despite the old man's age, his lungs were remarkably powerful. Old Lay's anger hadn't subsided. He pointed at Yili's nose and cursed, "Always relying on brute force. Save that steam engine approach for the junkyard. Dismantling a light energy engine requires finesse and an understanding of its principles. Now memorize the Energy Conduit Safety Manual 100 times. Don't you dare touch a tool until you've done it." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yili set down the hefty, detailed guide to interstellar engine construction. Since the incident where he had completely ruined an old interstellar engine, Old Lay's instruction had intensified by several notches. The stack of books Old Lay had brought him was nearly as tall as Yili himself. Titles like Complete Compendium of Mechanics, Design and Repair of Lightspeed Engines, Core Technology of Chainswords, Analysis of Mecha Light Wing Power Systems, and Maintenance Guide for Powered Boots. Dozens of books, each as thick as a brick. Beyond theoretical study, Old Lay personally guided him through dismantling various machinery. New Age weapon parts, mecha components, starship pieces. Everything imaginable. Yili felt like a sponge, frantically absorbing knowledge. Every day was profoundly fulfilling, and his gratitude towards Old Lay deepened with each passing moment. Another half-month went by. Yili felt completely transformed. His theoretical knowledge had skyrocketed, and his practical skills had advanced by leaps and bounds. No longer the novice he once was. Today Yili sat at his workbench, his fingers moving with deft precision through the intricate structure of a mechanical glove. Since the minor mishap with the light energy engine, Old Lay's teaching methods had become harsher, yet also more effective. He felt like a rough gemstone being relentlessly polished, its edges gradually smoothing and beginning to reveal a subtle luster. This mechanical glove was salvaged from Old Lay's scrap heap, originally covered in rust and damage, with many of its circuits aged and broken. But after half a month of theory and hands-on practice, Yili could now independently handle repairs of this complexity. He meticulously replaced worn parts, resoldered each tiny wire, his movements steady and focused, completely devoid of the awkwardness and panic he'd felt upon first arriving. Just as he secured the final energy crystal and confirmed all parameters had returned to normal, a strange vibration suddenly emanated from the depths of his being. It was abrupt yet unmistakably clear, as if something long dormant had suddenly stirred awake. Yili paused, a puzzled frown creasing his brow. He set down his tools and instinctively pressed a hand to his chest. The vibration persisted, growing stronger, tinged with a hint of excited anticipation. A sudden realization struck Yili, his eyes blazing with intensity. His first star beast, the blade arm mantis, had awakened. He swiftly opened the system backpack in his mind, focusing on the miniature incubation pod. The nutrient solution inside was completely depleted. The blade arm mantis had its compound eyes open, antennae twitching as it curiously surveyed its surroundings within the pod. Yili eagerly released the blade arm mantis from the system backpack. A mantis with a metallic sheen appeared before him. It no longer bore the scarred, feeble appearance of before, but radiated a newfound vitality. Its streamlined carapace gleamed with a cold, hard luster, exuding an aura of raw power. Most striking were its forelimbs, which had fully transformed into two curved blade-like weapons that glinted with a chilling light, a sight that alone sent a shiver down one's spine. Yili held his breath, his eyes filled with awe and delight. He could clearly sense the formidable aura radiating from the blade arm mantis, a pressure combining wildness and sharpness, a stark contrast to its previous weakened state. This long period of silence seemed not to have been simple healing, but a complete metamorphosis and rebirth. Hiss! The blade arm mantis let out a low, guttural cry, its twin blades quivering slightly, as if proclaiming its awakening and power. It swiveled its metallic compound eyes, its gaze locking precisely onto Yili, gleaming with excitement and a hint of familiarity. As their eyes met, a strange connection was forged between them. He felt as if he had become one with the blade arm mantis, able to sense its strength, its desires, and its instinctive urge for battle. A corner of his mouth lifted into an excited grin. The awakening of the blade arm mantis was undoubtedly a powerful boost. In this unfamiliar interstellar age, he was no longer alone. He had a companion, a powerful and unique one. He took a deep breath, suppressing his inner excitement. Gazing at the blade arm mantis, he suddenly realized he had never given it a name. A true oversight, he mused with a mental chuckle. He pondered, looking at its gleaming twin blades. Yili gently stroked the mantis's head and said, "From now on I'll call you Dao Zi. Let's work hard together and climb the highest peaks." Old Lei, hearing the commotion from outside, walked in. His eyes immediately fell upon the blade arm mantis beside Yili. "Oh, what's this? A Zerg?" Old Lei raised an eyebrow, asking with keen interest, "Your star beast?" Yili nodded. "Yeah, my star beast. You're a star beast tamer." There was a hint of surprise in Old Lei's tone. Being a star beast tamer was not a title easily earned by a youth from a junk planet. Yili scratched his head with a hint of embarrassment. "Not really. I just have a star beast, that's all. I found Dao Zi in the junkyard, and it's been following me ever since. It was injured a while back and has been recuperating in the incubation pod. It just recovered." Old Lei listened, gave Yili a thoughtful look, but didn't press further. "All right, let's continue with today's lesson." Old Lei waved his hand, signaling for Yili to get back to work. Over the next few days, Dao Zi became a new member of the repair shop. It seemed particularly fascinated by the various metal parts. It would often lie on the floor, using its forelimbs to chop at discarded components or sharpen its blades against alloy plates. Its blade-like forelimbs were polished to a gleaming razor-sharp edge. To Yili's delight, he discovered that Dao Zi's blades were exceptional cutting tools. Parts that took him considerable effort to pry open, Dao Zi could slice through with a single effortless stroke, leaving clean, smooth cuts. This significantly boosted Yili's work efficiency, much to his joy. He felt he had gained another capable assistant. During this time, the Falcon Squad also came to visit. Captain Lifeng had sold the spoils from their last mission. Young Master Li was generous, paying the full 3 million plus the fee for capturing the light prism butterfly. The squad made a decent profit, though, after maintenance and upgrades of their equipment plus treatment for the Hound and Shadowcat. Each member's share wasn't huge. Captain Lifeng gave Yili a star coin card containing 2,000 star coins. Yili knew Captain Lifeng had given him more than his fair share, and he felt deeply grateful. Captain Lifeng patted Yili on the shoulder. "Keep learning from Old Lei. There'll be a time when you can help me out. I've already contacted Star Vault University about that data wrench we found, though it's been a while. Not sure what they'll say. I'll let you know if I hear anything. We've got a new mission heading to another planet soon." Over the following days, Yili continued his studies, his understanding of various machinery growing by the day. Old Lei also took note of Yili's progress. Today he assigned him a new task to repair a decommissioned Iron Curtain 3 military assault mech. Old Lei said to Yili, "Boy, you've been improving quickly, but theory is just theory. It must be tested in practice. This mech is yours. Fix it up, and I'll give you a big surprise." Old Lei patted Yili on the shoulder, a mysterious smile spreading across his face. Yili stared at the rusted behemoth before him. This was the new task Old Lei had assigned him, the Iron Curtain 3 military assault mech. The mech stood about 3 meters tall, its outer metal shell peeling away to reveal the dark, dull metal skeleton beneath. The joints were caked in dust and grease, like a forgotten steel giant left to decay in a corner. Old Lei pointed at the wiring interface on the mech's head and said to Yili, "The neural link system on this mech is broken. The military scrapped it outright. Military tech advances too fast these days. This old model is only worth scrap metal now. But if we convert it to a traditional sync-link system, it could fetch a good price on the black market." Yili nodded, walked up to the mech, and carefully inspected the damaged parts. He had only read about the neural link system in books. Its structure was incredibly complex and delicate, and removing it would be no easy feat. Not to mention the mech's energy conduits were also clogged. The power issue had to be resolved first. "Blade, come help." Yili beckoned to the sickle-arm mantis. Blade scurried over excitedly, its pair of sickle-shaped forelimbs twitching in anticipation. "First, help me cut open those clogged energy pipes." Yili pointed at several rusted pipes on the mech's back. Blade let out a hiss, signaling its understanding. It swung its blade-like arms, a flash of cold light, and with a few crisp crack sounds, the hardened energy pipes were sliced open as easily as tofu, the cuts smooth and clean without any hesitation. Yili watched in amazement. Blade's blades were getting sharper by the day. With the energy conduit issue resolved, the next step was to remove the neural link system. This was the real challenge. The densely packed wires were tangled together like a spider's web, dizzying to the eye. Yili took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm, and began the delicate process of disassembly according to the blueprint. blade also proved invaluable, its nimble limbs and precise blades easily maneuvering in the cramped spaces, snipping the tiny wires and prying loose the stubborn connectors. The one human and one insect worked in perfect sync, highly efficient. Time ticked by, and the repair shop was filled only with the subtle sounds of metal cutting and Yi Li's focused breathing. Old Lei watched from the side with great interest, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He had originally only expected Yi Li to do some simple repair work, but the kid had managed to take on such a tough challenge, and was doing it quite well. Especially that sickle-arm mantis. It was a natural-born disassembly expert, better than any of the tools in his shop. After a full day's effort, Yi Li finally completely removed the complex neural link system, and following Old Lei's instructions converted it to a traditional human sync link technology. As he finished the last step, he let out a long, relieved breath. His whole body ached, but looking at the repaired mech, Yi Li's heart swelled with a sense of accomplishment. Yi Li wiped the sweat from his forehead and straightened up, a soreness spreading from his fingertips through his entire body. He rolled his shoulders, joints cracking. The long hours of meticulous work had nearly drained his energy, but at the sight of the mech before him, now seemingly reborn, an indescribable sense of achievement welled up inside him. The once rusted steel giant seemed to have been injected with new life, its metallic luster gleaming anew. It's done. Yi Li said, a mix of excitement and fatigue in his voice. Old Lei finally put down his wrench, walked over to the mech, and circled it twice, his gaze like that of an art connoisseur. Not bad, really not bad. He praised, clucking his tongue, and extended a rough hand to carefully stroke the mech shell, as if feeling the temperature of the steel. Old Lei walked around to the cockpit and gestured for Yi Li to open the hatch. Yi Li complied, and the heavy hatch slowly opened, revealing the complex and intricate control system within. Old Lei climbed into the cockpit and carefully inspected the wiring and interfaces before activating the power supply system. A faint hum emanated from within the mech, and the indicator lights on the dashboard lit up one by one. The long-dormant steel beast seemed to be slowly awakening. Kid, you're really something. Old Lei poked his head out of the cockpit, his face beaming with a smile of genuine admiration. I was right about you. You're even faster than I imagined. Yi Li scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. I just followed your blueprints, Uncle Lei. It wasn't that hard, just took some time. Time is money, kid. Old Lei slapped the mech's hatch, his voice booming. Do you know, with this skill of yours, we can sell this old beast for at least 3 times the price on the black market. He jumped down from the cockpit, still excited. Old Lei was already eagerly directing Yi Li and Blade to drag the mech out of the repair bay. The heavy mech rumbled across the ground like an awakened steel beast. Old Lei covered it with a protective tarp arranged for a vehicle and had it hauled directly to the black market. A few days later, Old Lei came rushing back to the shop, brimming with excitement as he approached Yi Li. Kid, guess how much we sold it for? Old Lei winked mysteriously, his voice a few pitches higher than usual. Yi Li looked at Old Lei's excitement and played along, asking, how much? Old Lei placed a bag on the table with a dull thud, full of mystery. Definitely more than you can imagine. That piece of junk actually sold for a high price on the black market. Enough to live comfortably for a while. Yi Li looked at the heavy bag, feeling excited too. This was more than just money, it was an affirmation of his abilities. Old Lei saw Yi Li just staring at the money bag, looking like he hadn't seen the world, and found it amusing. He cleared his throat, lowered his voice, and said with a hint of mystery, but kid, the good news I have for you today isn't just this. Yi Li looked at Old Lei in confusion, wondering what could be more surprising than a good sale. Old Lei chuckled, leaned closer, and whispered, I found you a teacher. A teacher, eh? Yi Li was taken aback, not understanding Old Lei's meaning. A star beast master teacher. Old Lei emphasized with a hint of excitement, as if announcing something momentous. An old friend of mine, a real star beast master. I've asked him to come and mentor you for a while. Yi Li's eyes widened instantly. Star beast master. Those 2 words held extraordinary significance for him. He had always dreamed of becoming a true star beast master, commanding powerful star beasts and roaming the starry skies. But the threshold to becoming a star beast master was extremely high, and without professional guidance, it was nearly impossible to get started. He never expected Old Lei to bring him such a big surprise. Really? Yi Li's voice trembled with disbelief and excitement. Of course it's real. When have I ever lied to you? Old Lei patted his chest in assurance. That old friend of mine is a formidable figure. With his guidance, I guarantee you'll become a true star beast master. Yi Li's heart pounded wildly. This news nearly drove him wild with joy. The dream he had always held on to seemed like it was about to come true. Seeing how happy Yi Li was, Old Lei laughed along. But my old friend has some business to handle and won't be here for a few days. Use these days to prepare yourself properly. Don't embarrass me when the time comes. Yi Li nodded eagerly, saying excitedly, Uncle Lei, thank you. Old Lei waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. Just don't forget me when you make it big. Yili nodded solemnly, knowing in his heart that old Lei had done far more for him than this. At that moment a thought struck Yili. His gaze turned to the money bag on the table, and an idea formed in his mind. The mech had sold for a high price. What about the 2-star beast cores he had? If he could sell those for a good price too, he might be able to scrape together enough to purchase a special admission spot at Star Vault University. Star Vault University was the institution he had always dreamed of. If he could get in and study there, his chances of becoming a true Star Beast Master would be even greater. Yili took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and looked at old Lei testing the waters. Uncle Lei, are you familiar with the black market? Old Lei raised an eyebrow, surprised by the sudden question, but didn't think much of it. Of course I'm familiar with it. I go there often to trade. Why? You want to check it out? Yili scratched his head sheepishly. I want to take a look around. You talk about the black market all the time, and I'm curious. Old Lei laughed heartily. Kid, at your age, curiosity is only natural. Nothing to be shy about. Alright, I happen to need to go to the black market in a couple of days to trade some parts. I'll take you along. Yili immediately lit up with excitement, nodding and thanking him repeatedly. Thank you, Uncle Lei. Old Lei waved his hand, saying nonchalantly, it's nothing. But the black market is a mixed bag. You need to stay close to me and not wander off. I know. Yili nodded firmly, his heart full of anticipation. Black market, Star Beast cores, Star Vault University, Star Beast Master. Each keyword flashed through his mind. He felt that his future seemed to be heading in a promising direction. In the days that followed, Yili's life was filled with repair orders. The rhythmic clanging of metal replaced the former silence, becoming the new background music of Uncle Lei's shop. The leg joints of a mechanical dog needed re-welding, the energy core of a power suit showed hairline fractures, and the wiring of protective armor had deteriorated. A myriad of commissions flooded in, and Yili like a tireless top whirled between various mechanical components. His movements grew increasingly deft, his gaze more focused, as if the cold metal came alive under his touch. Whenever night fell and the last customer was seen off, the shop would fall silent, and Yili would retreat to his corner. Under the dim yellow light, he would carefully bring out the mysterious metal box and the cold chip. The box remained tightly shut, its surface unyielding. The chip's intricate, profound patterns seemed to mock his ignorance. He had tried every method to open the box, prying, heating, even using the shop's most precise tools, but it remained utterly immovable, as if forged in another world, indestructible. You're a stubborn one, Yili muttered to the box, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness, yet also a spark of defiant tenacity. He picked up the chip, holding it up to the light, scrutinizing the fine lines for any clue. His fingertips traced the cold surface, and he could feel a certain power dormant within the chip, a deep, mysterious energy that filled him with both curiosity and reverence. Sometimes he would stare blankly at the box and the chip, imagining the stories they held. One morning, after finishing his chores, he sat in the shop, his thoughts drifting back to the chip and the secrets it might conceal. Who could have created them? He was lost in thought when a sudden knock on the door startled him. Who is it? Yili set down the chip and went to open the shop door. Standing outside was a burly man clad in a grimy combat suit. His rugged square face was covered in a thick, unkempt beard. He carried a powered battle axe, its energy conduits visibly scorched and sputtering with sparks. Hey kid, can you fix this? The burly man asked in a deep, gruff voice, a note of urgency in his tone. Yili paused for a moment, then quickly stepped aside to let him in. Of course, come on in and let me take a look. The burly man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, and hefted the axe as he walked in. Thanks, kid. This is my bread and butter, so I can't afford to have it out of commission for long. Yili took the weapon, examining it carefully. His brow furrowed slightly. The energy circuit is pretty badly burnt out. Looks like it was overloaded. Some of the components are also worn out. This might take a while. The burly man's face fell. How long? I need to head out to hunt outside the city this afternoon. At least half a day, Yili said after a moment's thought. The parts need to be custom-made, which is the tricky part. Half a day. The man scratched his head, looking troubled. Can't you make it faster? I'll pay extra. Yili smiled. Even with extra pay, the custom parts will take time. But, he paused, pointing to a pile of old parts in the corner. I could try to improvise with some of these used parts. It might get you by temporarily, but it won't perform like new ones. The burly man's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. As long as it works, I don't mind a slight drop in performance. Alright, just wait a moment. I'll get to work on it right away. With that, Yili began rummaging through the parts. Soon the shop was once again filled with the rhythmic clang of metal. Yili expertly disassembled and reassembled, sweat beading on his brow and rolling down his cheeks, yet he showed no sign of stopping. The burly man paced anxiously nearby, occasionally peeking over to check the progress, muttering under his breath, hurry up, hurry up. After more than 2 hours of intense work, Yili finally straightened up, dusted off his hands, and handed the repaired axe back to the man. There you go. Give it a try, Yili said. The man eagerly grabbed the axe, powering it up and watching the energy gauge climb. He swung it at a battered metal barrel in the corner, and with a dull thud the barrel was cleaved cleanly in two. It works. You actually fixed it. The man bellowed with excitement, his face breaking into a relieved grin. Kid, you're amazing. How much? Yili smiled. The parts are used, so I'll just charge you cost. That'll be 50 star coins. But you'll also need to pay for the barrel I let you test on. That's 5 star coins. Total is 55. No problem. I can afford a metal barrel, the man said, quickly scanning his smart wristband to transfer the 55 star coins. Kid, I really appreciate this. I'll be coming to you for all my weapon repairs from now on. No problem. Feel free to come back anytime, Yili said with a smile, accepting the payment and seeing the man to the door. After the man left, Yili stretched his body, aching, yet a strange sense of satisfaction welled up within him. Repairing a weapon might have been a trivial task, but for him it was a tangible sign of progress and a validation of his skills. A few days later, the day arrived for Old Lay to go to the black market for trading. Old Lay, a cigarette dangling from his lips, gave Yili's shoulder a firm pat. Come on, kid. Let's go. Yili immediately set down his tools, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had been eager to see the black market for a long time. As the two stepped out of the repair shop, the sunlight was harsh and glaring, making Yili's eyes water. It had been a long time since he had been outside. Under Old Lay's control, the hover car glided smoothly towards the black market. The scenery outside the window blurred past, towering buildings, bustling crowds, and flashing neon lights. Everything seemed loud and vibrant. Yili's heart began to beat faster. Soon the hover car turned into a narrow alley. The buildings on either side of the alley were old and dilapidated, their walls covered in graffiti and grime. A mixed stench hung in the air, sweat, cheap tobacco, and an indescribable decaying odor. It was a stark contrast to the bustling streets outside. Here it was dark and chaotic. The hover car came to a stop. We're here. Old Lay stubbed out his cigarette, pushed open the door, and stepped out. Yili followed, looking around curiously. So this was the black market. It wasn't what he had imagined. There was no air of mystery. Instead, it looked more like a huge, noisy bazaar. Various stalls were haphazardly arranged along the alley, piled high, with a chaotic assortment of goods. There were broken mech parts, rusted weapons, unidentified electronic components, and things that looked like ordinary junk. The air was filled with a cacophony of sounds. Hawkers shouting, people haggling, and the harsh clang of metal. While Kid, a bit disappointed. Old Lay, noticing the confusion in Yili's eyes, grinned. This is the black market, a real mixed bag. It's got a bit of everything and nothing at all. Most of these stall owners are just junk collectors, expecting to find treasure here. Dream on. Old Lay curled his lip, a trace of disdain in his voice. The real good stuff is further inside. Old Lay pointed to an unassuming entrance at the far end of the alley. Several burly men in black uniforms stood there, their faces cold and watchful. Who are they? Yili asked, puzzled. Black market guards, Old Lay whispered. The real treasures are in the inner trading zone. That's where the serious deals happen. Come on, let me show you around. Old Lay led Yili towards the entrance. The guards glanced at Old Lay, seemingly recognizing him, and let them pass after a few brief questions. As they passed through the entrance, the scene before them opened up dramatically. Unlike the squalor outside, this place was spacious and bright. The ground was paved with smooth stone slabs, and the buildings on either side were clean and well-maintained. The air was noticeably fresher, still mixed, but at least free from the nauseating stench of decay. The stalls here were significantly more upscale. The items on display were more refined and valuable. Complete mech components, various models of energy weapons, and even some rare star beast materials. This is where the true essence of the black market lies. Old Lay gestured at the stalls around them and the shops in the distance, saying to Yili, the prices here are much higher than outside, but the quality is better too. Of course, it's a mix of genuine goods and fakes. Finding something good depends on your eye. Old Lay led Yili past stall after stall, explaining the intricacies of the black market as they walked. See these mech parts. Most are defective scraps, the military discarded or refurbished goods. But sometimes you can find something good. It all depends on your luck. Old Lay stopped in front of a stall displaying various weapons and firearms. The stall owner was a short, stocky, middle-aged man with a fierce scar across his face and sharp eyes. Old Lay, what brings you here today? The man grinned at Old Lay, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Old Scar, I came to see if you have any good stuff lately. Old Lay replied with a smile. Good stuff? Of course I do. The question is whether you have the money to buy it. Old Scar pointed to a few crates behind him and said mysteriously, just got a batch of military-grade energy cells. Want a few crates? Military-grade energy cells. Old Lay's eyes lit up. What model? See for yourself. Old Scar opened a crate, revealing neatly arranged energy cells inside. Yili curiously stepped forward to examine the energy cells. They had silver metallic casings stamped with letters and numbers he couldn't understand. Not bad. These are good. Old Lay picked up an energy cell weighted in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. How much? Same as always, 10,000 star coins per crate. Old Scar extended his fingers, showing the number. 10,000. Old Lay frowned. You've raised your prices again. Times are turbulent lately. The purchase price has gone up. My price is already very fair. Old Scar shrugged, looking helpless. Turbulent. Old Lay was puzzled. What's turbulent? You haven't heard. Old Scar was surprised. The Zerg are causing trouble recently. The military has been mobilizing troops. Rumor has it the front lines are brutal. Zerg. Yi Li's heart stirred. He recalled some reports he'd seen on the news seemingly indicating signs of Zerg activity. Really? Old Lay was skeptical. Why would I lie to you? Old Scar pursed his lips. Don't believe me. Go ask around. Everyone in the black market is talking about it. Old Lay was silent for a moment, as if thinking something over. All right, 10,000 it is. Give me 2 crates. He finally nodded, took out his terminal, and transferred the payment to Old Scar. That's what I like to hear. Old Scar took the terminal, a smile spreading across his face. By the way, Old Lay, who's this young friend? Old Scar noticed Yi Li standing nearby and asked curiously. My nephew. Bringing him to see the black market. Old Lay said casually. Nephew. Old Scar gave Yi Li a meaningful look and chuckled. Young and promising. Yi Li scratched his head, awkwardly saying nothing. The transaction complete, Old Lay hoisted the 2 crates of energy cells onto his shoulder and led Yi Li away from the stall. Yi Li followed Old Lay past several stalls and turned into a relatively secluded alley. A few shops with signs lined the alley, and Gung's Mechanics, where Old Lay had a long-standing partnership, was located there. The shop front was small, but the interior was surprisingly spacious. Various firearms, weapons, armor, pristine parts, and even mechs filled the space to the brim. A middle-aged man sat at a workbench directing a shop hand who was carrying something into the back room. Seeing Old Lay enter, he beamed and said, Old Lay, a distinguished guest. Your goods are ready. Here to check them. Old Lay greeted Old Gung familiarly. Old Gung, business looks good. What good stuff did you get your hands on? He gestured towards Yi Li. This is my nephew Yi Li. Bringing him here to get acquainted. He might become a regular customer. Old Gung squinted, sizing up Yi Li, then grinned widely. This young man looks spirited, tall, and handsome, just like I was in my youth. You've got good taste, young man. You can't go wrong following Old Lay. Yi Li politely greeted him, Uncle Gung. Old Lay didn't stand on ceremony. He walked straight to the shelves and began picking out the materials and tools he needed, chatting with Old Gung as he did. Old Gung, there's a rumor going around the black market that the Zerg are acting up. Is it true? Old Gung said. How could it be false? The military has already recruited hundreds of mercenary squads, offering commissions significantly higher than usual. The market is now buying parts and weapons at high prices. The price you got for that modified mech last time. You can thank this turbulence for that. Old Lay, while rummaging through a pile of parts, said thoughtfully, no wonder. I was wondering why prices suddenly jumped so much. So that's the reason. Old Gung, if things are really going to get chaotic, shouldn't we stock up on some serious hardware? Old Gung paused his work, turned around, took a package of parts from the shelf, and handed it to Old Lay, saying slowly, that's easier said than done. But in our black market, your info is outdated. The Wanbao Tower is the real deal. Old Gung raised his thumb. Old Lay nodded. Indeed, it's too late for us to stock up now. Tell you what, Old Gung, do you have any mechs in good condition? I'll take them back and modify a few. The prices for Chinjun are good lately, they'll sell fast. Old Gung rubbed his hands together, a glint flashing in his eyes. Mechs. Those aren't easy to come by, but it's not impossible. Let me find a way. Let's collaborate on this, old friend. Haha, no problem. We'll stick to the usual split. Old Lay said readily. Old Gung nodded with satisfaction. All right, it's settled then. By the way, next month, the Wanbao Tower in the black market is holding an auction. It's going to be big, and I hear there will be plenty of good items. If you can fix up a few mechs in good condition, we could take them there and try our luck. Maybe we can get a better price. The Wanbao Tower auction. Old Lay's eyes lit up. That's a great idea. We'll need to get moving on this. Yi Li listened quietly to their conversation, silently committing the term Wanbao Tower auction to memory. It seemed the black market had deep waters full of intricacies and opportunities at every turn. Old Lay and Old Gung discussed a few more details, confirmed their intent to cooperate, paid for the materials and tools, hoisted a crate full of parts, and led Yi Li out of Gung's Mechanics. The cacophony of the black market flooded back into their ears, a stark contrast to the atmosphere inside the shop. The black market has plenty of opportunities, but even more people looking to swindle you. Old Lay lowered his voice as they walked. Today I'm here to watch your back. When you come alone in the future, you need to be extra careful. Yi Li nodded, understanding Old Lay's meaning. He had listened closely to the conversation between Old Lay and Uncle Gung in the shop. The black market seemed lively, but beneath the surface currents ran deep, full of hidden rules. The stuff on those stalls, real or fake, it's all about your own judgment. Some people look honest, but behind your back, they'll fleece you. Old Lei continued speaking with the wisdom of experience. And some people specifically target newcomers. A fresh face like yours is easy to spot. Yili listened intently, committing Old Lei's words to heart. He knew Old Lei genuinely cared for him, and this was invaluable experience. But don't be too scared. Old Lei changed his tone, patting Yi Li on the shoulder. In the black market, as long as you know the rules and follow them, nothing major usually happens. The most important thing is don't be greedy for small gains, don't flaunt your wealth, think things through when you encounter problems, and if all else fails, run. Old Lei's tone was somewhat joking, lightening the serious atmosphere. Yi Li smiled, feeling much more at ease. Got it, Uncle Lei, Yi Li said gratefully. I'll be careful. Yi Li's purpose in coming to the black market was to access resources scarce on the surface, see if he could sell his Star Beast core, and perhaps gather information that was hard to come by elsewhere. Especially the Wanbao Tower auction he'd just heard about, which sparked his ambition. So Yi Li tentatively asked Old Lei, Uncle Lei, can I come to the black market often in the future? Old Lei glanced at Yi Li, seemingly seeing through his thoughts, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. What kid interested in the black market? Yi Li scratched his head sheepishly and admitted, yeah, it feels pretty interesting here. Haha, it's good to be interested. Old Lei laughed heartily. Young people should see more of the world. If you come by yourself, watch more and talk less. You can go to Old Gung if you have any questions. The black market is no kind place. You need to weigh things carefully. I know. Yi Li looked at Old Lei with firm eyes. I'll be careful, and I also want to learn more. Old Lei nodded with satisfaction, liking Yi Li's combination of drive and restraint. All right, let's call it a day. We've bought enough, and it's getting late. Let's head back. Old Lei checked the time on his wristband. Okay. Yi Li acknowledged, quickening his pace to follow Old Lei as they left the bustling black market. But everything about the black market had already been etched deeply into his mind, lingering and unforgettable. In the days that followed, Yi Li's daily rhythm remained steady and unvarying. By day, he labored in the shop repairing machinery brought in by customers. Old Lei had been frequently away lately, returning each time with a battered mech. He would summon Yi Li to work overtime, refurbishing and modifying the machine before hastily hauling it to Old Gung's stall in the black market to sell, while the price was still favorable. Once the Wanbao Pavilion auction commenced and supply flooded, the market prices would plummet. Thus, more often than not, Yi Li found himself alone in the shop. He now encountered a wide array of weapons and machinery, expanding his personal database of knowledge. Whenever he stumbled upon something peculiar or baffling, he would humbly seek Uncle Lei's counsel. Uncle Lei was always willing to impart his wisdom, generously sharing the experience he had accumulated over the years. At night, back in his small room in the back, Yi Li would retrieve the mysterious metal box and the chip to continue his research. The box was made of a remarkably sturdy and peculiar material. After trying every conceivable method to pry it open without success, he gradually set it aside, focusing his attention primarily on the chip. The chip proved even more enigmatic. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, devoid of any ports or buttons. Even when he attempted to scan it with the shop's basic equipment, it yielded no information whatsoever. Yi Li remained unperturbed. He knew his current methods were too limited. Perhaps with further study and time, he might find a way to unlock its secrets. Since his last trip to the black market with Old Lei, it had become a new haunt. He drifted between the stalls, his gaze sweeping over the dazzling array of goods, from battered mech parts to energy crystals emitting a faint, eerie glow to all manner of strange and curious trinkets. He keenly observed the vendors' demeanor and their trading methods, attempting to decipher the black market's inner workings and rules. He soon discovered that the black market's depths ran far deeper than they appeared. Some stalls appeared to peddle nothing but counterfeit goods, yet would place a single genuine treasure among the fakes to lure in newcomers and bargain hunters. During the transaction, they would deftly swap the real item for a fake, leaving the buyer believing they'd snagged a bargain when they'd actually been fleeced. Some who realized they'd been duped would return to raise a fuss, but since the stall's prices were far below market value, the vendor would adamantly insist their wares were mere replicas, leaving the buyer with no recourse but to swallow their frustration. Other stalls displayed items with pristine exteriors, but internals damaged beyond repair. Waste products cleverly packaged and sold at low prices, specifically targeting unsuspecting novices. He also noticed the black market attracted a motley crowd, people from all walks of life. Mercenaries formed the mainstream here, but there were also impeccably dressed merchants, and even some who appeared to be students, likely there to broaden their horizons. All of them sought something to fulfill their individual needs. One day, Yi Li was wandering through the black market as usual when his gaze halted at an unremarkable stall. It displayed a collection of worn mechanical parts, seemingly nothing out of the ordinary. Yet Yi Li's attention was captured by a rust-covered mechanical grappling claw. The claw was crafted from alloy, its joints caked in dust, yet its intricate structure and powerful dynamic design were still clearly evident. The vendor was a middle-aged man with a scraggly beard dozing behind his stall. Yili crouched down, scrutinizing the mechanical claw closely. He could sense the powerful magnetic force contained within the claw along with the sharp suction devices at its tips. If restored, this could undoubtedly prove to be a formidable asset. His gaze then drifted to a corner of the stall where a palm-sized mask caught his eye. The mask was lightweight with a sleek sci-fi design. Its surface was covered in fine, intricate lines faintly gleaming with a metallic sheen. A holographic mask. Yi Li's heart stirred. He picked up the mask and examined it closely. The lens portion was shattered and some circuits were severed, but the overall structure remained relatively intact. "Boss, how much for these two?" Yi Li asked, pointing to the grappling claw and the holographic mask. The middle-aged vendor, roused from his doze, glanced at him sleepily. "Young man, you've got a good eye," the vendor said with a yawn, picking up the claw and mask casually. "These are quality pieces. Sure, they're a bit damaged, but the foundation is solid. I'll let you have both for 500 star coins." 500. Yi Li frowned slightly. The price seemed steep for two damaged old parts. Too pricey. The vendor pursed his lips. "This grappling claw of mine is a rarity. Try finding another like it at any other stall. It's one of a kind. And this holographic mask, a brand new one, costs at least 10,000 star coins. If you can fix it yourself, you'll be laughing all the way to the bank." Yi Li smiled without arguing. He knew the vendor was exaggerating, but these two items did hold some genuine value. "Boss, how about 300 star coins?" Yi Li tested the waters with a counteroffer. 300. That's too little, the vendor shook his head. 400 is the minimum. Not a coin less. Yi Li pondered for a moment. 400 star coins was within his budget, and he was confident in his ability to restore both items. "Fine, 400 it is," Yi Li agreed. He took out his wristband, scanned the payment code to transfer 400 star coins, and pocketed the mechanical claw and the holographic mask. Leaving the small stall, Yi Li was in good spirits. Though he had spent some money, he had acquired what he needed, and he eagerly anticipated the results of restoring these two old parts. He planned to find time to thoroughly study these two newly acquired toys. Instead of leaving the black market immediately, Yi Li headed towards its depths. His destination was the Wanbao Pavilion, the largest trading venue in the black market. It was rumored that the Wanbao Pavilion was backed by formidable powers, attracting rare treasures from across the lands, making it a favorite haunt for countless adventurers and collectors. Yi Li arrived at the pavilion's entrance and looked up. The Wanbao Pavilion's exterior was not ostentatious. Rather, it possessed an antique charm, yet it exuded an aura of stability and gravitas. Two guards in black uniforms stood at the entrance, wielding energy beam guns. Their gazes were sharp, their demeanor composed, clearly highly trained professionals. Yi Li took a deep breath and stepped inside. The pavilion's main hall was spacious and brightly lit, lined with rows of display cases showcasing a diverse array of treasures. Energy weapons, rare ores, relics of ancient civilizations, genetic serums, and even peculiar items whose names eluded him. A dazzling, overwhelming array. A faint, pleasant fragrance lingered in the air, mingling with the scent of various materials, creating a unique atmosphere. Yi Li slowed his pace, carefully observing the treasures in the display cases. He did his best to appear as a seasoned, well-traveled patron rather than a curious newcomer, knowing that in a place like the Wanbao Pavilion, one misstep could mark him as easy prey. He was merely browsing with no intention of purchasing anything. His primary objectives were to broaden his knowledge, observe the black market's high-end dealings, and gather information. He noticed that the Wanbao Pavilion attracted significantly more foot traffic than other areas, and those coming and going were predominantly well-dressed and exuded an air of distinction. Clearly, this was the gathering place for the black market's elite. He also overheard hushed conversations about the auction that Old Gung had mentioned. "The Wanbao Pavilion is hosting an auction next month, and I heard there will be some remarkable items. Indeed, I heard a complete elemental core is going up for bid. It's drawn the attention of many bigwigs. An elemental core? That's a precious resource for elementalists to advance. I wonder what astronomical price it will fetch. An auction? An elemental core?" Yi Li's heart stirred. He pricked up his ears, intently listening to the surrounding chatter. He vaguely sensed that the Wanbao Pavilion's auction might present an opportunity. An opportunity to sell the Star Beast core. He had long struggled to find a suitable channel for selling it. While the black market allowed transactions, the risks were high and the prices unpredictable. If he could sell the Star Beast core anonymously through the Wanbao Pavilion's auction, it might be a viable option. Leveraging the pavilion's platform could enhance the core's value while shielding his identity. Once this idea took root, it grew like wild grass in Yi Li's mind. He began seriously contemplating the feasibility of consigning the Star Beast core to the Wanbao Pavilion's auction. He resolved to thoroughly investigate the specific procedures and rules of the Wanbao Pavilion's auction upon his return. If all went smoothly, he might be able to use this auction to earn his first fortune. With this thought in mind, Yi Li left the Wanbao Pavilion and returned to his lodgings in the black market. The hustle and bustle of the black market continued unabated under the night sky, while in Yi Li's heart a new plan was already brewing. Yi Li returned to his shop, the dim light casting a faint excited glow upon his face. He didn't rest immediately. Instead, he walked to his workbench. The mechanical grappling claw and mask he'd purchased today were crucial for selling the high-grade Star Beast core. Until the core was sold, these items had to remain a secret, so Yi Li decided to repair them under the cover of night. The metallic sheen of the mechanical grappling claw gleamed cold and hard under the light. Yi Li meticulously inspected each joint, ensuring there was no looseness or damage. He then replaced the worn parts, lubricated the bearings in the claw's joints, and adjusted the internal energy conduits. He polished the rusted sections and swapped in a new energy core. His fingertips danced nimbly through the intricate mechanical structure, producing a faint metallic rasp. He was focused and earnest, as if tending to a precious work of art. Repairing the holographic mask proved far more complex, as its front projection screen was shattered. The internal circuitry also needed to be reconnected. Yi Li checked the usable lines, replaced the chips, found a suitable replacement projection surface from his material pile, recalibrated the projector for the upper face, and disguised the mask's edges to make it look more like a real human face. Finally, he adjusted the projection output to ensure the mask could simulate various facial features clearly and smoothly. He put on the mask and looked into the mirror, casually cycling through several different faces, from a rugged brute to a delicate youth, all perfectly simulated without a single flaw. Yi Li nodded with satisfaction and put the mask away. With his tools repaired, a surge of testing impulse welled up inside him. He picked up the mechanical grappling claw, secured it to his wrist, and moved away from the clutter. He raised his arm using the smart guidance system to precisely target a point. Clicking the trigger, the metallic claw at the front shot out mid-flight with a crisp snap. A metal block in the far corner was grasped. He clicked the trigger again, and the claw retracted, bringing the block back with it. Yi Li aimed at the wall once more. The claw shot out, grabbing hold, and yanked him forward. He stumbled, nearly crashing into the wall. It seemed this claw would require more practice. He tested it several more times. Its performance was stable and reliable, the gripping strength and speed were excellent, and the 10-meter maximum range was within his expectations. A satisfied smile spread across Yi Li's face. Having had enough fun with the claw, he decided it was time to test the holographic mask as well. He picked up the mask, adjusted it to a ridiculous clown face, and then quietly crept over to Dao Zi, who was crouched in a corner diligently sharpening his curved blade on a whetstone. The blade made a harsh scraping sound against the stone. Dao Zi's expression focused and cold. Yi Li tiptoed behind him and let out a sudden loud cough. Dao Zi sprang up like a startled leopard. With a flash of cold light from his forelimb blade, he pointed it directly at Yi Li's face. But upon seeing the ridiculous clown face before him, he froze, his two forelimbs halting midair. Dao Zi recognized Yi Li's scent, but this face was utterly unfamiliar, leaving him uncertain whether to advance or retreat. Yi Li held back his laughter, deliberately speaking in a high-pitched, squeaky voice. "Little Dao Zi, why so fierce? I just wanted to play with you." Confusion and doubt filled Dao Zi's eyes. He carefully scrutinized the clown before him, trying to find any flaw. But the mask's disguise was excellent, making it impossible for Dao Zi to link this ridiculous clown to Yi Li. Seeing Dao Zi's bewildered expression, Yi Li could no longer hold it in. He burst out laughing, took off the mask, and revealed his true face. Dao Zi was stunned for a moment, then realized he had been fooled. He hopped onto Yi Li's shoulder, letting out a light, cheerful chirp. Yi Li stroked Dao Zi's hard carapace, his mood bright. After this brief respite, his mind turned seriously to the Wanbao Tower auction. He activated his smart bracelet and began searching for detailed information about it. As the largest trading venue in the black market, Wanbao Tower's auctions naturally drew significant attention. There was a wealth of information on the Stellar Ring network, and Yi Li carefully sifted through it, compiling the useful details. The auction was held once every 3 months, attracting a large number of buyers and sellers. The items on offer were diverse, ranging from rare materials to high-tech weaponry. To participate, one had to register in advance and pay a deposit. For consigned items, they had to undergo Wanbao Tower's appraisal to determine the starting bid and auction rules. Yi Li carefully studied the auction process and rules, especially the clauses concerning anonymous auctions. Wanbao Tower allowed anonymous selling, as sellers could conceal their true identity by simply providing the item and signing a consignment agreement. The proceeds, after deducting a commission, would be transferred to a designated anonymous account. This was exactly what Yi Li needed. Anonymity was the best way to guarantee his safety. After careful deliberation, Yi Li finally decided to send the high-grade Star Beast core to Wanbao Tower for auction. It was a choice fraught with both risk and opportunity. Success would bring him a considerable fortune, a step closer to his goal of purchasing a special admission to Starry Cheong University. However, if he attracted the wrong kind of attention, it could also lead to unnecessary trouble. Nevertheless, for the dream of Starry Cheong University, Yili decided to take the risk. Over the next 2 days, he began his preparations for the trip to Wanbao Tower. He meticulously studied the terrain and routes around Wanbao Tower, planning a covert path that would be difficult to follow. He even scouted the area in advance, simulating several contingency plans for unexpected situations. He had to be absolutely certain, ensuring he wouldn't fail at the final step. Beyond the route, disguise was also a crucial element. Yili needed a completely new identity, one that could deter troublemakers without drawing excessive attention. He decided to disguise himself as a battle-hardened mercenary. Mercenaries frequently came and went in the black market, so no one would pay them much heed. Moreover, most were desperate individuals that most people wouldn't dare provoke. A perfect disguise for Yili. To achieve a convincing disguise, Yili invested some effort. He purchased a set of old power armor components from the black market, modified and assembled them into what looked like external mechanical limbs. These mechanical limbs appeared battle-worn, scarred, and exuded an aura of combat. Once he donned this disguise, Yili's physique instantly became imposing and powerful. He also bought a set of black combat gear commonly worn by mercenaries, along with various tactical accessories, a leg holster, a tactical backpack, a multi-tool knife, and more. These pieces of equipment not only enhanced his appearance, but could also provide practical assistance if needed. Finally, he crafted a voice changer that could alter his voice, making it sound rougher and more gravelly, fitting the mercenary persona. Everything was ready, and the evening of the 3rd day before the auction arrived. The setting sun cast its rays upon the black market streets, painting the chaos and clamor in a hazy amber light. Yili took a deep breath, donned his disguised mechanical frame, activated the voice changer, and checked his gear one last time to ensure nothing was left behind. He stepped out from the shadows, blending into the evening crowd of the black market. Following his pre-planned route, he weaved through the black market's intricate streets and alleys, constantly changing direction to confuse any potential tails. His steps were steady and swift, like a seasoned hunter moving silently through the dark. Soon he arrived at Wanbao Tower. In the evening, it appeared even more solemn and imposing. Its ancient facade exuded a mysterious and weighty aura under the night sky. The guards at the entrance stood erect, their sharp eyes scanning everyone who came and went. Yili steadied his breathing and strode towards the main entrance. The guards noticed Yili. Their piercing gazes lingered on him for a few seconds, as if assessing his identity and the level of threat he posed. Yili's expression remained calm, a hint of cold, battle-hardened ruthlessness in his eyes. He said in a hoarse voice, "What's this? I thought Wanbao Tower welcomed all guests. Do you look down on mercenaries?" The guard retracted his gaze and gestured for Yili to enter. The interior of Wanbao Tower was still spacious and bright, but compared to the daytime, the foot traffic had noticeably decreased, making it quieter and more orderly. The treasures in the display cases gleamed temptingly under the lights, drawing the eyes of passing customers. As Yili stepped inside, a female attendant in uniform approached him with a smile. "Sir, how may I assist you?" The female attendant's voice was soft and pleasant. Yili's voice, altered by a voice modulator to sound rough and deep, said, "I'm here to consign an item for auction. I'd like to see your manager." A flicker of interest passed through the attendant's eyes before her smile grew even warmer. "Please wait a moment, I'll arrange for you to meet our manager." She picked up a communicator, spoke a few hushed words, then gestured for Yili to follow her. She led him through the main hall to the door of a tastefully minimalist office. "Sir, our manager is inside. Please go right in," the attendant said politely. Yili nodded, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. Within the office, a man sat behind a large, imposing desk, engrossed in a document. He wore an impeccably tailored suit, his hair meticulously groomed, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, giving him an air of shrewd competence. He was Manager Dai of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. The attendant said, "Manager Dai, this guest has an item to consign for auction. Could you please assess it?" Hearing this, Manager Dai looked up, his gaze settling on Yili. His eyes briefly studied Yili as if trying to discern the identity hidden beneath his disguise. But his expression quickly returned to a calm, professional smile. "Good day, sir. I am Manager Dai. How should I address you?" Manager Dai said politely, rising to his feet and warmly gesturing for Yili to take a seat on the sofa. Yili walked over and sat down, cutting straight to the point. "Call me Old Black. I have an item I'd like to entrust to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion for auction." Manager Dai smiled. "It would be our honor to provide our auction services for a distinguished guest like yourself. May I ask what type of item you wish to sell?" Yili retrieved a metal case from his tactical backpack and placed it on the coffee table, sliding it towards Manager Dai. "A Star Beast core," Yili said, his voice low and firm. Manager Dai maintained his smile, but a glimmer of surprise and excitement flashed deep within his eyes. He slowly opened the metal case, revealing a black crystal emitting a faint, ethereal glow resting serenely at its center. It was indeed a Star Beast core. Manager Dai carefully lifted it, holding it up to the light for a closer inspection. His gaze became intensely focused, as if he were admiring a priceless treasure. As the manager of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, he had seen countless rare items and could immediately recognize the value of this star beast core. Moreover, its quality was exceptional, its energy fluctuations extraordinarily powerful. Undoubtedly a top-tier specimen. Mr. Black, this star beast core of yours is of outstanding quality. What price are you considering? Manager Dai set the core down, a hint of excitement creeping into his voice. Yili paused for a moment, then said slowly, I'm not very familiar with the market. You are the experts here. I'll trust your judgment and the reputation of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Manager Dai's smile broadened at this. Mr. Black, given the quality of this core, the final auction price will certainly exceed 45000 star coins. We will charge a commission of 10. How does that sound? Manager Dai paused, then added, Mr. Black, we will set the starting bid at 40000 star coins. Of course, I guarantee the final price will not be less than 45000. If it fails to reach that figure, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion will cover the difference. Does that seem acceptable? 450,000 star coins was indeed a reasonable baseline for a high-quality star beast core. Furthermore, the client's willingness to accept their pricing demonstrated a degree of trust, and Manager Dai was happy to extend a gesture of goodwill. Yili remained impassive. He had spent considerable time in the black market and had a rough idea of star beast core prices, which typically fluctuated between 35000 and 4000. Perhaps this core found alongside Blade was of a higher grade. This was a fortunate turn for Yili. He then heard Manager Dai say, Mr. Black, if you find the price agreeable, we will need to discuss the specifics of the auction further. To ensure the auction proceeds smoothly, we will need to conduct a detailed appraisal and evaluation of the core and formulate a corresponding auction strategy. When would be a convenient time for you to return to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion for a more detailed discussion? Yili replied without hesitation, that won't be necessary. I have full confidence in your professional capabilities. I'll entrust the entire auction process to you. As he spoke, Yili handed Manager Dai a slip of paper with an anonymous account number, placing it on the table alongside the metal case. Please deposit the proceeds from the auction into this anonymous account. Manager Dai took the note, showing no surprise at Yili's decisive manner. He had seen many such clients. He instructed the attendant waiting outside to bring the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion's consignment contract. Turning back to Yili, he said, Mr. Black, you are a man of direct action. Please rest assured that the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion will serve you with utmost sincerity and ensure your complete satisfaction. Please wait a moment while we prepare the contract. Yili nodded, said nothing more, and waited quietly in the office for the contract. A few minutes later, the attendant returned with the contract. Yili reviewed it and, finding no issues, used his smart wristband to imprint a unique code and the alias Old Black onto the document, ensuring it could not be altered. He then took his leave, and Manager Dai arranged for the attendant to escort him out, presenting him with an invitation. Yili retraced his steps, remaining vigilant and observant of his surroundings to avoid being followed. Night had fully fallen over the black market, yet the streets remained brilliantly lit and bustling with people. Yili blended into the crowd, moving slowly through the shadows, constantly alert to any movement behind or around him, ensuring he wasn't being watched. Once he was sure he was safe, Yili quickened his pace towards his shop. In the shadows near the store, he shed his disguise and, dressed normally, returned inside. Only then did he let out a long, deep breath. Reflecting on the night's operation, it had gone rather smoothly. Now all that remained was to wait for news of the auction. In the days following the auction, time seemed to stretch. Yili remained busy in his shop. A message from Wrench arrived like a small pebble cast into a still lake, creating a faint ripple. Sent you something. Password 66666. A brief message with no further explanation. Reading it on his wristband, Yili knew the Falcon Squad had been deployed to a frontline planet. What could Wrench have sent him? The question lingered in his mind, but it didn't interrupt his work. He remained focused on repairing the mechanical parts before him, his fingertips gliding over the metal surfaces, feeling the subtle textures. The shop was silent, broken only by the faint hum of machinery. Waiting always felt interminable. Occasionally, Yili would open his anonymous account to check the balance. The number remained a cold, hard 0. The auction hadn't started yet. He took a deep breath, forcing his attention back to the task at hand. Days passed, and mechanical parts came to life under Yili's skilled hands. One day the sunlight was particularly dazzling, yet the streets seemed strangely quiet. The shop was practically deserted. It was the day of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion auction. The event was the talk of the town, with rumors of many important figures attending. Even the usually lively black market felt emptier today. The crowds had gravitated towards the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, eager to witness the grand spectacle. Those who couldn't enter the venue gathered outside, hoping to soak in the celebratory atmosphere. Inside Yili's shop, the only sound was the rhythmic sharpening of a blade. SSS. The blade scraped against the whetstone, producing a monotonous but steady rhythm. Blade seemed even more spirited than before. Its body seemed to have grown larger, its muscle contours more defined. Sharpening its blade was its favorite daily activity, as if that blade were the most important thing in its life. Yili set down his tools, walked over to Blade, and carefully inspected its condition. Star Beast name Blade Arm Mantis Juvenile, Star Beast Race Modified, Star Beast Attribute Space, Star Beast Level Tier 1, Star Beast Skills Phantom Strike Blade, / Star Beast Potential 5 stars Evolution, Method Unknown Ecological Traits, enjoys sharpening blades, and cutting objects. Weakness analysis, becomes agitated by messy objects. Can temporarily overcome agitation with Master's Command Sensing. Yi Li's gaze blade looked up and nuzzled his hand. Its eyes were clear and full of power. Yi Li stroked Blade's hard carapace, his heart filled with anticipation. Watching Blade grow, Yi Li felt a pang of regret. There was little he could do to help now. The nutrient solution from the system was all used up and Blade hadn't shown any significant changes. He was reminded of old Lei's promise to find him a teacher. What would a real Star Beast Master be like? Yi Li thought to himself, once my teacher arrives, I must study diligently and help Blade grow quickly so that together we can roam the stars and conquer all in our path. This thought stirred a warmth within Yi Li's chest. Time slipped by and the sky gradually darkened. The long, arduous day was finally coming to an end. Yi Li stretched, walked to the doorway, and gazed towards the 10,000 treasures pavilion in the distance, still brightly lit. The auction must still be underway. Yi Li was in a deep slumber when a flurry of urgent knocks roused him. The pounding on the door grew heavier with each strike. He let out a resigned sigh, sat up, and rubbed his sleep-laden eyes. The voice of old Lei echoed from outside the shop. Yi Li, open up. Hurry up. Yi Li shuffled to the door in his slippers and pulled up the rolling shutter. Sunlight flooded into the dim shop instantly. Old Lei burst in energetically, clutching a large bundle. You kid, you sleep like the dead. Old Lei grumbled as he tossed the bundle to the floor, producing a dull thud. You know, yesterday's auction was absolutely spectacular. Old Lei's face was animated, still wearing a smile of fond reminiscence, as if he were reliving a grand performance. Elemental crystals, high-grade custom match gene enhancement fluids, psionic weapons, rare star beasts. Every single one is a rare treasure you never see on a regular day. He reeled off a string of auction item names in one breath. Yi Li was captivated by old Lei's tale, his drowsiness fading away. What was the highest bid? Yi Li asked curiously. Take a guess. Old Lei grinned mysteriously. 10 million. Yi Li ventured a number. 10 million. Old Lei's voice rose dramatically. 10 million isn't even a drop in the bucket. How much then? Yi Li's eyes widened in astonishment. 143 million star coins. Old Lei held up 2 hands worth of fingers, as if that still wasn't enough. Hiss. Yi Li drew in a sharp breath. 143 million. It was an astronomical figure. Well, shocked, aren't you? Old Lei looked at Yi Li with smug satisfaction, as if he himself had made the winning bid. Yi Li shook his head, snapping out of his daze. I'm going to wash my face and clear my head, he said, heading towards the restroom in the back of the shop. Closing the restroom door behind him, he eagerly opened his wristband. After navigating through several programs, he finally accessed his anonymous account. His heart raced with impatience until he saw the balance. A string of numbers came into view: 435000. 435,000 star coins. The auction proceeds had arrived. Yi Li felt a surge of joy. It was even more than he had anticipated, bringing him one step closer to his dream of entering Star Firmament University. But then a wave of worry washed over him. The sum was substantial, and an anonymous account was not a permanent solution. He needed to find a way to withdraw the funds and move them to a safer account before the risk of exposure grew too great. After washing up, Yi Li returned to the shop's front. Old Lei had already opened the bundle on the floor and was pulling out items one by one. Take a look, these are all good finds I just acquired. Old Lei gestured to the items on the floor. A batch of military supplies retired from the front lines. Mostly junk, bought the whole lot in bulk. You take a good look, kid, and see if there's anything valuable hidden in there. Fix them up, and we can sell them for a few coins. I've got things to do, I'll be back later this afternoon. Get your own dinner. With that, Old Lei hurried out as quickly as he had arrived. It seemed his entire visit was just to tell Yi Li about the auction's splendor and to see the look of amazement on his face. The military supplies seemed almost like an afterthought. Yi Li shook his head with a wry smile at Old Lei's childish antics. He could only sigh and turn to sort through the bag of supplies. Energy cells, electromagnetic shields, scout robots, a damaged power engine. All common military gear, nothing new or exciting, probably not worth much. Yi Li organized the items and picked up an energy cell to connect to a tester. He tested the remaining charge to assess the batch's value. Most of the cells had varying levels of power left, but were generally still functional. Except for one cell. The numbers on the tester fluctuated erratically. One moment, it showed a full charge, the next, it was completely drained. Is it broken? Yili frowned, suspecting the tester was faulty. He picked up the cell and examined it closely. The cell's casing was flawless, showing no signs of damage. He would have to open it up. He fetched his tools and carefully pried open the casing, only to find neither electrolyte nor electrodes inside. Instead, there was a small metallic data storage device. What's this? Yili picked it up, examining it with curiosity. He found a reading machine. He inserted the storage device into the reader, and code began to scroll across the screen. It works. Yili then put on an electronic optical visor, reconnected the storage device, and soon a stream of text and images materialized before his eyes. Yili carefully read the contents displayed on the visor, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. It was evidence of collusion between a quartermaster and the machine cult, involving the illegal sale of military hardware and intelligence. The creator of the storage device was a clerk under the quartermaster responsible for logging inventory. He had noticed discrepancies in the records of incoming military equipment. After prolonged observation, he realized someone was selling off military supplies. He gathered the evidence, intending to report it to his superiors to secure a better future. Unfortunately, the Zerg chose that moment to launch an invasion. The planet's entire communication system was crippled, severing all contact with the outside world. To preserve the evidence, he risked everything to hide the storage device inside the battery. Because of the Zerg's unique unit, the electromagnetic drifter swarm, they released intense electromagnetic waves, causing devastating damage to electronic equipment, a standard tactic in their war against humanity. He couldn't bear the thought of this evidence, his ticket to promotion, being destroyed. He knew that selling military supplies might be overlooked with connections, but colluding with the machine cult was an unforgivable crime that no one could protect him from. After all, the members of the machine cult were fanatics who believed that all things perish, only machinery is eternal. Almost all followers of the machine cult had undergone mechanical modifications. It was said that only extreme mech pilots would alter their bodies, most preferred to wear exoskeletons. But the machine cult's warriors were definitely body modifiers, and the more modifications they had, the stronger they became. Some were so modified that only their brains remained original. Rumors abounded that the machine cult was secretly building a consciousness upload network, hoping to achieve immortality by abandoning their physical forms. After reviewing the contents of the storage device, Yili felt no significant disturbance in his heart. He was just an ordinary repair shop apprentice. He had neither the ability nor the desire to get involved. He casually tossed the storage device aside and continued sorting through the junk. Around 4 p.m., Old Lay finally returned, carrying another large bundle similar to the one from the morning, more military surplus from the front lines. Old Lay dropped the bundle and said to Yili, "Here's another one, kid. Take your time with it. No rush. The auction's over and prices have stabilized. Work at your own pace and rest when you need to. I've got to head out again." He turned to leave, but Yili quickly called him back, handing him the storage device. "Old Lay, take a look at this." Old Lay took it. "What in the world is this?" He connected it to his wristband, projecting the contents before his eyes, and quickly skimmed through the data. His expression gradually turned grim. "Leave this alone for now," Old Lay said in a low, serious voice. "I'll go ask around. Don't touch that batch of goods for the time being." With that, he left. Night fell, and the city lights began to twinkle. After a long day's work, Yili stretched his arms. He had mostly finished sorting the materials and thought he might visit the black market tonight. With some spare funds now, he could look at items he previously couldn't afford. So he closed the shop and bought 2 dinners on the way, tossing one to Daozi. The streets were still bustling with noise, and Yili headed towards the black market with Daozi. The foot traffic thinned as they walked, and soon they arrived at a secluded path lined with low, decrepit houses. The lighting was dim, with only faint, distant sounds of commotion. Suddenly Daozi halted, letting out a low, guttural hiss. His twin sides vibrated fiercely. He leaped into the air, intercepting a glint of cold light that flashed towards Yili. An alloy blade clashed against Daozi's sides, sending the creature flying. The blade's momentum continued, arcing towards Yili. Danger! Yili's heart jolted with alarm. Yili reacted in an instant, hastily retreating. Having frequented the black market lately, he was quite familiar with the surrounding terrain. While dodging the flashing blade, he sized up his attacker. The assailant was a mech warrior, his arms clearly visible as cold metallic alloy prosthetics, wielding a chillingly gleaming alloy blade. A mechanical mask concealed his face, likely equipped with night vision capabilities. This mech warrior fought with ruthless, lethal intent. With his full gear, despite being only a first-rank mech warrior, Yili was no match for him at his current stage. The blade wielder, knocked aside, let out a furious roar. His twin blades whirled like lightning as he engaged the cybernetically enhanced warrior. His movements were agile and nimble. The twin blades moved with incredible speed, making it difficult for the mech warrior to gain the upper hand. However, his focus seemed elsewhere. His gaze remained locked firmly on Yili. He began to advance slowly toward Yili, intending to bypass the blade wielder and strike directly. Yili, who always carried a mechanical grappling claw, found it just the tool for this moment. Once he retreated to a suitable position, Yili activated the mechanical claw. The hooked claw latched precisely onto the eave of a nearby building, hoisting him up into the air. He adjusted his posture midair and landed behind the mech warrior. The warrior spun around swiftly, swinging his blade at Yili. Yili's claw shot out again, targeting the alloy blade. With a sharp mechanical clang, the claw expertly ensnared the blade's body. Yili yanked back with all his might, creating distance between himself and the mech warrior. As the warrior struggled against the entangling weapon, the blade wielder seized the opportunity. With a flash of movement, he activated his skill Shadow Strike, appearing abruptly before the mech warrior. His twin blades crossed, carving a chilling arc through the air. A sickening thud. Blood sprayed into the air. The mech warrior's head was severed, flying high. His headless body crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. Exhausted, Yili gasped for air, leaning against the wall, his back soaked with cold sweat. A line of cold system text appeared before his eyes. Your Star Beast has achieved its first kill. Reward: Star Beast Nourishment Fluid X3, Star Beast Evolution Stone Small X1, Star Beast Skill Crystal Enhancement. Using it will increase combat power by 20. Yili barely had time to inspect the rewards in detail. Beep, beep, beep. A sudden piercing electronic sound rang out, growing increasingly frantic. Yili's heart jolted violently. It was the sound of a self-destruct chip. The mech warrior had been implanted with a self-destruct bomb. He wasn't sure how powerful the bomb was, but instinct screamed at him to get away fast. Yili grabbed the blade wielder and sprinted into the distance. Simultaneously, he swiftly opened his wristband and called Lao Lei. On Iron Rockstar, Lao Lei was probably the only one who could help him now. The Falcon Squad was far away on an outer galaxy mission and wouldn't be back anytime soon. The call connected. Lao Lei's deep voice came through. Yili, what's wrong? Lao Lei, I've been attacked. Yili shouted breathlessly while running. A mech warrior with modified mechanical arms ambushed me near the black market. Me and the blade wielder took him out, but he's got a self-destruct bomb on him. What? Lao Lei's voice turned grave instantly. Where are you? I'm on my way. Find someplace to hide. I'm on the small path outside the black market. Yili quickly reported his location and hung up. Pulling the blade wielder along, he ducked into a derelict building by the roadside, his heart still pounding wildly. Yili peered out at the mech warrior's corpse. The massive explosion he'd imagined never came. Only a faint crackling sound was heard as the body was electrocuted into charred remains. It seemed the chip's purpose was to destroy the evidence. 10 minutes later, the roar of a motorcycle engine grew from a distance. Lao Lei, riding a modified electromagnetic bike, sped up to Yili like a bolt of lightning. Get on. Lao Lei's voice was tinged with urgency beneath his helmet. Yili swung onto the back of the bike. The blade wielder deftly leaped onto Yili's shoulder. Lao Lei twisted the throttle. The electromagnetic bike surged forward instantly. The powerful acceleration pressed Yili firmly against Lao Lei's back, forcing him to grip Lao Lei's jacket tightly. A faint blue glow shimmered around the bike, the signature of its electromagnetic energy shield. Dark muzzles emerged from the sides of the motorcycle's front, modified pulse guns. Two small rocket launchers at the rear were conspicuously prominent. This motorcycle was armed to the teeth. Its power was formidable, equipped with a mech-grade lightspeed engine. Under Lao Lei's expert handling, the bike shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, tearing through the dim paths. They quickly left the black market district behind, safely arriving at another of Lao Lei's residences on Iron Rockstar. It was an ordinary dwelling on the city's edge. The location was discreet, secretly purchased by Lao Lei, known to few. The interior was sparsely furnished, but spotlessly clean. Lao Lei took off his helmet. His expression remained grim. It must be that what you discovered today has gotten out. The collusion between the quartermaster and the machine cult. Yili asked. Lao Lei nodded. The machine cult moves this fast. It seems their collusion with the military runs deeper than we thought. They're assassins from the machine cult. Yili said, still shaken. Most likely. Lao Lei said. They probably misjudged your strength. They didn't expect you to have such a formidable star beast by your side. That's the only reason you escaped this time. That was close. Yili sighed. Stay hidden here for a few days. Lao Lei patted Yili's shoulder. I'll handle this matter. You won't have been through all this for nothing. With that, Lao Lei hurriedly left, leaving Yili and the blade wielder alone. Yili stroked the blade wielder's carapace. Blade, if it weren't for you today, I'd be done for. Once this is over, I'll get you 2 high-quality armor plates. You can cut and grind them to your heart's content. Then he opened the system inventory to inspect his rewards. He was familiar with the nourishment fluid, but the evolution stone small was a first. A small description below it read, aids Star Beast breakthrough only for lower stages. Seemed like a good item, though useless for the blade wielder right now. Last was the Star Beast skill crystal enhancement, which upon use could temporarily boost a Star Beast's overall combat power by 20. This was a treasure. He immediately tried to have the blade wielder use it. Warning: host Star Beast level is too low to use the skill crystal. Please focus on nurturing it. Well, another item that's useless for now. Yili exited the system inventory and went to sleep. The next afternoon, Lao Lei returned to the residence, a relaxed smile on his face. It's handled, Lao Lei said. So fast. Yili was surprised. I called in some old favors, Lao Lei explained. The military high command was furious about this. They ordered a secret investigation immediately. This operation was forceful. Using the leads you provided, they uprooted the machine cult's outposts across several star systems. That intense. Yili was astonished, not expecting things to escalate so far. The machine cult really kicked a hornet's nest this time. They're probably kicking themselves. Lao Lei said with a faint, almost imperceptible smile. They're too busy fleeing from the military to bother with small fry like us. That's a relief. Yili let out a long breath, his tense nerves finally easing. And the military was quite generous in thanking you for the crucial intel. Lao Lei pulled 2 metallic boxes from his combat suit pocket and handed one to Yili. This is for you. A third-class merit medal and 500 military contribution points. Military contribution points. Yili took the box, curiosity piqued. This is valuable stuff. Lao Lei explained. Contribution points are like hard currency within the military. You can exchange them for various scarce resources in the military's exchange system. Weapons, rare materials, advanced skills, even certain special permissions. They've got everything. Only those with special contributions to the military can earn them. Yili's eyes lit up, suddenly energized. Really? What good stuff can I get? Plenty of good stuff. Go check the exchange system yourself when you get a chance. Lao Lei patted Yili's shoulder. Yili grinned, unable to hide his excitement. He opened the metal box. An exquisitely crafted metal lay inside, gleaming with a cold, hard luster under the room's light. The metal was engraved with the military's eagle emblem of honor with a line of small text below, third-class merit. This metal looks pretty cool. Yili picked it up, examining it closely, wondering what rank a third-class merit medal actually was and what practical use it had. It's nice to look at, but the key is its practicality. Lao Lei poured himself a glass of water. A third-class merit medal is just a basic one in the military system, but it means you're on their records now. You have connections. If you run into any trouble on Iron Rock Star, or even across the entire star sector, flashing this will save you a lot of hassle. More importantly, this medal represents a form of seniority. It'll be a significant plus if you ever decide to join the regular army or enter a military-affiliated institution. Yili's heart stirred. He hadn't really considered joining the military before, but hearing Lao Lei put it that way, it seemed like a viable option. After all, in this turbulent interstellar age, having an official identity offered some security. Besides, the ability to exchange contribution points for various goodies was an unexpected bonus. By the way, how do I use the contribution points? Yili asked eagerly. Contribution points are tied to the military's internal system. You have to go to the military service hall to exchange them. However, I have an exchange manual that came with the merit medal. You can take a look first, but I'd advise against rushing to spend them. Wait until you're stronger and see what you truly need. 500 points. Not a lot, but not a little either. You should use them where they count most. Yili nodded in understanding. He put away the medal, deciding to follow Lao Lei's advice and hold off on exchanging anything for now. So, I don't need to stay here anymore, right? I can go back to the shop. Yili asked Lao Lei. It's safe now? We'll head back soon. The teacher I found for you should be arriving shortly. If it weren't for the bug invasion battles, he'd have been here long ago. As the shop door was pushed open, a crisp bell chime rang out. It was not the soft tinkle of an ordinary wind chime, but a metallic clang like the collision of bronze. Yili immediately noticed the sound came from the waist of the newcomer. It was a string of ancient-looking bronze bells that swayed gently with the woman's movements, moving without any wind. Daozi sensed a strange aura, its relaxed scythe-like forelimbs suddenly tensed, emitting a faint scraping sound. The newcomer was a tall, straight-backed woman clad in a sleek black combat suit with a deep blue cloak draped over her shoulders. Her features were stern, her gaze sharp, as if she were accustomed to perilous environments. What was most striking was her right arm, covered from wrist to shoulder in intricate tattoos of star beasts. They shimmered with an eerie light under the shop's illumination, as if they were alive. "Qingjiu, you're here." Old Lei immediately stepped forward, a hint of respect on his face. The woman gave a slight nod, acknowledging his greeting. Her voice was cool and rapid, carrying an air of unwavering decisiveness. "I've finished my business on Taiyin Star. I took a few days off to come check on this kid." As she spoke, her gaze turned to Yi Li, scrutinizing him. Feeling uneasy under her stare, Yi Li instinctively straightened his back. "Greetings, teacher," he said awkwardly. Qingjiu didn't respond immediately. Instead, she walked over and circled around him, her eyes scanning him from head to toe. It was like a scanner filled with a sense of probing. Yili felt as if he were being dissected, every detail laid bare before her. Your physical condition is average, but your star energy perception is quite decent. Qingjiu finally stopped, giving her verdict in a flat tone that betrayed neither pleasure nor displeasure. Old Lei chuckled and explained, Teacher Qingjiu is the ace instructor of the Star Beast Department at Taiyun Academy. To receive her personal guidance, boy, you've hit the jackpot. Ace instructor. Yili's interest in the woman codenamed Qingjiu grew. Being a Star Beast Master is no easy profession. Qingjiu's voice cut through Yili's thoughts. Her gaze returned to him serious. Before we officially begin, there are things I need to make clear to you. Please instruct me, teacher, Yili said hastily, his posture respectful. A Star Beast Master, as the name suggests, is a profession that forms contracts with Star Beasts and fights alongside them. Qingjiu began to explain slowly, her voice not loud, but clear in Yili's ears. But many people misunderstand this path, thinking that having a powerful Star Beast is enough. That is a grave misconception. A true Star Beast Master must first and foremost strengthen themselves. Qingjiu paused, her tone growing heavier. If your own strength is lacking, you won't be able to unleash the beast's true power. Instead, you risk being overwhelmed by it, or even becoming a burden. Yili listened intently, knowing she spoke the truth. He had learned about Star Beast Masters before and understood they were not just simple beast tamers, they needed formidable personal power. So over the next few days I will teach you the basics, Qingjiu continued. First is the Star Beast Gene Resonance Method. It is the foundation of our craft and the key to establishing a deep connection with your Star Beast. Star Beast Gene Resonance Method. Yili repeated the unfamiliar term, a look of confusion in his eyes. Simply put, it's about using specific techniques to adjust your own bioelectric field to resonate with the energy pathways of the Star Beast. This allows for telepathic communication and shared power. Qingjiu explained. Sounds pretty mystical, Yili muttered. Mystical? Qingjiu raised an eyebrow, a hint of a mocking smile playing on her lips. Once you truly begin your training, you'll find out just how unmystical it is. As she spoke, she pulled a syringe from her combat suit's pocket. It was filled with a pale blue liquid that sparkled with a crystalline luster under the light. Inject this, Qingjiu said, handing the syringe to Yili, her tone brooking no argument. Otherwise you won't even be able to hear the Star Beast's breath, let alone achieve gene resonance. Yili looked at the syringe hesitantly. He didn't know what it contained or what side effects it might have. But seeing Qingjiu's serious expression, he knew he had no choice. Taking a deep breath, he accepted the syringe and plunged the needle into his arm without hesitation. The icy liquid surged into his body, bringing a slight sting followed by a strange sensation spreading through him. It was as if something had been unlocked. His senses became extraordinarily acute. He could clearly hear the rustling of the mantis daozi's wing cases and even feel the flow of energy within its body. The feeling was unprecedented, novel, and exciting. Now let's begin resonance training. Qingjiu's voice cut and interrupting his thoughts. She walked to the center of the shop, where an array constructed from special crystals emitted a soft, radiant glow. Stand in the center of the array. Qingjiu pointed to the center of the formation. Yili complied and stepped into it, curiously examining the crystals around him. The crystals were of various colors and shapes, but all pulsed with a mysterious energy. Qingjiu walked to the edge of the array and took out an amber pill from a bronze casket. The pill was smooth and round, gleaming like a gemstone. This is star sand, Qingjiu said, showing the pill to Yili. It's synthesized from energy or found on the dark side of a planet rich in dark matter energy. Placing it under your tongue will temporarily unlock your star energy perception. Star energy perception, another unfamiliar term. Yili was filled with questions. Before he could ask, the pill in Qingjiu's hand suddenly floated up as if guided by an unseen force and precisely landed in Yili's mouth. A cool sensation spread across his tongue as the pill dissolved instantly, sending a wave of refreshing energy throughout his body. In that instant, the world before his eyes seemed to transform. Countless tiny silver threads appeared in the air like a dense, shimmering galaxy. These threads intertwined, weaving into a complex and mysterious network of energy. The Star Beast tattoos on Qingjiu's body also glowed, silver threads wrapping around her, forming luminous circuits that were both mysterious and beautiful. Between the wing cases of the mantis daozi, a cocoon-like orb of light had appeared with silver threads continuously weaving within it, like an energy cocoon nurturing new life. Yili reached out and cautiously touched one of the silver threads. A tingling sensation shot through his fingertip like a mild electric shock, but it wasn't painful. Instead, it felt strangely comforting. What you are seeing now is the Star Energy Meridian Network. Qingjiu's voice echoed in Yili's ear. Simultaneously, a holographic projector on the shop wall flickered to life, displaying a three-dimensional map of the energy network. A Star Beast Master adjusts their bioelectric field to resonate with these meridians, thereby linking with their Star Beast, commanding it better and aiding it. Suddenly Qingjiu grabbed Yi Li's wrist and pressed his hand against the mantis daozi. The moment his hand touched the mantis, the silver threads seemed to respond to a command. They converged instantly, forming a bridge of silver light between his palm and the creature. Establish a bidirectional energy loop. Qingjiu's voice held a note of excitement. The compound eyes of the mantis daozi suddenly lit up with 12 points of light, like 12 miniature stars gleaming with an otherworldly radiance. At the same time, a crisp sound rang out in Yi Li's mind, clear and melodious like a wind chime swaying in a gentle breeze. It was the voice of the mantis daozi, yet it was more than just a sound. It was information transmitted directly into his consciousness. Resonance index is 72, 20 percentage points higher than expected. Qingjiu rapidly manipulated the holographic display, which showed a series of complex data. It seems you two have already been exchanging energy unconsciously. That saves us a lot of trouble. In the days that followed, Yi Li trained in the Star Beast gene resonance method under Qingjiu's guidance. Qingjiu had arranged a miniature Star Beast ecological field within her shop. She introduced a plant called starlight moss, which grew along the wall into a glowing carpet of fungi, emitting a soft radiance akin to the stars in the night sky. Tiny magnetic levitation particles floated in the air, simulating the fluctuations of stellar energy tides, creating a unique energy environment. Yi Li sat cross-legged within the energy matrix formed by the starlight moss, adjusting his bioelectric field according to the breathing technique Qingjiu had taught him. He strove to sense the surrounding stellar energy veins, attempting to capture the consciousness fluctuations of the mantis blade larva. At first he could only perceive vague energy fluctuations as if through a thick fog, unable to clearly sense the presence of the mantis blade larva. But as the training deepened, he gradually grasped the trick and began to catch subtle signals. Finally, on his 7th attempt, he successfully captured the visual signals of the mantis blade larva. It was an extraordinarily peculiar experience, as if his consciousness had suddenly entered the body of the mantis blade larva, observing the world through its compound eyes. Curiosity, surprise, alertness, excitement. Yi Li felt the emotions transmitted by the mantis blade larva, still faint, but enough to excite him. He tried to transmit his own emotions back to the mantis blade larva. Worry, anticipation, excitement. These feelings passed through the energy veins, and the larva seemed to sense them. Suddenly, it struck the workbench with its elytron, knocking over a pile of screws. At that moment, on the holographic projector, the detector showed their cognitive overlap regarding danger had reached 89. Not bad, you're improving quickly. Qingjiu manipulated the star guide instrument, observing the energy fluctuations between Yi Li and the mantis blade larva, a hint of approval on her face. It seems your star beast affinity is much higher than I anticipated. After 2 days of resonance training, Qingjiu deemed the time ripe to begin the Star Beast contract. She produced a palm-sized metal compass, its surface etched with complex star patterns, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. This is the star guide instrument. Qingjiu placed the compass between Yi Li and the mantis blade larva, explaining, it visualizes the contract process, helping us better control the rhythm of the pact. As the star guide instrument activated, silver threads immediately outlined a double helix structure on the compass face, rotating continuously like the code of life itself. The Star Beast contract is divided into 3 stages: resonance, synchronization, and imprinting. Qingjiu brought up a 3-dimensional model for Yi Li to see. You are currently in the initial resonance stage, essentially sharing senses with the Star Beast, capable of simple conscious communication. The synchronization stage requires your energy frequencies to align with an error margin of less than 0.3, achieving deeper conscious synchronization. The final imprinting stage leaves an irreversible connection in both your energy cores, completing the true contract. Qingjiu suddenly switched the compass to real-time monitoring mode. Yi Li was surprised to discover that his own heart rate was synchronizing with the vibration of the mantis blade larva's elytra. Pay attention to the phase difference in the energy nodes. Qingjiu zoomed in on a fluctuating curve, pointing it out to Yi Li. When a Star Beast's emotions fluctuate, your adrenaline spikes as well. This is why Star Beast masters must learn meditation to control their own emotions, enabling better coordinated combat with their Star Beasts. Yi Li progressed rapidly. He and the larva were of one mind, and the synchronization stage was accomplished with little difficulty. Next came the most difficult stage, imprinting. Imprinting is forging a mental link with the Star Beast, allowing the master to command it more effectively. This is also the hardest step in contracting a Star Beast. Imprinting is not about conquest, but about forging a symbiotic relationship at the energy level. Qingjiu's voice echoed in the shop, carrying a ceremonial solemnity. She tapped her fingertip lightly, drawing a complex contract array on the starlight moss. The lines moved like living creatures, intertwining intricately, eventually forming a pattern filled with mystery, as if harboring some ancient power. Qingjiu collected blood samples from both Yi Li and the mantis blade larva. She carefully dripped the 2 drops of blood into the central groove of the star guide instrument. Instantly, the silver threads seemed to come alive, intertwining wildly, constructing a breathtaking twin tree structure on the compass. The trunk was thick, the branches lush, and every leaf shimmered with light, full of vitality, as if heralding the birth of some booming life force. Remember, when its core frequency forms a harmonic resonance with your heartbeat, that is the optimal moment. Qingzhou's tone became serious and steady, her gaze growing more intense. She stared intently at the star guide instrument, not missing a single subtle change. Yi Li's heart pounded. He watched the instrument before him, feeling the intangible wave of energy between himself and the mantis blade larva. He could clearly feel his bioelectric field gradually approaching the energy veins of the mantis blade larva, finally meshing together perfectly, like 2 sets of precision gears starting to rotate in perfect sync. The sensation was profoundly mysterious, as if the life frequencies of him and the mantis blade larva were merging into one. He felt his own breathing adjust to the rhythm of the larva's elytra vibrations, and each heartbeat seemed to answer some call from the star beast. The surrounding starlight moss emitted an even brighter glow, and the magnetic particles in the air spun faster. The energy fluctuations within the entire miniature ecological field became more intense and active. Suddenly, the star guide instrument let out a clear, resonant ring as melodious as a mountain stream and as profound as a call from a distant star, piercing through the space and striking the very soul. Now, Qingzhou's voice came from beyond the halo of light, barely containing her excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Li raised his left hand and slashed his palm with his fingernail. Bright red blood welled up instantly. Without hesitation, he flicked the drop of blood towards the hard carapace on the mantis blade larva's forehead. It's not a machine, it's a star beast, a blade arm mantis, and my indispensable partner. Yi Li's voice was soft, yet carried a resolute strength. It was as if he were explaining to the mantis blade larva, and also confirming his own deepest, most genuine desire. The drop of blood landed on the larva's carapace and was absorbed, instantly vanishing, as if consumed by some mysterious force. At that very moment, a clear and powerful wave of consciousness abruptly resounded in Yi Li's mind, exploding like a thunderclap. Fight! Evolve! Yi Li stood stunned, feeling the young but powerful voice of the larva in his mind. Each syllable struck his heart, sending out echoes of joy. The larva's voice. He could truly clearly hear the larva's voice. Not the vague, conscious exchange from before, but a clear, direct cry, filled with desire and vitality. The voice felt like an electric current, sending every cell in his body cheering and leaping with joy. Yi Li looked down at the back of his left hand. The silver star pattern seemed to come alive, shimmering with a soft light, echoing the spiral mark on the larva's forehead. He raised his hand and gently stroked the larva's hard carapace. The larva affectionately nudged his palm, its elytra vibrating slightly, emitting a faint chirping sound in response to his touch. How do you feel? Qingzhou's voice came with a hint of a smile, breaking the silence. Yi Li looked up, his eyes brighter than the starlight moss. I feel fantastic. He grinned, his heartfelt joy overflowing. He knew that his bond with the larva was stronger than ever. They were no longer mere partners, but comrades bound by life itself. Qingzhou walked over, carefully observing the twin tree structure on the star guide instrument, and nodded in satisfaction. The contract ceremony was a success. The energy resonance is perfect. The larva's vitality is strong, and its mental frequency is a good match for yours. It's a good omen. She paused, her tone softening slightly. However, this first high-intensity energy resonance has been a significant drain on both of you. Especially the larva. It is still in its juvenile stage and needs time to adapt to the new energy connection. She gestured to the larva's somewhat sluggish movements. You're both a bit drained now. This is a normal phenomenon after energy depletion. Excessive mental exhaustion will affect tomorrow's training. What you need now is rest. Qingzhou put away the star guide instrument and said to Yi Li, starting tomorrow, I will teach you how to cooperate with your star beast on a deeper level and how to use its power in combat. She glanced at the star pattern on the back of Yi Li's hand, a satisfied look in her eyes. In the days that followed, Qingzhou began to systematically instruct Yi Li in the art of star beast control, starting with the precise transmission of commands. You must channel your intent through the energy pathways, Qingzhou explained. Deliver the command to Blade with absolute clarity, so it instantly enters a state of combat readiness upon receiving it. Yi Li focused his mind, attempting to project the concept of alertness to Blade through their energy bond. Blade tilted its head, its compound eyes flickering with apparent confusion. The first attempt yielded no reaction from Blade. The second time, it merely gave a lazy wave of its scythe-like arm. After several more tries, Blade's responses remained sluggish, perpetually out of sync with Yi Li's commands. Concentrate your spirit. Imagine you are the beast. Your command must become its instinct. Qingzhou's voice carried a sharp edge. A A star beast is not a pet, it is a partner on the battlefield. Hesitation or misunderstanding can be fatal. Yili took a deep breath and tried once more. This time, instead of merely transmitting a command, he immersed his consciousness into Blade's perception, adopting its perspective and sensing the subtle shifts in the environment around them. The whistle sounded again, and Yi Li's intent pulsed in unison, alert. This time the mantis-like blade reacted with stunning clarity. It snapped its body taut, raising its forelimbs slightly, as its compound eyes swept the surroundings with predatory vigilance, entering a state of heightened readiness. The synchronization rate on the holographic display spiked noticeably. Good improvement. Qing Jio's tone softened marginally. Next we focus on the advanced command assault. Though Qing Jio's voice remained stern, Yi Li felt nothing but gratitude. He devoted himself to the lessons with even greater focus. Beyond Star Beast coordination, Qing Jio also began instructing Yi Li in firearms. On the training ground, targets were set up as various moving obstacles to mimic the chaotic conditions of real combat. Qing Jio handed Yi Li an energy pistol. A Star Beast master is no coward who hides behind their beast. A true master must also be an exceptional warrior. The shooting drills began with a cascade of frustrations. Firearms were scarce on the scrap planet, and Yi Li's shots nearly all missed their mark. Qing Jio stood aside, her expression cold, mercilessly pointing out every flaw. Your grip is too loose, your stance unstable, your breathing rhythm is erratic. Yi Li clenched his jaw, relentlessly adjusting his posture and breath, practicing over and over. Sweat soaked through his training suit and his arms ached with numbness, yet he did not let up. He knew Qing Jio's harsh words were the most honest survival lessons he could receive. The Star Beast masters who die the fastest are the fools who rely solely on their contracted beasts. Qing Jio remarked bluntly while guiding his practice. No matter how powerful a Star Beast is, it cannot shield you from a bullet in the back. Your own defensive skills are equally vital. She emphasized that a Star Beast master must not only fight alongside their beast, but also know how to protect themselves. Through the grueling training, Yi Li gradually acquired firearm proficiency, and his shooting accuracy began to climb steadily. Though still far from Qing Jio's standards, he could feel his own progress. Blade too began to exhibit ever greater synchronicity in executing commands. Man and beast were rapidly evolving into true combat partners. 7 days passed, and Yi Li had transformed into a genuine Star Beast master. Still a novice, but this was only the beginning. Qing Jio packed her belongings, preparing to leave. Before departing, she left behind a meditation cushion embedded with Star Realm moss. Perform deep resonance at least 3 times a week to solidify your contract stability, she instructed. And remember to acquire a better weapon from the black market. A Star Beast can't stop a bullet aimed at your back. With that, she draped her cloak over her shoulders and pushed open the shop door. The bronze bell at her waist chimed crisply as her silhouette vanished into the night. After Qing Jio's departure, the shop felt strangely empty. Yi Li adhered to his thrice-daily deep resonance routine, while the repair business continued its tepid pace. One day the quantum clock had just ticked past 0333 when a jarring screech of metal scraping against metal echoed from behind Yi Li. It was Blade. Its twin sides were tirelessly grinding against an armored plate in the back, carving grooves of varying depths into the metal surface. Interstellar Express. A low, gravelly voice announced from the doorway. Yi Li looked up to see a courier in a lead gray protective suit standing at the entrance. The courier stepped in and handed Yi Li a package. Yi Li noticed the insignia on the suit. The mark of the black market's exclusive encrypted courier service, far pricier than standard delivery, but offering far greater security. The package contained a silver gray alloy case secured with both a gene lock and a keypad lock. Fortunately, Yi Li knew the code. It was Wrench's unmistakable handiwork. Yi Li entered the code and opened the case. Inside were 2 items and a note. One of the items was familiar. It was the wristband discovered during the previous Starship expedition. The other was a small wrench-shaped device. Yi Li picked it up and fiddled with it, quickly realizing it was a homemade decoder, likely assembled by Wrench himself. A decoder capable of cracking and reading the wristband's data. The note was terse, just a single line: hide it. Don't open it proactively. Don't fully trust Star Vault University. Yi Li's eyes flickered with a subtle shift. The name Star Vault University stirred a ripple within him. Though curiosity gnawed at him about the wristband and decoder's secrets, he knew he was still too weak. Acting rashly would be unwise. Yi Li tossed the alloy case aside, concealing the wristband beneath a toolbox deep in the shop after disguising it. Then he picked up the decoder, a small tool that sparked a connection to something else. The mysterious chip found aboard the starship. Perhaps this decoder could be used on it to unlock the secrets within. Late at night, the repair shop was dark and shuttered. The street outside was deserted save for the faint flickering glow of distant neon signs. In his small room, Yi Li worked under dim light, attaching an external adapter to the wrench decoder so it could read the chip. Yi Li's heart beat a little faster, a mix of anticipation and trepidation. He had held onto this chip for so long, and now he finally had the chance to uncover its secrets. He took a deep breath, carefully inserting the chip into the adapter's port, then meticulously connected the adapter to the wrench decoder. The two pieces fit together seamlessly, as if made for each other. A faint blue light flickered across the decoder's surface like a long-dormant machine finally awakening, emitting a low hum. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, each second agonizingly long. Yi Li's gaze was locked onto the decoder's small screen, his heart racing in tandem with the progress bar that jumped across the display. Finally, the progress bar reached its end. The screen blazed to life, the monotonous blue glow replaced by imagery. Decryption complete. Those 4 simple words released the tension in Yi Li's nerves. He quickly removed the chip and inserted it into a standalone reader. A middle-aged man's figure appeared on the screen. He was a man with refined features and a resolute gaze. Time had traced faint lines at the corners of his eyes, yet they did nothing to diminish his bearing. Instead, they lent him a mature, commanding presence. The man's voice emanated from the decoder, steady and forceful, as if piercing through the barriers of time and space to resonate directly in Yi Li's ears. Whoever you are, contact this account. The man's voice paused, as if confirming the information. And send a message for me. The spark of fire never dies. Belief endures forever. You will be handsomely rewarded. Those few words left Yi Li utterly dumbfounded. The high anticipation he had felt was instantly replaced by a subtle sense of bewilderment. After all that effort to crack a mysterious chip, was it just to deliver a verbal message? This was far from what he had imagined. Handsomely rewarded. Yi Li's gaze returned to the screen, fixating on those 4 words. Though hesitant, he picked up his smart wristband, deftly switched to a multi-program interface, and his fingers flew across the virtual keyboard as he logged into an anonymous account. He took a deep breath, steadying the turmoil within, and typed the peculiar phrase into the account displayed on the chip's screen. The spark of fire never dies. Belief endures forever. He pressed send. The screen immediately displayed, message delivered. Yi Li held his breath, waiting for a response. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Time ticked by, yet the screen remained silent, no new messages appearing. The message had vanished like a stone cast into the sea, leaving no trace, as if everything that had just happened was nothing but a fleeting, illusory dream. Yi Li's brow furrowed slightly, the flame of hope that had just kindled in his heart, seeming to be doused once more. Did this handsome reward truly exist? Or was this yet another hollow promise? 3 days had passed. Yi Li's fingertips traced a gear. In the end, no reply ever came. He shook his head and cast the matter aside. Better to rely on hard work than to wait for a windfall. Fixing antique clocks was his true calling. With practiced ease, Yi Li opened the back panel of the old timepiece. Tiny screws twisted deftly between his fingers. He focused on the intricate meshing of the gears, assessing the wear and tear. The zodiac hands on the dial gleamed with a classical, mysterious luster under the dim light. Yi Li replaced the aged parts, adjusting the tension of the mainspring. His breathing was steady and deep. Dao's eye rested quietly on his shoulder. The breathing rhythms of the boy and the insect were nearly synchronized. The elytra on Dao's eye's back opened and closed in minute movements, responding to the ebb and flow of energy. The practice of resonance was a constant, unending endeavor. A soft click. The final gear settled into place, and the antique clock was restored. Yi Li stretched, his joints popping with crisp sounds. He glanced at the quantum clock on the wall. It was late. Rising, he closed the shop and walked with Dao's eye into the back room. In the cramped yet familiar room, Yi Li was still replaying the subtle rhythm of the stellar resonance he had shared with Dao's eye. Click! An extremely faint, crisp sound came from the direction of the shop's glass front. A figure shattered the window, their trajectory calculated to the millimeter. As if following countless precise calculations, the figure landed without a sound, the only trace being barely visible nanoscale breaking marks where the mechanical prosthetic foot met the floor. But it did not escape Dao's eye's perception. Dao's eye shot upright, its relaxed form instantly tensing. Its elytra spread slightly, and its metallic sides rose silently, pointing towards the front of the shop. A red gleam flashed in the darkness, the eerie light of a mechanical right eye activating. The figure's pupils instantly split into an intricate hexagonal scanning grid. Infrared spectral detection and bioelectric field sensing activated simultaneously. A cold gaze locked onto Yi Li. At the same time, an invisible electromagnetic pulse erupted outward. The lights in the room flickered for an instant. All electronic screens flashed, losing their signal. The woman who had crashed through the window moved in a blur. Her mechanical arm morphed fluidly, a cold alloy blade pressing against Yi Li's chest before even Dao's eye could react. The woman wasted no motion, no words. In a moment, Yi Li's life was entirely in her grasp. The razor-sharp tip against his chest sent a chill through him, the breath of death washing over his face. How do you know that phrase? The cold female voice was devoid of emotion. Yili's mind raced. Ah, this was the price of greed. Even his anonymous account had been traced. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, all futile. This was not the time for such considerations. Yili dared not hesitate. He slowly raised his hands in surrender. A chip. I got the information from a chip. Where is the chip? Yili gestured towards his small desk. In a hidden compartment underneath. The blade on the woman's mechanical arm remained coldly pressed against his chest. A faint whirring came from her waist. After a series of mechanical transformations, a metallic spider silently crawled out. Its 8 articulated legs moved with the speed and agility of a real spider, quickly climbing onto the desk. Several compound eye-like sensors swept across the surface. The spider precisely locked onto its target, the mysterious chip. It moved with incredible speed, its mechanical limbs delicately picking up the chip without a sound, then swiftly scurried back to the woman's shoulder and presented it to her. The woman took the chip and retrieved a small, exquisitely crafted reader from her belt. Its cold metal casing had a port that slid open from the side. The chip was inserted securely, fitting perfectly. A faint blue light glowed on the reader, and a holographic projection instantly materialized. The data streams flickered rapidly within the woman's mechanical eye, the subtle hum of electric current unnaturally clear in the silent room. Her pupil dilation rate spiked dramatically in a fraction of a second. Even with a mechanical eye, the sophisticated camouflage could not fully conceal her emotional turmoil. So he is truly dead. The woman's voice remained cold, yet it seemed to carry a barely perceptible somber undertone. The alloy blade retracted silently, releasing the pressure on Yili's chest. The threat lessened, but he still dared not move. The woman's gaze turned to him, appraising and inquisitive. Where did you get this chip? Yili was taken aback, his mind slow to catch up. Didn't he ask me to send word that he was safe? A cold, mocking smile curled at the corner of the woman's lips, as if she had heard a ridiculous joke. Send word he's safe? Her voice dripped with scorn. When he said, the spark never dies, the faith endures, it meant he was already dead. It's a code between them. Yili suddenly realized he had stumbled into a situation far more complex than he had ever imagined. Such a simple message, yet it concealed such a brutal truth. The woman's gaze lingered on his face, as if judging the veracity of his words. Then from a pocket in her combat suit, she tossed a silver bracelet to Yili. Its design was simple, its surface gleaming with a metallic high-tech sheen. This is a quantum communication ring. It's untraceable. The woman paused, her tone unreadable. Once you've decided on your reward, contact me with this. Before the words even faded, the woman's form shifted, vanishing into the night like a phantom. Her speed was inconceivable. In the blink of an eye, the imposing figure was gone, leaving only the shattered window, a faint trace of smoke in the air, and a shaken Yili. Yili stood frozen, the cold quantum ring still in his hand, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. Send word he's safe. A code. Death. A generous reward. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming, pounding against his senses, too much to process. He looked down at the silver bracelet in his hand, then up at the empty window. The night breeze blew in, carrying a chill that snapped him back to reality. He looked at Dao's eye beside him and sighed inwardly. Still too weak. He wasn't completely useless, but against an existence like that he had no power to fight back. He picked up Dao's eye, stroking its hard carapace, replaying the events of the night. That icy woman, that mechanical spider, and those shocking words. He is already dead. All of it had truly happened. And he had inexplicably been drawn into an event that seemed both perilous and full of opportunity. Yili took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He looked at the quantum ring in his hand, then at the broken glass on the floor, and let out a wry laugh. The reward was still a distant prospect, but the damage to his shop, he'd have to cover himself. He recalled her parting words, contact her after deciding on a reward. It seemed she intended to keep her promise. Yili picked up the silver bracelet and examined it closely. The cold metallic texture, the high-tech feel. Intricate patterns covered its entire surface. He could discern no obvious mechanism. The interface only displayed a single contact, presumably the woman's comm code. He gave up on studying the ring for now. Instead, he turned to check the store's shadow monitoring system, a hidden setup that Lao Lei had modified to be sufficiently discreet. He just wasn't sure if the woman's EMP had damaged the surveillance equipment. Fortunately, the monitor was robust. Lao Lei had clearly done his research on electromagnetic pulses. The surveillance footage clearly captured the entire process of the woman crashing through the window. Yili captured several high-definition stills of her face, intending to investigate her identity. As he lay in bed, a sudden thought struck Yili. He got up and deleted all of tonight's surveillance footage from the shadow monitor. He didn't want Lao Lei to get involved in this matter. The next day, Yili pulled up the high-definition image of the woman captured from last night's surveillance footage. He logged onto the Star Network and initiated a reverse image search. His fingers drummed against the tabletop, a faint tension coiling within him. The Star Network's efficiency was astonishingly The information was concise, yet striking, ranked first in comprehensive strength for her year. Yili stared at the screen stunned. Star Vault University. That prestigious institution countless individuals would kill to enter. And in the Mecha Warrior department no less. No wonder her movements were so fluid and ferociously swift. The strongest of the third-year class. Who exactly was this woman? He rubbed his temples, feeling a throbbing ache in his head. Why would a top-tier student from Star Vault University be involved in such perilous activities? And mentioning something like, as long as the spark remains, faith endures, which hardly sounded like a simple student organization. After a moment of hesitation, Yili, almost against his own will, picked up the quantum communication ring. The silver band glinted coldly against his fingertips, a stark reminder of the chilling blade from the previous night. He took a deep breath, opened the communication interface, and located the sole contact, Mu Xingling. His finger hovered over the virtual keyboard, his mind drawing a blank on what to send. Asking about payment outright. Too crude. Asking about last night's events. That would seem too concerned. After deliberating, Yili decided to probe indirectly. Hello, he typed carefully, sending his first message. I'd like to ask about Star Vault University. He hit send. Feeling it was a bit too direct, Yili scratched his head and added another. I really like Star Vault University. I dream of going there. He sent it. Still feeling somewhat awkward, Yili frowned, staring at the empty chat window. He pondered for a moment, then decided to add an even more absurd message to gauge her reaction. Can anyone really buy a special admission spot at Star Vault University? He sent it. Even he thought the question was foolish, but the words were out, and he couldn't be bothered to retract them. Since I'm already this far in, I might as well go for broke. How much does a special admission spot cost? He sent it. After sending the last message, Yili couldn't help but laugh at himself. What was he even doing? Was he trying to entrap her? He shook his head, convinced he must be losing his mind. Yet deep down, he found himself anticipating her response. He was curious to see how the enigmatic strongest student of Star Vault University would reply. He set the ring down, leaned back in his chair, and fixed his gaze on the screen, waiting. Yili lowered his head, stroking the carapace of the blade mantis larva, but his unease only grew. He suddenly felt like a fool, muttering to himself at a cold, unfeeling quantum communication ring. Perhaps she wouldn't reply at all. Perhaps he was overthinking everything. Just as he began to doubt himself, the communication ring vibrated gently. Yili jolted upright, his eyes blazing as he stared at the screen. A message. Was it a reply from Mu Xingling? Holding his breath, he opened the chat window. His several messages had vanished into the void. It was a long while before a reply finally came. It was a single cold sentence. Have you decided what you want? Yili stared at the reply on the screen, an inexplicable surge of anger rising within him. He had sent so many messages, and she hadn't offered a single proper response. Instead, she countered with this rude question. A wave of defiance washed over him. Yili, deciding to throw caution to the wind, replied with irritation. I want to attend Star Vault University. Can you make that happen? He sent it. Almost instantly, Mu Xingling replied again. Is that your request? All right. Wait for my news. Yili stared at the brief reply, completely stunned. Could she actually do it? His heart began to race. An indescribable excitement surged within his chest. The only thing left on the screen was the chat window, a bottomless black hole swallowing his anticipation and anxiety. Yili's fingers unconsciously traced the hard carapace of the blade mantis larva over and over, a mechanical, repetitive motion. The larva seemed to sense its master's agitation, wriggling uneasily. Yili took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil inside him. Maybe he was overthinking it. Maybe she was just giving him a perfunctory answer. With a sigh, he prepared to start the day's work. Just as he laid out his tools, old Lei sauntered over, puffing on an electronic pipe. He must have come into some money recently, as his tastes seemed to have improved. Hey kid, the Wanbao Tower is hiring mechanical repair technicians. A high salary of 1,000 star coins a day. Old Lei said, his voice laced with excitement. Come on, let's go. Opportunities like this don't come around often. Old Lei grabbed Yili's arm, eager to drag him out the door. Yili hesitated, glancing at the tools he had just set up, then let out a resigned sigh and followed Old Lei. Perhaps checking out the Wanbao Tower wasn't a bad idea. At the very least, it would provide a temporary distraction from the thoughts troubling his mind. The Wanbao Tower, situated at the heart of the black market, boasted an imposing and lavishly decorated exterior. The electronic billboard at its entrance flashed the words, "High salary, hiring mechanical repair technician." A crowd had already gathered with the electronic screen displayed the detailed job posting. The primary duty was mechanical modification, with generous compensation of 1,000 star coins per day. See, it really is 1,000 star coins. I wasn't lying to you, Old Lei said happily. Mechanical modification. Yili stared at the words on the notice, his brow furrowed slightly. Something felt off. Old Lei, however, wasn't thinking that far ahead. The Wanbao Tower had an impeccable reputation in the black market. He excitedly pulled Yili towards the entrance. What are you waiting for? Get in there and sign up. We'll miss our chance. The interior of the Wanbao Tower was exquisitely decorated with a hint of luxury. A uniformed staff member received them, asked a few brief questions, and had them fill out a form. Are you here for the mechanical repair technician position? The staff member asked in a routine manner, then gestured to a door nearby. Head to the warehouse. Someone there will arrange your work. The warehouse was located at the rear of the Wanbao Tower. It was a sprawling space crammed with mechanical parts and tools. Several people in work overalls were busy inside, the air thick with the smell of oil and metal. As Yi Li and Old Lei walked in, they were immediately stunned by the sight before them. Lined up neatly in the warehouse were dozens of colossal metal frames. They were mecha skeletons, but they were only the most basic frames. There was no outer armor, no weapon systems, and not even the neural link system had been installed. Their hollow eye sockets like black holes exuded a cold, ominous aura. Are these mechas? Old Lei looked at the scene, his expression strange. Seems like it, but why are they just skeletons? Yi Li was equally puzzled, and the unease in his heart grew stronger. Why would the Wanbao Tower be modifying so many unfinished mecha frames? And what was the purpose of the modifications? Who cares? As long as we get paid. Old Lei mused for a moment, then walked over and started examining one of the mecha frames. Yi Li remained silent, quietly observing the frames. He felt that things were far more complicated than they seemed. Are you two the new repair technicians? A middle-aged man in work clothes approached, interrupting Yi Li's thoughts. The middle-aged man nodded and power system overhaul. Yi Li asked, confused. What are these mechas going to be used for? The middle-aged man smiled, his tone evasive. That's not your concern. Just do your job well. Remember, don't ask questions you shouldn't ask, and don't say things you shouldn't say. Just work hard. The man's words only deepened Yi Li's sense of unease. He had a nagging feeling that he and Old Lei had just stumbled into something far more unusual than a simple job. Following the middle-aged man's instructions, Yi Li and Old Lei inspected the power systems of the mechs. Although the systems appeared aged and long dormant, a closer examination revealed they incorporated technology from recent years. Leveraging their solid mechanical expertise, the duo swiftly completed the overhaul of one mech. They managed to bring the machine to life. That evening they received their wages, which were indeed as generous as the notice had promised. Old Lei weighed the thick stack of star coins in his hand, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Huh. Easy money. 1,000 star coins a day. We'll be back tomorrow. A few more days of this, and we'll be rolling in it. He clapped Yi Li on the shoulder excitedly, his booming voice drawing the attention of those nearby. Yi Li stared at his own star coins, but a sense of unease gnawed at him, far heavier than Old Lei's elation. He felt something was off, yet couldn't pinpoint the source of his suspicion. The next day they returned to Wanbao Tower. Old Lei was as cheerful as ever, humming a tune with a spring in his step. The mech skeletons in the warehouse seemed to have multiplied, standing in orderly rows like silent steel soldiers. The scent of oil and metal was thicker than the day before, with a faint, acrid hint of something burning lingering in the air. Moreover, Yi Li noticed the mech they had repaired yesterday remained an empty shell, its power system hummed, but no one had touched it since. No armor plating, no weapons, its hollow eye sockets staring blankly at the warehouse ceiling, an unsettling sight. Strange, weren't these supposed to be modified? Why just the power systems? Yi Li voiced his doubt to Old Lei in a low, hushed tone. Old Lei, who was inspecting a new mech skeleton with interest, shrugged nonchalantly. Who knows? Maybe they just want to get these wrecks running first, then think about modifications later. Wanbao Tower is a big operation, they might have some grand plan. Anyway, we get paid to do the job, why worry about the rest? Overthinking will make you lose your hair. Old Lei patted Yi Li's shoulder, gesturing for him to relax. Yi Li said nothing more, silently resuming his work. Old Lei's reasoning had some merit. Take the money, do the job, mind your own business. Yet the seed of doubt had been planted in Yi Li's mind, and it was beginning to take root. On the third day they arrived at Wanbao Tower as usual. But as soon as he stepped into the warehouse, Yi Li sensed an unusual tension in the air. The warehouse was quieter than the previous days, and there seemed to be fewer workers around. A chill ran down Yi Li's spine. He observed his surroundings without drawing attention, noticing a worker carefully welding something onto a mech skeleton in the distance. The sparks from the welding torch flickered, illuminating a corner of the ceiling above the skeleton. At that moment, Yi Li accidentally knocked over his toolbox, sending it crashing to the floor with a loud clang. All eyes instantly turned towards him, including the worker at the welding station. Yi Li quickly apologized, scrambling to gather his scattered tools. As he bent down to pick up the welding gun, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the ceiling corner illuminated by the sparks. It was an electronic monitor with a hexagonal honeycomb structure resembling the compound eye of an insect. The discovery made Yi Li's heart clench. He suppressed his shock, rising to his feet, as if he had seen nothing. Old Lei, something feels off today. Maybe we should head back. Yi Li whispered, his voice barely concealing a tremor. Old Lake glanced at him, then around the warehouse and nodded. All right, we've already made 2 days' worth. Let's call it a day. Trying to appear casual, they slowed their pace and quietly slipped out of the warehouse and then out of Wanbao Tower. Once outside the tower's gates, Yili looked back at the brightly lit sign and let out a long breath, as if escaping an invisible cage. Behind them, Wanbao Tower stood resplendent in the night, as if nothing had happened, yet seemingly concealing a colossal secret waiting to be unearthed. In the following days, Wanbao Tower continued to advertise for mechanics. But neither Yili nor Old Lei returned. They both felt a growing suspicion that the mech modifications at Wanbao Tower were far from simple. And a bigger question lingered in Yili's mind. Why hadn't Mu Xingling replied to him? Was she just being polite, and had she already forgotten about him? Just as Yili was about to lose hope, his quantum communication ring vibrated. This time it was a message from Mu Xingling, making his heart race. The matter with Starry Sky University is settled. With recommendation letters from 2 professors, your exceptional admission is confirmed. The ring vibrated again with another message from Mu Xingling. Which department do you want to join? The Star Beast department, Yili replied firmly. Then your Star Beast will need to defeat 2 Star Beasts of the same level to pass the final assessment. Get ready. I'll be waiting for you at the base. A location was sent to Yili. Staring at the screen, his mind went blank. Could this be real? Was Starry Sky University truly opening its doors? An indescribable wave of excitement surged through him, threatening to overwhelm him. He gripped the communication ring tightly, his knuckles turning white. His heart pounded like a war drum. He felt his blood boil, every cell in his body cheering. His dream seemed to be on the verge of becoming reality. That evening, Yili eagerly closed the shop and headed out with Dao Zai to the location Mu Xingling had sent. It was quite far, so he rented a powered motorcycle using his wristband. The night was as dark as ink. The motorcycle's engine hummed low, and Yili gripped the handlebars tightly while Dao Zai lay on his lap. The wind whistled past them. The location was on the edge of the city, clearly her secret base. As the motorcycle came to a stop at the gate, Mu Xingling was already there waiting. She wore a sleek black combat suit, her mechanical arm and cybernetic eye glinting with a cold light. She stood tall and straight like a drawn sword. Come in, Mu Xingling said calmly, turning to walk into the base. Yili followed, holding Dao Zai. The interior was more spacious than he had imagined. Training grounds and simulation pods were everywhere. The air smelled of metal and energy. The paperwork for your exceptional admission to Starry Sky University is done, Mu Xingling said as they walked. But the final assessment, you must complete it yourself. Understood. Yili took a deep breath, knowing this was the most critical step. The assessment is simple. Mu Xingling stopped and turned to face him. Your Star Beast must defeat 2 Star Beasts of the same level. Same level? And 2 of them? Yili was taken aback. The entrance exam for Starry Sky University was indeed not easy. Dao Zai was currently a newborn only at the 1st level. However, its combat ability was decent, so it wasn't without a chance against 2 first-level Star Beasts. But it wouldn't be easy either. Don't worry, Mu Xingling said as if reading his mind. You have 3 days to prepare, and I'll help you. She led him to a massive simulation training ground. I'll arrange simulated battles to help your Star Beast adapt to combat quickly. At the center of the training ground was a huge circular arena surrounded by projection devices for various simulated Star Beasts. I've already found out about the assessment Star Beasts, Mu Xingling said, pointing to the projection device in the arena's center. They are the Frost Wolf and the Giant Rock Lizard. The Frost Wolf is extremely fast and aggressive, and its freezing effects can slow down opponents, making it the primary attacker. The Giant Rock Lizard has strong defenses and can take a hit while dealing damage, effectively countering agile Star Beasts. This is a common and challenging combination for the assessment. Yili frowned slightly. These 2 Star Beasts, while not directly countering Dao Zai, were certainly troublesome. Tough? Mu Xingling asked, observing his expression. Yes, they are, Yili admitted honestly. But I'll do my best. Doing your best isn't enough. Mu Xingling's tone became stern. You want to enter Starry Sky University. I've handled everything else for you. You cannot fail at the last step. What you must do is defeat them. Yili was silent for a moment, then his gaze gradually hardened with resolve. I will. Over the next 3 days, Yili and Dao Zai were practically rooted at the training base. Mu Xingling had equipped them with a top-tier training team and the most cutting-edge simulation devices. As soon as they stepped into the simulation training ground, a professional trainer, a middle-aged man with sharp eyes personally recruited by Mu Xingling, approached them. He glanced at Yili and Dao Zai and said succinctly, the Frost Wolf's speed is its core. Reaction speed and agility are your primary areas for improvement. The Rock Lizard's defense is formidable, breaking through it is key. I will devise a specialized training plan based on your Star Beast characteristics. The intensity of the training far exceeded Yili's imagination. Within the simulation training ground, holographic projections interwove and shifted realistically, replicating the forms of the Frost Wolf and the Rock Lizard. The frost wolf's projection appeared first, its swift silhouette flickering like a phantom across the snowfield. Each pounce carried a bone-chilling gust of wind. The trainer, guided from the sidelines, watched for the frost wolf's feints. Predict its attack trajectory. Your blade mantis is fast. Use that speed advantage to dodge. Don't meet its attacks head-on. Daozai lowered its body, letting out a shrill cry. It moved with blinding speed, attempting to match the frost wolf's pace. However, the frost wolf's agility far surpassed Daozai's newborn form. After several exchanges, Daozai was struck by the frost wolf's icy breath, its movements turning sluggish. Yili observed from the side, continuously reviewing the battle footage in his mind, searching for a breakthrough for Daozai. Daozai, focus. Don't be fooled by the frost wolf's feints. Use more speed, more agile footwork. Yili shouted to Daozai. After one simulated battle after another, small wounds began to appear on Daozai's body, but its gaze grew more resolute. Yili was equally exhausted, his mind strained to the limit as he rapidly analyzed the data from each battle and adjusted Daozai's combat tactics. The training against the rock lizard was equally grueling. The rock lizard's projection resembled a moving fortress, its thick rocky hide gleaming with a metallic sheen, its heavy footsteps shaking the ground. The trainer's voice echoed again. The rock lizard's weakness lies in the gaps between the scales on its abdomen. Daozai, try using your skill to cut through its defense's weak point. Daozai adjusted its strategy. Instead of facing the rock lizard head-on, it used its agile form to circle the beast at high speed, searching for an attack angle. Yet the rock lizard's defense was nearly impenetrable. Daozai's claws and teeth struggled to leave a mark on its rocky skin, and the tail hammer behind it would periodically smash down, leaving Daozai with no opening. Night fell, but the training ground remained brightly lit. Yili and Daozai had already fought the frost wolf and rock lizard hundreds of times, but their wins were far fewer than their losses, let alone the 1v2 trial that hadn't even started. Yili, Daozai needs rest. Mu Xingling's voice suddenly cut through the air. She had arrived at the edge of the training field unnoticed, watching them with a cold gaze. At this rate, you'll both collapse. Yili shook his head, his voice hoarse. It's not enough. Not nearly enough. We must be faster, stronger. He knew that the Star Vault University's assessment wouldn't lower its difficulty just because of their efforts. To seize this hard-earned opportunity, they had to give their absolute all. Mu Xingling was silent for a moment, then walked over to Yi Li and handed him an energy bar and a recovery potion. This is a high-concentration energy supplement and a rapid recovery potion. Replenish your strength. Daozai needs it too. Her tone remained calm, but Yi Li detected a subtle hint of concern. Just before dawn, Yi Li and Daozai, completely drained, collapsed to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. In his dreams, he saw Qingjiu again, recalling the teachings he had imparted. He remembered Qingjiu's words. The resonance between him and Daozai was only just beginning. When their resonance reached perfect harmony, Yi Li's own star energy could be used to enhance Daozai's skills. He believed that an enhanced blade slash could breach the rock lizard's defenses. When Yi Li woke up, his head throbbed, as if it might split open, and his entire body ached. But his eyes were bright. He knew the path to victory. Struggling to his feet, Yi Li began practicing the star beast resonance technique again. Over and over he channeled his star energy, feeling Daozai's every breath, every heartbeat. His consciousness sank into the star energy link with Daozai, their energies intertwining like starlight. As time passed, Yi Li felt his mental strength stretch to its absolute limit, fatigue crashing over him like a tide. Just as he was about to give in, Mu Xingling arrived. Her expression remained cool and detached, but in her hands were several vials filled with a pale blue liquid. Star Energy Enhancement Serum. It accelerates the improvement of Star Beast resonance. She handed them to Yi Li, her tone calm, as if mentioning a trivial matter. Yi Li took the serum without asking questions. He fed one vial to Daozai and drank another himself. A wave of warmth surged through his body, dispelling much of his fatigue and invigorating his spirit. The serum's effects were immediate. Both he and Daozai felt their connection deepen. In the following hours, Yi Li practiced the Star Beast resonance technique with even more fervor. With the genetic energy serum provided by Mu Xingling, he could clearly feel his resonance with Daozai rapidly increasing. He could almost hear Daozai's inner voice, feel its longing, its determination. Daozai became more energetic as well, darting excitedly around Yi Li, letting out a series of cries. Time flowed by, and before they knew it, it was the early hours of the third day. Inside the simulation training ground, Yi Li and Daozai persisted. Yi Li entered a meditative state, channeling star energy, pushing with all his might against the final bottleneck. Fine beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his body trembled slightly. Daozai lay quietly beside him. The starlight emanating from the pair grew denser, enveloping them like a cocoon of light. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed in Yi Li's mind, as if something had been completely unblocked. The spiritual connection between him and Daozai was clearer and stronger than ever before. He opened his eyes, which shone with excitement. It worked. Perfect resonance. He looked eagerly at Dao Zai, who, sensing his emotion, let out an excited cry. Yi could clearly sense the surging star energy within Dao Zai and the immense power of its blade/skill. Dao Zai, try it. Yi pointed at the rock lizard's projection not far away. Dao Zai let out a low growl and shot forward like lightning. Star energy, a piercing screech tore through the air like a blade rending leather. The rock lizard's seemingly indestructible energy armor was actually split open by Dao Zai's claws, leaving a deep gash. The energy armor shattered, revealing the rocky skin beneath. They had done it. The blade slash under perfect resonance was truly enhanced. They had found the way to defeat the rock lizard. The training ground echoed with Yi Li and Dao Zai's excited roars reverberating through the empty space, lingering for a long time. With their sweat and perseverance, they had proven themselves and glimpsed the hope of entering Star Vault University. The next phase of training was the official 1v2 trial. With the foundation laid by their single-target battles, Yi Li and Dao Zai were filled with confidence. It used its speed to evade the Frost Wolf's attacks. The Frost Wolf's icy breath couldn't halt its advance. It continuously weaved around the two-star beasts, searching for opportunities. Each enhanced blade slash from the perfect resonance left a gash on the rock lizard's form. Time passed slowly. The simulated battles remained grueling, but Dao Zai was clearly gaining the upper hand, no longer as helpless as before. It gradually progressed from holding its own against the Frost Wolf to precisely striking the rock lizard's defensive weak points. Dao Zai grew continuously through battle, and the coordination between Yi Li and Dao Zai became increasingly seamless and fluid. Finally, after countless failures, Dao Zai achieved its first victory against the Frost Wolf and the rock lizard in the simulation. Late on the third night, Yi Li watched as the win rate on the simulation battle panel stabilized above 90. He knew they were true. He turned to look at Mu Xingling, who had been quietly accompanying them all along, his eyes filled with determination and gratitude. Mu Xingling gave a slight nod, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touching the corner of her lips. It seems the gates of Star Vault University are already open to you. On the day of the assessment, Yi Li followed Mu Xingling to Star Firmament University. The majestic school gate glistened under the sunlight, the ivory tower, symbolizing the dreams of countless students, now standing right before him. On any other day, Yi Li would have taken the time to admire this coveted institution, soaking in its rich academic atmosphere and vibrant energy. After all, Star Firmament University was a sacred ground countless individuals strived to enter. But today he had no mind for such things. The assessment was the sole thought consuming Yi Li's mind. He knew full well how crucial this day's battle was. The grueling training, the sweat and effort he and Blade had poured in would all be put to the test today. There was no room for distraction, nor any allowance for the slightest lapse. The hovercar glided smoothly into the campus, finally coming to a stop before a grand coliseum. Its colossal metallic structure reflected a cold, hard gleam under the sun, like a slumbering steel beast silently radiating a sense of oppression. Mu Xingling was the first to step out, with Yi Li following closely behind. They strode towards the Colosseum's entrance, their steps steady and powerful, while Blade trotted faithfully at his feet. Man and beast, they resembled warriors marching towards the battlefield. The interior of the Colosseum was grand and spacious. Steel supports held up a massive dome, resembling an inverted bowl. The base was a hard alloy floor gleaming with a cold light. Rings of spectator stands surrounded the arena, currently empty and silent. Mu Xingling led Yi Li to the center of the Colosseum. A group of people had already gathered there. They wore the badges of Star Firmament University on their chests. They were the assessment teachers and professors. Among the crowd, 3 elders stood out. Seated at the front with composed demeanor and extraordinary bearing, they were professors of Star Firmament University. 2 of them were the recommending professors Mu Xingling had secured for Yi Li, Professor Su and Professor Rick. The third was Professor Qin, appointed by the university to oversee the assessment. Several younger instructors stood nearby, assisting with the proceedings. They were from the Star Beast Department. Mu Xingling led Yi Li forward. Professor Qin, the university's appointee, immediately stepped forward with enthusiasm. Xingling, you've arrived. Professor Qin greeted with a broad smile, his tone carrying a hint of respect. Clearly, he held Mu Xingling's status in high regard. Mu Xingling gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. So this must be student Yi Li. Truly impressive appearance. Professor Qin's gaze shifted to Yi Li as he praised him. His eyes held a scrutinizing look, seemingly assessing Yi Li's strength, but in reality, he was contemplating the relationship between Yi Li and Mu Xingling. Let the assessment begin. Mu Xingling stated directly. Her tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Professor Qin understood immediately. He asked no further questions and turned to signal his assistant to commence the assessment. Yi Li led Blade to the edge of the arena. He took a deep breath to steady his nerves. With a wave of his hand, Blade leaped onto the arena floor. Blade moved with agile grace, its gaze sharp and focused forward. Before them the mechanical cage slowly lifted, revealing the Frost Wolf and the giant rock lizard to everyone present. Star Beast name Frost Wolf, Star Beast race Beast, Star Beast attribute Ice, Star Beast level tier 1, Star Beast skills Polar Bite, Frost Breath, Star Beast potential 2 stars, evolution method. Upon devouring the polar ice core, its fur evolves into crystalline ice, allowing evolution into the eternal Frost Wolf King. Ecological traits dwells in groups within glacial crevices, hunts by triggering localized blizzards with howls. Preys on the hearts of snowfield giants. Weakness analysis high. Temperature steam can directly sear its lungs. Star Beast name Giant Rock Lizard, Star Beast race Beast, Star Beast attribute Earth, Star Beast level tier 1, Star Beast skills Kinetic Absorption, Tail Impact, Star Beast potential 2 stars, evolution method. After consuming the Earth's core molten iron, its dorsal armor evolves into lava composite armor, allowing evolution into the lava lizard. Ecological traits: its body surface mimics volcanic rock, feeds on sulfur, ore, and metal veins. Weakness analysis: slow movement speed, low poison resistance. The Frost Wolf was pure white, its gaze brutal, like a blade of winter. The giant rock lizard, on the other hand, was massive with hard scales like a moving fortress. Facing these two formidable Star Beasts, Blade showed not an ounce of fear. It let out a low hiss, its dual blades gleaming as it entered a combat state. The Frost Wolf attacked first. It lunged, transforming into a pale blue blur. Its speed was immense. Claws swiped, condensing icy blades that fanned out towards Blade. A wave of biting cold instantly permeated the air. Blade didn't meet the attack head-on. Instead, its wing sheaths on its back spread open. They lifted its body slightly off the ground, allowing it to retreat a quick step back, dodging the Frost Wolf's claw strike. The ice blade struck empty air, hitting the alloy floor with a crisp clang. Several shallow frost marks were left on the ground. Extensive simulated training had made Blade intimately familiar with the Frost Wolf's attack rhythm. It knew the Frost Wolf's attacking habits well. After every 5 claw strikes, there was a brief window for energy accumulation. A mere 0.7 seconds. For an ordinary Star Beast, this window might be negligible. But for Blade, it was more than enough. Just as the Frost Wolf's 5th claw strike missed, and it prepared for its next attack. Blade moved. Star energy surged around its body. The skill Shadow Strike activated. Blade's figure vanished from its spot like a phantom. The next moment, it appeared beside the Frost Wolf's front paw. Before the Frost Wolf could react, the curved blades on Blade's forelegs glinted with cold light. A blade slash struck with precision upon the Frost Wolf's front leg. A tearing sound of blade cutting through flesh and fur echoed. Blood splattered. The Frost Wolf let out a harrowing shriek as its front leg was cleanly severed, the stark, white bone at the stump clearly visible. This instantly nullified the Frost Wolf's speed advantage. Seeing Blade vanish and reappear like a ghost beside the Frost Wolf, the teachers at the arena's edge stirred with excitement. Teleportation, a younger instructor exclaimed, his tone laced with disbelief. No, not teleportation. It's pure speed, too fast for the naked eye to track. Another older instructor with more experience immediately refuted the teleportation theory. Teleportation was an incredibly rare spatial ability, almost non-existent even among Star Beasts, let alone a Blade Mantis. But this speed, it's absurd. The younger instructor, still in shock, rubbed his eyes as if unable to believe what he had just witnessed. This is definitely not an ordinary speed boost. It even surpasses the maximum speed of most agility-type Star Beasts. Several other instructors nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. Even the 3 professors seated at the front had their usually calm expressions shift due to Blade's strike. Professor Chin narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening behind his lenses, fixed intently on Blade in the center of the arena. He muttered under his breath, "Pseudo-teleportation, is it? Could this mantis possess spatial attributes? This Blade Mantis is certainly not simple." Professor Su, who had been leaning back in his chair, straightened up, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. Shadow Strike. Interesting. That's not a common skill. He turned to Professor Rick beside him with a slightly questioning tone. "Rick, what do you think?" Professor Rick's expression turned thoughtful. He spoke slowly. "Indeed, it's not teleportation. But this explosive speed is bordering on the edge of spatial attributes. There's a high probability it could evolve into spatial teleportation. Linger's friend here is quite remarkable." Professor Su's gaze towards Yili also became more intrigued. "It's still too early to draw conclusions," Professor Rick added, pointing at Blade in the arena. "Let's see how it performs from here. If it's only speed, that doesn't prove much yet." The professor's hushed discussion did not affect the assessment within the arena. Yili's attention was completely focused on Blade, oblivious to the surrounding murmurs. Seeing the Frost Wolf's front leg severed and hearing its pained howl, Yili knew Blade had gained the upper hand. The next step was to press the advantage, completely defeat these 2 Star Beasts, and prove their strength. Seeing the frost wolf injured, the rock lizard immediately advanced. It trudged forward with heavy steps, attempting to halt Daozi's further assault. A dark crimson ripple cascaded across its scales. This was the rock lizard's skill, kinetic absorption, which could briefly absorb incoming damage and convert it into a protective shield. The rock lizard intended to use this skill to block Daozi's attacks and shield the frost wolf. But Daozi's compound eyes flickered with a vein of stellar energy, seeing through the lizard's intentions. Daozi folded its elytra, and Yi Li understood instantly. In perfect sync, he channeled all his stellar energy into Daozi's bladed forelimbs. Azure stellar energy danced upon the edges, leaping like ethereal flames. The skill enhancement from perfect resonance amplified the power of blade severing to new heights. Facing the rock lizard, which stood like a stationary target, Daozi unleashed the empowered blade severing. Like twin curved sabers, its forelimbs lashed out at the rock lizard with lightning speed. The first strike carved precisely across the lizard's glowing crimson energy shield. A sharp crack echoed as the shield shattered. The energy barrier under Daozi's blades proved as fragile as paper, utterly defenseless. Amid the explosive rupture, Daozi's second strike followed in an instant, aimed directly at the gap between the scales on the rock lizard's abdomen, the weakest point in its defense. Daozi's angle was devious, its timing impeccable. The blade pierced deep into the rock lizard's belly, and blood gushed forth unceasingly. Racked with pain, the rock lizard swung its massive tail hammer in a fierce roaring arc, a blow of immense weight and force. Daozi swiftly retracted, its forelimbs unfurled, its elytra once more, and darted backward, narrowly evading the lizard's crushing strike. The tail hammer swept past Daozi, stirring a violent gust. Daozi pulled back again, switching to a hit-and-run tactic. By now both the frost wolf and the rock lizard were wounded. The frost wolf had lost a front leg, its movement hampered. The rock lizard's energy shield had been shattered by Daozi as well. As long as Daozi held its ground and gave them no opening, victory was inevitable. Daozi wove through the battlefield with fluid grace, a patient hunter awaiting the perfect moment. The frost wolf, slowed by its injuries, exposed a fatal opening. Daozi seized it, unleashing Phantom Strike once more. Its form vanished, then reappeared directly above the frost wolf's head. The curved forelimb came down without mercy. The frost wolf's head soared into the air, blood spurting from its severed neck, staining the alloy floor crimson. The headless frost wolf convulsed a few times, then crumpled to the ground. With the wolf dispatched, Daozi turned its attention to the rock lizard. Though formidable in defense, the lizard was slow and lacked agility. Under Daozi's nimble guerrilla tactics, the rock lizard could not land a single effective blow. Daozi relentlessly struck at its weak points, whittling away its health bit by bit. Finally, the rock lizard let out a mournful cry and collapsed. The dust settled. Daozi stood beside the two fallen star beasts, letting out a triumphant screech. Yi Li exhaled a long, shuddering breath as the tension in his nerves finally eased. Before his eyes, two cold lines of system text materialized. Congratulations, host. Your star beast Daozi has successfully defeated the frost wolf. Congratulations, host. Your star beast Daozi has successfully defeated the rock lizard. Yi Li stared at the lines, the knot of anxiety in his chest finally loosening. A wave of immense joy surged through him, washing away all the tension and fatigue. It worked. Daozi actually won. And in such a clean, decisive manner, defeating two star beasts of the same rank. He couldn't help but look down at Daozi. At the center of the arena, Daozi raised its scythe-like forelimbs, letting out a crisp, clear screech, a declaration of victory, a call for praise. The setting sun's rays bathed its sleek carapace in a metallic sheen, making it look utterly magnificent. A smile tugged at Yi Li's lips as pride and gratification swelled within him. This little one had truly not let him down. A collective gasp echoed around the arena, followed by a torrent of murmurs and exclamations. No way, it actually won. One person, no one mantis, taking on two star beasts and winning. That blade arm mantis is absolutely insane. Did you see that speed? My eyes couldn't even keep up. Did you all see that teleport? That was epic. That wasn't a real teleport. Didn't you hear the professors? That's a pseudo-teleport bordering on a spatial type skill. A spatial type. This blade arm mantis is about to break the game. Yi Li listened to the waves of astonishment around him, feeling a secret thrill. He knew Daozi's performance today had stunned everyone. Just then another system notification popped up, making Yi Li's eyes light up instantly. Congratulations, host. Your star beast Daozi has slain the frost wolf and the rock lizard. Reward star beast nurturing fluid X6 in 1 tier. 2-star beast note: host beast tamer rank is too low to contract it. Please raise your rank as soon as possible. A star beast as a reward. Yi Li's heart jolted. The surprise came so suddenly. He couldn't help but wonder what star beast the system would grant him. The anticipation was overwhelming. But then Yi Li sighed again. He was still a tier 1 beast tamer. He needed to work harder, or he wouldn't even be able to accept the system's generous gifts. What a dilemma. In the distance, the three professors approached with appreciative smiles. Yili, your performance today was truly outstanding. Professor Qin spoke first, his tone laden with undisguised admiration. He clapped Yi Li on the shoulder with vigorous force, as warmly as if Yi Li were his own prized disciple. The potential of the blade arm mantis far exceeds our expectations. Especially its use of phantom strike, absolutely masterful. A skill bordering on spatial type. TSK Tisk, the future is bright. The other two professors nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with excitement behind their glasses. Yi Li humbly replied, it's all thanks to Daozi's own effort. I was merely assisting on the sidelines. Professor Qin laughed heartily, his enthusiasm growing. Young man, no need for such modesty. Your command and decision-making are equally important. Tell you what, if you ever need anything at the academy, don't hesitate to come find me. My name is Qin Muyun. With that, Qin Muyun gestured to Teacher Qi, standing nearby. This is Teacher Qi. He'll help you with your enrollment procedures tomorrow. If you have any specific questions, you can ask him too. Yi Li nodded hurriedly, his voice filled with gratitude. Thank you, Professor Qin. Thank you, teacher. Mu Xingling walked over to Yi Li and said softly, congratulations, Yi Li. You did it. Yi Li turned to look at her, his eyes shining with joy. The two walked out of the arena side by side. Mu Xingling was to give Yi Li a ride back to the repair shop. As they approached the hover car, she suddenly slowed her pace and said, oh, Yi Li, once you're at the academy, keep your distance from Professor Qin. Yi Li paused, a look of confusion on his face. Professor Qin, wasn't he quite friendly? He even said I could go to him if I needed anything. A flicker of disdain crossed Mu Xingling's eyes as she said softly, Professor Qin is one of the vice principal's men. He and I are not from the same faction. Yi Li instantly understood her meaning, and a chill ran down his spine. Factional struggles within the university. He hadn't expected to encounter them so soon. He nodded. I understand. Mu Xingling glanced at him, and seeing his calm expression, started the car and sped off toward Old Lei's mechanical shop. After bidding farewell to Mu Xingling at the shop's entrance, Yi Li returned inside with a light heart. The moment he stepped in, Old Lei came up to him with a concerned smile. Yi Li, where have you been these past few days? You rushed off asking for leave. Did you run into some trouble? Old Lei's voice was booming, carrying a sense of old-school loyalty. He looked Yi Li up and down, his eyes full of genuine care. A warmth spread through Yi Li's chest as he said gratefully, Uncle Lei, it's nothing. Everything's been taken care of. Old Lei patted him on the shoulder and said heartily, what's there to be formal about with me? If you have any trouble, just say the word. If your Uncle Lei can help, I won't hesitate. A surge of warmth welled up in Yi Li's heart. Old Lei's sincere concern made him feel incredibly comforted. In this unfamiliar city, Old Lei's repair shop was like a warm harbor, but he knew he would be leaving soon. Taking a deep breath, Yi Li summoned his courage and said to Old Lei, Uncle Lei, actually, I took leave to go take the exam for Starry Sky University. Old Lei was taken aback, a puzzled look on his face. The exam for Starry Sky University? Hasn't the semester already started for a while? Did you actually get in? Yi Li smiled and nodded, his tone carrying a mix of excitement and reluctance. Yeah, I got in. The Star Beast Tamer Department at Starry Sky University. Old Lei's eyes widened instantly, his face lighting up with surprise. Really? You little rascal, you're something else. Old Lei pounded Yi Li's arm excitedly, his face brimming with pride and gratification. Good. I knew you weren't a fish in a shallow pond destined to soar to the heavens one day. Old Lei's grin stretched from ear to ear as he showered Yi Li with praise. He didn't pry into the details of the assessment, nor did he press for specifics. He was simply overjoyed for Yi Li. Yi Li looked at Old Lei's delighted expression, a mix of gratitude and reluctance swelling in his heart. During his time at the repair shop, Old Lei had taught him so much, not just repair techniques, but also the principles of life. Uncle Lei, thank you for all your care and guidance during this time, Yi Li said sincerely. When I'm on break, I'll come back to the shop often to help out. Old Lei waved his hand dismissively and said heartily, what nonsense are you talking about? You got into university, I couldn't be happier. Don't worry about the shop. Go to school and learn some real skills, that's the proper path. Pausing for a moment as if a thought struck him, Old Lei asked, by the way, have you gotten in touch with those Falcon Squad folks? They mentioned they were heading out on a mission and haven't returned yet. Yi Li shook his head, a hint of regret in his voice. I haven't been able to reach them. Uncle Lei, if they come back, could you tell them I got into Xingqiong University and ask them to contact me when they have a chance? Sure, no problem. Old Lei agreed readily. If they come back, I'll be sure to pass the message along. He looked at Yi Li, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes. So when do you leave, kid? I'm heading out tomorrow morning. I've already missed the start of the term, so I'm pressed for time. Old Lei patted Yi Li on the shoulder without another word, sending him back to his room to pack. There wasn't much to pack anyway. A few changes of clothes, some simple toiletries, and the box and wrench Yi Li had hidden away along with the bracelet sent to him. All of it went safely into his backpack. Early the next morning, Yi Li slipped away, without saying goodbye to old Lei. Dragging his suitcase to the entrance, he found Mu Xingling already waiting. They sped off to Xingqiong University. At the university gate, Teacher Qi was waiting. He was as meticulous as ever, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a crisp uniform projecting an air of competence and professionalism. "Student Yi Li, let me take you to complete your enrollment procedures," Teacher Qi said, with a brief greeting. Yi Li bid farewell to Mu Xingling and followed Teacher Qi to handle the paperwork. The enrollment process went smoothly. Teacher Qi had clearly prepared everything in advance with all the forms and documents ready. Yi Li simply had to sign and confirm. "Since you're enrolling late, the dormitories for the Star Beast Tamer department are already full," Teacher Qi explained as he processed the paperwork. "So the school has arranged a mixed dormitory for you. Room 406 in that building over there." Teacher Qi pointed to a dormitory building in the distance and continued, "The conditions in the mixed dormitory might not be as good as the specialized ones, but it's relatively quiet. There are only 2 students in room 406 right now, and they're both easy to get along with." Yi Li had no objections. A dormitory was just a place to rest after all. For him, it didn't matter where he stayed. Teacher Qi handed Yi Li a badge. "Your information is already linked to your wristband. You can use it to unlock all the university's facilities. The badge is your student ID and is very useful here. It also has a built-in life detection alarm, so don't lose it. Go to your dormitory and get your personal items sorted out first. This afternoon I'll take you to your class to meet the teachers and classmates." "Thank you, teacher," Yi Li replied politely. After parting with Teacher Qi, Yi Li dragged his suitcase and followed the signs to the building housing room 406. The dormitory building looked a bit old on the outside, but it was fairly clean. The hallway was quiet, with only faint sounds occasionally breaking the silence. Yi Li stopped at the door of room 406, took a deep breath and knocked. "Come in," a warm voice called out from inside. Yi Li pushed the door open and stepped in. The room was more spacious than he had imagined, but it was also somewhat messy. The first thing that caught his eye was a mechanical cat emitting puffs of blue smoke. It was only palm-sized, assembled entirely from metal parts, with a holographic subtitle flashing on its belly, "Welcome, new roommate." A round-faced youth greeted him enthusiastically. He was a bit chubby with a bright smile that made him feel instantly approachable. "Hey, you must be the new roommate, right? I'm Luo Jinbao, but you can call me Luo Xiaoping." He extended a warm hand and shook Yi Li's. Near the window, a silver-haired youth looked up at the sound. He was tall and lean, with sharp, well-defined features and a cold, piercing gaze radiating an aura that said, "Keep your distance." On his left hand, he wore a strangely shaped mechanical glove, its surface shimmering with a dark red glow. He was using a laser pen to etch some complex pattern onto the wall, a pattern resembling a compound eye of an insect, which felt oddly familiar to Yi Li. "That's Chu Feng, the walking weapon of the mech pilot department." Luo Xiaoping lowered his voice and leaned close to Yi Li's ear. "Last month, he shoved a mech student who provoked him into the cafeteria's synthetic meat paste using that glove. But don't worry, I've modified the smoke detectors. If he tries anything, the room will automatically spray him with tranquilizer." Luo Xiaoping said this while pointing proudly at the smoke detector on the ceiling. Yi Li's mouth twitched slightly. This dormitory, he thought to himself, was certainly going to be interesting. Seemingly oblivious to Yi Li's reaction, Luo Xiaoping eagerly began showcasing his various bizarre inventions. "Check out my babies. This mechanical hamster loves chewing on data cables, perfect for curing internet addiction." Luo Xiaoping pointed proudly at a mechanical hamster scurrying around on the desk. "And this one, a voice-activated vibrating cleaning robot. Just say Luo Gu is the best, and it'll clean up automatically. Though it has a bit of a directional issue and tends to just sweep all over the walls." Luo Xiaoping pointed to a disc-shaped robot in the corner. "And this one's even cooler, a mechanical cockroach. Equipped with a high-definition panoramic camera specially designed for." Luo Xiaoping leaned in mysteriously and whispered. Peeping into the girls' dormitory, Yi Li's mouth twitched even more violently. He felt like he had wandered into a massive junkyard of tech filled with all sorts of strange and wonderful things. Just then, the mechanical cat on the desk, which had been spinning its head, suddenly started making a crackling sound and looked like it was about to emit smoke. With lightning-fast reflexes, Yi Li yanked the energy connector from the cat's tail. A soft hizzity sound, and the quantum cat stopped spinning, the imminent smoke ceasing abruptly. At the same moment, a homemade reactor hidden inside the washing machine also belched out a puff of black smoke. Cough, cough. Luo Xiaoping coughed, flustered as he rushed over to shut it down. Yi Li picked up the still sparking chip and examined it carefully before saying with a hint of exasperation, "You rewrote the core code of the cleaning robot." He pointed at the model number on the chip and continued, "Using an antique Z280 processor to run quantum algorithms is like trying to haul a starship with a unicycle. It's a wonder it works at all." Luo Xiaoping's small beady eyes suddenly sparkled with the brilliance of a galaxy. He grabbed Yi Li's hand, exclaiming excitedly, "Bro, You know your stuff. With Yi Li's help, Luo Xiaopeng quickly fixed his mechanical cat. The metal cat, which used to explode randomly, was now nuzzling Yi Li's hand affectionately. A newly added ionic hair straightening device at the base of its tail had silenced its creaking joints. Luo Xiaopeng looked at the reborn quantum cat, jumping for joy. He threw his arm around Yi Li's shoulder and said warmly, "Bro, you're my savior. From today on, you're my best friend." He patted his chest, promising, "After school tonight, I'm going to show you my mechanical beehive. That's my secret base. I don't show it to just anyone. I guarantee it'll blow your mind." As Yi Li organized his belongings and chatted with Luo Xiaopeng, the morning slipped away into noon. Luo Xiaopeng led Yi Li to the cafeteria. It was Yi Li's first time at the university's dining hall, a hypercube structure. Located on the central axis of the campus, its surface covered in a dynamic nanomembrane that projected shifting nebulae, auroras, and data streams based on the time and weather. Yi Li authenticated with his smart wristband. Inside the space was immense. Students from all departments ate here, ordering directly with their wristbands. Robot waiters delivered the food cleaned up after students left, and the kitchen waste was converted into clean energy through a converter with the exhaust generating artificial rainbow auroras. "Yi Li, I've ordered for you already. Consider it a thank you for fixing Xiaomi," Luo Xiaopeng said as he sat down and ordered 2 meals. Yi Li didn't stand on ceremony. He could treat him back another time. After a satisfying meal, the two parted ways. Luo Xiaopeng headed to his mech engineering class, while Yi Li found Teacher Qi in the teaching building, who led him towards his new class. "Let's go, student Yi Li. I'll take you to your class." Yi Li nodded and followed Teacher Qi. Patrol robots roamed the corridors, and students in uniforms hurried past. The air was thick with the scent of technology and the vibrant energy of youth. Teacher Qi led Yi Li to a classroom door on which a holographic screen displayed Star Beast Tamer Level 167, Class 32. Teacher Qi gestured for Yi Li to wait a moment before stepping inside. The chatter in the spacious, bright classroom died down instantly as dozens of eyes turned towards the door. Yi Li followed Teacher Qi into the room. The female instructor on the podium looked at Yi Li with a smile, gesturing for everyone to applaud and welcome. The clapping was sparse, tinged with curiosity and intrigue. Yi Li nodded slightly to the classmates as a greeting. "Hello, Yi Li. I am your instructor, Jiang Shui, a 4-tier Star Beast Master." 4-tier? Yi Li felt a flicker of surprise. A 4-tier Star Beast Master was considered a high rank among instructors for new students. It seemed that Instructor Jiang was quite formidable. "Yi Li, please find a seat," Jiang Shui said, gesturing to the empty seats. Yi Li scanned the room and spotted an empty seat by the window. As he sat down, the surrounding classmates cast friendly glances his way. "Hello, I'm Chen Xingyu. Nice to meet you," a bespectacled boy greeted Yi Li with a shy smile. "Hello, Yi Li," he replied. "You got in through the assessment." "That's amazing," Chen Xingyu asked curiously. "I guess," Yi Li said with a slight smile, not elaborating further. It was clear that his classmates were all intrigued by this assessment-admitted student. "All right, everyone, let's begin class," Jiang Shui's voice rang out, interrupting the chatter. The classroom fell silent, instantly all eyes fixed on her. "Previously, we covered Star Beast Resonance. Today, we will discuss its enhancement." Jiang Shui's clear magnetic voice echoed through the room. Star Beast Resonance is one of the most core abilities of a Star Beast Master. It is the foundation for establishing a connection with your Star Beast and engaging in combat. The higher the resonance compatibility, the greater the aid to your Star Beast. When you achieve perfect resonance and your star energy is fully cultivated, you can prepare to advance to a 2nd-tier Star Beast Master. Jiang Shui elaborated on the importance of Star Beast Resonance. She then explained methods for enhancing it through meditation and specialized techniques. The students closed their eyes and began meditating under Jiang Shui's guidance. Yi Li did the same, clearly sensing the free-floating star energy particles in the air like countless tiny specks of light flickering in the void. He concentrated his mental energy to perceive these particles, imagining himself merging with them. A strand of star energy in his mind connected to Dao Zai, ready to transmit his thoughts at any moment. "Very good, everyone is doing well. Next, we will learn how to cultivate star energy." Jiang Shui's voice brought Yi Li back from his meditative state. She began explaining the cultivation methods for star energy, including meditation techniques, breathing exercises, and auxiliary aids such as potions and devices. The enhancement of star energy is a gradual process requiring persistent effort and proper guidance. "Avoid seeking quick results lest you fall into a devil's path," Jiang Shui emphasized. As Yi Li circulated his own star energy channels, his surroundings became strikingly clear. He could even see that every student in the classroom radiated a faint glow of star energy, varying in intensity. On the podium, Jiang Shui's star energy was the most dazzling, like a miniature star source. Next, Jiang Shui covered the combat coordination between Star Beast Masters and their Star Beasts. Using holographic projections, she showcased classic combat cases analyzing the traits and fighting styles of different star beasts and how masters coordinate with them to maximize combat effectiveness. A star beast master and their star beast are the most intimate comrades on the battlefield and the most powerful combination. Zhang Shui's voice brimmed with passion. Only by fully understanding and trusting your star beast can you achieve victory in battle. Under Zhang Shui's instruction, the class period passed quickly. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Zhang Shui's gaze swept across the students. That concludes today's lesson. Be sure to diligently practice star beast resonance and star energy cultivation. I will check your progress next class. The students rose, packing their belongings to leave. Yili stood up and stretched. As someone self-taught, the sheer volume of information from this single class was immense, yet he felt he had gained a great deal. Yili activated his smart bracelet and pulled up the Star Beast Master curriculum. A dense list of course names appeared, overwhelming his sight. Star Beast Species Identification, Zerg Illustrated Guide, Star Beast Anatomy, Star Beast Material Decomposition and Preservation, Star Beast Master Combat, Training Firearms, Proficiency, Melee Weapon Combat Training, Standard Vehicle Operation Combat, First Aid, Interstellar Geography, Star Energy Meditation. The list went on and on. Yili's mind felt like it was about to short-circuit. Ugh, so itchy am I growing a brain. The sheer number of courses covered nearly every piece of knowledge and skill needed to become a Star Beast Master. My God, so many classes. Yili couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. Yeah, being a Star Beast Master isn't easy, Chun Xingyu, who had come over to glance at the schedule, said with a wry smile. But as long as you study hard, you're sure to become an excellent Star Beast Master. Li Ruofeng, who was nearby, encouraged Yili with a pat on the shoulder. Yili nodded, a sense of anticipation filling his heart. Becoming a true Star Beast Master required learning a great deal, but this only fueled his motivation. After a day of classes, Yili returned to the dormitory. Luo Xiaopeng was already waiting for him, a sly grin on his face. Yili, come on, let me show you some scenery, Luo Xiaopeng said in a low, mysterious voice. Yili looked puzzled. Scenery? What scenery was there to see in this academy? Luo Xiaopeng didn't explain, simply pulling Yili along as he headed out. A strangely shaped hoverboard was parked downstairs, a testament to Luo Xiaopeng's personal style. Exposed parts, messy wiring, yet somehow harmonious in its chaos. Luo Xiaopeng jumped on and beckoned to Yili. Get on, let's try out my latest invention. Yili hesitated for a moment before stepping on. The hoverboard hummed to life, its speed surging instantly as it shot forward like a bolt of lightning. The wind roared past their ears and the academy's buildings blurred behind them. Yili had to grip Luo Xiaopeng's clothes tightly to keep his balance. He realized that Luo Xiaopeng's idea of seeing the scenery wasn't about admiring the view at all, but heading straight for the academy's anti-gravity mechanical workshop, Zone 3. Even from a distance, the roar of machinery and the smell of oil filled the air. This is... Yili began, puzzled. A great place. Luo Xiaopeng's face lit up with a knowing grin, lowering his voice. This is the holy ground where the beautiful senior sisters come to change their mecha lubricating oil. Yili instantly understood what Luo Xiaopeng's scenery meant, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. This guy. The hoverboard silently approached the workshop's perimeter wall. Luo Xiaopeng skillfully deployed several mechanical cockroaches. They silently flew up the wall, their cameras aimed inside the workshop, slowly moving forward. Wow, look. The senior sisters today are top-notch. Luo Xiaopeng pointed excitedly at the screen. On it, several senior sisters in tight mechanic suits were busy around massive mechas. The suits clung to their bodies, accentuating graceful curves. Sweat dampened the strands of hair at their temples, adding a touch of allure. Luo Xiaopeng continued to point and comment at the senior sisters on the screen, emitting incomprehensible he sounds. Yili was initially distracted by him, but his attention was soon completely captured by the colossal figures in the corner of the screen. Those mechas were varied in design, with sleek lines exuding a sense of power and advanced technology. They stood silently in the central area of the workshop, and even through the screen one could feel the terrifying energy contained within their cold metal shells. These mechas were different from the common ones used by the Mecha Warrior Department. They were large-scale war mechas, some reaching over 10 meters in height. The daily mechas of the Mecha Warrior Department were personal body-hugging suits similar to Iron Man. These giants were the true aces of the department. One mecha in the workshop was particularly striking, painted entirely in matte black. Its form was rugged and heavy, with seams on its armor emitting a faint, dark gleam. On its shoulder was mounted a menacing multi-barreled energy cannon, its muzzle dark and empty, as if ready to unleash devastating beams at any moment. Yili could almost imagine its fierce appearance charging across a battlefield with all weapons blazing. Not far away stood a silver-white mecha. Its lines were relatively simple and sleek, its overall form appearing lighter, but the sharp angles across its body and the thruster nozzles at its joints clearly indicated its astonishing speed and agility. Its arms seemed to be equipped with a high-frequency vibrating blade, reflecting a piercing cold light in the sun, elegant yet deadly. Further off there were other mechas with even more peculiar designs. Some had massive metallic wings extending from their backs, others had multiple mechanical arms, and one even used an insect-like multi-legged structure full of imaginative design, clearly not of a standard model. Yili was mesmerized, his heart beating faster involuntarily. It was his first time observing these giants, which he had only seen in media up close. "Hey Yili, where are you looking?" Luo Xiaopeng nudged him with his elbow, complaining, "Focus. The focus is the senior sisters." "What's so interesting about that big black thing? It's all hard and cold." Yili snapped back, "These mechas, they're quite interesting." "Interesting? I wait until bro gets one, then I'll take you for a spin," Luo Xiaopeng said proudly. Just then an angry shout erupted from within the workshop. "Luo Xiaopeng, it's you again. Are you asking for trouble?" Several figures rushed out of the workshop. Leading them was a senior sister, tall with a cold, beautiful face, storming towards them, with fury blazing in her eyes. "Oh no, we've been spotted." Luo Xiaopeng's face changed as he yelled, "Run." He grabbed Yi Li and the hoverboard accelerated, instantly darting off like an arrow from a bow. "Stop right there, you perverts," the senior sisters shouted as they gave chase. Yi Li, caught off guard, was dragged into a frantic escape, only then realizing he was now part of the pervert group. "Hey Xiaopeng, weren't we watching the scenery? How did it turn into a life-or-death escape?" Yi Li asked, speechless as they ran. "Ahem, the scenery's over. Now we're experiencing speed and excitement," Luo Xiaopeng said with a cheeky grin while maneuvering the hoverboard to dodge the pursuing senior sisters. The corner of Yi Li's mouth twitched again as he lamented his choice of friends. The two barely managed to escape the senior girl's pursuit, and Luo Xiaopeng led Yi Li to a secluded corner. The spot appeared to be an experimental sewage treatment station. A rusty centrifugal pump was adorned with a sign reading "High-Risk Radiation Zone," but the stout young man simply kicked the sign away, revealing a fluorescent pink pig head painted behind it. This place used to process Zerg biological samples, but it was shut down 3 years ago due to radiation levels. "I tested it with my radiation meter, it's completely safe now, so I turned it into my secret base," Luo Xiaopeng explained. He then bypassed the main entrance and crawled into a nearby ventilation duct. Yi Li had no choice but to follow. The passage was narrow yet well lit, with mechanical fireflies serving as lights at regular intervals. Suddenly Luo Xiaopeng said, "We're going to jump." "What?" Yi Li barely had time to react before Luo Xiaopeng grabbed him and leaped. The sensation of weightlessness lasted only 3 seconds before they found themselves floating half a meter above the ground. "This is an anti-gravity device," Yi Li said. "Exactly. Welcome to the palace of a genius," Luo Xiaopeng declared. Luo Xiaopeng spread his arms wide and 5 mechanical fireflies flew out from rusty pipes, forming a holographic banner under the floating projector's light. The text suddenly twisted into Luo Xiaopeng's secret base, but after less than 3 seconds the holographic banner began to flicker. "Oh, the battery's dead. Time to replace it," Luo Xiaopeng said, scratching his head awkwardly. Yi Li surveyed the base, taking in the piles of mechanical parts and miscellaneous items, the air thick with the smell of dust and rust. Various mechanical creations, some complete, some broken, filled the cramped space. "So what do you think? My secret base. You can call it the mechanical hive," Luo Xiaopeng said proudly. "Did you make all of these?" Yi Li asked, somewhat astonished. "Of course. Most of them I built by hand. Some I scavenged, but I haven't had time to modify them yet," Luo Xiaopeng said with pride. Luo Xiaopeng said proudly. Yi Li carefully examined the mechanical creations, realizing this place was like a small-scale technology museum, filled with all sorts of bizarre and wonderful things. There were mechanical insects with peculiar shapes, electronic components of unknown function, and devices Yi Li couldn't even name. Luo Xiaopeng gave Yi Li a tour, introducing his proudest creations. "Check out this sonic pest repeller. I welded it together using a mech's chest plate and drone propellers. I also mounted 4 electromagnetic speakers on the sides that can emit 5,000 Hz high-frequency noise. No bugs within a 500-meter radius. Pretty awesome, right?" Yi Li looked at the large armor plate, thinking that not only would the bugs be gone, but the eardrums of anyone within 10 meters would burst. "And this? An anti-gravity automatic washing machine. I took apart the turbine engine from the dorm next door and combined it with a magnetic levitation reactor. Just toss your dirty clothes in, and it automatically breaks down the stains. A genius design, it saves me tons of time for inventing. The only downside is that the clothes come out thinner and tear easily, so I have to buy new ones often." As they walked listening to Luo Xiaopeng's various bizarre inventions, Yi Li felt a sense of speechlessness. "What's that?" Yi Li pointed to a strange-looking belt in the corner. "Oh, that. It's an anti-gravity belt. I made it while practicing for the anti-gravity floating bed by the door. Luo Xiaopeng said casually, seemingly unconcerned with the belt. An anti-gravity belt. Yili was somewhat surprised and stepped forward to examine it closely. The belt was crudely constructed, pieced together from unknown metals and plastics with complex wiring and components attached to it. Does this thing even work? Yili asked skeptically. Of course it works, I made it myself. I thought it could let people move flexibly in the air, but I could never get the direction control right, and it wasn't fast, so I just left it here. Luo Xiaopeng said indifferently. Direction control is bad. Yili frowned, picking up the belt to study it carefully. He realized that while the anti-gravity belt's design was somewhat crude, the core technology was quite sound. If the control system could be improved, it might actually become a practical anti-gravity device. Can I have this belt? Yili suddenly spoke up. What do you want this piece of junk for? Luo Xiaopeng asked, puzzled. I think this thing has potential for improvement, Yili said seriously. Luo Xiaopeng was taken aback for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. Ha! Brother, you've got good taste. It's yours, take it. Play with it all you want. Yili smiled and carefully put away the anti-gravity belt. He felt that with a change in how it was used, this belt could be an excellent piece of combat support equipment. The two continued to wander around the mechanical hive for a while longer, with Luo Xiaopeng enthusiastically introducing his various inventions and plans to Yili. Yili listened with great interest, feeling admiration for Luo Xiaopeng's ingenuity and hands-on skills. Before they knew it, the sky had darkened. The two left the mechanical hive and returned to their dormitory together. That night, Yili lay in bed. The day's classes and experiences had left him tired, but his mind was exceptionally excited. Life at Xinxiong University seemed even more interesting than he had imagined. He closed his eyes, and the various scenes from the day flashed through his mind. Teacher Jiang Shui's explanations, the senior girl's angry shouts, the mechs in the mechanical workshop, the peculiar inventions in the mechanical hive. Everything was full of novelty and excitement. In a daze, Yili fell into a deep sleep. The dormitory gradually became quiet, with only Luo Xiaopeng's snoring echoing through the room like a subwoofer. Occasionally, a faint, ethereal scritch-scratch sound could be heard, like someone was gently dragging a finger across the wall, drawing something. Every day at Xinxiong University felt like a precisely calibrated gear tightly meshing into Yili's schedule. The densely written timetable charted his intellectual journey for every minute. He was like a dry sponge, greedily absorbing the knowledge that poured out in class. In the Star Beast species identification class, the classroom lights dimmed, and a holographic projection of a star beast instantly transported the class to another world. Various star beasts of different forms and sizes were presented to the students in three-dimensional form, so lifelike they seemed within reach. Yili skillfully adjusted his spectral goggles. The cold touch of metal fit snugly against his eye sockets, and the world behind the lenses instantly became clear and layered. A massive lava-armored tortoise dominated the center of the projection. Lava-like patterns flowed across its carapace, with red light flickering and dancing in the darkness. Pyrite veins are the habitat of the lava-armored tortoise, said the Star Beast biology professor, his voice steady and magnetic as he tapped the console, the click of his fingers against the metal producing a crisp sound. The holographic projection changed in response. The image of the lava-armored tortoise instantly magnified tenfold, every detail clearly visible. They use stomach acid to dissolve crust minerals and form crystals on their carapace through a glandular circulatory system. Everyone pay attention to the cracks on its seventh shell plate. The professor's voice suddenly rose, carrying a hint of barely concealed excitement. Yili's gaze followed the projection intently. He saw the tortoise's neck muscles contract slightly, a subtle movement. However, when he looked at the real specimen on the podium, a tortoise submerged in a transparent solution, it took 0.7 seconds longer to make the same reaction. A flicker of doubt crossed Yili's mind. He raised his analyzer, activated the goggle's capture function, and the cold mechanical sensation instantly awakened his focus. The frequency of the tortoise's pupil contractions was precisely captured by his goggles. Data streams cascaded down like a waterfall, comparing against the database records for volcanic belt subspecies. A deviation. A clear deviation. Professor, there's a problem with the data source of the holographic model. Yili's voice was not loud, but it clearly cut through the murmurs in the classroom. The professor looked at him with interest, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Your observation skills pass, but next time remember to calibrate your equipment first. His words were lightly teasing, but Yili could sense the approval in the professor's tone. The professor unlocked the underlying permissions of the console with his fingerprint. On the light screen, the real tortoise's physiological data streamed down like a galaxy, dense and dazzling. This little guy comes from a newly discovered lava underground river. Its metabolic rate is 3 times faster than the regular subspecies. The professor's voice carried a hint of surprise, as if he had discovered a forgotten gem. Yi Li quickly scanned the data, his thirst for knowledge growing like wild grass. I will ask questions about this knowledge in the next class. The professor's voice suddenly turned cold. Those who fail will be punished by copying the Star Beast observation code 10 times. The atmosphere in the classroom instantly froze, the previous easygoing mood vanishing, leaving only the rustling sound of pens on paper. In the Star Beast anatomy practical class, a faint pungent smell hung in the air. The shadowless lamp's light was cold and sharp, illuminating every part of the storm albatross on the dissection table. The massive storm albatross had a wingspan of over 5 meters. Its feathers glinted with a metallic sheen under the light, each one as sharp as a blade. The molecular vibration knife in Yi Li's hand spun at high speed. The moment the tip touched the sternum, it emitted a high-frequency hum, like some mysterious language. Yi Li wore neural link gloves. The cool sensation stimulated his nerve endings. He felt the blade in his hand was like an extension of his own arm moving deftly between his fingers. Stop! The mechanical voice of the AI teaching assistant positioned next to each student suddenly rang out, instantly freezing the dissection knife's operation. The air core electrostatic membrane is exposed. Switch to nanoadsorption mode. The AI assistant's cold instruction interrupted Yi Li's train of thought. Yi Li switched the dissection knife's mode as instructed and carefully used tweezers to lift a piece of translucent biological membrane, as thin as a cicada's wing, yet exceptionally tough. Under the microscope, the membrane's patterns were clearly visible, with spiral ionization channels as complex and intricate as a maze. These patterns allow air particles to move along fixed trajectories. The auxiliary light computer recorded everything in detail beside him. What if I imitate this structure to improve turbine blades? A bold idea flashed in his mind. The combination of biological structure and mechanical design might spark unexpected inspiration. He continued his dissection while silently pondering whether this biological membrane structure could be applied to the mechanical field to improve turbine blade efficiency. The morning theoretical lectures concluded, and the afternoon practical training in Star Beast taming was the favorite of most students. The simulation training ground instantly shifted into thunderstorm mode. Muffled thunder rumbled in their ears as lightning tore across the sky, illuminating the figures scattered across the field. Yi Li and Dao Zai stood side by side, their opponent being a holographic projection of a star beast, the electromagnetic scorpion, a creature well accustomed to thunderstorm environments. Raindrops the size of beans hammered the ground, splashing up countless droplets. The air was thick with moisture, and in the distance a low rumble of thunder echoed. A lightning bolt struck down without warning, its blinding white light instantly illuminating the entire training ground as violent energy raged through the air. Dao Zai's compound eyes contracted sharply, the innate warning of a star beast sensing danger. Yi Li also felt the violent energy contained within the thunderstorm. The star energy link between him and Dao Zai began to flicker, with unstable interruptions like a faulty electrical wire connecting and disconnecting intermittently. Yi Li's command transmissions became erratic, and Dao Zai's movements followed suit with stutters. A virtual lightning bolt struck him, causing him to stagger backward several steps before being tackled by the surging electromagnetic scorpion and ultimately collapsing to the ground. The training instructor's face was ashen. He pulled up a slow-motion replay, pointing at the moment Dao Zai froze mid-leap. His voice was as harsh as the cold winter wind. Now do you understand why we require you to resonate deeply with your star beasts and stay familiar and integrated with them at all times? The instructor's gaze swept across every student's face, his tone carrying a sense of frustration over their lack of progress. A mere thunderstorm can sever your connection. In the vastness of space, the dangers you will face are 100 times more treacherous than this. Don't become complacent just because you've achieved a little success. You're still green, boys. The instructor's voice echoed across the training ground, ringing out like a warning bell. In the firearms proficiency training class, the cold metallic touch of the weapon transmitted to Yi Li's palm. This was his first time holding a magnetic rail pulse rifle, a weapon typically mounted on heavy mechs. He switched off the safety, and a low, deep hum of charging energy arose like the growl of a wild beast. The pulse rifle's body vibrated slightly, heralding the immense power about to be unleashed. Yi Li took a deep breath and pulled the trigger. A torrent of blue electric light erupted forth, and the powerful recoil sent his body lurching backwards, slamming into the cushion behind him. The blade-armed mantis nimbly leaped behind him, using its forelimbs to brace against his back. Bionic tendons extended from the gaps in its carapace like flexible tentacles, pressing against Yi Li's back to help him stabilize. The firearms instructor walked over to Yi Li and patted the heavy body of the pulse rifle. These are just to give you a sense of the power of heavy weaponry. The instructor picked up a sleek blue electromagnetic pistol, weighing it in his hand. The best weapons for you at this stage are compact portable sidearms that still pack a punch. The Star Cry X7, lightweight, convenient, high safety factor. One energy cell provides 150 rounds of continuous output. It's the most suitable choice for you at this stage. The instructor handed the electromagnetic pistol to Yili. Now one for each of you. Begin training. But remember, all weapons must be returned after class. They are not to be taken outside this room. The instructor's voice was stern, carrying an unyielding authority. The students excitedly picked up their weapons. In the subsequent cold weapon combat training class, the clash of training alloy blades echoed through the training room. Instructor Welton's gleaming blade thrust toward Yi Li with the cunning precision of a venomous snake. Yi Li leaned back, slightly spinning to evade the laser blade's edge. His training alloy blade lunged forth like a snake emerging from its den, striking at a cunning angle reminiscent of a mantis hunting its prey. The blade tip precisely struck the throat of the holographic sparring partner, where a bright red that lit up followed by the system voice, blade skill, thrust 92 completion. Instructor Welton flicked the residual heat off his laser protective gear, a hint of approval in his eyes. Not bad, Yili. You have excellent combat talent. By the way, how's that book, Ancient Martial Arts and Star Beast Biology, I recommended? Your blade arm mantis's twin blades are perfectly suited for ancient martial techniques, which would greatly enhance your Star Beast's combat effectiveness. Welton's words carried a hint of expectation. I've already started reading it, Instructor Welton. Do you think I should also use a blade as my primary cold weapon? Yili asked humbly. Of course you can, but I still recommend you work on your defense as well. Star Beast tamers are still too fragile themselves. Instructor Welton offered his well-considered advice. All right, I'll take that into consideration. Yili nodded, seriously committing the instructor's counsel to memory. The academy's daily schedule was packed full, running like a precisely engineered machine, leaving no room for respite. After classes, Yili would return to the dormitory and find Luo Xiaopeng immersed in the world of mechanical modification. Luo Xiaopeng, the repeating student, though always tinkering with bizarre inventions, surprisingly possessed solid mechanical repair skills. Yili would also join in helping Luo Xiaopeng with orders he couldn't handle alone. Gradually, through his solid skills and conscientious attitude, he quickly earned everyone's recognition. Of course, the main reason was that his work was stable and free of unnecessary embellishments. Luo Xiaopeng, on the other hand, loved adding his own touches, either new features or colors and appearances that deviated significantly from what was expected. Students seeking Yili for repairs soon outnumbered those going to Luo Xiaopeng. The sounds of metal clashing tools tapping and Luo Xiaopeng's exaggerated exclamations interwove into a unique melody that accompanied Yili's every day at Xingqiong Academy. As for Chu Feng, although Luo Xiaopeng and Yili had turned the dormitory into a machine shop, he never complained, maintaining his cool demeanor. Yet through their daily interactions, the three gradually grew familiar. Yili discovered that Chu Feng was actually warm-hearted beneath his cold exterior. He just preferred to hide his emotions. Time passed gradually, and before he knew it, Yili had been at Xingqiong Academy for 2 months. The daily curriculum allowed Yili to grow rapidly. In his spare time, he also helped Luo Xiaopeng with mechanical modifications and repairs. After Yili completed some orders, many students noticed that their items were actually repaired properly. They wondered at Luo Xiaopeng's change until they learned a new technician had arrived. With quality work, no hassles, and no crazy modifications, students flocked to Yili with their orders. Luo Xiaopeng lamented that the new had replaced the old, his face showing a touch of dejection. The sharp sound of metal scraping echoed piercingly through the repair shop. Linhao, a junior from the mech warrior department, watched Yili with a hint of anxiety. His mech, painted in a fiery color scheme and named Crimson Flame Wolf, had one leg removed. At the left knee joint, a burst hydraulic valve was exposed, and severed pipelines still dripped hydraulic fluid. I'm counting on you, brother. This is the mech I need for next week's league match. Please, it's got to be fixed. Linhao's tone was earnest. Yili did not respond immediately. Instead, he bent down and meticulously examined the damaged area. Yili's fingertips traced over the mech's outer shell, feeling the cold texture of the metal, while his gaze locked onto the complex bionic transmission structure within. His brow furrowed slightly. There's something off with the bionic transmission structure, Yili said softly, a hint of puzzlement in his voice. Linhao was taken aback. Something off? Didn't the hydraulic valve just burst? The burst valve is just a symptom. Yili shook his head, pointing at a holographic projection of the mech structure. Look here, the bionic muscle bundles and the hydraulic system aren't coordinating well. Not coordinating well. Linhao was even more confused. It's a bit like using the wrong template. Yili mused, his fingers sliding across the structural diagram. The ejection mechanism requires the energy fluid to stay at a low temperature for faster response times, but the mech alloy's thermal conductivity is too high. The energy fluid develops minor bubbles as the temperature rises. It might be fine in the short term, but under high-intensity operation, the bubbles accumulate and cause hydraulic shock. Over time, this damages the hydraulic valve, and in severe cases can even cause it to burst. Yili gave his assessment. Lin Hao was somewhat stunned, but vaguely felt Yi Li's explanation made perfect sense. After all, it was his mech, and he had noticed something abnormal during high-intensity operations, but hadn't given it much thought. Can it be fixed? Lin Hao asked with a hint of nervousness. Of course. Yi Li smiled confidently. Once the problem is found, the solution is easy. He began disassembling the mech's joint components, his movements skilled and precise. Wrenches and screwdrivers seemed to come alive in his hands, deftly removing various parts. Luo Xiaopeng also came over, curiously examining the internal structure of the Crimson Flame Wolf, occasionally letting out sounds of admiration. After a flurry of work, Yi Li replaced the hydraulic valve, added a cooling device, and made fine adjustments to the bionic transmission structure. Alright, give it a try. Yi Li clapped his hands, signaling Lin Hao to test it. Lin Hao eagerly climbed into the cockpit and powered up the mech. The Crimson Flame Wolf stood back up, its joints moving fluidly without any of the previous stiffness. Lin Hao attempted some complex maneuvers, and the mech responded swiftly and sensitively, brimming with power. A look of delighted surprise spread across his face. Damn, it's really fixed, and it feels even smoother than before. Lin Hao jumped out of the cockpit, grabbing Yi Li's hand. Brother, you're incredible. This technique is amazing. Yi Li smiled humbly, saying, it was just a minor issue. Your mech has a solid foundation. A small adjustment was all it needed. You call this a minor issue? Lin Hao's eyes widened. I've been to other repair technicians before. They all said the hydraulic valve was just old and needed replacing. If I hadn't upgraded so much equipment recently, I might have just gone with that. It wasn't until I came to you that I learned it was a bionic structure problem. If it weren't for you, my mech might have been completely scrapped eventually. Lin Hao expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Yi Li, brother, thank you so much. If you ever need any help in the future, just say the word. Lin Hao vowed, thumping his chest. The two chatted happily and quickly became well acquainted. Yi Li also took the opportunity to inquire about Mu Xingling. Mu Xingling, huh? Lin Hao's face showed a trace of reverence. She's a legendary figure among the third years. In our year, Mu Xingling is undeniably the best in the third grade when it comes to combat skills, mech armament, and practical drills. Lin Hao paused, his tone tinged with mystery. And she's also undergone body modifications that no one else would dare to attempt. Indeed, Yi Li thought to himself. He wondered why Mu Xingling would do such a thing. Usually only extreme mech fanatics would undergo body modifications like those madmen in the machine cult. He sighed inwardly. Lin Hao lowered his voice. When ordinary students like us see her, we feel an overwhelming aura of power and don't dare to approach her. Lin Hao shrugged, looking somewhat resigned. Yi Li nodded thoughtfully, his curiosity about the mysterious senior Mu Xingling growing even stronger. After Lin Hao's mech was perfectly repaired, Yi Li's reputation spread among the mech department students. More and more students came seeking Yi Li's help to repair or modify their mechs and weapons. One day, a tall, strikingly beautiful girl, carrying a sci-fi-looking long rifle, walked into Yi Li's dormitory. The girl had a neat silver bob haircut, sharp eyes, and exuded an air of efficiency. She was Su Qian, a top student from the firearms department. Hello, Yi Li. I'm Su Qian from the firearms department, she said, directly placing the long rifle on the workbench. I'd like you to modify this Wind Thunder Pulse rifle, Su Qian said, pointing at the energy core. I want you to increase the energy core's compression rate by 30%. Yi Li picked up the Wind Thunder Pulse rifle and carefully examined its structure and engravings. The design was exquisite, with a slender body and a thick barrel that clearly indicated its immense power. The energy core emitted a faint blue glow. Increasing the compression rate by 30% is no small task. Yi Li murmured. I know, that's why I came to you, Su Qian said, her eyes resolute. I trust your skills. Alright, I can give it a try. Yi Li nodded and began the modification. Instead of directly compressing the energy core, he started with the rifle's magazine. Since we're boosting energy output, we need to consider energy stability and conduction efficiency, Yi Li said, picking up some special Star Beast materials from the workbench. Star Beast materials? Su Qian looked at the materials in Yi Li's hand, puzzled. Yeah, these are the air core fragments of a storm albatross. It's the core it uses to store and drive wind energy, Yi Li explained. The air core of this Star Beast has excellent energy conductivity and stability, and it can effectively guide and control pulse energy. I plan to etch the Storm Albatross's air core patterns onto the inner walls of the magazine, using principles of Star Beast ecology to improve energy efficiency and stability. Yi Li shared his modification approach. Su Qian was only half understanding, but she vaguely sensed that his idea was quite innovative. Yi Li carefully ground the Storm Albatross's core fragments in a fine powder, then used special tools to etch complex and mysterious patterns onto the inner walls of the magazine. Throughout the entire process, Yi Li was extremely focused, as if he were creating a piece of intricate art. After several hours of meticulous work, the modification was finally complete. Yi Li returned the modified Thunder Beast pulse rifle to Su Qian. Come on, let's go test it, Yi Li said. Su Qian led Yi Li to the firearms department's shooting range. At the range, a row of smart dummy targets was neatly arranged. Su Qian raised the rifle aimed at the front dummy and pulled the trigger. Bang! A dull gunshot echoed. A dazzling blue pulse wave shot out from the muzzle and instantly struck the dummy target. But what happened next stunned everyone present. The dummy target hit by the pulse wave didn't fall over as expected. Instead, it began to vibrate violently. Then, as if controlled by some mysterious force, all the smart dummies in the range started to twist and flail, uncontrollably dancing as if they were performing a collective robot dance. The scene was both bizarre and comical. Su Qian was stunned, never expecting such a thing to happen. As everyone looked at each other in confusion, a stern voice suddenly boomed. Who's messing around in the shooting range? The firearms department head stormed over with a grim face, scanning the range with sharp eyes. When he saw the dancing smart dummies and the modified wind thunderpulse rifle in Su Qian's hands, his expression turned even darker. What's the meaning of this? The head demanded angrily. Su Qian stammered, Sir, I was just testing a newly modified rifle. Testing a rifle? The department head's gaze fell on the wind thunderpulse rifle, scanning it carefully. His tone turned severe. Who allowed you to modify a rifle with star beast patterns without permission? Didn't your instructor teach you that you need to perform star beast contamination purification first? Do you have any idea how much funding the Military Science Institute has to spend to clean up the star core contamination from this albatross? The head's roar echoed across the range, ringing in everyone's ears. Yi Li and Su Qian were both intimidated by his fury, not daring to breathe. It turned out that while the cores of certain special star beasts were indeed highly useful, their inherent energy erosion was also very severe, potentially damaging human genes. Therefore, materials from these star beasts required contamination treatment. Only the basic circuit patterns should be kept and the energy pollution removed. This was also a gap in Yi Li's knowledge. Meanwhile, Han Lili, the beautiful senior from the medical department, snuck into dormitory 406, clutching an object wrapped in her clothes. Xiao Pang, is Yi Li here? Han Lili whispered, her eyes darting nervously. He's gone to the shooting range. What's up, Senior Han? Luo Xiaopeng asked curiously. I have something I'd like you guys to take a look at, Han Lili said, carefully unwrapping the bundle in her arms. What was revealed was a bionic corgi dog. The bionic corgi looked incredibly realistic with lifelike fur, but it was lying weakly on the ground, completely motionless. It's a bionic pet, Luo Xiaopeng said, a bit surprised. This is my pet corgi Xiao Mei. I came back to my dorm after class and found her collapsed on the floor. Han Lili's tone was anxious and worried. I took her to the Bionic Pet Service Center, and they said it was an internal circuit failure. They said they'd need to replace the entire internal system and chips. The repair cost was too high, and it would take a long time. I don't have that much money. I heard you guys are really skilled, so I wanted to ask for your help. Xiao Peng, you have to help me. Please fix my Xiao Mei. Han Lili said, sounding urgent. Mechanical bionic pets are a popular choice for many people these days because they are more intelligent, better companions, and offer some protective capabilities. Parents often buy one for their children to accompany them as they grow up. And people like Han Lili who buy bionic pets are not uncommon. They are quite trendy pets now. No problem, Senior. Leave it to me. Luo Xiaopeng perked up at the mention of mechanical repair. Luo Xiaopeng had repaired all sorts of strange things. This was child's play. He puffed out his chest, guaranteeing he'd get the job done. Han Lili gratefully handed the bionic corgi Xiao Mei to Luo Xiaopeng, repeatedly urging him, Xiaopeng, you must fix Xiao Mei for me. She's my favorite pet. Luo Xiaopeng nodded to show he understood. Only then did Han Lili leave reluctantly. After she left, Luo Xiaopeng placed the bionic corgi on the workbench and began to examine it carefully. He carefully opened the bionic corgi's outer fur to reveal the intricate mechanical circuits and electronic components inside. The chip is fine, but these circuits are really complex. Luo Xiaopeng muttered as he began to clean up the damaged circuits bit by bit. However, as his inspection went deeper, his brow furrowed more and more. Something's not right, Luo Xiaopeng murmured to himself. Back in the dormitory, Yi Li collapsed onto his bed exhausted. He had been scolded by the firearms department head and luckily was let off without a fine since it was his first offense, but he couldn't escape a lengthy lecture. After nearly an hour of being lectured, Yi Li and Su Qian were finally allowed to leave. His mind was still buzzing. Yi Li, come take a look at this. Luo Xiaopeng, seeing Yi Li return, dragged him over to the workbench and pointed at the circuits inside the bionic corgi, signaling for him to look closely. Yi Li leaned in and immediately spotted the problem. The circuits looked like they had suffered natural wear and tear, but upon closer inspection, there were subtle clues suggesting they were caused by a strong electrical current. However, bionic corgis have overload protection unless the current was continuously increased without interruption, causing the overload protection to fail. This looks like it was deliberately damaged, Yi Li said in a low voice. Yeah, that's what I think, Luo Xiaopeng nodded, his tone certain. The method is very subtle, hard for most people to notice, but it's definitely not a natural malfunction. Yi Li's face darkened as a flicker of doubt rose in his mind. Who would deliberately damage Han Lili's bionic pet? After repairing the bionic corgi circuits, Yi Li and Luo Xiaopeng returned the dog to Han Lili and informed her about the deliberate damage. Han Lili's face turned pale upon hearing this, her eyes filled with shock and unease. Senior, you need to be careful. Keep an eye on who might have access to Xiao Mei, Yi Li cautioned. And for now, don't tell anyone else about this to avoid tipping them off. Han Lili nodded, indicating she would be careful. She thanked Yi Li and Luo Xiaopeng once again, then hurriedly left the dormitory, cradling the repaired bionic corgi. In the days that followed, Yi Li, aside from attending his regular classes, spent most of his time in the library poring over materials on star beast ecology and mechanical engineering. Following the lecture from the head of the firearms department, he realized he still had a vast amount to learn. His current self was still too immature. Thanks to his growing rapport with various departments, Yi Li often audited lectures and other majors. One day, he found himself in the mech department's large lecture hall preparing to sit in on an advanced mech combat class. He noticed his dorm mate Chu Feng sitting alone in a corner of the classroom, seemingly out of place amidst the lively atmosphere. Despite Chu Feng's top grades in the class, he didn't seem to be well liked. Yi Li even sensed a hint of hostility directed at him from some students. In particular, a few students from affluent families appeared especially disdainful and envious of Chu Feng. During the class, the mech combat instructor projected several classic battle recordings and even had Chu Feng come forward to demonstrate and explain some combat maneuvers. After class, a group of young men from notable families suddenly blocked Chu Feng's path as he was about to leave. Chu Feng, you've been pretty arrogant lately, throwing your weight around just because you're top of the class. Last time you refused to vote for Xianxian. Why not? Zhao Tianxing, clad in a fiery red mech suit, spoke with a hostile tone. None of your business, Chu Feng shot back, casting him a cold glance, his voice equally icy. Oh, still acting tough, huh? Zhao Tianxing sneered, pointing at his own mech. Perfect timing. I just got a new suit and was looking for someone to test it out on. So Chu Feng, you dare to have a go with me? Chu Feng was silent for a moment before finally nodding. Let's go to the training ground, he said, and walked off ahead towards the training field. Worried about Chu Feng, Yi Li followed. At the training ground, Chu Feng and Zhao Tianxing stood opposite each other, both clad in their mech suits. The battle was about to begin. Chu Feng's mech was the Grey Wolf, a low-grade standard-issue suit from the Academy, while Zhao Tianxing had equipped the latest high-grade model, the Blaze Tiger, which was clearly superior in performance. However, once the fight started, to everyone's astonishment, Chu Feng managed to bridge the performance gap, with his exquisite piloting skills and combat awareness gaining the upper hand. His mech moved with the swiftness of a hunting leopard, its attacks angled with cunning precision, each strike landing squarely on the opponent's weak points. On the other hand, Zhao Tianxing, despite piloting a superior mech, was caught off guard by Chu Feng's fierce assault, becoming flustered and steadily retreating. On the verge of defeat, Zhao Tianxing suddenly activated the Blaze Tiger's special feature, the Energy Shield. A layer of crimson energy barrier instantly enveloped the entire mech, greatly increasing its defenses. Chu Feng's standard-issue alloy sword couldn't penetrate the shield. Seeing Chu Feng at a loss, Zhao Tianxing let out a sinister laugh. His weapon, a battle saber, also began to emit a high-temperature vibration. The blade of the saber glowed like a red-hot iron, radiating a terrifying wave of heat. Chu Feng, let me show you the true power of my new mech. With a cruel grin, Zhao Tianxing's mech suddenly surged forward, lunging at Chu Feng. The high-temperature vibrating saber, whistling through the air, slashed fiercely towards Chu Feng's mech. Chu Feng's low-grade mech was utterly incapable of withstanding the might of the high-temperature vibrating saber. Its energy shield was torn apart in an instant. The saber was about to strike the chest of Chu Feng's mech. At that critical moment, Chu Feng made a startling move. He extended his left hand, clad in a mechanical glove, and grabbed the blade of the high-temperature vibrating saber. The scorching blade instantly heated his left glove to a glowing red, emitting wisps of smoke. Yet, as if feeling no pain, Chu Feng held the saber tightly in his left hand, unmoving. Simultaneously, a faint green star energy enveloped the alloy sword in his right hand. The green sword light, like a bolt of lightning, cut through the air, instantly breaching the energy shield. Following that, Chu Feng kicked Zhao Tianxing square in the chest. Boom. With a dull thud, Zhao Tianxing flew backwards like a kite, with its string cut crashing heavily to the ground. His Blaze Tiger mech had failed to withstand the powerful blow. Zhao Tianxing was knocked unconscious. Chu Feng sheathed his sword and stood tall, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, cold and sharp. The training ground fell into dead silence. Everyone was speechless, stunned by the astonishing series of moves Chu Feng had just executed. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Chu Feng silently walked off the training ground. Yi watched Chu Feng's retreating figure, his gaze lingering on the left hand that had just gripped the high-temperature saber, lost in thought. That night the dormitory was quiet. Yi lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Chu Feng's performance at the training ground earlier that day kept replaying in his mind. Especially the sight of Chu Feng catching the high-temperature saber with his bare left hand. It was both shocking and puzzling. Just then a low-pained groan suddenly broke the silence. Yi sat up abruptly and called out softly, "Chu Feng, are you okay?" There was no response, but the groaning grew louder, sounding increasingly agonized. A sense of dread washed over Yi. He quickly looked towards Chu Feng's bed. However, the bed was empty. Puzzled, Yi scanned the room, his eyes finally settling on the lights spilling from the bathroom. He walked to the bathroom door. From inside came the sound of suppressed, ragged breathing, but still no answer. Yi's unease grew, and he cautiously peered inside. The bathroom door wasn't fully closed. Chu Feng was leaning against the wall, his back to the door, his body trembling slightly. Yi took a careful step closer, just about to speak, when he suddenly noticed something strange about Chu Feng's left hand. What should have been a human hand was now covered in a layer of black carapace, its surface etched with fine, intricate patterns resembling the limb of some kind of insect. It exuded a chilling, eerie aura. Yi froze as if struck by lightning. He remembered that the creature Dozi had similar carapace. Could Chu Feng's left hand be connected to insects? Yi suppressed the shock and confusion within him. He didn't make a sound, quietly retreating from the bathroom. He returned to his own bed, lay down, and closed his eyes, trying to calm the storm of thoughts inside him. Over the next few days, Yi began to silently observe Chu Feng. He noticed that Chu Feng seemed to deliberately avoid using his left hand in daily life. Almost all actions were performed with his right hand. During combat training, Chu Feng rarely used his left hand, primarily relying on his right. The instance of using his left hand in battle against Zhao Tianqing was a rare occurrence. One evening, Luo Xiaopeng was sitting at his desk, utterly enamored with his newly assembled miniature drone. His fingers flew across the control panel, a tuneless hum escaping his lips as he was completely immersed in the joy of technology. But as luck would have it, his hand slipped. The drone suddenly lost control and, like a runaway horse, careened wildly around the cramped dormitory. The rotors let out a piercing whine, spinning faster and faster, until like a sharp blade they headed straight for Luo Xiaopeng's face. "Whoa!" Luo Xiaopeng yelped in fright. His plump body was too slow to react. He squeezed his eyes shut, mentally bracing for the disastrous image of his nose breaking and blood streaming down his face. Senior Sister Han Lily would probably treat him gently, he thought. But the anticipated searing pain never came. Instead, an eerie silence filled the air. Luo Xiaopeng hesitantly opened one eye, then the other. The sight before him left him utterly dumbfounded. Chu Feng had appeared before him like a phantom. His left hand had firmly grasped the rapidly spinning rotor. The rotor made a grinding, teeth-chattering sound in his grip, before finally slowing to a complete stop, returning to stillness. Luo Xiaopeng's jaw dropped in astonishment. His gaze darted between Chu Feng's left hand and the drone, filled with disbelief and the sheer relief of a narrow escape. "Chu Feng, how did you do that? That's a high-speed rotor." Luo Xiaopeng stammered, his tongue nearly tying itself in knots. Chu Feng's expression was calm, as if he had done something utterly trivial. He released his left hand, handed the now-still drone back to Luo Xiaopeng, and rubbed his gloved left hand before turning and silently walking back to his own bed, as if the entire perilous incident had never occurred. Luo Xiaopeng carefully took the drone, cradling it in his hands, as if it were a fragile treasure. He looked up at Chu Feng's slightly lean figure, and an indescribable feeling of gratitude welled up inside him. "Brother Chu, you were absolutely awesome today. You're my hero." Luo Xiaopeng pulled out a can of energy drink he had been saving from under his bed, scurried over to Chu Feng's bedside, and offered it to him like a prized trophy. "Here, Brother Chu, this should help calm your nerves. That must have scared you, right? Drink this to recharge." Chu Feng took the energy drink, was silent for a moment, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly before he uttered 2 words, "Thanks." His voice was still low and steady, betraying no emotion. Yi had been quietly observing Chu Feng the whole time. He noticed that although Chu Feng's expression was normal, the hand that took the drink had a slight tremor, and a thin layer of sweat had formed on his forehead. The night wore on, and the dormitory fell silent. Suddenly a low groan broke the stillness, echoing eerily in the room. It was more agonized than any before, as if it were being forced from the depths of his throat, making one's heart clench. Yi was startled awake by the sound. Luo Xiaopeng's snoring continued, but Yi's gaze turned towards Chu Feng's bed. The sound was definitely coming from him, painful and low. Bathed in the cold moonlight streaming through the window, Yi saw Chu Feng writhing in agony on his bed, his body trembling slightly. His left hand, which he had always kept hidden, was now exposed to the moonlight, completely covered in a layer of black carapace. Its surface was uneven, etched with eerie patterns, and it seemed to writhe subtly, as if it were alive, exuding a bone-chilling aura. Chu Feng, are you alright? Yi Li called out softly, his gaze fixed intently on the black carapace on Chu Feng's left hand, a storm of shock raging within him. Chu Feng, is there something you're hiding from us? Yi Li lowered his voice, asking in a deep tone, a barely perceptible tremor in his words. Chu Feng still did not respond, only clenching his jaw tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his cheeks as he suppressed his pained groans with even greater effort, as if enduring immense torment. Yi Li quickly woke Luo Xiaopeng. Luo Xiaopeng sat up groggily, and upon seeing Chu Feng's condition, his face turned pale with fright. His plump body trembled involuntarily, and his voice became shrill and shaky. What the hell is this? Is Brother Chu turning into a bug? Yi Li said to Luo Xiaopeng. Stop the nonsense, quickly get the healing solution and painkillers you've stashed away. Chu Feng can't hold on much longer. Right, I'll get them now. Luo Xiaopeng pulled himself together and quickly rummaged under the bed. After a moment, he grabbed 2 bottles of medicine and thrust them all into Yi Li's hands, speaking incoherently. Yi Li, go use these on Chu Feng. They're high-grade healing potions, very effective. Yi Li took the medicine and fed it to Chu Feng. The medicine took effect quickly. Chu Feng's pain seemed to ease somewhat, his groans gradually subsiding, and his breathing became more steady. Looking at the now calmer Chu Feng, Yi Li sat by his bedside and said sincerely, Chu Feng, what exactly happened? Let's figure out a solution together. If this continues, you won't be able to hold on. Perhaps moved by the sincerity of Yi Li and Luo Xiaopeng, or perhaps because the pain had reached the limits of his endurance, Chu Feng finally raised his head, slowly looking painfully at Yi Li and Luo Xiaopeng. My left hand. It's devouring my body. Chu Feng said hoarsely, each word seemingly taking all his strength. He lifted his left hand with great effort, showing it to Yi Li and Luo Xiaopeng. The black carapace on it writhed even more violently, as if something was swimming inside his body. Devouring your body. What the hell is that thing? Luo Xiaopeng asked in terror, his voice cracking. Yi Li fell silent, staring hard at the black carapace on Chu Feng's left hand, his mind in a whirl, unable to make sense of it all at the moment. As the medicine took full effect, Chu Feng fell into a deep sleep. The dormitory fell silent again, but an unsettling, oppressive atmosphere hung in the air. When Chu Feng woke up the next day, his eyes held a trace of exhaustion. He looked around the dormitory and saw Yi Li and Luo Xiaopeng both watching him. He was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke, his voice still hoarse. My planet was invaded by the Zerg when I was young. Chu Feng seemed lost in memory. My family was all killed by the Zerg. I was also injured by the Zerg and nearly died. Fortunately, a mercenary squad sent to clean up the Zerg arrived in time and saved me. Luo Xiaopeng gasped, unable to imagine the despair and fear a young Chu Feng must have experienced. I followed that squad and left my home, traveling with them across various planets. Although we fought every day, I was still happy. The squad members all protected me. Chu Feng's voice grew even deeper. But later I discovered that as I grew older, Zerg traits began to appear on my left hand and body. At the same time, I gained some special abilities. My left hand is incredibly strong and very hard. But it looks less and less like a normal human hand, so I had to wear a glove. Chu Feng raised his left hand, looking at it with a confused gaze. The captain told me this was contamination by the Zerg. He warned me to avoid using the Zerg abilities as much as possible in the future. Chu Feng continued, half a year ago our squad received a mission to clean up a planet invaded by the Zerg. We were ambushed by them, and the entire squad was killed. Only I survived, barely escaping because I carried the Zerg's scent. Chu Feng's eyes were red as he spoke, his voice hoarse. The dormitory was completely silent, broken only by Chu Feng's heavy breathing. Yi Li and Luo Xiaopeng were deeply shaken by Chu Feng's past. They had never imagined that the usually quiet and taciturn Chu Feng carried such a heavy burden. After I escaped back, I found out that the captain had bought me a special admission spot at Xinjiang University. Chu Feng's voice carried a barely audible choke. He wanted me to go to school and not live a life on the edge forever. But he never got to tell me himself. With that, Chu Feng closed his eyes. Yi Li and Luo Xiaopeng remained silent, unsure how to comfort him. Any words seemed pale and powerless in the face of such sorrow. After a long while, Yi Li took a deep breath, breaking the silence. He analyzed the situation rationally. Chu Feng, regarding your physical condition, did the captain ever say anything? Is there any solution to that Zerg contamination? Chu Feng shook his head. The captain only said it could be suppressed as much as possible, but he never mentioned a cure. Luo Xiaopeng scratched his head, a troubled look on his chubby face. What are we going to do? We can't just let this go on. Brother Chu, does your teacher at school know about your situation? Should we tell them? Chu Feng immediately shook his head, his tone resolute. Don't tell anyone. At least not now. Yi Li understood Chu Feng's concerns. If his condition were exposed, he would likely be treated as a research subject or even isolated. Then we'll figure it out ourselves. Yi Li's gaze was firm. Xingqiang University is the best university in the entire galaxy. The library must have information that can help you. Luo Xiaopeng's eyes lit up, and his plump body instantly perked up. Right? The library. Why didn't I think of that? Let's go to the library now. The three of them immediately sprang into action, heading straight for the Xingqiang University library. The vast collection of books in the library dazzled Luo Xiaopeng, who wandered aimlessly among the bookshelves like a headless fly. Oh my god, so many books. When will we ever find it? Luo Xiaopeng wailed, plopping down on the floor, his fat jiggling. Yi Li remained relatively calm. He walked over to the auxiliary optical computer and began searching for keywords like Zerg gene, gene contamination, and suppression technology. However, the search results were disappointing. Research materials on Zerg genes were scarce, and most were obscure academic papers that offered no practical help. Just as Yi Li and Chu Feng were growing anxious, Luo Xiaopeng slapped his forehead, struck by an idea. He called out to Yi Li and Chu Feng. Come on, stop looking here. Let's go to the paperbook section. That's where the more important materials are. I have a way to get in. With that, he led the three quickly began searching based on keywords. Finally, in the C section of the books, Luo Xiaopeng made a discovery. Yi Li, look at this. He waved excitedly at Yi Li. Yi Li quickly walked over and took the experiment record from Luo Xiaopeng's hands. On the cover, a few striking large characters were written, Zerg Soldier Project Experiment Record. Yi Li's heart skipped a beat. He quickly opened the record and read it carefully. The record detailed a secret experiment called the Zerg Soldier Project conducted by the Military Science Academy 10 years ago. The purpose of this experiment was to use Zerg genes to create powerful Zerg soldiers for battlefield operations. However, when the experiment was completed and the Zerg soldiers were truly deployed on the battlefield, a fatal problem emerged. The Zerg soldiers would suddenly defect, controlled by higher-ranking Zerg, turning against humanity. What the hell? Is that true? The Zerg have such a high hierarchical system, with higher-ups completely controlling the lower ones. Luo Xiaopeng exclaimed. Yi Li's face also grew grim. He continued reading. That defection incident caused heavy losses, with a large number of soldiers contaminated by Zerg genes and in critical condition. To control the spread of Zerg genes, the Military Science Academy urgently halted the Zerg Soldier Project and established a secret laboratory dedicated to researching Zerg gene suppression technology. And this experiment record was one of the research achievements of that secret laboratory. The record detailed the method for constructing a Zerg gene suppression device, as well as various inhibitor formulas. A Zerg gene suppression device. Great. Chu Feng is saved. Luo Xiaopeng jumped up excitedly. Yi Li also clenched his fists in excitement, and a light lit up in Chu Feng's eyes, as if he saw a glimmer of hope. Yi Li quickly flipped through the experiment record, memorizing key information. He used his wristband to scan the entire record, and then the three of them eagerly returned to the dormitory. But when they began to work on making the Zerg gene suppression device, they discovered that the materials listed in the record required a large amount of Zerg body tissue and core components. These things were difficult for students to obtain within Xingqiang University. Zerg body tissue. Core components. What the hell are these things? Where are we supposed to find these? Luo Xiaopeng looked at the material list in the experiment record, completely baffled. You definitely can't buy them on the regular market. Luo Xiaopeng had never been to the black market, and his plump body involuntarily shuddered, clearly full of apprehension about the place. There's no other way now. Yi Li sighed, his gaze firm. For Chu Feng's sake, we have to take the risk and visit the black market. After a brief discussion, the trio requested leave from their respective department instructors. The process of obtaining permission to leave the campus was unexpectedly smooth, as field practice was a common occurrence for students of Xingqiang University. The instructors didn't pry, merely offering a few words of caution before granting their approval. After a simple disguise, concealing distinctive features with hats, glasses, and other accessories to ensure they wouldn't be easily recognized, the three left the university. Yi Li had deliberately not contacted Old Lei about this trip to the black market. He didn't want to drag him into matters concerning the Zerg. The fewer people who knew, the better. The black market was as bustling as ever. Although Yi Li hadn't visited in a long time, he was still familiar with its layout. He led the other two through the market, searching for traces of Zerg materials. Inside the market was a cacophony of noise, voices blending into a chaotic din. The air was thick with the heavy smell of machine oil and various other indefinable odors. Stalls displayed a dazzling array of goods, from energy weapons to bizarre mechanical parts, everything one could imagine. But as Yi Li had anticipated, most of what was on offer was common merchandise, nothing that even remotely touched upon the Zerg materials they needed. Luo Xiaopeng looked around curiously, occasionally picking up trinkets to examine. Chu Feng, on the other hand, seemed distracted, his gaze constantly sweeping across the surrounding crowd. Knowing time was of the essence, Yi Li pulled Luo Xiaopeng over to a stall laden with goods. The vendor was an old man with graying hair squinting as he polished a battery in his hands. Yili picked up a gunpowder pistol similar in appearance to a revolver and pretended to inspect it carefully. "Boss, this gun looks pretty good. How much is it?" he asked casually. "This is an antique," the old vendor said slowly. "You won't find a revolver like this these days. It's still got plenty of power. 300 star coins, and I'll throw in 10 boxes of ammo." Yili haggled with the old vendor for a while, eventually settling on a price of 220 star coins. After paying, Yili asked in a seemingly offhand manner, "Boss, I want to test out this gun's power. I'm looking for some Zerg corpses to try it on. Do you know where in this black market I could find some for sale?" Upon hearing the words Zerg corpses, the old vendor swept a scrutinizing gaze over the three of them. After a moment, he suddenly grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth and letting out a low, eerie chuckle that sent a shiver down one's spine. "Zerg corpses? Those aren't easy to come by," the old vendor said, lowering his voice. "But it's not like there's nowhere to find them." He rummaged beneath his stall for a moment, then pulled out a crumpled piece of paper and handed it to Yili. "Kid, you seem sincere. This place might have what you're looking for. But it ain't a friendly place." Located deep within the black market, the Mook material shop was hidden in the most inconspicuous corner, like a shadow of the market itself. The surrounding shops were sparse and empty, a stark contrast to the clamor elsewhere in the black market. The front of the Mook material shop was particularly dim, lit only by a single old flickering bulb that barely illuminated the shop's sign, adding to its air of secrecy and strangeness. Using the address given by the vendor, the trio wandered through the black market for a long while before finally locating the shop tucked away in a corner. As they stepped through the worn-out door, a musty, stale odor hit them, mixed with a faint, indescribable stench of something raw. The interior was cramped, the light even dimmer, making it nearly impossible to discern the contents. An old man in a shabby robe, his back hunched, stood behind the counter, seemingly merging with the darkness. Hearing them enter, the old man slowly raised his head. His pale, murky eyes were unsettlingly eerie in the dim light. "Three young ones," the old man's raspy voice sounded like sandpaper scraping, devoid of any emotion. "What do you seek?" Yili stepped forward, a smile plastered on his face. "Uncle, we were sent by Old Lee. He said you've got good stuff here. We'd like to buy some Zerg corpses to practice our shooting and test out the power of this new gun." To better play the part of a naive newcomer, Yili even gave the newly purchased revolver a deliberate shake. Upon hearing the name, Old Lee, the old man's murky pupils shifted slightly. His raspy voice sounded again. "Since Old Lee sent you, then follow me." The old man turned and walked towards the back of the shop, his robe dragging across the floor with a rustling sound. The three followed closely, passing through one iron door after another. Finally, they pushed open a heavy-looking alloy door and entered a room. It was noticeably more spacious, but the stench of decay in the air was even stronger, causing a wave of discomfort. The room was piled high with various Zerg materials, resembling a small museum dedicated to the creatures. Huge Zerg carapaces, sharp, segmented limbs, eggs of various colors, and some unidentifiable internal organs were haphazardly stacked on shelves. The air was heavy with the potent smell of preservatives. In stark contrast to the ordinary goods outside, the Zerg materials here were not only diverse, but also of significantly higher quality. Some rare Zerg species materials were even visible. Luo Xiaobang was stunned by the sight. His eyes widened as he looked around, letting out exclamations of awe. "Whoa, so many bug parts. This wing is huge. What kind of bug has legs this thick?" Chu Feng remained relatively composed. His years as a mercenary had given him a wealth of experience, but a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes, clearly impressed by the sheer scale of the Zerg collection. The old man stopped, his pale eyes sweeping over the three before settling on Yili. "The Zerg corpses you want are all here." Yili suppressed his excitement, pretending to scan the room casually. He observed silently, mentally comparing the materials against the descriptions and images from his experimental records. After searching, he finally identified what he needed and pointed at several Zerg corpses. This one, and these two. They look ferocious. I'll take all four. Oh, and do you have any Zerg cores? Give me a few of those too." Hearing this, a barely perceptible glint flashed in the old man's murky eyes. His voice rasped. "Didn't you just want corpses to test your gun?" Yili grinned, showing his white teeth, affecting the air of a spoiled rich kid. "I don't need them for testing the gun, but I heard those things are rare. I'll bring a few back to show my friends so they'll never dare look down on me again." The old man was silent for a moment, as if assessing Yili's wealth. Then he turned and walked to an alloy safe, carefully retrieving several faintly glowing crystals. "Zerg cores. Zerg cores aren't cheap. The price is high," the old man cautioned. "No problem, I've got plenty of money." Yili waved his hand, dismissively signaling the old man to name his price. The old man quoted a price that would make an ordinary person gasp. The 4 Zerg corpses and a few Zerg cores totaled over 300,000 star coins. Though it pained him for Chu Feng's sake, Yili gritted his teeth and paid. This nearly exhausted all the star coins he had earned from selling star beast cores. With the transaction complete, Yili immediately contacted a transport convoy in the black market to load the Zerg corpses. The Zerg cores, however, he carefully tucked into his inner pocket. Watching the transport truck slowly pull away from the Mook material shop, Yili let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, the Zerg materials were secured. He led Luo Xiaopeng and Chu Feng out of the black market in haste, knowing they had to get back to the university quickly to start the next phase of their plan. However, the moment they stepped out of the black market and turned into a secluded alley, a chilling sensation crept up their spines. Danger, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, struck without warning. Two burly figures emerged as if dyed from the darkness itself. Their black combat suits clung tightly to heavily muscled bodies, and the metallic glint of modified mechanical limbs flashed in the dim alleyway, cold and powerful. Their eyes held no human warmth, replaced by the crimson glow of electronic optics locking onto their prey like wild beasts. "You three, come with us." One of the black-clad figures spoke, his voice devoid of any human emotion, chilling to the bone. The three exchanged glances. The air seemed to solidify, tension skyrocketing to its peak. True to his mercenary background, Chu Feng acted with swift, decisive efficiency. His alloy sword was already unsheathed, cleaving through the air towards the nearest black-clad figure. Seeing this, Yi Li didn't hesitate. He drew the revolver from his waist, glad that the newly purchased gun was already proving useful. He quickly retreated a few steps to create distance and fired at the attackers. Luo Xiaopeng wasn't idle either. He swiftly pulled several oddly shaped mechanical devices from his bulging backpack, his own homemade gadgets that always came in handy at critical moments. Just then something unexpected happened. A dull mechanical whirring sound emanated from the deeper shadows. The ground vibrated slightly as a mech about 3 meters tall stepped out from the darkness. Unlike common mechs, its entire body was covered in a layer of strange biological carapace, making it look more like a beast than a machine. Yi Li's pupils contracted sharply, his heart pounding. Flesh and blood mech. The term flashed through his mind instantly. He couldn't help but recall the mech skeleton he had modified at the Wanbao Tower not long ago. If wrapped in Zerg flesh and blood, wouldn't it look exactly like this? Could these attackers be connected to the Wanbao Tower? The thought flashed by, making him even more vigilant. The narrow alley instantly transformed into a battlefield as a fierce fight erupted. But Yi Li knew that if this mech was truly linked to the Wanbao Tower, they needed to end this quickly. The longer they dragged it out, the more dangerous it became. After all, the black market was Wanbao Tower's territory. Chu Feng moved like lightning, abandoning the black-clad assailant to face the flesh and blood mech head-on. The alloy sword in his hand danced like a nimble serpent, its blade flashing, with each precise and vicious strike aimed directly at the mech's vital joints. The blade clashed against the carapace, producing a grating screech as sparks flew in all directions. Yet the Zerg flesh mech's defenses far exceeded expectations. Chu Feng's fierce swordplay could not inflict fatal damage, leaving only shallow scratches upon its shell. Meanwhile, Yi Li relied on his agile footwork and precise marksmanship to engage the two cybernetic augmentees in a hit-and-run skirmish. His revolver emitted a low hum as bullets streaked through the darkness in flashes of light. The augmentees' speed and strength far surpassed ordinary humans. Unable to face them head-on, and without Dao Zai by his side due to the need for anonymity in the black market, Yi Li's combat effectiveness was greatly diminished, forcing him to retreat continuously. Luo Xiaopeng was not idle either, continuously hurling various mechanical devices to harass their foes. Smoke bombs instantly filled the air, obscuring the attackers' vision. Electric shock traps crackled with arcs of electricity on the ground, disrupting their movements, and an assortment of strange gadgets emitted piercing noises or sprayed noxious gases. Though their lethality was limited, they effectively sowed chaos and diverted the attackers' attention. However, the situation remained grim. The Zerg flesh mech's defenses were simply too formidable, and Chu Feng's attacks struggled to find their mark. Though Yi Li and Luo Xiaopeng resisted with all their might, they gradually began to falter under the augmentees' ferocious assault, minor wounds appearing on their bodies. The alley was narrow and their opponents had more combat experience. The longer the fight dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for Yi Li and his companions. Chu Feng drew a deep breath. His form flickered as he dodged a punch from the mech. He channeled his left hand with sudden force, and verdant star energy surged like a raging river into his alloy sword, causing the blade to blaze with dazzling light. The next moment, Chu Feng let out a furious roar and drove the star energy-infused alloy sword viciously into the chest of the Zerg flesh mech. The strike was unstoppable, piercing the hard carapace with ease like a hot knife through butter, burying itself deep within the mech's flesh. Following up, Chu Feng clenched his left fist, gathering all his strength, and slammed it heavily into the mech's head. A muffled thud. With a dull crunch, flesh and blood splattered as the Zerg flesh mech's head burst apart, like a watermelon spraying yellow-green fluids and a potent stench. The flesh mech instantly went limp, its massive frame crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The tide of battle turned in an instant. Having dispatched the most troublesome foe, Chu Feng immediately turned to support Yi Li and Luo Xiaoping. His figure flickered like a phantom, appearing behind the black-clad assailant, dueling with Luo Xiaoping. A flash of his sword, and a head flew skyward as blood gushed forth. Seeing this, the other black-clad assailant was terrified, turning to flee. "Think you can run?" "Too late," Yi Li sneered, flicking his wrist. A mechanical grappling hook shot out, precisely entangling the assailant's ankle. The assailant let out a scream and crashed heavily to the ground. Before he could scramble up, Chu Feng's sword edge was already pressed against his neck. The icy blade, like the scythe of death itself, swept across, without mercy. The battle ended swiftly, but the ordeal had been perilous. The trio wasted no time inspecting their spoils, knowing this was no place to linger. They had to leave the black market quickly and safely deliver the Zerg materials back to the academy. Under the ink-black night, the three wasted no time hastening back to the institute. Shortly after they departed, a figure clad in a black combat suit soundlessly materialized in the alley. He bent down to inspect the scene of the battle, his gaze sweeping over the dismembered remains and the completely destroyed Zerg flesh mech wreckage. His brow furrowed deeply. "Boss Gene, they got away," the figure reported in a low voice into his communicator. From the other end came a sinister voice, cold as a viper's hiss. "Find out who they are. I want to know who dared to foil my plans." "Understood, Boss Gene. I've already sent men to investigate." "Good." Boss Jin's voice carried a bone-chilling menace. "Once you've identified them, I'll arrange for others to properly entertain them." The air itself seemed to freeze over, foreshadowing an even more dangerous storm brewing in silence. At 2:47 a.m. in the mechanical hive, the atmosphere was eerily still. Back at the academy, Yi Li and the others immediately transferred the Zerg materials from the black market to Luo Xiaopeng's secret base. Chu Feng's face grew paler, his brow etched with deep pain. During the earlier fight, he had once again tapped into the Zerg's power, pushing his genetic contamination to the brink of losing control. Yi Li and Luo Xiaoping knew time was of the essence and immediately set to work creating the Zerg gene suppressor. They cross-referenced the experimental manual, listing out all the required materials and quickly sorting them for processing. Dao Zai silently assisted nearby, his sharp blades swiftly dissecting the Zerg carcasses, efficiently extracting the various biological materials needed. Half an hour later, Yi Li confirmed all materials were ready. Next came the most challenging part, handling the Zerg core. The Zerg core was the central component of the gene suppressor, and its machining precision directly determined the device's success. Yi Li carefully manipulated a high-precision laser engraver, hovering it above the eerie green Zerg core. He had to ensure the mechanical patterns engraved on the core surface had an error margin of no more than a staggering 0.3 millimeters. Utterly focused beads of sweat dripped from Yi Li's taut jaw onto the cold workbench, instantly vaporizing upon contact with the hot surface, forming wisps of mist with a faint cloying scent that drifted through the laboratory. 13th frequency calibration complete. Luo Xiaopeng, who had been assisting, tensely yanked off his auxiliary optical computer, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the data on the screen. He quickly pulled up the analysis results and handed them to Yi Li, his voice hoarse with fatigue. This time the Zerg core's resonance frequency, with Chu Feng's star energy, shows an error rate of 0.02. It should be fine. We can proceed to the next step. Yi Li quickly scanned the data, confirmed it was correct, and nodded. Holding his breath, he carefully immersed the Zerg core into a container filled with a special acidic solution to soften the core. The moment the acid touched the core, a faint hissing sound arose like the pained whimper of a living creature. At a visible rate, intricate Fibonacci spiral patterns were rapidly etched onto the core's surface, mysterious and complex. Luo Xiaopeng remained equally vigilant. Holding his breath and concentrating, he manipulated a micromolecular tweezer, threading a hair-thin superconducting coil with extreme precision into the softened Zerg core to construct a complete energy circuit. To enhance the compatibility between the Zerg gene suppressor and Chu Feng, minimizing post-implantation rejection, Luo Xiaopeng specifically soaked the superconducting coil in blood that had been drawn from Chu Feng beforehand. Meanwhile, Yi Li was not idle either. He used the Zerg's hard carapace to begin crafting the outer shell of the gene suppressor. He first needed to carefully carve the carapace into the predetermined shape, then precisely combine it with an energy superconducting alloy, ensuring the shell provided adequate protection without impeding the device's energy transmission. Beside them, Chu Feng's breathing grew increasingly labored. Each breath sounded like a heavy bellows being pulled, emitting a rasping noise. The veins on his left arm bulged grotesquely, looking as twisted and terrifying as gnarled tree roots. His left hand was now completely covered by a ferocious Zerg limb, which was slowly creeping further up his arm. Suppressed growls continuously escaped from the depths of Chu Feng's throat. Finally, all the preparatory work was complete. Only the final assembly remained. Luo Xiaopeng carefully handed the core now wrapped with the superconducting coil to Yi Li. Yi Li took the core and precisely mounted it onto the neural coral scaffold, ensuring a perfect connection between the core and the scaffold to facilitate optimal neural signal transmission. Finally, he fitted the assembled core and scaffold seamlessly into the suppressor's outer shell. Looking at the completed Zerg gene suppressor, Yi Li clenched his jaw and said in a heavy tone, "Chu Feng, we're starting the installation. Bear with it." Upon hearing this, Dao Zai's blade flashed. With no hesitation, the icy edge sliced open the flesh over Chu Feng's spine. Yi Li took a deep breath, steadying his trembling hands, and aligned the suppressor's energy conduction tip with Chu Feng's exposed vertebrae to begin the implantation surgery. He knew this surgery had to be executed with absolute precision. Any slight error could nullify all their efforts. At the very moment the star energy connected with the energy core, Chu Feng let out an earth-shattering roar. Then the laboratory fell into a dead silence, broken only by the sporadic crackling of electric sparks flickering faintly in the air. 6 slender, yet resilient electromagnetic neural tendrils shot out from the suppressor on Chu Feng's back, inserting themselves into his body with precise, fierce accuracy, like living things. A grating sound of electric current buzzed in the darkness, accompanied by the precise clicking of intricate mechanisms, further intensifying the oppressive atmosphere within the lab. The Zerg gene suppressor had finally been officially activated. Yi Li and Luo Xiaopeng, whose nerves had been stretched taut, finally relaxed a fraction, letting out long sighs of relief. They stared intently at Chu Feng, whose body was still trembling slightly, quietly monitoring his vital signs and the suppressor's operational status. However, Chu Feng remained in a daze, his pain moans continuing unabated with no significant improvement in his mental state. Yi Li frowned deeply. Since this was the first time they had used the Zerg gene suppressor, it was difficult to accurately gauge its actual effectiveness. For now, all they could do was continue observing and hope for a turn for the better. Time slipped by second by second. 3 full hours had elapsed since the Zerg gene suppression device was activated. Chu Feng remained curled in the laboratory's corner, his body racked with painful, suppressed moans like a wounded beast. The Zerg chitin on his left hand had now spread completely to his shoulder. The grotesque carapace gleamed with a cold, somber luster in the dim light of sight that inspired dread. Chu Feng seemed to be straining with every fiber of his being to suppress the Zerg power within him. Stellar energy surged wildly toward his left hand in a desperate attempt to halt the spreading chitinization. Yet shockingly, the Zerg gene suppression device was not only failing to curb the transformation, but seemed to be having the opposite effect, accelerating it and causing him even greater agony. The device on his back now acted like a key that had unlocked a floodgate of genetic contamination, unleashing a more ferocious Zerg power and hastening his metamorphosis. Yi Li's face turned ashen in an instant. A sudden jarring realization struck him, and the issue of Star Beast core nuclear contamination once mentioned by the head of the firearms department flashed into his mind. "We missed the DNA memory contamination of the crystal core," Yi Li exclaimed, his voice filled with regret and self-reproach. Ignoring the risk of being burned, he severed the connection between the device and Chu Feng, then violently ripped the still-active suppressor from Chu Feng's back. A powerful wave of guilt washed over him. He could not believe he had overlooked such a critical issue. Luo Xiaopeng also grasped the gravity of the situation. He leaned in to inspect the torn-off device and saw ominous black patches spreading from the Zerg crystal core at its heart. These patches multiplied frantically, like living things, greedily devouring the core's green sections with a malignancy akin to cancer cells. "The Zerg genes are multiplying out of control," Luo Xiaopeng said, staring at the runaway core, a profound sense of helplessness washing over him. Yi Li's voice was hoarse. "Chu Feng doesn't have much time. We must find a psychic. We need psychic power to purge the contamination from the Zerg crystal core. And it has to be a level 3 psychic. Otherwise, with our current technology and equipment, we can't cleanse the core's pollution. I'll go find Lin Maching." Luo Xiaopeng spoke, his voice trembling slightly, breaking the silence. Yi Li spun his head towards him like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline. "Lin Maching? Can we trust her? She's a 3rd-level psychic. Maybe she can purify the core." Luo Xiaopeng's tone held a hint of uncertainty, but she was their only hope. "Besides, she's my cousin. She won't leak anything about Chu Feng's condition." Luo Xiaopeng kept his eyes fixed on the black patches spreading in the culture dish. The contamination was spreading faster than imagined. His resolve grew firmer. He knew they couldn't wait for Chu Feng any longer. "Lin Maching is your cousin." Yi Li was taken aback, his mind racing. He had recently toured all the departments and was now more familiar with Xingqiang University. Is she that genius from the psychic department, the third-year student? The ice demoness who twisted a cheater's leg into a Mobius strip during the freshman assessment. Yi finally recalled the meaning behind the name, his voice laced with surprise. He never imagined she was Luo Xiaopeng's cousin. Luo Xiaopeng gave a wry smile and nodded. Yeah, it's her. Though her temper is a bit fiery, her psychic abilities are top-notch. Right now she's the only one I can think of who can help us. Chu Feng coughed violently, suppressed growls mixed with the coughs. His condition was becoming more alarming. Fluorescent green blood seeped from between his tightly clenched fingers. The chitinization was spreading faster and faster. Chu Feng's consciousness was already beginning to fade. If they delayed any longer, he might truly become a puppet of the Zerg. No time to overthink this. Yi decided immediately, his tone urgent and firm. Luo Xiaopeng, contact your cousin right now. Ask her to come help. Yi knew this wasn't a moment for hesitation. Even a sliver of hope was worth fighting for. Luo Xiaopeng pulled out his communicator, his fingers trembling slightly as he dialed a number. The monotonous ringtone seemed to pound on their already taut nerves, each sound amplifying their anxiety. It was nearly 4 a.m., the deepest hour of sleep. Luo Xiaopeng kept dialing on his wristband. Once, twice, 3 times. He called repeatedly without pause. Finally the call connected. A cold, crisp voice emanated from the wristband, as icy as the dead of winter, devoid of any emotion. Luo Xiaopeng, you better have a good reason. Luo Xiaopeng swallowed hard, trying to steady his voice. Cousin, I'm in trouble. I need your help. Finally, just before 4 a.m., Luo Xiaopeng brought Lin Maching to the mechanical hive. Yi watched as the ice demoness walked in, radiating a biting chill. She wore a black student uniform, her posture tall and straight. Her black hair was tied in a simple ponytail. Her clear, cold gaze swept across the room and fell upon Chu Feng, who was curled up in the corner in agony. Her brow furrowed slightly. Her eyes then landed on the Zerg gene suppression device Yi had torn off. Her gaze grew sharper, as if she could see through everything. Her psychic power surged silently, lifting the heavy device into the air like invisible arms. As her psychic energy washed over it, every minute detail was revealed to her. After a moment, a cold, mocking smile curled at the corner of her lips. Mother Queen level contamination, and you used the acid etching method. Her voice was cold, devoid of any warmth, like liquid nitrogen about to boil in the lab. You two idiots, are you trying to build a Zerg incubator? Yi and Luo Xiaopeng were rendered speechless by Lin Maching's scathing interrogation, their faces burning with shame. They knew they had been careless this time, nearly causing a catastrophe. Luo Xiaopeng shrank back, not daring to meet his cousin's gaze that could freeze a person solid. Lin Maching gave them no chance to argue further. With a flick of her wrist, her psychic power like invisible chains instantly bound Chu Feng. She levitated the struggling, pain-racked young man over to the hydraulic platform. Chu Feng let out a muffled groan of pain, but his body was held fast, unable to move. Liquid nitrogen. Lin Maching's command was cold and brooked no argument. Yi didn't dare hesitate. He immediately opened the liquid nitrogen tank. A white mist of frigid air burst forth, rapidly enveloping the chitinized carapace on Chu Feng's left hand. The extreme cold visibly slowed the spread of the carapace. Chu Feng's agonized roar subsided slightly, but his body continued to tremble. Luo Xiaopeng took a deep breath, steadying his trembling hands, his gaze intensely focused. He carefully used tweezers to deal with the proliferating black tissue on the surface of the core crystal. The moment he made contact, eerie Zerg patterns emerged from within the black tissue, writhing like living things, sending a chill down one's spine. Luo Xiaopeng's heart jolted, but his hand holding the tweezers remained perfectly steady. He meticulously peeled away the proliferating black tissue. A faint scraping. Luo Xiaopeng's chubby hands moved with surprising speed, sweat beading on his forehead. He didn't dare slack off, quickly excising all the proliferated parts. Yi, who had been waiting, immediately operated the mechanical arm, using its claw to firmly secure the now clean Zerg crystal core. He then turned to Lin Maching, his voice steady and firm. Senior, guide your psychic power, follow my marks, and destroy the contaminated DNA strands inside the core. Lin Maching took the brainwave amplifier Luo Xiaopeng had modified, placed it on her head without a word, and slowly closed her eyes. The air in the lab seemed to solidify. A powerful psychic wave amplified by 30 surged from her brow like an invisible blade. Yi could feel a heart-stopping force coalescing in the lab. He held his breath, eyes glued to the instruments, waiting for the right moment. Now, Lin Maching's immense psychic power erupted, striking the Zerg crystal core like an invisible shockwave. Yi clearly saw the black patterns inside the core dissipate rapidly, as if scorched by intense fire. Seizing that critical moment, Yi's stellar energy surged forth, carefully enveloping the purified crystal core as if it were a fragile treasure. He slowly guided the core into the neural coral scaffold, reassembling the Zerg gene suppression device. Click-clack. the dormant mechanisms whirred back to life. Yi Li carefully placed the reassembled. Chu Feng's body shuddered. The device's neural filaments delved deep into him once more. Soon his body began to calm. The grotesque chitin that had spread to his shoulder began to recede, revealing the human skin beneath. Finally, even Chu Feng's left hand returned to its original state, though it still appeared somewhat pale. The ferocious look on his face gradually subsided, and his furrowed brow slowly relaxed. He fell into a deep, restful sleep, his breathing becoming steady and long. Yi Li and Luo Xiaopeng watched Chu Feng's left hand return to normal, their taut, nerves finally easing as they let out long breaths. Yi Li checked the various data on the instruments. Only after confirming everything was normal did he finally relax, leaning against the lab table. They had done it. With Lin Maching's help, they had finally averted the crisis of Chu Feng's Zerg transformation. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the mechanical hive, casting light upon Chu Feng's face as he slowly opened his eyes. The pain of the previous night still lingered in his mind. He instinctively raised his left hand. What met his eyes was a human hand. The texture of the skin, the luster of the nails, all indistinguishable from a normal person's. This was utterly different from the left hand, covered in cold carapace, he remembered. Chu Feng abruptly sat up, staring at his left hand in disbelief. He turned it over repeatedly, feeling the warm touch at his fingertips. Though slightly dry, it was indeed a human palm. Chu Feng pinched his arm, and a real sensation of pain shot through him. It wasn't a dream. His heart was filled with confusion and astonishment. Vaguely, Chu Feng seemed to have made a new discovery. He slowly concentrated his mind. He tried to recall the feeling. Veins bulged, and their color deepened into a dark hue. In an instant, the entire palm was covered by a carapace. 3 sharp, biosteel serrated blades slid out from the edges, reflecting a metallic gleam, their edges shimmering with a chilling sharpness. Chu Feng knew these blades were incredibly sharp, capable of cracking an ordinary mech with a single touch. With another thought, the blades retracted into the carapace. The carapace then faded away, the skin on his hand becoming soft again, its color shifting back to resemble human flesh. Finally, the carapace completely mimicked human skin. Yet the touch remained cold and slightly dry, utterly unlike the warmth and delicacy of normal skin. Chu Feng repeatedly switched between the two forms of his left hand, his eyes filled with excitement and curiosity. This hand truly seemed different, possessing far more possibilities. Yi Li and Luo Xiaopeng were startled awake, rubbing their sleepy eyes as they looked over. When they saw Chu Feng raise his left hand, they broke into brilliant smiles. Lin Maching also approached, her gaze sweeping past the excited Yi Li and Luo Xiaopeng before settling on Chu Feng's left hand. Her eyes remained as cool and detached as ever, revealing no hint of emotion. She turned to Luo Xiaopeng, her voice as icy as a low-temperature lab instrument. Luo Xiaopeng, if you ever act so recklessly again, you can go reflect in the psychokinesis department's detention room. Luo Xiaopeng's face, which had been brimming with smiles, instantly fell, and he shrank his neck. Got it, cousin, he muttered under his breath, not daring to contradict Lin Maching. Lin Maching ignored Luo Xiaopeng's muttering and walked directly to Chu Feng, her gaze sharp. The suppressor is temporarily restraining the insectoid genes within you. Remember, this is suppression, not elimination. Her tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Don't overuse the insectoid power, especially during the year-end examination. Do not use more than 70% of your strength. Chu Feng was taken aback. He didn't understand why Lin Maching suddenly brought up the year-end examination. What did it have to do with suppressing his insectoid power? Why? Chu Feng couldn't help but ask. Lin Maching looked at him coldly. I scanned this suppressor. Its power output has a limit. If you exceed 70%, it will overload and potentially fail. And you should be well aware of the consequences of its failure. Chu Feng's heart jolted. If the suppressor failed and his insectoid genes spiraled completely out of control, he could fully transform into an insectoid monster in front of everyone. It was a consequence he certainly couldn't bear. Lin Maching gave him no more time to think. Her powerful psychokinesis surged once more. Chu Feng felt an invisible force envelop his entire body. His limbs lost control, and he slowly floated upwards. His eyes widened in shock as he found himself suspended mid-air in a spread eagle position, unable to move a single finger. He looked at Lin Maching, a hint of confusion and bewilderment in his eyes, not understanding her sudden action. Remember my words. Don't cause any more trouble, and don't drag Lin Maching's voice was not loud, yet it was clearly heard by everyone present. As she finished speaking, she withdrew her psychokinesis. The force binding Chu Feng vanished abruptly, and his body slammed back down to the ground. He flipped over and landed on his feet, but before he could utter a word, Lin Maching had already turned away, leaving the three of them with nothing but a cold, indifferent back. Inside the mechanical hive, Chu Feng, Luo Xiaopeng, and Yi Li looked at each other, the atmosphere awkward and heavy. Luo Xiaopeng muttered, cousin is still so fierce. Yi Li, on the other hand, looked at Chu Feng thoughtfully, a trace of concern in his eyes. Chu Feng silently clenched his left fist, feeling the latent power within him, his heart a mix of emotions. He understood Lin Maching's warning and the importance of the suppressor, yet it filled Chu Feng with a deep sense of unwillingness. Since the last incident, the trio, including Yi Li, had become exceptionally well-behaved. Fearful of the forces behind the black-clad men, none of them left the campus. Yi Li's figure occasionally appeared in lectures of other departments, absorbing knowledge from various fields like a sponge greedily soaking up water. Yi Li and Chu Feng would spar from time to time. Firstly, to test the limits of Chu Feng, they cleared out a large portion of the mechanical hive to serve as a training ground, piling up all of Luo Xiaopeng's bizarre machinery in one corner, much to his heartbreak. During his 3 months passed quietly in this manner, and the end-of-term grand competition drew ever closer. Following the advice of instructor Wielden, Yi Li decided in training. Yi Li was currently sparring with Zhou Lin, while Daozi perched on the steel beams at the top of the training room, its compound eyes capturing every single movement of the two fighters from a 360-degree angle without missing a beat. Take this. Zhou Lin tossed over a dull training blade. The neural interface hidden in the hilt connected with Yi Li's protective suit, effectively reflecting the combat situation. The essence of the mantis style lies in speed and ferocity. Strike fast, strike hard. One slash should mean death or injury. Before the words even faded, a flash of silver light, too slow. Zhou Lin slowly retracted the training blade. When a mantis stalks a cicada, its compound eyes can predict 12 different frequencies of the cicada's wing vibrations. That's why its strikes are impossibly fast. Yi Li gritted his teeth against the pain and got back to his feet. Zhou Lin replayed his previous move in slow motion using a holographic projection. The blade completed 3 directional thrusts within 0.3 seconds. The first 2 were somewhat traceable, but the third was nearly invisible even in slow motion. See that? Zhou Lin said. The true killing move of the mantis style lies in the vibration frequency of the blade edge. It not only increases speed, but also enhances the ability to cut through enemy defenses, be it mech armor or energy shields. The brief lesson concluded, allowing Yi Li to truly appreciate Zhou Lin's prowess. Then Zhou Lin began to demonstrate the forms of the mantis style to Yi Li move by move. Yi Li first copied the movements on the sidelines, then gradually familiarized himself with them through Zhou Lin's guided practice. By the time he was thrown into the gel wall for the 7th time, his combat suit was riddled with cracks, and the neural links kept him in constant pain. Alright, that's enough for the first day. If we continue, your body won't be able to take it. Same time tomorrow, we'll pick this up again, Zhou Lin said, looking at the battered Yi Li, and called an end to the day's training. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaopeng wasn't idle either. He was sorting through the insectoid materials he had purchased. Picking up a piece of insectoid carapace, he examined it closely, his fingertips tracing the irregular patterns on its surface. He vaguely sensed a familiar trace of energy residue. Luo Xiaopeng deftly brought over a humming electromagnetic interference device. As he pressed the start button, the screens of nearby instruments began to flicker uncontrollably and data streams became chaotic. He picked up a palm-sized fragment of insectoid carapace and cautiously brought it close to the interference device. An astonishing sight unfolded. As the fragment neared the interference source, the flickering on the instrument screens visibly slowed. When the fragment was placed right next to the device, the screens actually stabilized completely. Luo Xiaopeng felt like he had discovered a new continent. This thing could actually neutralize electromagnetic interference. He discovered the secret lay. A sense of awe stirred within Luo Xiaopeng. The insectoid technology was indeed far more unfathomable than humanity had imagined. Luo Xiaopeng began another round of experiments. Since the insectoid carapace fragments can neutralize electromagnetic interference and have impressive defensive properties, if I coat my mechanical bees with a layer of fragment powder, their defensive capabilities are bound to reach a whole new level. Luo Xiaopeng was brimming with confidence. Without further ado, Luo Xiaopeng sprang into action. He ground the insectoid carapace fragments into a fine powder, added a specially formulated adhesive, and mixed it into a smooth and even coating material. With the meticulousness of after a busy afternoon, all 500 mechanical bees finally completed their armor upgrade. Their original silver-gray metallic shells now bore a faint metallic sheen, appearing hard and cold under the light. The coating effect looked quite perfect. Gazing at the finished mechanical bee swarm, Luo Xiaopeng envisioned the glorious scene of his coated swarm achieving perfect defense. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, he thought, "Wow, this is awesome. I, Luo Xiaopeng, am about to become invincible. Ha ha ha." Luo Xiaopeng in his eagerness summoned Chu Feng and Yi Li to conduct the test. Luo Xiaopeng activated the swarm without delay. The mechanical bees labored to lift off their hum, turning dull and heavy, their flight speed noticeably diminished. Yi Li frowned slightly, sensing an impending failure. 500 coated mechanical bees rose from the ground, with the drone swiftly assembling into a colossal hexagonal shield. Chu Feng took a deep breath, slowly raising his left hand. The latent insectoid power within him began to surging across the surface of his carapace-covered palm. He suddenly lunged forward, channeling all his strength into his left arm, and struck the hexagonal shield of mechanical bees with the force of a battle axe. Boom! A muffled impact echoed. The mechanical bee shield struck with immense force, shuddered violently, emitting a grating metallic screech. Yet astonishingly, the shield held firm before Chu Feng, showing no signs of collapse. A flicker of surprise passed through Chu Feng's eyes. Though his previous strike wasn't his full power, it was more than enough to cleave through standard alloy armor. He hadn't expected the coated mechanical bee shield to possess such formidable defensive capabilities. Luo Xiaopeng was ecstatic, gesticulating wildly as he shouted success. Success! The fragment coating combined with the hexagonal swarm shield. The defense is off the charts. Yili was equally astounded. Not only did it not fail, but it was a resounding triumph. The next day, Zhou Lin demonstrated the offensive footwork of the mantis style on the training ground. When a mantis stalks its prey, its wing cases tremble 3 times, and its tarsi tap the ground twice. That's the precursor to its strike. The mantis style developed the broken star step from this detail, enabling rapid direction changes at high speed, catching enemies off guard. Standing at the far edge of the training area, Zhou Lin's stellar energy erupted. His figure vanished only to reappear beside Yili. Yet just before making contact, he halted abruptly, lightly tapped his foot, and used the recoil to launch himself backward. His body refracted into 3 blurred afterimages in the air. This was the broken star step. Yili's training for the day commenced. He practiced the blade's vibration and the broken star step without pause, with Zhou Lin providing attentive guidance from the side. Then came the one-on-one sparring session. Even with the speed of his broken star step deliberately slowed, Zhou Lin could still effortlessly defeat Yili. On the 3rd day, a holographic projection in the training room played a demonstration video of Zhou Lin. Yili, bare-chested and seated on the floor, had his blade companion's wing cases vibrating at high frequency, resonating and amplifying with his stellar energy. Zhou Lin hadn't arrived yet. Yili was in stellar energy meditation, feeling that he was very close to becoming a second-order star beast master. He wasted not a single second. Today, Zhou Lin broke down every move of the mantis style. Yili could now perform the basic blade vibration. The high-frequency vibration of the blade significantly enhanced its lethality. This was the foundation of the mantis style, and only with this foundation could the accompanying techniques reach their full potential. Thus, Yili spent the day under Zhou Lin's irate shouts. Lu Yingshan isn't about retreat, it's a blade that severs the enemy's will to live. The killing intent of the mantis style isn't in the blade's edge, but in the instant you break the enemy's rhythm, leaving them defenseless. The 7th form, Thousand Cicadas Cry, requires an amplitude of 8 vibrations per second from your wing cases. Right now you're like a tractor with a seized engine. On the 7th day, inside the silver-gray alloy training room, Yili stood bare-chested, sweat tracing down his spine. He held 2 training blades that glinted with cold light. His blade companion was beside him, its wing cases trembling slightly, its compound eyes reflecting the figure opposite, Senior Zhou Lin, who held a single training blade with a curve eerily similar to a living mantis's foreleg. The mantis style is all about speed. Don't overthink it. Before the words had even faded, Zhou Lin's blade tip was already darting towards Yili's throat. Yili instinctively raised his blade to parry, but Zhou Lin's wrist twisted with unnatural fluidity. The flat of his blade moved like a living thing, slipping past the block and leaving a red mark across Yili's chest. Pay attention to your own body. No matter how fast I am, you're my target. Zhou Lin dissolved into 7 afterimages. Yili's pupils contracted. He managed to block the first 3 strikes with his training blade, but the 4th slipped through his guard, stabbing sharply into his ribs. As Yili stumbled backward, the star beast mantis suddenly shot forward, its forelegs hooking onto Zhou Lin's blade and forcibly deflecting its trajectory. The metallic screech was piercing, sparks flying and sizzling against the energy barrier. Not bad, you can withstand a few of my strikes now. Zhou Lin sheathed his blade. Remember this, what is the enemy's goal? It's you. So when you can't see the enemy, the most important thing is to protect yourself. The training room's holographic projector displayed the replay of their sparring session. Zhou Lin explained it frame by frame, giving Yili a clearer understanding of his own movements. On the 9th day, when Zhou Lin stepped into the training room, he saw Yili dissolve into 7 afterimages. The power belt propelled Yili charging at Zhou Lin at high speed. Catch this. Yili's twin blades traced 3 Z-shaped arcs of light in the air. The first strike jarred Zhou Lin's guard, the second tore through his tactical glove, and the third blade's flat side pressed precisely against his Adam's apple. What's this move called? Zhou Lin pushed the training blade away from his throat, genuinely astonished. Yi Li's speed had surged so dramatically that he hadn't been able to react. Senior Zhou, this is my modified power belt. It allows me to accelerate, instantly simulates the movement of the broken star step, and lets me change direction in 0.5 seconds. Combined with the mantis style blade techniques, I can unleash up to 7 consecutive strikes. So I've named it the 7-star slash. This was Yi Li's repair and upgrade of the anti-gravity belt. He arranged 8 miniature thrusters around the belt, aided by stabilizer gyroscopes. The anti-gravity belt had been completely transformed into a power belt. Zhou Lin also tried. After removing the power belt, Zhou Lin said to Yi Li, technology helps us progress, and equipment like this is excellent. However, I still advise you to intensify your training and not become overly reliant on equipment. Machines can always break down, but your own abilities are forever yours. Yes, thank you, Senior. Good. You've given me a surprise today, so I'll teach you the ultimate killing move of the mantis style, tail-chasing blade. On the 10th day, the light in the silver-gray training room dimmed. 12 ferocious insectoid warbeast holograms materialized out of thin air, encircling Yi Li. They snarled, their compound eyes gleaming with menace, their simulated pheromones exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yi Li took a deep breath, spinning the curved blades in his palms twice, creating 2 silvery arcs. His blade companion, sensing its master's fighting spirit, entered a state of high-frequency vibration with its wing cases. The hum was so dense it seemed to slice the air into countless invisible fine grids. Stellar energy surged through the resonance, pouring endlessly into the blades. Your body's energy forms a spiral vortex. The denser the enemy's attacks, the stronger the vortex's stored energy, ultimately returning all that power in the form of an Ouroboros. From the observation deck, Zhou Lin stood with arms crossed, his voice clear and distinct. Use your blades, your stellar energy, and your companion's vibration to disrupt them, to guide them, to make them collide into each other. Yi Li's gaze sharpened. A faint light flickered on the power belt at his feet, and his figure blurred. Instead of charging at the nearest warbeast, he weaved through the encirclement at incredible speed, pushing the broken star step to its limits. One warbeast spat a glob of green acid. Yi Li ducked to avoid it, and with a flick of his wrist, his blade didn't strike the beast's vital point, but precisely cleaved into the joint of its swinging pincer. A peculiar force transmitted through the blade. The insectoid warbeast's pincer suddenly stiffened, then veered uncontrollably. Its sharp tip, with a wet thud, pierced the energy core of another beast that had been lunging from behind. Yes, just like that. Zhou Lin's voice carried a hint of barely concealed satisfaction. Don't stop. Keep weaving your web. A realization stirred in Yi Li's mind, as if he had grasped something crucial. He no longer sought a single lethal blow. Instead, he used the power belt's instant acceleration and direction-changing capabilities along with his blade companion to weave through the 12 warbeasts. Every strike landed in the most opportune spot, slicing a joint, shaving the edge of a carapace, or slamming the flat of his blade. The high-frequency vibrations transmitted through the blade disrupted the warbeast's nervous systems and energy conduction. Gradually, chaos took over. The warbeast's attacks lost their accuracy, their swiping claws, and sprayed acid, often hitting their own comrades. Yi Li was like a weaver threading a needle, his blades and stellar energy, the invisible threads guiding these frenzied puppets to destroy each other. Zhou Lin watched Yi Li's figure in the arena transforming from initial awkwardness to complete ease in just a few short minutes. The 12 warbeasts, once perfectly coordinated, were now in complete disarray. The damage they inflicted on each other was far more efficient than Yi Li's direct attacks. This kid. A smile tugged at the corner of Zhou Lin's mouth. Yi Li's learning speed was almost inhuman. Just yesterday, he was boasting about this 7-star slash, and today he had already touched the threshold of the tail-chasing blade, even adapting and integrating the power belt's functions into it. When Yi Li pierced the core of the last struggling warbeast projection, the entire training room fell silent. The 12 projections flickered and vanished without a trace. Yi Li stood with his blade, his forehead beaded with fine sweat, his chest heaving slightly, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. He felt the surging stellar energy within him and the even closer bond with his blade companion. That weaving session had deepened his understanding of the mantis style. Zhou Lin deactivated the projection and walked down from the observation deck, stopping before Yi Li. He looked him over from head to toe. How do you feel? It's amazing, Yi Li answered honestly. It felt like I was conducting their dance. Not bad. You've barely managed to get started. Remember this feeling. The core of the tail-chasing blade lies in disruption and guidance. However, he paused, changing his tone, don't think that's enough. Real insectoids in combat are far more cunning and far stronger than these projections. These were all the lowest-grade soldiers. Your web is still too fragile. Yes, Senior. Yi Li nodded, knowing this was only the beginning. Good. Keep it up. Zhou Lin patted Yi Li on the shoulder. Though his tone remained calm, the approval in his eyes was unmistakable. In just 10 days to reach this level. You've truly given me a big surprise, kid. Chu Feng, one of the trio from the dormitory, was also troubled at the moment. He was acutely aware that the insectoid gene suppressor within his body was like an invisible shackle limiting his power. He had to learn to master every strand of star energy with exquisite precision, as sharp as a blade's edge, to unleash greater combat power from his limited output. He sought out Instructor Wang from the Mech Warrior Department and humbly asked for guidance. Instructor Wang looked at this student, who had consistently ranked at the top of the class. After a moment's contemplation, he offered his advice. The control of power is like a skilled butcher dissecting an ox. It may seem effortless, but it is in fact exquisitely precise. You could try learning the microcontrol technique. It will be of great help to you now, and it's a required course for third-year students. Start by carving on hard materials to hone your perception and control over power. Progress from alloys to stone, then wood, then jade, and finally to tofu. Only when you can carve a flower on tofu can you be considered barely initiated into microcontrol. Chu Feng's heart tightened. Carving a flower on tofu. That was no small feat. But he knew his instructor would not speak without reason. He decided to go back. At the mechanical hive, Chu Feng found a discarded armor plate. It was quite hard. He took a deep breath, slowly channeled his star energy into his arm, and a faint glow gathered at his fingertips. He began his first attempt at microcontrol. He had just started carving when with a loud rip the blade went straight through the plate. Chu Feng frowned. Too much force. He adjusted his breathing and controlled the star energy output with even greater care. Over the next few days, Chu Feng was seen carrying a pile of armor plates everywhere, the sound of clinking metal echoing around him. Chu Feng practiced obsessively, neglecting sleep and food. The force in his fingertips grew steadier, and the lines he carved became gradually more fluid. From initially piercing through the plates, to barely carving simple geometric shapes, to finally sculpting rough outlines, his progress was clearly visible. After achieving some success with the armor plates, Chu Feng switched to stone. Though hard stone was brittle and prone to shattering under excessive force. It was different from the plates, so he had to start over and recalibrate his strength. As time passed, he became increasingly adept at carving stone. Chu Feng then took on the challenge of wood. Wood was softer than stone and demanded even more delicate control of power. He moved the knife with great care, feeling the grain of the wood, striving for perfection with every stroke. His fingers grew sore and numb from the long hours, but he gritted his teeth and persisted, his eyes filled with focus and determination. Afterward came jade. The fine texture of jade demanded an even higher level of power control. Chu Feng devoted almost all his energy to it. During the day, he trained hard in the training room. At night, he researched materials on power control online and even sought tips from master carvers. Day by day, the works in Chu Feng's hands became more refined. From the initial crookedness to gradually taking shape, and then to lifelike, his carving skills advanced by leaps and bounds. He even began carving complex star beast patterns on jade. The lines were fluid, the details vivid, already showing considerable skill. Finally, he reached the last and most difficult step, carving a flower on tofu. Staring at the tender, fragile block of white tofu before him, Chu Feng felt a pang of difficulty. Tofu was extremely soft. The slightest mistake would cause it to crumble. Carving a flower on it was nearly impossible. Chu Feng took a deep breath to calm his mind, pushed his star energy to the limit, and carefully brought the blade close to the tofu. The tip of the knife was as gentle as a dragonfly, skimming the water, strands of star energy like fine threads seeping into the tofu. The dormitory was silent, with only Chu Feng's hushed breathing as the blade moved slowly across the surface. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his gaze focused and intense, as if he were conducting a delicate artistic creation. Suddenly, a strange sensation welled up within him, as if something was about to break through its shell. Just as he completed the final stroke and withdrew the knife, the star energy that had been suppressed within him erupted like a volcano. A surge of immense star energy instantly filled his limbs and bones, rushing through his meridians like a mighty river. He felt his body flooded with powerful force, and even the suppressor's hold seemed to weaken slightly. Boom! An invisible shockwave burst from Chu Feng's body. He had advanced to a level 2 mech warrior. Chu Feng's voice carried a hint of surprise. I actually broke through the moment I finished the carving. Chu Feng felt the surging power within him, clenched his fist, and a smile crept onto his lips. Although this piece of tofu had stumped him for nearly 3 days, it had not only allowed him to master the microcontrol technique, but also helped him break through his bottleneck. It was truly worth it. Chu Feng made an appointment with Yi Li to test his post-advancement abilities in the training ground. The training ground was crowded with people. With the year-end exams approaching, everyone was on edge. The air was thick with the pungent smell of machine oil mixed with sweat and the faint, burnt odor of energy weapons. The hum of energy weapons and the low roar of mech engines merged into a cacophony of noise. Chu Feng's arrival was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake. The freshmen of the mech warrior department involuntarily turned their gazes toward him. Especially one gaze in the crowd, cold and piercing, stood out. Zhao Tianqing watched Chu Feng with a dark, sullen face. The shame of his defeat in the last simulation battle lingered like an inescapable shadow, stinging his heart every time he recalled it. Surrounded by his usual cronies who could feel the low pressure radiating from Zhao Tianqing, they stood in silence, not daring to make a sound. Zhao Tianqing clenched his fist, struggling to suppress the rage within him. With the year-end exams imminent, he knew this was not the time for impulsive action. During this period, he had added many upgrades to his mech. From the energy core to the weapon system, everything had been comprehensively enhanced and strengthened. He would defeat Chu Feng thoroughly in the exams in front of all the instructors and students and repay the humiliation he had suffered last time twofold. He would make everyone know that Zhao Tianqing was the undisputed strongest freshman. A cold sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. In his mind, he was already plotting how to corner Chu Feng step by step in the examination arena and utterly humiliate him. Inside the enclosed training room, only Yi Li and Chu Feng stood facing each other. Chu Feng held an alloy sword, its blade shimmering with a faint layer of starlight, a sign of highly condensed star energy. His microcontrol ability was activated not deliberately, but as naturally as breathing. The alloy training sword in his hand was light and springy, drifting like a spirit snake. The tip of the sword trembled slightly, cutting through the air. The force of each strike was precisely calculated. Not a fraction more, not a fraction less, perfectly measured. It was only a probe, not a killing blow. Yi Li gripped his long blade in both hands, his gaze focused and sharp, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The mantis-style sword art emphasized speed to defeat the enemy. His blade was like a thunderbolt, sealing off all of Chu Feng's possible attack routes. The blade cut through the air with a sharp whistle, intertwining with the alloy sword's ring to compose a tense and intense battle symphony. Each of Chu Feng's strikes was cunningly angled, his power released and retracted with ease, his sword style fluid and natural, unpredictable, yet flawless, completely dismantling Yi Li's blade techniques. Their figures darted across the small training room at high speed, the crisp clang of weapons ringing out in rapid succession. Every few exchanges, Yi Li's long blade would be struck at a vital point by Chu Feng's alloy sword, either the wrist, the throat, or directly at the forehead. Yi Li knew in his heart that he was no match for Chu Feng, who had advanced to level 2. There was a clear gap between them in strength, speed, and technique. But his fighting spirit did not wane. Instead, he was excited by Chu Feng's exquisite swordsmanship. He yearned to know how much power his hard-practiced 7-star slash could unleash against Chu Feng. Chu Feng. Yi Li suddenly distanced himself, sheathed his blade, and stared intently at Chu Feng. I have a finishing move. Help me test it and see how effective it is. Chu Feng pointed his sword tip at the ground and nodded in agreement. All right, go ahead and show me. Seeing Chu Feng's approval, Yi Li took out a power belt from his backpack and quickly fastened it around his waist. This is a power belt that can instantly boost explosive power, Yi Li explained, activating the belt, which emitted a low hum, the sound of a high-power energy thruster. Immediately the power belt surged with formidable force, and a visible shockwave erupted from Yi Li's waist. Yi Li's speed suddenly skyrocketed, his figure flickering like a ghost, leaving afterimages in his high-speed wake that were hard to track. In the midst of his high-speed movement, his blade light condensed into dazzling silver streaks, carrying an irresistible momentum. The power belt combined with the mantis-style's finishing move, 7-star slash, erupted in an instant. 7 arcs of blade light arranged like the Big Dipper, carrying a decisive aura that sealed off everything slashed toward Chu Feng's vital points. Chu Feng felt the fierce blade coming at him so fast he could barely react. He instinctively raised his sword to block, trying to parry the fatal strike. However, with the power belt's enhancement, Yi Li's strike was on an entirely different level in both speed and power. Chu Feng felt a tremendous force hit his sword, numbing his hand so much he almost lost his grip. The alloy sword flew out of his hand and embedded itself diagonally into the ground, still vibrating with a hum. The blade tip pressed precisely against Chu Feng's Adam's apple, a chill instantly engulfing his entire body. The outcome was decided breathtakingly fast. Looking at the blade tip before him, Chu Feng smiled calmly. There was no trace of discouragement on his face, instead there was a hint of appreciation. He admitted his defeat frankly. Impressive. It seems I really can't beat you without unleashing my insectoid combat power. His tone carried a hint of lightness and teasing, not discouragement, but an objective assessment of his own strength. This move of mine is called 7-star slash. It's a combination technique using the power belt and the mantis-style sword art. It emphasizes instant burst, 7 consecutive slashes, each faster than the last with stacking blade force. Yi Li sheathed his blade as the power belt's thrust gradually faded. The strong inertia caused his figure to sway, slightly a testament to the power of that strike just now. However, Yi Li knew that if it were a life-and-death battle, Chu Feng, with his insectoid combat power, would undoubtedly hold the advantage. A spar is ultimately just a spar. A win or loss doesn't mean much. Ever since Luo Xiaopeng modified his mechanical bee swarm, he spent his days inside the mechanical hive, feverishly crafting all manner of bizarre and unconventional contraptions. The number of self-destruct spiders had grown to 12, each one loaded with a high-concentration compressed capsule of Zerg acid. The swarm hive had also been expanded to 3, with 50 miniature drones equipped with electric stingers lying dormant within each nest. There were also 6 magnetic rail tripwires, specially crafted metal cables capable of instantly locking down the joints of heavy mechs, restricting the enemy's mobility. EMP mines could paralyze enemy mechs for 3 seconds. Though Luo Xiaopeng's toys seemed unassuming, they were trump cards capable of turning the tide at critical moments. Moreover, Luo Xiaopeng had a grand plan. He intended to create a mechanical behemoth. This was not merely a simple mechanical construct, but a meticulously designed weapon to drastically enhance his own combat prowess. He named it the Mechanical Giant Scorpion, a name that resonated with power and menace. The mechanical hive was brightly lit. Luo Xiaopeng had not stepped outside for a week. The clangs of metal, the screech of cutting, and the hiss of welding intertwined into a unique symphony. The skeletal framework of the Mechanical Giant Scorpion was gradually taking shape. Superconducting alloy gleamed with a cold luster, forming its sturdy bones. To achieve ultimate defense, the outer shell was forged from grade 4 armored steel, a material capable of withstanding direct frontal assaults from most energy weapons. Luo Xiaopeng knew that sheer hardness was not enough. Agility was equally crucial. Thus, he boldly embedded star beast fascia into the joints of the Mechanical Giant Scorpion. This fascia possessed astonishing flexibility and strength, allowing the Mechanical Giant Scorpion to maintain formidable defense while moving with beast-like agility. The energy core was the power source of the Mechanical Giant Scorpion, and Luo Xiaopeng had gone to great lengths in its modification. Rather than simply swapping in a more advanced mech energy core, he meticulously refined the original one. He painstakingly polished the standard energy core, eventually shaping it into a precise hexagonal reactor. This was the optimal solution he had determined through countless calculations and experiments. The hexagonal structure maximized energy containment efficiency, further enhancing the Mechanical Giant Scorpion's endurance. Luo Xiaopeng also equipped it with a high-capacity nuclear battery. Though compact, this battery contained astonishing energy. Working in tandem with the hexagonal reactor, it elevated the Mechanical Giant Scorpion's energy efficiency and reserves to unprecedented heights. This meant it could sustain combat for extended periods, undoubtedly a tremendous advantage. The weapon systems, however, were a showcase of Luo Xiaopeng's personal style, brimming with unexpected ingenuity. The Scorpion's raised tail stinger served as its most potent weapon, its tip gleaming with cold metallic light. The stinger's point housed a high-energy electromagnetic piercing device. This device could unleash a powerful electromagnetic pulse in an instant, granting it unparalleled penetrating power. Once struck by this tail stinger, even a heavy mech renowned for its defense would be instantly pierced through. The Mechanical Giant Scorpion's dual pincers were also masterpieces where elegance met brute force. The design of the left pincer drew inspiration from Yi Li's mechanical grappling claw, making it a long-range capture tool. Inside the left pincer's front section, a launcher forged from high-strength alloy was hidden, capable of ejecting at speeds nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The front of the pincer claw was specially designed, covered in barbs and high-strength suction cups. Once it seized a target, it would clamp down relentlessly, leaving no chance of escape. The right pincer, however, was an entirely different style, embodying pure brutal aesthetics. It was noticeably thicker than the left pincer, housing a high-speed rotating chainsaw within. Its chain teeth were razor-sharp, capable of easily slicing through various metal armors, even special alloys at high rotational speeds. In a stroke of sheer audacity, Luo Xiaopeng had also coated the chainsaw's teeth with a layer of ultra-hard diamond plating, enhancing its sharpness and durability to an outrageous degree. More terrifyingly, the Mechanical Giant Scorpion was also equipped with 20 high-voltage current emission devices. They could remotely fire electric shock projectiles, sending powerful currents surging into enemy mechs, paralyzing the pilot's nervous system and electronic components, rendering them completely helpless and vulnerable. Luo Xiaopeng was utterly immersed in the creation process, forgetting food and sleep, yet thoroughly enjoying it. In his mind, he had already replayed countless times the scene of the Mechanical Giant Scorpion rampaging through the school competition, invincible. To Luo Xiaopeng, this mechanical beast was more than just a cold construct. It was the crystallization of his intellect an effort a crucial step on his path to becoming stronger. Last year he had been demoted due to his obsession with eccentric modifications. This year he was determined not to fall further. He wanted to stand alongside Yi Li and Chu Feng to be their strongest and most reliable teammate, and to make everyone see him in a new light. One day, just as the class dismissal bell rang, their homeroom teacher, Jiang, walked into the classroom. She gestured for everyone to quiet down and hold on for a moment. All the students immediately stopped their conversations, their eyes fixed on the podium. "Class, I have an announcement to make." "Though, Miss." Jiang's voice was not loud, it reached every ear clearly. "The Academy Grand Competition date has been set. This assessment is only for freshmen and sophomores, and it takes place in 3 days." The classroom erupted like a boiling pot. 3 days? That's soon. Finally. We've been waiting. I wonder what rank I'll get this time. Why aren't juniors and seniors participating? They're all at the intermediate level. They'd just crush us like noobs. How could we fight that? Exactly. The school must have other plans for them. You should focus on making the top 100 in our own department. The chatter surged like a tide, excitement and nerves etched on every face. "Miss." Jiang raised her hand to quiet them down and continued, "The Star Beast Tamer department will hold an internal assessment over the next 2 days. Only the top 100 will represent the department in the academy-wide competition. The top 100 in the academy competition will all receive rewards, and the top 10 will get especially generous prizes." The students held their breath, their eyes filled with longing. The champion of the individual competition will receive resources worth 5 million from the academy, along with the right to make one request. Whether it's equipment, money, or a higher grade star energy gene method, the academy will do its best to fulfill it. 5 million in resources. Any request. These words struck like bombs, instantly igniting everyone's fervor. The students looked at each other, their expressions shifting, filled with competitiveness and desire. The runner-up will receive 3 million in resources and a top-tier piece of equipment available at this stage. Third place gets 2 million in resources and a matching weapon. Places 4 through 10 will each receive a reward of 1 million in resources. The team competition is simpler. All teams will be assessed together. The specific details will be announced after the individual competition concludes. Ms. Jiang paused, then dangled an even bigger lure. Furthermore, the top 10 in the academy competition can join the year-end interstellar exploration team, targeting a newly discovered resource-rich planet. More importantly, the exploration team will include prodigies from various galactic academies, as well as military personnel. This is a prime opportunity for you to accumulate resources and build connections. Interstellar exploration team. Resource planets. Prodigies from other academies. Military personnel. Every word was seductive, stirring the hearts of the students. Excitement flashed in Yi Li's eyes as he clenched his fists. He would give his all in this academy competition. Meanwhile, similar scenes were unfolding in other corners of the academy. In the Mech Warrior Department classroom, Chu Feng sat alone in the back row by the window, his fingers drumming absently on the desk. Upon hearing the news, his tapping paused for a brief moment before a slight curve formed at the corner of his mouth. Lately, he had practically lived in the training grounds and simulation pods. Every sweaty session, every extreme challenge had elevated his piloting skills and combat awareness to a new level. The academy competition was the perfect chance to test his progress. The mechanic department classroom was a completely different scene. Luo Xiaopeng's bloodshot eyes gleamed with fervent excitement. "It's here. Finally." He had been working nonstop, his eyes almost as red as a rabbit's, just waiting for this day. Every part, every circuit of the mechanical giant scorpion was infused with his dedication. He could almost hear the low, guttural roar of the engine within the giant scorpion's chest. He grinned, a silent, somewhat ferocious smile, revealing his 2 canine teeth. He couldn't wait to see the looks of shock on those guys' faces when they encountered his little darling. "Haha," he muttered under his breath, earning him strange looks from the classmates nearby. A familiar classmate clapped him on the shoulder. "Xiaopeng, are that pile of junk of yours ready? Don't get dismantled in the first round again." Luo Xiaopeng whipped his head around, glaring at him. "You just wait. This time I'll show you what art means. The art of violence." In his mind, he was already contemplating whether to add a flamethrower module to the chainsaw, or perhaps coat the tail stinger with poison. Similar commotion erupted in the classrooms of the Gunner Gene Warrior Psychic and Elemental departments. Gunner students instinctively checked their firearms or calculated what ammunition they needed to restock. 3 days. Damn, my special armor-piercing rounds haven't arrived yet. A tall male student slammed his fist on the desk in frustration. The Gene Warrior department was thick with a primal wild energy. Several burly students were already sizing each other up, their gazes clashing with visible sparks. The psychics were relatively quiet, but the invisible waves of mental energy in the air suddenly intensified. Many closed their eyes, seemingly adjusting their mental state. The elemental students were more direct, tiny flames or arcs of electricity crackled at some fingertips as they excitedly debated the power of different elemental combinations. Only the nanodoctor department classroom maintained its usual tranquility. The news of the competition caused only brief glances up and a few hushed exchanges. "We'll stick to our role as support as always," a bespectacled girl said softly. "However, those 2 spots on the interstellar exploration team are worth competing for." For them, the battlefield wasn't about individual glory, but about being an indispensable part of a team. Though they didn't engage in the fiercest clashes directly, their value was equally significant. The entire academy, like a colossal war machine, was fully activated by the news of the competition and began to operate at high speed. Everyone understood that this was more than just a competition. It was an opportunity, a chance to prove themselves and change their destiny. On the second day, as the first rays of morning sunlight spilled across the academy's arena, students of the Star Beast Tamer department had already gathered in bustling throngs. They clustered in small groups according to their classes, murmuring among themselves, an air of excitement and tension hanging thick in the atmosphere. Within the vast arena lay numerous smaller battlegrounds designed specifically for student duels. Suddenly, a booming voice thundered from above the arena, rolling like mighty thunder, instantly overpowering all the clamor. "All Star Beast Tamer students, attention." The voice was authoritative and clear, every word striking the hearts of the students. It was the voice of the Star Beast Tamer department's director. "This internal assessment will adopt an independent Star Beast combat mode. Direct student manipulation or intervention is strictly prohibited." The director's voice echoed throughout the venue, reaching every corner with perfect clarity. The students had heard rumors of this beforehand and were not surprised, yet the weight of tension in their hearts only grew heavier. Independent combat meant that the Star Beast Tamer's on-the-spot command and tactical deployment were rendered useless. What truly determined victory or defeat was nothing but the Star Beast's own strength. And a Star Beast's strength depended on the Tamer's tireless training and nurturing day after day. This was a direct examination of the Star Beasts themselves, and more importantly, of the Tamer's cultivation results. The director's voice rang out once more. "This assessment will be held in the holographic simulation arena, which will randomly simulate various extreme and harsh environments, including, but not limited to, acid mist swamps, violent earthquakes, thunderstorm weather, barren deserts, and complex urban ruins." Acid mist, earthquake, thunderstorm, desert, urban ruins. Each environmental term struck the students' hearts like a heavy hammer, causing the excitement that had just risen within them to cool considerably. This difficulty was nothing short of hellish. "The assessment rules are extremely simple." The director continued, his tone carrying an unquestionable authority. "All students will be randomly paired through the intelligent optical computer for one-on-one duels. The victor advances, the defeated is eliminated. Those who advance will draw lots again and continue battling until the final top 100 are determined." The rules were concise and clear, yet utterly ruthless. With nearly 3,000 freshmen in the Star Beast Tamer department, only the top 100 would remain. This meant that on average, only 1 out of every 30 people could stand out. To secure a place in the top 100, each person would need to endure at least 5 battles or more. Moreover, as the rounds progressed, opponents would only grow stronger and the competition increasingly fierce. The arena fell abruptly silent. The excitement and restlessness that had filled the air seemed to freeze in an instant. In its place descended a suffocating pressure, weighing heavily upon the chest, making it hard to breathe. Everyone realized that the difficulty of this internal assessment far exceeded their expectations. And so, amidst this solemn and fiercely competitive atmosphere, the Star Beast Tamer department's internal assessment officially commenced. The competition had begun. The scorching air of the Death Desert warped the vision, and the merciless sun blazed down upon the ground. Stepping into the assessment grounds, a wave of searing heat assailed them instantly, as if intent on baking every last drop of moisture from their bodies. Yili guided Daozi into the arena. In the distance, a sandstorm like a colossal beast let out a low rumbling howl, and the scorched acrid scent in the air stung the nostrils. As the first round began, Yili's opponent's Star Beast, the crystal giant scorpion, came into view. Its enormous crystal carapace refracted dazzling light under the sun. The giant scorpion brandished its massive pincers with a clattering sound, its tail arched high, the venomous stinger gleaming with a cold, eerie light. The crystal giant scorpion struck first. A searing light shield blazed to life across its carapace, reflecting ultraviolet rays that distorted the very air. A dazzling beam of light burst forth from the crystal shell, shooting directly at Daozi. Daozi dodged sideways as the beam struck the ground, instantly melting a glassy crater into the earth, a dual threat of scorching heat and blinding light. Daozi's wing sheaths vibrated at high frequency, generating a localized sandstorm barrier. Its figure flickered in and out of sight within the dust, concealing its movements as it rapidly closed in on the crystal giant scorpion. The crystal giant scorpion's senses were equally keen. It swung its massive pincers sweeping through the surrounding sand and dust in an attempt to locate the mantis. Suddenly Daozi erupted from the haze, appearing as if teleported to the scorpion's flank. Its twin blades sliced through the air with a sharp, piercing whistle aimed at the vulnerable joints in the crystal giant scorpion's armor. Yet the scorpion's reaction speed far exceeded expectations. Its tail lashed out, launching a light orb that howled forth, precisely intercepting Daozi's attack path. Daozi was forced to retreat, evading the head-on impact of the light orb. The orb struck the ground, sending debris and sand flying. The crystal giant scorpion allowed no respite, unleashing a storm of attacks with its pincers and tail stinger in perfect coordination. The blazing light shield and high-pressure light orbs alternated in relentless bombardment, sealing off all avenues of escape. Daozi weaved through the dense assault, narrowly escaping by the skin of its teeth. The death desert environment amplified the battle's difficulty. Quicksand traps threatened to swallow the star beast's mobility at any moment, while the unpredictable sandstorms sent a chill of dread through the heart. Yili steadied his mind, placing his trust in Daozi. At that moment, a powerful surge of air currents stirred, and the ground began to tremble. The quicksand traps were expanding. The crystal giant scorpion's body swayed, slightly, seemingly affected by the shifting sand. An opportunity. Daozi's form suddenly accelerated. Rather than meeting the enemy head-on, it employed the mantis-style's charge technique. Mantis-style star-breaking step. Daozi's body veered in a series of angular zigzag movements, leaving trails of afterimages across the quicksand. Each turn was like a teleport, pushing speed and agility to their absolute limits. The crystal giant scorpion's light orb attacks could not lock onto Daozi's trajectory at all. Like a phantom, Daozi closed in on the scorpion twin blades, gathering the full force of its body before unleashing a devastating slash. The blades rent the air with a sharp shriek, striking true on the tail joint of the crystal giant scorpion. With a crisp crack, the crystal carapace shattered on impact. The crystal giant scorpion let out a pained shriek as its tail stinger lost all strength and drooped limply. Daozi gave it no chance to recover, pressing the advantage as its twin blades descended like a torrential downpour. Every strike landed with precision on the scorpion's weak joints. Sparks flew and fragments of carapace scattered through the air as the crystal giant scorpion's defenses crumbled completely. Its massive body crashed to the ground, sending a plume of sand into the air. The referee announced in a booming voice, "Yili wins." Yili let out a long breath, the taut, nerves finally relaxing. His opponent hurried forward to tend to the wounded crystal giant scorpion. A line of text materialized before his eyes. "Congratulations, host. Your Star Beast Daozi has defeated the crystal giant scorpion. Reward Star Beast Cultivation Fluid X2, Star Beast Accelerated Growth Serum X1. Yili felt a surge of joy. The Accelerated Growth Serum, no less. This Star Beast Accelerated Growth Serum could shorten a Star Beast's growth cycle, allowing it to mature and advance faster, unlocking greater power. Daozi was still at the first-order juvenile stage, and this serum was exactly what it needed to hasten its growth. It was undoubtedly the perfect catalyst to propel Daozi toward the second order. After a brief respite, Yili faced his second opponent. The battle environment for the second round was an ancient rainforest. Stepping into the arena, a wave of stifling, humid heat washed over him, as if entering a colossal steam chamber. Vines in the rainforest coiled like pythons, thick and resilient, tightly wrapped around ancient trees, forming natural barriers at every turn. Heavy raindrops began to fall. At first a light drizzle, but within moments it transformed into a torrential downpour, pounding against the dense foliage. Rain and mist billowed, shrouding the rainforest in an even deeper, more enigmatic obscurity. Daozi's opponent emerged from the rain curtain, a giant armored rhinoceros. Its massive frame resembled a moving hill with thick pillar-like legs supporting its ponderous body. Its body was covered in a thick layer of mossy rock armor, glistening with a wet sheen under the relentless rain. The giant armored rhinoceros boasted extraordinary defensive capabilities that Daozi's blades alone would likely struggle to breach its rocky defenses. Moreover, in this rainforest environment, the humid conditions seemed to further invigorate the beast, making it even more formidable. Battle commence. The referee's voice rang out through the rain. The moment the referee's words fell, the giant armored rhinoceros charged forward first. Thick white breath blasted from its snout, heavy footsteps shaking the ground, as its colossal form barreled forward like an out-of-control heavy war tank. Trees along its path were snapped in half at the trunk, and thick vines burst apart with sharp cracking sounds. As it charged, the rhino's front hooves slammed into the ground, sending tremendous force deep into the earth. A powerful shockwave radiated outward. Trees around them shed broken branches that fell like arrows, creating a zone of falling timber. Daozi moved with nimble grace, swinging swiftly between the thick vines to evade the rhino's frontal assault, while carefully avoiding the falling trees and flying debris. The complex terrain of the rainforest provided natural cover for Daozi, yet it also restricted its movement space. One misstep could trap it in a confined area crushed beneath the rhino's brute force. The giant armored rhinoceros charged with terrifying speed, closing the distance in an instant. With no room to dodge, Daozi crossed its twin blades in front of its body, bracing to withstand the rhino's impact head-on. Bang! A dull thunderous crash echoed as the rhino's horn slammed violently against the blades. The immense force like a flash flood surged through Daozi's entire body, sending it hurtling backward like a kite with a severed string. It crashed heavily into the trunk of an ancient tree with a muffled thud. The giant armored rhinoceros's strength was overwhelming. A head-on clash would be folly. Daozi swiftly rose, using the dense vines of the rainforest to nimbly maneuver around the beast, evading any direct confrontation. However, within the complex terrain of the jungle, the rhino's charging momentum was somewhat hampered. Thick tree trunks and tangled vines frequently obstructed its advance. Seizing the opportunity, Daozi precisely flicked his blades to sever several thick vines, deliberately entangling the giant armored rhinoceros's legs to impede its movements. Daozi accelerated once more, his figure flickering like a phantom within the misty rain. This time his target was not the beast's front, but its back. Using the elasticity of a thick vine, Daozi launched himself high into the air, his body like an arrow released from a bowstring, appearing instantaneously upon the back of the giant armored rhinoceros. Without hesitation, his twin blades slashed at the mossy joints on the rhino's back. That was the weak point in its rocky armor and Daozi's only chance. The blades ground against the rough moss, producing a piercing screech. The green moss was swiftly stripped away, revealing the hard, rocky armor beneath. Under the relentless assault of Daozi's twin blades, the rocky armor could no longer provide full coverage, and the gaps on the beast's back became increasingly apparent. Seizing this fleeting moment, Daozi drove both blades forcefully into the crevice on the rhino's back. With a dull, muffled thud, the blades sank deep into the rhino's flesh. The giant armored rhinoceros let out a pained roar, shrill and enraged, violently thrashing its massive body in a desperate attempt to dislodge Daozi from its back. But Daozi's blades were embedded like roots, firmly anchoring him to the beast's back. He relentlessly twisted the blades within the wound, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the rocky armor of the rhino's back crimson. The rhino's movements grew sluggish, its roars weakening into feeble gasps. Finally, its colossal frame crashed to the ground, splashing up a torrent of mud and water. Daozi nimbly leaped down from the rhino's back, warily observing the fallen beast. Only after confirming that the giant armored rhinoceros had completely lost its combat capability did he slowly begin to relax. Yili wins. The referee's voice rang out once more, declaring the end of the battle. It was only then that Yili slowly exhaled his taut, nerves finally beginning to ease. Another victory, but it was far from easy. The familiar small text appeared before his eyes once more. Congratulations, host. Your Star Beast Daozi has defeated the giant armored rhinoceros. Reward: Star Beast Nourishment Fluid X2, Star Beast Recovery Pod X1. A Star Beast Recovery Pod. A flicker of pleasant surprise shone in Yili's eyes. This was a valuable item. Star Beasts were bound to get injured in battle, and with the recovery pod, he could heal their wounds faster and better, ensuring their well-being. This was far more practical than mere nourishment fluid. This reward was truly a godsend. The environment for the third battle was the Rift Valley grassland. The wind howled across the plains, its mournful wail echoing like the low growl of some wild beast across the open expanse. Metal or veins lay exposed on the surface, reflecting dazzling light under the sun's rays. The vast grassland stretched endlessly, with sparse vegetation stubbornly taking root in the barren soil dotting this desolate land. Daozi stood on the grassland, observing his opponent, this time a flying star beast known as the Thunder Falcon. Star Beast name: Thunder Falcon. Star Beast race: Beast. Star Beast attribute: Lightning. Star Beast level: Tier 2. Star Beast skills: Electromagnetic Pulse, Lightning Strike. Star Beast potential: 3 stars. Evolution method: absorb 99 natural lightning bolts within thunderstorm clouds, evolving wings into a plasma state. Ecological traits: nests on floating magnetic mountains. Has an affinity for electronic devices. Weakness analysis: becomes agitated in confined spaces. Prefers diving at prey. It approached from the sky, its form growing clearer as it drew near. The Thunder Falcon possessed a perfectly streamlined body, each feather like a meticulously polished metal scale, tightly layered across its frame, gleaming with a cold, hard luster under the sunlight. Its razor-sharp beak resembled a steel-forged spike, seemingly capable of piercing the hardest rock with ease, exuding an aura of peril that sent chills down one's spine. Its wings beat slowly, each stroke stirring the air with faint arcs of electricity crackling and leaping between its feathers. This was Dao Zai's first true battle against a flying star beast. Previous simulated battles and data research paled in comparison to the real pressure of this moment. The situation had instantly become complex. The Thunder Falcon was the sovereign of the skies, and on the open Rift Valley grassland, its advantage was magnified without limit. Its speed and agility far surpassed ground-bound star beasts like Dao Zai. Moreover, the Thunder Falcon possessed formidable lightning-based attack capabilities. From the very start of the battle, it displayed its overwhelming dominance without reservation. It circled gracefully in the air, letting out a piercing shriek that cut through the air. Its wings beat violently, compressing and tearing the air, releasing powerful static electricity that seemed to warp the very atmosphere around it. Electric light flickered among its feathers, growing denser and more dazzling. A terrifying thunderstorm descended from the heavens, threatening to annihilate everything. Bolts of lightning like furious silver serpents struck towards Dao Zai with devastating force. Dao Zai's form flickered rapidly, dodging desperately through the gaps between the lightning strikes. The chains of lightning mercilessly bombarded the ground, scorching the hard metal earth black and sending wisps of smoke curling upwards. Suddenly, the Thunder Falcon dove its speed like lightning itself. A chain of lightning charged with 1,000,000 volts poured down instantly, its target squarely on Dao Zai on the ground. Simultaneously, it continuously emitted high-frequency electromagnetic waves. Invisible fluctuations surged towards Dao Zai like a tide, disrupting his perception and rhythm, making his movements sluggish and stiff. The Thunder Falcon's sharp beak, like a sword descending from the sky, precisely pecked at Dao Zai's vital points, carrying a deadly threat. Dao Zai was completely suppressed, forced onto the defensive, barely able to evade the Thunder Falcon's dives using Shadow Step. But the Thunder Falcon would ascend again, continuing its harassment with lightning strikes. He had to find a way to break the deadlock. He couldn't remain on the defensive forever. While dodging the lightning, Dao Zai kept moving, adjusting his position, trying to find a gap in the Thunder Falcon's attacks or lure it into descending lower. But the Thunder Falcon maintained its high mobility, firmly holding its aerial advantage, giving Dao Zai no opening. A glint of resolve flashed in Dao Zai's eyes. He knew that continuing like this, defeat was only a matter of time. He had to risk it all. Dao Zai abruptly stopped his evasive steps. His wing sheaths instantly unfurled, vibrating at high frequency with a low hum. All the power in his body converged rapidly into his legs like a predator poised to strike. Accelerate, gather strength, erupt. Dust beneath his feet was kicked up by the vibrating wing sheets, forming a faint ring of haze around Dao Zai. Dao Zai shot straight up into the sky like an arrow from a bow. He would take the initiative, breaking the Thunder Falcon's aerial blockade. Using his momentum, he leaped, his body rocketing towards the Thunder Falcon in the air like a cannonball. His twin blades, carrying the force to split mountains and crack stones, condensed all of Dao Zai's power into a single strike aimed directly at the Thunder Falcon's wings. The Thunder Falcon seemed not to have anticipated Dao Zai's counterattack. Throughout the fight, Dao Zai had only been passively dodging on the ground. This sudden resurgence caught it slightly off guard. Though it struggled to evade, Dao Zai's speed was simply too fast and the distance too close. Unable to dodge in time, its wing was viciously raked by the blade's edge. SRRK. Feathers were shredded by the blades, scattering like fragments of metal, electricity sparking and crackling. Having landed a hit, Dao Zai instantly used Shadow Step to evade the Thunder Falcon's counterattack. But during the high-speed movement, he was grazed by an electromagnetic wave released by the Thunder Falcon. A numbing sensation shot through his body instantly. He faltered, lost his balance, and plummeted from the sky. The Thunder Falcon let out a triumphant shrill cry, filled with the joy of victory. It dove once more, preparing to utterly crush this ground-dwelling creature that dared to defy it, delivering a fatal blow to Dao Zai. Just as the Thunder Falcon neared the ground, its beak aimed at Dao Zai, ready to unleash its final attack, the fallen Dao Zai suddenly exploded into action. Dao Zai, who had been concealing his aura and feigning weakness, instantly unleashed astonishing speed and power. His twin blades, like vipers striking, thrust out from an unexpected angle with the speed of thunder. A perfectly precise blade severance, hitting the Thunder Falcon's injured wing with surgical accuracy. Scree. The Thunder Falcon let out a miserable, despairing shriek that echoed across the entire Rift Valley grassland. Its wing was severely damaged again, completely losing its balance and ability to fly. The Thunder Falcon's greatest advantage was gone, transforming it in an instant from an aerial sovereign into a lamb for the slaughter. Dao Zai pounced on the falling Thunder Falcon like a tiger descending a mountain. His twin blades danced, flashing like a reaper's scythe, utterly merciless. He completely suppressed the Thunder Falcon on the ground. The roles of prey and predator were instantly reversed. The battle ended quickly. Stripped of its aerial advantage, the Thunder Falcon was no match for Dao Zai on the ground, emitting only feeble cries of despair. The Thunder Falcon finally collapsed onto the ground, its body covered in wounds, its metallic feathers dull and lusterless. The referee's voice, tinged with excitement, rang out again, declaring Dao Zai's victory once more. The small text appeared again before his eyes. Congratulations, host. Your Star Beast Dao Zai has defeated the Thunder Falcon. Reward Star Beast Nourishment Fluid X2, Speed Enhancement Fluid X1. Yili learned that the speed enhancement fluid could be used on star beasts to enhance their speed, compensating for their weaknesses or further strengthening their existing speed, making the strong even stronger. It was definitely a great item. Yili felt that if he gave Dao Zai a few more doses of this fluid, it might truly be able to achieve teleportation. Due to the large number of participants, only 3 rounds of battles were held on the first day. The remaining 2 rounds would continue on the second day to determine the final top 100 victors. Yili returned to the dormitory, where Chu Feng was already waiting inside. How did the sparring go today? Chu Feng asked with a smile, his tone relaxed. Not bad, won them all. Yili then asked Chu Feng. You came back even earlier than I did, so you must have won easily too. I'm at level 2 now. Dealing with them wasn't hard. Chu Feng's tone was calm. As the top student of the Mecha Warrior Department, his strength had grown even greater after advancing to level 2, and almost every battle was a swift victory. I wonder how Luo Xiaopeng is doing. Yili glanced at the time. Luo Xiaopeng hadn't returned yet, and he felt a slight worry. The fighting style of mechanics differed from that of mecha warriors, and their battles usually took longer. He should be back soon. Just as Chu Feng finished speaking, the dormitory door was pushed open. Luo Xiaopeng's plump figure appeared at the doorway. Despite the fatigue on his face, there was even more excitement, his entire face glowing with vigor. I'm back. Luo Xiaopeng's voice boomed with a hint of pride. My friends, today your little Pang dominated the battlefield. Oh, did the mechanical giant scorpion make an appearance? Yili asked curiously. The mechanical giant scorpion. That's my secret weapon, saving it for the major competition. Luo Xiaopeng walked to his desk, grabbed his cup, and gulped down several mouthfuls of water. Today I used my mechanical bee swarm. My swarm's defense is impenetrable, airtight. No one could break through my defenses. Then I set up my energy turrets behind them and slowly ground all my opponents down. Luo Xiaopeng described it vividly, boasting, those guys, they couldn't attack, and they couldn't escape. All they could do was get blasted into scrap by my turrets, one hit at a time. Ha! Luo Xiaopeng grew more and more excited as he spoke, his plump body trembling with enthusiasm. Yili watched his exaggerated expressions, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Even his weariness seemed to dissipate. With these two friends around, even the monotonous academy life became interesting. It was the second day of the internal assessment, the day that would determine whether these cadets could truly stand on the stage of the academy's grand competition and strive for higher honor and resources. In the dormitory, Luo Xiaopeng's snoring like a small drum continuously vibrated through the air. Yesterday's domination seemed to have completely drained his energy, and he was now deeply immersed in slumber. Chu Feng had already left, leaving the room empty. He had presumably gone to the arena early to prepare for the upcoming battles. Yili packed his gear quietly, careful not to make a sound and wake the still sleeping Luo Xiaopeng. He carefully checked on Daozi's condition. Sensing Yili's gaze, Daozi let out a low hiss, its fighting spirit high. Yili felt its emotions, and a surge of pride welled up within him. He and Daozi walked toward the arena with resolute steps. Around the assessment arena, a massive crowd had already gathered. The clamor was nearly loud enough to lift the roof. Although most had lost their qualification to continue after the first day's elimination rounds, both the remaining and the eliminated cadets gathered here, eager to witness which 100 would emerge as the final victors. Yili navigated through the bustling crowd to the contestant preparation area beside the arena. His wristband had already received the new draw results and match schedule. Yili waited briefly. Before long, his opponent arrived at the arena, a slender, lean young man with a cold expression, silently awaiting the start of the match. As the time neared, the previously open arena floor began to transform rapidly. The ground rose walls emerged and steel frameworks interlaced. Within moments, a steel jungle-like urban ruin was presented before everyone's eyes. Towering broken walls and rust-covered car wrecks created a scene of desolation. Yili looked at the scene before him, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth, one tinged with anticipation. The complex terrain would maximize Daozi's agility and stealth, the perfect battlefield. Following the referee's signal, Yili's opponent piloted his star beast into the ruins. It was a colossal lava giant lizard, its entire body covered in thick crimson-red scales. Between the gaps of the scales, glowing red magma could be seen flowing, radiating searing heat. Just being near it felt like one's skin was being scorched. The lava giant lizard's stout limbs stomped the ground, producing heavy thuds. At the referee's signal, Daozi initiated the attack. Its legs like highly compressed springs unleashed astonishing power. The hard ground trembled under its steps. Daozi's figure, like an arrow released from a bowstring, agilely leaped and weaved through the ruins. It skillfully used the tall debris for acceleration, closing the distance between itself and the lava giant lizard in the blink of an eye. During its high-speed movement, Daozi swung its twin blades, precisely flicking up pieces of rubble from the ground. With a sudden burst of force from its blades, the stones shot out like cannonballs, whistling sharply through the air toward the lava giant lizard. The lava giant lizard let out a low, guttural roar. Its thick tail swept out like a giant hammer, effortlessly pulverizing the incoming stones into dust, sending debris scattering in all directions. These rubble attacks were clearly nothing more than a nuisance to the lava giant lizard, more of a probe and distraction than a real threat. The lava giant lizard snorted disdainfully, opening its fang-filled maw. A deep rumbling sound came from the back of its throat as billowing smoke poured out, quickly saturating the surrounding area. The pungent toxic gas spread rapidly, filling the air with a suffocating sulfur stench. The deadly fumes the lava giant lizard could spew were highly harmful to living beings if inhaled. Worse still, the smoke caused blurred vision, and the lava giant lizard possessed its own thermal sensing ability, completely unaffected by the smoke, allowing it to pinpoint its target with precision. Daozi abruptly changed direction, leaping high into the air, abandoning its rapid ground approach to land atop a taller building ruin. Before the smoke could fully spread, it adjusted its posture midair. Its twin blades, like two meteors tearing through the night sky, struck with pinpoint precision at the lava giant lizard's eyes. The lava giant lizard clearly hadn't anticipated such a swift and decisive counterattack. It jerked its massive head slightly to the side, evading the strike aimed at its vital point. Its hard scales acted like a shield, deflecting the blades. The clash between blade and scale sent dazzling sparks flying, producing a screeching, grating sound of metal on metal that set one's teeth on edge. By now the toxic smoke had gradually spread, instantly blurring the surrounding view with extremely poor visibility. Daozi's sudden assault hadn't caused significant damage, but the vibration and pain from the blade striking its scales made the lava giant lizard feel threatened. It immediately shifted into a defensive stance, its massive body hunching slightly as it used its thermal sensing to locate Daozi. Daozi, having missed its strike, used the momentum to perform a backflip, landing nimbly on the ground before slipping back into the building's shadows, vanishing from the lava giant lizard's sight like a ghost retreating from the smoke's reach to avoid its effects. After a moment, a breeze through the ruins gradually dispersed the smoke and visibility slowly returned. The lava giant lizard roared in fury. Its colossal body rampaged through the ruins like an out-of-control tank, toppling steel structures with thunderous crashes wherever it went. Daozi, however, maintained a safe distance from the lava giant lizard, patiently lurking in the shadows, awaiting its next lethal opportunity. Daozi activated its skill once more. This time its speed was even greater, its movements more elusive as it flickered between the ruins. Its twin blades, now brimming with the full force of its body, gleamed with a chilling light. The blade light fell like a sudden storm. This was no longer a probe, but a true killing strike, striking with unerring accuracy at the gaps between the lava giant lizard's hard scales, the relatively weaker points at its joints. With the first strike, sparks flew. A shallow crack appeared on the hard scale. With the second strike, the crack deepened rapidly. A sliver of crimson magma like blood seeped from the fissure and dripped to the ground, sizzling upon contact. With the third strike, the blade cut through the scale, as if slicing through tofu, completely breaching the lava giant lizard's defenses. Bright red blood mixed with molten magma gushed out like a fountain, staining the surrounding ground red. The lava giant lizard let out a pained, shrill roar. Its massive frame crashed to the ground with a dull, heavy thud, kicking up a huge cloud of dust and shaking the entire ruins. The referee's voice echoed across the arena. Yili wins. Clean and decisive, without any hesitation. Another resounding victory. The watching crowd erupted in exclamations of surprise, cheering for the spectacular battle. Yili sheathed his blades, and Daozi let out a satisfied low chirp as if savoring the joy of victory. A small text appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, host. Your star beast Daozi has defeated the lava giant lizard. Reward star beast nourishing fluid X2, strength enhancement fluid X1. What was the strength enhancement fluid? Yili quickly checked. It turned out to increase a star beast's strength, similar in nature to the speed enhancement fluid. Excellent. My Daozi needs to develop in all aspects. I'll use them all after Daozi advances. There's still room for improvement now. The more it progresses now, the greater the boost from the enhancement fluids later. After a brief respite, the announcement for the second round of combat arrived. The battlefield this time was the Thunderstorm Mine. As the arena shifted into the dim, gloomy landscape of a mine, the leaden sky above pressed down with suffocating weight. The dull rumble of thunder echoed like the low growl of a colossal beast. A blinding bolt of lightning suddenly split the darkness, illuminating the thunderstorm mine as if it were day. The jagged bizarre ores reflected a ghastly white light. Blade stepped onto this new battlefield, cautiously surveying his surroundings. His opponent, the Phantom Shadow Fox, was nowhere to be seen. Unable to spot his foe, Blade slowed his pace, moving carefully while his sharp compound eyes meticulously scanned the environment. The thunder grew closer, as if some danger lurked in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Star Beast name Phantom Shadow Fox. Star Beast race Beast. Star Beast attribute Psychic. Star Beast level tier 2. Star Beast skills memory Stinger Shadow Clone Psychic Cage. Star Beast potential 4 stars. Evolution method devour the moon essence. Condensed during a full moon and absorb the obsessions of 99 wandering souls. Ecological traits prefers to inhabit shadows. Has a sweet tooth and is very protective of its fur. Weakness analysis dislikes damp places. Electromagnetic pulses can disrupt its clones. The Phantom Shadow Fox is a rare psychic-type Star Beast adept at illusions and psychic attacks. It was extremely cunning, especially skilled at concealing its form, typically hiding in the shadows to manipulate its phantoms in battle. More troubling still, they could unleash a psychic attack, called the Memory Stinger. Those struck would have their movements abruptly halted, freezing in place, and a single misstep could leave them vulnerable to a relentless beating. Suddenly, 3 Phantom Shadow Foxes materialized out of thin air. Their violet pupils glowed with an eerie, bewitching light. An invisible wave of psychic energy radiated outward, carrying a suffocating, heart-stopping pressure. The real Phantom Shadow Fox, however, remained cunningly hidden behind a massive ore deposit, biding its time. The 3 phantoms let out piercing shrieks and lunged at Blade with incredible speed. Their sharp claws traced arcs of cold light through the air. Blade dared not be careless. The elytra on his back snapped open, resembling 2 thin yet resilient cicada wings. He kicked off the ground with explosive force, shooting backward like an arrow released from its string, rapidly widening the distance from the shadow clones to avoid being surrounded. Just as Blade retreated, a psychic wave struck. The Phantom Shadow Fox had activated its skill Memory Stinger, causing Blade's movements to cease. The 3 clones caught up, their fangs and claws instantly raking across Blade's body, leaving cracks, spider webbing across his carapace. If he didn't escape the encirclement soon, Blade was in grave danger. Blade activated Shadow Step, his form flickering as he vanished from the encirclement of the 3 clones, reappearing a significant distance away. Just as Blade steadied himself and raised his twin blades to counterattack, the true Phantom Shadow Fox leaped out from the shadows. Its 3 bushy tails, as nimble as serpents, plunged into the ground simultaneously. A strange psychic pulse erupted violently from the Phantom Shadow Fox, instantly enveloping the area around Blade. Psychic Cage. Invisible shackles descended immediately. The air around him seemed to thicken, becoming viscous like quicksand, heavy and sluggish. Blade clearly felt his movements slowing. Every command seemed delayed several-fold, his mind and body falling into severe disharmony. Each action became immensely difficult, as if bound by an unseen force. The 3 clones closed in once more, repeating their previous assault, utterly unaffected by the cage, remaining swift and lethal. Their razor-sharp claws tore through Blade's carapace, sending sparks flying and leaving deep, bone-deep gashes. A sharp, searing pain jolted through Blade's nerves like an electric current. Seeing himself controlled once again, Blade exploded with astonishing survival instinct. He desperately activated mantis-style severing star step, targeting the true body of the Phantom Shadow Fox that was casting Psychic Cage. Though suppressed by the Psychic Cage, his speed was greatly reduced. The inertia of his high-velocity charge still carried immense power. Blade shot forward like a cannonball from a breach, breaking free of the restraints with a suicidal determination, and slammed heavily into the Phantom Shadow Fox. The Phantom Shadow Fox clearly hadn't anticipated Blade's decisiveness, nor had it expected him to unleash such formidable power while under the suppression of the Psychic Cage. The true body was struck violently by Blade, letting out a pained whimper as it staggered backward. The Psychic Cage shattered instantly. The binding feeling vanished. Blade, as if relieved of a great burden, regained his speed and strength. However, the Phantom Shadow Fox did not panic. The cunning beast immediately rejoined its 3 clones. Another confusing psychic wave radiated outward, and this time 4 Phantom Shadow Foxes appeared simultaneously in Blade's field of vision. Truth and falsehood intertwined, impossible to distinguish, dazzling to the eye. The 4 Phantom Shadow Foxes lined up in a row and attacked Blade simultaneously. Their attack angles were treacherous, their speed ferocious, making them incredibly hard to defend against. Can't tell which is real. Then I'll cut them all down. A cold glint flashed in Blade's eyes. His twin blades extended, suddenly erupting with a blinding radiance. Focusing all the power in his body onto the edge of his blades, he unleashed the Mantis-style's ultimate combination technique. mantis-style shadow step, thousand cicada cry. Extreme speed combined with high-frequency vibrating blades formed a storm of blades nearly invisible to the naked eye. The blade light flashed continuous and unbroken like the simultaneous chirping of countless cicadas. The piercing sound was shocking to the soul, as if it could tear one's very spirit apart. The storm of blades instantly engulfed the 4 phantom shadow foxes. The sounds of tearing and anguished wails were eerily shrill against the rumbling thunder. As the blade light dissipated, only one of the 4 phantom shadow foxes lay on the ground, its purple glow rapidly dimming. The other 3 slowly faded away as if they had never existed. The true phantom shadow fox was utterly defeated by Blade's thousand cicada cry. The announcer's voice declaring Yi Li's victory still echoed through the arena, but Yi Li's mind had already withdrawn from the tense state of combat. A wave of exhaustion washed over him like a tide. The wounds on Blade were shocking to behold. Several sections of his carapace had developed fine cracks, and his blade arms, which crackled with arcs of electricity, had also dimmed. This victory was a narrow escape. The cunning of that phantom shadow fox and the bizarre nature of its psychic attacks far surpassed any previous opponent. Had Blade not erupted at the last moment, forcibly breaking the psychic cage and clashing head-on with thousand cicada cry, the outcome would have been uncertain. Yi Li rubbed his throbbing temples, the lingering effects of the psychic impact still ached dully. A system notification appeared before him. Congratulations, host. Your Star Beast Blade has defeated the Phantom Shadow Fox. Rewards: Star Beast Nutrient Solution X2, Star Beast Accessory, Psychic Resistance Hairpin. The pink one is cute too. What the heck is this pink and cute stuff? Yi Li quickly checked the details of the Psychic Resistance Hairpin. When equipped, provides slight resistance against psychic attacks. Just what I needed. But how much is slight? I'll have to test it out back home. And forget the pink color, but where is Blade supposed to wear a hairpin? This is just bullying my Blade for not having any hair. Yi Li then opened his wrist device and pulled up the current ranking list. Staring at the virtual screen, he saw Yi Li ranked 64. 64th place. Seeing this number, Yi Li let out a long sigh of relief. Though the journey had been arduous and the cost considerable, he had finally broken into the top 100. This meant he had officially secured his ticket to the Academy Grand Tournament. The first goal had been achieved. The top 100 is just the threshold. The top 10 is the real stage. Yi Li murmured to himself. He closed the ranking list, looked at Blade's injuries, and reflected on the battle with the Phantom Shadow Fox. It had been a stark reminder that the weakness in psychic defense had to be addressed immediately. The director of the Star Beast Tamer Department gathered the 100 victorious students in a classroom to announce the rules of the Academy Grand Tournament. Students, congratulations on standing out from the Star Beast Tamer Department and earning the qualification to participate in the Academy-wide tournament. The director's opening remarks were concise, acknowledging their efforts and signaling the importance of what was to come. Today I have specifically come to explain the rules of the Academy Grand Tournament in detail. This concerns whether you can showcase yourselves on a larger stage. The 100 students in the classroom instinctively straightened their backs, their gazes focused, afraid of missing a single word. Yi Li was no exception. He knew the Academy Grand Tournament was vastly different from the departmental assessments. The competition was fiercer and the rules far more complex. This tournament will also adopt a point system. The director began to get to the main point, his tone steady and rhythmic. First is the initial round. Opponents are determined by random draw. You will have 2 battles per day. A win earns you 10 points, a loss deducts 10 points. Remember, it's deduction. So every single match is crucial. After 10 matches, the top 200 students in points will advance. 2 matches a day. 10 matches. Low murmurs rippled through the classroom. Clearly the intensity exceeded many people's expectations. The teacher raised a hand to quiet everyone and continued, the advancement quota for the first round is 200. After advancing, the second round will be a simulated mixed battle. The arenas will simulate various complex terrains, testing your adaptability and the synergy with your star beasts. This round will select the top 50. At this, the atmosphere in the classroom grew even more solemn. If the first round was already this brutal, the mixed battle in the second round was bound to be even more intense. Yi Li felt his blood begin to flow faster, a sense of excitement welling up within him. He enjoyed this kind of challenging competition. Finally, the arena battle is the true key to deciding the top 10 of the grade. The teacher's voice suddenly rose a notch, carrying a hint of encouragement. Those who can reach the arena battle are the elite among elites. The rules for the arena battle are simple. Each person must defeat 5 consecutive opponents to enter the grade's top 10. The final 10 will then engage in a round robin to determine the champion and runner-up. The teacher paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd again, emphasizing, the Academy Grand Tournament is not just a test of individual combat power, but a comprehensive evaluation of cooperation and overall quality. You must remember that in battle besides personal bravery, tactics, coordination, and on-the-spot judgment are equally important. This tournament is a comprehensive test of your learning since enrollment, and also a rare opportunity for practical experience. The teacher's tone softened, carrying a meaningful reminder. I want to especially remind you that to increase the spectacle and challenge of the competition, the battles in the first 5 days will be arranged to match you against opponents from different departments as much as possible. That means the opponents you face will be from other departments, such as the mech department, elemental department, and so on. So don't just focus on studying the fighting styles of your own department. Be prepared to face various types of opponents. Another wave of low exclamations swept through the classroom. Battles against different departments undoubtedly increased the difficulty and unpredictability of the competition. The department director clapped his hands and said, "You've all worked hard these past 2 days. Rest well tomorrow. Remember, the day after tomorrow at 10 a.m., we will officially gather at the school's largest arena, the Starlight Arena. That is our school's largest arena. The grand tournament is held there every time. The scene is truly spectacular. I'm sure it will leave a lasting impression on you." On the day of the Academy Grand Tournament at 9:30 in the morning, Yili arrived at the Starlight Arena. The colossal metallic complex was less architecture and more a war fortress forged from steel. Under the rising sun, every inch of its exterior reflected a cold metallic gleam, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Taking a deep breath, the arena's unique atmosphere washed over him. The cold hardness of metal interwoven with the wild frenzy of stellar energy, faintly mixed with the scent of star beasts, sending adrenaline surging. His wristband vibrated and a cold electronic voice announced, "Contestant Yili, first match, Arena 105. With steady steps, Yili merged into the surging crowd. A deafening roar of noise washed over him. The tension of the contestants, the excitement of the spectators, all emotions mingling together like a boiling cauldron. The roars of star beasts, the rumble of mechs, the murmur of the crowd. All sounds converged into a massive wave that pounded against his eardrums. Arriving at Arena 105, a crowd had already gathered. Both contestants and spectators who had Iron Shield true to his name. His skin was dark, his muscles knotted, and he stood there like a moving iron tower. He had already donned his heavy mech suit. The thick, cold metal shell reflected an ominous gleam. The words, "Earthshaker," were prominently displayed on the mech's chest. A thick electromagnetic cannon rested on his shoulder, and hydraulic crusher hammers were mounted on both arms. A heavy mech, the ultimate embodiment of power and defense. Yili quickly analyzed his opponent's information in his mind. The heavy mech's mobility was a weakness, but its frontal defense and firepower were extremely terrifying. Deizai let out a low hiss, seemingly feeling the pressure from the opponent as well. Yili soothingly patted Deizai's carapace and whispered, "Don't be nervous, Deizai. Contestants Yi Li and Iron Shield, please proceed to Arena 105 immediately." The cold electronic voice announced, signaling the match was about to begin. Yi Li and Iron Shield simultaneously walked towards the center of the arena. The massive circular arena floor, made entirely of alloy, was covered with complex energy patterns that emitted a faint glow, clearly designed to enhance defense and withstand the impact of star beasts and mechs. The referee's booming voice cut through the noise. Star Beastmaster Departments, Yili versus Mech Warrior Departments, Iron Shield. Rules: victory is achieved by knockdown or rendering the opponent unable to fight. Begin. The moment the words fell, Iron Shield's Earthshaker mech let out a dull rumble. The sound of the hydraulic system starting was clearly audible. A faint blue light glowed at the mech's joints, and various instrument panels began to flicker. The oppressive aura of the heavy mech instantly enveloped the entire arena. Deizai let out a sharp hiss, entering battle mode. With a low shout from Yili, Deizai activated Shadow Strike, its form shooting forward like an arrow from a bow, charging straight at the Earthshaker. Extreme speed compensated for the disparity in size and strength. Iron Shield did not abandon the attack. The heavy mech's defense was his greatest confidence. Iron Shield subtly adjusted the aim of his shoulder-mounted electromagnetic cannon. A faint blue light began to converge the muzzle, pointing directly at Yili. The sound of energy charging was unnerving. The power of the electromagnetic cannon was not to be underestimated. A direct hit would render him unable to fight. Yili's figure flashed narrowly, avoiding the cannon's direct fire while commanding Deizai to attack. Deizai's twin blades struck the Earthshaker's mech armor in rapid succession, producing a series of clanging metallic sounds and sparks, but only leaving shallow scratches, unable to breach the heavy mech's defenses. Iron Shield threw a punch at Deizai, which was nimbly dodged. Unfazed, Iron Shield took heavy steps, slowly advancing on Yili, his arm-mounted hydraulic crusher hammers letting out a low growl as he charged forward. Yili activated his power belt, releasing a powerful jet of air that propelled him upwards, dodging the hydraulic hammer. The belt continued to fire, increasing his speed again, tracing an arc in the air as he swiftly closed in on the Earthshaker. 7-star slash. Yi Li growled. His twin blades crossed, and a dazzling light bloomed on the edges, converging into 7 points of cold star light aimed directly at the Earthshaker's leg hydraulic pipes. That was one of the heavy mech's weak points. The armor at the joint was relatively thin, and the hydraulic pipes were the mech's lifeline. A flash of blade light, and the sound of tearing metal was harsh. A series of sparks exploded from the Earthshaker's leg, and hydraulic fluid sprayed out like a fountain. The mech's balance was instantly destroyed. The heavy body began to tilt, emitting a heavy grinding sound, and finally crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Although the Earthshaker's defense was astonishing against the extreme speed and precise attacks of Yi Li's 7-star slash, it was like a sitting duck, completely unable to fight back. Yi Li won cleanly. The referee's voice rang out in time. The Earthshaker has lost its balance. Mech Warrior Department's Iron Shield is unable to fight. Star Beast Master Department's Yi Li wins. Yi Li stood with his blades sheathed. Deizai let out an excited hiss, rubbing its blade feet against the ground as if celebrating victory. Congratulations, host. You and your Star Beast Deizai have defeated the enemy together. Reward Star Beast Nutrient Solution X1 Star Beast Snacks X3. Yi Li looked at this and thought, what is all this? The rewards are so little. It seems the greater the role the Star Beast plays in battle, the better the rewards. But what are these little snacks? Would Deizai like them? Yi Li took one out and saw it was a packet of dried meat of an unknown species. Oh well, let's let Deizai try it. Deizai ate it happily. Not bad, not bad. Consider it a reward for Deizai. With the morning matches over, Yi Li lingered in the venue for a while, watching matches from other departments. The violence of the Mech Department, the splendor of the Elemental Department, and the ferocity of the Gene Warrior Department all left a deep impression on him. The competition was fierce, and the Academy tournament was indeed full of hidden talents. In the afternoon, the second match was against Gene Warrior Department's Bloodfang. A wild name that brought to mind a bloodthirst. Bloodfang was lean and sharp, his muscle lines smooth and full of explosive power like a poised leopard. His hands were equipped with gleaming alloy claws like the fangs of a wild beast, reflecting a chilling light in the sun. Gene warriors rely on genetic technology to enhance themselves, possessing physical abilities far beyond ordinary people. Bloodfang was a speed gene enhancement type. His movements were as swift as the wind, and his attacks were unpredictable. Begin. At the referee's command, Bloodfang lunged at Yi Li like an arrow from a bow, his speed so fast it was almost impossible to track with the naked eye, leaving only a blurred afterimage. The alloy claws tore through the air with a piercing shriek, heading straight for Yi Li. Yi Li shifted his body to the side, narrowly avoiding Bloodfang's claws. Bloodfang's claws tore into the alloy floor of the arena, leaving deep scratches as alloy fragments flew. Missing his strike, Bloodfang's hands slammed into the ground upon landing, and with a sudden burst of force, he tore the alloy floor apart. A massive piece of alloy debris was hurled by Bloodfang like a throwing weapon, whistling towards Yi Li. Such savage power. Yi Li's pupils contracted. Broken star steps. His form flickered like a phantom, weaving between the whistling alloy fragments like a leaf in a storm, seemingly on the verge of being struck, but always managing to escape danger. While dodging the attacks, he quickly closed the distance to Bloodfang. Yi Li's figure appeared behind Bloodfang. Deizai also activated Shadow Strike to distract Bloodfang from the front, while Yi Li's long blade, like a viper striking, went straight for Bloodfang's vital point with a tricky angle and swift speed. The target, the Achilles tendon, one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Bloodfang reacted extremely quickly. His battle instincts allowed him to react instantly, rolling his body to dodge Yi Li's fatal blow. But Deizai's blade still cut his skin. Blood instantly gushed out, staining his battle suit. The intense pain stimulated Bloodfang's nerves, and his bestial ferocity was fully ignited. Gene enhancement activated. Bloodfang's eyes instantly turned crimson, his pupils slitted like a beast, his muscles swelling, as if inflated veins bulging like monstrous pythons coiling over his body. A wild and violent aura washed over the arena. Pain sensation 50 blocked. This meant that for the rest of the fight, Bloodfang would be even more ferocious, more reckless, like a wounded beast that would fight to the death. Bloodfang turned, his alloy claws tearing through the air with a shriek as he attacked again. His speed and power had both increased by a level, a completely different state of combat. Yi Li blocked with his twin blades. The sound of metal clashing was deafening, sparks flying. The immense force of the impact shook Yi Li's body, causing him to stagger back, his hands numb. Bloodfang pressed his advantage. His claws came down like a storm, completely abandoning defense, attacking only a style of trading blows. Yi Li tried his best to dodge, but his body was inevitably grazed by the claws, blood seeping out. A sharp pain shot through his left shoulder. Bloodfang's claws had pierced through it. In a moment of crisis, Deizai, who had been waiting for an opportunity, seized a flaw in Bloodfang's frenzied attack. Its twin blades shot out like lightning with a tricky angle and rapid speed, stabbing precisely into Bloodfang's body. The frenzied Bloodfang's movements instantly stiffened, as if frozen. His chest was pierced by the blade, blood gushing from the wound, staining his alloy claws red. The madness in Bloodfang's eyes gradually faded, his crimson irises returning to their normal color. The feral aura dissipated quickly, and his body slowly collapsed, hitting the ground heavily. The referee's voice rang out again. Gene Warrior Department's Bloodfang is unable to fight. Star Beast Master Department's Yili wins. A hard-fought victory for contestant Yili. Students from the Nanomedical Department quickly rushed onto the arena to begin emergency treatment on Bloodfang. Although Bloodfang's injuries looked severe, a pierced chest, the vitality of a Gene Warrior was tenacious. After treatment, he should still be able to compete in tomorrow's matches. Congratulations, host. Snacks again. Deizai will enjoy this, but I'm injured. I'm bleeding. Yili let out a bitter laugh. The wound on his shoulder burned with pain, and blood was still seeping out. He was injured too. This match was not won easily. Nanomedical students also came to Yili to treat him. They used medical gel to promote wound healing, then nutrient agents to replenish blood loss, and finally wrapped it with nanobandages. After the complete procedure, they told Yili to avoid strenuous exercise for 2 hours, and that it would basically heal by tomorrow, not affecting his upcoming matches. Dragging his weary steps, Yili left the arena. The stinging pain radiating from his shoulders served as a constant reminder that his recent victory had not come without a price. The cooling sensation of the nanomedical gel slightly alleviated the pain, yet the deep-seated fatigue within his body was difficult to conceal. He did not return to his dormitory immediately, but lingered near the spectator stands on the outskirts of the arena. On the colossal circular screen, battles from various arenas were being broadcast live. An Earth-type ability user commanding a massive golem of rock caused the ground to quake, with every gesture exuding overwhelming power. On another screen, a mech pilot in agile light armor weaved nimbly through a barrage of dense energy, fire, his movements fluid and precise. The opposing firearms student was being steadily pushed back, making the outcome a mess. There was also a Star Beast tamer who had summoned 2 flame hounds locked in fierce combat with a gene-modified warrior. The warrior, shielded against attacks, swiftly bypassed the hounds and struck directly at the tamer, securing victory and sending a shiver down Yili's spine. The fragility of the tamer was indeed glaring. As he watched, every student displayed formidable power. These were all his potential rivals. This realization weighed heavily on Yili's heart. Even on the first day of the elimination rounds, so many troublesome opponents had emerged. It was clear that his current strength was far from sufficient to stand out in this fiercely competitive academy tournament, let alone vie for a spot in the top 10. The desire to advance to a second-level Star Beast tamer became unprecedentedly clear and urgent. He must enhance his power quickly, otherwise, not to mention the top 10, even the subsequent matches would be hard to sustain. Burdened by this heavy pressure, Yili turned and headed towards his dormitory. As he pushed open the door, a potent mixture of machine oil and metallic welding fumes assailed his senses. Luo Xiaopeng was hunched over his workbench, tinkering with a pile of components. Scattered on the floor were numerous wrecked remnants of miniature mechanical bee swarms. Chu Feng sat in his spot, silently polishing his alloy longsword. The blade gleamed with a cold, piercing light, spotless, as if he had just finished a simple drill rather than a real battle. Back. Easy win. Luo Xiaopeng looked up, revealing an oil-stained face. Yili nodded, pulled up a chair, and sat down, feeling the dull ache from his shoulder. What about you? Looks like your opponent wasn't weak. Don't even mention it. Luo Xiaopeng wailed, setting down his tools. That guy chased me like a mad dog. His firepower was insane. If it weren't for my precious swarm being tough, I'd have been done for. He patted his chest, still shaken. But now I've got a new nickname, Iron Turtle. Luo Xiaopeng looked dejected. These people, they only judge by appearances. Do they even understand what tactics mean? Yili glanced at the scattered mechanical bee parts on the floor. Heavy losses? More than just heavy. Luo Xiaopeng's face fell. That guy's attacks were too dense. My mechanical bee swarm is almost half destroyed. With the remaining materials, I can probably only manage a few more rounds. He sighed, his gaze drifting towards a massive metallic construct covered with a dust sheet in the corner. Looks like it's time for my big guy to stretch its legs. That was his meticulously modified mechanical giant scorpion, originally intended as a trump card for the later melee stages. Chu Feng, what about you? Yili looked at Chu Feng. Chu Feng paused his polishing and replied succinctly. Done. No further description, true to his style, but that casual ease was enough to indicate how smoothly the battle had gone. Yili understood. Chu Feng's strength was far greater than he appeared. The night passed without incident. Yili seized the time to meditate, guiding star energy through his body, attempting to break through that invisible barrier. The shoulder injury healed rapidly under the nanomedical treatment, and the pain was almost unnoticeable. The next morning sunlight streamed through the window into the dormitory. A new battle was about to begin. The starlight arena was buzzing with noise, the atmosphere even more fervent than the first day. After the first day's battles, a clear gap in points had emerged. The undefeated contestants were even more formidable, and the matches were becoming increasingly spectacular. Yi Li checked his wristband. His first opponent for today was quickly assigned firearms department, Yin Xiao, an opponent whose name alone sounded sharp and cold. As Yin Xiao stepped onto the arena platform, Yi Li's gaze immediately fell upon the weapon in his hand. It was a menacingly designed anti-material sniper rifle. The long body was covered in intricate components, the muzzle gleamed with a faint blue light, and two characters were engraved on the stock: Soul Chaser. Besides the sniper rifle, Yin Xiao also carried a large caliber pistol on his hip along with several oddly shaped spheres, plasma grenades. The moment the referee announced the start, Yin Xiao's figure retreated like a phantom, instantly widening the distance to several dozen meters. Almost simultaneously, a red light flared at the muzzle of Soul Chaser. A heat-seeking tracer round. A scorching bullet tore through the air with a piercing shriek, heading straight for Yi Li's face. Yi Li's pupils contracted, and he swiftly dodged the bullet. Boom. The bullet struck the spot where he had just stood, blasting a charred crater into the alloy floor. Then came the second, third shots. Yin Xiao fired rapidly, continuously suppressing Yi Li's movements and sealing off all his routes of advance. The scorching trajectories wove a net of death in the air. Yi Li kept moving, using the limited cover on the arena to evade, weaving through the hail of bullets, looking somewhat beleaguered. This couldn't go on, he had to close the distance. Blade. Phantom strike. Yi Li commanded mentally. In a flash, Blade's figure vanished and reappeared, as if by teleportation, at Yin Xiao's flank, its twin blades flashing cold light as they slashed towards his arm. Yin Xiao was prepared. The large caliber pistol was already in his hand. Bang. Bang. The muzzle spat fire, firing precisely at Blade. Blade's movements were agile. It spun its twin blades, deflecting the incoming bullets. Sparks flew, but its forward momentum was temporarily halted. Now, seizing this moment, a sharp light flashed in Yi Li's eyes. He pushed off the ground, and the power belt instantly provided a powerful burst of speed. His velocity surged, propelling him like an arrow released from a bowstring towards Yin Xiao. His longsword was drawn, infused with star energy. 7-star slash. 7 fierce arcs of blade light flared up almost simultaneously, weaving towards Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao's pupils contracted. He fired his pistol rapidly in an attempt to block, while retreating hastily. But Yi Li's target was not him. The blade light swept past, emitting a grating metallic screech. The scope mounted on the Soul Chaser shattered with a crack. Deprived of its most crucial aiming component, the powerful sniper rifle's threat was greatly reduced. Yin Xiao's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he grabbed a plasma grenade from his waist, activated it, and hurled it at Yi Li. Hum. The grenade detonated mid-air, forming a distorted energy field that made the surrounding space feel viscous. Yi Li felt a tremendous resistance, his movements momentarily sluggish. He immediately retreated to avoid the center of the energy field. At that moment, Blade, which had been on the flank, seized the opportunity. Mantis-style meteor break step. Blade's form blurred, closing in on Yin Xiao with an erratic step. Slash. Yin Xiao failed to dodge in time, and a deep gash was carved into his arm by Blade's blade, blood gushing out instantly. Yin Xiao let out a muffled groan. He looked at the wound on his arm, then at the Soul Chaser with its shattered scope, and finally at the approaching Yi Li and the vigilant Blade. He decisively raised his hand. I concede. Yi Li breathed a quiet sigh of relief and sheathed his longsword. This battle had been won faster than expected, but it was still quite precarious. The long-range suppression of the firearms department was indeed terrifying. Congratulations, host. You and your Star Beast Blade have defeated the enemy. Reward Star Beast Healing Potion X1, Star Beast Snack X3. New stuff. Star Beast Healing Potion can speed up a Star Beast's wound recovery. Nice. And the snacks are restocked. Blade really has a high opinion of these snacks. After a brief rest, the referee asked if he needed a break. If he did, the second match could be scheduled for the afternoon, a measure arranged for injured students. Having won his previous match with ease and sustained no injuries, Yi Li decided to proceed directly to the second match. Upon hearing Yi Li's response, the referee promptly arranged the match. Before long, Yi Li began his second match of the day. This time his opponent was Elena from the psychokinesis department, a girl with flowing light golden hair and delicate features, possessing an ethereal aura. 6 gleaming silver blades floated around her, rotating slowly like sentient spirits. The match began. Elena's body slowly levitated, hovering above the arena. The 6 flying blades instantly accelerated, producing sharp whistling sounds as they shot towards Yi Li on the ground from different angles like 6 bolts of silver lightning. Simultaneously, an invisible wave of mental energy swept across. Mental stun. Yili felt a slight heaviness in his head, his movements momentarily freezing. Though it lasted only a brief 0.5 seconds, it was potentially fatal against the high-speed spinning blades. Blade! Yili roared at the critical moment. Blade flapped its wings and leaped charging towards the airborne Elena. Elena, clearly not expecting Yili's star beast to possess such speed, was momentarily startled. However, she quickly steadied her mind. With a thought, 3 of the blades immediately changed course to intercept Blade. Seizing this opportunity, Yili steadied his own mind. Facing the remaining 3 blades, he cleaved with his longsword, then surged forward, closing in on Elena. Elena divided her attention, quickening the rotation of the 3 blades as they flew towards Yili. Mantis-style thousand cicada cry. Hum. A strange vibration radiated outward from Yili. Yili unleashed the Mantis-style's ultimate move, the blade vibrating intensely. The high-speed spinning blades affected by the vibration had their trajectories thrown into obvious disarray, and their speed decreased. Seizing the opening, Yili swung his longsword, precisely parrying and striking. Clang, clang, clang. With a few crisp sounds, the 3 blades were knocked to the ground, damaged. Yili did not pause. He stamped his foot, leaped explosively, and lunged directly at Elena in midair. Elena's expression shifted slightly. Her mental energy focused intensely, and an invisible barrier formed around her body. Yili activated his power belt. 7-star slash. The fierce blade light bloomed once more, slamming heavily against the psychic barrier. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed as the psychic barrier broke apart. At the same moment, Blade also broke through the interception of the other 3 blades, leaping up to appear behind Elena. Under the pincer attack, Yili's cold blade was already pressed against her fair throat. Elena's body stiffened, and she halted all movements. The outcome was decided. Yili landed on the ground, breathing slightly heavily. The battle against the psychokinesis user was equally challenging. The clash on a mental level was even more perilous. Mental control was truly difficult to defend against. As the referee announced Yili's victory, a system notification appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, host. You and your Star Beast Blade have defeated the enemy. Reward Star Beast Healing Potion X1, Star Beast Snack X3. Well, same as last time, no change. Is the system just giving out its stock? After the 2 matches concluded on the second day, Yili emerged victorious once again. Through these 2 battles, his coordination with Dao Zai grew increasingly seamless, and the operation of the Star Beast Resonance art became more fluid and harmonious. Yili could clearly sense the stellar energy within him steadily accumulating, drawing ever closer to the threshold of a second-tier Star Beast Master. Only the final fullness of stellar energy remained. Once he broke through to the second tier, he could utilize that precious Star Beast Evolution Stone, allowing Dao Zai to evolve as well. An evolved Dao Zai would not only gain a significant boost in power and learn stronger skills, but the several bottles of enhancement serum awarded as rewards could also be used on Dao Zai, dramatically amplifying its combat prowess. Moreover, the second Star Beast egg rewarded by the system also required him to reach the second tier before it could be hatched. Everything hinged on overcoming the hurdle of becoming a second-tier Star Beast Master. With this thought, Yili's gaze turned resolute. He must seize every moment to cultivate. Only by advancing to the second tier swiftly could he amass enough strength to contend for a top 10 spot in the Academy Grand Competition. With this in mind, Yili did not linger in the arena. He nearly sprinted back to his dormitory. Dao Zai trotted along behind him on its short legs, panting heavily, a strip of dried meat clamped in its mouth, its mood quite cheerful. He slammed the door shut, sealing off the clamor outside. Yili kicked off his shoes, leaped onto the bed, and sat cross-legged. The consecutive battles had left him mentally weary, yet the surging stellar energy within him and the tantalizing proximity of a breakthrough ignited a fervent blaze in his heart. He regulated his breathing, forcing himself to calm down, dispelling the stray thoughts from his mind. His consciousness gradually sank into that familiar mental space. The stellar energy meditation art began to circulate. The energy particles in the air, imperceptible to the naked eye, grew active, shimmering with a faint radiance. With his long, rhythmic breaths, these particles seemed to be drawn in, threading strand by strand into his body, converging into his limbs and bones. With each breath and each cycle of the art, Yili felt a stronger surge of energy feedback. The stellar energy within him grew slowly but steadfastly. He could clearly perceive that invisible barrier, the membrane separating the first tier from the second. Yili felt the wall thinning bit by bit, and could even sense the vast, far more immense energy aura emanating from the other side. Each surge of stellar energy caused the barrier to tremble slightly. Time was precious now. He could not afford the slightest negligence. Yili spent the entire night in meditation. When he awoke on the morning of the third day, he was still brimming with energy. Meditation served admirably as a substitute for sleep. After freshening up, Yili headed for the arena. Moments later, he stood in the preparation zone, his gaze fixed on the opponent about to step onto the ring. Mo Lei from the Mecha Warrior Department was a genius whose name carried considerable weight in the Academy's mecha research field. Mo Lei possessed formidable hands-on skills and had made exceptional modifications to his own mecha. It was said that in the last assessment this prodigy had relied excessively on the AI combat system, resulting in a poor evaluation of his practical combat abilities and an unexpected defeat. It seemed he had reflected deeply on that failure and was now determined to redeem himself. Accompanied by the heavy clanking of metallic footsteps, Mo Lei made his entrance. The mecha he piloted was not the standard model issued by the Academy, but a heavily modified unit dubbed the Steel Heart. The mecha's entire frame was a deep iron gray, its lines hard and angular, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. The most striking feature was the pair of peculiar blades mounted on its arms, long and narrow with a faint flowing glimmer on their surfaces. Is that an overclocked particle vibrating blade? A low gasp of astonishment rippled through the audience. Yi Li narrowed his eyes. He had heard of this weapon. It sliced through targets via high-frequency vibrations, boasting devastating destructive power. It was rumored to strike up to 30 times per second once activated, nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. Inside the cockpit, Mo Lei's gaze was focused and piercing. This time he had disabled the AI assistants, choosing to pilot the mecha entirely by his own hands. The moment the referee declared the match started, Mo Lei moved. A faint hum resonated as an inconspicuous device on the mecha's back suddenly lit up, and an invisible suction force instantly enveloped the entire arena. The gravity. Mo Lei's objective was clear: to neutralize Dao Zai's renowned speed. Almost simultaneously, his mecha surged forward, the twin blades transforming into two streaks of blurry silver light lunging straight at Dao Zai. He had even predicted the trajectory Dao Zai would take under the influence of the gravitational pull. Dao Zai, watch out. Yi Li's heart clenched. Dao Zai reacted with lightning speed, its wings vibrating fiercely in an attempt to break free from the gravitational bind, while crossing its forelimb blades in a defensive stance. Clang! A grating screech of metal on metal rang out. The overclocked particle vibrating blades clashed against Dao Zai's hardened forelimbs, sending sparks flying in all directions. Dao Zai let out a low, guttural hiss as its body was hurled backward by the immense force, crashing heavily onto the ground. It scrambled to its feet quickly, but a shallow crack had appeared on the blades of its forelimbs. Its carapace had also suffered from the impact, its luster dimming noticeably. With a single strike, Dao Zai had been wounded, its combat capability clearly diminished. A wave of murmurs swept through the audience. Mo Lei's dominance far exceeded expectations. Yi Li's expression turned grim. Mo Lei had not only modified his mecha, but had elevated his own combat skills by more than a single level. He no longer relied on AI, instead fusing technology seamlessly with his own piloting. This is troublesome, Yi Li muttered. The gravity anchor's persistent interference, the devastating vibrating blades, and Mo Lei's precise predictions and control all stacked the odds heavily against them. For the following period, the arena became Mo Lei's stage. The Steel Heart moved like a nimble steel fortress, the gravity anchor continuously adjusting its direction, maintaining a constant pull on Dao Zai. The two vibrating blades were wielded in an impenetrable dance, each strike precisely sealing off Dao Zai's avenues of evasion. Under the gravitational interference, Dao Zai's speed plummeted, leaving it struggling to keep up, its body accumulating more and more wounds. Yi Li attempted to close in for an attack, but the Steel Heart's defenses proved formidable. Several strikes yielded little effect. Yi Li and Dao Zai could only rely on their speed advantage to search for an opening. The battle teetered in a tense stalemate, but any astute observer could see the scales tipping in Mo Lei's favor. Beads of sweat formed on Yi Li's brow. This couldn't go on. He had to take a risk. He drew a deep breath, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Through the Star Beast resonance art, he transmitted a bold command to Dao Zai. Dao Zai understood instantly. It abruptly ceased its evasive maneuvers, allowing the gravitational pull to drag it toward the Steel Heart. Mo Lei was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Yi Li's strategy. But he didn't hesitate. Crossing his blades, he prepared to deliver a fatal blow to the incoming Dao Zai. Just as Dao Zai was about to collide with the mecha, Yi Li activated his power belt. He kicked off the ground with explosive force, his body shooting forward like a cannonball with the aid of the power belt aimed directly at the Steel Heart. 7-star slash, a dazzling burst of blade light erupted, 7 ferocious, unmatched slashes streaking like meteors chasing the moon, relentlessly hammering at a single point. The gravity anchor device on the Steel Heart's back, the very thing that most restrained Yi Li and Dao Zai. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Mo Lei's pupils contracted sharply. He had never anticipated Yi Li using Dao Zai as bait to destroy the mecha's gravity anchor himself. He wanted to switch to a defensive stance, but Dao Zai was already right in front of him. Mo Lei could only prioritize dealing with Dao Zai. Meanwhile, Yi Li's 7-star slash landed squarely on the gravity anchor device. Clang, 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 clang. A rapid series of metallic explosions erupted, sparks bursting like fireworks. Under the relentless barrage of the 7-star slash the steel heart let out a groan of unbearable strain. The gravity anchor was destroyed by Yi Li, rendered useless. In the instant Mo Lei's vibrating blades were about to strike, Dao Zai's wing sheaths vibrated fiercely. Executing a shadow dash, it shifted its body, not backward but forward, its twin blades slashing into Mo Lei's chest, sending him staggering. Seizing the advantage, Yi Li pressed the attack relentlessly. His long blade continued its onslaught, targeting the mecha's knee joint. With a full power swing, a crack resounded as a critical component of the knee joint snapped. The steel heart lurched violently, its left leg losing support, the massive frame losing its balance. Damn it! Mo Lei's face contorted in alarm. He struggled to stabilize the mecha, but its mobility was severely compromised. A wild glint flashed in Mo Lei's eyes. Limit overload. A low hum filled the air. The entire steel heart frame blazed with a piercing crimson light, like a red-hot branding iron. Wisps of white steam hissed from the machine's surface, as if the very air were igniting. Its speed surged by 30. Mo Lei sought to forcibly overturn the tide with the explosive power of overload mode. However, the overload placed an immense strain on the mecha, especially given its existing damage. No sooner had he taken a single step than the fractured joint emitted even more violent sounds of twisting metal. Then the mecha's internal energy conduits, strained by the overload and structural damage, began to trigger a chain reaction. Crackle! A blinding burst of electric sparks. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the steel heart's left leg violently blew apart, shrapnel flying in every direction. The tremendous shockwave sent the entire mecha spiraling out of control, crashing heavily backward. Mo Lei endured a massive jolt. His vision went black, and he fell unconscious instantly. Students from the nanomedical department on standby at the edge of the arena rushed forward to administer emergency aid to the unconscious Mo Lei. Seeing this, the referee promptly announced the result of the match. Yi Li wins. Yi Li stood still, breathing heavily, staring at the smoke-belching steel heart, a wave of lingering fear washing over him. Had he not made that split-second decision, perfectly coordinating with Dao Zai to destroy the gravity anchor and throw Mo Lei off balance, the consequences would have been dire once Mo Lei managed to stabilize in overload mode. Congratulations, host. You and your Star Beast Dao Zai have defeated the enemy together. Reward Whetstone X1 Star Beast Snacks X3. A line of small text materialized before his eyes. A whetstone. Yi Li checked the item description. Whetstone contains special mineral energy, can be used to sharpen a star beast's claws, fangs, or limbs, making them sharper and more durable. Excellent. Yi Li's eyes lit up. This was a godsend for Dao Zai, perfect for repairing and strengthening the bone blades that had been damaged earlier. He decided to have Dao Zai use it as soon as they returned to the dormitory. After a brief respite, the referee inquired if Yi Li required an extended period of recuperation. Yi Li pondered for a moment. Observing that Blade's injuries, though not trivial, could be swiftly mended with a Star Beast healing agent, and mindful of his own minimal energy expenditure, he opted to proceed with the competition. His intention was to conclude the morning matches, thereby allocating the afternoon to the enhancement of his star energy, striving to achieve its complete saturation, a plateau he had been mired on for an extensive period. The second match commenced promptly. His adversary hailed from the Gene Warrior discipline, a colossus built like an iron tower known as Manshan. The moment Manshan stepped into the arena, he exuded an overwhelming pressure upon Yi Li. Towering over 2 meters and 30 centimeters, his body was a mass of bulging, knotted muscles, as if sculpted from granite. As the referee's declaration of the match's start faded, Manshan let out a thunderous roar, immediately activating his genetic ability, Gene Frenzy. His already formidable frame expanded further, his muscles swelling to a staggering 200 of their normal size. Veins bulged grotesquely beneath his skin, writhing like a nest of earthworms. His speed correspondingly surged by 50. Concurrently, a faint golden energy shield enveloped his entire body, the Gene Warrior discipline's energy armor. Manshan harbored no intention of testing his opponent. His eyes blazing crimson like a frenzied beast, he charged directly at Yi Li. In his hand, he clutched a colossal metal warhammer, its head crackling with perilous energy. Blade's twin blades hacked against the energy armor, producing only faint ripples, utterly failing to breach its defenses. Manshan completely disregarded the pestering mantis at his side, barreling headlong towards Yi Li. This guy, he's this ferocious. Yi Li's eyelids twitched. Pure physical might coupled with formidable armor and a frenzy-induced speed boost. How was he supposed to fight this? Yi Li immediately sprang into motion, leveraging his superior speed to evade. Manshan's charge was ferocious and swift, each footfall causing the arena floor to tremble. His warhammer cleaved through the air with formidable force, the resulting gale stinging Yi Li's cheeks. Yi Li dodged left and right, narrowly escaping time and again. Blade persisted in attacking from the side, attempting to disrupt Manshan, but to little effect. Manshan's sole focus was Yi Li. He seemed to adhere to the principle of capturing the leader first, or perhaps he simply believed crushing Yi Li would be easier than dealing with the irksome mantis. Boom. Manshan's warhammer grazed past, Yi Li smashing into the ground. The hardened metallic floor shattered instantly. Yi Li broke out in a cold sweat. Had that connected, his slender frame would have been pulverized, at the very least severely wounded. The arena's confines ultimately proved limiting. Under Manshan's relentless storm-like pursuit, Yi Li's space to maneuver shrank with every passing moment. Finally, a fraction of a second too slow, Yi Li was seized by Manshan's colossal hand. Terrifying force constricted him, and he felt his very bones groan in protest. Manshan sneered, his arm flexing as he forcibly pinned Yi Li against the corner wall of the arena. "Little runt, you can't run this time," Manshan bellowed, raising the warhammer high with his other hand. The energy armor blazed with intensified light and the power of his gazing at the hammer head shimmering with destructive radiance and poised to descend, Yi Li's pupils contracted. There was no dodging this. Take it head on. That would mean certain death, a shattered body. "I concede," Yi Li shouted decisively. The warhammer raised by Manshan halted abruptly, less than half a meter from Yi Li's face. Manshan was taken aback, seemingly not expecting such a prompt surrender. He had anticipated some sort of countermove. He deactivated his energy armor, and Gene Frenzy, his massive frame shrinking somewhat, though he remained imposing. He scratched his head and spoke in a deep, rumbling voice. "Oh, you gave up, huh?" The referee subsequently declared Manshan the victor. Yi Li had suffered his first defeat in the tournament. Rubbing his aching arm, he rose from the ground, gazing at his opponent, a man who seemed both simple and ferocious, and couldn't help but offer a wry smile. What a troublesome fellow. Utterly unreasonable, charging in with brute force, no strategy, just pure aggression. An opponent who relies entirely on overwhelming stats is indeed difficult to handle at this stage. However, Yi Li was not overly disheartened. Defeat was not something to be feared. This loss had in fact provided him with a clearer understanding of his shortcomings. There was still considerable room for improvement in his strength, and he could not afford to be discouraged by a momentary setback. Yi Li did not linger in the arena. He returned directly to his dormitory. He needed to quickly process the insights gained from today's battles, and more importantly, dedicate time to cultivating his star energy. Back in the dorm, Yi Li handed the whetstone, which emanated a peculiar energy, to Blade. Blade curiously touched the stone with its forelimb and immediately felt a gentle, yet sharp energy seep into its twin blades. It let out a pleased chirp and began diligently sharpening its damaged forelimbs against the stone. Meanwhile, Yi Li sat cross-legged on his bed, once again entering a state of meditation. He could clearly sense that after the battles and cultivation of the past few days, the star energy within him had reached a critical point. It was like a reservoir filled to the brim, needing only the slightest addition to breach the dam. He was only a single step away from achieving star energy saturation. Once he broke through, Blade could evolve, he could hatch a second star beast egg, and his overall strength would undergo a monumental leap. Almost there, just a little more. Yi Li cast aside all distractions, wholly immersing himself in the absorption of star energy. Particles of light, like starlight, guided as if by an unseen hand, accelerated their influx into his body, akin to fireflies drawn to a beacon. The dormitory was dimly lit. Neon lights from outside filtered through the gaps, casting mottled, shifting patterns on the floor. Chu Feng lay on his side in bed, his breathing even seemingly lost in deep slumber. He had also endured intense battles during the day and required complete rest to recover his stamina. His taut muscles relaxed slightly in sleep. Only under the lamplight, Luo Xiaopeng's silhouette appeared somewhat hunched. Before him lay an array of precision tools with tiny components scattered everywhere, reflecting a cold metallic gleam. Empty cans of energy drinks remained on the desktop. Luo Xiaopeng kept his head down, wearing a pair of goggles fitted with magnifying lenses, the edges of which were stained with a bit of grease. He was carefully using a pair of fine tweezers to pick up a minuscule metal component, holding his breath in concentration. The slight tremor in his fingertips was magnified and clearly visible through the goggles. This repair work on the mechanical bee swarm was incredibly taxing on the eyes and mind. Fine beads of sweat formed on his forehead, but Luo Xiaopeng seemed oblivious, his entire attention riveted on the tiny component held between the tweezers. The tip of the tweezers moved steadily, precisely guiding the component into a pre-cut slot within a mechanical bee whose outer shell had been removed, exposing its complex internal circuitry. Click! A soft sound signaled the component had snapped perfectly into place. Luo Xiaopeng breathed a sigh of relief but didn't fully relax. He picked up a miniature laser welder, carefully applying it to the joint, fusing the component securely in place. These precious little things had taken a severe beating during the day's matches. The wear and tear was appalling. The formidable defense of the mechanical bee swarm was Luo Xiaopeng's foundation for having advanced this far, but this repair work was nothing short of a nightmare. Each mechanical bee was like a miniature precision-crafted work of art. Taking them apart was one thing, but reassembling them was another, especially battle damage repairs. A single misplaced component or a slight tremor of the hand during welding could render the entire bee useless, reducing it to an expensive pile of electronic waste. He reached up to adjust his goggles, rubbing his sore, swollen eyes. The frame had left a distinct red mark on his forehead. He had been at this for a long time, his eyes terribly dry, his vision beginning to blur and double. Under the work light on one side lay a pile of mechanical bee wreckage, severed wings, shattered shells, scorched energy cores. On the other side, the repaired swarm rested quietly in a storage box, gleaming with the cold light unique to metal. He roughly counted. The number of fully functional combat-ready units was only slightly over 1,200. That number was still far from sufficient. Luo Xiaopeng's heart felt heavy. He glanced at the empty material box at the corner. That box had originally held the Zerg materials he had acquired from the black market last time. Now they were all used up. Any future repairs to the mechanical bees would lack the reinforcement of such special materials, inevitably compromising their strength. Damn it, why are these things so fragile? Luo Xiaopeng couldn't help but mutter under his breath, his voice thick with exhaustion and a hint of complaint. He tapped his wristband, checking his points ranking and the upcoming schedule. 4 wins, 2 losses. Not terrible. To secure a stable play, pressure like an invisible hand gripped his heart. Luo Xiaopeng was tempted to reveal his mechanical giant scorpion early, but he needed to wait and see how things developed. The school was full of formidable opponents. To advance further, he had to keep a trump card. Waves of drowsiness washed over him, his eyelids heavy as lead, drooping uncontrollably. No, I can't sleep. Luo Xiaopeng shook his head violently, dispelling the drowsiness. He reached for an energy drink nearby, downed it in one go, then pulled another relatively undamaged mechanical bee from the wreckage pile. Taking a deep breath, he picked up his tweezers and laser welder once more. The lamplight illuminated his somewhat pale face, and also the unyielding determination in his bloodshot eyes. The dormitory was very quiet. Yili sat cross-legged on his bed, his breathing long and deep, faint specks of light flickering around him. Chu Feng's breathing was steady and profound, clearly fast asleep, occasionally turning over. Only from Luo Xiaopeng's corner did the faint, intermittent clinks of tools and components, accompanied by his suppressed breathing, pierce the silence of the deep night with striking clarity. The faint morning light filtered through the dormitory window, casting soft patches of light on the floor. Luo Xiaopeng lay slumped over his desk, his head resting on half-finished parts and tools, emitting a gentle snore. He had clearly pushed himself to exhaustion and finally fallen into a deep sleep. The work lamp was still on, illuminating his weary face and the chaotic battlefield on the desk. Yili slowly opened his eyes. A night of meditation left him feeling refreshed, star energy circulating within him, washing away all traces of yesterday's fatigue. He quietly got out of bed, careful not to make a sound. Chu Feng's bed remained still, his breathing steady. After a quick wash, Yili checked on Daozi's condition, confirming it was fully charged and in good shape. The twin blades on its forelimbs were free of cracks, and looking at the emerald green blades, he could sense they had grown even sharper. Yili checked his wristband and found today's match information had arrived. The first match was scheduled for 10:00 a.m. When Yili arrived at the arena, he found his opponent was already there. A mech warrior clad in sleek silver-white light armor with a streamlined design that spoke of remarkable agility. The opponent's weapons were well-balanced, micro-missile launchers on the shoulders, an alloy longsword in hand, and a pulse pistol at the waist, clearly prepared for combat at any distance. Begin. The referee's voice rang out. The enemy mech immediately launched a barrage of missiles, sealing off Yili's escape routes. Simultaneously, the mech's propulsion flared, accelerating toward him with the alloy sword raised high. Daozi's form flickered like a ghost, evading the missiles as its wing cases vibrated at high speed, emitting a low hum. Yili remained utterly composed. Star energy erupted from his feet, his figure blurring instantly. Mantis-style fractured star step. In a flash of high-speed movement, Yili appeared directly beside the mech warrior. The opponent, clearly not expecting such velocity, scrambled to turn and block with his alloy sword. But it was too late. Yili's long blade traced a graceful, sorrowful arc. Without giving his opponent a chance, he unleashed his killing move. 7-star slash. Blade light flashed repeatedly, striking precisely at the mech's joints and energy conduits. Sparks flew everywhere. The mech warrior's movements seized up violently, its energy rifle sputtered and died, and the arm wielding the alloy sword grew sluggish. Yili didn't pause. He reversed his blade and struck his opponent with the flat of the sword, sending him crashing to the ground. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The opponent conceded. The referee declared Yili the winner. It was a clean, decisive victory. Though the opponent had decent equipment, his combat experience and reaction speed left much to be desired. Congratulations, host. You and your Star Beast Daozi have defeated the enemy. Reward Star Beast Healing Potion X1 Star Beast Snacks X3. Yili noticed that he had used the last potion on Daozi, so this replenishment was a welcome addition. Since the previous match had ended quickly, Yili had expended little energy. After a brief rest, he faced his second match of the day. This time the opponent's information indicated he was an elemental esper named Wilson. Yili studied him, a tall golden-haired youth with an unmistakable air of arrogance. The weapon on his shoulder was quite eye-catching, a massive gun-like device with a wide barrel connected by thick conduits to a silver plasma tank on his back. The tank bore two bold, ostentatious characters, World Burner. Several conspicuous liquid nitrogen cooling canisters hung from his waist, suggesting the weapon generated immense heat. Begin. A cruel grin spread across Wilson's face as he squeezed the trigger of World Burner without hesitation. Taste the torment of the inferno. Blazing flames erupted from the barrel like an uncontrollable torrent. The fire spread rapidly, and in an instant nearly the entire arena floor was engulfed in surging flames. The intense heat caused the air to warp violently, and everywhere he looked the world was blurred, dancing firelight. Daozi let out a short, uneasy hiss, its wing cases vibrating rapidly. Clearly the omnipresent high temperature was severely interfering with its sensory systems. Yili immediately reached out to steady Daozi, and with a burst of power from his legs he retreated swiftly with it all the way to the farthest corner of the arena. The metal floor beneath his feet heated up at a visible rate, emitting a sizzling sound as it was scorched, the heat seeping through the soles of his shoes. Run? Why aren't you running? Weren't you quite quick just now? Wilson's voice echoed amidst the crackling flames, dripping with mockery and smugness. I know you're fast, but in this fiery hell where can you run? Every step is pure agony. He had clearly studied Yili's previous fight recordings carefully, deliberately choosing this near-total area of effect attack to counter the speed advantage that Yili and Daozi prided themselves on. Yili's gaze remained calm, his breathing steady as he stared intently at the figure within the flames. He was waiting for an opportunity that was bound to come. Wilson's weapon was indeed formidable, but with such energy output, energy consumption and heat dissipation were bound to be its Achilles heel. Time ticked by second, the arena transforming into a colossal high-temperature furnace. Wilson continued to spew plasma flames relentlessly, maintaining the sea of fire for nearly 5 full minutes. Yili could even smell the acrid odor of his own combat suit beginning to scorch from the extreme heat. Daozi grew restless, hissing lowly as the blades on its forelimbs scraped gently against each other. Yili keenly noticed that the torrent of flames was beginning to weaken, no longer as ferocious as it had been initially. Sure enough, the massive barrel of Wilson's World Burner had turned red-hot, like a branding iron radiating tremendous heat. Wilson was forced to halt his attack. Cursing under his breath, he grabbed a liquid nitrogen canister from his waist, twisted open the valve, and sprayed the searing hot barrel. White cold vapor hissed and evaporated instantly, creating a stark visual contrast against the blazing inferno around them. The flamethrower needed time to cool down, and without replenishment the flames in the arena slowly began to recede. Wilson used his fire ability to draw the flames close around his body, forming a small ring of fire as a defensive barrier. Now, Yili thought to himself, the command instantly transmitted to Daozi. Daozi coiled and ready like a drawn bowstring, shot forward like an arrow released from its string. Ignoring the residual heat on the ground and the flames that hadn't fully died out, it transformed into a swift black shadow, braving the scorching waves of heat, and charged straight at Wilson, who was busy cooling his weapon. Its emerald-glinting forelimb blades crossed, slashing toward Wilson's relatively vulnerable flank. You're asking for death. Wilson, clearly not expecting Daozi to dare charge straight into the high-temperature zone, snarled. In a panic, he unleashed his fire-type ability without reservation. A ring of even more searing, violent flames exploded outward from him in all directions. Boom! With a dull detonation, Daozi was struck head-on by the violent ring of fire, sent flying and crashing heavily to the ground. It let out a pained cry and twitched on the ground. But Daozi's desperate assault was not in vain. In order to unleash the powerful fire ring defense, Wilson not only interrupted his weapon's cooling, but also weakened the intensity of the flames he was maintaining around his body. In that instant, Yili moved. His speed was even faster than Daozi's charge. Fractured Star Step activated, his figure seemed to teleport, closing the distance to within 3 meters of Wilson. Mantis-style thousand cicada cry. Yili's long blade suddenly began to vibrate at an ultra-high frequency, emitting a subtle, yet piercingly sharp hum, as if countless cicadas were chirping simultaneously in his ears. Even the air around the blade seemed to be stirred by this high-frequency vibration, forming tiny vortices. Then an astonishing sight unfolded. The residual flames around Wilson, weakened by the fire rings, burst, and not yet fully dissipated, seemed to be drawn by some invisible force converging onto the rapidly vibrating blade. The once silver-gleaming long blade now appeared to don a coat of dancing flames, blazing brightly. Slash! Yili let out a low shout. The long blade, infused with star energy and wreathed in flames, descended upon Wilson with overwhelming, unstoppable force. Wilson's pupils contracted sharply. He sensed a lethal threat emanating from the burning blade. Instinctively, he gathered his ability, hastily forming a shield of plasma flames in front of him. But it was too late and too hasty. The burning blade struck the barely formed flame shield. SSSSSSS. There was no violent clash of metal. Instead, it was like a red-hot knife slicing through grease. The plasma flame shield offered almost no resistance and was instantly torn apart. The blazing blade, its momentum undiminished, struck Wilson squarely in the chest. Despite the protection of his combat suit and a sliver of instinctive ability he had mustered at the last moment, the violent energy, a mix of slashing force and searing heat, pierced through into his body. Uffed! Wilson violently spat out a mouthful of blood tinged with sparks, his body staggering backward uncontrollably for several steps, nearly tripping over his own feet. He looked down at the charred slash mark on his chest armor, even catching the smell of burnt fabric, then glanced at the empty liquid nitrogen canister at his waist. A deep sense of unwillingness and a flicker of lingering fear crossed his eyes. He could clearly feel the vibration and burns to his internal organs. His ability was severely depleted from the forced burst of the fire ring, and the hasty shield and world burner needed time to cool down. Continuing the fight would yield no chance of victory. I concede. Wilson raised a slightly trembling hand, with difficulty, his voice hoarse. Yili sheathed his blade and stood tall. The flames on the weapon gradually died out, revealing its still gleaming surface. He let out a soft breath of warm, stale air. This victory was far from as easy as the last one. Congratulations, host. You and your Star Beast Daozi have defeated the enemy. Reward Star Beast Fire Resistance Potion X1 Star Beast Snacks X3. Is the system a timely aid or a Monday morning quarterback? This fire resistance potion is a bit awkwardly timed. But since there will be more elemental-type classmates to face, I'll save it for Daozi. He walked over to Daozi and examined its injuries. Fortunately, it had only been knocked back by the shockwave, with some minor damage to its carapace. Nothing serious. Returning to the dormitory, it was still early and the room was empty. Luo Xiaoping and Chu Feng had probably gone to the arena for the competition. Today was already the fourth day, and the battles were extremely fierce. Yili took out the Star Beast Fire Resistance Potion from his system inventory and fed it to the blade. The effect of the potion was immediate. The scorch marks on the blade faded visibly, its spirits lifted, and Yili could faintly sense that the blade's fire resistance had been enhanced. Yili's competition on the fourth day had concluded. He now stood at 7 wins and 1 loss, his points ranking quite high. But the true test was the upcoming second-round melee, a brutal battlefield where elites gathered, and all hidden cards had to be played. He had to complete his second-level Star Beast Master promotion before that. Yili sat cross-legged on the bed again, closed his eyes, and quickly entered a meditative state. Star energy, like a trickling stream, continuously flowed into his body under his guidance. Accumulate star energy steadily, and complete the filling as soon as possible. Time was pressing. Yili could clearly feel that he was only a thin membrane away from becoming a second-level Star Beast Master. He had to break through before the melee began. Silence once again fell over the dormitory, with only the faint flickering light points around, Yili signaling his intense effort to surge towards a higher realm. In the evening, Chu Feng and Luo Xiaoping returned from their matches. They didn't disturb Yili, knowing he was diligently cultivating. The two of them busied themselves with their own affairs, preparing for the final day's competition. At dawn on the 5th day, Yili slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. Feeling the surging, far more condensed and abundant star energy flowing within him, a smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of his mouth. A night of hard work had indeed paid off. Yili stretched his limbs, slightly eliciting faint crackling sounds. He glanced at the adjacent beds. Luo Xiaoping and Chu Feng's spots were empty, their blankets neatly folded. It seemed they had already left for the arena. Lately, he had been busy cultivating, returning early, but leaving quite late. Yili quickly got up, washed up, and changed into a clean set of combat gear. The reflection in the mirror showed a young man with bright eyes and high spirits. Yili hurried to the arena, where the atmosphere was noticeably more heated and tense than in the previous days. Today was the last day of the first round elimination, deciding who would advance to the next brutal melee. According to the information on his wristband, Yili quickly arrived at his designated arena. His opponent was Liu Beibei from the mechanic department. A mechanic? Yili rubbed his chin. Although he was familiar with Luo Xiaopong hearing him talk about parts and modification plans daily, he had never actually fought one. A mechanic's fighting style should be quite interesting, right? Stepping onto the arena, a rather petite-looking girl was already standing on the opposite side. She wore practical work clothes and goggles, her face expressionless. Only her eyes moved slightly upon seeing Yi Li, as if assessing her opponent. Begin. The moment the referee announced the start, Liu Beibei's hands moved at lightning speed, and a dense swarm of metallic constructs shot out from in front of her. Amidst the piercing whirring of machinery, at least 500 palm-sized self-destructing mechanical spiders surged forth like a tide, instantly covering most of the arena floor. Their compound eyes glowed red, targeting the blade, directly intent on sealing off all routes of advance. Simultaneously, a waist-high intelligent defense turret deployed in front of her. Its energy shield flickered on, and the muzzle began to gather energy, locking onto Yi Li himself. Following that, another small electromagnetic pulse cannon rose from behind her, its barrel emitting a dangerous crackling sound. Whoa, quite the setup. Yi Li muttered inwardly. This display was far more intimidating than the little gadgets Luo Xiaoping usually tinkered with. The wave of self-destructing spiders surged forward like a flood, and the turret's attacks came screaming in. Yi Li made an instant decision, using mantis-style thousand cicadas cry. An invisible sonic wave pulsed outward from Yi Li, not deafening, but carrying a peculiar resonant frequency. The leading group of mechanical spiders visibly stalled their movements, becoming chaotic and colliding with each other. The originally tight blockade showed signs of disturbance and gaps. Now, Yi Li shifted his footing, narrowly dodging an energy beam from the turret, while simultaneously activating the skill mantis-style, secret art, tail-biting blade, wreaking havoc among the spider swarm. He tore open a path, inflicting heavy losses on the mechanical spiders. Meanwhile, the blade transformed into a blurry shadow, using blink strike to appear like a ghost behind the intelligent turret, right at Liu Beibei's side, drawing her attention. Yi Li himself enduring the main suppressive fire from the small electromagnetic pulse cannon, and the defense turret relied on agile footwork and occasional blocks to slowly close in on Liu Beibei, converging with the blade. Liu Beibei clearly hadn't expected Yi Li to deal with the spider swarm so quickly. Seeing him about to reach her, her eyes widened in shock behind her goggles. She hastily tried to redirect the turrets, but they were relatively cumbersome. Before she could even aim, Yi Li's icy blade was already pressed against her neck. Liu Beibei stiffened and raised her hands. I surrender. Yi Li breathed a sigh of relief. A mechanic's firepower was indeed fierce. If it had been students focused on melee combat like mecha warriors or gene warriors, they probably would have had a very hard time getting past the self-destructing spiders. Congratulations, host. You and your Star Beast the Blade have jointly defeated the enemy. Reward Star Beast Healing Potion, X1 Star Beast Snacks X3. The system notification flashed before his eyes. Yi Li glanced at the rewards. The healing potion was practical. As for the snacks, he glanced at the blade, who had returned to his side, reached out, and patted its head. Good job, the snacks are yours. The blade seemed to understand, nudging his hand with its head. After resting for a while, Yi Li communicated with the referee about continuing to the next match. Seeing that he was in good condition, the referee arranged a second match. Soon his wristband received the information for the next fight. His second opponent was Huantong from the psychokinetic department. A psychokinetic, huh? Yi Li rolled his shoulders. Psychokinetics and mechanics were completely different styles. One relied on external tools, the other on mental power. Yi Li headed to the designated arena. On the arena platform, a male student dressed in a loose white robe was already waiting. A faint smile played on his lips as he toyed with an irregular crystal prism in his hand. He also wore a silver-white metal circlet on his forehead, giving him a rather peculiar appearance. The referee announced the start of the match. Huantong raised his prism almost at the same moment, muttering incantations under his breath. The weapon, named the Myriad Illusions Prism, instantly erupted with blinding light. The light refracted continuously in the air, and in the blink of an eye the entire arena seemed to be dragged into a kaleidoscopic world. No fewer than 9 images of Huantong appeared from all directions, each one lifelike, their movements and expressions identical to the original. What's more troublesome was that these figures weren't mere illusions. Yi Li could feel an invisible pressure squeezing in from all sides. The air seemed to thicken and his movements became sluggish. This was a psychic force impact from multiple directions, amplified and layered through the prism and circlet, making it difficult to discern truth from illusion. 4 flying wheels with arcs of electricity at their edges shot in silently from different angles, their trajectories tricky and laced with subtle electromagnetic interference, causing a momentary disturbance in the perceptions of both Yi Li and the blade. Interesting, Yi Li thought. He directed the blade to charge at one of the Huantong projections, but the blade struck empty air. It was visual interference. They were trapped in a shifting labyrinth of light and shadow where what they saw wasn't necessarily real. Outside the maze, Huantong continuously harassed and drained them with his clones and flying wheels. Combining mental and physical attacks coupled with the optical maze was indeed troublesome. Continuing this attrition would certainly wear them down. He suddenly remembered a little gadget in his system inventory, the mental resistance hairpin. It was a reward from a previous mission supposedly able to weaken mental interference. Blade, come here. The blade came to Yi Li's side, and Yi Li clipped a pink hairpin onto its leg. It had no fur, so it had to be fixed to its limb. The blade felt a cool sensation instantly spread, a glint of clarity flashing in its compound eyes. Its previously chaotic perception immediately became sharp. It determined the location and locked onto 3 points with abnormal energy fluctuations within the maze, the key nodes of the prism's refraction. Mantis-style star-breaking step, the blade's form suddenly blurred. With 3 incredible turns and dashes, its razor-sharp forelimbs brought forth flashes of cold light, precisely shattering 3 small prism fragments suspended in midair. Crack! As the fragments shattered, the entire optical maze collapsed like a broken mirror. The lights and shadows scattered and vanished, revealing Huantong's true body in the center of the arena, his expression shifting slightly. The 9 clones also dissipated like bubbles. The maze was broken. Without hesitation, Yi Li activated his power belt, his speed surging, and lunged at Huantong. Huantong clearly hadn't expected the maze to be broken so quickly, but his reaction was incredibly fast. The brainwave amplification circlet on his forehead blazed with light, and a powerful wave of psychic force blasted head-on towards Yi Li. Boom! Yi Li felt a tremendous force slam into his chest. His entire body was sent flying uncontrollably, crashing heavily into the edge barrier of the arena, his blood and chi churning violently. What immense force! Yi Li shook his slightly dazed head. At that moment, the blade pounced again, its sharp forelimbs aimed straight for Huantong's face. Huantong's gaze sharpened. A semi-transparent psychic armor quickly condensed in front of him, blocking the blade's attack. Yi Li, suppressing the dull ache in his chest, suddenly kicked off the ground. The power belt surged again, and 7-star slash was instantly unleashed. 7 streaks of fierce. The blade light flashed, the psychic armor shattered with a sound, and the icy cold blade stopped right before his throat. Huantong opened his mouth, but ultimately let his hand fall limply. I surrender. Yi Li sheathed his blade and let out a long sigh of relief. This match was won more narrowly than the last. Congratulations, host. You and your star beast, the blade, have jointly defeated the enemy. Rewards: speed enhancement potion X1, star beast snacks X3 speed. Not bad. That's 2 now. A level 2 blade will definitely be a huge upgrade. Here, blade, have some snacks. Looks like you're in for a treat today. Yi Li patted the blade, who had returned to his side. As Yi Li's 10 matches drew to a close, he checked his final results on his wristband: 9 wins and 1 loss, 80 points in total. The score was neither low nor top tier. He tapped open the leaderboard, and a dense array of names and scores flooded his vision. His own name was ranked 55th. His gaze slowly drifted upward. At the very top of the list, a striking patch of crimson, 100 points, caught his eye. Yi Li glanced over it briefly, and his heart gave a slight jolt. There were over 30 undefeated contenders. Tisk, so many monsters out there. Yi Li clicked his tongue, his fingertips tapping lightly against the virtual screen. There wasn't a trace of frustration. Instead, he felt something ignite in his chest. This was what made it interesting. He was already looking forward to the upcoming free-for-all mode. One-on-one duels weren't enough. A chaotic battle royale would surely be far more thrilling. The complete ranking list would receive its final update tomorrow morning, which would determine the top 200 qualifiers. Yi Li had been finishing his 2 matches in the morning these past few days, leaving his afternoons free. When he returned to the dormitory, it was completely empty. He didn't waste a moment. He immediately sat down cross-legged and entered meditation to cultivate his star energy. With 3 days of buffer time before the second round free-for-all, he had to complete his breakthrough within this window. Becoming a second-rank star beast tamer would be his crucial safeguard for survival in the melee. In the evening, the dormitory door slid open. Chu Feng returned, his expression as calm as ever, as if he'd merely stepped out for a stroll. Chu Feng, how did the matches go? Yi Li stopped meditating and opened his eyes to ask. Undefeated. Chu Feng's reply was concise, without a ripple of emotion. The corner of Yi Li's mouth twitched. This guy. It wasn't until late into the night that Luo Xiaopeng dragged his weary body back to the dormitory, reeking of machine oil, with streaks of black grease smeared across his face. Xiaopeng, did you fall into an oil barrel? Yi Li couldn't help teasing. Don't even mention it. Luo Xiaopeng waved his hand weakly and collapsed into a chair. My mechanical bee swarm is basically destroyed. I spent forever at the hive trying to fix them. He let out a sigh, utterly deflated. I also gave the mechanical scorpion a thorough inspection and maintained all the parts. How did the matches go? Yili asked with concern. Luo Xiaopeng's face fell, his voice tinged with dejection. 7 wins, 3 losses, 60 points. Ugh, it's really close. I'm not sure at all. He clutched his head, looking deeply worried. I'll just have to wait for the final results tomorrow. Yili patted his shoulder and reassured him, don't worry too much. You should have a chance. That night, Yili continued his intense meditation, pushing against that invisible barrier. Luo Xiaopeng tossed and turned in his bed, eventually drifting into an uneasy sleep. Chu Feng remained as steady as ever, his breathing calm, and even as if the world outside had nothing to do with him. The next morning, Luo Xiaopeng bolted upright in bed with a jolt. He had slept terribly, and dark circles shadowed his eyes. He checked the time. The leaderboard was about to refresh. He eagerly woke Yili and Chu Feng. Yili, Chu Feng, wake up. Let's go see the results. The arena will also announce the rules for the second round. After being roused by Luo Xiaopeng, the three quickly washed up and hurried to the Starlight Arena. The area outside the arena was already packed with people, even more crowded than during the preliminary matches. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the massive light screen at the center of the plaza, and the air was thick with tension and anticipation. At precisely 10 in the morning, the data on the massive light screen began to refresh at lightning speed. Countless pairs of eyes stared intently at the screen, searching for their own names. Yili quickly found his ranking. 71st. He dropped a few spots from yesterday. It seemed many strong contenders had finished their matches later. He continued scanning downward, his gaze passing over Chu Feng's name at 23rd place. That guy's steady as a rock. Luo Xiaopeng nervously searched from the top of the screen, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his heart climbed into his throat. 70th, 80th, 90th, 120th, 150th, 190th. Still nothing. Luo Xiaopeng's face grew paler and paler, his breathing becoming shallow. Yili and Chu Feng joined the search for him. Finally, near the bottom of the rankings, a familiar name caught Yili's eye. Xiaopeng. Found it. 198. Yili called out. Huh. Luo Xiaopeng snapped his head up and followed Yili's pointing finger. When he saw the three characters Luo Xiaopeng and the ranking 198, it was as if a shot of adrenaline had been injected into him. He leapt up with explosive joy. I made it. I made it. He was so excited his face turned red as he pumped his fists. Great. All three of us can reunite in the free-for-all. Luo Xiaopeng looked at Yili and Chu Feng with excitement. Yeah, let's work together and dominate the field. Yili nodded with a smile, battle intent gleaming in his eyes. Chu Feng remained expressionless, merely giving a slight nod. I'll lead you to victory. His tone was calm, yet carried an unshakable confidence. The clamor within the arena surged wave after wave. Those who qualified cheered and celebrated, while those who fell short sank into dejection. Heated discussions, invitations to team up, and sighs of despair intermingled in a chaotic symphony. Suddenly, a gentle yet powerful voice echoed through the arena via the amplification system. Everyone, please quiet down for a moment. The noisy crowd gradually fell silent, all eyes turning to a platform suspended above the arena. Standing on it was a middle-aged man in a dean's office uniform, exuding an air of refined elegance. I am Qin Muyan from the dean's office. First, congratulations to the 200 students who successfully advanced. Now I will announce the rules for the second round, the free-for-all mode. Everyone held their breath. The competition will take place in 3 days. All qualifiers must assemble here by 9 in the morning, and we will lead everyone to the designated competition venue together. The second round is a free-for-all. The rules are relatively flexible. You may form teams at will with no limit on team size, or you may choose to go solo. Qin Muyan paused, his tone growing more serious. But remember, the challenges of the second round come not only from each other. The competition venue itself is filled with unknown factors. Harsh, ever-changing environments and the star beasts that dwell within can all become your enemies. I hope all students are fully mentally prepared. If anyone wishes to withdraw, please contact your department's supervising teacher in time. At this, a stir rippled through the crowd. Clearly, the danger of the free-for-all mode exceeded many people's expectations. Qin Muyan's voice sounded again, soothing the crowd. Of course, the academy will do everything in its power to ensure everyone's safety. The entire competition will be monitored via projection, and teachers will be stationed in every area. We will not let anyone face life-threatening danger. Alright, congratulations once again to the 200 qualifiers. Now everyone may go prepare. 3 days from now at 9 in the morning, assemble here on time. Do not be late. After finishing his speech, Professor Qin Muyan gave a slight nod to the crowd, and his figure vanished from the platform. The venue instantly erupted in chaos, the noise even more intense than before. Some immediately gathered in small groups, discussing team formations with eager expressions. Others hurriedly left the arena, clearly heading off to prepare supplies for the melee. Still a small handful of people hesitated, walking toward the teachers in minter uniforms at the edge of the venue, seemingly inquiring about withdrawal. Yi Li and his group didn't linger. They turned and headed back to the dormitory. On the way, Luo Xiaopeng remained immersed in the joy of advancing and anticipation for the melee, chattering endlessly. Back at the dormitory, Yi Li looked at Luo Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng used these 3 days to prepare everything we might need for wilderness survival and combat, medicine tools, energy blocks, and so on. Make sure we're well stocked. Got it. No problem. Leave it to me. Luo Xiaopeng patted his chest in assurance. He was quite experienced when it came to logistics. Yi Li then looked at Chu Feng, who simply nodded in understanding. I need to use these 3 days to complete my breakthrough. Yi Li's tone was calm, but his gaze was exceptionally resolute. Second rank Star Beast Tamer. This was his most urgent goal at the moment. Only through this breakthrough could he gain greater self-protection in the perilous melee, better protect his companions, and strive for better results. Yi Li decided to go to the school's secluded cultivation room, a place with an enclosed environment and abundant energy perfect for a breakthrough. After briefing the other two, he headed directly to the cultivation room area near the training grounds. Perhaps because the preliminaries had just ended and most people were preparing for the melee, the cultivation room area was unusually quiet and deserted. After registering and receiving a key card, Yi Li arrived at the door of a fully sealed metal cultivation room. The heavy metal door sealed off all external sound and interference. Inside, only a single long-burning lamp emitted a soft white glow. Yi Li collected his thoughts, sat down cross-legged, and quickly entered a meditative state. Star energy flowed like a gentle stream through specific meridian pathways under his guidance, nourishing every limb and bone. He could clearly feel that the barrier to the second rank within him was now paper-thin. Just a little more accumulation was needed. Time slipped away silently in the quiet cultivation room. How long had it been? A day? Or two? Under the constant indoor lighting, Yi Li had lost all sense of time. His entire mind was immersed in the perception and manipulation of star energy. The energy within him accumulated ever more densely like a surging river, relentlessly battering the final obstacle. Finally, at a certain moment, something seemed to shatter. A torrent of star energy, far more vast and profound than before, erupted violently. Soft starlight overflowed from Yi Li's body, growing brighter and brighter until it formed an oval-shaped energy cocoon, radiating a faint halo completely enveloping him. Starlight swirled within, mysterious and powerful. Inside the cultivation room, energy surged. Daozai stood guard quietly nearby. After a long while, the light cocoon slowly dispersed. Yi Li opened his eyes. His pupils were deeper and brighter than before, as if galaxies swirled within them. Done. Second rank Star Beast Tamer. Yi Li felt the surging power within him, the corners of his mouth rising uncontrollably. His spiritual perception expanded explosively, extending several times farther than ever before at an unprecedented speed. The total stellar energy within his body underwent a qualitative leap, more than doubling in quantity, while becoming purer and more condensed, flowing without any obstruction. What excited him most was that within his spiritual sea, a brand new Star Beast imprint space had quietly opened, emanating a soft, radiant glow. This meant he had finally obtained the qualification for the second Star Beast contract he had been dreaming of. His spiritual resonance with Daozai had also grown deeper and tighter, as if their thoughts could intertwine, invisibly perceiving each other's vague intentions. This breakthrough brought an all-around enhancement, a complete transformation from the inside out. Yi Li rose to his feet and stretched his limbs, his bones emitting a series of crisp cracks, as if the stored energy was joyfully surging. Powerful strength filled his limbs and bones, every cell seemingly rejoicing. With a thought, Yi Li opened his system inventory and took out the Star Beast Evolution Stone that emitted a strange fluctuation. Daozai, it's your turn to grow stronger. Yi Li gently pressed the Evolution Stone onto Daozai's carapace, while channeling his pure stellar energy through their spiritual resonance, slowly infusing it into Daozai's body. The Star Beast Evolution Stone immediately burst into brilliant light, a soft, yet immensely powerful halo enveloping Daozai, entirely forming a continuously rotating cocoon of light. It seemed Daozai's evolution would take some time. Yi Li's eyes flickered. He would use this opportunity to deal with the second-tier Star Beast rewarded by the system. Before his promotion, he couldn't even see the details of this Star Beast. From his system inventory, he retrieved a high-tech-looking nutrient pod. With a soft hiss, the pod lid slowly opened, revealing the little creature curled up inside. It was actually a giant panda. Its iconic black and white fur-round body and large dark eye patches gave it an adorable, endearing appearance. It was sound asleep, a glistening thread of drool hanging from the corner of its mouth. Discovered Taiji Iron-Eating Beast Larva Aura Type, Star Beast Extremely High Potential Tameable Status. Do you wish to tame it? The system notification sounded at the perfect moment. A sharp glint flashed in Yi Li's eyes as he immediately examined the detailed information. Star Beast named Taiji Iron-Eating Beast Race Spirit Beast Attribute Aura System Tier First Tier Skills Lethargy Aura Devouring Aura Slumber Aura Potential 5 stars Evolution Method Devour Black Hole Energy Core Awaken Causality Aura Ecological Traits Gluttonous for Delicacies and Energy Bodies Enjoys Reading Falls Asleep Faster When Reading Weakness Analysis Somnolent Difficult to Wake Without Treats Once Asleep Forcibly Awakened by Attack Triggers Morning Fury Reversing Aura Effects Buffs Become Debuffs Tame Yi Li confirmed without hesitation. An Aura-type Star Beast with 5-star potential. This was an incredible find. He began studying the panda's skills in detail. Lethargy Aura applies area of effect slow and gravity suppression, greatly limiting enemy movement speed. Even better, this aura could also be reversed to enhance the speed of allied units. Yi Li could already picture himself kiting his opponents to death, and the corners of his mouth rose once again. Devouring Aura increases attack power and overall combat effectiveness of allied units within the aura's range, a simple, straightforward damage buff, an exceptional skill for team combat. Slumber Aura provides defense bonus to allied units within range. Star Beasts injured within the aura slowly recover from wounds. This was essentially a combination of a group shield and group healing. Yi Li marveled inwardly. This seemingly harmless giant panda had support abilities that were simply overpowered. Although it had no direct attack skills of its own, the combination of these 3 auras was enough to cause a qualitative change in the entire team's combat effectiveness. He couldn't wait any longer. Yi Li eagerly took out the imprint materials he had prepared. He arranged them according to specific positions using the star guide instrument, and complex star patterns began to glow faintly on the ground. He cut his fingertip and dripped his blood into the groove at the center of the star guide instrument, and also took a drop of blood from the sleeping panda cub, adding it to the groove. The moment the 2 drops of blood made contact in the groove, they seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, spinning and intertwining wildly. Yi Li guided his stellar energy into the star guide instrument, and the mixed blood absorbed the energy began to glow, grew, and spread rapidly, ultimately constructing a mysterious and complex twin tree structure of light. The next step was the most critical, establishing the spiritual resonance link. Yi Li focused his mind, projecting his consciousness into the light structure, carefully touching the panda cub's naive consciousness core. This was a process that required patience and skill. The slightest mistake could lead to contract failure or even backlash. Under Yi Li's precise control, the resonance link was successfully established. The twin tree structure of light suddenly contracted, transforming into a streak of light that plunged into Yi Li's brow, finally imprinting itself firmly within his spiritual sea. Contract complete. From now on, I'll call you Duan Zai to keep Dao Zai company. Yi Li looked at his spiritual sea, where beside the mantis silhouette representing Dao Zai, a new, adorable panda light point had appeared, filling him with a sense of satisfaction. He turned his gaze back to Dao Zai, still in its cocoon of light. The starlight surrounding it had dimmed, and fine cracks had begun to appear on the cocoon's surface. Evolution was clearly nearing completion. With a crack, the cocoon shattered completely, revealing Dao Zai's new form. Its size didn't seem to have changed much, but the details had undergone earth-shaking transformations. The pair of crystallized blades on its forelimbs now bore mysterious star map patterns, shimmering with a restrained, yet dangerous luster, undoubtedly sharper and harder than before. Its original compound eyes had evolved into a more intricate, multi-layered honeycomb structure capable of precisely locking onto targets, with visual interference from smoke and low-light environments almost negligible. The elytra on its back had also become broader, with faint ripples shimmering along the edges. When vibrating, the amplitude was stronger, and one could faintly sense a special fluctuation, as if it could emit some kind of sonic wave. This meant its flight ability and jumping distance had both significantly improved. Star Beast named Blade Arm Mantis Race Modified Being Attribute Space Tier Second Tier Skills Afterimage / Dimension Cut Phase Barrier Potential 5 stars Evolution Method Devour Void Insect General's Blade Feet Absorb its spatial cutting genes Temper Blades for 72 hours in supernova radiation. Ecological traits: enjoy sharpening blades, cutting objects. Weakness analysis: irritated by the original Shadow Strike had been upgraded to Afterimage / now capable of performing 3 consecutive high-speed slashes while leaving behind afterimages to confuse enemies. The original Blade Cut had been enhanced to Dimension Cut, with greatly increased attack power, capable of releasing blade energy up to 3 meters long. What surprised Yi Li most was the new Phase Barrier ability, which consumed stellar energy to generate a shield that could deflect up to 80 of attacks lasting 3 seconds, and would automatically disappear after 3 seconds even if no attack was blocked. This was undoubtedly an extremely powerful life-saving skill, greatly enhancing Dao Zai's survival capability. Without hesitation, Yi Li used the remaining 2 speed enhancement fluids and 1 strength enhancement fluid from his inventory on Dao Zai. After Dao Zai finished using them, Yi Li felt the surging power within it and its renewed, formidable aura. He couldn't wait to test the results. He brought his 2-star beasts out of the cultivation room and headed straight to the base's dedicated training ground. In the spacious training ground, Yi Li issued the test command. Dao Zai afterimage /. Dao Zai's form suddenly became blurry before disappearing from where it stood. Unlike the previous shadow strike, this time, along its path of disappearance, 3 lifelike afterimages were clearly left behind, each maintaining a different attack stance, highly deceptive. In the next instant, Dao Zai's figure had already appeared before a target 100 meters away, its movement speed and distance far surpassing before. Dimension cut. Dao Zai crossed its twin blades and swung them forward fiercely. Swish. A condensed silver-white blade aura shot out from the blades, instantly crossing several meters and precisely striking a special mech fragment used for testing. There was no violent sound, only a faint cutting noise. That armor plate, capable of withstanding conventional energy weapon attacks, was easily sliced through like tofu. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, shimmering with dangerous spatial energy afterglow. Devastating power. Phase barrier. Following Yi Li's command, a nearly transparent energy shield with spatial ripples appeared around Dao Zai's body. The training ground's automatic attack device fired a beam of energy. When the beam struck the phase barrier, it didn't explode, but twisted strangely instead. Most of the energy was deflected to the side, with only a small portion of the impact force transmitting to Dao Zai, causing a slight tremor. This meant Dao Zai could withstand 1 non-lethal powerful attack, making it easier for Dao Zai to charge at enemies. Of course, Yi Li also understood that if the attack's intensity exceeded the barrier's deflection limit, Dao Zai would still be injured. But even so, this was enough to greatly increase Dao Zai's survival rate on the battlefield. The test complete, Yi Li nodded in satisfaction. Whether it was Dao Zai's evolution or the newly contracted Duan Zai, both filled him with confidence for future battles. After the test, Yi Li contentedly returned to his dormitory with his 2-star beasts. Unknowingly, 2 full days had passed since the cultivation and testing. After 1 more day of rest, the day after tomorrow would be the even more brutal and intense second-round battle royale. Yi Li stood by the dormitory window, gazing at the darkening sky outside. His eyes were deep, filled with anticipation for the upcoming challenge. On the day of the competition, Yi Li and his 2 companions gathered at the arena and boarded a starship ferrying them to the battleground, swept along by the crowd. The colossal cabin teemed with elites from various academies. 200 youthful faces betrayed a spectrum of emotions: tension, excitement, solemnity, while an unspoken air of rivalry thickened the atmosphere. Yi Li found a relatively quiet corner and settled down. Tapping his wristband, he brought up the arena information for the melee. The battleground was called the Molten Crystal Prison, a planet's surface crisscrossed by rivers of magma and dotted with twisted obsidian pillars, forming a natural labyrinth. The air was thick with the acrid stench of sulfur. The advisory mandated wearing breathing filters to avoid the harmful fumes. Yi Li instinctively checked his equipment pouch, confirming his filter was intact. Beyond the harsh environment, there were dynamic hazards. The term Crystal Thorn Storm was highlighted in bold red. Every 30 minutes, searing hot crystals would violently erupt from the ground at random locations, causing devastating damage. The ground itself was also treacherous, prone to sudden regional collapses. Falling into a magma river was no laughing matter. Yi Li's gaze continued downward, landing on the Star Beast catalog. 5 distinct species of native star beasts would indiscriminately attack the students within the arena. The magma vein spider, worth 20 points, lurked among the magma channels and stone pillars. Its 8 legs were tipped with heat-resistant crystal clusters, and it could spit a molten adhesive web to ensnare its prey. The crystal echo bat, worth 10 points, was a sonic hunter that thrived in the sulfurous fog zones. Its translucent wing membranes were studded with prismatic crystals capable of refracting light to create illusions. Its mouth could emit a high-frequency sonic pulse that disrupted electronic equipment. This was a nightmare for the mechanists. Next was the obsidian golem, worth 80 points. This humanoid obsidian construct had magma flowing through its joints and acted as a catalyst for the crystal thorn storm. They could hurl scorching crystal shards and even summon localized crystal thorn storms to inflict continuous damage. With their tough hides and high point value, they were clearly a hard nut to crack. The sulfur mirage serpent, worth 120 points, reigned as the apex predator of the molten fog zone. This dark brown giant, exceeding 15 meters in length, was undoubtedly at the top of the food chain. Its corrosive venom could dissolve metal, and its sulfuric acid mist was a devastating weapon. Its massive tail could trigger earth cracks, with a single slam compounding the threat of the terrain's natural disasters. Yili observed its fearsome appearance and high point value, truly high risk, high reward. Last on the list was the blazing crystal ant colony. While a single ant was only worth 5 points, descriptors like gregarious, immense numbers, and extremely dangerous were more than enough to convey the threat. Standing half a meter tall with carapaces like burning rubies, they could launch a magma charge in swarms to stack burn effects, construct crystallized barriers to protect their nests, and even leave behind deadly fire toxins upon death. Yili's lips twitched as he imagined being overwhelmed by an endless tide of fire ants. That would be even more troublesome than encountering a mirage serpent. He then reviewed the promotion rules. Everyone started with 10 points. Defeating an opponent allowed you to take half their points, while slaying star beasts awarded points based on their type. Additionally, 20 stellar relics were scattered throughout the arena, each worth an extra 100 points. The ultimate goal was to survive for 48 hours and rank in the top 50 by points. After absorbing all the information, Yili dismissed the holographic display, his knuckles unconsciously tapping against his knee. Lava, toxic fumes, crystal thorns, collapsing terrain, 5 dangerous star beasts, and nearly 200 hungry competitors. This melee was certainly going to be thrilling. He scanned the cabin, taking in the excited or grave faces, and offered a silent smile. Yet deep within his eyes lay an unshakable calm. Outside the viewport, the starship traversed the vast sea of space. After what felt like an eternity, the ship entered the atmosphere. A cold mechanical voice echoed from the ship's speakers, approaching target airspace. Deployment countdown initiated. All participants prepare. The cabin's atmosphere grew tense. Yili and his companions rechecked their gear and breathing filters. Yili, Dao Zai, and Dun Dun Zai squeezed into the deployment pod, giving their instructor a thumbs up. They awaited their random deployment sequence, which came quickly. All systems ready. Deploying now. 3, 2, 1, launch. The moment the instructor's voice faded, Yili felt the floor vanish beneath him, as if an unseen force had hurled him from the ship. A powerful sensation of weightlessness engulfed him, accompanied by the roar of wind and the hum of the energy shield resisting the heat. It lasted only seconds before being replaced by immense G-force crushing him as if he were being flattened. The descent dampening system screeched in protest. The view outside shifted from blurry streaks to a rapidly approaching ground, a fierce landscape of dark red and black. Boom! A muffled, thunderous impact coupled with a violent jolt slammed the pod into the hard ground, sending rocks and dust flying. Even with the dampening system, the force left, Yili momentarily breathless, his blood churning. The hatch slowly hissed open, unleashing a wave of searing sulfur-laden air. Yili instinctively frowned, grateful that his pre-equipped breathing mask filtered out most of the harmful gases. Stepping out of the pod, his feet sank slightly into the loose volcanic ash and crunched over sharp obsidian fragments. Dao Zai and Dun Dun Zai followed. Dao Zai scanned their surroundings with sharp, wary eyes, while Dun Dun Zai looked somewhat dazed, as if just waking from a nap. Looking around, all he saw was desolation and harshness. The sky was a murky amber filled with visible smoke and dust. In the distance, colossal obsidian pillars pierced the sky like ferocious fangs. Deep fissures split the ground, with dark red magma sluggishly flowing within, radiating immense heat. The air shimmered with heat, casting everything in a hazy, parched glow. This place truly lives up to its name, Molten Crystal Prison, Yili murmured to himself, sensing the dangerous aura permeating the air. He quickly activated his wristband to contact Chu Feng and Luo Xiaoping. Their deployment zones were nearby, so they should be able to regroup soon. Checking the time, it was already 1100. The map signal was somewhat distorted here, showing only the rough terrain outline, with most areas marked as unexplored. Damn, this place almost rattled Fatty's bones loose. Luo Xiaoping stumbled out from a nearby landing spot, brushing dust off his clothes and complaining loudly. Chu Feng, on the other hand, appeared silently at Yili's other side. His alloy sword was already in hand, his gaze sweeping the surroundings with vigilance. Behind his breathing mask, his face was as cold and stern as ever. Check your gear for any issues, Yili said in a low voice. Simultaneously, he released Dao Zai and Dun Dun Zai. Dao Zai immediately crouched low, its compound eyes darting, rapidly scanning every potential threat. Dun Dun Zai, however, yawned and leisurely crawled to Yili's feet, seemingly indifferent to the harsh environment, its small eyes heavy with sleep. All systems normal, Chu Feng reported concisely. My little darlings are fine too. Let me scan the surrounding environment. Luo Xiaoping activated his environment scanner, projecting a pale blue light screen that rapidly analyzed the local data. Temperature, surface average 85 C. Air sulfide content 15 times over the limit, toxicity level 3. Gravity 1 G. Detecting a high-energy reaction. A red dot began to flash on the screen. Yili 3 kilometers northeast. There's a fluctuation in the signal source. It's very strong, might be a relic. Luo Xiaopeng's voice carried a hint of excitement. But we've got a river to cross. Looks like a magma river. His enthusiasm was quickly dampened by the reality before them. Yili followed his gaze. The dark red lava river stretched like a massive scar blocking their path to the signal. Bubbles periodically swelled and burst on its surface, splashing out deadly molten material. Let's go check it out first, Yili decided. The objective was clear. The 100 points from the relic were too tempting to pass up. The trio advanced in a cautious formation, 1 in front and 2 behind, sticking to the shadows of the obsidian pillars. Yili led the way, his mental focus razor-sharp, sensing every subtle shift in the environment. Chu Feng brought up the rear, guarding their backs, while Luo Xiaopeng stayed in the middle, constantly monitoring his scanner's data. ZZZ. ZZZ. A faint static interference suddenly crackled from Luo Xiaopeng's scanner. Huh, what's going on? He tapped the device in confusion. Almost simultaneously, Yili felt a wave of inexplicable unease, as if countless fine needles were pricking at his nerves. The air seemed to vibrate subtly. Careful, something's coming. Yili halted abruptly and shouted in a low voice. Before the words even left his mouth, several translucent shapes swooped down from the obsidian pillars above like phantoms. They resembled bats, but their wing membranes were embedded with intricate prismatic crystals that refracted eerie light in the dimness, making it difficult to pinpoint their true positions. Crystal echo bats. These bats' mouths weren't flesh, but structures resembling ultrasonic emitters releasing silent, yet highly disruptive high-frequency vibrations. Luo Xiaopeng's scanner instantly filled with static, emitting a piercing noise. Damn it, it's the crystal echo bats. My equipment is jammed. Luo Xiaopeng cried out. But their troubles were far from over. As the bats launched their attack, several sharp assaults flew out from the shadows of the pillars to their side. An invisible wave of psychic force shot straight for Yili's face. Meanwhile, 2 warriors in light combat armor wielding melee weapons charged at their flank at incredible speed, targeting the seemingly most vulnerable member of the group, Luo Xiaopeng. Ambush. This was a premeditated ambush. With the coordination of 1 psychokinetic student and 2 mech warrior students, Yili's mind raced at lightning speed. Dun use Aura of Sloth. As the command was given, a barely visible ripple emanated from Dun's body. The diving crystal core shadow bats abruptly slowed their wing beats, diminishing in frequency, their piercing shrieks becoming intermittent and losing their penetrative power. The illusionary afterimages they created weakened, and their forms became more distinct. Simultaneously facing the incoming psychic shockwave, Yili advanced instead of retreating. Channeling his star energy, he braced against the impact to shield Luo Xiaopeng behind him. Luo Xiaopeng swiftly deployed his intelligent defense turret, while commanding his mechanical giant scorpion to engage the enemy. Blade, find that psychokinetic and use afterimage slash. Yili's second command followed immediately. Blade's form blurred, then split into 3 lifelike afterimages, each charging in a different direction, all poised to strike. The real Blade, however, appeared, as if by teleportation, behind the student hidden behind a stone pillar, who was attempting another psychic attack. A flash of silver. Shing. The sneer on the psychokinetic student's face froze instantly, his eyes filled with disbelief. His protective gear immediately alarmed, declaring him out of the melee. Seeing the second-tier Blade instantly defeat the psychokinetic student, Chu Feng moved as well. Facing the 2 charging mech warriors, he didn't hesitate. His alloy sword traced a cold arc, meeting one opponent's slash head-on. Clang. The screech of metal striking metal rang out, sparks flying. Chu Feng's stance dipped slightly as he deflected the force, then with a flick of his wrist the sword blade swept up at a tricky angle, forcing his opponent back onto the defensive. The other mech warrior attempted to flank him, but Chu Feng seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He stomped his left foot backward, shattering the ground. Using the recoil, he twisted his body at an impossible angle, dodging the attack, while sweeping his sword across, leaving a deep gash in the mech warrior's side. His left hand hung at his side, concealed by a tactical glove, showing no signs of abnormality. Yet his movements were swifter than before, carrying a palpable sense of pressure. Fighting 1 against 2, Chu Feng was subtly gaining the upper hand, pinning both mech warriors in place. Truly worthy of being the top freshman. Luo Xiaopeng coordinated from the rear, pulling several metal discs from his backpack and tossing them forward. Those were proximity mines. The discs silently embedded themselves into the volcanic ash-covered ground. A mech warrior, forced back by Chu Feng and eager to reorganize his attack, stepped right into the mine's trigger radius. Boom. A violent explosion erupted. The intense shockwave mixed with EMP interference instantly hurled the mech warrior through the air, slamming him heavily against a distant stone pillar. Sparks flickered across his mech suit as it clearly fell into temporary paralysis. Seeing this, the other mech warrior hesitated his attacks, slowing a flicker of caution in his eyes as he dared not advance recklessly. The high-frequency sonic interference weakened the sneak-attacking psychokinetic was eliminated, and the two mech warriors were now one injured, one retreating. The remaining crystal core shadow bats, slowed by the aura of sloth, lost their ambush advantage and were dispatched one by Yi Li's blade, with only a few quickly vanishing into the darkness above. The ambushers' attack crumbled in the face of Yi Li's trio's swift and effective counteroffensive. The mech warrior being suppressed by Chu Feng saw the tide turning, feigned an attack, and turned to flee. Trying to leave, Chu Feng's eyes turned cold. His speed exploded, chasing his opponent like a shadow. His alloy sword struck, cleanly knocking the enemy down and securing the points. The battle was resolved in an instant. Outside the arena, students watching the live broadcast gathered around the big screen, their expressions varied, buzzing with discussion about the brief but intense skirmish that had just concluded. An elemental student scoffed, "TCH, it's over. Boring. That psychokinetic was way too weak, getting one-shot by a pet. Even his sneak attack was pathetic." Nearby, a female Star Beast Tamer student's eyes sparkled with admiration. "What do you mean, pet? That's a partner for us, Star Beast Tamers. That mantis is so fast, and its blade light is so cool. Absolutely awesome. One strike to defeat the enemy, clean and efficient. And that panda, it's yawning. So cute." A male mech warrior student retorted, "Cute? Who cares about cute on the battlefield? That psychokinetic was just too weak. Did he get into the second round by luck? Look at Chu Feng, that's real strength. Solid skills, holding his own 1 against 2 and gaining the upper hand. Now that's impressive swordsmanship." A bespectacled male mechanic student adjusted his glasses and analyzed calmly, "You can't say that. The mantis one-shotting the psychokinetic instantly destroyed the core of their tactics and disrupted their rhythm. The effect was significant. Yi Li's team reacted very quickly, showing high tactical execution. Chu Feng's frontal suppression was key. His swordsmanship is truly exquisite. Combined with Luo Xiaopeng's mines, they cleanly took out 2 opponents. And did you notice? He fought the whole time with one hand. His left hand barely participated in the attacks, showing Chu Feng's strength and combat experience are exceptional. A female medical student chimed in, Right. Senior data is correct. Senior Chu Feng is super strong, holding off 2 by himself. Yi Li is amazing too, and Blade is great. That panda is so cute." The arena screen switched to show the teams, but the discussion and controversy surrounding Yi Li's team had clearly just begun. The wristbands of Yi Li's trio beeped with a notification: defeated 3 students for 30 points, killed 16 crystal core shadow bats for 160 points, total score 190. Yi Li looked at the system notification: congratulations, host. You and your Star Beast defeated enemies X3, killed crystal core shadow bats X16. Rewards: speed enhancement potion X2, strength enhancement potion X1, Star Beast evolution stone X1, Star Beast snacks X20. This was the first time Yi Li had killed over 10 Star Beasts in one go, and the rewards were quite generous. He gave them a quick once-over. Chu Feng quietly retrieved his alloy sword and wiped off the grime. "This place isn't safe. We need to leave now," Chu Feng said coldly, his gaze fixed on the direction of the lava river. Yi Li nodded. Though the battle was brief, it had caused quite a commotion that could attract other competitors or more dangerous native Star Beasts. They had to cross the lava river and get the stellar relic as soon as possible. The trio didn't linger. After a quick cleanup, they continued towards the lava river. The dark red lava river radiated a suffocating heat. The smell of sulfur in the air and the yellow smoke served as constant reminders of the danger here. "Xiaopeng, any way across?" Yi Li looked gravely at the nearly 20-meter-wide river of magma. "Hee easy." Luo Xiaopeng patted his chest confidently and pulled out several lightweight, yet sturdy alloy plates from his backpack. He quickly assembled and secured them. Before long, a simple, but seemingly sturdy enough metal raft to carry the 3 of them took shape. "Here we go." Luo Xiaopeng was the first to push the metal plate towards the steaming riverbank. The 3 of them and their 2 Star Beasts carefully stepped onto the simple metal raft, which wobbled slightly in the scorching updraft. Its stability didn't seem particularly great. The dark red liquid in the lava river below flowed slowly, bubbles bursting on its surface from time to time. Luo Xiaopeng stood at the back, operating a simple propulsion device to control the raft's direction and speed. Sulfur bubbles on the river's surface periodically burst, splashing out deadly sparks and molten material. The metal raft moved slowly across the river, drawing closer to the opposite bank. At that moment, without any warning, several energy shells screamed towards them. Boom, boom. The searing energy projectiles landed near the raft, throwing up waves of magma like a tsunami. The scorching shockwave threatened to capsize the small metal raft. "Damn, an ambush!" Luo Xiaopeng roared frantically, adjusting the raft's angle and thrust. The raft, like a leaf in a storm, narrowly avoided direct hits from the subsequent shells. However, a fist-sized piece of molten rock hurled high by the explosion's shockwave flew straight towards Luo Xiaopeng's face, with devastating heat, like a meteor. Had it connected, the consequences would have been unimaginable. A flash blade flickered in front of Luo Xiaopeng, instantly deploying a pale blue hexagonal energy barrier. Phase barrier. Sizzle. The molten rock struck the barrier, emitting a grating, scorching sound. The energy barrier flickered violently a few times as blade blocked the lethal strike for Luo Xiaopeng. The molten rock slid helplessly back into the river. Luo Xiaopeng, still shaken, his face pale, gasped for air. Man, that scared the fatty half to death. But the bombardment didn't stop. Under the shadow of an obsidian pillar on the opposite bank, 4 figures emerged. They wore silver-gray mechanic combat suits, clearly a squad. Several auto-defense turrets were already set up, their cold muzzles glinting, dangerously locked onto Yi Li's trio on the river. One of them carried a strangely shaped weapon on his shoulder, its muzzle condensing a glaring blue electric arc. Magnetic pulse cannon. Whum! A thick beam of blue pulse energy swept across like a whip. It didn't cause direct physical damage, but it generated a powerful magnetic field interference. Chu Feng felt his alloy sword tremble slightly, almost flying out of his hand. Yi Li's spiritual perception also experienced a moment of chaos and stinging pain. This was a weapon specifically designed to disrupt and suppress an opponent's actions and equipment. It's a second-year mech squad. Luo Xiaopeng recognized their uniform style, grinding his teeth. These guys always playing dirty. Blade go. Yi Li's voice was calm and decisive without a hint of panic. Use afterimage / prioritize taking out that pulse cannon operator. At the command, blades form blurred, instantly streaking across the boiling lava river below. Several afterimages flashed over the magma surface, charging towards the opposite bank at astonishing speed. The mechanist operating the pulse cannon on the opposite bank was clearly well prepared, or rather their ambush plan was meticulously laid out. A half-man-tall metallic wolf suddenly burst forth from beside him. The mechanical wolf's body was covered in thick armor with electric sparks flickering at its joints. Its electronic eyes locked onto Dao Zai, and with a low guttural, a clash of metal against beast. Just as Dao Zai was entangled with the mechanical wolf, the power belled around Yi Li's waist emitted a soft hum, its energy instantly activating. He shot. With a heavy thud, he landed on the obsidian ground of the opposite bank, kicking up a cloud of volcanic ash. Yi Li's land. Chu Feng Xiaopeng, bring Dun Dun Zai over quickly. Yi Li barked. His and Dao Zai's intrusion had successfully drawn the majority of the squad's firepower. Seizing the as soon as his feet touched solid ground, Chu Feng charged at the enemy. Dun Dun Zai, under Yi Li's command, activated Lazy Aura. Luo Xiaopeng pulled a metal case from his universal mechanical backpack, and a menacing mechanical scorpion unfolded with a roar. Its 8 thick legs anchored firmly into the ground with a screech of metal, its massive tail stinger raised high, the electromagnetic piercer at its tip glinting with dangerous light. Scorpion Unit 1, pull that wolf over here. Luo Xiaopeng commanded loudly. The left pincer shot out, transforming into a high-speed mechanical grappling claw, aiming for the mechanical wolf locked in combat with Dao Zai. Simultaneously, the high-speed rotating chainsaw on the right pincer emitted a piercing whine, charging forward with the momentum to cut through anything in its path. Caught off guard by the sudden grapple, the mechanical wolf was immediately entangled by the mechanical scorpion, its offensive stalled. With the pressure relieved, Dao Zai seized the fleeting opportunity. His form blurred again, splitting into 3 lifelike afterimages that darted in different directions, confusing the enemy's sight. The real Dao Zai appeared like a phantom behind the mechanist operating the pulse cannon. Residual shadow slash. Swish. The mechanist had no time to react, feeling only a chill on the back of his neck. His protective suit immediately blared a sharp alarm, declaring his vital signs lost. His body slumped to the ground, incapacitated by Dao Zai's attack, awaiting the referee's assistance. With the core long-range disruptor eliminated, Yi Li and Chu Feng simultaneously launched their assault on the remaining 3 mechanists. Chu Feng's goal was clear: a frontal assault. His alloy sword descended like a bolt of ice-cold lightning, carrying an unstoppable force, a pure clash of strength that forced one mechanist into a constant retreat. Yi Li, on the other hand, was more agile and cunning. Relying on his extraordinary speed and increasingly refined blade skills, he clung to another mechanist like a persistent shadow, giving him no chance to remotely control his mechanical creations. The remaining mechanist clearly experienced continuously throughout various small mechanical spiders, electromagnetic traps, and smoke grenades from his belt and backpack, trying to hinder the close quarters pressure from Yi Li. For a moment, a variety of micromachines crawled and jumped across the ground, while energy rays and electromagnetic interference erupted in succession. However, under the storm-like close quarters assault from Yi Li and Chu Feng, the effectiveness of these gadgets was greatly diminished. The 2 mechanists under attack were in dire straits, struggling to cope. while directing the mechanical scorpion to suppress the sturdy mechanical wolf with its chainsaw, and Claw Luo Xiaopeng rapidly analyzed the battle. He pulled a small jammer from it, a series of crackles. An invisible wave spread out. The drones immediately spun erratically like headless flies, colliding with each other, losing their aim, and clattering to the ground. Chu Feng, the one on the right, is a pressure-sensitive mine, don't step there. He quickly called out the trigger mechanisms and weaknesses of several other hidden mechanical traps. Although Luo Xiaopeng's combat ability was relatively weak, his familiarity with various mechanical creations and his ability to counter them proved crucial at this moment, far exceeding what the enemy had imagined. The core long-range interference weapon was gone. The mechanical wolf was pinned down by the mechanical scorpion, unable to assist. The various small mechanical creations were being specifically countered or jammed by Luo Xiaopeng. Combined with the relentless close-quarters pressure from the two melee powerhouses Yi Li and Chu Feng, the remaining three mechanists were completely unable to utilize their strengths in positional warfare and mechanical tactics. More than half of their abilities were rendered useless. Spotting an opening, Chu Feng twisted his wrist, his alloy sword tracing a cunning arc to cleanly strike down a mechanist attempting to retreat and regroup. The protective suit alarm blared as another one was eliminated. Yi Li meanwhile ducked low to avoid an electric net, closed the distance in an instant, and with his right hand shaped like a blade and coated with a faint glow of star energy struck the connection point of the protective suit on the enemy's neck with precision. With a dull thud, the mechanist went limp, also triggering the elimination mechanism. The remaining mechanist was subsequently eliminated as well. Only Yi Li and his two companions, along with Luo Xiaopeng's mechanical scorpion, remained on the riverbank. The four-man mechanist squad that had ambushed them along with the mechanical wolf had all been cleanly eliminated in less than a minute. There was even a pleasant surprise: the mechanist squad had a Starry Sky token. This brought their trio's score to 320 points. It seemed this was the very token they had been looking for while trying to cross the river, and now they had it in hand, which was convenient for them. Yi Li glanced at the notification in front of him. Congratulations, host. You and your Star Beast have defeated enemies X3. Reward Star Beast Cultivation Fluid X3, Star Beast Snacks X9. He dismissed the prompt after a quick scan. Looking at the darkening sky, it was now 5 p.m. The harsh environment of this planet caused night to fall earlier than normal, and the temperature difference between day and night was extreme. Camping outdoors was not an option. Xiaopeng, it's getting dark. We need to find a place to set up camp, Yi Li said to Luo Xiaopeng. Alright, starting the scan now. Luo Xiaopeng took out an environmental scanner, examined it carefully, then pointed ahead and said, there's a rocky area a few kilometers ahead. There should be a place to camp. Yi Li looked up at the increasingly gloomy sky, his brow furrowed slightly. Let's hurry over there. The wind seems to be picking up and the sound doesn't feel right. The three quickly packed up their belongings and headed towards the camping area. They hadn't been traveling long when a sharp whistling sound came from afar. Initially faint, it quickly grew dense and piercing, like countless tiny metal fragments scraping together at high speed. The wind suddenly intensified, whipping up volcanic ash from the ground into a gray, dusty haze, drastically reducing visibility. Damn, it's a crystal thorn storm. Chu Feng's face changed. This thing can easily tear through standard alloy armor. We need to find shelter immediately. In the shadows not far ahead, a massive heavy figure slowly approached. It was entirely pitch black, composed of metallic lustered obsidian, with dark red energy light flickering at its joints. Its appearance resembled a crude humanoid puppet, and it was the native dangerous creature of this area, the obsidian golem. It moved along with the crystal thorn storm and collided head-on with the trio. Star Beast name: Obsidian Golem. Star Beast race: Elemental. Star Beast attribute: Crystal Energy. Star Beast level: Tier 3 Pseudo. Star Beast skills: High Heat, Crystal Thorn, Crystal Energy, Storm. Star Beast potential: 3 stars. Evolution method: can evolve into Molten Crystal Tyrant. After devouring no time to go around, Yi Li decided on the spot. We have to take it out quickly and push through. Understood. Luo Xiaopeng didn't hesitate. He quickly took a metal case from his universal mechanical backpack. The case rapidly unfolded and transformed into a half-man-tall mechanical scorpion. Its metallic shell gleamed with a cold light, and its two massive front pincers shimmered with energy. Scorpion Unit 1, tie it down. The mechanical scorpion received the command, its 8 limbs skittering rapidly, its power reactors spinning at high speed. Like a black bolt of lightning, it charged fiercely at the obsidian golem. The chainsaw gear on its massive metal pincer struck viciously at the joints of the opponent's legs. The obsidian golem, though slow, possessed immense strength. It swung a rocky arm at the mechanical scorpion, which agilely dodged. The chainsaw gear failed to inflict any real damage, leaving only a faint white scratch. While the obsidian golem was entangled with the mechanical scorpion, Yi Li let out a low shout. His power belt activated, and star energy flooded into the long blade in his hand. The blade's light surged. His figure shot forward and 7 points of light, like cold stars, condensed on the blade. 7-star slash. 7 fierce streaks of blade light lit up, almost simultaneously arranged like the Big Dipper, precisely slashing towards the energy nodes on both shoulders of the obsidian golem. The blade light clashed with the hard obsidian, producing a grating sound. The energy nodes on its shoulders were broken, and its defense immediately weakened. The obsidian golem's body was also pushed backward by the force of the slashes. The dark red energy light on its body flickered, and its movements became noticeably more sluggish under Dun Dun's eyes' lazy aura. Chu Feng was already poised to strike. The moment Yi Li attacked, his figure followed closely behind. Like an arrow released from its string, he used the split second as the obsidian golem tilted backward, pushed off the ground with explosive force, and leaped high. Star energy surged on his alloy sword as he traced a simple, yet lethal arc targeting the massive, featureless obsidian head. There was no earth-shattering sound. The alloy sword precisely sliced into the connection point at the neck, where the energy was weakest, cleanly severing the creature's massive head. The obsidian head tumbled to the ground, and the obsidian golem's colossal body collapsed heavily. Through their seamless coordination, the trio swiftly took down this mini-boss. Done. Luo Xiaopeng breathed a sigh of relief, quickly retrieving the mechanical scorpion. Let's go. The storm is coming. The piercing shriek behind the trio was now almost upon them, a gale laden with lethal crystalline shards poised to engulf the entire area. Without pausing to check their points, they scrambled over the collapsed obsidian puppet and dashed towards a recess in the rock face nearby. As they drew closer, they realized the hollow was far deeper than it had appeared, revealing a pitch-black cave mouth. The howl of the crystal storm behind them was deafening the air, thick with the acrid smell of scorched metal and a heavy sulphurous stench. Get in now. Chu Feng roared, shoving Luo Xiaopeng into the cave. Yi Li followed closely, and he slipped in last, feeling a sharp gust of wind graze his back as several crystal shards embedded themselves deep into the ground where he had just been standing. Inside the cave was pitch black, illuminated only by faint light from the entrance and the terrifying sounds of the raging storm. The three leaned against the cold rock wall, panting heavily, overwhelmed by a sense of having narrowly escaped death. Damn, that scared the life out of me. Luo Xiaopeng clutched his chest, his voice still trembling. If one of those things had hit us, we'd be full of holes, right? Fumbling in his mechanical backpack, he produced a small illumination device. Its soft light dispelled the darkness around them, revealing their somewhat haggard faces to each other. Yi Li reviewed the system notification from before. Congratulations, host. You and your star beast defeated the obsidian puppet. Reward: strength enhancement serum X1, crystal bamboo X1. Curious about the crystal bamboo, he quickly checked its details. So it's a snack for Dun Dun. Crystal bamboo, a precious food for star beasts, a favorite of many. It can increase a star beast's star energy cap. Chu Feng also checked their team's points, which had climbed to 400. Obsidian puppet 80. Outside, the storm raged on, its sharp howls like the wailing of ghosts, relentless and unending. The three waited in silence. Time passed minute by minute. After about 20 minutes, the howling wind outside gradually subsided, eventually fading into silence. Outside, the sky was now completely dark, volcanic ash clouds blocking all light, leaving only pure darkness. Looks like we'll have to spend the night here. Chu Feng's voice echoed clearly in the silent cave. Yeah, better than being out there. Who knows what dangers we'd run into. Luo Xiaopeng nodded, shaking the illumination device in his hand. But it's not safe this close to the entrance. Let's head further and find a more open spot where I can set up some early warning devices. Yi Li also agreed. Be careful, mind your step, and watch your head. Forming a triangular defensive formation with Luo Xiaopeng leading and holding the light, Yi Li and Chu Feng guarding the flanks, they cautiously ventured deeper into the cave. The tunnel twisted and turned, the ground strewn with rubble. The air grew increasingly hot and stuffy, the sulphurous smell intensifying, now tinged with a faint sickly sweet odor. Why is it getting so hot in here? Luo Xiaopeng wiped sweat from his forehead, sweeping his light across the rock walls. Yi Li's gaze sharpened. He stopped and pointed at some strange markings on the wall ahead. Look there. The light beam revealed translucent, silky web-like substances clinging to the rock face, glinting faintly in the light. In some places, dark red spots were caked onto the surface. From deeper within, a faint, subtle skittering sound could be heard, like countless tiny claws scraping across the rock. Chu Feng's expression changed slightly. He lowered his voice. Something's wrong. Looks like we've stumbled into some creature's nest. Before he could finish, Luo Xiaopeng's light beam shot upwards, illuminating the cave ceiling. A dense cluster of countless dark red compound eyes lit up in the darkness. Viscous white webs hung from the ceiling, strung with egg sacs of varying sizes. Several spiders, each the size of a millstone with lava-like patterns on their abdomens, were slowly descending from crevices and the ceiling. The scraping of their 8 long legs sent shivers down the spine. They're lava vein spiders. Luo Xiaopeng's voice cracked with panic, nearly dropping his light device. So many of them. Star Beast name Lava Vein Spider Star Beast Race Arachnid Star Beast Attribute Fire Star Beast Level Tier 2 Star Beast Skills Molten Web Crystal Cluster Burst Star Beast Potential 2.5 stars Evolution Method. After devouring high-purity earth vein crystals, it evolves into Magma Weaver Queen. Triples in size, can manipulate magma flow, ecological traits, dwells in groups, in hidden magma rivers, feeds on geothermal minerals, eggs parasitic, in obsidian crevices, weakness. Analysis EMP attacks can paralyze its mucus glands, preventing it from spraying webs. As the three tried to retreat, they found their path blocked by more lava vein spiders that had appeared behind them, sealing off their escape route. The spiders' cold, dark red eyes gleamed as they stared at the trio. Instinctively, the three huddled back to back, the cold rock wall, a stark reminder that there was no way out. The air thick and sticky with sulfur, and the stench of the creatures was suffocating. Dark red compound eyes flickered in the darkness above and behind them. The scraping sound of 8 jointed legs against stone formed a cacophony that was utterly unnerving. The lava vein spiders had them completely surrounded. Luo Xiaopeng hurriedly released his mechanical giant scorpion, positioning it in front of them as a shield. Then, reaching into his bulging mechanical backpack, he pulled out several round metal spheres and hurled them into the densest cluster of spiders ahead. High explosive grenades flew from his hand. Boom, boom. The violent explosions echoed in the narrow cave, the flash of fire illuminating the walls. The shockwave sent several lava vein spiders flying, creating a few brief gaps in their formation. However, more lava vein spiders, shrieking and indifferent to their fallen comrades, surged forth from the shadows to quickly fill the void. Beside Yili, the panda star beast Dun Dun activated its feast aura. An invisible ring of light expanded, enveloping the trio. Chu Feng and Luo Xiaopeng immediately felt a subtle surge in their strength and speed. Yili drew his long blade and leaped into the midst of the lava vein spiders. The mantis-style's biting tail blade was perfect for fighting multiple foes. His form moved like the wind, proactively engaging the spiders that lunged from the flank. His front limbs, wielding twin blades, traced continuous arcs of light. Activating Dimension Slash, a blade aura several meters long erupted forth, cleaving down several lava vein spiders. Within the spider swarm, Yili dodged an attack, then shifted his footing, contorting his body at an almost impossible angle. He used his long blade to redirect the spider's attack onto its own kind. Soon the lava vein spiders in his immediate area were thrown into a chaotic frenzy, attacking each other. Chu Feng moved like a phantom, weaving through the gaps between the spiders. His goal wasn't to kill, but to observe. He noticed that despite their ferocity, the spiders seemed to be subtly coordinated. There are too many, this isn't working. There must be a leader. He dodged a glob of sticky webbing spat by a spider and shouted, "Damn, they even have a commander." Luo Xiaopeng continued hurling various types of explosive and pulse grenades to temporarily slow the spider's advance, while simultaneously piloting a recon drone with frantic speed to search the cave. Moments later, Luo Xiaopeng shouted in surprise, "Found it! Over there, the biggest energy signature." He pointed towards a relatively hidden corner deeper in the cave, guarded by several noticeably larger spiders. Xiaopeng used the EMP to clear a path. Yili commanded in a low voice. He then directed the blade mantis larva to charge straight at that corner. Dimension Slash was activated repeatedly, and several 3-meter-long blade auras flashed through the air in quick succession, shredding the guardian spiders, blocking their way into pieces. Luo Xiaopeng hurled an EMP pulse bomb towards the lava vein spider leader's area. A wave of energy washed over it, disorienting the remaining guardian spiders and breaking their formation, exposing the leader behind them. Chu Feng shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging down the path, cleared by the blade mantis and the EMP bomb. The massive lava vein spider leader swayed, raised its menacing mouthparts, and shot a web at Chu Feng. He dodged it deftly. A cold flash of his alloy sword, and he plunged it precisely into the leader's head, twisting it sharply. Dark red blood splattered. With the death of their leader, the previously orderly spider swarm plunged into chaos. Their formation became cramped and disordered, unable to mount an effective coordinated attack. "Time to clean up," Chu Feng bellowed, unleashing his full power. His alloy sword danced, and together with Yi Li and the blade mantis, they cut through the disoriented spiders like harvesting vegetables. Luo Xiaopeng also lobbed more bombs, explosions echoing one after another. The mechanical giant scorpion remained by his side, sawing apart any spider that tried to attack him. After a while, the cave finally fell silent, leaving only the thick smell of gunpowder and a nauseating stench. The trio's wristbands flashed. Defeated lava vein spiders, X82. Points, earned 1640, total points 2040. Seeing their points jump up, the three sighed in relief, but exhaustion immediately washed over them. Luo Xiaopeng slumped to the ground. "My God, I nearly used up all my supplies that time." He winced thinking about all the bombs he'd just thrown and began to check his remaining stockpile. Yi carefully checked on the blade mantis and done, ensuring they were unharmed. Satisfied, he sat down nearby to review the system rewards. Congratulations, host. You and your star beasts defeated lava vein spiders, X32. Rewards: fire resistance potion, X3, strength enhancement serum, X1, speed enhancement serum, X2, star beast web shooter, X1. He knew what the other items were, but was curious about the web shooter. Star beast web shooter upon firing deploys a 5-meter radius web trap that forcibly severs the energy link between a star beast and its host, putting the star beast into a sealed state. Yi thought it wasn't immediately useful, so he put it out of his mind. After Chu Feng checked the surrounding corners to ensure no spiders remained, the three retreated a bit further from the battlefield to find a relatively clean area to set up camp and rest. Dragging his tired body, Luo Xiaopeng began setting up various microsensors and tripwire alarms around the perimeter. The mechanical giant scorpion entered sentry mode, guarding the cave entrance. Once everything was done, the three were completely exhausted. They looked at each other, then crawled into their temperature-regulated sleeping bags. They fell asleep almost instantly, and soon deep snores echoed through the silent cave. At dawn the next day, the three of them stirred awake inside their temperature-regulated sleeping bags. A full night's rest had washed away their exhaustion. The lingering scent of blood and gunpowder from the fierce battle still hung in the air, a stark reminder of the danger they had narrowly survived. Luo Xiaopeng let out a wide yawn, rubbing his eyes as he sat up. His gaze fell upon the mechanical scorpion still standing vigilant nearby, and a cheerful grin spread across his face. Thank goodness Brother Scorpion is fine. He patted the cold metallic carapace of the mechanical scorpion. Yi stretched languidly, loosening his muscles, while Chu Feng silently packed away his sleeping bag. After a quick tidy-up, the trio left their temporary campsite and made their way out of the cave. Stepping out from the foul-smelling cavern, the crisp, fresh air invigorated them, lifting their spirits. Luo Xiaopeng pulled out his environmental scanner and began sweeping the area. Light dots flickered across the screen, data streams scrolled rapidly, yet the target signal they sought remained elusive. No energy signature from the relic in this vicinity. Luo Xiaopeng frowned, adjusting the scanning frequency and range. The range is too limited. Let's move forward and scan as we go, Yi proposed as they advanced. The terrain here was rugged, filled with jagged volcanic rocks. Thin rivulets of molten magma snaked through, emitting a pungent sulfurous odor and radiating searing heat. The trio pressed forward cautiously, with Luo Xiaopeng gradually expanding the scanner's range. Time slipped by, and the only sound was the occasional low rumble of tectonic activity deep below. Just as their patience was wearing thin, the scanner emitted a sharp, urgent beep. Found it. There's a signal. Luo Xiaopeng's eyes lit up instantly, his face alight with undisguised excitement. He pointed at a conspicuous red dot on the scanner screen. Due north, approximately 5 kilometers away. With the objective clear, the trio wasted no time and quickened their pace, rushing toward the signal source. 5 kilometers was not an insurmountable distance, but the treacherous terrain and pervasive heat made the journey arduous. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at the area indicated by the signal, but the sight before them was rather unexpected. Here lay only a wide river of magma. Dark red molten rock, churned with bubbling blobs flowing slowly, radiating immense heat that distorted the very air around it. Could the relic really be in a place like this? The signal source is right here, and it's strong. There's no mistake. Luo Xiaopeng double-checked the scanner's data. The three meticulously searched along the magma river's edge. Soon they noticed the river flowed into an underground cavern from which gusts of hot wind and a deeper, more resonant rumbling emanated. Seems like it's underground, Yi concluded. Luo Xiaopeng immediately activated the powerful spotlight mounted on his helmet, casting a brilliant beam into the cavern's depths, illuminating the descending passage. The three entered the cave one by one, following the steep, winding path downward. As they descended, the roar of magma grew louder, and the air became increasingly scorching. After roughly 10 minutes of walking, the passage suddenly opened up before them. They emerged into a colossal underground chamber, where several magma tributaries converged, forming a small lake of molten rock. Hanging ominously above the lake were countless bizarrely shaped lava stalactites. The light here was dim, illuminated only by the faint red glow of the magma. Before they could even approach the lake's edge, the sounds of a fierce battle echoed from not far ahead. The crackle of energy weapons, the sharp clang of clashing metal, and the guttural roars of Jin warriors were unmistakable. The trio immediately slowed their steps, carefully suppressing their presence. Using the rocky formations for cover, they crept forward. As they rounded a massive stalagmite, their eyes widened in shock. On a relatively open platform across the magma lake, three teams were locked in a brutal, chaotic melee. One of the factions was led by an exceptionally burly Jin warrior with bulging muscles radiating a savage aura. It was Mansion, the one Yi had encountered before. His squad consisted of 4 Gene warriors. Another faction, slightly larger with 5 members, fought with disciplined formation. Leading the charge were a mech warrior and a Gene warrior. In the middle, a figure continuously released invisible energy waves. In the rear, a gunner and a mechanic provided fire support and disruption. This was the team of the psionicist Zuli. The final team was composed of 4 mechs and 2 mechanics. They fought with overwhelming firepower and seamless coordination, led by the mech warrior Zhao Tianqing. In the center of the platform lay 2 gleaming diamond-shaped metal objects, the stellar relics. The 3 teams were locked in a desperate struggle over these 2 relics. Explosions rang out incessantly, shaking the entire underground space. As Yi Li's trio observed the battle, a mechanic from one of the opposing teams seemed to sense something. A few detection rays swept across their position. "Someone's over there." The mechanic from Zhao Tianqing's team shouted in alarm. The 3 warring factions paused their movements, momentarily frozen, and turned wary gazes toward the direction where Yi Li and his companions were hiding. In that scorching underground chamber, 4 teams now faced each other in a tense momentary standoff. The air seemed to solidify, broken only by the gurgling bubbles of the magma lake. Zhao Tianqing's gaze swept over Yi Li and his companions. When his eyes landed on Xu Feng's cold, stern face, his expression instantly turned icy and murderous. "Xu Feng." Zhao Tianqing's voice dripped with undisguised venom. He stomped a mechanical leg of his mech, sending rock fragments flying. "What a small world. Get them. Kill them first." Before the words even faded, Zhao Tianqing, piloting his heavily modified and upgraded mech, the Blaze Tiger emblazoned with crimson flame patterns, was the first to charge at Xu Feng. The 3 mech warriors behind him followed suit instantly, while the 2 mechanics began setting up a fire support position in the rear. Zhao Tianqing's sudden assault shattered the fragile equilibrium. The captain of Mansion's squad, that hulking Gene warrior built like an iron tower, glanced at Yi Li's group, then at Su Li's team, and let out a vicious grin. "Perfect one for each." He roared again, leading his men charging towards the relatively well-formed Su Li squad. Su Li's expression flickered, and she immediately commanded her team to re-establish their defenses. In an instant, the 4-way standoff devolved into 2 separate, intense battlefields. Yi Li's team was forced to engage the enraged Zhao Tianqing squad. "Xu Feng, watch out for his mech," Yi Li warned in a low, urgent tone. Zhao Tianqing's Blaze Tiger mech was visibly different from before. Missile launchers were mounted on its shoulders, the energy cannons on its arms were larger in caliber, and the armor at its joints was noticeably thicker, shimmering with the faint glow of an energy shield. "Understood," Xu Feng replied, tersely, drawing his alloy sword and charging to meet the incoming Blaze Tiger. The alloy sword clashed violently against the Blaze Tiger's chainsword, producing a screeching sound of grinding metal. Xu Feng felt a tremendous force transmit through his blade, jarring his arm and forcing him to stumble back 2 steps. This Blaze Tiger's strength and defensive capabilities were indeed significantly greater than when they last fought. Though his current power had reached the level of a second-tier Gene warrior, relying solely on his alloy sword seemed hardly enough to penetrate that heavy armor. Clearly, this was the benefit of wealth. "Let's see how you die this time," Zhao Tianqing sneered, swinging his massive chainsword, sending a scorching gust of wind as he lunged again at Xu Feng. While Xu Feng was locked in combat with Zhao Tianqing, a cold glint flashed in Yi Li's eyes. While capturing the leader was important, quickly reducing the enemy's fighting strength to relieve pressure on Xu Feng was equally critical. He shifted his body, dodging a mech warrior trying to flank him, his target locked on another mech warrior lagging slightly behind. 7-star slash. Yi Li's speed suddenly exploded. His figure left behind 7 blurred afterimages in the air, and his alloy long blade, like a venomous serpent, stabbed instantly towards the weak point at the joint of that mech warrior's arm. That mech warrior clearly hadn't anticipated Yi Li's incredible speed. Caught off guard, he could only manage a slight twist of his machine's torso. Yi Li's alloy blade pierced precisely into the joint gap of the mech, the immense force instantly destroying the internal transmission structure. The mech warrior's right arm went limp, hanging uselessly. Yi Li didn't let up. He pressed his advantage, landing a series of consecutive strikes on his opponent's vital points. Within seconds, the mech warrior was completely incapacitated, collapsing to the ground, already deemed eliminated. Less than a minute into the fight, Zhao Tianqing's team had lost a member. On the other side, Luo Xiaoping wasn't idle either. Scorpion 1 grabbed the one in white. He shouted, commanding the mechanical scorpion. Its left pincer launched, suddenly shooting out like a silver bolt of lightning, aimed directly at a mechanic from Zhao Tianqing's team who was setting up an EMP mine at the rear. That mechanic, believing he was safely protected at the back, never expected an attack from such a distance. He had no time to react, as the high-speed flying mechanical claw was already upon him. Click! The flying claw closed with precision, firmly locking onto the mechanic's waist, then yanked him backward with tremendous force. "Save me." The The mechanic let out a terrified shriek as his body was uncontrollably dragged towards Luo Xiaoping. Before anyone else on Zhao Tianqing's team could react, Luo Xiaoping had already activated the electromagnetic piercing device at the tail of the mechanical scorpion. The sharp tail stinger gleamed with a dangerous blue light and plunged viciously into the protective suit of the drag mechanic. Zap! A surge of powerful electricity flooded into him. The mechanic's body convulsed violently a few times before he completely lost consciousness, judged as eliminated. Another one down. 2 eliminations in 2 minutes. Luo Xiaoping's confidence soared. He immediately directed the mechanical scorpion's claw towards the other mechanic, but this time a nearby mech warrior was wary. He stepped forward, shielding the mechanic, while his shoulder-mounted energy cannon aimed at the mechanical scorpion. Boom! The energy cannon blast struck the scorpion's carapace, leaving a scorched, blackened crater. The mechanical scorpion's flying claw was also deflected by the enemy's weapon. Seeing his sneak attack thwarted, Luo Xiaoping quickly ordered the mechanical scorpion to retreat and regroup, with Daozi to jointly engage the remaining mech warrior and mechanic. Dun Dunzi, dutifully staying in the rear, silently released his lazy aura. An invisible wave spread out, enveloping the remaining members of Zhao Tianqing's squad. The effect wasn't immediate, but their movements began to slow noticeably, as if burdened by an unseen weight. The battlefield was now split into 3 parts: Chu Feng dueling Zhao Tianqing, Yi Li in single combat with a mech warrior, and Luo Xiaoping Daozi, and the mechanical scorpion besieging a mech warrior and a mechanic. For now, neither side could gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, the battle between the Manshan squad and the Suri squad had reached a fever pitch. All 4 gene warriors of the Manshan squad activated their gene frenzy, their skin turning an abnormal dark red. Muscles bulged and eyes glowed crimson as they charged the Suri squad's defensive line with reckless abandon like 4 enraged beasts. The Suri squad fought with impeccable coordination. Mecha warriors and gene warriors held the front line, weathering the storm of attacks from the Manshan squad. Their mecha armor and gene shields flickered continuously as they struggled to hold their ground. Suri hovered in midair, surveying the battlefield, orchestrating commands and providing support. She erected an invisible barrier of telekinetic energy before them, attempting to slow the Manshan squad's charge, while waves of mental force surged toward the enemy, disrupting their minds. In the rear, the gunner set up an exaggeratedly large sniper rifle, constantly seeking weak points in the Manshan squad's defenses to deliver precise strikes. Meanwhile, the mechanic hurled flashbangs, smoke grenades, and self-tracking microbombers into the fray, trying to disrupt the enemy's formation and rhythm. For a moment, the sounds of energy explosions, metallic clashes, the roars of gene warriors, and the hum of psychic waves intermingled. The scene was exceptionally fierce and chaotic. Both sides were locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. Clang, clang, clang. Chu Feng and Zhao Tianqing's blazed tiger mecha clashed once more. His alloy sword could only leave shallow white marks on the enemy's thick armor, while each of Zhao's attacks was heavy and forceful, forcing Chu Feng to dodge and block with all his might. This won't work. I need to find a way through his defenses, Chu Feng thought, his gaze hardening. Without hesitation, beneath the glove on his left hand, his skin began to rapidly keratinize, forming a layer of dark green insectoid chitin. His insect genes surged to life, flooding his body with a violent and overwhelming power. A faint hum emanated from the gene inhibitor at his spine, as its output instantly spiked to 50. This was the safety threshold Chu Feng had determined through his own tests, enough to significantly boost his combat power without losing complete control. Power. An unprecedented surge of power filled Chu Feng's body. He stomped the ground, vanishing from his spot like a phantom. Zhao Tianqing blinked, losing sight of him. Where did he go? Zhao Tianqing spun his mecha sensors around warily. The next second, a powerful sense of danger assaulted him from the side. Chu Feng had appeared at the Blaze Tiger's flank. His left fist, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek, slammed into the energy shield at the mecha's waist. Boom! A dull, thunderous impact. The flowing energy shield on the Blaze Tiger's surface warped violently, then shattered like glass under a hammer, disintegrating into specks of light that dissipated into the air. What a... Zhao Tianqing was stunned. He never expected his opponent to shatter the Blaze Tiger's upgraded energy shield with his bare hands. Before he could react, Chu Feng closed in. His right-hand alloy sword, striking like a viper emerging from its lair, stabbed precisely at the spot his fist had just hit, the connection joint of the Blaze Tiger's leg. The alloy sword plunged deep, accompanied by a grating screech of twisting metal. The Blaze Tiger's left leg joint was completely destroyed. The massive mecha lost its balance and staggered sideways, toppling over. You bastard. I'll kill you. Zhao Tianqing went completely berserk. The energy cannon on his remaining right arm and the missile pods on his shoulders fired simultaneously, unleashing a hail of dense energy bolts and micro-missiles at Chu Feng, who was right beside him. Chu Feng had anticipated this. The moment his sword struck, he had already retreated, nimbly dodging most of the barrage. Only a few stray shots grazed his body, leaving trails of blood. He watched coldly as the blazed tiger struggled to rise, waiting for the brief cool down after the enemy exhausted its ammunition. Now, a fierce glint flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. He lunged forward again, his alloy sword tracing a cold arc straight for the blazed tiger's energy core. No! Zhao Tianqing let out a desperate roar. But Chu Feng's alloy sword pierced the mecha's energy core without resistance. The blazed tiger collapsed completely motionless. Zhao Tianqing was eliminated. Having dealt with Zhao Tianqing, Chu Feng paused not a moment, immediately turning to charge at the mecha warrior and mechanic who were besieging Luo Xiaopeng and Dao Zai. That mecha warrior and mechanic, already flustered by Dao Zai's phantom-like movements and sapped by the aura of sloth, were on the verge of defeat. Seeing Chu Feng charging at them like a god of death, their hearts nearly stopped from terror. Chu Feng's star energy-infused alloy sword tore through the mecha warrior's defenses with ease. Not everyone was as wealthy as Zhao Tianqing. Dao Zai quickly followed up with his attacks, and soon the mecha warrior was sent out of the game. The remaining mechanic, besieged by Luo Xiaopeng and the mechanical giant scorpion, had no chance to resist. The scorpion's chainsaw right claw sent him out of the game. At the same time, Yi Li seized a lapse in his opponent's focus, unleashing a fluid chain of attacks that destroyed the enemy mecha's power system and secured the victory. With that, all 6 members of Zhao Tianqing's squad were eliminated. The wristbands of the trio vibrated simultaneously, displaying a message: defeated Zhao Tianqing's squad members X6, earned 280 points. Current total 2,320 points. On the other side of the battlefield, the 4 fully frenzied Jin warriors of the Manchan squad, like out-of-control heavy trucks, smashed through the Suri squad's frontline defenses. Their ferocious attacks, combined with the terrifying strength and regenerative abilities granted by their frenzied genes, shattered the Suri squad's formation in an instant. One Jin warrior tried to block, but his arm guard and arm were brutally snapped. A mecha warrior was tackled to the ground, sparks flying everywhere as his armor tore like paper under their frenzied assault. The gunner and mechanic didn't even have time to relocate before they were violently taken out by the surging berserkers. In the blink of an eye, Suri was the only one left from her squad. Her face was pale. The psychic barrier before her flickered unsteadily. A few chains of mental energy barely restrained 3 of the frenzied warriors, but she couldn't stop their muscular bodies from closing in step by crushing step. Manchan's massive frame roared as he lumbered towards Suri. The air was thick with the stench of blood and a frenzied aura. Suri's defeat seemed all but certain. At that critical moment, the underground magma river at the center of the battlefield violently erupted. A colossal body covered in dark red scales burst forth, its molten, slit-pupiled eyes scanning the creatures on the shore. It was the sulfur fire mirage python. It opened its maw wide, spewing a cloud of yellow-green mist that quickly blanketed a vast area. Star Beast, name Sulfur Fire Mirage Python. Star Beast, race Beast. Star Beast attribute Fire. Star Beast level tier 3. Star Beast skills: Sulfur, Acid, Mist, Earth Split. Tail Hammer. Star Beast potential 4 stars. Evolution method: after devouring 3 obsidian golems, evolves into Abyssal Flame Serpent. Length increases to 50 meters. Scales hardened into crystal. Ecological traits: apex predator, fond of feeding on radioactive mineral ores. Weakness analysis: the inner lining of its mouth lacks scale protection. High temperature steam can coagulate its corrosive blood. It's the Mirage Python's acid mist. Get out of the way, Luo Xiaopeng shouted in terror. Wherever the acid mist touched, whether the alloy armor of mechas or the energy shields of Jin warriors, it hissed with corrosion, rapidly dissolving and peeling away. Screams erupted amidst the chaos. 2 Jin warriors who had been attacking Suri failed to dodge in time and were engulfed by the acid mist, letting out agonized howls as white smoke rose from their bodies. Their protective suits began to deteriorate, and the suits of the other Suri squad members blared with alarms. In an instant, several were ruled out of the competition. Referees emerged from the shadows to rescue the incapacitated students. The Sulfur Fire Mirage Python's indiscriminate area attack had cleared out a large portion of the battlefield. As the smoke and steam began to dissipate, the once chaotic battlefield was now eerily empty. Chu Feng, Yi Li, and Luo Xiaopeng had managed to avoid the core of the acid mist and were hiding off to the side. On the other side, only Manchan, the captain, and 1 equally battered Jin warrior remained from the Manchan squad. Suri, who had been under attack, seized the chaos caused by the Sulfur Fire Mirage Python's assault. Without hesitation, she activated her psychic power, lifting herself off the ground and swiftly fleeing the dangerous area. She glanced back at the giant python and the survivors below her, expression complex. Ultimately, she chose to conserve her strength and retreat. Now on this battlefield riddled with magma fissures, only the 3 members of Yi Li's squad, the 2 from Mansion's squad, and the sulfur fire mirage python, coiled menacingly in the magma river, remained. Mansion was panting heavily, his frenzy state seemingly receding, but his eyes remained fierce. He looked at Chu Feng's team, then at the massive python, and said in a low voice, "How about we join forces? We take down this snake, and we split the 2 tokens, 1 for each side. As for who gets the kill, we'll see who lands the final blow." Yi Li stepped forward to represent the team deal. After a brief exchange, an agreement was reached. Without further ado, the 6 of them fixed their gazes on the sulfur fire mirage python. The sulfur fire mirage python, clearly sensing their hostile intent, whipped its massive tail wreathed in scorching magma in a sweeping arc toward them. "Mansion, take the front." Chu Feng barked, charging forward alongside Mansion, who was also adept at close combat. Their alloy sword and the tremor warhammer simultaneously slammed into the sulfur fire mirage python. The immense force sent blood rushing through their bodies and shattered the ground beneath their feet, yet the python's scales remained utterly unmarred. Yi Li quickly issued commands. Daozai Mantai, harass from the flanks, watch out for its fangs and acid mist. Xiao Pang, provide long-range fire support, distract its vision, and have the mechanical scorpion protect you. Roger. Daozai's wing sheaths vibrated, his figure blurring as he circled toward the python's flank. Mantai from Mansion's squad roared and followed suit. Luo Xiaopeng quickly retreated, his defense turrets firing continuously while he released his remaining mechanical swarm to try and draw the sulfur fire mirage python's attention. The sulfur fire mirage python possessed astonishing strength and terrifying defense. The alloy sword could only leave shallow white marks on its scales. It would spew acid mist one moment, whip its colossal tail the next, and then slam its head with bone-crushing force, keeping everyone on their toes. After a fierce and grueling skirmish, the sulfur fire mirage python bore a few shallow wounds, but Chu Feng and Mansion were also heavily depleted, their breathing ragged. The ground was torn to shreds, with new magma fissures constantly forming. Back at the Starry Sky University Starlight Arena, the watching students were in an uproar. Holy crap, this sulfur fire mirage python is a beast. Even with Chu Feng and Mansion teaming up, it's this tough. Suri is so unlucky. She's so beautiful, yet she got forced back by Mansion's crew. Who's gonna land the final blow? The points and rewards are gonna be insane. Yi Li, observing the stalemate, narrowed his eyes and whispered to Luo Xiaopeng. "Xiaopeng, make it open its mouth. We need to take a risk." Luo Xiaopeng grinned. "Got it." He swiftly pulled out several mechanical bees from his backpack and made a few quick adjustments. These are the upgraded sonic lure mechanical bees. They'll definitely make it talk. The mechanical bees buzzed into the air, emitting a piercing special sonic wave that shot directly towards the sulfur fire mirage python's head. The sound seemed to agitate the sulfur fire mirage python intensely. It thrashed its head in annoyance before finally opening its cavernous maw in a furious roar, attempting to swallow or shatter the irritating little insects. "Chu Feng, now. It's your chance." Yi Li's voice reached Chu Feng. Chu Feng was already poised to strike. The instant the python's jaws gaped open, he pushed off the ground with explosive force, launching himself like a cannonball, aiming straight for the creature's open mouth. He dodged the venomous fangs, gripped his alloy sword with both hands, and channeled all his star energy into it, plunging it viciously into the python's lower jaw. Thud! The alloy sword sank deep into the tough oral tissue. A blur of motion followed close behind as Daozai also leaped into the maw, its forelimb blades activating sevenfold dimensional slash. Several arcs of blade light erupted instantly, precisely severing the key neural connections within the sulfur fire mirage python's mouth. SSS. The sulfur fire mirage python let out a blood-curdling shriek, its colossal body writhing in agony. The ground and walls of the cavern began to tremble. Yi Li and the others scrambled for cover. Mansion activated his genetic shield and used his shock warhammer to smash falling rocks retreating from the python's frenzied zone. Chu Feng felt a wave of stench mixed with sulfurous heat slam into him, nearly overwhelming his senses. The python's mouth was slick and lined with ropey muscle, each contraction carrying terrifying force, trying to crush the intruders. He kicked off, using the alloy sword embedded in the jaw as a fulcrum to steady himself, and shouted to Daozai, who had also fallen into the maw. "Daozai. The nerve bundle on the right." The moment the words left his mouth, Daozai's seemingly fragile insect body erupted with astonishing speed and power. Its wing cases vibrated at high frequency, producing a sharp whine. Dimensional slash activated. Several razor-sharp arcs of light flashed within the confined space, cutting with pinpoint accuracy towards the location Chu Feng indicated. The critical neural transmission node that Yi Li had deduced from analyzing the sulfur fire mirage python's physiology. SSS roar. Unprecedented agony drove the sulfur fire mirage python completely mad. It whipped its massive head violently, swinging Chu Feng and Dao Zai through the air in a terrifying arc. Rocks from the cavern's ceiling rained down and geysers of flame shot higher from the magma fissures in the ground. Yi Li and Luo Xiaopeng hastily retreated. Luo Xiaopeng clumsily commanded his mechanical scorpion to shield them, muttering, "Holy crap, this is going to bring the whole cave down." Manshan and Mantai also kept their distance, Manshan deflecting flying debris and magma with his shock warhammer. He watched Chu Feng and Dao Zai fighting for their lives inside the python's mouth, his expression complex. A mix of awe at Chu Feng's audacity and a flicker of relief that he hadn't chosen such a suicidal attack. Inside the python's maw, Chu Feng braced against the immense force, his arm muscles bulging as he poured his star energy, without reservation, into the alloy sword. Seeing Dao Zai's attack had been effective, Chu Feng roared and wrenched the sword, using the deeply embedded blade as a lever to pry against the python's jawbone, simultaneously aligning the edge with the deep wound Dao Zai had carved. Aiming for the fragile cervical vertebrae connecting head and body, Dao Zai's forelimb blades became a silver whirlwind, focusing all its attacks on a single point. The alloy sword and the insect's twin blades converged in that instant. Crack. Snap. First came a sickening grinding of bone, followed by a distinct sharp snap. The next second, the colossal python head, wearing an expression of disbelief, separated from the body at the severed neck. The fierce light in its lava-like vertical pupils rapidly dimmed. The heavy head tumbled to the ground with a crash, splashing up magma. The headless body, as if all strength had been drained, twitched violently for a few moments before collapsing with a resounding thud onto the bank of the underground magma river, completely lifeless. On the battlefield, Yi Li, Luo Xiaopeng, Manshan, and Mantai all stared blankly at the shocking sight, forgetting to breathe for a moment. Almost simultaneously before the massive screen in the starlight arena of Xingqiong University, after a brief moment of dead silence, an eruption of thunderous shouts and excited chatter broke out. Holy shit. Decapitated. They actually cut off the sulfur fire mirage python's head. My god. Chu Feng, and that bug they went inside its mouth. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. The coordination, the nerve, phenomenal. Who was it that said Chu Feng's team was done for? How's your face feeling now? Yi Li's command, Luo Xiaopeng's harassment, and Chu Feng and Dao Zai's finishing strike. This team has some real chemistry. Huh. Manshan probably looks green with envy. He wanted to steal the kill with his raw power, but in the end it was Chu Feng and the others who solved it. What kind of mantis is that? Such a powerful attack. Check the leaderboard. Chu Feng's team points just skyrocketed. They're secure now? They got the token and the boss kill points. If Su Li hadn't left, she might have seen the goddess and Chu Feng team up. A boy lamented. Another immediately retorted. Come on, even if Su Li was here it'd be tough. Didn't you see Manshan's group get beaten up? The sulfur fire mirage python's AoE was brutal. But seriously, Luo Xiaopeng's buzzing bees were really effective. They look unassuming, but have a huge impact. Haha, it's the high-tech version of what are you looking at, right? Chu Feng and Dao Zai, covered in sticky, foul-smelling fluid, jumped down from the severed neck to the ground. Leaning on his alloy sword, Chu Feng gasped for air, feeling completely drained. Dao Zai retracted its blades, its wing cases trembling slightly, clearly exhausted. Luo Xiaopeng was the first to rush over, grabbing Chu Feng's arm and babbling excitedly, "Brother Feng. Awesome. So awesome. You're my real brother. I was scared to death just now. I thought you were going to get digested by that snake." Yi Li also walked over and patted Chu Feng on the shoulder. "Well done." At the same time, a system notification appeared before his eyes. "Congratulations, host Star Beast Dao Zai has killed the sulfur fire mirage python. Obtain Star Beast Fusion Skill X1. Detected host currently possesses Star Beast's Taiji Giant Panda and Blade Arm Mantis. Obtained Fusion Skill Countercurrent Twin Slash." Yi Li was overjoyed. A fusion skill. He quickly opened his system inventory to view the skill description. Countercurrent Twin Slash. The Blade Arm Mantis traverses the river of time to seek the mysteries of space. Upon activation, the Mantis enters bullet time, instantly unleashing 2 strikes of powerful sword chi that ignore defense and energy. Maximum range is 2 meters from the body. Wounds inflicted cannot heal for a short period. Holy mother of, this is god tier. Dao Zai is going to be unstoppable. Yi Li immediately tried to use it on Dao Zai, but the system prompted your Star Beasts Blade Arm Mantis and Taiji Giant Panda need to sleep simultaneously for 6 hours to learn the Star Beast fusion skill. Do you want to proceed? 6 hours. That was too long. He decided to wait until after the second round of the competition ended. On the other side, Manshan looked at Chu Feng, then at the massive python corpse, and finally spoke in a gruff voice, as agreed, 1 token each. This sulfur fire mirage python counts as yours. Though reluctant, he knew that without Chu Feng and Dao Zai's desperate strike, they wouldn't have been able to kill the python. After a brief rest, Man Shan's team bid farewell to Yi Li and left the underground river one after another. Yi Li and his two companions checked their points, which totaled 2540, a substantial haul for each of them. Yi Li said happily, "Not bad, not bad. We should be close to the top 50 now." Luo Xiaopeng proudly fiddled with his environmental scanner. "Of course, look who's leading. There's still time. Want to hunt for a bit more?" Yi Li nodded in agreement. Over the next few hours, with Luo Xiaopeng's uncanny treasure hunting skills, they managed to find 2 more starlight tokens, eliminated a few waves of reckless star beasts, and Yi Li obtained 2 enhancement serums. Their points steadily climbed, finally settling at 3100. Looking at the number, they all felt more secure. "We should be safe now, right?" Luo Xiaopeng sighed in relief. As the sky darkened and the lava landscape grew more sinister in the twilight, Yi Li suggested, "Let's find a place to rest and wait for the assessment to end tomorrow." Luo Xiaopeng activated his scanner again and quickly located a valley with steep cliffs on both sides and a narrow entrance. Perfect spot. Easy to defend, hard to attack. He deftly set up a few alarm devices and basic defensive traps. The 3 of them then crawled into their sleeping bags and, lulled by the distant roars of star beasts, fell into a deep sleep. However, on the other side, Su Li, who had left the sulfur fire mirage python battle in frustration, was not ready to give up. Using her influence, she contacted several teams ranked lower on the leaderboard. A plan to ambush high-scoring teams was quietly taking shape, and Yi Li's team was prominently on the list. At 9:00 a.m. the next day, with only 2 hours left in the assessment, the faint red morning light unique to the lava terrain filtered through the narrow valley entrance, barely dispelling the night's chill. Yi Li and the others had just stuffed their sleeping bags into their backpacks and were stretching their stiff bodies, preparing to leave their temporary camp. Chu Feng was checking the edge of his alloy sword while Luo Xiaopeng was calibrating his environmental scanner, humming a tuneless melody. Without warning, a piercing alarm shattered the valley's tranquility. Luo Xiaopeng's hand jerked, nearly dropping the scanner. Damn! What the hell triggered the alarm? His face instantly tensed as his fingers flew across the portable light screen. Chu Feng reacted instinctively. With a clang, his alloy sword was half drawn from its sheath, his eyes sharp as he scanned the valley entrance. Yi Li frowned slightly and quickly issued defensive commands to Duan Zai and Dao Zai beside him. Both star beasts immediately shifted into combat stances, Dao Zai's wing cases emitting a faint hum. "Launch the drone," Luo Xiaopeng barked. With a software, the micro-reconnaissance drone shot into the air, weaving nimbly through the jagged rocks. Luo Xiaopeng stared at the screen. The enlarged real-time image was slightly shaky, but the content was clear enough to make one's scalp crawl. At the edge of the horizon, a vast, endless crimson tide was sweeping towards them, kicking up clouds of dust. It wasn't a lava flow. It was a terrifying torrent composed of countless tiny red dots surging towards their valley at an astonishing speed. "Damn!" Luo Xiaopeng's voice was dry as he spoke. "Did we stumble into a nest of blazing crystal ants? There have to be tens of thousands of them, right?" The camera zoomed in, clearly revealing the dense swarm of blazing crystal ants with their metallic lustered carapaces and grotesque mandibles. The sheer sight of them was unnerving. The rustling sound they made as they moved seemed to pierce through the screen, bringing with it a suffocating sense of pressure. As they spoke, the leading blazing crystal ants had already surged close to the valley entrance. With a crackling hiss, the electric shock traps Luo Xiaopeng had set up on the periphery were triggered instantly, arcs of electricity flashing and scorching a small patch of ants, emitting a pungent, burnt odor. But for the massive swarm, this was merely a drop in the bucket. More blazing crystal ants, treading over the charred corpses of their kin, surged forward fearlessly, their compound eyes glinting with bloodthirst. Yi Li watched the crimson tide approaching the valley mouth, seemingly about to devour the dawn light, and slowly exhaled. "Xiaopeng, blast the valley entrance. Narrow their approach." Luo Xiaopeng reacted swiftly, hurling bombs towards the valley's exit. A thunderous roar followed as the only wide entrance collapsed, with rubble sealing off most of the passage. Luo Xiaopeng then detonated the pre-placed explosives in succession, creating a circular isolation zone in an attempt to slow the ant tide. Duan Zai opportunely activated Lazy Aura, and a pale yellow halo expanded, causing the leading blazing crystal ants to visibly slow down. However, the ant swarm's numbers were overwhelming. Ignoring the flames and explosions, they crazily gnawed through rock and earth. The isolation zone was visibly being consumed, accompanied by a teeth-grinding rustling sound. "This won't hold for long," Chu Feng roared, having already slain dozens of ants that broke through the line, but more surged in their place. "Retreat," Yi Li decided without hesitation. Luo Xiaopeng immediately threw out 2 collapsible powered skateboards. "Feng Gu, you and I take one. Yili, you take Dun Dun and Dao Zai. As he spoke, he pulled out a flashbang and a smoke grenade from his backpack, hurling them towards the front of the ant swarm. With a sharp whoosh, blinding white light and thick smoke erupted, temporarily blinding the swarm. Seizing the opportunity, the trio jumped onto the skateboards. The engines hummed to life, and they shot up into the air, skimming close to the ground. No sooner had they cleared the valley than the roar of engines from behind followed closely. A modified anti-gravity shuttle, clearly fitted with weapon modules, appeared in their view. Su Li stood at the front with a frosty expression, flanked by the captains of several other teams. "It's Su Li. They're trying to corner us," Luo Xiaoping shouted angrily. A cold glint flashed in Su Li's eyes as she clenched her right fist. Psychic Anchor. A solid energy chain shot forth, precisely targeting the skateboards under Luo Xiaoping and Chu Feng. But Chu Feng reacted with lightning speed. He hurled his alloy sword in a reverse grip, the blade striking the weakest point of the energy chain with precision. With a sharp crack, the chain snapped apart. Yili issued an order simultaneously, Dun Dun Zai Lazy Aura. An invisible wave swept across the shuttle. The pilot's movements visibly lagged, causing the shuttle to swerve sharply, narrowly scraping past a massive obsidian crystal pillar and knocking loose chunks of debris. "Nice one," Luo Xiaoping exclaimed. The trio's skateboards took the chance to veer outwards, accelerating to maximum speed. After a frantic dash, the skateboard's speed began to gradually decrease. Luo Xiaoping's face fell. "Bad news. We're almost out of power. We've got maybe 20 minutes at most. Head for the place where we encountered the crystal thorn storm yesterday." Yili made the decision swiftly. "Fly towards that lava vein spider's cave. Use the terrain to lose them." The trio changed direction, accelerating towards the cave they remembered. While piloting, Luo Xiaoping remotely controlled the remaining micro-robots, quickly setting up traps along their predetermined route. They finally arrived near the cave where they had slain the lava vein spider. Luo Xiaoping deliberately exposed the mechanical giant scorpion near the cave entrance, creating a false impression they were hiding inside. Meanwhile, he planted a high-powered crystal cluster mine in a concealed spot at the entrance and activated the pulse disruptor from his backpack. "The disruptor will knock out their detectors for 5 minutes. We need to move fast," Luo Xiaoping yelled. When Su Li's team shuttle reached the area, they saw the mechanical scorpion clearing rubble at the cave mouth. A cold smirk curled on Su Li's lips. Her psychic skin saw through the crude disguise, yet she gestured for her team to advance anyway. Boom. The mine was triggered. Rocks above the cave entrance collapsed, causing a small landslide. But Su Li was prepared. A translucent psychic barrier expanded, instantly shielding her and the 3 captains beside her. Though disheveled, they were not trapped. The mechanical giant scorpion charged forward valiantly, but was quickly destroyed by Su Li's team, reduced to a pile of scrap metal. "My mechanical scorpion." Luo Xiaoping winced in pain, seeing the darkened icon on his control interface, but his hands kept moving. He activated the pulse disruptor. The opposing engineer's face turned grim as he announced, "Our detectors are jammed. We can't track them for 5 minutes. Damn it." Su Li fumed. She had thought she'd seen through their trap, only to realize it was layers within layers. She had no choice but to order the engineer to fix it quickly. She dared not recklessly pursue, now afraid of heading in the wrong direction. Using the window of the enemy's detector blackout, they finally reached the vicinity of the crystal thorn storm they remembered. They fanned out to search the area, and soon Luo Xiaoping's voice came through, "Found it." They looked at the crystal thorn storm, where fierce winds howled, whipping up fine crystal shards in a sharp, piercing shriek. Checking the time, there were still about 40 minutes left before the competition ended. Yili got off the skateboard with Dao Zai and Dun Dun Zai, as Luo Xiaoping switched the board's mode. "Switch to impact resistance mode," Yili shouted. A layer of energy shield shimmered over the skateboard's shell. Simultaneously, Luo Xiaoping set up light and shadow projectors around them, creating a false image of a calm area and projecting deceptive storm paths. "Xiaoping, Chu Feng, let's lure them over." Yili's gaze sharpened. The trio piloted their skateboards deliberately, slowing down, hovering at the storm's edge, feigning energy depletion and imminent crashes. As expected, Su Li's team with their repair detectors chased at full throttle to Yi Li's group. Seeing their condition, the team's engineer was elated. Their skateboards must be out of juice. "Let's catch up." Hearing the engineer's words, Su Li and the others accelerated in pursuit. But just as they were about to close in, Yi Li's trio suddenly accelerated and turned sharply, narrowly skimming past the edge of a spinning crystal thorn vortex and breaking free. The shuttle behind them and several other pursuers on flying vehicles couldn't dodge in time, plunging headlong into the core of the violent crystal thorn storm. Screams and the sound of tearing metal were instantly swallowed by the storm. Within moments, the protective suits of over a dozen team members flashed red, declaring them out and awaiting rescue. Seeing most of their pursuers eliminated, only Su Li and the 3 captains from different teams managed to escape the storm zone. The four were disheveled with scratches from crystal shards on their clothes, looking quite worse for wear. Damn it. Su Li gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes nearly blazing with fury. She held nothing back now, unleashing her psychic power completely. Thought resonance. An invisible wave like a stone dropped into still water expanded instantly across the entire area. Yi Li's trio felt as if a cold gaze had swept over them, and in the next second their positions were completely exposed. Thought chains. Su Li's voice was icy. 3 ethereal chains formed from pure psychic energy materialized out of thin air, shrieking as they shot precisely towards Yi Li, Chu Feng, and Luo Xiaopeng. Though not physical, the chains seemed to act directly on their minds. The trio instantly felt their thoughts sluggish, their movements becoming incredibly heavy. At the same time, the other 3 captains unleashed their trump cards. Energy beams, genetic berserk enhancement, and energy sniper cannons, all unleashed in a torrent towards the trio. Dun dun zai. Yi Li called out hoarsely. The Tai Chi panda Dun Dun Zai seemed to sense the danger, a sharp glint flashing in its black and white eyes, its usual cute demeanor gone. The lazy, sleepy, and foodie auras lit up, instantly activated simultaneously with unprecedented intensity. The 3 distinct energy fields overlapped. The defensive force field formed by the sleepy aura expanded violently, like an invisible yawning barrier, barely managing to block the first wave of ranged attacks, absorbing the impact with a dull thud. More peculiarly, the sleepy aura's minor restorative effect linked with some unknown buff from the foodie aura. A warm current surged into the trio's minds, slightly reinforcing their psychic strength. And that slight boost was the straw that broke the camel's back. Yi Li's trio felt their minds suddenly clear, their sluggish thoughts snapping back to full speed. The thought chains binding their minds shattered inch by inch, dissolving into nothingness. Well done, Dun Dun Zai. I'll get you extra treats later. Luo Xiaopeng yelped, still shaken from the close call. Freed from the mental bind, Chu Feng's battle spirit blazed. With a mighty roar, his alloy sword hummed as he pointed it directly at the 2 captains charging towards him. Dao Zai also moved in silent coordination, transforming into a swift black shadow and pouncing soundlessly on the nearest captain. Yi Li swiftly commanded Dun Dun Zai, pushing the lazy aura's effect to its maximum, focusing it on Su Li in the air, and the final captain attempting long-range support. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaopeng fired off the last few high-explosive micro-missiles and electromagnetic jamming grenades from his backpack, muttering, "This is so wasteful." A dense network of suppressive fire formed, temporarily keeping the captain's attacks at bay. With the balance of power shifting, the battle turned in an instant. Chu Feng's sword was fierce, each strike aimed at vital points, combined with Dao Zai's ghostly speed and twin blades, and further hampered by the lazy aura, causing their opponents to make repeated mistakes. One captain was overwhelmed and had his suit's energy core slashed by Chu Feng, while the other was taken down by Dao Zai's surprise attack from behind. Almost simultaneously, red lights flashed on both of their suits, declaring them out. The last captain, harried by Luo Xiaopeng's relentless and costly firepower, tried to pull back and create distance, only to find Yi Li had closed in during the opening. Yi Li activated his power belt, channeling star energy into his blade. With a low cry of 7-star slash, 7 condensed beams of cold light shot out, sealing all possible escape routes. The captain only had time for a startled cry before his protective suit's red light blazed, signaling his elimination. In an instant, all 3 captains were taken out. Watching from above, Su Li's face was as dark as a storm cloud. She hadn't expected that even giving her all would lead to such an outcome. What in the world was that panda? Some kind of freakish creature? A fierce glint of unwillingness and suspicion flashed in her eyes, but knowing when to cut her losses, she decisively burst forth with her psychic power again, not to attack, but to drastically enhance her own speed. Turning into a streak of light, she fled towards the distant horizon without a backward glance or a parting word. "Should we chase?" Chu Feng asked, sheathing his sword and looking at Yi Li. Yi Li glanced at the timer on his wrist. Less than 5 minutes remained until the assessment ended. "Nah, no need." Luo Xiaopeng collapsed onto the ground, clutching his chest. "My God, that scared me half to death. We almost blew it." "That's Su Li, she fights dirty." The 3 exchanged smiles, exhaustion washing over them like a tide, but deep in their eyes was the unmistakable ease and joy of victors. They hovered silently in the air, waiting for the final moment to arrive. The signal marking the end of the assessment pierced the sky, and the invisible pressure that had hung over the battlefield abruptly dissipated. Yi Li and his 2 companions exhaled in near unison, their taut nerves easing slightly. Moments later, a unified assembly order echoed forth, guiding all surviving students to gather at the starship. The spacious cabin quickly filled to capacity, the air thick with the scent of sweat, residual energy fluctuations, and a complex tapestry of emotions. Some exultant, others dejected, but most simply weighed down by profound exhaustion. Yi Li and his companions found a corner to stand in. A teacher responsible for tallying scores stepped forward, his gaze sweeping across the crowd below. Without a single superfluous word, he activated a floating holographic screen. A colossal ranking list unfurled, densely packed names and scores beginning to scroll. Every pair of eyes locked onto the screen. The cabin fell so silent that the sound of hurried breathing was plainly audible. Yi Li's heart quickened as his gaze darted across the list, searching for familiar names. The screen scrolled the top 10, flashing by Luo Chen, Qian Mian, Luo Sheng, Yan Lingshui. Each name, renowned and formidable, occupied the high ranks with scores that left others far behind. The list continued downward, finally settling near the 20th position. 19th place, A Chu Feng, 1265 points. 20th place, Yi Li, 1264 points. 21st place, Luo Xiaopeng, 1262 points. Holy crap! Holy crap! We made it! Amidst. Luo Xiaopeng pumped his fist violently, nearly sending Chu Feng stumbling. He bounced around as if coiled with springs while Chu Feng's face broke into a rare smile, his taut nerves finally unwinding. Yi Li stared at the three names clustered together on the screen, a sense of relief settling in his heart. Though they had barely squeezed into the top 20, they had finally secured their tickets to the next round. Just then the teacher spoke again, his voice cutting through the rising murmur and carrying clearly across the cabin. Silence. Next I will announce the rules for the third round of assessment, the arena battle. The relaxed atmosphere instantly tightened, all gazes snapping forward in unison. The third round, arena battle. The teacher's voice was utterly flat. Location: the central arena on campus. Rules are as follows: each qualifier must defeat 5 challengers consecutively on the arena stage to pass. 5 consecutive victories. More than a few drew sharp breaths. Arena defenders will have no rest time until they secure 5 victories. The teacher paused, his tone growing heavier. Unless, of course, no challenger steps forward temporarily. If more than 10 defenders succeed, priority will be given to those who complete 5 victories in the shortest time. Note, it is the shortest total combat time, but waiting periods will also be considered as a significant reference. Challengers may freely choose any arena to challenge. Upon victory, they immediately become the arena defender and must accept challenges from others. Upon defeat, you may switch to another arena and try again. However, each person has only 5 chances of failure, so I urge everyone to choose their opponents wisely. What the heck? Luo Xiaopeng's just relaxed face crumpled again. If nobody dares to challenge, do we just stand there and watch the clock tick against us? Chu Feng frowned and murmured. The rule is to prevent someone overwhelmingly strong from deliberately stalling or opponents being too intimidated to step up, which would render the assessment ineffective. It's merely a reference. If someone truly dominates and no one dares to challenge, the school won't deliberately count their waiting time. All of it is to ensure fairness. Yi Li's eyes flickered as he rapidly processed the rules. Consecutive combat would be an immense test of endurance and energy reserves. The shorter the battle time, the more advantageous. It meant he couldn't afford to get bogged down in grueling fights. He had to end things quickly. This demanded exceptional combat technique and explosive burst power. The arena battle will officially commence in 5 days. The teacher's voice rang out once more. These 5 days are for you to recuperate, recover, and make your final preparations. With the brief explanation concluded, the teacher departed the cabin. The starship gave a slight tremor, and the view outside the porthole began to shift. After a short flight, it pierced through the atmosphere once more, and the colossal architectural complex of Star Vault University came into view. The starship gently docked at the internal spaceport of Star Vault University. The hatch opened and weary students carrying a whirlwind of complex emotions filed out, stepping onto solid ground once more. Sunlight streamed down, the air was crisp, a stark contrast to the battlefield they had just left. The trio followed the crowd out of the ship. 5 days, Luo Xiaopeng said as he walked. What's that even good for? We just finished fighting, and now we have to fight again. The school is way too harsh. He looked at Yi Li and Chu Feng. Yi Li, Chu Feng, what's our plan? How about we grab a bite first? Let's head back and rest up first, Chu Feng said, patting the dust off his clothes. Recovering our condition is the top priority. Yi Li nodded in agreement. Yeah, let's each go back. 2 days of high-intensity combat. We need some proper rest. Back in the familiar dormitory, their taut nerves finally gave way completely. Almost in unison, the three collapsed onto their respective beds. 2 days of relentless high-intensity combat, sleepless hustle, and brutal fighting had wrung every last drop of their energy dry. That sleep was deep and dreamless, as if the world had turned upside down. Yi Li was roused by the glaring sunlight streaming through the window. He felt as though he had slept for an eternity. The soreness radiating through his body reminded him that the past 2 days were no dream. He sat up stretched, and a series of crisp pops echoed from his joints. Luo Xiaopeng was still snoring away, his snores rising and falling in waves. Chu Feng had already left the dorm, presumably out training again. Yili quietly got out of bed. First he checked his star energy. After the fierce battles and brutal skirmishes, his total star energy had grown further. Even more delightful was the resonance with Dun Dun's eye. It felt as though he was only a hair's breadth away from achieving perfection. Combat truly was the catalyst for strength, though the process was always fraught with mortal danger. He opened his system inventory and began to tally the spoils from the survival assessment. Strength Enhancement Potion X3, Speed Enhancement Potion X5, Fire Resistance Potion X3, Star Beast Evolution Stone X1, Crystal Bamboo X1, Star Beast Web Launcher X1, Star Beast Fusion Skill Reverse Current Twin Slash X1. Gazing at the dazzling array of rewards in his inventory, Yili's mood brightened considerably. The Strength and Speed Enhancement Potions could directly boost his Star Beast's base attributes. The Fire Resistance Potion would prove invaluable in specific environments. The Star Beast Evolution Stone was a true treasure. It could allow Dun Dun's eye to break through to the second tier. The Crystal Bamboo was clearly a meal prepared for Dun Dun's eye, packed with far more energy than ordinary bamboo, and it could also increase the upper limit of its internal energy reserves. The Star Beast Web Launcher was a powerful control tool capable of turning the tide in critical moments. But what excited Yili the most was undoubtedly the fusion skill. Reverse Current Twin Slash dropped from defeating the Sulfur Fire Mirage Serpent. The name alone suggested something extraordinary. With a thought, he took out the skill tome for Reverse Current Twin Slash. Do you wish to teach your Star Beast Blade Arm Mantis and Taiji Iron-Eating Beast the Star Beast Fusion Skill Reverse Current Twin Slash? Learning this skill requires both Star Beasts to enter a 6-hour slumber simultaneously. Yili was already well aware of the learning time. With several days remaining before the arena battle, a 6-hour slumber was of no concern whatsoever. He immediately selected to learn. A flash of light, and the skill tome vanished. Blade's eye and Dun Dun's eye, who had been resting at the foot of his bed simultaneously, went limp, falling into a deep sleep, faint energy ripples emanating from their bodies. Watching his two slumbering star beasts, Yili decided to utilize this time for star energy meditation, while also stabilizing the resonance that was on the verge of perfection. Time flowed slowly by the light outside the window, shifting from bright to soft. 6 hours later, Yili slowly opened his eyes from meditation, exhaling a murky breath. He could clearly sense that the invisible barrier between him and Dun Dun's eye had grown even thinner. Almost at the same moment, Blade's eye and Dun Dun's eye at the foot of the bed stirred awake. Both star beasts appeared brimming with vitality, their eyes holding a touch of indescribable newfound intelligence. Come on, let's head to the training room and test out the new skill. With a hint of anticipation, Yili led Blade's eye and Dun Dun's eye to the enclosed training room of the Star Beastmaster Department. The interior was spacious, the walls forged from special alloys capable of withstanding immense energy impacts, and at the center stood several special alloy training dummies used to test attack power. Yili pulled up the skill description for Reverse Current Twin Slash. Reverse Current Twin Slash, under the simultaneous illumination of the Taiji Iron-Eating Beast's 3 auras, the Blade Arm Mantis traverses the river of time, seeking the secrets of space. Upon activation, the Blade Arm Mantis enters bullet time, unleashing 2 devastating blade chi strikes that ignore defense and energy. Maximum range 2 meters from the body. Wounds inflicted are temporarily unable to heal. Ignores defense and energy. Wounds that can't heal. This effect was utterly outrageous. Dun Dun's eye activate all auras. Blade's eye use Reverse Current Twin Slash on that target. Yili pointed to the farthest alloy dummy. After Dun Dun's eye activated its auras, Blade's eye was ready. Its figure suddenly blurred, and in Yili's vision, everything around seemed to slow down, while Blade's eye's movements became impossibly fast, as if darting through frozen fissures in time. Its forelimb blades blazed with blinding light, carving through the air in an arcane trajectory. Shing! Shing! 2 streaks of silver blade chi condensed to a solid materialized out of thin air and slashed toward the distant alloy dummy, almost simultaneously. The blade chi appeared feather-light, yet it carried a terrifyingly sharp aura that pierced straight through the dummy's energy barrier without any resistance. The ultra-hard special alloy dummy was sliced apart, like tofu, the cut surfaces smooth as mirrors. The severed upper half of the dummy paused for a brief moment before crashing to the ground with a dull thud. At the fracture point, a faint, elusive energy fluctuation lingered, actively suppressing the dummy's internal self-repair mechanism. Yili's pupils contracted, his heart racing. So powerful. The sheer force, the effect. This was practically a divine skill. With this move, he would no longer be helpless against opponents with formidable defenses. Beautiful. Blade's eye. Yili couldn't help but exclaim, stepping forward to examine the cut surface closely. The smooth cross-section and the residual energy blocking healing both testified to the terrifying potency of that strike. Yili then administered the acquired strength and speed enhancement potions to Blade's eye. Since Dun Dun's eye was a rear support, it didn't get that treat. Watching Blade's Eye absorb the potions, Yili had it use reverse current twin slash on the alloy dummy once more. 2 flashes of silver light streaked by. The blade chi had grown by half a meter, and the cut was even smoother. It seemed Blade's Eye's strength was now on par with, if not surpassing, a 3rd-tier star beast. With renewed confidence for the upcoming arena battle, Yili felt he could now contend for a spot in the top 10. While Yili was lavish in his praise for the reversing twin slash, at the same moment Luo Xiaopeng was crouched in his mechanical hive, sighing dejectedly over a clutter of parts tools, half-finished mechanical contraptions, and twisted metal fragments. This pile of scrap was all that remained of his once prized mechanical scorpion. The second round's chaotic brawl had nearly drained his resources, leaving him so broke that he had to think twice before purchasing even premium materials. Damn it, I'm going bankrupt. Luo Xiaopeng ran his fingers through his hair, staring at his empty coin purse, his face crumpled like a bitter gourd. The energy cores fried, the drive shaft snapped, and even the outer armor plating is shattered into pieces. He muttered to himself while clumsily attempting to salvage any usable parts from the wreckage. Nearby, a newly assembled spider-type reconnaissance robot watched him, with its mechanical eyes seemingly sympathizing with its owner's plight. So what should I do? Should I go borrow some credits from my cousin? Luo Xiaopeng immediately shook his head, dismissing the thought the moment Lin Maching's face came to mind. He tapped the little spider's head in frustration, his heart heavy with gloom. For the upcoming arena battles, he had no choice but to tighten his belt, working through the nights to hastily craft disposable explosives and cheap mechanical cannon fodder, hoping to compensate for the disparity in quality with sheer quantity and tactical ingenuity. Boom. If I can't blow you up, I'll annoy you to death. Luo Xiaopeng snarled viciously as he tightened a screw, as if the component were his opponent in the arena. Elsewhere, Chu Feng's figure appeared in the gravity training grounds of the mechanical warrior department. Sweat soaked through his training suit, clinging to his body and outlining his solid muscular build. He hadn't acquired any heaven-defying new skills like Yi Li, nor did he possess Luo Xiaopeng's technical expertise. His only recourse was the most primitive yet most reliable method training. Sweat dripped from his chin, but he paid it no mind. A single thought dominated his mind: grow stronger and advance further in the arena. Everyone was accumulating strength in their own way for the final showdown. A few days flew by in the intense training of Yi Li and the others, and the day of the 3rd round of the Academy tournament finally arrived. Following the guidance on their wristbands, Yi Li, Luo Xiaopeng, and Chu Feng made their way together to the central arena. This arena was smaller in scale than the Starlight Arena, yet the atmosphere was far more solemn. 10 combat platforms, shimmering with energy, were evenly spaced. The surrounding stands were already packed with students and instructors eager to watch, the air thick with tension and anticipation. Luo Xiaopeng eyed the platforms, then felt his still empty pockets. Damn, if I get taken down out there, I'll have to borrow credits just to fix my gear, he muttered under his breath. A referee soon appeared at the center of the arena and began the draw for the arena masters. Light screens flickered, names appearing and vanishing before finally settling on 10. Chu Feng. When the name appeared, both Yi Li and Luo Xiaopeng looked over. Chu Feng, calm and composed, strode towards one of the platforms, drawing numerous gazes. Yi Li's heart stirred. With Chu Feng claiming one of the 10 master spots, the competition would only intensify. Not being selected himself was an opportunity to observe the situation. He needed to secure a spot quickly. His gaze swept across the 10 arena masters, finally locking onto one of them. Ironbone from the Gene Warrior department. He was a dark-skinned, muscular young man whose very stance exuded a calm, mountain-like stability. From his intel, Yi Li knew Ironbone was renowned for his extraordinary defensive capabilities. He's the one, Yi Li thought to himself. A perfect chance to test the blade's reversing twin slash and see if it can crack that kind of turtle shell. Having made his decision, the moment Ironbone had barely set foot on his platform, Yi Li activated his gear and with a blur of movement was the first to ascend and challenge him. Ironbone looked at Yi Li and the 2-star beasts beside him, one large, one small. The blade was in a sleek, powerful form, its killing intent concealed. Dun-Dun's eye appeared innocently cute and seemingly harmless. Yet Ironbone's gaze remained steady, showing no signs of underestimation. Anyone who had fought their way into the top 50 was no pushover. Begin, the referee announced. Ironbone didn't hesitate, letting out a low shout as his bones emitted a faint crackling sound and a metallic sheen spread across his skin. His genetic enhancement ability, Steel Skeleton, surged his resistance by 90, almost completely nullifying his sense of pain. Ignoring any potential ranged attacks from Yi Li, he stomped hard and charged straight ahead, intent on leveraging his close-quarters combat advantage. The specialized gauntlets he wore flickered with a blue energy glow, clearly a powerful offensive tool. So fast. Yi Li's pupils contracted. He immediately raised his blade to block, only for a tremendous force coupled with high-frequency vibrations to travel through his weapon, numbing his arm and nearly causing him to stumble. Shockwave fist. Yi Li realized instantly. The punch wasn't just powerful, the added shockwave effect was a real nuisance. Dun Dun's eye used lazy aura. Yi Li commanded immediately. A subtle, invisible wave radiated from Dun Dun's eye. Ironbone's forward charge seemed to falter slightly, just enough to give Yi Li a window to adjust. Simultaneously, Yi Li activated his power belt and swiftly distanced himself. Blade, activate phase barrier to take his punch, then get in close and land a hit. Yi Li had the blade break the deadlock. With a flicker, the blade materialized a semi-transparent, circular barrier in front of itself, bracing for Ironbone's incoming second punch. Boom! The fist connected solidly with the phase barrier. The barrier fluctuated violently, failing to fully absorb the impact. A residual shockwave leaked through, causing the blade to stagger and display signs of brief disorientation. Yi Li's heart sank. This shockwave fist was more ferocious than anticipated. The blade quickly recovered, a fierce glint flashing in its eyes as it launched a afterimage/counterattack. Several arcs of light raked across Ironbone, producing sharp metallic clangs and a shower of sparks. However, apart from a few shallow white marks, the attacks failed to inflict any real damage. Ironbone grinned, seemingly mocking the futility of Yi Li's efforts. His defense is ridiculously tough. Yi Li stopped hesitating. Dun Dun's eye, activate all 3 rings. 3 distinct rings of light blazed to life around Dun Dun's eye, instantly stacking the effects of lazy, drowsy, and greedy auras. Blade, use reversing twin slash. Upon receiving the command, the light on the blade's twin blades turned eerie, as if energy were flowing within them. It lunged at Ironbone once more, faster than before. 2 piercing screeches echoed, a sound entirely different from the previous metallic clashes. Ironbone's forward charge abruptly halted. He looked down at his chest, where 2 gruesome, deep wounds were clearly visible, with energy visibly corroding the edges and hindering the rapid self-healing provided by his genetic enhancement. Ironbone's expression changed drastically, and for the first time a look of genuine shock appeared in his eyes. He could sense that those 2 strikes had completely bypassed his steel skeleton. Before he could react, the blade was already closing in again. Yi Li simultaneously activated 7-star slash, unleashing a continuous barrage of blade light, aimed specifically at the wound on Ironbone's chest, coordinating with the blade's attacks. With his defenses breached and continuously weakened by Dun Dun's eyes, or as Ironbone suddenly felt endangered. He managed to block a few hits, but the wound threatened to widen. He weighed his options quickly. Continuing the fight, even if he won, would likely result in severe injuries, jeopardizing his subsequent matches. I concede. Ironbone shouted, decisively retreating voluntarily. Yi Li and the blade ceased their attack. Ironbone cast a long, hard look at Yi Li and the blade before turning and leaping off the platform without another word. Students from the nanomedic department immediately rushed forward to treat him. Even while receiving treatment, he was already scanning the other platforms, clearly preparing to recover swiftly and challenge someone else. Yi Li breathed a sigh of relief on the platform. The effectiveness of reversing twin slash had been validated in this battle. It was indeed exceptionally powerful. Having secured his first victory and claimed the arena master spot, all he could do now was wait for the next challenger. The system only rewarded a few snacks for this brief battle. It seemed that as Yi Li and the blade grew stronger, the rewards from such fights would diminish accordingly. Yi Li had barely caught his breath after becoming the arena master when the murmurs from the sidelines reached him clearly. The previous battle against Ironbone, especially the blade's defense ignoring reversing twin slash, had left a deep impression on many of the spectating students. Many who had been eager to challenge him now hesitated. But there are always those confident in their own abilities. Soon a figure lightly leaped onto the platform, a stark contrast to Ironbone's heaviness. The newcomer was a young woman. Her white combat suit made her skin look even fairer, and her eyes held a trace of coldness. It was Xue Ji, an elemental department specialist in ice and snow. Elemental department, and an ice and snow specialist at that. Yi Li sensed this would be tricky. Elementalists often had large area attacks and diverse methods, making them harder to predict than gene warriors. Xue Ji stood still, wasting no words. She extended both hands, and a surge of frigid air erupted from her. The temperature on the entire platform plummeted rapidly, with fine ice crystals forming in the air, and her breath turning into thick, almost opaque white mist. Polar domain. The -50°C cold instantly sent a bone-piercing chill through Yi Li. His movements became uncontrollably sluggish and stiff, and even his thoughts seemed to slow down. Beside him, the blade's wing cases vibrated slightly, as if resisting the sudden drop in temperature. Dun Dun's eye meanwhile shrank its neck and gave a comical shiver, its round body trembling. As the domain expanded, 3 puppets formed from ice crystals materialized before Xue Ji. They were of varied forms, radiating a dangerous cold light, and advanced towards Yi Li with heavy, deliberate steps encircling him. Dun Dun's eye, lazy aura, drowsy aura. Yi Li commanded swiftly. Two rings of light lit up around Dun Dun's eye, and invisible waves spread out attempting to weaken the ice puppet's mobility while also slightly alleviating the cold and sluggishness affecting Yi Li. Yet within this polar domain, even the auras seemed to lose some of their effectiveness. Yi Li swung his blade to block, but the ice puppet's attacks were heavy and forceful, each impact carrying a biting cold. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing was relentless. Yi Li was forced into a continuous retreat, a thin layer of frost already forming on the surface of his combat suit. Seeing this, Xue Ji's eyes turned cold, seemingly unsatisfied with the stalemate. She moved her finger slightly. Explode. The three ice puppets besieging Yi Li suddenly swelled without warning and then detonated in a tremendous explosion. The violent blast, filled with countless sharp ice shards and a terrifying wave of freezing cold, instantly engulfed the spot where Yi Li and Dun Dun's eye stood. The immense impact force felt as if Yi Li's internal organs had been displaced, and the fierce cold penetrated his combat suit, seeping into his body and causing him to shiver involuntarily. Dun Dun was blasted and tumbled a great distance away. Fortunately, its thick skin and sturdy frame meant it only looked a bit disheveled. Yi Li steadied himself, but his combat suit was now covered in a thick layer of frost, making joint movement even more difficult. At the very moment of the explosion, relying on the extreme speed of afterimage, Daozi transformed into a blurry shadow, narrowly evading the blast's core and using the momentum to charge straight towards Yukaheim herself. But Yukaheim reacted swiftly. A thick shield of frost coalesced instantly before her. Daozi's twin blades slammed heavily against the ice shield. Dimensional Cut activated. A flash of light flickered on Daozi's blade. Crack! The ice shield shattered on impact, sending shards of ice scattering in all directions. A flicker of pain. While retreating, Yukaheim waved her hand again, summoning three more ice crystal puppets, their target aimed directly at Daozi in midair. Having used skills consecutively, Daozi's stellar energy was considerably depleted. Its sheath wings vibrated as it agilely dodged the puppet's lunges, temporarily retreating to Yi Li's side. Yukaheim directed the three new ice crystal puppets to encircle Yi Li once more. Simultaneously, she gestured with both hands, and dark clouds began to gather above the arena. A biting wind howled, carrying snowflakes and hail. Blizzard storm. Countless tiny sharp ice shards fell like a sudden downpour, combined with the ground attacks from the ice puppets, completely suppressing Yi Li in place, drastically shrinking his available space to maneuver. This is really troublesome. We can't delay any longer. Yi Li's gaze hardened. Daozi used afterimage to break through once more. Daozi under her body's surface was quickly. Daozi's dimensional cut struck Yukaheim's crystallized form, but only produced a crisp, ting sound, leaving behind a shallow white mark. It couldn't break through the defense at all. Now, Dun Dun, activate all three rings. Yi Li roared. The final ring on Dun Dun, the devouring halo, suddenly blazed to life. Lethargy, somnolence, devouring. The effects of the three halos stacked, enhancing Daozi's attack. Daozi countercurrent twin slash. This was Yi Li's ultimate trump card. The strange flow of energy appeared once more on Daozi's twin blades, even more condensed than when they had faced Ironbone before. Ignoring the ice crystal armor on Yukaheim's surface, two streams of silver light sliced across her chest as easily as cutting through tofu. Ryup. This time it wasn't a crisp clang, but the grating sound of tearing. The ice crystal armor shattered on impact, revealing the torn combat suit beneath and two wounds so deep they exposed bone. Ugh! Yukaheim let out a muffled groan. Her ice crystallization state instantly deactivated. Her face turned deathly pale, her eyes filled with shocking disbelief. Yukaheim staggered back 2 steps, looking down at the horrifying wounds on her chest. Shards of ice crystal armor slid silently away, revealing the torn suit and the mangled flesh beneath. Blood gushed forth quickly, staining her clothes crimson. What alarmed her even more, how is this possible? Ice crystallization was her strongest defensive stance, a secret family energy technique. How could it be broken so easily by those two seemingly insignificant flashes of blade light? She tried to channel her ice types. The intense pain and the disruption. The dark clouds swirling above the arena began to dissipate. The 3 ice crystal puppets that had been so menacing moments ago now moved sluggishly, their icy sheen dimming. Yukaheim, she knew she had lost the ability. Yukaheim took a deep breath, suppressing the surging blood and complex emotions within. She raised a slightly trembling hand. I concede. Uttering those 3 words seemed to drain all the strength from her body. Yi Li let out a long. He patted Dun Dun's head. Good job. Extra rations for you when we get back. Dun Dun immediately perked up, nuzzling Yi Li's hand, as if it hadn't been the one providing that miraculous 3-ring support just moments ago. Daozi, meanwhile, quietly returned to Yi Li's side, its breathing somewhat unsteady. Clearly, countercurrent twin slash had taken a significant toll on it as well. Looking at the small snacks rewarded by the system, Yili could only sigh, thinking that winning wasn't easy, but the rewards were ridiculously paltry. Not long after he wore a glue. The moment the battle began, Duing commanded the bone-eroding scorpion to swell its abdomen and spew out a large cloud of dark green venomous mist. The mist spread rapidly, carrying a pungent odor, quickly shrouding most of the arena and drastically reducing visibility. Within the poison mist, the bone-eroding scorpion's figure became indistinct. Hiss! A subtle sound came from within the mist. The next moment, a dark shadow shot out from the edge of the mist like a phantom, its target aimed directly at Dundon, who was yawning. It was the bone-eroding scorpion's stinger, glowing with a sinister green light whistling through the air, lethal sting. Duing had clearly studied. Dundon, watch out. Yili shouted a warning, but the distance was too close and the attack too fast. Thud! The stinger struck Dundon's thick fur with precision. Although the passive defense from the somnolence halo absorbed some of the force, the paralysis effect couldn't be negated. Dundon's body stiffened, its round frame wobbling, a flicker of pain appearing in its eyes. Daozi! Yili immediately commanded. Daozi's sheath wings vibrated as it prepared to charge at the bone-eroding scorpion, but several blurry fox silhouettes materialized, blocking its path. The phantom fox's clones appeared again, disrupting Daozi's movements. Though these clones weren't strong in attack, they were agile, and combined with the cover of the poison mist managed to entangle Daozi for the moment. The poison mist on the arena grew thicker, not only obstructing vision, but also making breathing feel scorching and painful. The bone-eroding scorpion vanished back into the mist, silently circling around towards Yili's position. Duing's intention was clear: use the threat of the poison mist and the bone-eroding scorpion to drive Yili towards the mental trap zone set up by the phantom fox. Yili felt a slight tremor from the ground beneath his feet and immediately dodged to the side. Sure enough, within the mist right where he had been standing, the bone-eroding scorpion's massive pincers snapped shut with a dull, heavy clang. The attack missed, but the gleaming stinger silently shot from another angle towards Yili's back. At the critical moment, Daozi appeared beside Yili as if teleported, and a semi-transparent energy barrier materialized out of thin air, phase barrier. The stinger struck the barrier heavily with a sharp crack, blocking the fatal blow. Cold sweat beaded on Yili's forehead. He quickly pulled a pink, rather cute-looking hairpin from his pocket and pressed it onto Daozi. Wear it. Don't let that fox control you. This was a mental resistance hairpin accessory rewarded by the system after the last battle. Meanwhile, although Dundon was paralyzed and couldn't move easily, it still struggled to maintain the somnolence halo, enhancing its effect further. A strange wave spread out, seeming to slow the corrosive effect of the poison mist within the halo's range. The continuous damage Dundon and Yili were taking began to slowly recover, and their defense was also bolstered. Daozi, forget the clones, find the real fox, Yili ordered. With the pink hairpin on its head, Daozi's figure suddenly became blurred. Activating afterimage / it transformed into several streams of light, ignoring the persistently harassing fox clones, and weaved through the dense poison mist at high speed, searching for the phantom fox's true body. The phantom fox clearly hadn't expected Daozi to break free from the clones so quickly, nor did it seem affected by its mental interference. After a few flashes, Daozi spotted the phantom fox's true body hiding at the edge of the mist. The pink hairpin glowed faintly, repelling the spiritual shockwave emitted by the Daozi swung its twin blades, unleashing several flashes of cold light. The phantom fox let out a piercing shriek as its three clones slowly dissipated. Duing's expression changed. Daozi countercurrent twin slash. Dundon activated all three rings. The strange energy flowed again on Daozi's twin blades as it charged at the bone-eroding scorpion, ignoring the waving pincers and lashing venomous tail. Two streaks of silver blade light crossed and slashed out. Crack! The bone-eroding scorpion's hard carapace was as fragile as paper in the face of countercurrent twin slash, easily sliced open, spraying dark green blood. The bone-eroding scorpion let out a painful hiss, its massive body crashing heavily to the ground. Duing looked at the fallen scorpion, then at the unharmed Yili and the formidable Daozi exuding momentum. Only the panda Dundon. He opened his mouth, but ultimately spoke with unwillingness. I concede. Yili breathed a sigh of relief. This battle was even more perilous than the last. He walked over to Dundon and rubbed its big. The system notification sounded again, rewarding some star beast cultivation fluid and a few small snacks. Small snacks again. Yili's mouth twitched. Dundon, looks like you'll get to eat your fill. Seizing this rare lull in the arena, Yili hurriedly circulated his star energy, attempting to recover from the exhaustion of the previous fierce battle. Yet the respite was so brief as to be nearly negligible, and his fourth opponent had already ascended the stage. His opponent was Qian Mian, a senior student from the mechanics department. The moment the signal to start the battle echoed, Qian Mian thrust his arms outward. A dense droning hum filled the Blade Boy lunged forward. Troublesome, Yili muttered, his brow furrowing. It was an almost total lockdown, drastically shrinking their available space to maneuver. Qianmian was not idle. The indicator light. Yili directed Blade Boy to dodge left and right, finding himself in a rather precarious position. Blade Boy used dimensional severance to clear them from a distance. Yili assessed the situation swiftly. Acknowledging the command, Blade Boy swung his dual blades continuously. Several arcs of blade energy tore through the air, striking the mechanical bees with uncanny accuracy. Then came the explosions. A chain of detonations erupted across the arena. The triggered bees exploded like ignited firecrackers, causing a small-scale chain reaction. The resulting smoke quickly billowed, momentarily obscuring everyone's vision. Get close to him. Yili seized the opportunity. Using the smoke as cover, Blade Boy transformed into a streak of light, darting towards Qianmian's position. However, Qianmian reacted with incredible speed. The droning intensified as more mechanical bees poured out from a device on his back, rapidly replenishing the cleared areas. Simultaneously, a colossal mechanical bear was deployed, positioning itself as a steadfast bulwark in front of Qianmian, completely shielding his body. Confronted by Qianmian hidden behind the massive bear, Blade Boy found no suitable angle of attack. The battle descended into a bizarre stalemate. Blade Boy constantly released blade energy to detonate the bees, clearing small pockets of space, while Qianmian leisurely replenished his swarm and harassed with his belt's weaponry. Having already fought 3 consecutive battles, Yili knew that a prolonged engagement heavily favored Qianmian. The relentless explosions had left Dun Dun's eye feeling dizzy and disoriented. It struggled to maintain its halo, its large head wobbling occasionally, which looked rather comical. Yili observed his panda's condition and felt the star energy of himself and Blade Boy continuously depleting. He knew they couldn't afford to drag this out any longer. Seeing that the arena had become relatively more open after the recent round of clearing, Yili commanded, Dun Dun, Zai, activate all 3 rings. Dun Dun Zai responded instantly. The 3 halos stacked and merged, releasing a peculiar wave of energy. This not only further enhanced Yili and Blade Boy, but also seemed to dissipate the lingering explosion dust in the air more quickly. Blade Boy used reversal twin slash to attack that bear. Empowered by the halo, Blade Boy's aura surged. With a strange energy flow gathering on his dual blades, he charged straight for the colossal mechanical bear, unleashing the reversal twin slash. 2 silver arcs of blade light, imbued with peculiar laws, crossed as they were unleashed. A sharp grating sound of tearing metal echoed. The mechanical bear's hardened alloy arm was cleanly severed by the 2 arcs of light. The cut was perfectly smooth, with residual energy crackling at the edges. At that exact moment, the bear's arm dropped. Qianmian, now partially exposed, activated the power belt at his waist. 7-star severance. Yili's figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning. His long blade traced 7 precise and swift trajectories, aligned like the stars of the Big Dipper. All 7 strikes landed precisely on the gaps in Qianmian's defenses, exposed by the mechanical bear's breach. Caught off guard by the rapid assault, Qianmian was unable to defend against the fierce 7 consecutive slashes. Reeling from the energy impact, he stumbled and fell to the ground. The referee declared Yili the victor. Huff, huff. Yili leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. Sweat dripped down his face. Blade Boy descended beside him, his form slightly unsteady, clearly also heavily depleted. This battle had been far more grueling and prolonged than anticipated. Yili and Blade Boy stood still, momentarily too exhausted to even move. In the spectator stands below, many eyes flickered with calculation, privately assessing their own chances of victory against this visibly fatigued Yili, who had just fought 4 consecutive matches. Qianmian was barely helped off the stage, and before Yili could even catch his breath, another figure leaped up with palpable eagerness, refusing to grant him a moment's respite. The newcomer was Luke from the firearms department, wielding a pair of fierce-looking short-barreled guns in each hand, one painted a deep crimson, the other a dark purple. These were his prized weapons, Crimson Verdict and Shadow's Kiss. The thick gun barrels hinted at terrifying power. Unlike most firearms students who favored long-range sniping, Luke was more like a gene-forged warrior wearing a gunner's skin, reveling in close-quarters combat and the visceral thrill of blasting large-caliber armor-piercing rounds into an opponent's skull. The moment the referee's command to start fell, Luke pushed off the ground. Instead of retreating, he lunged forward like a leopard, charging straight at Yili. Yili could even see the cruel smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Dun Dun's eye, maximum drowsiness halo. Yili ordered immediately. This was no time for a direct confrontation. Our recovery was the top priority. Receiving the command, Dun Dun's eye blinked its small eyes, its head still reeling from the dizziness caused by the continuous explosions. Nevertheless, it faithfully executed the order. An invisible wave radiated from it, making the very air feel thick and languid. To maximize the defensive effect, Dun Dun's eye simply tilted its head, plopped down on its rear, and immediately fell asleep, snoring loudly. As it slept, the protective halo's thickness and density suddenly multiplied, firmly encasing Yi Li and Blade Boy within its embrace. Yi Li sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes to recover star energy with every precious second. Blade Boy hovered at his side, watching Luke's circling movements outside the barrier with vigilant eyes. Seeing this, Luke showed no impatience, only a hint of mockery. He moved rapidly around the shield, firing his twin guns, Crimson Verdict and Shadow's Kiss, alternately. Orange-red armor-piercing rounds screamed through the air, slamming into the halo shield one after another. A dense barrage of impacts echoed, sending violent ripples across the shield's surface. Its glow visibly dimmed with each hit. Under the relentless fire, the shield's light continuously waned and cracks began to spiderweb across its surface. A sharp glint flashed in Luke's eyes. Seizing a moment when the shield's energy fluctuated, he pulled a high-explosive grenade from his belt and hurled it. A thunderous explosion erupted as the grenade detonated against the shield's surface. The violent energy impact was the final straw. The once solid shield shattered like glass struck by a heavy hammer, collapsing with a resounding crash as fragments dispersed into points of starlight. Almost simultaneously, Dun Dun's eyes forms slumped to the ground, unlikely to wake anytime soon. Clearly, the combination technique reversal twin slash, which required its cooperation, was now beyond Blade Boy's reach. Yi Li and Blade Boy would have to rely solely on themselves. Game over. Luke sneered, his movements ghostly as he closed in on Yi Li. This was his famed arc-light step. His footwork was utterly unpredictable, shifting from left to right without warning. With every dodge, his gun muzzles would align with his target, firing deadly rounds, weaving a web of bullet fire that seemed impossible to track, sealing off all of Yi Li's potential escape routes. Yi Li's eyes sharpened. The power belt at his waist activated, instantly propelling him in a high-speed leap to the side and rear, narrowly evading the incoming hail of bullets. Simultaneously, Blade Boy transformed into a streak of light, activating phase barrier in a desperate attempt to close the distance and disrupt Luke's firing rhythm. Yet Luke's combat experience was vast. Unfazed by Blade Boy's charge, he calmly adjusted his twin gun muzzles. A torrent of bullets swept across the phase barrier, blasting straight through it. Another grenade followed, detonating precisely beside Blade Boy. The shockwave sent Blade Boy flying, tumbling through the air several times before he managed to right himself. TCH, what a nuisance. Yi Li cursed under his breath. Seeing Luke's offensive rhythm growing smoother, Yi Li knew he couldn't remain on the defensive any longer. His resolve hardening, Yi Li maxed out the engine power of his power belt. Instead of dodging, he charged head-on towards Luke's gun barrels like a cannonball. Seeing this, Luke curled his lips in a sneer, as if watching a fool walk into a trap. He fired both guns simultaneously, pouring bullets mercilessly into Yi Li. Yi Li gritted his teeth, forcibly circulating his star energy to withstand the barrage. His body absorbed tremendous impacts. Under the assault of large-caliber armor-piercing rounds at close range, his shoulder and abdomen were struck in succession. Blood splattered, and a searing pain lanced through his nerves. But Yi Li, propelled by the power belt, collided with Luke's body. His long blade began to vibrate at a strange high frequency. This was mantis-style thousand cicada song. Luke felt as if 1,000 cicadas had suddenly started screeching inside his skull. His vision blurred and doubled for a split second, and his movements involuntarily froze. Blade Boy, poised and ready, seized this golden opportunity. Activating afterimage / several blurred afterimages rapidly closed in on Luke, followed by the razor-sharp blade energy of dimensional severance, striking Luke's gun-wielding hands. With two clattering sounds, Luke's Crimson Verdict and Shadow's Kiss flew from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Before he could fully recover from the dizziness, the twin blades, shimmering with star pattern energy, were already pressed against his throat. Luke's body stiffened, feeling the sharp cold and energy fluctuations at his neck. The contempt on his face had vanished, replaced by sheer shock and resignation. He swallowed hard and raised his hands. "I surrender." The referee's voice rang out at that moment, declaring Yi Li the winner. The instant Yi Li heard the referee's announcement, his body slowly slid to the ground. He gasped for air, sweat mingled with blood streaming down his face, his vision even darkening at the edges. Blade Boy landed beside him, his form swaying slightly, his glow considerably dimmed, clearly equally drained. With this, 5 consecutive victories were achieved. Yi Li had finally entered the ranks of the victors. As several nanomedicine students from the department, who had been waiting below the stage, helped him sit down and administered emergency treatment, despite the searing pain throughout his body and his star energy nearly depleted, an involuntary smile spread across his face. He glanced at Blade Boy, who was also receiving energy replenishment nearby, and then at Dun Dun's eye, who had just woken up and was staring at the medical instruments with a bewildered expression. Amidst the exhaustion, there was an indescribable sense of fulfillment. This journey had been incredibly hard fought. The nanite medical machines hummed softly as gentle beams of healing light swept across Yi Li's body. The gruesome wounds on his shoulder and abdomen visibly writhed, contracted, and sealed at an astonishing speed, leaving behind only faint pink marks. The pain swiftly receded, replaced by a soothing numbness as his star energy slowly recovered. Yi Li tentatively moved his arm, though still slightly stiff, it no longer hindered his movements. He propped himself up on the treatment bed and let out a long, turbid breath. Beside him, the glow around dagger stabilized, no longer flickering as erratically as before. Clearly, it had also received an effective energy replenishment. Meanwhile, little Dindon, seemingly oblivious to the situation, curiously extended a tiny stubby hand to poke the instrument interface, supplying energy to dagger. A faint jolt of energy repelled him, sending him tumbling onto the ground with a thud. He sat there dazed, rubbing his eyes and looking at Yi Li as if to ask, "What's that? Can I eat it?" Yi Li chuckled, stretching his limbs and feeling significantly better. He walked toward the arena floor where fierce battles were still raging on the other platforms. Energy beams, flashing blades, and the roar of machinery interwove in a chaotic symphony, punctuated by bursts of gasps from the audience. His gaze soon locked onto a familiar figure not far away. Chu Feng had just concluded his fifth battle, leaning casually against the railing with a relaxed expression. Clearly he too had advanced smoothly. Yi Li walked over and gave him a pat on the shoulder. "Done." Chu Feng turned, his face breaking into a smile upon seeing Yi Li. "Yeah, you're quick." "Not bad." Chu Feng's tone was calm, but his gaze drifted toward one of the platforms. Watching Fatty, Yi Li followed his line of sight and saw Luo Xiaopeng struggling desperately on the stage. His opponent was a hulking Jin warrior whose attacks were broad and overwhelming, each strike carrying terrifying force. Luo Xiaopeng had clearly expended too many of his mechanical creations during the earlier second-round melee, and was now forced to make do with a few hastily assembled mini-machines, some mines and defensive devices to keep his opponent at bay. But even the most skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without ingredients. Those makeshift contraptions were systematically destroyed under the Jin warrior's ferocious onslaught. Boom! The Jin warrior shattered Luo Xiaopeng's last defensive barrier with a single punch, then followed up with a devastating charge that sent him flying clean off the platform. Luo Xiaopeng hit the ground hard and struggled to get up, his face etched with defeat. This was his fifth match, his final chance, and a record of 1 win and 4 losses meant his journey ended here. Yi Li and Chu Feng exchanged a glance and walked over together. "Fatty, you okay?" Chu Feng spoke first, nudging Luo Xiaopeng's backside with his foot. Luo Xiaopeng looked up, and seeing them his dejection deepened. "Sai outmatched in skill, and my gear couldn't keep up either. I lost." He brushed the dust off himself and struggled to sit up. "My invincible windfire wheels got dismantled before I could even use them. I should have just thrown them at his face right then." Yi Li couldn't help but find the sight amusing. "All right, come back better prepared next time. Making it this far is already an achievement." "Mechanics aren't exactly built for combat," Chu Feng added in consolation. Luo Xiaopeng looked at them both. "You two have won all 5 matches. Impressive. Save me a good spot in the finals to watch the show." Hearing about their victories, Luo Xiaopeng was genuinely thrilled for his friends. The shadow of his own failure was lifted by their success, and with his naturally optimistic disposition, he soon felt much better. Yi Li and Chu Feng didn't linger on the topic. The three of them strolled around the arena perimeter, observing the intense battles on other platforms while scouting out potential opponents. "Whoa, look at that big bald guy. We teamed up with him during the melee." Luo Xiaopeng suddenly pointed at a platform, his tone exaggerated. The trio turned to look. A towering bald man over 2 meters 20 was rampaging across the platform. His muscles bulged grotesquely, and his skin had taken on an unnatural dark red hue. Clearly, he had activated some form of genetic enhancement. "That's Mansion." Chu Feng recognized him. Yi Li also noticed that Mansion's body was covered in a thick layer of white bone armor, shimmering with a faint energy glow. "His defense has grown significantly stronger," Yi Li remarked. Mansion, ignoring the energy bolts fired at him, charged forward relentlessly. Each swing of his massive shock warhammer produced a dull, oppressive whoosh through the air. His opponent was a gunslinger, constantly repositioning and attempting to snipe at Mansion's vital points. But the bullets merely sparked off the bone shield, leaving shallow white marks. Utterly ineffective. Boom. Mansion seized an opening, sweeping his warhammer in a wide arc that sent the gunslinger, gun and all, flying across the arena, slamming hard into the protective barrier. The man was instantly incapacitated. "That guy is basically a human tank." Luo Xiaopeng clicked his tongue. "If my little robots ran into him, they'd be scrap metal in one swing. Top tier in both defense and strength. Nearly unstoppable in close combat," Chu Feng summarized. They turned their attention to another platform where an even more dazzling battle was unfolding. A young man with crimson hair hovered in midair, his golden-red pupils devoid of emotion, surrounded by swirling flames. He wore a specially made high-temperature-resistant ceramic armor and wielded a uniquely shaped molten core halberd. The elemental genius Luo Xingyan, Yi Li murmured. With a sweep of his halberd, Luo Xingyan conjured several massive fire dragons that roared toward his opponent, distorting the very air in their wake. His opponent, a mech pilot, attempted to close the distance, but was driven back relentlessly by the fiery serpents. The mech's surface sizzled and crackled under the intense heat. Finally breaking through the dragon's blockade, the pilot was met with an explosive burst of scorching radiance from Luo Xingyan as the temperature skyrocketed. Before he could even launch an attack, the armor plating on his chest visibly melted and warped, forcing him into a humiliating retreat. Holy crap, he's a walking furnace. Luo Xiaoping yelped. Who dare get close to that? Chu Feng, can your mech take that? Chu Feng's expression was grim. His instantaneous burst temperature is too high. Unless you have special heat-resistant coating, it's nearly impossible. Finally, their gaze settled on the most attention-grabbing platform of all. The battle had just concluded. A young man with silver hair and blue eyes stood silently, his countenance cold and stern. He wore armor woven from what appeared to be starlight, and in his hand was a gilded long blade shimmering with flowing radiance. His opponent lay collapsed on the ground, armor covered in smooth, clean cuts, as if sliced countless times by the sharpest of blades. Luo Chun, the direct heir of the ancient Luo family. Chu Feng's tone carried a hint of wariness. Another top-tier gene warrior expert, but his approach is completely different from Mansion's. Yi Li recalled the fleeting glimpse of the battle he'd caught. Luo Chun moved like a phantom, blinking across the platform at incredible speed, each appearance behind or beside his opponent. His nanoblade merely grazed, and the enemy's defenses collapsed like paper. The entire process was fluid, elegant, yet lethally efficient. His speed is incredible, and that nanomolecular blade has astonishing cutting power. Yi Li noted, his eyes narrowing slightly. Top-tier equipment, ridiculously high genetic modification level, virtually no weaknesses, Luo Xiaoping sighed. Compared to these guys, I really am out of my league. Just then, the holographic screen above the arena flickered to life, signaling the end of all platform battles. The judge's voice boomed through the speakers. The top 10 of this year's Academy tournament have been determined. Now we announce the list of advancing contestants. Names and affiliations scrolled across the screen. Gene Warrior Division. Luo Chun, Elemental Division. Luo Xingyan, Gene Warrior Division. Manshan, Mech Warrior Division. Chu Feng, Elemental Division. Lei Yu, Psychic Division. Ruo Shui, Star Beast Tamer Division. Yi Li, Mech Warrior Division. Lu Quangzhan, Mechanic Division. Tian Sheng, Gunslinger Division. Baoyan. Seeing his and Yi Li's names on the list, a faint smile tugged at Chu Feng's lips. He exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Li and gave a subtle nod. Wow. Old Yi. Old Chu. You both made it. Awesome. Luo Xiaoping, upon seeing the list, instantly cast aside his own disappointment and excitedly. The judge's voice once again echoed through the arena. Top 10 contestants, congratulations on standing out. After a brief rest, the final ranking competition will officially begin the day after tomorrow to determine the ultimate standings and rewards. Amid the bustle of the crowd dispersing, Luo Xiaoping was still dancing with joy for his friend's advancement. The day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, I'll grab the best seats and watch you two dominate. Yi Li patted his shoulder, a relaxed smile on his face. Turning to Chu Feng, his expression grew more serious. Old Chu, we've hit the top 10 goal. Give it your all from here on out, but that hand. Don't use it unless absolutely necessary. He referred to Chu Feng's left hand. Chu Feng met Yi Li's concerned gaze and nodded solemnly. I understand. He knew of Yi Li's worry and was well aware of his own condition. Reaching this point was already a breakthrough. There was no need to risk everything for empty glory. Luo Xiaoping chimed in, exactly, safety first. The brief day of rest passed quickly. The top 10 contestants reconvened in the arena, the atmosphere noticeably heavier than before. After rounds of elimination, those remaining were nothing less than the elite of the elite. The stands were packed to capacity, countless eyes fixed upon the final 10. Yi Li was clear-eyed about his own standing. Against top-tier talents like Luo Chun and Luo Xingyan, breaking into the top 3 was nearly impossible. Yet he was not disheartened. The path of a Star Beast Tamer was one of mutual growth between partner and self. In every match, he gave his all, coordinating seamlessly with his Star Beast companion and displaying considerable prowess. However, on his quest to climb higher, he encountered Chu Feng. On the arena stage, one side was Yi Li deftly commanding his Star Beast while biding his time to strike, and on the other was Chu Feng, a battle-hardened veteran who knew Yi Li inside out. The two were locked in a prolonged and fiercely contested duel. In the end, it was Chu Feng who emerged victorious, proving himself the superior combatant. Stepping down from the stage, Yi Li glanced at his scoreboard rank, frozen at 8th place, then looked at Chu Feng, who had just claimed 7th. He couldn't resist throwing a playful punch at his friend's shoulder, half joking, half frustrated. Nice one, old Chu. You just had to pick on your own brother, huh? Where's that go easy on me promise? A rare look of sheepishness crossed Chu Feng's face. All's fair in love and war, let alone between brothers. Luo Xiaopong, who had been watching from the sidelines with his heart in his throat, rushed over and threw an arm around each of them. Hey, 8th place is awesome too. You did great, old Yi. And old Chu 7th is impressive. It's just that your rankings are way too close. Talk about destined rivals, eh? In the subsequent matches, Ruoxue faced Manshan with her inscrutable psychic prowess. Her spiritual puppet precisely disrupted Manshan's movements, rendering his vaunted strength and defenses utterly useless. She ultimately triumphed through sheer cunning, pulling off a minor upset and leaving Manshan stuck in 4th place. Meanwhile, Luo Chun and Luo Shengyan swept through their brackets without breaking a sweat, setting up a showdown in the finals. The final battle was a spectacular climax, pitting Luo Chen's speed and finesse against Luo Shengyan's elemental explosions. The collision of starlight blade flashes and towering flames ignited the entire arena. In the end, Luo Chun narrowly edged out Luo Shengyan to claim the championship of this grand competition. The cheers for Luo Chen's victory had yet to fully subside, and the atmosphere above the arena remained electric. The authoritative voice of the referees rang out once more, cutting through the din and reaching every ear with perfect clarity. 1st place, Ijin Warrior Department, Luo Chun. He is awarded 5 million in cultivation resources and 1 opportunity to make any reasonable request to the academy. 2nd place, O Elemental Department, Luo Shengyan. He is awarded 3 million in cultivation resources and 1 top-tier piece of equipment matching his abilities. 3rd place, O Psychic Department, Ruoxue. She is awarded 2 million in cultivation resources and 1 exclusive weapon of her rank. 4th place, A Gene Warrior Department, Manshan. 5th place, O Mech Warrior Department, Lu Quangzhan. 6th place, O Elemental Department, Lei Yu. 7th place, O Mech Warrior Department, Chu Feng. 8th place, O Star Beast Tamer Department, Yi Li. 9th place, O Gunner Department, Bao Yan. 10th place, O Mechanic Department, Tianxing. All finalists from 4th to 10th place are awarded 1 million in cultivation resources. This year's Academy Grand Competition has come to a successful conclusion, but a new journey is about to begin. The referee's voice drew everyone's attention back to the judges' stand. To honor the victors and look toward the future, the Academy will join forces with the military and other elite academies to organize an interstellar secret realm expedition. The destination of this expedition is the Phantom Crystal planet, recently discovered and preliminarily surveyed by the military. Our academy will select 30 outstanding students to participate, including the top 10 from this competition. Yi Li's spirits lifted at this announcement. Having fought his way into the top 10 was precisely for this interstellar expedition. He nudged Chu Feng with his elbow. Chu Feng, an interstellar expedition. This reward is way more practical than resources. Chu Feng gave a slight nod, a subtle, barely perceptible flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. The referee's voice continued. In addition to the top 10, 2 outstanding students from the nanomedic department have been selected to ensure the team's sustainability and safety. Furthermore, some top-tier students from the junior and senior years will also join, forming our academy's 30-member expedition team. More importantly, the referee emphasized, this expedition is not ours alone. We will be joined by elite military cadets, as well as 30 students each from Deep Space University, Blazing Phoenix University, and 2 other top-tier academies, bringing the total to 150 participants in a joint expedition force. 150 people. Luo Xiaoping gasped. Good grief, that's a massive operation. The top 4 academies plus military elites. Yi Li's heart skipped a beat as well. The chance to compete with, and even fight alongside, geniuses from other elite academies was an opportunity too rare to miss. This joint expedition aims to hone practical combat skills and cultivate the new generation of core combat power. The referee declared, his voice sonorous and resolute. The entire operation will be led by the military, with a military fleet providing rigorous escort. All participants are to assemble at the academy in 7 days, from where you will be transported to the military-designated spaceport to set off together for the Phantom Crystal planet. Further details will be sent to your wristbands shortly. Dismissed. With that final command, the crowd erupted. The end of the competition brought no disappointment. Instead, a grander, more exhilarating announcement had ignited a new blaze of excitement. Secret realms, alien planets, the military and elite academies joining forces. These words combined stirred a deep sense of longing in every young heart. Over the next 7 days, Yi Li devoted every waking moment to his cultivation. The fierce clashes of the competition had acted as a catalyst, causing the star energy within him to surge with unusual vigor. With each circulation through his meridians, he could distinctly sense his star energy growing at an unprecedented rate. The star vortex within him spun ever faster, hinting at an impending fullness. He knew this was the sign that his second-stage star energy was on the verge of completion. But Yili didn't want to wait. Using the star energy enhancement fluid, he had already saturated his second-level star energy. All he needed was to achieve perfect resonance with Dun Dun Zai, and he would cross the threshold into becoming a third-tier star beast tamer. Thinking of Dun Dun Zai, Yili glanced over. The little creature was sprawled on its back on a soft blanket, snoring thunderously, completely oblivious to its master's dedication. Yili chuckled. At least one of them had no worries. The million-star coin worth of resources awarded by the Academy had already arrived in full. The Star Beast Tamer department had also gifted Yili a Star Beast spatial fold backpack containing a 5 square meter space for his beasts to rest. Storing Dun Dun Zai and Dao Zai in the beast backpack would make travel far more convenient. Yili had also prepared all the materials needed for contracting his next star beast, along with third-level star energy enhancement fluid and other resources. He had purchased a Starhowl X7 pistol and light protective combat armor as well. While the secret realm offered greater opportunities, it also harbored greater dangers, and Yili believed self-protection was paramount. Throughout those 7 days, the entire academy buzzed with a heady mix of restlessness and anticipation. News of the interstellar expedition had spread far and wide, with every student talking about the Phantom Crystal Planet and the joint operation of the 4 elite academies and the military. Whenever Yili stepped out of his cultivation chamber, he could feel the fervent wave of excitement washing over him. Finally, the morning of the 7th day arrived. Yili packed his gear and arrived at the Star Vault Academy's private spaceport alongside Chu Feng. The spaceport was vast, and the transport ship slated for departure hovered silently. A sizable vessel gleaming with a deep blue metallic luster. The Academy's emblem on its hull reflected a flowing, shifting light. The air hummed with the low, distinctive drone of energy engines warming up, intermingled with a palpable undercurrent of barely suppressed excitement and anticipation. A significant number of students had already gathered, with most of the contingent present. Some chatted in small groups while others stood quietly alone. Yili's eyes swept across the crowd, immediately spotting several familiar or striking figures. Mu Xingling, the girl who had helped Yili gain admission to Star Vault Academy, stood slightly apart from the crowd in her immaculate white combat suit. Her back was ramrod straight, her demeanor cool and aloof, as if the lively discussions around her had nothing to do with her. Her expression was focused and serene, as if lost in thought, or perhaps thinking of nothing at all. Not far away, Lin Maching's figure was equally conspicuous. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, radiating a palpable stay-away aura, sweeping over everyone present with a scrutinizing, appraising look. She was like an unsheathed sword, poised to respond to any threat at a moment's notice. Yili also noticed another striking center of attention, a girl with an ethereal, otherworldly air, dressed in a light purple academy uniform, a stark contrast to the combat suits worn by most of the crowd. She was surrounded by 5 or 6 people engaged in hushed conversation, the atmosphere around them seeming quite amicable, with the occasional soft laugh drifting over. A faint smile played on her lips, gentle and demure, as though she were a natural focal point. Yili could sense that beneath that seemingly harmless serenity lay a power not to be underestimated. She was likely a formidable student, perhaps a top figure from some special department. Besides his fellow students who had distinguished themselves in the competition, there were several figures with an especially steady, composed aura, clearly senior students from the junior and senior years. They lacked the effusive excitement of the underclassmen, instead conversing in low, calm tones, their gazes occasionally sweeping over newcomers like Yili with a placid, appraising look. Their equipment was more sophisticated, bearing the subtle marks of extensive use, testament to real combat experience. One of them, a tall, powerfully built senior with a stern face, seemed to recognize Chu Feng. When their eyes met, he gave Chu Feng a slight nod, a silent acknowledgement. Yili nudged Chu Feng with his elbow and murmured, "A gathering of elites, huh? Feels like every one of them is something special." Chu Feng's gaze swept calmly across the scene, replying with his characteristic terseness. Seeing Chu Feng's unflappable demeanor, Yili felt his own restless heart settle somewhat. At least this teammate was dependable. Surveying these top-tier students from various departments and grades, future companions and possibly rivals from other academies in the joint expedition, Yili felt a surge of battle spirit mixed with anticipation slowly rising in his chest. The end of the competition was not the finish line. The joint expedition to the Phantom Crystal Planet was where the true test began. He clenched his fist, feeling the vibrant star energy within him, and felt a deep craving for the journey ahead. The thought of venturing deep into the uncharted Phantom Crystal Planet alongside geniuses from Deep Space University, Blazing Phoenix University, and other top academies, as well as elite military cadets, made Yili's heart race uncontrollably. This was not merely an expedition, it was a silent contest. As the boarding command rang out, the crowd began moving in an orderly fashion toward the ship's entrance. Yili took a deep breath, patted Chu Feng on the shoulder, and said, "Let's go, Chu Feng. Our new journey begins now." Chu Feng nodded, and the two stepped onto the ramp leading toward the Sea of Stars. An unknown planet, powerful companions and adversaries. All of it heralded that the journey ahead would be anything but ordinary. The Star Vault Academy starship descended smoothly onto the military's designated assembly point, the heavy alloy deck, transmitting a faint tremor followed by the hiss of the airlock seals opening. Beyond the viewport lay a solemn expanse of metallic earth, where several vessels, each bearing distinct Academy insignias, were already touching down in succession. Soldiers in regulation uniforms moved with precise, efficient purpose across the landing pad. The air was thick with a frigid, iron-blooded atmosphere, a stark contrast to the ambience of the academies. Military liaisons, having anticipated their arrival, guided the students from all participating academies towards the colossal vessel moored nearby. The military mothership, the Sky Vault. Its hull was mountainous in scale, its deep gray coating reflecting a cold, hard sheen under the planet's light. Countless cannon muzzles and sensor arrays adorned its surface, a silent proclamation of its formidable might. Yili moved with the flow of the crowd, stepping into the Sky Vault's interior. A more pronounced military aesthetic greeted him. Wide corridors, walls of bare cold metal, bright, yet non-glaring lights, and the low hum of the air circulation system. All students were led into a vast assembly bay. A considerable crowd had already gathered, with elite students from the 4 great academies occupying distinct zones, their unspoken rivalries palpable in the air. A military representative, an officer whose shoulder insignia bore a star's gleam, addressed them. His voice, amplified by the ship's systems, resonated clearly throughout the bay. There was no preamble, only a direct plunge into the matter at hand. Cadets, welcome aboard the Sky Vault. Our objective, the illusory Crystal Star secret realm. Located within a spatial rift at the edge of known space, it is a high-value target recently identified by the military. His sharp gaze swept across the young, promising faces below. It holds numerous scarce strategic resources, but also harbors a vast population of unregistered high-threat star beasts. This is a newly discovered resource planet where opportunity and danger coexist. However, due to level restrictions, only personnel of level 5 or below are permitted entry. That is why we have sought out elite students like yourselves from the 4 academies. The military's requirements are straightforward: cooperate, gather as many resource samples as possible, survey the internal environment, and ensure your own safety. The expedition is scheduled for half a month. Specific actions will be adjusted based on the actual situation upon arrival. With the brief introduction concluded, the officer signaled that they were dismissed for the time being to await further instructions. The voyage from the assembly point to the spatial rift near illusory Crystal Star would take approximately 50 hours. The military had arranged rest cabins for all the students. Yet this long wait before reaching their destination was destined to be anything but peaceful for these proud geniuses. Even as the crowd in the assembly bay began to disperse towards their respective rest areas, the sparks of inter-academy rivalry were already igniting. Within the Star Vault Academy's contingent, Chen Lai, a top senior student from the Gene Warrior Department, was particularly conspicuous. His physique was exceptionally imposing, and on his bare arms faint, strange scale patterns were visible beneath the skin, a testament to deep integration with a high-tier star beast's genes. His gaze held a wild, predatory intensity, and a grin revealed a row of stark white teeth. Humph. A bunch of weaklings who rely on external gadgets. His voice, though not loud, carried clearly to the ears of students from other academies nearby. His gaze swept unapologetically over the Deep Space Academy students clad in powered exoskeletons or discussing the specs of their mechanical arms. The evolution of flesh, the sublimation of genes. This is the universe's most fundamental power bestowed upon life. It is the one true path. Beside him, Lu Tiancheng from the Star Beast Tamer Department curled his lips into a haughty smirk. He was slender with a brooding temperament. Though he didn't deliberately project his aura, the very air around him seemed to thicken. Rumors held that his contracted beast, the sun-eclipsed demon wolf, possessed the terrifying ability to devour energy, making him a trump card of his department. He remained silent, but his contemptuous gaze was declaration enough. Not far away, the contingent from the Blazing Phoenix Academy was equally formidable. He Yinching, a prominent figure from the Elemental Department senior class, wore a dark crimson combat suit, hands casually in his pockets. A faint searing aura seemed to perpetually cling to him. His hair danced like living flames, and his eyes burned with a fanatical, dangerous light. Oh, the truth of flesh. He Yinching scoffed, his gaze piercing towards Chen Lai. From my perspective, it's merely a lump of protein that requires careful temperature management. My black flame can incinerate even souls. He licked his lips, a flicker of madness in his eyes. I've heard that gene-forged bodies like yours have a particularly low ignition point. The rumor of him having once burned down half a training ground in a power surge was not unfounded. He held nothing but contempt for cowards who feared to play with fire, believing that only uncontrollable extreme power held true allure. Standing beside He Yinqing was Lin Anin, a senior from the nanomedic department, who was a study in contrasts. Dressed in a pristine white medical uniform, she wore a sweet, harmless smile that made her look like the girl next door. But those who knew her were aware that this top-tier nanodoctor's skills in toxicology were as chilling as her medical expertise was miraculous. She took no part in the argument, observing instead with keen interest, her fingertips shimmering with barely perceptible points of light, her nanoswarm on standby. On the other side, the Aurora Academy's section exuded a far more frigid atmosphere. Ling Han, the representative of the psychic department's senior class, sat with his eyes closed, seemingly deaf to the surrounding clamor. His powerful psychic field, however, acted like an invisible barrier, warding off all external interference. Noisy, he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the quarreling parties with indifference. The mind is the sovereign that commands all power. Your primitive physical collisions and energy discharges are merely the brawls of a lower civilization. He had a terrifying record of simultaneously controlling over 100 flying blades to cleave a battlefield, and he firmly believed psychic power was the core of everything. Behind him stood Su Rue, also a senior from the nanomedic department, but her style was entirely different from Lin Anin's. She was quieter, more introverted, with a remarkably low presence. Yet upon closer inspection, one might catch a glint of calculating cunning deep within her eyes. There were rumors that she specialized in using nanorobots to invade minds, alter memories, and even secretly control others. It was said that some students in the Deep Space contingent had unknowingly become her puppets. Finally, there was the Deep Space Academy Masters of Mech Combat and Machinery, with deep cooperative ties to the military. Most of their graduates went on to serve in the armed forces. And Rain, an outstanding senior from their mech pilot department, had already secured his place within the military's ranks. Rain was powerfully built, clad in heavy combat gear, and exuded a formidable pressure even without his mech. His heavy mech, the Stormcaller, was renowned for its terrifying firepower and defense, with a record of single-handedly annihilating an entire Zerg squad that proved his mettle. Rain let out a guttural snort at Ling Han's words. Spiritual energy, all flash and no substance. Before absolute firepower, everything else is but an illusion. Rain patted the energy pistol holster at his waist, his voice booming. My Thunderer main cannon could send all you who toy with flesh, flame, and spirit to meet the so-called truth of the universe. Mecha, that is justice. Beside him, Noah, a senior from the mechanical engineering department, adjusted the tactical visor on his nose. A cold smile played on his lips. He appeared refined, but his eyes were as precise as the most intricate instruments. Yield is truth. Any enemy that cannot be destroyed by an explosion simply hasn't been hit with a large enough yield. He was renowned for his saturation attacks, using swarms of self-destructing drones, a tactical mastermind who was a nightmare on the battlefield. The representatives from the 4 elite academies stood in stark opposition, their words clashing like blades. Gene evolution, elemental control, spiritual dominance, and mechanical ascension, 4 vastly different power systems, collided, sparking intense friction. The tension in the air grew thick enough to cut. Just as the verbal conflict seemed about to escalate into a physical brawl, several military personnel, who had been quietly observing, swiftly intervened. Students, please remain calm. The lead officer's tone was steady but carried an undeniable authority. On the sky canopy, any form of private combat is strictly forbidden. Now return to your respective quarters. Recover your strength and prepare for the upcoming mission. The military's intervention temporarily quelled the tension. Qin Lai let out a cold snort and turned to leave without another word. He Xingyan clicked his tongue in disdain and followed suit, leading his Crimson Phoenix Academy team away. Ling Han remained indifferent, as if the entire affair had nothing to do with him. Rain, on the other hand, waved his hand boisterously and led his Deep Space Academy team towards the rest area. Yi Li and Chu Feng stood at the edge of the dispersing crowd, having witnessed everything. Yi Li's heart raced. These geniuses from the top academies were indeed formidable. Each one exuded immense confidence and power, their competitive spirit palpable. Chu Feng remained outwardly calm, but a hint of seriousness deepened in his eyes. The two followed the flow of people and found their assigned quarters. The next 50 hours passed. Some meditated in their cabins to regulate their breathing, some sweated it out in the virtual training grounds, and others buried their heads in the initial data on Phantom Crystal Star, trying to find any useful information. Yi Li also reviewed his known star energy techniques again and again, adjusting his state of mind, making his final preparations for the unknown challenges ahead. Finally, a subtle tremor from the mothership roused everyone from their respective states. An announcement came over the intercom informing them of their arrival at the target airspace. All expedition team members, please assemble immediately on Deck 1. All students quickly made their way to the deck. Their faces were a mix of solemnity and anticipation. The earlier verbal sparring seemed forgotten, replaced by a shared focus that made the atmosphere serious. On deck, the massive space segmentation device was already active. The colossal instrument glowed. The military representative appeared again for a final briefing. The spatial rift is stable. On the other side is the Phantom Crystal Star secret realm. Remember, safety first, cooperation second, gains last. Good luck to you all. Without further ado, under the guidance of the space, move out. Yili took a deep breath, feeling the slight dizziness from the spatial transmission. He exchanged a glance with Chu Feng, and together they stepped into that mysterious star region. The expedition team's figures were finally swallowed by the constantly twisting spatial entrance. The light disappeared completely. On the ship's bridge, a military officer's taut nerves relaxed slightly. He turned to the observation personnel beside him. Maintain continuous observation. His voice was exceptionally clear in the quiet bridge. We must ensure the absolute stability of the space-time passage. These students, they represent the future, our hope. We cannot afford any mistakes. Their safety must be guaranteed. Understood, sir. The observation officer snapped to attention, his eyes fixed on the jumping data streams on the screen. The previous tension seemed to be slowly dissipating, replaced by the calm of a phase completed. However, this calm was as fragile as thin ice. Without warning, a piercing shrill alarm blared within the sky canopy's bridge, its mournful siren, like a blade, instantly shredding the newly formed peace. On the warship's consoles and the tops of the cabin walls, red emergency lights began to flash wildly and erratically. Every face was illuminated by the ominous red glow, stained with a heart-stopping blood color. The air seemed to freeze, then churn with immense panic. Alert! Unknown high-energy reaction. Signals identified. It's the machine cult. And the Zerg. They've allied. Quick, prepare to attack. Contact the military for support. On the tactical screen, hostile blips appeared out of nowhere in alarming numbers. A strange energy wave rapidly spread, and several oddly shaped missiles with trailing blue lights struck the sky canopy's energy shield nodes with pinpoint accuracy. Those are phase interference missiles. Shield generators overloaded. Main cannon offline. Mothership weapon systems are 70 disabled. Panic began to spread through the fleet. With their firepower disabled, they were unable to launch an effective attack. They were lambs to the slaughter. Almost simultaneously, violent tremors shook the ship's interior. Alert! Biological signatures detected invading multiple sections. It's the Zerg. How did they get in? Biojump. It's the Bladesworn squad. On the screen, several green icons representing the ship's internal defense zones turned red instantly and began moving quickly, showing the invaders' ferocity. The sounds of screams and weapons fire echoed faintly from the communication channels. A deadly, precise, and efficient assault on the military personnel. Reporting to command. Zerg elites have infiltrated decks B3 to F7. Requesting support. The machine cult fleet is suppressing us from outside. They've also sent elite squads, targeting the secret realm entrance. They're going after the students. The reports hit the command center like thunderbolts. We need to jump out of this star system now, or we're all dead. Sir, the space has been sealed. The enemy has set up a spatial anchor. A forced breakthrough will take time. Damn it. The commander slammed his fist onto the console. There was no turning back now. Space was sealed and communications would take time. He could only hope the student expedition team could hold out until military reinforcements arrived. It was now in the hands of fate. But he would not live to see it. As he watched the exploding starship, he knew this fleet was finished. Meanwhile, within the illusory Crystal Star secret realm, the trainees who had just entered were utterly oblivious to the storm raging in the outside world. The world before their eyes was bizarre and dazzling, with strange crystals scattered across the land, emitting a soft, yet ever-shifting radiance. The air was thick with unfamiliar energy particles, carrying a faint chill with every breath. Once everyone had steadied themselves, an experienced military officer stepped forward, attempting to rally the group. Fellow trainees, this environment is unknown and fraught with potential dangers. I propose that the military takes unified command and all personnel act together to ensure maximum safety. His voice was steady, carrying the discipline of a soldier, yet his proposal was met with outright rejection from the four great academies. Qin Lai of Starpierce University turned with his cohort and strode off in one direction without hesitation, leaving behind an impassive silhouette. The officer's brow furrowed instantly. Seeing this, he, Yinching, the captain of Blazing Phoenix Academy, let out a mocking sneer. Starpierce mechs are nothing but scrap metal. All they're good for is running fast. His gaze swept over a distant region that reeked of sulfur and faintly glowed with a dark red light. Then, with a grand wave of his hand, he led his Blazing Phoenix contingent away like a roaring flame, darting off in a direction different from Starpierce University. Within the Aurora Academy's formation, a brilliant energy shield snapped into existence, enveloping them all. The shield hummed with a low resonance, isolating them from the outside world. Without a single word, they rose into the air, transformed into a streak of light, and flew towards a distant mountain range formed by colossal crystal clusters. Their actions alone were the most definitive refusal. Lastly, there was Deep Space Academy. Rain, with his imposing figure, stood at the forefront of the group. He surveyed the swiftly dispersing contingents of the other academies, his face twisting into a look of undisguised contempt. He said to the officer in a deep voice, "It seems the other academies are not interested in joint action. In that case, let's disperse and operate separately. We'll report any findings promptly, and we'll quickly converge towards you." "I suppose that's all we can do," the officer said helplessly. He had heard that the students of the 4 great academies were unruly, but he hadn't expected to witness it firsthand so quickly. Seeing no objection from the military side, Rain turned to the students behind him and said, "Stay close. Let's go see what good stuff this place has to offer. We can't afford to fall behind the other schools." The Deep Space Academy contingent also set off, choosing yet another direction and striding away. In the blink of an eye, the expedition team that had just gathered split into 4 distinct factions, each going its own way. The officer who had proposed joint action watched the backs of the students disappearing into the bizarre landscape and could only let out a sigh too faint to be heard. Silently, cold metallic constructs and twisted biological organisms passed through the realm's undulating energy barrier. The scouting unit of the machine cult and the vanguard forces of the Zerg had arrived at the illusory Crystal Star secret realm. Scarlet electronic eyes and murky compound eyes simultaneously swept across this world of strange crystals. Environmental scans initiated, instantly capturing residual energy traces in the air and tracking the signals of the expedition teams that had just dispersed. Their movements were precise and coordinated, an unsettling synergy flowing between 2 vastly different races. Their objective was clear: to purge all human trainees within the secret realm. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the illusory Crystal Star secret realm, the Deep Space Academy team was traversing a crystal forest that emitted a soft blue glow. Rain led the way, his burly frame nearly pushing aside the crystal vines hanging down on either side. A trainee, overjoyed, crouched down and carefully unearthed a fist-sized or with liquid metallic luster flowing within. "Captain, it's ripple pattern mithril. Extremely high purity. This was excellent material for crafting high-grade mech transmission systems." On another side, several students from the Star Beast Tamer department were gathered around a peculiar plant. At its top hung several translucent fruits emitting an enticing fragrance. "Is this the soul-soothing fruit? The Academy records mention it as a rare herb that can enhance spiritual power." Not far away, a star beast covered in crystalline scales resembling a cheetah suddenly burst out from behind a crystal formation, moving with lightning speed. Several combat department trainees reacted instantly, the glow of energy weapons flaring up. But a female trainee from the Star Beast Tamer department was faster. She extended her hand, chanting soothing syllables, and a gentle wave of spiritual energy pulsed outward. The crystal cheetah's agitated movements visibly stalled. A low whimper escaped its throat, and eventually it slowly lowered its body. "Don't attack. It means no harm. We simply startled it." The girl's face flushed with excitement. Such a crystallized star beast, existing only in legends, was an invaluable treasure for their kind. The joy of exploration and the thrill of discovery temporarily dulled the trainees' vigilance towards the unknown environment. They had no idea that a deadly shadow was silently spreading from beneath the earth. Suddenly, a subtle but rapid tremor ran through the ground beneath Rain's feet. His expression changed. "Alert!" he shouted, but before the words even left his mouth. Schlunk! Schlunk! Dozens of sharp, dark silhouettes burst violently from the ground. They were the Zerg's burrowing infantry, their carapaces a filthy, earthy yellow covered in vicious barbs with scythe-like forelimbs glinting coldly. Piercers. Their target was directly aimed at the relatively vulnerable support department trainees in the group. Enemy attack. The Deep Space Academy trainees snapped into action instantly. The roar of mech ignitions, the flare of energy shields, the crack of weapons fire, all exploded through the crystal forest in an instant. But the piercer's ambush was too swift. Under the close-range assault, a trainee let out a short, sharp cry. His energy shield was torn apart like paper. A sharp insectoid limb pierced through his chest, and blood instantly stained the crystal clusters beneath him. Screams of agony rose one after another. More piercers emerged from the depths of the earth. They used their hardened carapaces to smash through defensive formations, their scythe-like forelimbs flailing madly, cleaving through the trainees' armor and flesh. A foul stench-filled air permeated the scene. "Hold the line. Suppressive fire." Rain roared, the heavy energy blaster in his hands, spitting out searing beams that blasted an oncoming piercer into pieces. The students of deep space were elites after all. After a brief moment of panic, they quickly organized a counterattack. Mech warriors held the front line, their heavy armor absorbing the Zerg's charge, while energy swords and chain axes cleaved through foes, producing a cacophony of harsh metallic shrieks. Ranged firepower poured down beams, and explosions blooming amidst the swarm. However, the piercers were too numerous, continuously crawling forth from the ground. Their carapaces offered some resistance to energy weapons, and physical attacks were also limited in effectiveness. Even more troublesome were the barbs on their carapaces. Once entangled, even a mech's movements would be severely hampered. At the same time, several heavy Zerg units, massive as moving fortresses, bone-eroding beasts, were closing in with heavy ponderous strides. They opened their fang-filled maws and spewed out viscous, corrosive dark green saliva. The saliva splattered onto the mechs, causing a violent sizzling sound as thick white smoke billowed up. While the Deep Void Academy was locked in a desperate struggle, a fierce battle erupted in the region of the colossal Crystal Mountains where the Aurora Academy was situated. Their formidable psychic barriers proved robust enough to repel the initial surprise assault. However, a spider-like insectoid race known as the Weavers began spewing viscous neurotoxic webs. These webs clung to the surface of the shields, emitting a sizzling sound as they corroded the energy field. The glow of the barrier dimmed at a visibly alarming rate, with energy readings plummeting. The shield is being eroded. Energy overload. A psychic discipline student screamed in terror. Meanwhile, several massive bone-eroding beasts sprayed corrosive mucus, further weakening their defenses. The faces of the Aurora Academy cadets turned pale. Their strength lay in energy shields and ranged attacks, and once their shields collapsed, close-quarters combat would spell certain doom. Requesting reinforcement. We are surrounded by the main insectoid force. The shield is failing. A frantic distress signal was transmitted through encrypted channels. In another region shrouded in a sulphurous dark crimson haze, the Blazing Phoenix Academy's contingent encountered a starkly different adversary. Boom! The thunderous crash of heavy metal descended from the sky. Several menacing heavy mechs painted in grim scarlet and steel colors slammed into the ground, kicking up vast clouds of dust. The machine cult. The lead mech behind the more machine cult units materialized in the air. Light mechs equipped with phase engines flickered like phantoms, their void splitter sniper rifles locking onto the Blazing Phoenix cadets. The Bloodhawk long-range elimination unit. Other units released nearly invisible nanite swarms that seeped through the area like a silent toxic mist. The Plague nano-corrosion unit. Additionally, heavy firepower units armed with inferno cannons and multiple rocket pods took position. The Crimson Lotus heavy firepower unit. It's the Berserkers squad from the machine cult. He Yinxing's face turned ashen. He could feel the chilling murderous intent radiating from the mechs and their sheer contempt for flesh and blood. The Blazing Phoenix Academy specialized in elemental attacks. Flames, lightning, and frost howled forth, crashing against the steel monstrosities. However, the Berserker mech's heavy armor boasted exceptional resistance to elemental damage. Flames merely licked across the armor plating without melting through. Lightning strikes only sparked harmlessly. A frost instantly evaporated against the internal heat of the machines. In contrast, the machine cult's attacks were brutally simple, yet devastatingly effective. The Iron Husk units charged like enraged bulls, their massive battering rams easily shattering the elemental barriers summoned by the cadets. Their vibrating chainswords sliced through hastily conjured rock walls and even carved directly into unsuspecting students, sending blood and severed limbs flying. Scatter! Keep your distance. Yinxing roared, his body erupting in flames that coalesced into a massive fire dragon aimed at a leading Crimson Lotus mech. Yet the pilot merely raised a giant arm and threw a single punch. The sheer force of the blow dispersed. The Crimson Lotus heavy firepower unit's suppression had begun. The Bloodhawk elimination unit posed an even more lethal threat from the skies. Their phase engines made them flicker in and out of existence, making them nearly impossible to lock onto. Each shot from their void splitter rifles felled a cadet, and the resulting localized explosions often caught nearby comrades in the blast radius. Even more insidious was the Plague nano-corrosion unit. Their nanite swarms disguised as smoke infiltrated silently. Cadets' energy weapons began to malfunction, and some found their light armor rapidly rusting and flaking away. On the ground, the remains of fallen cadets suddenly twitched and rose, their eyes glowing with an eerie red light. Transformed into shambling techno-zombies, they turned on their former comrades. The iron-eating hive was at work converting the battlefield's resources. The elemental power that the Blazing Phoenix Academy prided itself on seemed utterly futile against these meticulously modified, highly specialized mechanical creations. Their attacks were ineffective while the enemy's firepower was precise and lethal. Students fell one by one, their formations completely shattered. The air grew thick with the acrid smell of scorched metal, blood, and the pungent mix of sulfur and gunpowder. We can't hold on. A cadet, his energy depleted, stared in despair as a vibrating chainsword swung towards him. Captain, our losses are catastrophic. He Yinxing's eyes were wide with fury. His flame-wreathed cloak had dimmed considerably, and several deep, bone-deep wounds had appeared on his body. He looked at the dwindling number of his comrades surrounded by the cold, relentless steel killers closing in, and a profound sense of helplessness washed over him. Retreat. Send a distress call to the military and other academies. His voice, carrying a barely perceptible tremor, was transmitted through the comm channel in broken static-filled bursts. Almost at the same moment that the Aurora Academy's shield was on the verge of collapse, and the Blazing Phoenix Academy was engulfed in a hell of steel and fire, the other two human contingents, Starry Sky University and the military elite, were also subjected to a lethal assault from the dark depths. The Starry Sky University team was exploring when a series of piercing shrieks tore through the previously calm atmosphere. Countless scythe-claw blitzbugs, relatively small but lightning fast with mandibles glowing a sickly green, surged forth like a black tide breaking through a dam, erupting from underground fissures and the shadows of twisted vegetation. The initial wave of the blitzbug swarm broke through the outer perimeter. Enemy attack. Insectoids. As the shrill alarm blared, Qin-Lai, covered in Starbeast scale armor, took the front line. Lu Qingfeng's solar eclipse demon wolf let out a thunderous roar, its massive form transforming into a black cyclone that slammed into the swarm. Claws slashed and fangs tore, carving a bloody path through the insects as viscous green ichor splattered everywhere. Yet the insectoid numbers were overwhelming. They fought with reckless abandon, trampling over their own dead to continue the relentless assault. Lin Maching pressed her hands forward, erecting an invisible wall of psychic force in a desperate attempt to hold back the tide. But the blitzbug struck with immense force, causing the barrier to tremble and groan under the strain. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Mu Xingling moved with an ethereal grace, her energy blade tracing deadly arcs of light, each flash claiming the lives of several blitzbugs. Yet the enemies surging from all sides seemed endless. Yi Li and Chu Feng stood back to back, trusting each other to guard their rear. Yi Li released Dun Dun from the Starbeast backpack, activating its lazy aura to suppress the enemy's speed. Simultaneously, his Xingming X7 pistol spat fire, precisely picking off any bug that managed to slip through the defenses. Chu Feng meanwhile wielded his alloy sword with a fierce flashing blade, cleaving apart any blitzbug that came too close. The shrill chirping of insects pierced the eardrums, and a stench of decay pervaded the air. The makeshift barricades erected by the trainees crumbled continuously under the relentless tide of the insect swarm. After the initial panic subsided, the instinct for survival and rigorous training began to take hold. Steady. Coordinate as a team. Prioritize clearing the flanks. Qin-Lai's roar was a calming anchor. The students began to organize themselves, spontaneously interweaving energy attacks with physical strikes in a desperate attempt to stabilize their crumbling line. Lin Maching adjusted her strategy, abandoning broad-scale obstruction in favor of concentrating her mental energy to disrupt the most formidable insectoid leaders charging the front. Mu Xingling's attacks grew more cunning, seeking out weaknesses in the swarm's formation to exploit. Yi Li and Xu Feng's coordination became increasingly seamless, one providing long-range suppressive fire, while the other held the line in close combat, their defense impenetrable. Time wore on, and the ground became littered with mounting piles of insect carcasses. Compared to the insectoid warbeasts that had assailed Aurora University and Deep Space University, the ones facing Starfall University were relatively uniform in type. It seemed the main force of the insectoid swarm was not constant. Under the direction of Qin-Lai and Lu Chengfeng, the Starfall University trainees gradually adapted to the high-intensity rhythm of battle. They began to seek opportunities for a counteroffensive. Qin-Lai, carving a path through the swarm's formation, precisely eliminated command units within the horde, causing a brief moment of chaos in the insectoid assault. Seizing this opportunity, Starfall University launched a fierce counter-assault. After several minutes of relentless bombardment by the trainees, the swarm, realizing it could not quickly overrun this stubborn position, let out a chorus of unwilling shrieks. The remaining Scythe-claw raptors retreated like an ebbing tide, vanishing into the dark depths of the forest. Elsewhere, the military elite's position came under attack from a squad of the Machine Cult's elite forces. However, unlike the Berserker unit that had struck Blazing Phoenix Academy, these enemies seemed more focused on probing and harassment, as if their sole purpose was to delay the military's advance. Several Blood Eagle mechs, utilizing their phase engines for surprise strikes, coordinated with Crimson Lotus-type bombardments to disrupt the military's deployment. Boom! A Rift sniper rifle from a Blood Eagle stalker fired, its round striking a soldier's energy shield with pinpoint accuracy. The shield flickered violently, sending ripples of energy across its surface, but it held. Almost simultaneously, several laser beams lanced out from the military's position, striking the Blood Eagle stalker that had just fired. Its phase engines seemed to be disrupted. The mech lurched in midair, nearly plummeting to the ground. All units, standard anti-infiltration formation. A commander bearing star insignias on his shoulders ordered calmly, his voice transmitted clearly through the tactical channel. The soldiers, highly disciplined and quick to react, maintained their formation intact despite the initial disturbance. Heavy shield bearers took the front line, energy riflemen swiftly acquired their targets, and several military fire support mechs in the rear adjusted their angles, locking onto the ghostly flickering light mechs in the sky. Fire! The order was given. A dense network of energy beams and micromissiles wove into a web of firepower, instantly blanketing the attacking machine cult units. The airborne Blood Eagle stalkers and the lighter ground assault units quickly began to suffer damage under the military's rigorous and efficient counterfire. One Crimson Lotus-type mech was hit directly by a missile erupting into a fireball. Another Blood Eagle stalker, continuously bathed in laser fire, had its energy shield overloaded, trailing black smoke. It retreated in haste. The Machine Cult's Calamity-class commander realized this unit was far more formidable than anticipated. Unlike the all-out assault on Blazing Phoenix Academy, this engagement was one of hit and run and delay. Upon receiving the report, the Machine Cult commander called off the futile attacks and ordered a swift full-scale retreat. Watching the enemy withdraw, the military commander asked in a low voice, "Report casualties. Sir, 3 wounded, none killed. Energy shields at 65%. Good." The commander nodded, his sharp gaze sweeping across the battlefield. Almost at the same moment, an urgent distress signal came through on the encrypted channel. Deep Space Academy requesting assistance, coordinates XXX under attack by main insectoid force, need immediate support. Aurora Academy requesting assistance, coordinates YYY under attack by insectoids, please help. Blazing Phoenix Academy requesting assistance, coordinates ZZZ, engaged with Machine Cult, Berserker, unit heavy losses, requesting support. The commander's brow furrowed. 3 academies sending distress signals simultaneously. Just how many had the insectoids and the Machine Cult deployed? Orders: assemble the entire company. We move to Deep Space Academy's coordinates to eliminate the insectoid threat. Contact Starfall University, see if they've been attacked. If they are safe, direct them to proceed to Aurora Academy's coordinates to provide support. Sir, yes, sir. The military unit swiftly regrouped. Engines roared to life as they sped off towards Deep Space Academy. Meanwhile, the Starfall University contingent, having just repelled the insectoid assault, received a communication from the military. Upon learning of Starfall's current status, they were requested to proceed to Aurora Academy's coordinates for reinforcement. Aurora Academy can't hold on much longer. Chen Lai's face was grim as he looked at the urgent message on his communicator. We've just beaten back one wave, our status is still manageable. Let's move, let's go help them. We're all part of humanity. Let's go wipe out these bugs. Lu Qingfeng didn't hesitate for a moment. The Starfall University contingent, dragging their tired, yet still fervent fighting spirit, moved swiftly towards Aurora Academy's coordinates. When the military elite arrived at the attack site of Deep Space Academy, they witnessed a colossal bone-eroding beast charging at the Deep Space University formation. Its corrosive slime fell like a dark green torrential rain, splashing continuously over the mechs. Fire! The military commander didn't hesitate, ordering an immediate attack. The army's heavy firepower instantly poured onto the massive form of the bone-eroding beast. With the arrival of these fresh forces, the pressure on Deep Space Academy plummeted. Under Rain's command, they quickly contracted their formation and began organizing an effective counteroffensive, coordinating with the military in a pincer movement to annihilate the insectoids. Caught between 2 fronts, the once arrogant bone-eroding beast began to suffer casualties. Its offensive was gradually suppressed, and the crisis at Deep Space Academy was resolved. The Starfall University expedition arrived at Aurora University's battle zone. They saw the Aurora students relying on their psychics, combining to hold up a shield, desperately fending off the insectoid assault. Fortunately, casualties were light. As Starfall's artillery fire slammed into the insectoid formation, Aurora University erupted in relief. They swiftly reorganized their forces, launched a counteroffensive against the bugs, and converged with Starfall University to encircle and eliminate the bone-eroding beasts and web-spinner beasts. The insectoids, seeing the arrival of enemy reinforcements, gradually retreated. On another battlefield thick with the stench of sulfur, the military, after rescuing Deep Space Academy, arrived with them at the distressed location of Blazing Phoenix University. The sight before them made them gasp in horror. The ground was littered with burning wreckage. The Blazing Phoenix Academy's stronghold was nearly razed to the ground. The remaining students huddled in a small, shrinking area, relying on the desperate flame barrier that He Yinxing had summoned with his last reserves of strength, struggling against the relentless tide of cold metallic killers. The Iron Skeleton Heavy Assault Group continued their relentless advance, the piercing whine of their vibrating chains words filling the air. Artillery fire from the Crimson Lotus Heavy Firepower Group sporadically rained down, blasting scorched craters into the earth. Blood Eagle Hunters circled overhead like harbingers of death, seeking a clear shot, while the insidious threat of the Plague Nano Erosion Group remained ever-present. Even the converted mechanical zombies shambled forward to join the attack. Target enemy heavy firepower units. Open fire at will. The military commander issued the attack order with no hesitation whatsoever. The military's arrival was like a potent stimulant injected into the faltering Blazing Phoenix Academy ranks. Their military-grade anti-material weapons proved far more effective against the berserker mechs than elemental attacks. Armor-piercing rounds tore through plating, and electromagnetic pulses disrupted the mech's movements. Yinxing and his comrades found their immense pressure lifted, allowing them to catch their breath and reorganize their counteroffensive. Though the machine cult's berserker contingent was formidable, they too began to suffer unsustainable losses under the relentless, costly assault of the three elite teams. The Iron Skeleton assault was halted by a dense wall of firepower, the Crimson Lotus's artillery was suppressed by the military's precise counter-battery fire, and the Blood Eagle Hunters were forced to gain altitude under the threat of increased anti-aircraft fire. Their effectiveness greatly diminished. Finally, as the leading Iron Skeleton mech was obliterated by concentrated fire, the machine cult forces began to show signs of retreat. They had arrived suddenly, and their retreat was equally decisive. Showing no signs of lingering, they quickly vanished into the distant shadows. The battle was over. As the smoke slowly cleared, it left behind a battlefield scarred and devastated. Yili experienced the true visage of war for the first time. It was not the controlled strikes of an arena duel, nor the minor scuffles of a melee. This was a brutal, bloody, and desperate struggle. A real battlefield where lives could be lost at any moment. Yili looked at his bloodstained combat light armor. Without this protection, he would have collected a few scars today as well. He glanced at Dao Zai, who seemed eager for more, and Dun Dun Zai, who was dozing off. The personalities of his star beasts were certainly distinct, he mused with a sigh. He checked today's system rewards. Despite the intense battle, his role had been limited to picking off stragglers, so the rewards were modest: a few bottles of culture fluid, 3 healing potions, and 1 strength enhancement serum. The 4 academies began coordinating on the communication channel, assessing the situation and their losses. Aurora Academy had suffered the fewest casualties among the 4 thanks to the protection of their psionic shields. Deep Space Academy had been decimated by the Zerg's osteovore attacks, with only about 20 members remaining. Blazing Phoenix Academy was in the most dire straits, with less than a third of their students surviving. Yinxing was severely wounded and nearly exhausted. Star Vault University and the military elites, while suffering relatively lighter losses, had expended significant ammunition and energy, and also paid a price in casualties during their support efforts. On the very first day of the Secret Realm expedition, the 4 strongest interstellar academies had suffered a near-catastrophic blow from a meticulously planned enemy ambush. Countering equipment and targeted tactics had made this encounter feel hopeless from the very beginning. Though the expeditionary force ultimately repelled the enemy, the cost was devastating. They were now plunged into an unprecedented predicament, surrounded by the stench of blood-scorched earth and death. After helping Blazing Phoenix University repel the machine cult, the military commander used the communication channel to check in with Star Vault University and Aurora Academy, confirming they had temporarily escaped immediate danger. The military commander's voice echoed through the public communication channel. The expedition force is temporarily out of immediate danger, but the situation is incredibly unclear. We don't know how the Zerg and machine cult entered this secret realm, but their presence confirms our worst fears. The military vessels outside are likely destroyed. It will take time for High Command to learn of this and dispatch reinforcements. Our situation is extremely perilous. The commander paused briefly, as if rapidly assessing the situation before continuing. The Zerg and machine cult offensives are far more ferocious than we anticipated. To prepare for potentially even more severe scenarios, I strongly urge all units to abandon dispersed operations immediately. A unified assembly is the safest course of action. Under wartime regulations, I am assuming command of the expedition force. My order is all personnel are to immediately proceed to the Crystal Mountain Pass marked on your maps and assemble there. His command was clear and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. After enduring a continuous series of battles and ambushes, everyone was keenly aware of the gravity of the situation. The sudden attacks by the Zerg and machine cult had completely exceeded all prior estimations. With all communication with the outside world severed, they were isolated and without support. The weight of their predicament pressed down on every student's heart like a heavy block of lead. Continuing to remain dispersed would surely lead to being picked off one by one by the Zerg and machine cult's combined forces. Only by pooling all their strength and standing back to back could they hope to find a sliver of a chance for survival. I agree with the commander's proposal. Rain's voice was the first to sound. Deep Space Academy had just endured a brutal battle with heavy losses, and he understood deeply the importance of consolidating strength. Star Vault University also agrees. Qin Lai's voice followed, tinged with fatigue, but still resolute. Aurora Academy also gave a swift affirmative response. After a brief silence, a chorus of assent echoed through the communication channel. No one objected. In the face of an existential threat, unity became the only viable choice. The two groups swiftly made their way towards Crystal Mountain Pass. The military had marked it as a strategically advantageous location, difficult to attack and easy to defend, an ideal rallying point. While everyone was making the right choices for survival amidst the burning ruins of the battlefield at Blazing Phoenix University among the charred wreckage and cold corpses, no one noticed a tiny insect nearly indistinguishable from the scorched earth silently wriggling its antennae. Like the most delicate probes, they extended surreptitiously. It silently touched the invisible communication waves permeating the air, intercepting every shred of information transmitted across the channel. Then the tips of its antennae flickered with an extremely faint light. A barely perceptible pulse of energy sent all the information it had just received, the assembly point, the time, the movements of all academies, directly to the Zerg and machine cults' combined forces lurking in the shadows. And of this no one present was aware. Their every action had already been discerned by the enemy. The crisis was far from over. It was like a brewing storm about to intensify. The military Deep Space University and Blazing Phoenix University advanced as one column, while Star Vault University and Laser University moved as another. As the two forces converged upon the Crystal Mountains, the Zerg and the machine cult were also in motion like two intertwined undercurrents, regrouping amidst the stench of sulfur and gunpowder. Low hisses mingled with the screech of metal, their objective the same, the Crystal Mountains. The Zerg's low-tier units surged ahead like a tide, forming a pitch-black vanguard. Behind them, ranged bioartillery units adjusted their firing angles, organic cannons gleaming with dangerous light. On the flanks, the machine cults, berserkers squads followed with heavy grinding steps, their cold metallic shells reflecting the faint light of the terrain, silent yet oppressive. Their pace was astonishing, driven by clear purpose. They reached at the mountain's entrance. Jagged crystal formations refracted an eerie glow, and an unnatural silence hung heavy in the air. The Zerg's unique aerial unit, the psionic WIRMS, circled silently high above. They emitted an intangible field like a vast psychic shroud, masking all traces of the Allied forces, their life signatures, energy fluctuations, and communications. This region had become a perfect hunting ground. Biological signatures and information were completely sealed off, any form of reconnaissance would prove futile. Now the trap was set, waiting only for its prey to step within. Time dragged in the deathly stillness, each second feeling like congealed lead, heavy, interminable. At last the distant horizon began to stir, and blurry figures gradually sharpened into focus. Two groups approached with immense difficulty from opposite directions. One was the military's elite force, their uniforms caked with dust and dried blood. The cadets from Deep Space University followed close behind, their eyes hollow with the days of survival. The survivors from Blazing Phoenix University were battered and staggering every step, betraying bone-deep exhaustion. Their formation was loose, shrouded in an indescribable weight and lingering vigilance. The other group from Star Vault University and Aurora Academy maintained a relatively more complete structure. Yet after successive bloody battles, their attrition was equally appalling. Each face was etched with grim determination, their eyes sharp as blades scanning the unfamiliar rendezvous point. Their gazes finally collided at the narrow mountain pass. The air was thick with sweat, gunpowder, and the faint metallic tang of blood. The complex emotions of a reunion after calamity churned in their chests, finding no outlet, leaving no time to exchange even the most basic information. Boom! An ear-splitting explosion erupted without warning, its sheer magnitude seeming to tear the very sky asunder. In the next instant, the heavens darkened. A dense barrage of artillery fire like furious hail descended with piercing shrieks. The impacts were devastatingly precise, landing squarely upon the center of the formation where the two forces had just converged. Blinding flashes of fire erupted, engulfing everything. Shockwaves mixed with debris, and earth expanded violently outward. Energy shield barriers flickered to life across the crowd, but these fragile, translucent domes were mercilessly torn apart under the intensified bombardment, dissolving into motes of fading light. Ambush! A piercing alarm cut through the chaotic air. Spread out. Disperse immediately. Defensive positions. Angry shouts erupted almost simultaneously over comms and in person. This sudden strike plunged the newly assembled expedition into absolute chaos. The fragile impromptu formation never had a chance to solidify before being brutally shredded and scattered by the ferocious bombardment. Cadets relied on instinct, diving for cover behind whatever rocks or craters offered any semblance of protection. Heavy mechs shuddered violently, their energy cores overloading as they pushed power output to maximum, desperately trying to raise stronger shields. The military soldiers reacted with greater swiftness, bellowing orders as they hastily set up makeshift heavy weapon emplacements in the lulls between explosions, muzzles spitting fire in a futile attempt to retaliate against the source of the barrage. Yet the enemy's offensive was far from over. This was merely the beginning. Before the artillery fire had fully subsided, a tide of Zerg poured forth from directly ahead of the mountain pass. Countless chitinous limbs scraped against the ground, producing a skin-crawling rustle. They shrieked, their compound eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty red light, surging like a breached dam towards the disoriented crowd. From the flanks came the distinctive roar of heavy engines. The ground began to tremble in a rhythmic, menacing cadence. It was the Berserker Squad's ironbone heavy assault mechs. Like mobile steel fortresses, their colossal frames exuded pure menace as they charged relentlessly. Energy-edged, oscillating chainswords on their hulls began to spin, emitting a piercing whine. Hold the line. Everyone fall back. Find favorable terrain. The military commander's voice rasped through the chaotic comms, a faint trace of hoarseness betraying his strain. Psionicists, raise shields. Block the front. Mech pilots, push forward. Stop those tin cans. He struggled to reimpose order upon the desperate chaos. Several psionicists from Aurora Academy, their faces pale, forcibly suppressed the surging energy within them. With intense mental focus, they conjured an invisible psionic barrier shimmering with a faint blue light rising with immense difficulty before the vanguard. The barrier had barely formed and was still unstable when several sinister figures flickered into existence. The machine cult's plaguebringer squads appeared like phantoms, releasing vast clouds of eerie purple gas. The smoke seemed almost sentient, seeping silently through the still unsealed gaps in the psionic shield and the nodes of energy flow. A pungent, cloyingly sweet stench began to permeate the air. Damn it, it's plague gas. Su Rue, from Aurora Academy's nanomedicine department, reacted first, her face turning ashen. She immediately deployed her microdrones, releasing a swarm of countless nanite treatment bots from her equipment, directing them towards the purple mist in a desperate attempt to neutralize and decompose it. But the moment these nanites, the pinnacle of medical technology, touched the purple vapor, corrosive spots rapidly appeared on their intricate outer shells. Then, as if a chain reaction had been triggered, the nanite swarm began to burst apart, disintegrating into useless metallic dust. Neutralization failed. This gas has a powerful energy-eroding and decomposing property. Su Rue's heart sank. She immediately ceased the futile nanite deployment and swiftly switched tactics, launching her reserve spray drones to disperse a broad-spectrum potent cleansing agent. But it was already too late. The three psionicists from Aurora Academy, maintaining the shield, were completely enveloped by the creeping purple fog. The vapor, like an insidious parasite, ignored physical defenses and invaded their bodies directly. Their forms shuddered violently as the smooth flow of stellar energy within their meridians became choked with impurities, turning chaotic. Their psychic links began to fluctuate violently. The psionic shield, sustained by the collective link of all the psionicists, began to flicker uncontrollably. The light pulsed erratically, and cracks of energy dissipation appeared along its edges. From the front, wave after wave of insectoids surged forward with reckless abandon. On the flanks, the Crimson Lotus Squad's mech firepower never ceased its suppression. From above, sporadic artillery shells continued to rain down. The already fragile psionic barrier now teetered on the brink of collapse, as if the very next moment would see it shatter into oblivion. A student of the Elemental Department from Blazing Phoenix University roared in defiance, flinging his arms wide. Pitch-black flames like a living, malevolent dragon howled as they lunged toward two encroaching, iron-husk heavy mechs. The moment the black flames touched the mech's armor, a teeth-grinding sizzle erupted. The thick, sturdy alloy plating, which should have been formidable, twisted, deformed, and melted like wax beneath boiling tallow. Molten iron dripped down the mech's silhouettes, and a pungent smell of scorched metal permeated the air. Within mere seconds, the two colossal war machines were reduced, having neutralized the immediate threat. The Blazing Phoenix student's chest heaved violently. The massive expenditure of stellar energy had left his face pale. Suddenly, several distorted figures, defying death itself, charged headlong through the artillery fire toward the expedition team's psionic barrier. They were special units of the Crimson Lotus Squad, the self-destruct zealots. These mechanical fanatics had most of their bodies melted away by the black flames, exposing their intricate internal machinery. Sparks danced across broken circuits, but their core regions seemed specially protected, still whirring with life. Their chest cavities split open with a sudden crack, revealing a small fusion core spinning at an alarming velocity, radiating an unstable, devastating light. Praise the machine. Two of the broken zealots let out hoarse, fanatical cries. Dragging their molten remains, they threw themselves recklessly at the last remaining psionic barrier ahead. Like moths diving into a flame, they carried a resolve for mutual destruction. Their core light swelled to its absolute limit in an instant, and in the next moment a torrent of plasma fire erupted, colliding violently with the not yet dissipated black flames. The two distinct forms of annihilating energy intertwined and annihilated each other, generating an even more terrifying shockwave. The already fragile psionic barrier, battered by this furious energy, saw its surface cracks instantly expand and spiderweb outward. Its light flickered desperately like a candle in the wind, until with a final sickening crack it shattered completely. Pale blue shards of energy scattered and dissolved into the chaotic air. The psionicists maintaining the barrier were struck as if by a physical blow, spitting out blood in unison before collapsing weakly to the ground. A fatal breach had been torn wide open in the defensive line. Elsewhere, Qin Lai from Star Vault University was embroiled in an unprecedented struggle. 5 shadow stalkers had him completely surrounded. These elite insectoids moved with terrifying speed, weaving around him like specters, their razor-sharp bone blades leaving trails of afterimages as they attacked from every conceivable angle. Qin Lai roared in fury, his battle blade forming a curtain of light as he desperately parried the relentless onslaught. Clang! He narrowly severed the pincer of one shadow stalker, sending dark green ichor splattering. But simultaneously another stalker's bone blade scraped across the scale armor on his shoulder, throwing up a shower of dazzling sparks. Qin Lai's scale armor boasted impressive defense, but it couldn't withstand such a dense barrage. Fine cracks began to appear. His breathing grew ragged and his stamina and stellar energy were depleting at an alarming rate. The encirclement tightened and a sense of despair began to creep in. At that moment a streak of sharp silver light carved into the fray from the side. It was Mu Xingling. She calmly entered the battlefield. The tip of her mechanical arm instantly transformed into a high-frequency, vibrating blade, emitting a low hum as it sliced through the air at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Squelch! Squelch! The 5 shadow stalkers besieging Qin Lai were almost simultaneously cleaved in twain. The cuts were as smooth as mirrors. Dark green blood gushed forth as their mutilated bodies crumpled, twitching a few times before falling still. Thanks. Qin Lai leaned heavily on his blade, gasping for air, his gaze towards Mu Xingling brimming with gratitude. She merely gave a slight nod, her sharp eyes scanning the battlefield. Support from the rear of the expedition team followed closely. Mechanics swiftly set up automated turrets behind temporary cover, spitting out dense streams of fire to suppress the surging insectoid horde. Gunslingers meanwhile utilized precise sniper fire to pick off targets, prioritizing the elimination of elite insectoids or mechanical units that posed a significant threat to the students. A quantum bomb detonated at the heart of the insectoid swarm. An invisible shockwave rippled outwards, stunning the low-tier insectoids within range and creating a precious moment of respite for the besieged students. Behind Yi Li the Panda Dun-Dun's eyes, 3 halo rings were pushed to their absolute limit. A soft, gentle radiance enveloped nearby allies, constantly healing their wounds, bolstering their combat prowess, and sapping the speed of their enemies. Dao's eye meanwhile transformed into a silver bolt of lightning, leaping agilely through the dense insectoid swarm. With every flash, insectoid limbs were severed and lives were extinguished, reaping a terrifyingly efficient harvest among the low-tier creatures. Chu Feng stood like an unyielding fortress, firmly shielding Yi Li at the forefront. The mech he wore, acquired using his top 10 resources from the competition, was now splattered and marred with the dark green blood of the insectoids. Multiple armor plates bore dents and scratches, but he paid it no mind. Each swing of his heavy alloy greatsword carried the force of 1,000 June, cleaving apart any insectoid that dared to approach. The military soldiers were also hard at work, rapidly assembling several large portable artillery pieces in the rear. Heavy shells were loaded into the breeches. Fire! At the commander's roar, the artillery let loose with a deafening thunder. The battle had skipped any form of probing from the very first second, plunging directly into the most brutal, most intense phase of white-hot conflict. Every second lives were being extinguished. Everywhere life and death struggles were unfolding. The expedition team students continued their desperate fight against the insectoids and the followers of the machine god. Every inch of ground was soaked with sweat and the foul blood of the alien races. But the stalemate was not to last. Deep within the battlefield, the insectoids deployed their hidden trump card. 6 colossal, grotesque creatures resembling giant centipedes erupted from beneath the earth. They were the Zerg's high-tier unit, the Phase Rift WIRMS. Their carapaces bore an ominous dark green hue, but most striking were the 3 pairs of eerie glowing jade phase crystals that grew uniformly along the dorsal segments. As soon as they appeared, they moved swiftly, their elongated bodies twisting as they connected head to tail, instantly forming a massive irregular circle. The air itself seemed to congeal for a moment. Then, with the ring at its center, visible ripples began to distort the space, radiating outwards like stones dropped into water. A low hum began to permeate the air, drowning out the clamor of gunfire and battle. Detecting dimensional distortion, Mu Xingling's mechanical eye blazed with a piercing red warning light. She tried to shout a warning, but her voice was instantly swallowed by the invisible fluctuation. It was too late. With a piercing shriek that climbed to an ear-splitting pitch, the 18-phase crystals on the 6-phase rift WRMS erupted in dazzling brilliance. The green light instantly shifted to a deep blue, and a colossal beam of blue light over 100 meters in diameter descended from the heavens like divine punishment, tearing through the clouds and engulfing the core of the battlefield. The intense light consumed everything in its path. Every unit bathed in the beam. Human students, military soldiers, Zerg creatures, and machine cult warriors alike instantly lost control of their bodies. Space was violently twisted and folded. When the light faded, only a massive scorched circular mark remained, and the once crowded, chaotic battlefield had been brutally torn into several distinct pieces. At the very front line, students from Blazing Phoenix University and Deep Space University, who had been locked in fierce combat with the main Zerg forces and machine cult elites, along with some allied military personnel, found themselves and their enemies transported to a strange, unfamiliar region. The environment was completely different, but the enemies were still beside them, and the slaughter resumed almost without pause. Meanwhile, at the rear of the battlefield, the Psychers, mechanics, and gunfighters from Aurora Academy responsible for long-range fire support and coordination were transported to a completely different zone along with the Zerg and machine cult units they were fighting, leaving them without the front line's protection. As for the mixed teams from various universities who were originally positioned in the middle of the battlefield as rotation and support forces, their situation was the most complex. They, along with a few scattered Zerg and machine cult enemies, were randomly teleported to a third area. The sudden forced teleportation instantly threw all of humanity's deployments into disarray, shattering the complete battle line into fragments. The situation became even more chaotic and dangerous. In the Blazing Phoenix University team, a young girl holding a blazing flame spear had a pale face. "What the hell is this thing?" she said, barely steadying herself, her voice filled with obvious panic. The students from Deep Space University were not much better caught off guard by the sudden change in their ground environment. The situation for Aurora Academy was even worse. They inherently lacked close combat capabilities and were now directly exposed to the enemy, like lambs to the slaughter. Damn it. Psionic barrier. A Psyker strained to erect a pale blue barrier to fend off the Zerg attack, but it was futile. A single claw easily tore through the barrier, slashing viciously towards his face. The situation in the middle area was equally dire. The randomness of the teleportation had separated many students from their own teams, leaving them surrounded by students from other academies. For a moment, a wave of panic spread through the crowd. The sharp hisses of the Zerg and the cold gun barrels of the machine cult loomed menacingly around them. Yili gripped his long blade. The Blade Boy's movements also became sluggish, its silver light no longer so dazzling. "We can't go on like this." Yili took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He knew the most important thing now was to find a new foothold and reorganize an effective defense. "Everyone rally to me," he shouted with all his might, his voice sounding weak amidst the chaos, but he believed someone would hear, someone would respond. They were comrades, companions, students of the expedition, carrying hope. Even in the face of desperation, they could not give up. The battle continued. In the fragmented battlefield, in the unfamiliar zones, for survival, for hope, for each other. Chu Feng moved almost instinctively, being the first to rush towards Yi Li's position. Right behind him, Mu Xingling's figure also moved, her data streaming mechanical eye scanning the surroundings, choosing a path towards Yi Li. Not far away, Mansion, who had briefly cooperated with Yi Li, didn't hesitate. His burly frame moved, his giant axe striking the ground with a dull thud as he strode over. When one person takes the lead, others follow. Seeing someone trying to regroup, the students from other academies who had been panicking saw a faint glimmer of hope rekindled in their eyes. The instinct to survive overpowered their fear, and they began to move unconsciously towards the figure who had called out. Encircling, converging. Only by sticking together was there a sliver of a chance to fight a path out of this death trap. More and more figures began to gather slowly, despite looking at the faces gathering around him, still strangers, but at least he was no longer alone. Yi Li's heart calmed a little. But with it came a heavier pressure. There were still too few of them. This small force against a tide of enemies felt like a single leaf boat in a raging storm. He saw a student from Deep Space University get grazed by an energy ray on the arm, letting out a muffled groan as blood immediately stained his combat suit. On the other side of the battlefield, the psychokineticists of Aurora Academy were pale as sheets, their mental energy depleted to the point where they could barely maintain the most basic defensive barriers. Casualties were mounting. They could only hold their formation, desperately fending off attacks from all sides while slowly retreating. They had to stay together, avoid being scattered, and escape this open ground to find terrain they could use. Yi Li's gaze swept across the surroundings, searching for any sliver of hope. But the insectoid commander gave them no respite. The swarm's assault appeared chaotic, yet it concealed cunning tactical intent. They flowed fluidly through the gaps between artillery fire, weaving and threading, attempting to sever the newly formed squad once more. The ground suddenly bulged. Several massive piercers erupted from beneath the earth, hurling dirt and stone into the air. Their colossal bodies stood like moving walls, blocking the retreat path of a group of students, cutting them off from Yi Li and the others. Several web spinners crawled out from the shadows, their abdomens swelling before violently ejecting vast, resilient white nets. The sticky silk descended without warning, precisely ensnaring several mechs. Their joints were wrapped tight, rendering them immobile and turning them into sitting ducks. The fire support from the machine cult was brutally efficient. Beams of energy like clinging parasites struck precisely at isolated students. Those who failed to raise their shields in time were instantly incapacitated. A bullet whizzed past Yi Li's ear, carrying a searing gust of air. His mood plummeted to rock bottom. Southwest. There's a crevice in the rock over there. Fall back to there. Mu Xingling's voice suddenly cut through the clamor of battle. The data streams in her mechanical pupils cascaded like waterfalls, clearly the optimal solution derived from rapid calculation and analysis. It was a lifeline. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Li's long blade erupted with searing energy. A single horizontal sweep sent several pouncing raptor bugs flying, the crack of splintering bones clearly audible. Go. Follow Mu Xingling. He roared again, veering sharply and charging toward the southwest. Man Shan let out an earth-shaking bellow. His massive axe swung in a full arc, its air-rending howl carving a path straight through the dense swarm. Severed limbs and viscera splattered everywhere amidst the dark green blood. Mu Xingling's psionic shield flickered erratically around her, bearing immense strain as stray bullets, energy beams, and acidic insectoid while relentlessly battered the barrier. Each flash marked a violent expenditure of her mental strength. The remaining students unleashed their last reserves of potential. Gunners poured out ammunition desperately, psychokineticists barely maintained their support, and mech pilots, heedless of their battered armor, pushed forward with all weapons blazing. Every single one of them was fighting for their life every second. They were like a sharp dagger forcibly tearing a gash through the chaotic, sticky edge of the battlefield. Relying on the personal prowess of these dozen-plus individuals, far surpassing ordinary students, and their fierce will to survive, they were actually drawing closer to that crevice which represented a chance at life. Seeing that most had begun to escape the most dangerous zone, the mechanical structure on Mu Xingling's left arm rapidly transformed. With a sharp click, a glinting grappling hook shot out, striking a protruding rock dozens of meters ahead with pinpoint accuracy. She leaped agile as a hunting leopard, and using the hook's pull, vaulted to the very front of the group in an instant. Follow me. Quick. Her voice was no longer just calculated commands, it carried a hint of urgency. Thanks to her rapid environmental analysis, formidable computational power, and a bit of luck, this battered squad finally broke free of the encirclement formed by the insectoids and the machine cult. They surged into the narrow crevice. The sounds of battle and explosions behind them seemed to fade somewhat. Inside, the light was dim, and the air was thick with the smell of dust and gunpowder. The group dared not stop. They pressed on relentlessly, hoping to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the insectoids and the machine cult. They ran for what felt like an eternity. Harsh, ragged breaths echoed one after another as everyone pushed to their absolute limit. After Mu Xingling's psionic scan confirmed no pursuers, she signaled for everyone to rest and take stock. Only a mere dozen or so remained. Everyone was utterly exhausted, battered to the brink. Their combat suits were torn, the charging indicators on energy weapons blinked red, their mechs were covered in dents and scratches, and blood seeped from wounds, soaking their clothes and leaving mottled stains on the ground. The relief of survival was quickly eclipsed by a profound sense of loss and bewilderment. Deep within the crevice, the light grew even fainter. The air was a mix of cold stone, acrid smoke, and a faint metallic tang of blood. The heavy panting gradually subsided, replaced by a suffocating silence. The surviving students slumped against the cold rock walls, their eyes vacant, as if their very souls had been drained away. Someone sobbed quietly. Someone else mechanically wiped blood from their weapon. But most were simply silent despair coiling around their hearts like creeping vines. Yili looked at the scene, a stifling weight pressing on his chest. All eyes were instinctively drawn to him. Mu Xingling also straightened up. The data streams in her mechanical eyes no longer raced as before, but they still whirred with cool precision, scanning the condition of every student. Yili took a deep breath, forcing down the taste of blood in his throat. Who are you putting on this act for? His voice was hoarse from battle, yet it echoed with unusual clarity in the cramped space. Morning already. Think we've lost. Plan to just sit here and wait to die waiting for the bugs, or those tin heads to come collect our corpses. His gaze swept across a sea of young faces etched with exhaustion and fear. If we give up now, we'll only be a laughingstock for the insectoids and the machine cult. Yili's voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable fury. Think about who we are. We are the elites, chosen from the 4 greatest academies in the galaxy. We are not lambs to the slaughter. Yili stepped forward, closing in on the dejected students. The enemy is strong and our losses are heavy. That is the truth. But we are still alive. As long as we draw breath, there is hope. Cowering here to await death is the act of a coward. His words lashed at their hearts like a whip. Someone lifted their head, a flicker of emotion stirring in their eyes. Mu Xingling spoke at the right moment. Her voice was calmer than Yili's, yet carried a precision and force akin to cold data. Yili is right. If we passively wait, the outcome is nothing but being eliminated one by one. Her gaze was sharp as a blade. Intelligence indicates our communications are completely jammed and distress signals cannot be transmitted. The military cannot break through in the short term, so counting on rescue is unrealistic. But the enemy is equally unaware of our exact position and remaining numbers. That information gap is our opportunity. Rather than depleting our last resources and willpower here, we should actively seek a path to survival. Mu Xingling's mechanical arm lifted slightly, as if tracing shapes in the air. The terrain in this area is complex. During our breakout, we already gathered preliminary information on parts of the environment, utilizing the terrain to disperse and harass. That is our only current advantage. We must rally any surviving students scattered across the area. We can no longer fight as individuals. We must be forged into a single unbreakable force. She paused, her tone resolute. Launch guerrilla counterattacks against the Zerg and the machine cult. Let them pay the price for their arrogance. Survival in the direst straits. Taking the initiative. Guerrilla warfare. The words of Yi Li and Mu Xingling were like stones cast into stagnant water, stirring ripples that spread outward. Like stubborn sparks burning across a wasteland, they gradually dispelled the suffocating chill of despair, rekindling the nearly extinguished flame of survival within the survivors' hearts. Indeed, they were the pride of heaven, the future of the Federation. They had endured grueling selections, possessing talent and strength far beyond the ordinary. How could they die so ignominiously, cowering like this? A mech pilot slammed his fist against the ground, a dull thud echoing in the silence. He lifted his head, eyes bloodshot. He's right. Damn them all. If we die, we're taking some of them with us. Some began checking their weapons and ammunition, though precious little remained. Others started tending to their wounds, their movements no longer numb. The daze in their eyes gradually faded, replaced by a fierce, desperate resolve, the determination of those who have burned their bridges. They were never meant for mediocrity. They refused to end in such humiliation. The instinct to survive and their fierce pride intertwined, forging a new strength within them. Yi Li and Mu Xingling exchanged a glance, each seeing the unwavering resolve in the other's eyes. The road ahead remained treacherous, but at least they had regained control of their own direction. A brief deliberation concluded swiftly. Yi Li and Mu Xingling divided their duties without delay. Mu Xingling would formulate the detailed battle plan. Her terrifying computational power and battlefield analysis were the team's most precious asset in this crisis. Yi Li in turn took charge of rallying morale, unifying the scattered survivors, and executing the most perilous tasks on the front lines. The survivors dragged their weary bodies forward, but their eyes no longer held the emptiness of death. They abandoned the narrow rock crevice that had been their refuge, a place saturated with the stench of blood and despair where every additional second felt suffocating. Outside was a starkly different vista, yet equally fraught with peril. Jagged monoliths thrust toward the sky, strange crystals refracting the pale light of an unknown star. The air reeked of sulfur mingled with the acrid tang of rusted metal. The ground beneath their feet was hard and cold, marked here and there by the claw gouges of colossal beasts or the charred black scars left by energy weapons. Like phantoms they wove through this deadly realm, every step measured and cautious. They avoided open ground that might expose them, using the shadows of rocks and the intricate terrain to conceal their movements. Locating their scattered classmates was a primary objective. At every corner that might offer concealment, they transmitted the prearranged low-frequency signal, then held their breath and listened. But responses were few, mostly silence or the grim remnants of recent battles. Simultaneously, they sought opportunities to strike fatal blows at lone Zerg patrols or small machine cult search parties. Time slipped away amidst oppressive silence and sudden brief eruptions of violence. A full standard day had passed since the ambush that had nearly annihilated them all. Now Yi Li's squad had grown slightly in number, yet remained pitifully small. They were concealed deep within a vast expanse of crystal mountain ranges. The terrain was treacherous. Enormous purple crystal clusters jutted skyward like the fangs of a monstrous beast blocking out most of the light. They had discovered an extremely well-hidden cave. Its entrance was so narrow that only one person could squeeze through sideways, but the interior opened up into a space vast enough to accommodate their battered team. A haze of purple-black mist, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, shrouded the cave mouth like a living entity. It rippled subtly with the air currents, exuding a faint, sweetly acrid scent. This was the nanite swarm released by Lin, the surviving student from the nanomedicine department. Each nanite finer than dust moved according to her mental commands, carrying neuroparalytic toxins potent enough to instantly incapacitate any creature that dared force its way through. This dynamic barrier not only repelled physical intrusion, but also disrupted most low-grade detection equipment, a natural and lethal line of defense. Inside the cave, the two surviving mech tech students sat huddled together, surrounded by disassembled components and several portable optical computers. Their fingers danced across virtual keyboards, streams of complex code flowing across the displays. Delicate micromechanical instruments were carefully positioned at critical points within the cave, emitting a faint hum as they constructed an anti-detection electronic field specifically calibrated to counter the machine cult's pervasive probing methods. Over a dozen biomimetic scout insects had been released. Mimicking the forms of harmless local insects, they silently integrated into the external environment, transmitting real-time imagery and data from the surrounding area back to the cave. Yi Li leaned against the cold rock wall, eyes closed in rest, but his clenched fists betrayed the anxiety and turmoil churning within him. Mu Xingling stood quietly nearby, the silver mechanical eye flickering with a faint light, as if ceaselessly analyzing something. Every person in the cave was strung taut, like a drawn bow waiting for the arrow of fate to be loosed. Sweat trickled slowly down their temples, yet no one moved to wipe it away. Suddenly, one of the mech tech students monitoring the scout insect signals jerked his head up. The scouts have reported back. Enemy movement detected. The voice of the mechanics student was not loud, yet it struck the silent cavern like a boulder plunging into a placid lake, instantly shattering the deathly stillness. In an instant, all eyes, including Yi Li's tightly shut ones, snapped to the young mechanic. His face still bore traces of youth, yet it was now etched with a gravity far beyond his years. Northeast, roughly 2 kilometers away. His words came rapid fire as his fingers danced across the operation terminal, summoning a simple, three-dimensional map. A red dot blinked upon it. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. 7 Zerg stalkers accompanied by 3 iron coffins of the machine cult. Stalkers. The name alone made many instinctively tighten their grip on their weapons. These Zerg units were renowned for their blistering speed and terrifying penetrating power. Their scythe-like forelimbs could easily rend light armor, and when they charged at full velocity, they became streaks of lethal black lightning. Iron coffins. The nickname students had given to the machine cult's iron skeleton mecha warriors. Their thick armor, overwhelming firepower, and cold, merciless combat style made them a grave threat. 7 stalkers and 3 iron coffins. A precise, balanced composition. Clearly a small squad specialized in search and destroy operations. Their target was likely scattered survivors like Yi Li and his group. The pupil of Mu Xingling's functioning mechanical eye contracted sharply. Countless streams of azure data cascaded through it like waterfalls. Terrain parameters, enemy unit compositions, firepower assessments, velocity analysis, threat level evaluations. All processed in the blink of an eye by her hyper-overclocked brain and auxiliary chips. Her silver prosthetic limb, gleaming with cold metallic luster, began to move without a sound. The alloy armor plating on its surface peeled away, flipped, and recombined like blossoming petals. Intricate mechanical structures meshed within, emitting a faint, crisp, clicking sound. In the span of a mere blink, the arm had vanished, replaced by a uniquely shaped alloy longsword. Its slender blade bore a dull silver-gray hue, and its razor-sharp edge reflected Mu Xingling's impassive, frigid visage. The stalker's nerve ganglion, Mu Xingling's voice was ice-cold, devoid of any emotion. Located 3.7 centimeters beneath the 3rd abdominal plate. This was the most efficient and lethal attack point, derived from her vast analysis of data and simulated calculations. Beyond the cavern, a blue moon hung high in the sky. Its light refracted through the layered colossal crystal clusters, casting mottled, ghostly, distorted shadows upon the rugged rock walls. An invisible wave of psionic energy radiated outward from Mu Xingling, spreading silently. This power imperceptible to ordinary senses functioned like the most sophisticated radar penetrating thick rock layers, bypassing warped magnetic fields, and precisely locking onto the 10 moving life and mechanical signals 2 kilometers away. Their location, speed, and formation were utterly exposed within Mu Xingling's mental perception. Every detail was captured with perfect clarity. Inside the cavern, everyone held their breath. The soft clicks of weapons being chambered and the low hum of energy cores warming up interwove into the distinctive prelude to battle. The counterattack from the brink of despair was about to commence. Yili's squad swiftly checked their gear, ensuring energy weapons were fully charged and ammo crates were securely fastened. Every member was taut with concentration. The mechanics students' fingers glided across their operation terminals, projecting an invisible jamming field around them to blind the Zerg's reconnaissance units and conceal their movements. The team advanced silently, guided by the scout bug weaving through rock crevices like phantoms until they reached the predetermined ambush point. Mu Xingling halted, her icy gaze sweeping over the squad to confirm readiness. Engage, her command concise as a cold blade sliced through the silence. Her mechanical arm surged with power, the alloy blade erupting in a blinding silver flash. She shot forward like an arrow released from its string, the first to charge the enemy. Chu Feng followed closely, and with roars of fury the others surged forth. Battle erupted in an instant. Mu Xingling's speed was extreme, her form leaving AT. Yet the relentless high-intensity combat was taking its toll on the mechanical arm. Wisps of thin smoke curled from its seams, a harbinger of overload. Daozi followed closely from behind, coordinating with Dundunzi as their 3 rings activated in unison. Daozi's form flickered, unleashing the combined skill reverse flow twin slash. The blade light struck the iron skeleton warrior's armor, cutting through its formidable defenses with unstoppable force. With a single decapitating slash, the warrior's head flew into the air. The mechanics students were not idle either. They hurled specialized bombs. The deafening explosions sent shockwaves that shattered the rocky ground. The remaining iron skeleton warriors, caught off guard, found their heavy bodies half sunken into the fractured stone, their movements becoming sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, the exploration team members swarmed forward, unleashing a torrent of firepower upon the trapped iron skeleton warriors. On the other side, Chu Feng seized his chance. His alloy sword pierced precisely into the last stalker's abdominal plate, then twisted violently, completely shredding its nerve ganglion. With its fatal weakness destroyed, the stalker let out a feeble cry and collapsed, thick green blood splattering across Chu Feng's mech armor. The battle ended quickly and decisively, leaving only the mangled Zerg corpses and the sparking wreckage of iron skeletons. This was already the 3rd search squad they had ambushed. Yili drew his alloy blade, flicking off the viscous green fluid. He scanned the surroundings, confirming no survivors on the battlefield, then called out to everyone, "Evacuate now." His voice carried a note of gravity. The team members sprang into action, rapidly clearing the battlefield, leaving no trace behind. They quickly made their way back towards the temporary camp. They had to reach safety immediately. This area would soon be discovered by Zerg scouting parties. They could not linger. And so, under Mu Xingling's leadership, over the following days they faced perilous situations and cleanly eliminated 3 more search squads. The success of the ambushes made the machine cult's presence nearly vanish from the search parties. In their stead came the endless swarming Zerg. Their terrifying reproductive rate made them seem unkillable, and they became the primary search force. The pressure did not lessen. Yili had also fought fiercely in these days, his blade drinking deep of Zerg ichor. Unfortunately, most of his kills were low-tier creatures, not core combatants, and his total count remained limited. The system had only rewarded a few basic nutrient solutions and 5-star beast healing fluids. But in this environment where a fierce battle could erupt at any moment, every healing fluid was invaluable. It was a decent reward, all things considered. 5 days after the ambush, the monotonous yet tense cycle of hunting and concealment continued. The team's mechanic had maintained a constant deployment of micro-reconnaissance drones, which now relayed an urgent signal. Intense combat energy fluctuations had been detected in the core area of the Crystal Pillar Forest 5 kilometers away. The signal was intermittent, yet the energy intensity was astonishing. Could a lone student have been cornered by the enemy? Or was some other unforeseen event unfolding? But it was certain that students from the expedition team were in peril. Prepare for support. Mu Xingling's low command was met with immediate action as the squads swiftly readied their gear and advanced toward the point of the energy eruption. The mechanic confirmed the stability of the anti-reconnaissance devices, and the group moved like phantoms, weaving between the crystal pillars. The closer they drew to the core zone, the more violent the ambient energy currents became. Yet when they cautiously arrived at the periphery of the target area and pushed aside the last curtain of strange obstructive flora, the sight before them caused everyone's pupils to contract sharply. There was no sign of the anticipated skirmish between students and search teams. Instead, what met their eyes were 12 grotesque, unprecedented horrors. These creatures were covered in thick, dark green carapaces that gleamed with a metallic sheen. Their massive forms were dominated by maws that gaped like abyssal fissures, which they were currently using to frenziedly devour the crystalline ground soil and even the mangled remains of a deep space university student. These were the secret weapon of the insectoid race, the devourer beasts. These monsters seemed capable of consuming anything, even directly absorbing energy itself. Their carapaces were nigh impenetrable, and their vitality was terrifyingly tenacious. Most horrifyingly, the more they devoured, the stronger their energy fluctuations became, and their combat prowess soared in tandem. Each of the 12 devourer beasts radiated a palpably dangerous aura, making them exceedingly troublesome foes. Witnessing the remains of their deep space university comrade within the devourer beasts' mouths, the students of the expedition team were consumed by a blazing rage, their eyes turning bloodshot. Their hands tightened around their weapons. The mechanical structure of Mu Xingling's right arm emitted a grating screech as metallic plates flipped and reassembled. In an instant, a particle chainsword radiating with energy replaced her limb. The chainsword spun with furious speed. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Xingling surged forward, her feet propelling her like a silver bolt of lightning, charging directly at the nearest devourer beast. The other students' attacks followed in a barrage. Energy beams and solid projectiles struck the devourer beasts, but were mostly deflected by their hardened shells or neutralized by their bizarre energy-absorbing properties. The defensive capabilities of these monsters far exceeded all expectations. Lin Inen waved her hands rapidly, sending countless minuscule points of light from her fingertips that coalesced into a hazy gray cloud. This was her nanobot swarm. They buzzed as they slammed into the devourer beast's dark green carapace like a metallic storm. However, the impact only produced a series of dull thuds. The nanobots seemed to collide with an unyielding energy barrier, as most of their kinetic force was directly absorbed and devoured by the peculiar armor, failing to inflict any significant damage. Mu Xingling's particle chainsword crashed against the beast's shell, kicking up a blinding shower of energy sparks. The chainsword whirred at high speed, emitting a grating, teeth-aching screech, yet it only managed to carve a shallow gash into the carapace. Chew foam. Mu Xingling seized a fleeting opportunity amidst her fierce assault and shouted sharply, "The crystal pillar at 3 o'clock has a resonance weak point." Chu Feng reacted instantly, darting to the designated spot. He drove his alloy longsword deep into the ground, tapping into the Earth's energy veins. Simultaneously, his insectoid left hand secretly extended a bone saw that spun at a frantic speed, pressing with immense force against the base of the colossal crystal pillar. The buzzing vibration grew increasingly intense, causing the ground to tremble. The bone saw cut with savage intensity, sending crystal fragments flying. With a resounding crack, the pillar, which would have required several people to encircle, snapped at its base. A colossal shadow fell as the immense crystal column toppled with unstoppable momentum. 3 devourer beasts, which had been huddled close and gnawing at the crystal, were caught off guard and crushed beneath its immense weight, letting out agonized shrieks. The heavy crystal pillar pinned them firmly, and dark green ichor seeped from the fissures in their carapaces. This single move not only severely wounded 3 of the monsters, but more importantly, it instantly fractured the devourer beast's formation, creating an opportunity for the team to isolate and eliminate them one by one. Dao Zai's figure materialized like a phantom at the flank of a lone devourer beast. With Dun Dun Zai's 3 rings fully activated in coordination, Dao Zai crossed his twin blades and unleashed their combined skill once more. Reverse current twin slash. 2 streaks of frigid blade light struck the devourer beast's joints almost simultaneously. The edges tore through the relatively weaker carapace, leaving deep bone-visible wounds. Green blood erupted from the gashes, but a peculiar energy fluctuation lingered around the wound edges, actively suppressing the beast's terrifying regenerative abilities. The wounds could not heal quickly, and its life force ebbed away continuously. This trait proved particularly effective against the tenacious vitality of the devourer beasts. Seeing this, Lin Inen swiftly directed several small drones. They flew nimbly over to the devourer beasts that were pinned or wounded by Dao Zai. Fine nozzles opened, spraying a dense purple mist. This was a specially formulated neurotoxin designed specifically for insectoid creatures. The purple toxic fog spread quickly, completely enveloping several of the devourer beasts. The mist seeped into their wounds and even infiltrated through the seams of their carapaces. The affected beasts visibly slowed, their once agile limbs stiffening and their reaction times plummeting. Seizing this precious window of opportunity, the expedition students unleashed their full arsenal. Long-range and melee weapons were brought to bear in a frenzy against the hindered and vulnerable devourer beasts. Energy beams, explosive shells, armor-piercing bolts, and the alloy weapons of melee fighters rained down upon them, culminating in a continuous series of explosions and blinding bursts of energy. The remaining Devourer beasts continued their desperate resistance, but the expedition members showed no mercy. Their firepower converged into a net that quickly overwhelmed them. Energy beams pierced carapaces, explosive shells tore through flesh, and amid the final death throes of the creatures, the dark green figures on the battlefield fell one by one until only silence remained. The battle was concentrate fire. Shatter them. Mu Xingling's voice cut through the air, cold and brooking no dissent. No further words were needed. The surviving team members swung their weapons around. Energy beams, solid projectiles, and even several drones with small drills hastily dispatched by Linen. All firepower was unleashed in a torrent upon the targets beneath the pillar. The roar of explosions intensified once more. Beams refracted through the crystal, interweaving with sparks bursting from the beast's carapaces. Demolition rounds detonated in the confined space, shockwaves mixed with crystal shrapnel spraying in all directions. The pinned Devourer beasts let out even more piercing shrieks, but had no room to dodge. Their struggles grew weaker and weaker. Jade green ichor mixed with crystal dust stained the ground in a chaotic mess. Finally, the last beast's movements ceased entirely. The battlefield fell into a temporary silence, broken only by the hum of cooling energy weapons and the ragged breathing of the team members. The sustained high-intensity combat had drained everyone. Sweat soaked the linings of their combat suits. Some instinctively checked their ammunition, while others leaned against the still-standing crystal pillars to ease their frayed nerves. In that brief, almost luxurious moment of respite, a deafening crash erupted without warning. Boom! About 50 meters away, a massive crystalline wall burst inward. Countless crystal shards flew out like cannonballs, and the shockwave kicked up clouds of dust. Every nerve snapped taut again, weapons swung in unison toward the source of the sound. Through the billowing dust, a stumbling figure emerged. It was a mech. A heavy firepower mech bearing the emblem of the Deep Space Academy, but in a sorry state. Its left arm was severed clean at the shoulder, sparks crackling from the torn socket. Blood-like fluid continued to surge from the wound. The entire surface was covered in scorch marks and deep scratches, evidence of a brutal fight. Part of the cockpit viewport was shattered, revealing the pale, anxious face of the pilot within. Ryan. Chu Feng recognized the newcomer. Ryan, an elite cadet of the Deep Space Academy. What was he doing here? And in such a wretched state? Before anyone could voice their questions, shadows coalesced in the shattered breach behind Ryan. A streak of glaring crimson, a mech with a sinister, aggressive silhouette, stepped out slowly. Its paint was the color of blood, and on its shoulder was emblazoned a crest of interlocked gears and a skull, the Blood Eagle mech of the machine cult. They tracked the combat energy signature here. Ryan's voice came through, hasty and weak. Damn it. He had clearly intended to come for support or to assess the situation, but had been ambushed instead. A scorching energy beam, like a venomous serpent, shot out from it was a pulse sniper rifle. Phase barrier. A translucent energy shield materialized out of thin air, radiating a faint blue glow. The sniper beam slammed into the center of the barrier. Energy ripples expanded violently before being completely absorbed and deflected, leaving Ryan completely unharmed. Get him out of here. Mu Xingling made the call instantly. Yili reacted with incredible speed, darting to Ryan's damaged mech and half-dragging, half-carrying him toward the rear of the group. Almost simultaneously, an engineering robot controlled by the team's mechanic fired a device that flickered with unstable light from its back. A quantum bomb. The bomb arced through the air, landing precisely among several massive crystal pillars. Smoke, energy turbulence, and shattered crystals instantly formed a chaotic barrier, completely severing the line of sight. The Crimson Blood Eagle mechs had just emerged from the breach when they were halted by the sudden catastrophic explosion and the ensuing chaos. Their sensors went haywire under the intense energy interference. The smoke and jamming devices had effectively sealed off the entire area. The expedition team's figures vanished into the depths of the collapsing crystal forest and the pervasive dust. Only a few furious curses could be faintly heard over the Blood Eagle mech's comms channel before they were utterly drowned out by the echoes of the blast. The expedition team's figures vanished into the collapsing crystal pillars and the pervasive smoke. Only a few exasperated curses echoed faintly from the Blood Eagle mech's communication channel. Bastards. Target lost. Repeat, target lost. Harsh alarms blared wildly within the Blood Eagle cockpits. The sensor screens showed nothing but a snowstorm of interference. Dense smoke mixed with violent energy currents completely sealed off the area ahead. Huge crystal pillars continued to crash down with deafening roars, the ground trembling violently, as if it might collapse again at any moment. Search for them. They can't have gotten far. A gruff voice bellowed over the channel. They must be hiding somewhere in this chaotic zone. Several Blood Eagle mechs attempted to push forward, their heavy metal feet crunching on the shattered crystal shards with grating screeches. Damn it. This place is The comms channel was filled with frustration and helplessness. The smoke obscured everything, and the energy interference had turned them blind and deaf. The pursuit had become utterly pointless. Fall back. Report to command that the targets escaped using the terrain. Finally, the roar of engines gradually faded. The few crimson mechs battered and seething with the aftermath of the explosion still rippled through the air, slowly settling. At the same moment, at the machine cult's command base within the secret realm, in a hidden underground chamber, metal walls reflected the dim blue indicator lights. The Calamity Commander sat upon a tall command chair, stiffly yanking the data cables connected to the interface at his own spine. A faint hiss escaped as the cables disconnected. The massive holographic screen before an enlarged window was now centered on the screen. That was the wreckage of the Deep Space Academy mech within the expedition team's vicinity. These creatures, known as devourer worm beasts, used their terrifying maws to tear and dissolve the sturdy alloy armor. The metal decomposed rapidly under their bizarre digestive fluids, transforming into streams of dark green biomass energy. These energy streams, like rivers flowing into the sea, poured ceaselessly into the faint colossal silhouette of the mother brood in the depths of the scene. On one side of the screen, cold data scrolled rapidly before finally freezing. Devourer worm beast count 73. Threat level extreme danger. Comprehensive combat assessment. Under current conditions, our combined forces with the expedition team have a survival probability of less than 35. The Calamity Commander stared at the glaring numbers, his face devoid of expression, only a flicker of cold ruthlessness passing deep within his eyes. The calculations are complete, he said, his voice low like the grinding of metal. When the Devourer's numbers exceed 100, even with the expedition team's help, we won't be a match for the swarm. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest. They've been hiding these Devourer worm beasts all along. This must be the surprise they had planned for us at the end. A faint, almost imperceptible sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. As expected, this so-called alliance was only ever meant to make betrayal more convenient. An adjutant, also fully encased in mech armor, appeared behind him. Commander, should we inform the expedition team of this crucial intelligence? The adjutant's voice was utterly flat, as if merely stating an option. The Calamity Commander slowly rotated his chair to face the adjutant, a calculating glint flashing in his electronic eyes. Of course we must tell them. Why not? They should contribute more effort to this alliance. Their hatred for the swarm runs deeper. Let them go and exhaust those bugs. Us. The commander's lips curled into a cruel arc. We only need to stand by and watch. Isn't it wonderful to reap the spoils without lifting a finger? Package the data, encrypt it, and send it to them. Let them properly thank us for our generosity. At dawn the next day, the mechanic scout insect detected combat energy fluctuations only 2 kilometers from the Crystal Pillar Forest. The location was sensitive as it was the site of yesterday's battle and likely a trap. Yet Mu Xingling decided to take the risk, hoping it might be their fellow expedition students. They didn't send the entire team. Mu Xingling led Chu Feng Yi Li and a few other elite members to investigate, leaving Lin Anan and some others to care for Ryan. As Mu Xingling's team arrived at the energy fluctuation zone, a mech from the machine cult staggered into view. Its chest cavity was blown open into a gaping, gruesome hole, with charred wires exposed and dangerous sparks leaping from them. The damaged mech crashed against the rock wall, finally collapsing in the shadow of the entrance, kicking up a cloud of choking dust. A cold, killing intent locked on instantly. A silver glint flashed in Mu Xingling's eyes as her mechanical arm transformed into an alloy sword, its razor-sharp tip pointing directly at the mech's exposed core unit. The very air seemed to thicken and grow heavy. Just as the sword's tip was about to shatter the core, the mech's sole remaining optical lens shot out a flickering beam of light, projecting a distorted, yet persistent holographic image before them, transmitting its contents in detail. The content of the image was stomach-churning, nearly inducing vomiting. It was the interior of the mother brood's ovary. Viscous organic tissue formed constantly writhing walls covered in disgusting vein-like structures. Nearly 100 horrifying devourer worm beasts were using their slime-covered, tooth-lined maws to madly devour mech star beasts and everything else edible. Solid metal sizzled under the highly corrosive digestive fluids, dissolving rapidly into a dark green liquid. At that moment, a distorted, clearly synthetic voice emanated from the projection, unmistakably the Calamity Commander's emotionless tone. We need to cooperate, or we all become food for the swarm. The Calamity Commander's face in the projection was blurry, leaving only a cold, rigid silhouette like a messenger from hell. A suppressed, furious roar echoed through the cavern. Chu Feng stepped forward violently, the ground trembling beneath him as his mech-armored boot stomped down hard. Crack! The holographic projector embedded in the mech wreck shattered into pieces, the light dying instantly, leaving only flying sparks. Shu Feng's chest heaved violently, his heavy breathing like a broken bellows. His fists were clenched so tight his knuckles cracked audibly. Yili, however, calmly crouched beside the still-smoking mech wreck. His eyes were sharp as knives. With a flash of his blade, he expertly pried open an inconspicuous hidden hatch on the mech's hull. Inside the hidden compartment, a small memory chip emitting a faint blue light lay quietly. Yili carefully used his blade to extract the chip. In the dim light, the chip refracted the faint glow of flowing data. It contained the complete three-dimensional coordinates of the mother nest with an astonishing precision down to the millimeter. Every structural detail was clearly visible, and even the energy-tied fluctuations of the ovarian wall were meticulously annotated, accurate to the second. It was a deadly lure delivered by an equally deadly enemy right into their hands. Ultimately, the expedition team reached a cooperation agreement with the machine cult, as it was the only way to escape the secret realm. With the machine cult's covert help, the expedition team's scattered members gradually reflecting that 150 had become 55, and that the top students from the fourth year of each academy had barely arrived. It was clear the machine cult and the swarm had deliberately targeted the elite students. The survivors were mostly freshmen, with only a few sophomores and juniors. The expedition team members were filled with hatred, but to survive they had to deal with the machine cult. Inside the expedition camp, the atmosphere was suffocating. Everyone's face was etched with fatigue and anger. The once vibrant youths now had only numbness and vigilance in their eyes. 55 people. Only 55 left. Someone murmured, their voice hoarse like a broken bellows. The air seemed to solidify. The shadow of death loomed over everyone. Mu Xingling stood silently in the center of the crowd, her silver mechanical arms gleaming coldly in the light. Her heart was filled with pain and anger. But she knew this was not the time to wallow in sorrow. She had to stay calm, and she had to lead everyone to survive. The machine cult won't truly cooperate with us. They're just using us. But we have no choice. Shu Feng roared in anger, slamming his massive fist hard into the ground. Those damn mechanical bastards. One day I'll tear them all to pieces. Calm down, Shu Feng. Yi Li's voice was calm and cold. Linen walked over to Mu Xingling, looking at her with concern. Sister Xingling, what do we do now? Mu Xingling took a deep breath, a flash of resolve passing through her eyes. We continue to cooperate. We can't completely break with them, at least not until we find a chance to strike back. But... Linen wanted to say more, but Mu Xingling raised her hand to stop her. I know you're all resentful. I am too. But we must endure for the sake of those who died. One day we will make the machine cult pay the price. The seed of hatred was quietly planted in everyone's heart. In the shadow of despair, a flame of revenge was beginning to burn fiercely. The fully equipped expedition team stood in silence, a frigid killing intent permeating the air. Acting on intelligence provided by the Mechanicus, the team was tasked with striking directly at the heart of the swarm, a surprise assault on the Zerg hive. The Mechanicus, meanwhile, played a duplicitous role, feigning further negotiations with the Zerg High Command to buy the expedition team precious time for their strike. Every second could mean the difference between life and death. The expedition team moved swiftly, arriving at the hive's coordinates. Before them loomed a colossal, nauseating biological edifice. Its hardened chitinous shell blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment, providing exceptional camouflage. Had the Mechanicus not provided the coordinates, the team would have found it nearly impossible to locate. The long-suppressed hatred erupted at that moment, transforming into an all-consuming blaze. No commands were needed. No rallying cries. All weapon systems activated instantly, unleashing their full fury upon the grotesque Zerg hive. Mu Xingling stood at the forefront of the team, her silver mechanical arm humming in the oppressive air. The hexagonal energy matrices on her arm's surface, like a waking star chart, illuminated layer by layer along the intricate metallic circuits, emitting an ethereal blue glow. The power core was pushed to its absolute limit. The particle cannon began charging, emitting a low, dangerous hum. The very air warped from the concentration of energy as the charge reached its zenith. Let's open a skylight for these vermin. Mu Xingling's voice was ice-cold, devoid of any emotion. She pulled the trigger. A colossal beam of blue-white light tore through the gloom, carrying the aura of utter annihilation. The beam struck the hive's protective carapace with devastating precision. The massive biological armor shattered, exposing the viscous, foul-smelling biomass within, covering twisted structures that pulsed slowly, like a single gigantic malformed heart. The air was thick with a bizarre cocktail of acrid decay and pheromones, enough to make one retch. The throbbing crimson membrane below lay exposed, its blood vessel-like structures clearly visible, pulsating with an evil vitality. The hive reacted instantly. Hundreds of dense blade-wing swarmers erupted from the nest, surging toward the expedition team. They were torn apart by the team's ferocious firepower, their flesh raining down like a gruesome downpour. Rain, piloting his thunderstorm mech, let out a metallic roar. The main cannon on its shoulder blazed with blinding electrical light. A single devastating blast accurately struck a clearly identifiable incubation chamber. The violent explosion tore apart vast swathes of biological tissue. Countless unformed Zerg warriors still incubating within their birthing sacs were incinerated along with their cradles reduced to charred remains and shredded flesh. On another flank, He Yinqing's form was almost entirely consumed by blazing black flames. He pushed his abilities to the absolute brink. The dark fire, as if possessing a will of its own, raged across every corner of the hive, igniting the viscous biomass, with sharp crackling pops releasing an even more acrid stench of burning filth. Blazing Phoenix Academy had suffered the heaviest losses in their previous skirmish. The faces of his classmates, his friends, now fueled the inferno within his heart. His rage was beyond control. His only desire was to burn everything before him to cinders. Destruction was his only catharsis. Under the relentless barrage, the hive's counterattack came swiftly. Sharp bone spikes flew like a torrential rain, corrosive acid sprayed from every direction, and more blade wing swarmers poured from the depths, throwing themselves at the team with reckless abandon. Barrier integrity at 47. Lenin's anxious voice crackled over the comms. Before her stood the psychic shield woven together by the combined will of all the team's psychics straining against the Zerg assault. Simultaneously, she directed a swarm of microscopic nanobots that converged and reshaped at incredible speed, weaving through the chaos of explosions and enemy attacks to tend to the wounded students. Ripples constantly undulated across the barrier's surface, each impact dimming its light further. Within Mu Xingling's pupils, streams of ice-blue data flashed rapidly. The ever-changing battlefield information was entirely within her grasp. She chose not to fire the main cannon again. Instead, her psychic power expanded silently. Countless alloy shards from the earlier explosions levitated around her. Under her precise mental control, these scattered fragments began to spin at tremendous speed, forming a lethal maelstrom of metal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each shard seemed imbued with life, striking with impossible angles and velocity, slicing with pinpoint accuracy into the optic nerve ganglia of the diving blade wing swarmers. The swarmers, struck with such precision, let out piercing shrieks before plummeting from the sky, like rain crashing to the ground, where they convulsed and died. The expedition team's firepower, like a raging tide, swiftly overwhelmed the hive's outer defenses. The ground was littered with Zerg remains and shattered bone spikes. Before the stench of scorched flesh and blood could dissipate, a deeper, more unsettling odor began to emanate from the depths of the torn-open hive. It was a strange smell, a mixture of disinfectant nutrient solution and countless biological pheromones. Mu Xingling was the first to step into the passageway leading into the hive's core. The tunnel walls were composed of writhing, slick biomass, glowing with a faint phosphorescence that illuminated the path ahead. The sticky ground squelched unpleasantly underfoot. The oppressive weight of the air inside was even heavier than outside. Rain's thunderstorm mech echoed heavily through the narrow corridor, each step seeming to tread upon unknown dread. He Yinqing's black flames had receded, but the fire in his eyes had not. Instead, the sight before him fanned a deeper loathing. Lenin, guiding her nanobots, silently repaired minor damage on her comrades' mechs while vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The passageway opened up suddenly into a colossal biological chamber. The sight before them left even the most battle-hardened Thousands of massive translucent amber containers were arranged in dense honeycomb-like rows, stretching from the floor to the towering ceiling of the chamber. Inside each container, a different form of star beast was suspended. The amber nutrient fluid emitted a soft glow, illuminating the twisted, agonized silhouettes of the creatures within. These star beasts were not unfamiliar to the expedition team. Some, like the split-jaw lizards, had been encountered in earlier skirmishes, while others, such as the winged feather leopards unique to this secret realm, were known only from archival records. A few massive specimens radiating an ancient aura appeared to be species never before documented. Originally the indigenous and on the surface of some star beasts, chitinous armor, bone spurs, and extra limbs had begun to proliferate, displaying unmistakable signs of Zerg assimilation. Their eyes were hollow, devoid of their former vitality and wild spirit, leaving only numbness and the dead silence of subjugation. Their consciousness was being stripped away, their genes twisted, forcibly transformed into subservient Zerg war beasts, the cheapest cannon fodder in the Zerg war machine. Only a rare few with special potential were modified into more powerful elite warriors, yet even they could not escape the fate of enslavement. The chamber was permeated with a nauseatingly sweet, rancid stench, mingling the chemical odor of nutrient solution with the putrid smell of decaying biological tissue. A low, resonant hum of energy filled the space, the sound of the modification system at work like the whisper of a demon. The hearts of the expedition team members felt as if clenched by an invisible hand. Rage, loathing, and a trace of inexpressible sorrow washed over them. These lives meant to roam free were being so profanely desecrated here. Mu Xingling's gaze swept across the containers as icy blue data streams flickered once more. She noticed that in some containers near the chamber's edge the star beasts appeared less thoroughly modified. Their struggles were more violent, and a glimmer of instinctive resistance still lingered in their eyes. We haven't arrived too late. Mu Xingling's voice broke the dead silence, carrying a barely perceptible urgency. Some of the modifications are incomplete. If we destroy the modification system here perhaps, we can still save them. This revelation infused the oppressive atmosphere with a sudden sense of urgency. Rescuing these captured star beasts and preventing them from becoming Zerg minions was not merely about reducing enemy numbers. It was a direct counterstrike against the Zerg's cruel atrocities. Ren's fists clenched within his mech joints, emitting a grinding creak. The blaze of fury in He Yanqing's eyes found a new purpose. No longer solely destruction, but also prevention. Without hesitation, the expedition team unleashed a torrent of firepower. A storm of devastation woven from diverse attack methods slammed violently into the still operating modification containers and the core control systems. Glass containers burst apart, internal fluids gushing forth mingled with the agonized roars of star beasts. Metal supports twisted and deformed, energy conduits were brutally torn asunder, flashing with dangerous electric sparks. The core structure sustaining the modification system groaned under unbearable strain as cracks spread rapidly. With a deafening explosion, the entire system collapsed, completely reduced to a smoldering heap of rubble. Yet before the thrill of victory could rise in their hearts, the ground beneath their feet shuddered violently. Not the residual tremor of the overloaded system, but something deeper, more savage brewing below. Rumble. The entire incubation chamber shook, rocks cascading from above. The floor visibly fractured, cracks spreading with terrifying speed, plunging into unfathomable depths while exuding a searing, decayed breath. Watch out. Something's down there. Ren bellowed through the comms channel, struggling to stabilize his mech. Before the words died out, the rock layer beneath them collapsed into a massive chasm. A sensation of weightlessness seized them as debris and dust billowed upward. Then an overwhelming, suffocating presence erupted from the abyss. A crimson blur moving at a speed that defied visual limits burst forth from the collapsing darkness. Boom! It landed heavily at the chamber's center, splashing up molten rock and soil. It was a colossal spider-like Zerg unit, its size dwarfing any bug beast the expedition had ever faced. Its carapace was a dark crimson, resembling solidified magma from the Earth's veins. 12 pairs of segmented limbs like scythes of death polished from obsidian supported its massive, bloated frame. The tip of each limb gleamed with a cold light capable of rending steel. Its compound eyes shimmered with cruel, bloodthirsty intent, locking onto the insignificant intruders. Star beast named Bloodthorn Queen race, Zerg, attribute fire corrosion, level tier, 5 pseudo skills, 12 death, thorns, alternating strikes from 12 limb pairs, each capable of easily piercing mech armor. Corrosive acid rain launches corrosive spore clouds from its back, creating a large-scale acid rain zone. Crimson Spiral Strike merges 12 limb pairs into a drill form, releasing a piercing energy beam after charging, capable of penetrating starship-grade armor. Potential 5 stars. Evolution Devour 3 stars to evolve into Lava Empress, upgrading Acid Rain to Magma Storm. Ecological traits evolved from lower-tier bug beast. Dwells within the mother nest, can command Zerg units within a 100-kilometer radius. Weakness analysis. Ice-based attacks can freeze its magma armor. High frequency sonic weapons can disrupt its web network. Yeely shouted. It's the Zerg Queen, Bloodthorn Queen. She's the guardian of this nest. There was no time for tactical adjustments. The Bloodthorn Queen moved. No roar, no intimidation. Only pure killing instinct. Its 12 pairs of limbs, 24 bone sides of death, erupted suddenly. The tips traced crimson arcs through the air, high-frequency vibrations producing a piercing shriek that threatened to rupture eardrums, forming a terrifying sonic boom cloud. 12 death, thorns. Fast. Unbelievably fast. A barrage of piercing strikes, dense as a sudden downpour, sealed off every avenue of escape for the expedition team. Chu Feng barely raised his alloy sword to parry when a crimson blur tore through the mech armor before him as if it were thin paper. Schluck! The sharp bone spur pierced through his body with unerring precision. He didn't even have time to utter a groan of pain before the immense force hurled him across the chamber, slamming him into the far wall. His condition unknown. Chu Feng. Ren's eyes split with rage as he bellowed, charging forward in his mech. He barely managed to raise his heavy alloy shield before, clang, 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 3 successive ear-splitting metallic clashes. 3 of the Bloodthorn Queen's limbs struck the exact same point on the shield. The alloy shield buckled, cracked, and was then completely pierced through by a fourth bone spur. The bone spur, its momentum unchecked, easily tore through the mech's chest armor and plunged deep into Ren's chest. The colossal impact force nailed the heavy mech, and Ren within it, mercilessly against the rock wall behind. Blood gushed forth like a fountain from the mech's breach, and Ryan's mouth staining the frigid rocks crimson, with the farthest droplet splattering over 3 meters away. Linen reacted with lightning speed, activating her nanoshield the instant the attack descended. A pale blue energy barrier had just begun to take shape. Crack! The shield held for a mere 0.3 seconds before shattering like a bubble against the razor-sharp bone spikes. As the shadow of death loomed over her, Linen relied on her combat instincts and rolled to the side. The lethal spike grazed past her body, its sheer force stinging her cheeks. Yet she couldn't dodge completely. Another bone spike, swift as a viper, slashed across her left leg. Eschararke. With a sickening sound of tearing flesh, a chunk of her leg was viciously gouged out, exposing stark white bone. Agony flooded through her like a tidal wave. Linen let out a stifled groan of pain, her roll faltering as she crashed heavily to the ground. After a single barrage of spikes, the expedition team was plunged into a desperate crisis. Chu Feng lay gravely wounded and unconscious. Ryan was pinned to the wall along with his mech drenched in blood, and Linen was incapacitated with a wound deep enough to see bone on her leg. Only Mu Xingling and He Yinxing, relying on superior reflexes and mech performance, narrowly evaded the initial direct hits, but they too were forced into a frantic scramble, their energy shields flickering violently. The Bloodthorn Queen's crimson compound eyes swept over the battered group as her 12 pairs of segmented legs slowly raised, preparing for the next assault. Within the incubation chamber, only the low hum of the energy core, the team's ragged breathing, and stifled groans of pain echoed alongside the Queen's immense, chilling, and utterly despair-inducing shadow of death. Mu Xingling's mechanical arm snapped open, and a pale blue particle shield materialized instantly. A cacophony of grating impacts rang out as a storm of crimson bone spikes hammered relentlessly against the barrier's surface. Each impact sent violent tremors through the shield, spraying brilliant electric sparks as its energy readings plummeted. Limb strike frequency 87 hits per second. Mu Xingling's voice, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, crackled over the comms. My shield can hold for 10 seconds at most. Alarms blared frantically within her cockpit. Before anyone could react, the abdomen of the Bloodthorn Queen's colossal form split open, revealing a dense honeycomb-like array of orifices. The next second, a viscous, pungent green liquid sprayed forth. Corrosive acid rain. A deluge of acid splashed down upon them. Wherever the liquid touched the ground, it sizzled and hissed, emitting billowing clouds of acrid white smoke. Scatter! Yi Li's roar exploded through the comms. He activated his power belt, narrowly dodging the core area of the acid downpour. His blade-like gaze locked onto the Queen's thrashing limbs. The weak point is the third limb joint. Before the words even faded, Dao's eye-wielding twin blades blurred into a phantom streak. Countercurrent twin slash. Two fierce arcs of blade light intersected, striking precisely at the base of the Queen's third left limb. Clang. The blades collided with the bone spike in a shower of blinding sparks, causing the Queen's movements to falter for a split second. Seizing the opening, Yi Li roared out his orders. Chu Feng, you're the bait. Doc Lin. Give him adrenaline. On the other side, Chu Feng, his body impaled, let out a guttural beast-like growl. Gripping his alloy sword, he forced himself upright as blood spurted from his wounds. Linen darted close, and without hesitation plunged a nano-syringe glowing with a faint blue light into the exposed flesh of Chu Feng's neck. This dosage will zero out your pain receptors for 5 minutes. Linen's voice was calm and steady. The potent drug surged into Chu Feng's bloodstream instantly. His eyes became bloodshot and his body trembled from the intense stimulation. The next moment, Chu Feng let out an ear-splitting roar, ignoring the agony of the horrifying hole through his abdomen. He launched himself like a cannonball at the Bloodthorn Queen's front, his insectoid-mutated left hand spinning its bone saw with a teeth-grinding shriek. Filthy beast. Your grandpa is right here. Chu Feng cackled maniacally, using his broken body and the frenzied spinning bone saw to forcibly jam himself against the Queen's foremost 4 pairs of limbs. Squelch! Squelch! More bone spikes mercilessly pierced his abdomen and shoulder, but he seemed to feel no pain. He bit down hard on the base of those limbs, the bone saw grinding against the Queen's chitinous armor, showering sparks and debris in all directions. The Bloodthorn Queen's frenzied assault for the first time faltered due to the sheer madness of this insignificant human. Now, a cold glint flashed in Mu Xingling's eyes. Her mechanical arms groaned under the strain of energy overload, their casings even beginning to warp slightly. 2 shoulder-mounted railguns snapped into position, their maws crackling with dangerous arcs of electricity. And Mark the third limb with your nanobots. Mu Xingling's voice was icy and resolute. Boom, boom. Two high-explosive railgun rounds howled through the air, striking the exact joint on the third limb that Yi Li had targeted before. The hardened magma-like shell burst apart on impact. At the very instant the shell fractured, a small cloud of purple motes controlled by Lin and insurged like living things into the gap of the limb joint. They were her nanobot swarm. They flooded into the joint, crawling along the neural cords, and began their relentless gnawing. Hiss! Unimaginable agony tore a deafening shriek from the blood-thorn queen, a sound filled with pain and fury. Its remaining limbs abruptly ceased their assault, beginning to merge in a bizarre fashion. They twisted and combined like strands of rope, ultimately forming a colossal drill shape, glowing with a sinister crimson light. The ambient earth energy of the entire hive seemed to answer a summons, surging madly towards the glowing crimson drill. The air in the incubation chamber grew scorching hot. A terrifying energy capable of obliterating everything was coalescing. The attack that could pierce starship-grade armor in a single strike, the Crimson Spiral Strike. Defensive formation. Now. Yi Li's voice cracked with urgency. Dun Dun Zi let out a furious roar, and a tricolored halo erupted from its body, expanding rapidly to encompass the nearby teammates. Everyone within the halo's radius was covered in a dense layer of energy shielding. Dao Zai's figure moved without a moment's hesitation, appearing directly in front of Mu Xingling. Its body surface shimmered with layers upon layers of translucent barriers. Phase barrier. The next instant the crimson beam erupted. A terrifying torrent of energy slammed into the phase barrier. The barrier shattered layer by layer like glass, yet it also dissipated a portion of the beam's destructive force. Dao Zai's body disintegrated inch by inch within the beam, its green blood splattering like fireworks. Finally, it was hurled away by the immense force, smashing a deep crater into a distant rock wall, its condition unknown. Dao Zai no. The shockwave of the Crimson Spiral Strike, softened by the precious moments Dao had bought, crashed against the psionic barrier Mu Xingling had desperately erected. Even with its power greatly diminished, the residual force hurled her and her mech through the air. Forcing her body into a controlled roll midair, Mu Xingling landed and steadied herself. She looked up, her eyes burning with fury and resolve. Unleashing every ounce of her psionic power, she channeled it into her already overloaded and deformed mechanical arm, instantly switching the particle cannon's mode. A chilling blue-white light began to coalesce at the muzzle. Taste my galactic annihilation cannon. Mu Xingling's voice thundered through the chamber. A pillar of blue-white light, like a divine judgment piercing the heavens and earth, erupted from her cannon. It struck with unerring precision at the Bloodthorn Queen's chest carapace, a spot where her energy had converged, leaving her defenses relatively thin. The Queen's movements froze entirely, as she couldn't even struggle. The galactic annihilation cannon. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a resplendent flash of light that swallowed everything. Then came a crisp, sharp sound like shattering glass. The Bloodthorn Queen's prized earth vein carapace under the assault of the blue-white beam shattered and peeled away layer by layer like ice struck by a heavy hammer, exposing the violently pulsating energy core, radiating a sinister red glow within. Exposed to the air, the core throbbed violently. Linen seized the opportunity. The swarm of purple nanobots, which had previously burrowed into the joint gaps and were now exposed with the carapace's destruction, instantly shifted form. They ceased their neural devouring, converged, and morphed into a gleaming razor-sharp blade. The nanite blade, moving at astonishing speed, plunged precisely into the pulsating energy core. The core shuddered violently, its radiance dimming rapidly. Cracks spread from the point of penetration, spiderwebbing across its entire surface. Finally, with a soft pop, the core disintegrated, completely dissolving into specks of red light that faded into the air. The Bloodthorn Queen's colossal body, robbed of all support, crashed to the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Standing within her mech, Lin and gazed at the fallen queen, then at the broken bodies of her fellow expedition students scattered across the battlefield, and whispered softly, "Rest in peace, comrades." As the dust settled over the fallen tyrant, the massive form of the Blood Queen lay still upon the ground, the debris-filled air slowly beginning to clear. Yi Li's heart-wrenching cry pierced the brief silence. Dao Zai, are you all right?" He stumbled to the side of Dao Zai's massive prone form. Dao Zai, having taken the brunt of the attack shockwave to buy Mu Xingling precious time, was now barely breathing, his enormous body slumped and lifeless on the ground. Yi Li's hands trembled as he hastily retrieved Star Beast healing fluid from his spatial bracelet. Fortunately, the system had rewarded him with a generous supply earlier. Carefully, he poured the first bottle into Dao Zai's slightly open mouth. The liquid slid down his throat, but Dao Zai showed no reaction. Yi Li's heart sank. He didn't dare stop. He grabbed a second bottle and poured it in. Still there was no response. His eyes reddened, and he gritted his teeth, retrieving 2 more bottles. Wake up, Daozai. He continued feeding him the healing fluid, while channeling the meager star energy left within his own body, attempting to use his energy to soothe Dao Zai's wounded frame. His star energy, like a gentle stream, flowed slowly into the creature. A 4th bottle. A 5th. Finally, as the 6th bottle of healing fluid ran dry, and Yi Li's own star energy was nearly depleted, Dao Zai's huge eyelid twitched slightly. Yi Li held his breath, staring intently. Those emerald green eyes slowly opened, initially clouded with confusion, but soon a glimmer of light rekindled within them, becoming bright once more. They focused on Yi Li, who was inches away, his face etched with anxiety. Yi Li's taut nerves suddenly relaxed. A surge of immense joy washed over him, nearly bringing him to tears. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. He was so overwhelmed he could barely speak coherently, only continuously stroking Dao Zai's head. At that moment, a line of soft glowing text silently appeared before his retinas. Congratulations, host. You and your Star Beast have jointly defeated the insectoid Bloodthorn Queen. Reward: Star Beast Fusion Stone X1, Star Beast Warp Stone X1, Skill Star Beast Body Fusion Technique X1. Yi Li's attention was caught by this sudden information. A Star Beast Fusion Stone, a Star Beast Warp Stone, and a new skill. He was about to examine the details of these rewards when, rumble! A deep, violent tremor suddenly struck. The entire incubation chamber, no, the entire insectoid nest, began to shake violently. The ceiling, a mix of rock and biological tissue, groaned under the strain. Cracks spread like spiderwebs, and debris and viscous fluids rained down. Not good, someone shouted hoarsely. The nest is collapsing. Get out. The warning was like a lit fuse. The nest structure began to collapse wholesale. Huge boulders, twisted metal, and unrecognizable biological matter crashed down like a storm, and the aura of utter destruction enveloped everyone. Mu Xingling reacted with lightning speed. Her damaged, deformed mechanical arm snapped up, and a grappling hook shot out with a shriek, embedding itself firmly into a relatively stable rock face in the distance, trying to carve a path through the chaos. The remaining mech pilots unleashed their last volleys of firepower at the ceiling above. The explosions briefly illuminated their exhausted but resolute faces as they forcibly cleared a passage through the falling debris. Lin Maching and the other psionics pushed their mental strength to the limit, layering invisible psionic barriers that enveloped the group. The shields flickered with dangerous light, deflecting the impact of falling rocks. Like a guttering candle in the wind, they held on, stubbornly resisting one lethal impact after another. Sweat soaked through their combat suits, and every breath carried the taste of scorching dust. Go. We have to get out. In the chaos, they supported each other, stumbling and staggering, and just before the collapse could swallow them whole, they finally burst out of the suffocating nest entrance. A tremendous roar echoed behind them as the nest structure completely gave way. Dust and smoke billowed skyward, burying everything beneath it. The survivors, having escaped the collapsing lair, stumbled out of the dust cloud and collapsed on the ground, utterly spent. Ragged gasps filled the air as they stared back at the massive, settling ruins that had been completely obliterated. Fear lingered in their eyes, quickly replaced by an overwhelming, inexpressible sense of relief. They had survived. The moment their taut nerves relaxed, exhaustion flooded in like a tide. Just then, Dun Zai, who had been trailing behind the group, emitted a soft, soothing ring of faint golden light from its rotund body. Drowsiness aura activated. The halo expanded rapidly, enveloping all the fallen team members. A peculiar wave of energy flowed through each body, and the bleeding wounds visibly stopped, seeping, the edges of the gruesome gashes beginning to slowly writhe and knit together. Those who had been on the verge of unconsciousness from blood loss or mental exhaustion felt a warm current surge through their bodies. Their minds gradually cleared, the spiritual fatigue rapidly dispelled. Those with remaining strength immediately sat cross-legged, guiding the star energy within to accelerate the healing process in concert with the halo's effect. Dun Dunzi's massive frame swayed, its eyelids drooping before it collapsed onto the ground and fell into a deep slumber. Only the faint golden halo continued to steadily emit its healing energy. In this temporary safe zone, with Dun Dunzi's selfless aid, the group swiftly recuperated. Wounds healed at a visible pace, and their stamina slowly recovered. They took stock of their numbers. Nearly 10 comrades from the original expedition were now missing, and the severely wounded made up the majority of the survivors. Each face bore the marks of exhaustion and grief. In silence, they helped each other stand, their gazes turning towards the direction of the camp. Carrying the heavy burden of their losses and the complex emotions of having survived, the group set off on the journey back to camp. This battle had come at a terrible price. They needed time, needed rest, and needed to process the pain this fight had wrought. The camp's lights dispelled some of the lingering smoke, but could not fully erase the scent of blood and dust that hung in the air. Faint groans could be heard in the distance, the sounds of the severely wounded receiving emergency treatment. Most of the survivors sat in the temporary rest area in heavy silence, cleaning their weapons or staring blankly into the distance, their eyes hollow. Dundunzi still lay on the open ground, its massive body rising and falling with each even breath. The golden drowsy halo around it had shrunk considerably and dimmed noticeably, yet it persisted in releasing the last vestiges of its healing energy. In the midst of this post-battle silence, two energy fluctuations, neither particularly strong yet exceptionally clear, rose almost simultaneously. Chu Feng's eyes snapped open. Feeling the surging star energy within him, a look of barely concealed ecstasy spread across his face. He clenched his fist, and the knuckles emitted a soft crackling sound as an unprecedented sense of power filled him. Level 3. I've reached level 3. His voice wasn't loud, but it shattered the oppressive atmosphere, drawing envious and somewhat complex glances from those nearby. Almost simultaneously, Yi Li slowly exhaled a turbid breath. The air carried a faint scorched odor, a sign of impurities being purged from his body by newly born power. This battle and the perfect resonance achieved with Dundunzi had allowed him to successfully advance to level 3. Star energy coursed through his limbs and bones, repairing the hidden injuries from the fight. His spiritual sea seemed to have expanded slightly, and his senses had grown sharper. Yi Li calmly registered this improvement. Having witnessed in battle the deaths of those far stronger than himself, the advancement to level 3 felt like little help in his current circumstances. But Yi Li could now contract a third star beast. He checked the system rewards from the nest battle, only to find there was no star beast reward. How was he supposed to obtain a new one? Congratulations, host. You and your star beast have jointly killed Insectoid Soldier X53, killed Bloodthorn Queen X1, obtained Star Beast Healing Liquid X5, Star Beast Evolution Stone X2, Star Beast Fusion Stone X1. Just as Yi Li was about to look up the function of the Star Beast Fusion Stone, a slightly hoarse, yet still cool and clear voice sounded from beside him. Congratulations to you both. It seems the pressure of life and death was a good catalyst for you. Mu Xingling walked over. Her combat suit was in tatters, yet it couldn't conceal her elegant beauty. She still appeared spirited, though her face was somewhat pale. Clearly her earlier exertion had been considerable. Her eyes remained sharp, sweeping over Chu Feng before settling on Yi Li. She seemed to see through the turmoil in Yi Li's heart. Don't think level 3 is nothing. It's a new starting point. Mu Xingling raised a finger, tapping her temple, then patted her shoulder, where a faint glimmer of energy circuits was visible. Star energy levels, whether for warriors or psionists, follow a rough division. Levels 1 through 3 are called low level, the stage of building foundations and familiarizing oneself with one's own power. Chu Feng listened intently, the excited flush on his face not yet fully faded. Levels 4 through 6 are mid-level. Power begins to undergo qualitative changes, allowing one to truly stand on their own. They form the backbone of various factions. Mu Xingling's voice was steady, carrying a matter-of-fact tone of statement. Levels 7 through 9 are the most crucial. Ascending from 6 to 7 requires a leap in life level, a qualitative change in power. Reaching level 7 marks the high-level tier. Each individual is a strategic asset capable of influencing the course of a local war. Level 9 is venerated as king. Her gaze grew more profound, as if looking through the camp before her toward a vaster starry sky. As for the legendary level 10, her tone paused, carrying a trace of barely perceptible reverence. That is the dominator level. Each one shines as brilliantly as a star. Their power exceeds the bounds of conventional understanding. They are truly beings who stand at the pinnacle of the star sea. Dominator level. Those two words seemed to carry a strange magic. Chu Feng drew in a sharp breath, his eyes filled with longing. Yi Li's heart also gave a sudden lurch. A level 10 dominator. What kind of sight would that be? Mu Xingling withdrew her gaze, looking back at Yi Li, her tone carrying a note of approval. Your foundation is very solid, more solid than most at the same level. Your mental energy is refined, and your star energy control is quite precise. This breakthrough was only natural for you. Keep it up, and you'll progress quickly. This affirmation brought Yi Li no sense of relief whatsoever. Quick. How quick was quick enough? In his mind flashed the moment the nest collapsed, the suffocating despair, the powerless screams of fallen comrades, the image of Dundunzi drained of strength in slumber. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, only a near-cruel determination remained in their depths. Power. What he needed most right now was power. Level 3 was merely the beginning, the bare minimum threshold to struggle for survival in this cruel starscape. Mid-level, high-level, even the unreachable dominator level. Yi Li clenched his fist, his nails nearly digging into his palm, bringing a slight sting. But the pain only made him more clear-headed. He had to grow stronger faster. Only with sufficient power could he control his own destiny, protect those he wanted to protect, and survive. This starscape was far more dangerous and far colder than he had imagined. He looked up at the pitch-black night sky beyond the camp, as if he could see countless unknown dangers slowly opening their eyes in the darkness. The desire to grow stronger blazed like wildfire in Yi Li's heart. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions within him, and turned to face Mu Xingling, his gaze burning with intensity. "Senior Mu, I wish to contract a new star beast as soon as possible." His voice was soft, yet carried an unwavering determination. Mu Xingling seemed to have anticipated this, and gave a slight nod. "Your spiritual sea should have expanded enough to support a third star beast." She paused, then offered a suggestion that took Yi Li by surprise. "Go and inspect the ruins of the destroyed Zerg hive." Chu Feng, standing nearby, widened his eyes, clearly not following her logic. "The hive? What's left there besides rubble?" Mu Xingling gazed into the distance towards where the hive once stood, her tone laden with profound meaning. "Within the hive's nursery, we rescued many star beasts from the secret realm. Though they are somewhat weakened, these star beasts are nearly impossible to find in the outside world. Although the hive was destroyed, it still continuously emits energy. The star beasts of the secret realm have adapted to this energy and should still be gathering nearby. These beasts, transformed by the Zerg's energy, possess immense potential." Yi Li's heart pounded violently. Secret realm star beasts rescued from the hive. This was indeed a direction he had never considered. "Thank you for the guidance, Senior Mo." Yi Li expressed his gratitude with solemnity, the fire in his eyes burning even brighter. He exchanged a glance with Chu Feng, and the two immediately set off, racing towards the hive ruins, a place that had once plunged them into a desperate battle, but now might hold great fortune. The once colossal and fearsome Zerg hive was now nothing but a scene of devastation. Collapsed tunnels and massive biological remains lay scattered across the scorched earth like twisted mountains. The air was thick with faint traces of dissipating energy and a peculiar cloying sweetness. Some areas still had unstable space, occasionally rippling with subtle distortions. "This place feels oppressive," Chu Feng muttered, frowning as he warily scanned their surroundings. Yi Li remained silent, his spiritual sense extending like invisible tendrils, meticulously probing the traces of star energy amidst the ruins. Mu Xingling was right. Near those regions of chaotic energy, the secret realm star beasts were still absorbing the energy radiating from the hive. They were utterly different from the star beasts of the outside world, carrying a primal, wild, and even eerie aura. The two advanced cautiously. Soon they halted at the edge of a semi-transparent area that looked like solidified agar. Within that region, a colossal jellyfish-like creature floated. Its body shimmered with a dreamlike azure luminescence, and countless slender tentacles drifted slowly. With every sway, the surrounding space momentarily warped. Star beast name void jellyfish. Star beast race beast. Star beast attribute space. Star beast level tier 3. Star beast skills short-range teleportation, gate tentacle movement, creates a temporary 3-meter diameter portal for 15 seconds. Phase concealment, enters a quantum state immune to physical damage for 3 seconds. Spatial rift lashes out tentacles to tier space, inflicting slashing damage on enemies. Star beast potential 4. 5 stars. Evolution method evolves into Dimensional Empress after devouring star core fragments, unlocking interstellar fold jump. Ecological traits, tentacles absorb dark matter energy, translucent body shimmers with starlit projections. Weakness analysis, gravity field weapons can suppress its teleportation abilities. Space attribute, and it was an extremely rare type capable of directly manipulating spatial teleportation. Before he could inspect further, a dull rumble echoed from beneath a massive seared rock on the other side. The rock was slowly pushed aside, revealing a colossal body formed of molten lava. Its core pulsed like a blazing star, radiating terrifying heat. Star beast name Lava Colossus. Star beast race elemental. Star beast attribute fire. Star beast level tier 3. Star beast skills explosive impact, slams fists into the ground, causing a lava eruption, applying burn status to enemies within a 20-meter radius. Molten eruption launches a pillar of magma from its back, crater range up to 100 meters, creating a lava pool lasting 10 seconds on impact. Geothermal resonance absorbs geothermal energy to restore 30 HP and enhance the area of the next skill by 50. Star beast potential 4. 5 stars. Evolution method evolves into Solar Prominence Titan after devouring 3 star fragments, raising magma temperature to 8,000 C. Ecological traits, dwells in magma rivers within the mantle. Glowing lava flows through cracks on its body, sheds its shell once a century, forming obsidian mountains as old shells cool. Weakness analysis, water-based attacks embrittle its outer shell. The core is exposed for 0.5 seconds during attack charge up. Just then, Star Beast name Radiant Glimmerwing. Star Beast Race Beast. Star Beast Attribute Light. Star Beast Level Tier 3. Star Beast skills Restorative Scales, sheds healing light dust restoring a small amount of vitality to allies. Life Siphon establishes a light chain on a chosen enemy converting 50 of damage dealt into healing. Lightwing Barrier deploys a light energy shield to absorb damage, releases a blinding flash upon shattering. Star Beast Potential 4. 5 stars. Evolution method evolves into Empress Glow Wing after absorbing Holy Light Crystal Clusters, expanding healing to a group effect. Ecological traits inhabits Aurora-heavy regions. Wing patterns form star charts. Scales contain light energy, DNA, capable of repairing genetic level damage. Weakness analysis dark attacks corrupt its light, dust, slow movement speed, makes it vulnerable to ambushes. Hiss. Chu Feng couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. These creatures. They're incredible, aren't they? Any one of them would cause a sensation if seen outside. Yi Li's gaze swept across the area taking in even more peculiar star beasts. A sleek leopard covered in silver-white fur with arcs of electricity crackling at the tips of its fur lounged lazily atop a twisted piece of metal debris. The air around it hummed with a static field. Star Beast name Magnetic Storm Leopard. Star Beast Race Beast. Star Beast Attribute Electromagnetic. Star Beast Level Tier 3. Star Beast skills Electrostatic Field forms a 10-meter radius electric field around itself, paralyzing enemies per second. Electromagnetic Pulse releases a powerful electromagnetic wave, disabling mechanical units for 15 seconds and draining energy shields. Paralytic Bite, a lightning-infused bite attack with a 50 chance to inflict overload. Star Beast Potential 4. 5 stars. Evolution method evolves into Heaven's Wrath Thunder Beast after devouring Thunderstorm Cloud Core's attacks, gain Chain Lightning. Ecological traits active in thunderstorm regions. Fur stores teravolts of static electricity, creates artificial storm clouds to lure lightning while hunting. Weakness analysis insulating materials weaken its electric field. It enters a 3-second weakened state after continuous discharge. And this was only a fraction. Deeper within, even more secret realm mass. In the shadows, a spider's silhouette flickered in and out of view, exuding an aura of profound eeriness. Yi Li's heart pounded faster with each passing moment. Every one of these secret realm star beasts possessed unique and formidable abilities far surpassing ordinary star beasts of the same rank. He observed them meticulously assessing each beast's potential and its compatibility with him. The void jellyfish's spatial abilities were undeniably of immense strategic value whether for pursuit, escape, or tactical deployment. Meanwhile, the magnetic storm leopard's electromagnetic abilities dealt direct damage, but its trait of paralyzing mechanical units was practically a divine skill in this technologically advanced interstellar era. Space and electromagnetism. One leaned towards control and displacement, the other towards disruption and burst damage. If he could combine the two, he would obtain a truly formidable star beast. Yi Li's audacious idea was born from the Star Beast Fusion Stone rewarded after slaying the Bloodthorn Queen. The Star Beast Fusion Stone could fuse two star beasts, potentially retaining the strengths of both to birth a new special creature. The outcome was unpredictable, and its use required caution. These were the ones. Yi Li made his decision. He carefully approached the area where the void jellyfish and magnetic storm leopard resided, his mental energy highly focused, using the Star Beast Fusion Stone to link the two powerful secret realm beasts. His mental energy, tempered through numerous trials, was resilient and pure, and he completed the linking process swiftly. The system prompted him to confirm the fusion. The process was irreversible and required caution. Without hesitation, Yi Li confirmed the fusion. Driven by his will, the rhombic crystal suddenly erupted with a blinding, dazzling light enveloping both the void jellyfish and the magnetic storm leopard. A deep hum vibrated through the air. An indescribable surge of energy expanded outward. The void jellyfish's ethereal blue tentacles seemed pulled by an invisible force, colliding violently with the magnetic storm leopard's electromagnetic field. It wasn't a simple combination, but a profound entanglement and recombination at a near-quantum level. Space was torn asunder by fine cracks within which violent arcs of electricity danced and darted. Faintly from the depths of these fissures came a roar that seemed to echo from primordial chaos filled with boundless majesty and ferocity. As the light gradually receded and all became calm, a new star beast stood before Yi Li. It was a leopard-like creature, its form sleek yet powerful, and yet it possessed a certain ethereal, illusory quality. Its fur was a deep, dark purple, as if woven from the night sky itself. At the tip of every hair, subtle ripples of space undulated. The most striking feature was its back, from which 6 energy tendrils akin to those of the void jellyfish extended. These tendrils were not physical, yet they crackled with violent blue-purple lightning, writhing slowly and tearing at the surrounding space. Its eyes were the pure essence of thunder. As they opened and closed, electric light flickered. When its claws gently scraped the ground, they left not gashes, but electromagnetic scorch marks that took 3 seconds to fade, along with a lingering trace of spatial distortion. Yeely confirmed the capture of the newly discovered fusion star beast, the Void Thunder Leopard, and swiftly inspected its information. Its skills included Thunder Prison Warp, capable of creating 5 random electrified portals within a 100-meter radius, each lasting for 12 seconds. These portals could trigger chain lightning. It could also deploy a magnetic storm domain, a 50-meter radius field that slowed enemies' randomly summoned lightning strikes and interfered with mechanical units, with a small chance to paralyze them. Its claws could unleash electromagnetic storms up to 50 meters away. Yeely marveled at this new beast, which combined the strengths of the void jellyfish and the magnetic storm leopard, possessing a potential far exceeding that of its predecessors. The Void Thunder Leopard let out a low growl, the sound laced with the hiss of jumping electric arcs. The 6 electromagnetic tendrils on its back lashed out, and the air filled with a series of sharp, rapid electrical crackles. The surrounding space rippled with clearly visible waves, like a stone dropped into a still pond. Then this fierce-looking newborn beast approached with an elegant, somewhat illusory stride. It affectionately rubbed its head, covered in dark purple fur, with faint traces of electric light, against Yeely's leg. The electric light in its thunder-colored eyes seemed to soften considerably. Good heavens! Chu Feng's eyes were wide with astonishment, his jaw nearly on the floor. He swallowed hard and murmured, "Yeely, you actually chose this star beast. It feels incredibly powerful." His voice was filled with sheer disbelief and awe. A smile Yeely couldn't suppress tugged at the corner of his mouth. The Void Thunder Leopard was more than just another combat unit. Its unique dual space and electromagnetic attributes would grant him entirely new combat styles and unprecedented tactical possibilities. Whether for raids, harassment, or area control, his capabilities were about to undergo a qualitative leap. He had to return to camp immediately to perform the formal Star Beastmaster's contract ritual with the Void Thunder Leopard. Only then could he communicate with it on a deeper level and fully unleash its power. With this new partner possessing a 5-star potential and such bizarrely powerful abilities, he had undoubtedly taken a firm and substantial step forward on his arduous and opportunity-laden path to strength. The road ahead seemed to broaden because of it. Yeely swiftly returned to the camp with the Void Thunder Leopard. As he set up the contract array, the beast crouched before him, its eyes pure thunderous azure, watching him, electric light flowing docilely. His spiritual force guided the contract runes, slowly sinking into the Void Thunder Leopard's sea of consciousness. A ferocious yet affectionate will surged into Yeely's mind, the beast's consciousness. In the instant the contract was sealed, Yeely clearly sensed the Void Thunder Leopard's joy. A jubilant emotion of finding its place transmitted directly through the spiritual link. "From now on you shall be called Thunder Kid," Yeely said, stroking the Void Thunder Leopard's head. The Void Thunder Leopard, or Thunder Kid, let out a low rumbling growl, more of an acknowledgement. The 6 electromagnetic tendrils on its back swayed, gently trailing faint arcs of electricity. Yet the brief tranquility was soon shattered. Mu Xingling's urgent assembly signal rang through the temporary camp, and all expedition members, including Yeely, who had just completed his contract, swiftly gathered outside the command tent. Mu Xingling's face was grim, her usually clear, cold eyes now etched with severity. "The situation has changed." Her voice was low, yet carried an unyielding gravity. "What we destroyed earlier was not the true incubation nest of the devourer worm beasts. It was merely a decoy." A low murmur of shock rippled through the crowd. Worse, the swarm has detected the machine cult's betrayal. The two sides have completely broken ties and erupted into large-scale conflict. Now the machine cult has taken the initiative to contact us, requesting a renewed alliance, with the target being Swarm Hive number 2. Mu Xingling drew a deep breath. According to the machine cult's intelligence, that is the true incubation ground of the devourer worm beasts. If we allow those monsters to mature, it won't be long before this planet, and all of us, are utterly consumed. The atmosphere was suffocating. The previous battle had already cost the expedition team dearly. Venturing deep into swarm territory again, facing the endless tide of bugs, and that terrifying hive was surely another desperate gamble with slim odds of survival. But no one retreated. They all understood that their only path to survival was to carve it out themselves. After rendezvousing with the machine cult, they advanced toward Hive number 2. There was no probing. The battle reached a fever pitch from the very first clash. The machine cult's war machines collided savagely with the swarm's biological weapons. Lasers interwove with acid, the screech of tearing metal mingled with the shrieks of insects. The expedition team was tasked with flanking assaults, eliminating the high-tier worm beasts that posed the greatest threat to the mechanical units. Yeely's Void Thunder Leopard saw its first taste of real combat, and Thunder Kid proved to be astonishingly formidable. Thunder Prison Fold Jump. Yili willed it. Thunder Kid let out a roar and 5 portals crackling with blue-violet lightning materialized at the densest clusters of the swarm. Torrents of chain lightning erupted from the portals, reducing swathes of lesser worm beasts to charred husks. In the next instant it lashed out with its claws. Magnetic Storm Claw. Claw-shaped lightning tore through the air, striking a burrowing scorpion beast, attempting a sneak attack, and blasting it to pieces. The Magnetic Storm domain proved to be an exceptional crowd control tool, effectively stalling the swarm's charge and creating openings for his teammates to unleash their attacks. But casualties continued to mount. Machine cult mechs were melted by corrosive fluids, expedition members were swallowed by the insectoid sea. Every meter of progress was paid for in blood and sacrifice. The air was thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder, the metallic tang of blood, and the unique foul odor of the swarm. Finally, at a grievous cost, the Allied forces tore through the last thick barrier of biofungal membrane surrounding the hive. The viscous, slippery membrane was scorched and ripped apart by energy weapons, revealing the entrance to a colossal biological cavity beyond. They charged into the heart of the hive. The sight that greeted them was enough to make even Rain, a veteran who had witnessed countless deaths and battles, gasp sharply, his face turning pale in an instant. Before them lay an incubation pool of unimaginable size. Within the pool churned a viscous dark green liquid that reeked of nausea. And in that liquid, densely packed beyond counting, writhed and incubated countless devourer worm beasts. They were larger than any encountered before, their carapaces bearing an ominous dark gold sheen, their compound eyes gleaming with a greedy, bloodthirsty light. Their numbers were so vast, they nearly filled the entire field of vision. The machine cult will handle the left energy node. The Calamity Commander's holographic projection flickered violently amidst the pervasive smoke and flashes of energy, its voice distorted by static. The expedition team will deal with the right incubation sacs. You have 3 minutes to. His command was cut short as the entire hive shuddered violently, as if a dying leviathan was making its final desperate struggles. The organic ground beneath their feet heaved and undulated. The liquid energy in the incubation pool boiled over, instantly churning and vaporizing furiously. Under immense heat and pressure, the dark green fluid evaporated rapidly, forming a dense corrosive miasma that enveloped the entire battlefield. Visibility plummeted. A pungent, stinging odor invaded their nostrils, and their skin prickled with a burning sensation. SSS. Thunder Kid beside Yili let out a sharp warning screech. Almost simultaneously, the 6 electromagnetic tendrils on its back snapped, taut, extending fully and erupting with an unprecedented surge of electric light. Crackling arcs of blue-violet lightning danced and intertwined wildly, instantly coalescing into a massive spherical protective barrier. The barrier enveloped Yi Li and the nearby expedition members, the violent arcs crackling as they repelled the encroaching corrosive miasma. Berserker Squad, initiate annihilation protocol. The machine cult commander's icy electronic voice echoed the command, transmitted instantly to every combat unit via encrypted channels. The steel tide began its slow advance, the heavy clank of metallic footsteps vibrating through the slick fungal ground. The formation of iron husk mechs moved like mobile fortresses, radiating a cold, murderous intent. The magnetic railguns on the mech's shoulders adjusted their angles in unison, muzzles glowing with dangerous energy. In the next moment, a coordinated volley erupted. Specially crafted tungsten armor-piercing rounds tore through the air with a sharp whistle, trailing faint energy wakes as they hurtled toward the dense packed line of devourer worm beasts ahead. However, the anticipated impacts and explosions never came. Just as the shells were about to hit their targets, a semi-transparent bioenergy field abruptly materialized in front of the worm beast, shimmering with an eerie, cerulean glow. Clang, clang, clang. A barrage of dense metallic impacts rang out as the tungsten rounds struck what seemed like an invisible bulwark, deflected and falling harmlessly to the ground. The energy fluctuation pattern of that field was unmistakably standard Federation military shield technology. The devourer worm beasts had somehow used the Federation shield technology they had devoured and digested to construct their own defensive line. Muffled curses erupted from the machine cult's ranks, clearly troubled by this unexpected turn of events. Our turn. Mu Xingling barked, her shoulder-mounted sniper cannon firing with a dull, powerful thud. A high-energy particle beam, following a devious and unpredictable trajectory, struck the massive compound eye of a distant devourer worm beast dead on. Squelch. With a burst of sound, the worm beast's compound eye exploded, spraying dark green ichor. For more cannon shots followed in rapid succession, 4 particle beams slamming into the compound eyes of 4 other devourer worm beasts positioned at critical junctures. An obvious breach appeared in the swarm's previously seamless bioenergy shield line, its energy fluctuations turning erratic and unstable. Chu Feng, who had been poised to strike, seized this opportunity. His partially insectoid arm bulged with taut muscle, and the alloy blade in his hand hummed with a metallic cold gleam. Go to hell. Chu Feng roared, his figure darting like lightning into the brief gap in the defenses. The alloy sword, shrieking as it tore through the air, came down in a vicious arc upon a devourer worm beast trying to plug the breach. Yet just as the allied forces believed they had broken through and prepared to press their advantage, an unexpected change occurred. With a thunderous crash, the ground before Chu Feng and a vast expanse beyond it collapsed without warning. It was no simple fissure. The biological tissue structure of the entire area disintegrated and dissolved. What lay beneath was not solid earth, but a colossal pit seething with viscous green bubbles, a hidden, acid marsh concealed at the base of the incubation pool. A deadly trap. 3 heavily armored iron husk mechs of the machine cult charging at the front could not evade in time. Their colossal metallic frames lost balance and plunged into the churning acid. The sickening hiss of corrosion filled the air. The thick, high-strength alloy armor began to bubble violently and dissolve the instant it touched the horrific liquid. In less than 10 seconds, those 3 war machines, symbols of the machine cult's formidable might, were utterly reduced to a seething cauldron of bubbles and dregs before everyone's eyes. Not even their skeletal frames remained. The acrid stench of strong acid spread, mixing with the smell of gunpowder and blood, becoming even more nauseating. The machine cult unleashed its full firepower. The energy lances tore through the dim sky, and kinetic shells rained down like a torrential storm. The expedition team was equally relentless, pouring attacks onto the devourer worm beasts without restraint. Torrents of energy completely submerged the insectoid positions, scorching the earth and blasting countless worm beasts into fragments. Chitin and foul-smelling fluids splattered everywhere, the cries of battle intermingling with the death shrieks of the insects. Smoke mixed with the stench of charred flesh. The overwhelming tide of steel had wiped out most of the devourer worm beasts. The Allied soldiers barely had a moment to catch their breath, and the dawn of victory seemed within reach. But this was merely the prelude to the true nightmare. The surviving devourer worm beasts suddenly halted their movements in a bizarre, unnatural stillness. Instead of continuing their assault on the human lines, they abruptly turned and lunged at their own kind. Their eyes blazed with a bloodthirsty red light as a spine-chilling cannibalistic frenzy erupted. With their sharp mandibles, they savagely tore at each other's bodies, the sickening crunch of shattering chitin echoing relentlessly. As they devoured their kin, eerie blood-red arcs of electricity crackled across their bodies. These arcs darted about like living things, emitting a piercing sizzle and illuminating their grotesque features. The air grew thick with the coppery scent of blood mixed with the insects' peculiar suffocating stench. The clamor of battle seemed to pause for a single unnerving moment, interrupted only by the unsettling sounds of chewing and crackling energy. At last, only 3 devourer worm beasts remained. Their bodies were mangled and broken, yet they exuded an unprecedented, terrifying aura. The blood-red energy arcs around them had condensed to an almost physical intensity, stinging the eyes of all who beheld them. The 3 monstrous forms slammed into each other. Without hesitation, without reserve, flesh, chitin, and energy began to merge in a grotesque, unnatural, and distorted manner. It was as if an unseen hand was forcibly kneading them into a single horrific mass. A new being radiating boundless terror and pure destruction rose from the writhing mass of flesh. The Devourer Worm King. Its height had surged to nearly 30 meters, its rank now a peak 5th-tier star beast. Its colossal shadow loomed over the battlefield like a mountain, a suffocating weight of dread. Its former forelimbs had fully mutated into 2 massive cutting blades shimmering with the glow of superheated plasma. The air around the blades warped and shimmered with intense heat, emitting a low hum. Its thick dorsal carapace bulged upward into a grotesque, malformed mountain peak, forming a hideous biological missile nest. Dozens of dangerous, glowing green sacs were clearly visible, pulsating gently, with acid poised to launch a volley of lethal corrosive projectiles. What made hearts stop was the gradual emergence of complex, ancient star beast totems upon its dark, hardened carapace. The totems emanated a dim, ominous light, seeming to hold a spatial power beyond comprehension. In the next instant, the Worm King's impossibly massive frame vanished from its spot, without any warning, only to reappear hundreds of meters away on another front line. It could perform a blink strike. The tide of battle turned in an instant. The fully evolved Devourer Worm King was unmatched in combat. With every step the 30-meter titan took, the ground trembled violently, the hard earth cracking like brittle biscuits. Defying all logic of space, the Worm King's colossal body materialized abruptly behind Mu Xingling. A sneak attack. The massive plasma-wreathed cutting blade descended upon Mu Xingling with an aura that could incinerate everything. The air was ripped apart with a piercing shriek. At the critical moment, a blazing figure hurtled in. He Yan's body erupted in incandescent white flames. He struck the Worm King's massive frame like a meteor attempting to block the fatal blow with his own flesh and blood. Scum, let Grandpa teach you how to play with fire. His roar echoed across the battlefield, filled with finality and fearless valor. The flames on his body visibly shifted from a scorching orange-red to a chilling, ethereal blue-green. This was the power only fueled by burning one's life essence, the purging world flame. The moment the fire touched the Worm King's carapace, a violent, sizzling sound erupted. The Worm King's supposedly unbreakable armor began to visibly carbonize, with patches even flaking off. A roar of agony and fury exploded from its maw, its shockwave tearing through the air and leaving ears ringing with pain. But the cost was devastating. Hiyan's right arm, which had struck the Worm King, rapidly carbonized and withered under the intense blue-green flames, crumbling to ash and dispersing into the air like charred debris. His life force ebbed away rapidly. Brother he. Linenen's shrill cry pierced the air. She aimed her nanomedical spray at Hiyan's severed arm, frantically dispensing the silver nanites, which formed a dense mist of light in a desperate attempt to repair the horrific wound. The light mist flickered, trying to permeate, but the carbonized tissue continued to crumble and fade away, unstoppable. This was a complete breakdown at the genetic level, far beyond the reversal capabilities of current nanomedical technology. The flame of life was slowly being extinguished within Hiyan. The mechanic cult commander's face turned ashen, witnessing the allied front line crumbling under the terrifying might of the Devourer Worm King, on the verge of total collapse. His voice crackled through the communicator as he issued the final command. All Berserker squads, activate overload mode immediately. Stop it at all costs. The order surged like an electric current through the remaining mech units. The Berserker units, emblazoned with crimson stripes, had their optical sensors blazing with red light. Their engines roared at the brink of their limits, scorching hot air blasted from the heat vents on their hulls, and dangerous sparks of energy erupted from the seams of their armor. This was a desperate gambit mode that exchanged drastically shortened machine lifespan, and even the risk of core meltdown for peak performance in a short span of time. Among them, the Red Lotus heavy fire support mech suddenly opened the massive cannon barrel on its chest. Energy compressed violently within, emitting a teeth-grinding whine. Energy particles in the air were frantically drawn and coalescing into a highly condensed sphere of energy that radiated a devastating aura. In the next instant, a colossal beam of crimson energy over 10 meters in diameter, as if capable of burning through space itself, blasted forth. Collapse cannon. This terrifying attack, potent enough to instantly vaporize a small fortress, hurtled towards the Devourer Worm King with unparalleled force. Yet facing this world-ending strike, the Devourer Worm King merely raised its monstrous head covered in ancient totems. Its abyssal maw snapped open wide, revealing an interior that seemed to connect to another dimension, forming a twisted gravitational vortex. The crimson energy beam, as if pulled by an invisible giant hand, was uncontrollably drawn into that gaping maw. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no anticipated clash of energies. Only suffocating consumption. The 10-meter-wide energy beam vanished without a trace the moment it touched the maw, like a stream flowing into the sea. Impossible. The Calamity Commander, who had remained composed until now, cried out in shock as he witnessed this through his mech's monitor. His pupils contracted in sheer terror, a primal fear of power beyond comprehension. The Devourer's colossal body trembled slightly. The ancient, complex stellar core patterns on its dull, hard carapace suddenly ignited, emitting a deep, dark glow, as if an ineffable power was circulating and transforming within its being. The energy of the devoured collapse cannon had not vanished. Instead, it was transformed and harnessed in an even more terrifying, sinister way. The Devourer Worm King opened its maw once more. This time what erupted was not an energy beam, but a pure, profoundly deep stream of absolute black light. Antimatter breath. Where it passed, space itself seemed annihilated, leaving behind trails of absolute darkness. Several members of the expedition team didn't even have time to scream before their bodies disintegrated upon contact with the black light, not even leaving a trace of ash. The surviving mechanic cult mechs, like wax figures thrown into a furnace, rapidly vaporized and evaporated under the sweep of the black light, leaving only twisted metal wrecks that soon faded into nothingness. The ground was plowed into a bottomless black trench, exuding an aura of void and finality. With a single strike, the number of Allied members still standing on the battlefield could be counted on one hand. The colossal Devourer Worm King, like a walking calamity, casually displayed its power of destruction across this death-shrouded land. Despair like icy tides flooded the hearts of every survivor. At that moment, a heavily damaged mech trailing thick smoke suddenly charged out from the ruins on the flank. It was Rain. Half of his Stormcaller mech was charred black, one mechanical arm hung limp, but the cockpit's indicator lights flashed wildly, emitting a piercing alarm. Rain's eyes were bloodshot, yet his face bore a desperate madness. He overloaded the mech's power core to its limit. The remaining mechanical arm morphed and extended, splitting into several superalloy cables crackling with electricity, snaking like predatory vipers towards the Devourer Worm King's colossal body. The cables dug deep into the gaps between the Worm King's carapace plates, producing a grating screech. The Devourer Worm King, enraged by the pain, let out a furious roar and thrashed, trying to break free. Rain gritted his teeth, using every ounce of strength to maintain the binding, and through the open channel, shouted his final cry towards a blurry figure in the distance. "Yeely, for me, take the rest of them back." Before his voice faded, Rain's mech erupted in a blindingly intense white light, like a supernova. A terrifying energy shockwave instantly swept across several hundred meters. The blaze of the self-destruction illuminated the entirety of the dim nest interior, as bright as day. The Devourer Worm King's massive body was knocked off balance by the blast. Half of its head along with part of its carapace was blown apart by the point-blank core explosion. Viscous dark green, foul-smelling fluid gushed out like a waterfall, and its agonized roar was deafening. On the other side, He Yanqing's physical condition had deteriorated to its absolute limit. The genetic breakdown was irreversible. He could feel his life force extinguishing rapidly like a guttering candle in the wind. His severed carbonized right arm had long lost all sensation, not even registering pain anymore. But as he watched the Devourer Worm King temporarily crippled and sluggish from Rain's sacrifice, a light reignited in his dim eyes. He mustered the last dregs of stellar energy within him, nearly burnt out. The faint azure, world-purifying flame around his body erupted once more, burning more fiercely than ever before, yet carrying a finality of a lamp running out of oil. Like a burning meteor, he flew unsteadily towards the Devourer Worm King, dragging his broken body. His target, the gaping head wound carved open by Rain's sacrifice. Closer, just a little closer. He could clearly see the writhing tissue within the wound, and deep inside the neural center, faintly visible, radiating waves of malevolent energy. He Yanqing burned the very last of his life's essence, condensed all his remaining world-purifying flame into a single point, and without hesitation plunged into the Worm King's gruesome gaping wound. The azure flame, carrying the will to purify all filth, surged along the Worm King's neural bundles, blazing destructively towards the core of its colossal body. Sizzle, that was the sound of life essence violently colliding and annihilating with evil energy. The Devourer Worm King let out one final piercing shriek of agony, its colossal body convulsing violently before collapsing thunderously, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. And that burning azure figure, along with the extinguishing of the world-purifying flame, completely faded away within the Worm King's body, falling silent forever. The scales of victory had tipped back towards the Allied forces. When Rain and He Yanqing, at the cost of their lives, inflicted grievous wounds upon the Devourer Worm King, all present believed that this brutal battle was finally drawing to a close. Yet at that very moment, a piercing sonic boom tore through the sky above. A colossal shadow descended, eclipsing the dim light cast by the insect nest. As all eyes turned skyward, their pupils contracted in shock. A colossal pitch-black mech of sinister design descended like an emissary of death, landing with crushing force in the center of the battlefield. The mech stood roughly 15 meters tall, its steel-forged body a symphony of raw power and advanced technology. Embedded within its chest was a crystal emitting an eerie blue light. This was no ordinary energy core. It was a star core radiating terrifying energy fluctuations. The emblem of the machine cult was etched upon the mech's shoulder, its cold metallic gleam heralding the arrival of its master. The cockpit hissed open, revealing a man in a stark black uniform, his face cold and unyielding. He was the Calamity Commander, the highest-ranking officer of the machine cult. He surveyed the weary figures below, a cold smirk curling at his lips. "I thank you for your efforts," his voice boomed through the loudspeakers, echoing across the field. His tone was icy, devoid of any emotion. "Unfortunately, the victor of this battle can only be the machine cult." Before the words had even faded, the star core in the Annihilator's chest erupted with a blinding blue light. An invisible wave of energy instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. An electromagnetic static cannon, an indiscriminate area attack. Every member of the expedition team, including Yeely, froze simultaneously as if struck by a paralysis curse. The energy flow within their bodies instantly solidified. Their minds remained clear, but they had lost all control over their bodies. A numbing sensation surged from their limbs to their brains, forcing them to watch helplessly. The Annihilator mech slowly rotated its cannon, the blue light gathering once more. Its target was unmistakable, the Devourer Worm King lying in the ruins. "Useless thing," the Calamity Commander sneered. "It's time to end your wretched existence." The Annihilation Collapse cannon was fully charged. The terrifying energy made space itself warp. But just as the Annihilator was about to fire, a sudden change occurred. The seemingly dying body of the Devourer Worm King began to tremble violently. From the cracks in its shattered carapace, a torrent of black-purple mucus erupted like a volcanic explosion. The slime instantly covered the Worm King's body and splattered across the nearby ground, hissing as it corroded everything it touched. What is this? The Calamity Commander frowned, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The black-purple mucus, as if alive, spread rapidly and latched onto the Annihilator's armor. Warning: armor is being corroded at an alarming rate. Corrosion speed exceeds projections. Energy shields failing. Armor integrity dropping rapidly. The Annihilator's interior was filled with piercing alarms. The Calamity Commander's face changed drastically as he watched in disbelief. The Annihilator's armor was made of a starship-grade alloy with immense defensive capabilities. Yet it was proving pathetically vulnerable to the black-purple mucus. Black blood corrosive acid, one of the Worm King's most dreaded weapons. Forged from the properties of 1,000 metals, it was specifically designed to counter mechs. Its corrosive power was so potent that even starship armor could not withstand it, and here it was in direct contact. The corrosion spread faster than anyone could have imagined. Within a few breaths, the Annihilator's outer armor had been completely eaten away. Its internal neural circuits were exposed to the acid sparks flying in all directions. The mech's movements became sluggish and stiff until it finally collapsed into complete paralysis. Impossible. The Calamity Commander roared in fury and disbelief. He couldn't accept that his most powerful weapon had been defeated so easily. But reality was cruel. The Devourer Worm King opened its massive maw and bit down on the Annihilator's mechanical arm. The sound of tearing metal was sickening as it began to devour the mech. It chewed as if it were eating a meal. Bite after bite, the supposedly indestructible mech crumbled in its mouth like paper. The expedition team could only watch helpless as the machine cult's last hope was consumed. Their bodies were frozen. The broken carapace regrew as well. Soon its massive head was whole again, more ferocious and powerful than before. The Devourer Worm King let out a deafening roar proclaiming its rebirth and the final outcome of this battle. Despair like a cold tide flooded the hearts of every expedition member. Their bodies were bound by an unseen force, but their minds were fully aware of the impending destruction. The Worm King's roar of rebirth still echoed, a harbinger of death. Just before the final darkness descended, a light. A beam of light so intense it defied description tore through the thick rock and murky clouds above the nest without warning. It seemed to condense the energy of a stellar explosion, its core so bright it seared the retinas of all who saw it. With the intensity of a supernova, the light locked onto the newly regenerated Devourer Worm King below. Its colossal monstrous body, its unbreakable carapace, and the energy it had just absorbed from the Annihilator melted under the beam's radiance like snow under the scorching sun. Silently, it decomposed and evaporated, breaking down into its most basic particles, ultimately returning to nothingness. Not even a trace of ash remained, only the quantum dust that constituted its existence lingered in the air. The light beam lasted for a few brief seconds before vanishing abruptly, leaving behind a hole that pierced the heavens and the scorching air within the nest. Following it came a violent electromagnetic pulse, an invisible storm that swept across the battlefield, clearing the lingering smoke and dust and dispelling the despair from everyone's hearts. The paralyzing numbness receded with the passing of the EMP. Control over their bodies returned. Yeely struggled to lift his head, and the others gradually regained their ability to move. They looked to the sky where the light had vanished. An immense shadow was slowly descending. Its outline gradually became clear as the cold metallic hull reflected a dim luster. It exuded an aesthetic of power and order starkly different from the Annihilator's menacing look. This was a higher level of existence, one that commanded reverence. The gleaming emblem on its side caught the eyes of all survivors, a blue and white star and wheat sheaves encircling a sword symbolizing exploration and guardianship. The Star Federation. It was the emblem of the Star Federation. The Federation's Star Destroyer, Wrath of the Firmament. One of the ultimate symbols of human civilization's military might. In the darkest moment, it descended like a divine miracle. After a brief, stunned silence, uncontrollable sobs broke out. Some fell to their knees, pounding the ground with their fists, releasing the overwhelming emotion of surviving against all odds. They helped each other up, embracing tightly, using all their strength, as if to merge into one another. Confirming this was no illusion, confirming they were truly alive. Tears blurred their vision, but the steel giant in the sky, the shining Federation emblem, was burned indelibly into their souls. It was a symbol of hope, a beacon of redemption. The descent of the Federation battleship, Wrath of the Firmament, heralded the expedition team's complete escape from peril. The subsequent evacuation and handover proceeded in an orderly manner. Under the arrangements of the Federation military, the expedition members departed the perilous secret realm planet and arrived at a tightly controlled military transit star. After a brief rest and information registration, students from various academies were arranged to board their respective ships back to their schools. The Star Vault University's vessel was not the largest, but its facilities were well appointed. Yili Mu, Xingling Lin, Maching Chu, Feng Man Shan, and Luo Chun. Only 6 returned from the 50 who had set out. Having endured the ultimate trials of life and death, the 6 embarked on the interstellar voyage back to Star Vault University. The ship entered a stable warp state, and the viewport displayed a shimmering, iridescent corridor of light. After the despair within the hive and the awe-inspiring arrival of the Federation fleet, this current tranquility felt surreal. Most of the surviving members remained silent, processing their recent ordeal and mourning their fallen comrades. Yili sat alone in a corner of the lounge, his consciousness sinking into the system interface to review the rewards earned from his narrow escape. The reward for slaying the Devourer Worm King was exceptionally generous. System notification. Congratulations, host. You and your Star Beast have jointly slain X-353 Swarm Warriors, 62 Devourer Worms, and 1 Devourer Worm King. Reward: Star Beast Evolution Stone, X5 Star Beast Fusion Stone, X1 Star Beast Combination Skill, Dimensional Severance Blade, X1 Star Beast Meld Art, X1. Yili's heart raced as he examined the rewards. He knew the uses of the Evolution and Fusion Stones, but this was a new combination skill. The previously rewarded Reverse Current Twin Slash had been incredibly powerful, so this one was bound to be extraordinary. System notification. Dimensional Severance Blade, a combination skill for the Star Beast Scythe Mantis and the Star Beast Void Thunder Leopard. The Void Thunder Leopard infuses its void energy into the Scythe Mantis's twin blades, allowing the Mantis to leap through space and tear open 4 spatial rifts. Anything caught within these rifts will be severed. This means it ignores all defenses. One swing could cut a starship in half. This is absolutely incredible. System notification. Star Beast Meld Art, host exclusive skill. Allows deep fusion with your contracted Star Beast, granting a portion of its abilities, attributes, and innate talents. This skill has 10 levels. Each level increases the number of Star Beasts you can fuse with by 1, allowing a maximum of 10 simultaneous fusions. Wow, this is even more impressive. Fusing with a Star Beast. If I fuse with Blade, could I slice a warship in half too? Wait, no. I should find a beast with impenetrable defense. Then Blade could fight on the front lines while I stay safe in the back. That's perfect. Yili's grin began to turn somewhat peculiar. Manshan lumbered over and squeezed his massive frame into the seat beside him, asking with curiosity, Yili, you look a bit strange. Yili composed himself and glanced at him. No, you're mistaken. I'm a bright and cheerful youth. TCH, so mysterious, Manshan muttered, pursing his lips. At that moment, a piercing alarm blared without warning throughout the entire ship. Red emergency lights flickered frantically, replacing the gentle illumination. Warning! Warning! Under attack by unknown fleet. Starboard energy shields failing. Repeat, shields failing. The cold mechanical voice was accompanied by violent tremors. The ship shook as if grasped by an invisible giant hand, and many were thrown to the floor by the sudden impact. What's going on? Chu Feng steadied himself against a wall, his face grim. Pirates! Luo Chen's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. They dare attack a Star Vault University ship. Mu Xingling's right arm morphed, transforming into a laser pulse cannon. Yili quickly recalled his Star Beasts into their storage, keeping only Lazai out. Star Beasts were ill-suited for combat in the vacuum of space, but Lazai's Thunder Prison fold jump could aid the team in battle. Explosions echoed throughout the ship as the hull suffered heavy impacts. The internal structures groaned under the strain. Sparks rained from the ceiling, and the emergency lighting began to flicker erratically. Steady! Lin Maching barked, raising a psionic barrier with his hands. Manshan let out a guttural roar, his muscles swelling as he prepared for battle. Chu Feng scanned the surroundings for potential entry points. Luo Chen's light blade hummed, ready to strike. Yi Li's gaze swept the area with sharp intensity. A violent pounding echoed from the hatch at the end of the corridor, signaling enemies forcing their way in. In an instant, the door was torn open, and a group of pirates clad in exoskeleton armor and wielding energy weapons stormed inside. These pirates exuded a fierce aura and moved with lethal efficiency, clearly seasoned elites. Well found you, the leader sneered, his synthesized voice chilling through his helmet. The 6 of them instantly dispersed, unleashing their abilities in a desperate attempt to resist. Lin Maching's psionics, Man Shan's massive hammer, Chu Feng's longsword, and Luo Chen's assault all failed to inflict significant damage. Mu Xingling's pulse cannon managed to wound a few pirates, but more were streaming in behind them. The pirates' strength was extraordinary. Their energy weapons packed immense power, easily tearing through their defenses. The exoskeleton armor granted terrifying strength and resilience their attacks, merely sparking off its surface. Worse still, the pirates fought with impeccable coordination and tactical expertise. The battle lasted less than 3 minutes. Manshan was sent flying by a heavy punch, crashing into a wall and spitting out blood. Lin Maching's psionic barrier shattered. Xu Feng attempted to close the distance, but was struck by an electromagnetic net, collapsing to the ground paralyzed. Despite Luo Chen's incredible speed, the enemy's defenses were stronger. A casual strike found his position. Yili with Lei's eyes help attempted a surprise attack, but was also brought down by the pirates' flawless teamwork. Mu Xingling held out the longest, injuring several pirates, but was eventually overwhelmed by their numbers and struck by a high-voltage current, his body seizing up. All resistance proved futile. The 6 were quickly subdued, their weapons and communication devices confiscated. The pirates didn't kill them, instead binding them with specialized energy shackles. The pirate leader approached, looking down at them with cold indifference. Stop struggling. You're pre-ordered cargo. Behave and you'll suffer less. Cargo. The word was more chilling than any death threat. They had just left a military-controlled transit planet and were already targeted. Could there be a mole in the military specifically after them? Resistance was quickly crushed. The 6 were herded into the ship's cargo hold, locked in with the other captured crew members. The air was thick with despair and fear. After a long, uncertain voyage, the ship finally arrived at a clandestine interstellar way station. This station was nestled in the shadow of a remote star system, a grim and ramshackle structure assembled from several massive, unmarked modified freighters. The pirates escorted their cargo off the ship. An indescribable sense of oppression hung in the air. Several figures stood in the shadows, their faces obscured. Yet the immense aura they radiated sent a chill through everyone present. The transaction was conducted without superfluous words. The pirate leader reported to the shadowy figures with a deference that completely replaced his earlier arrogance. Yi Li and the other 5 stood there, oppressed by an invisible pressure. They knew their fates were about to be decided by these buyers hidden in the dark. Being treated as mere merchandise filled them with a profound sense of humiliation and dread. Who were the buyers? What did they want with them? These questions coiled around their hearts like creeping vines. During their transfer under escort, several expressionless guards approached with specially made syringes, their movements mechanical and rough. Yi Li watched helplessly as the glinting needle pierced his neck, a stream of icy liquid pushed into his body. He could almost feel something minuscule spreading through his veins, heading straight for his heart. He was not alone. Lin Maching, Manshan, Xu Feng, Luo Chun, and Mu Xingling each endured the same process. Listen up, new cargo. A hoarse voice spoke up, coming from a guard who seemed to be a squad leader. He patted a controller on his belt. What we've planted in you is a specialty of the Death Remnant Star, the heart-devouring lock. Nanofiber threads have wrapped around your hearts. If we so choose, or if you harbor any untoward thoughts. He paused, revealing a row of yellowed teeth. Bang! Within 10 meters there won't be even a trace left. You'll be reduced to molecular soup. Manshan's neck veins bulged as he growled, "You bastards." The guard merely sneered, jabbing Manshan's shackles with a shock baton, eliciting a muffled grunt from the electric current. Behave yourself. If you want to live, do as you're told. Luo Chen's face was pale, but his gaze swept sharply over the guards and the controller, as if calculating something. Xu Feng clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. Lin Maching closed her eyes, seemingly trying to calm the turmoil within. Mu Xingling stared intensely at the guard, as if searing his image into her mind. Yi Li felt a strange sense of constriction around his heart, as if a sword hung poised to strike at any moment, more suffocating than any shackle. The threat of death had never been so tangible and minuscule, pulsing within his own chest. The ship endured another uneasy stretch of flight, finally docking amidst violent turbulence. The hatch opened and a gust of air tainted with rust machine oil and a certain putrid stench rushed in. Outside was no longer the shadow of a transit station, but a world of raw primal violence, the Death Remnant Star. The sky was a murky dark red, the land a barren wasteland with rough, menacing metal structures faintly visible in the distance. Move it. Don't dawdle. The guards shoved them roughly. The moment they set foot on this unfamiliar land, before they could even take in their surroundings, they were taken over by another, more ferocious group of armed personnel and marched directly towards a colossal ring-shaped structure that looked like a converted meteorite crater. Deafening noise emanated from within. The roar of a crowd, the clash of metal and bestial howls. Without any explanation, they were shoved through a rusted gate, and the solid ground beneath their feet instantly turned into loose sandy soil. Blinding searchlights swept over them. They were surrounded by towering stands packed with bizarrely shaped, frenzied spectators. They were in the middle of a massive arena. Welcome to the bloody Colosseum of the Death Remnant Star. A voice amplified through speakers boomed across the arena, filled with mockery and cruelty. According to the rules, new slaves must prove their worth with a performance. Kill or be killed. Only those who survive have the right to breathe here. The gate slammed shut behind them, cutting off any retreat. On the other side of the arena, several gates slowly rose, revealing heavy footsteps and low growls from the shadows. What the hell? It's starting already. Man Shan's eyes widened as he instinctively assumed a defensive stance despite being unarmed. Luo Chun quickly scanned the area. The field is open, no obvious cover. The stands are too high to use. Opponents, number, and type unknown. Yi Li felt a chill run up his spine, but it was quickly replaced by a stronger will to survive. The heart-devouring lock in his chest seemed to beat more violently with the sudden turn of events. A life-or-death competition had begun without any warning. In the center of the 5-kilometer-wide circular arena, 10 massive rift-cleft thunder bears, their fur as hard as rock, emerged from the shadows, with low growls, fresh blood still clinging to their sharp claws. Rookie show, odds 1500. The shrill electronic announcement echoed throughout the arena. On the towering stands, the bizarre spectators roared with frenzy. They hurled Molotov cocktails, the glass bottles exploding against the energy shield above the arena, erupting into balls of fire that illuminated their contorted faces. The 6 of them cautiously maintained their formation as they moved forward, the ground beneath their feet vibrating with the hum of machinery. 3 skull-crusher mech drones slowly rose from beneath the earth, their metallic joints grinding. The rotary machine guns on their shoulders began a spine-chilling pre-spin whine. The dark muzzles aimed at them. Left flank, Chu Feng. Man Shan, take the front. Yi Li barked, his body rolling through the hail of gunfire, kicking up clouds of sand. With a thought, the energy of the void thunder leopard coalesced around him, and Thunder Prison Blink activated instantly. 5 teleportation portals crackling with blue lightning appeared in the path of the mech's fire, warping the deadly energy beams and deflecting them towards the shield, protecting the spectators, causing a violent energy ripple and cries of shock. Roar! Man Shan let out a low growl, charging forward instead of retreating. He activated his genetic berserk mode to meet a charging bear head-on. Though unarmed, his physical strength was just enough to withstand the first impact. Lin Maching kept her eyes shut, brows furrowed in concentration. Invisible telekinetic force like tentacles entangled 2 of the bears, slowing their movements and causing them to collide with each other. Chu Feng's arms emitted the sound of grinding bones as his muscles swelled. His left hand became covered in a hard carapace with a sharp bone saw spinning furiously. He roared and charged at a mech, the bone saw screeching against its metal shell, tearing open its chest to expose the complex wiring and sparking components inside. Luo Chen moved like a phantom on the battlefield's edge. He picked up a shattered sword from the ground and unleashed Thousand Rend Slash. A flash of sword light cut into the mech's leg. With a grating screech, the machine lost its balance and crashed to the ground. The battle was brutal and deadlocked. The bears' claws, the mech's gunfire, the crowd's frenzy, and the faint constriction around their hearts all pressed down on their nerves. There was no retreat, only forward, only killing. Through their seamless cooperation, mech after mech was destroyed and bear after bear fell. Man Shan bore several bloody claw marks. Chu Feng's carapace was covered in scratches, and Yi Li's clothes were singed and smoking where an energy beam had grazed him. As Luo Chen's broken sword, trailing a flash of blood, pierced the last bear's eye, the entire arena fell silent for a brief moment. Then it erupted into even more fervent cheers and curses. This batch of seemingly weak new cargo had not only survived their first performance, but had emerged victorious. This surprised many, piquing the interest of some low-level bosses and spectators, while also drawing jealousy and hostility from others. Without a moment's rest, they were roughly escorted by another group of guards out of the arena, through dark and damp corridors, and finally into a cramped room with almost no light. The room contained only cold metal walls and some dried bloodstains on the floor. Their shackles were removed, but the threat around their hearts remained. Exhaustion, pain, and the uncertainty of the future washed over them like a tide. After what felt like an eternity, the sealed metal door creaked open. Someone had arrived. As the door slid open, a figure in impeccable attire stepped in, his features shrouded in obscurity. He clapped his hands softly, a hint of amusement coloring his voice. Tisk TSK. Impressive as expected of the top students from Starlight University. His gaze swept over the exhausted 6 before settling on Mu Xingling. The first round was quite a spectacle. But tell me, how many more can you survive? He advanced a few steps, a suffocating pressure emanating from him. Now I'll give you a choice. His tone softened, laced with temptation. Miss Mu, hand over Dr. Mu Lianxing's research data. I can guarantee that all 6 of you will leave this place unscathed. I'll even personally arrange a ship to take you back to Starlight University. No one answered, only the sound of ragged, heavy breathing. Otherwise, a smirk curled at the corner of the man's mouth as he snapped his fingers. Arg. All 6 of them groaned in unison, a searing, agonizing pain tearing through their hearts. It felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing their very life force. The accursed heart-devouring locks were slowly tightening, constricting around their hearts. Cold sweat instantly drenched their backs. Mu Xingling's face was pale, her lips pressed into a thin line, yet her gaze was resolute, showing no sign of yielding. It seems you need more time to consider. The man didn't seem surprised. He turned and walked towards the door. That's fine. You'll come around. Rest well. Tomorrow. There are even more entertaining spectacles waiting for you. The metal door slammed shut behind him, leaving them in boundless darkness and despair. The night passed in silence, broken only by the sound of suppressed breathing and the occasional needle-pricking ache from their hearts. A grim reminder of the invisible shackles around their necks, the heart-devouring locks. At dawn the next day, the metal door was roughly yanked open, and several expressionless guards shoved the 6 of them out. The corridor was already packed with people of all kinds, their eyes reflecting a spectrum of emotions, some hollow and numb, some flickering with desperate madness, and many more bearing the fierce, cornered look of the truly desperate. They were herded into a massive transport ship reeking of rust and filth, crammed onto the cold metal floor alongside hundreds of other contestants, like livestock. The air inside was thick with the stench of sweat, fear, and a faint lingering trace of blood. Suddenly the ship's intercom crackled to life, a cold, emotionless electronic voice echoing in everyone's ears. Welcome to the forbidden land of dead, remains your hunting ground, the Rawbone Jungle. The rules are simple, 500 of you will compete for 10 survival slots. The jungle will periodically release purification gas, and the safe zones will continuously shrink. If you want to live, reduce the number of your opponents to 10 or fewer as quickly as possible. Otherwise you will all become fertilizer for this jungle. Ha ha ha. The final burst of manic laughter was grating and malicious. Manshan muttered a low curse. Chu Feng shot him a glance and said in a low voice, save your strength. Focus on figuring out how to survive. Not long after, the transport ship began deploying the contestants in batches as it neared its destination. When it was Yili's groups turned the massive hatch yawned open. No gangway, no buffer. They were violently thrust out of the ship by an unseen force, like garbage being dumped tumbling through the air amidst screams and shouts before crashing heavily onto the damp, foul-smelling ground below. Ugh! Lin Maching stumbled upon landing, her face turning even paler. Clearly the stabbing pain in her heart had worsened. Luo Chen quickly reached out to steady her. They scrambled to their feet and looked around. Overhead, a dense sky-obscuring canopy of bizarre plants loomed, their leaves an ominous dark purple and massive trunks covered in twisted, gnarled patterns. The air was thick with a sickeningly sweet odor mixed with the stench of rotting flesh. The only piece of good news was that everyone had been given a weapon, mostly crude machetes or rusted longswords. Better than nothing. Mu Xingling tightened her grip on her machete, the handle rough and cold. She looked at her companions, their eyes meeting in silent understanding. Without a word, the 6 quickly moved closer together. At that moment, Yi Li's pupils contracted sharply, and he shouted a warning, watch out. Before the words faded, the seemingly ordinary deep green vines around them came to life, springing up from the ground and tree trunks like a horde of venomous snakes, their piercing whistles cutting through the air. The tips of the vines gleamed with an eerie metallic sheen, striking with enough force to pierce steel, lashing out from all directions toward where they stood. This was the territory of a mutated man-eating vine. Form up, back to back. Manshan bellowed, his burly frame taking point. He hacked at the vines with his machete, but the blades only managed to leave shallow white marks on the unnaturally tough tendrils. The sheer impact of the strikes sent numbing vibrations through his arms. These damn things are tough. The 6 quickly formed a tight defensive circle. The vines surged like an ink-green tide from every direction, whipping, coiling, trying to swallow them whole. Maching shield, Yili shouted urgently. Lin Maching closed her eyes, fine beads of sweat instantly forming on her forehead. An invisible psychic barrier erupted outward under her while enveloping the 6 within its protective dome. Boom, boom, boom. The vines lashed against the barrier with a dull drumming thunder. Ripples spread across its surface, its light flickering unsteadily. It was clearly a struggle to maintain. This won't hold much longer. Chu Feng growled. His right arm was instantly covered in a grotesque layer of bone armor, and the bone saw at his wrist spun at high speed with a piercing whine. He slashed viciously at the incoming vines. Several vines were severed, spilling thick, dark green sap from the wounds. But more surged forward to take their place, even attempting to worm their way through the gaps in the barrier. Though the bone saw was efficient, it was a drop in the bucket against such overwhelming numbers. We need to break out. If we keep this up, Maching won't last, and we're all done for. In the distance, shouts, screams, and the clash of weapons could be heard from other contestants. It was clear the jungle's dangers weren't limited to man-eating vines. The killing among the participants had already begun. Yili, Luo Chen's voice was urgent. Yi Li's eyes hardened, his heart pounding violently under the dual pressure of tension and the heart-devouring lock. The energy of the void thunder leopard surged within him, and the ability Thunder Prison Fold was instantly activated. The air in front of him warped as 5 crackling electric blue portals appeared from nowhere. They rapidly overlapped and merged, forming a single rapidly rotating, highly unstable spatial singularity. "Hold on to me," Yi Li shouted. A powerful, irresistible suction force erupted from the distorted spatial singularity, instantly enveloping the 6 of them and the small area around them. They felt their bodies grow weightless, their visions spinning wildly, and a sharp sound of tearing space filled their ears. The next second, the vertigo vanished. They found themselves abruptly deposited 100 meters away in a relatively dry area shielded by several massive boulders. They landed in a heap, but they had finally escaped the clutches of the vines. Behind them came the frantic, enraged thrashing of the man-eating vines as they lashed out at empty air, tangling together like a nest of furious pythons. "Phew, that was close." Manshan gasped for breath, his back completely soaked with sweat. Shu Feng retracted his bones, saw his eyes scanning their surroundings with wary vigilance. Mu Xingling's face remained pale, but a trace of relief flickered in her eyes. Yi Li waved his hand, his own complexion equally ashen, clearly drained by the previous exertion. "Don't let your guard down," he murmured. "This is only the beginning." Meanwhile, in a remote corner of this star sector, countless eyes watched this survival game unfold on holographic screens. The moment Yi Li and his group were ensnared by the man-eating vines only to vanish and reappear 100 meters away, the comment section exploded. "Holy SHD. What kind of ability is that? A spatial-type star beast. They have a spatial user. Incredible luck. This kid's got some tricks pulling off something like that. Oh, thinking of betting on them now. They still look like greenhorns. Better to wait and see, or we might lose our shirts." Exactly. Spatial abilities aren't omnipotent. This is the Dead Skeleton Star Forbidden Zone. The only ones who walk out alive are those who climbed over others' corpses. Still, their odds seem to have inched up a bit. The audience buzzed with discussion. Some marveled at Yi Li's power, while others sneered, dismissing them as desperate novices fighting a losing battle. Nevertheless, their odds did tick up slightly due to that display of spatial translocation. "Let's move. We need to reach the central zone as quickly as possible." Mu Xingling surveyed their surroundings, her gaze turning icy and resolute. In this brutal jungle, hesitation and compassion were fatal weaknesses. They had to survive. As Yi Li's words faded, a faint, acrid odor crept into their nostrils. Initially subtle, it quickly intensified, carrying a sickly sweet chemical undertone laced with decay. "What's that stench? It's overpowering." Manshan grumbled through his nose, his voice muffled. "Worse than the foulest swamp mud." Chu Feng's expression shifted as he glanced toward the jungle's edge. "It's poison gas. They're shrinking our playground." No further explanation was needed. A chill ran through everyone's heart. Their brief respite was over. This jungle was becoming a shrinking arena, a coliseum of mutual slaughter. A pale green mist visibly rolled in from the distance. As it passed, plants withered and blackened, and an ominous, oily sheen coated the ground. "Those bastards are raising us like goo worms." Manshan spat, gripping his machete until his knuckles turned white. "Enough complaining. Move." Mu Xingling's voice remained frosty. "The poison gas will force everyone toward the center. We'll run into others soon enough. Rather than wait passively, we should seize favorable ground." "Agreed." Yi Li nodded, having somewhat recovered. He extended his senses again. "Let's head that way. The terrain is higher with more rocks. Good for observation and cover." The 6 of them moved out instantly, not lingering. They wove between colossal roots and jagged boulders, stepping as lightly as possible, every nerve stretched taut. The air was thick not only with poison gas, but also with the increasingly distinct sounds of combat, clashing energies, explosive impacts, and the dying screams of the fallen. Panic like a tangible shadow loomed over the jungle. "Damn, sounds like a full-blown brawl up ahead," Manshan muttered, his eyes scanning the path with sharp intensity. Suddenly, a dense thicket to their front left exploded outward. A figure staggered into view, drenched in blood, an arm bent at an unnatural angle, his face a mask of terror and despair. Before Yi Li's group could react, a second faster silhouette pounced out like a leopard. A flash of cold steel and a head soared into the air, followed by a geyser of blood. The attacker straightened up cautiously, his gaze colliding directly with the 6 pairs of eyes watching him. He licked the blood spattered at the corner of his mouth, a cruel grin twisting his features. His eyes swept over them like a predator sizing up prey, lingering a moment longer on Lin Moqing and Mu Xingling. Then, without a backward glance, he turned and vanished. Fighting 6 alone was a losing proposition, so he swiftly distanced himself from Yi Li's group. Yi Li and the others didn't give chase, wary of a potential ambush lurking ahead. They formed a mutually supportive formation, with Chu Feng and Luo Chun meticulously scanning their surroundings. They advanced slowly toward the central zone, mindful that the poison gas would soon reach them. Lin Maching and Mu Xingling also extended their psychic senses to guard against sneak attacks. The poison gas pressed in relentlessly. The pale green mist like a death warrant compressed the viable area inch by inch. Panic spread through the remaining contestants like a plague. The despair of having no escape ignited the final frenzy of survival instinct. Any unfamiliar face encountered became an obstacle to be eliminated. Damn, they're not giving us a chance. Manshan growled, veins bulging on the hand, gripping his machete. Yili said in a low voice, "Get ready. More are coming." As his words faded, several groups burst from the tree line ahead, still locked in chase and combat. But upon spotting Yi Li's fresh team, several predatory gazes locked onto them. "Hey, look what we have here. Some tender greenhorns delivered to our doorstep." A man with a scar across his face sneered, charging forward with a crackling electric whip, flanked by two equally menacing companions. Almost simultaneously, figures stirred on the other flank, clearly hoping to scavenge an easy kill. Courting death. Chu Feng's eyes hardened. His bones saw whirring, he surged forward to clash with the scarred man. Luo Chun followed closely, his daggers dancing as he occupied the other two. Yi Li held back from the melee, his spiritual perception razor-sharp, tracking every fluctuation of energy and murderous intent around them. "Left rear, two of them," he warned. Mu Xingling and Lin Maching acted in near-perfect unison. A psychic shockwave and an energy arrow shot precisely toward the direction Yi Li indicated. Two muffled grunts and the sound of collapsing bodies followed. The ambushers were neutralized instantly. The battlefield transformed into a bloody meat grinder. Explosions of energy, clashing weapons, and death throes intermingled. Roar! Manshan, utterly enraged by the carnage, his eyes bloodshot, found his machete cumbersome and hurled it aside. His bulging muscles strained against his already tight clothes, threatening to burst the seams. Like a rampaging beast, he locked onto the enemies attempting to flank them. He employed no technique, simply charged and slammed into them with devastating force. The foremost enemy never stood a chance. An irresistible force crashed into his chest, sending him flying backward like a discarded ragdoll. The sickening crunch of breaking bones was unmistakable. He hit the ground with a collapsed chest, clearly dead. "Who's next?" Manshan bellowed, grabbing another man's arm. The man struggled in terror, but Manshan's strength was monstrous. With a sharp crack, the arm was snapped clean in two. Then, with his corded muscles bulging, Manshan pulled violently. A gut-wrenching tearing sound ripped through the air, accompanied by a spray of blood. He tore the man in half from the shoulder. Scalding entrails and blood splattered across Manshan, making him appear even more grotesque and terrifying. "Pa, you dirted my clothes." Manshan wiped the blood from his face, spat in annoyance, then scanned his surroundings, once more searching for his next target. His ferocious posture and bloody methods caused several nearby contestants who had been itching for a fight to instinctively retreat a few steps, fear flickering in their eyes. Who else dares to face death? "Come at me." Manshan pounded his chest, producing a dull, resonant thud that echoed across the area, momentarily cowing the enemies around him. Manshan's display had temporarily secured a pocket of space, but the chaos did not subside. Like stirred muddy water, more attackers surged from every direction, clearly viewing the six-person squad defending back-to-back as an easier target to crack. The pulse cannon on Mu Xingling's shoulder fired repeatedly. Each subtle recoil caused her body to sway slightly. The azure laser beams made a series of muffled thuds, leaving behind charred black holes. A figure had just peeked out from behind a pile of rubble on the flank, attempting to hurl something, when a laser beam precisely pierced his wrist. The weapon fell from his hand, and he shrieked, retreating back into cover. Mu Xingling's gaze swept across the battlefield, catching any potential threat, firing and firing again. She was as calm as a precision instrument, only the fine beads of sweat on her temples and slightly rapid breathing betraying the fact that she was not immune to fatigue. Dundon opened all three rings. Yili called out. The round panda immediately obeyed, expanding its three light rings to their maximum size. The edges of the rings pulsed with strange energy fluctuations. Anyone who collided with them suddenly felt their steps grow heavy and their speed plummet. Good job. Daozi was incredibly agile. It bounced between enemies, its blade light, nearly forming a continuous arc. One opponent tried to block with a shield, but the shield and the arm holding it were severed in an instant. Using the momentum, Daozi pounced on its next target, leaving only a silver afterimage and a spray of blood. The Void Thunder Leopard was even more direct. Its entire body crackled with electricity, charging into the crowd on the other side like a bolt of black lightning. As its claws swung, arcs of electricity scattered. Enemies hit by it convulsed and fell foaming at the mouth, while the air filled with the smell of something burning. Yi Li's concentration was at its peak. controlling 3-star beasts simultaneously, while also watching out for his own safety. His face was turning pale. Left side, watch out. Chu Feng's warning came almost at the same time as his action. His thick carapace-covered arm shot up to block. With a deafening clang and a shower of sparks, a heavy battle axe was halted mid-swing, the impact numbing his arm slightly. Before the attacker could retract his weapon, Chu Feng's bone saw was already spinning at high speed, with a piercing whine slicing down towards the axe handle and the arm gripping it. Bone fragments and flesh flew through the air. Accompanied by a miserable scream, the attacker lost an arm and stumbled backward. The instant Chu Feng blocked, Luo Chen slid to his side like a weightless shadow. His longsword shot out like a viper from its den, angled deceptively, thrusting straight for the throat exposed by the enemy's agony. The sword tip pierced true, drawing a mist of blood. With a flick of his wrist, Luo Chen withdrew the blade, not sparing a glance at the falling corpse. With a shift of his footing, he was back behind Chu Feng, wary of new enemies. One attacked, the other defended. One was as steadfast as a rock, the other as swift as the wind. Together they guarded their flank with an airtight defense. The 6-person defensive circle constantly moved and rotated like a millstone that ceaselessly ground away lives. Every clash of weapons, every burst of energy, every shift of feet displayed astonishing coordination. They no longer needed much verbal communication. A single glance, a subtle movement, and their companions would instantly understand. Having endured the baptism of the secret realm's insect tide, these former trainees were undergoing a rapid transformation. Their combat instincts had been thoroughly unleashed. Each person contributed their strength in this brutal slaughter, while also relying on their companions' protection. Blood and severed limbs spread out around them, yet the center of the vortex, formed by these 6, remained exceptionally stable. When the last enemy attempting a sneak attack was pinned to the muddy ground in the basin's center by Luo Chen's reverse thrust, the sound of the blade sinking in was soft, yet it struck the hearts of every survivor like a heavy hammer. Blood dripped down the edge of the sword, staining the murky ground with a small patch of dark red. Expressionless, Luo Chen pulled out the longsword and flicked off the blood droplets with practiced ease, as if he had just completed a trivial task. The surroundings fell completely silent, leaving only heavy breathing and muffled sobs. The contestants who had been waiting for an opportunity were now frozen in place, their eyes darting away, trembling. Staring at the pile of severed limbs and cooling corpses on the ground, fear wrapped around their hands and feet like icy vines. "Hey, what are you all standing there like idiots for?" Manchon grinned, revealing stark white teeth against his blood-smeared face. He kicked aside a twisted corpse nearby, the dull thud breaking the deathly silence. "Look at you cowards. Still want to fight?" He swept his gaze around. Wherever his eyes landed, the contestants instinctively lowered their heads or took a step back. No one dared to meet his stare. "Enough, Manchon. Save your strength." Yi Li's voice carried clear exhaustion. His face was still pale. Controlling 3-star beasts in high-intensity combat had taken a heavy toll on him. He rubbed his brow, looking at the frightened crowd around them. "We only need 6 spots. We'll leave you 4. Manchon chuckled, thumping his resounding chest. "You heard him. We brothers only need 6 spots, and there are still 4 left. Are you going to make us personally send you off, or will you decide among yourselves who the 4 lucky ones are? Give us a straight answer." These words, like cold water thrown into boiling oil, instantly stirred up deeper fear and a hint of desperate madness. The silence lasted only a few seconds. Suddenly, the nearest contestant lunged at the person beside him, screaming as he swung his dagger. It was like a signal. The brief deadlock was utterly shattered. The remaining people, like cornered beasts, began to slaughter each other for a slim chance at survival. The sounds of clashing weapons, screams, and curses rose again, but this time the targets were no longer Yi Li's group, but the companions beside them. Yi Li and the others merely watched coldly. Mu Xingling silently retracted the pulse cannon from her shoulder. Chu Feng deactivated the carapace, covering his arm, revealing exhausted but still wary eyes. Luo Chen wiped his longsword. Daozi and the Void Thunder Leopard returned to Yi Li's side, while Dundun watched the chaos with curiosity, its 3 light rings slowly shrinking. The chaos ended quickly. In the end, only 4 people remained, drenched in blood and barely standing. They leaned on their weapons, gasping for air, their eyes vacant, as they looked at each other, mixed with the relief of survivors and fear of Yi Li's group. Meanwhile, the live broadcast of the Battle Royale completely ignited the audience stance. "Holy shit. They won. They actually fought their way out. Damn. Are these 6 kids monsters? I lost my shirt on that bet. Huh. I knew they could do it. See. My judgment. Even though I only bet $100. Refund. Rigged. This is definitely rigged. Manchon, I love you." Pound your chest again. Exclamations, curses, fervent shouts, and the pounding of tables mixed together. The entire audience was set ablaze by these unexpected dark horses, reaching an unprecedented climax of excitement. In a dim private booth away from the crowd, a man entirely encased in white bone armor was silently watching the 6 blood-soaked figures on the screen. His features were indistinguishable beneath the armor. Only his eyes visible through the gaps in his helmet calmly swept over Yili Luo Shinmanshan. Finally his gaze lingered on Yili's tired but still straight back, a faint, barely perceptible glint flashing within them. He said nothing, just watched quietly, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest as if lost in thought. The battle royale had come to an end, and the heavy metallic door sealed shut behind them, shutting out the cacophony and the stench of blood from the outside world. The 6 of them returned to the temporary rest area, their taut nerves finally easing slightly as a wave of post-survival exhaustion washed over them. Manshan was the first to break down, plopping down on the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. He slapped his thigh and grumbled, "Damn, I'm beat. My whole body feels like it's falling apart." He winced and rubbed his shoulders, his earlier ferocity completely gone, leaving only the simple candor of a big man. Chu Feng leaned against the wall, exposing several scorch marks from energy weapons on his arm. He sprayed some medicine on them and let out a sharp hiss. Mu Xingling meticulously wiped the muzzle of her pulse cannon, her movements gentle, as if tending to a lover. Luo Chun sheathed his sword and found a corner to close his eyes and rest his breathing deep and steady. Yili exhaled a turbid breath and sat down against the wall. The previous battle had drained him, and his face was still somewhat pale. He didn't join the others in their rest. Instead, he immediately closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the depths of his mind as he eagerly opened the system rewards. "Congratulations, host. You and your Star Beast have jointly eliminated enemy X-35. You have received Star Beast Healing Liquid X3, Star Beast Skill Learning Accelerator Stone X1A, and Star Beast Fusion Art Training Stone X1. 35. Yili murmured to himself. The number represented the brutal intensity of the chaotic battle just moments ago. The Star Beast Healing Liquid was an old friend. It was perfect for replenishing Lei Zai and Dao Zai, who had expended so much energy. His gaze quickly locked onto the latter 2 rewards, and his eyes lit up instantly. A Star Beast Skill Learning Accelerator Stone. He immediately checked the description. This stone could drastically shorten the time required to learn a Star Beast skill. Earlier the system had indicated that it would take a full 6 hours for Lei Zai and Dao Zai to learn their combined skill. That was far too long given how pressed for time they were. But now with 1 accelerator stone the time could be reduced to just 1 hour. It couldn't have come at a better time. Yi Li's heart stirred. This was truly a godsend. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his choice in his mind and activated the stone, targeting the combined skill for Lei Zai and Dao Zai Great Dimensional Severing Blade. A gentle yet immense surge of energy flowed out from the system space, infusing into Lei Zai and Dao Zai, who were resting at his feet. Lei Zai contentedly twitched his ears, letting out a low, satisfied purr from his throat. Then his eyelids drooped, and he fell into a deeper slumber. Dao Zai also curled up slightly, a faint glow seeming to circulate around his body as he too sank into a deep sleep. They were rapidly digesting and absorbing the knowledge of the combined skill. Dun Dun Zai, sitting nearby, curiously tilted its head and rubbed its round body against Yi Li's leg as if asking what was happening. Yi Li reached out and patted its head, comforting the curious little one. His gaze then fell upon the Star Beast Fusion Art Training Stone. The description indicated that this stone could directly enhance the cultivation progress of the Star Beast Fusion Art. Yi Li couldn't help but feel a pang of longing. Unfortunately, he hadn't even touched the threshold of the Star Beast Fusion Art, so this precious training stone would have to remain in the system warehouse for now. One step at a time, Yi Li quickly adjusted his mindset. Let's master the combined skill first. As for the Star Beast Fusion Art, I'll start learning it now. He calmed his mind, focusing completely as he began to study the foundational methods of the Star Beast Fusion Art. Though he couldn't use the training stone, yet it was still beneficial to get an early start. Yi Li immersed himself in the intricate and abstruse methods of the Star Beast Fusion Art. Countless runes swirled within his sea of consciousness, attempting to construct the most basic framework. It was more difficult than he had imagined, like trying to erect an invisible skyscraper where every single brick had to be placed with absolute precision. Time slipped by. The 1-hour learning acceleration period from the system had long since ended. Lei Zai and Dao Zai's breathing was steady and deep, clearly having fully absorbed the knowledge of Great Dimensional Severing Blade, awaiting only the test of real combat. Just as Yi Li felt he was grasping a thread of understanding and prepared to delve deeper, a thunderous crash echoed as the heavy metal door was violently thrown open. A wave of cold air rushed into the rest area. Several guards clad in black heavy armor radiating fierce auras strode in. Their faces were expressionless, their gazes sharp as knives sweeping across the 6 people in the room. The lead guard held a restraint baton crackling with arcs of electricity, pointing it at them. His voice was utterly flat, The Bloodbone General summons you. Come with us. Manshan, who had just been relaxing, was startled by the commotion. He jumped to his feet, glaring. Hey, show some respect. We just finished. Shut up, Manshan. Chu Feng held him back and nodded to the guards. Lead the way. He was well aware that in a place like this resistance was the most unwise choice. Yili checked on the status of Lei Zai and Dao Zai, confirming they were still deep in their restorative slumber, and felt a slight sense of relief. Dun Zai seemed to sense the tense atmosphere pressing tightly against Yili's calf, its round eyes full of wariness. Yili stowed his 3-star beasts into the space-folding backpack. The guards turned and walked out, and the 6 exchanged glances before silently following. They traversed cold, desolate metal corridors for about 10 minutes before being brought to a structure built entirely from the bones of colossal beasts. Pale, enormous bones formed the walls and the dome, with jagged bone spurs pointing menacingly towards the sky. The air was thick with the smell of rust, a faint trace of blood, and a bone-chilling coldness. The lighting here was dim. Only some faintly glowing blue crystals embedded in the walls provided a weak illumination, adding to the eerie atmosphere. This was the Bloodbone General's palace. At the far end of the grand hall, upon a towering throne constructed from the vertebrae of some enormous creature, sat a figure. He was clad head to toe in a suit of ghastly white armor covered in bone spurs and strange, unsettling patterns. Even his face was hidden behind a grotesque bone mask, revealing only a pair of eyes that gleamed from within the shadows. This was the Bloodbone General. The 6 were brought by the guards to the center of the hall, stopping about a dozen meters from the towering seat. That pair of crimson eyes slowly swept across each of them, filled with scrutiny and indifference, as if appraising a few interesting tools. Not bad. The Bloodbone General spoke, his voice dry and grating like 2 bones rubbing against each other, abnormally harsh and echoing through the hall. Surviving that boring game and fighting so spectacularly. You've added a rare bit of entertainment to this Deadbone Star. His tone was unreadable, whether praise or mockery. He continued in that bone-grinding voice. I'm sure you've come to understand the rules of Deadbone Star over these past few days. Here there is no law and no morality. Only power matters. The Star Lord and we 12 generals are the law. He slightly raised a hand clad in bone armor, pointing to a massive alien beast skull hanging from the ceiling of the hall. The weak become the decorations hanging up there, or food for the strong. He paused, his gaze sweeping over them again, cold and detached. Here every move you make is under the watchful eyes of countless observers. He tapped the area over his heart, gesturing towards them. And don't forget the little trinkets in your hearts. They can make you experience true despair in an instant. Yi Li and the others felt a chill run down their spines. A faint sharp pain pulsed from the heart-devouring locks in their chests, a stark reminder of their captive state. However, I see potential in you. Bloodbone General's tone shifted. On Corpsebone Star, the strong devour the weak. To survive, you must prove your worth. Follow me, clear away those who lack foresight, seize territories, and plunder resources. Do well, he said, his bone-armored fingers tapping lightly on the armrest, producing a chilling clatter. And I might consider removing that troublesome thing from your hearts. His gaze swept over the 6 of them. Chu Feng and the others exchanged subtle glances, their eyes flickering. In this desperate situation, it seemed the only choice, yet the word consider was fraught with uncertainty. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall, shattering the tense atmosphere. A rotund man clad in opulent silk, his face plastered with a shrewd smile, nearly trotted into the hall. He ignored the guards' attempts to stop him, strode directly to the center, and bowed deeply to Bloodbone General on his high throne, the gesture exaggerated yet slick. Oh, my Bloodbone General, this is hardly fair play. The fat man straightened up, his smile unwavering, but a calculating glint flickered in his small eyes. These are my esteemed guests' prime specimens I spotted first. I was just about to take them back for proper cultivation. He accentuated the words specimens and cultivation, his meaning clear. Bloodbone General's crimson gaze shifted to the fat man, remaining silent for a moment. The chill in the hall seemed to deepen. Yi Li watched the sudden intruder, a strange sense of dissonance washing over him. As Jin Suinpan's shrewd eyes swept over them, finally resting on Yi Li, a system prompt flashed before his eyes. Star beast name Soul Parasite Worm Race Insectoid Attribute Soul Level Tier 3 Skills Mind Parasitism. Transforms into an incorporeal spirit to invade a target's mental space, controlling the host's body. Upon successful parasitism, inheriting 80 of their combat memory and skills. Ineffective against mechanical units. Substitute Puppet. Can create 3 parasitic puppets. Retaining 50 of the creator's combat power and equipped with self-destruct functions. Potential 4 stars. Evolution Devour. Millennium Soul Crystal. To evolve into soul-devouring motherworm, capable of parasitizing 5 units simultaneously and sharing a consciousness network. Ecological traits. An incorporeal special insectoid unit sent by the Queen to infiltrate humanity. Its true form is a translucent worm. Current host gene Suinpan weakness. If the host dies, without timely transfer its true body. The owner of the 10,000 treasures pavilion. He's been parasitized by the insectoid. The thought struck Yi Li like a thunderbolt, making his hair stand on end. He suppressed his instinctive urge to recoil and the sudden dilation of his pupils with sheer willpower. His heart pounded uncontrollably, thumping against his chest, nearly drowning out the echoing sound of grinding bones in the hall. The insectoid infiltration had reached such depths. A prominent figure in the black market was a puppet for the insectoids. He forced himself to look away, fixing his gaze on the cold bone patterns on the floor, controlling his breathing to betray no hint of his turmoil. This fat man was definitely more than just a merchant. Manshan, watching from the side, muttered in confusion, "Who's this fat guy? Pretty bold, daring to fight the skeleton over people." Chu Feng subtly nudged him, signaling for silence. Bloodbone General finally spoke, his voice still dry and raspy. "Gene Suinpan, since when does my territory warrant your interference? Those I've chosen are mine. Any objections?" His tone was flat, but the threat within it seemed to solidify the very air. Gene Suinpan's smile faltered for a moment, his piled-up flesh seeming to freeze before quickly resuming its oily curve. "General, surely you jest. On Corpsebone Star, whose territory could possibly surpass yours? It's just, I've taken a real liking to these young folks." He rubbed his hands together, took a half-step forward, and spoke with fawning deference. "You see, these are prime specimens I've carefully selected, intending to groom them as my trusted confidants. Especially that one." He darted a quick glance at Yi Li and Mu Xingling before looking away. "Ahem, they're all rare talents. Took considerable effort to gather them. I was planning to let them cut their teeth here on Corpsebone Star, gain some experience before entrusting them with greater responsibilities." Seeing Bloodbone General's utter lack of reaction, only the red glow in his eye sockets flickering, Gene Suinpan steeled himself and continued, "How about this, General? I've just acquired a fresh batch of goods from Kue Wolf Star. Tough and durable, each one a hardened fighter. Far superior to these greenhorns. I'll deliver them personally along with a generous tribute of star coins. What do you say?" "No need," Bloodbone General's voice cut him off. "What I've chosen is mine. Name a price to buy your silence." Gene Suinpan's smile completely vanished, his small eyes darting with frantic calculation as he weighed his options. He knew Bloodbone's temper well. Pushing further would only bring trouble. But Mu Xingling was connected to her father's invaluable research data. Letting her go felt like having his own heart cut out. He gritted his teeth, attempting one last appeal. "General, the price is negotiable, but these people are truly—" "The price," Bloodbone General repeated, his tone dripping with impatience, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet further. A guard nearby took a menacing step forward. Sweat beaded on Gene Suinpan's forehead. Knowing there was no room for further negotiation, he took a deep breath and named a figure that would bankrupt most star pirate chieftains. But Bloodbone General didn't even bat an eye. "Transfer it to him," he ordered a nearby attendant. A cold electronic confirmation sounded, and the transaction was complete in an instant. Gene Suinpan stared at the confirmed number on his wristband, his cheeks twitching as if a piece of his very flesh had been gouged out. He raised his head, his gaze dark and venomous as it swept over the six. It finally settled on Mu Xingling, filled with greed and resentment. There was also a chilling, appraising look that made Yi Li's spine crawl. The gaze of a man eyeing a possession he had temporarily lost but fully intended to reclaim. The others. Yi Li's heart, however, pounded like a war drum, driven by the knowledge of the soul parasite worm. He could sense something more behind that gaze. This Gene Suinpan was no simple merchant. Having received the payment, Gene Suinpan masked his emotions, slipping back into his oily smile. He gave Bloodbone General another exaggerated bow. "Since the General holds them in such high regard, it is their fortune. I shall not disturb you further. Farewell." With that, he turned and left, his hurried steps betraying a barely concealed sense of defeat and gloom. Only after the fat man's figure vanished beyond the hall's threshold did Bloodbone General turn his attention back to Yi Li and the others. He waved a skeletal hand. "You have 3 days to rest and familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. After that, I'll take you to the hunting grounds to see the real world." His voice carried a cruel anticipation. "Remember my words. Prove your worth. Dying by my hand is far more agonizing than perishing in the slaughter." The 6 of them silently bowed and withdrew from the eerie hall. The moment they were beyond that oppressive gaze, Manshan muttered a curse under his breath. "Damn it. Is it out of the frying pan and into the fire?" "Shut up," Chu Feng snapped, glancing at the guards around them. "If you want to die, keep talking." Luo Chun remained relatively composed. "It's not the worst situation. At least we have a chance to break the heart-devouring locks." Mu Xingling stayed silent, her gaze complex as she stared back toward the hall, lost in thought. Yi Li walked at the rear, his brow furrowed. The parasite infecting gold abacus, the overwhelming presence of bloodbone general, the threat of the heart-devouring locks. The murky depths of this dead skeleton star ran far deeper than he had ever imagined. The look that fat man gave them before they left was far more than the bitterness of a failed deal. Just how deeply had the insectoid swarm infiltrated? And did Bloodbone General know about it? Questions swirled in his mind, sending a chill down his spine. A guard asked about their preferred weapons, and soon several were distributed to them. A heavy energy warhammer was thrust into Mansion's hands. He waited, and his face twitched. Luo Chun accepted an energy blade, his fingers gliding expertly over the hilt to check the charging port. Chu Feng received an alloy longsword with a subdued gleam. Mu Xingling silently tucked away an energy blade. Yi Li was handed a standard-issue long blade, while Lin Maching requested an energy rifle and several daggers. The guard then led them through several metal corridors to a row of private rest cubicles. Rest here. Await orders. With that, the guard turned and left, his footsteps echoing down the passage. The cubicle was small, a metal bed, a simple locker, nothing more, but it was kept reasonably clean. As soon as the door closed, Manshan tossed the energy warhammer onto the bed with a loud clang. What the hell is this? It's too light, not as satisfying as my bare fists. He flexed a fist larger than a sandbag, his face full of disdain. Luo Chun leaned against the wall, carefully wiping the energy blade. Be grateful for what we have. Get familiar with it quickly. We might need to fight at any moment. Chu Feng checked the corners and ventilation shafts for surveillance devices before speaking in a low voice. Stop complaining. Think about the heart-devouring locks around our necks. Bloodbone General is no pushover. We're his pawns now. Mu Xingling sat on the edge of the bed, hands clasped on her knees, her gaze fixed on the cold metal floor. She said nothing, her aura subdued and low. The six of them said no more and returned to their cubicles to rest. Leaning against the wall, Chu Feng noticed the suppressor on his back, flashing an abnormal red light. He knew the insectoid genes were at a critical point, but on this perilous dead skeleton star, how could he survive without pushing himself to the limit? Lin Mo entered his own cubicle, the door sealing off the outside noise. Yi Li sat cross-legged, sinking his consciousness into his mind, beginning to comprehend the star beast fusion art. At first, the star energy within him was sluggish and blocked, difficult to circulate along the technique's route. After several hours, he finally completed a full cycle of star energy. Yi Li let out a long breath and took out the cultivation stone that emitted a soft, gentle glow. Clutching it tightly, a pure and strange energy slowly seeped into his palms, spreading through his limbs and bones. This energy acted like a catalyst, accelerating the star beast fusion. This time the resistance was noticeably reduced. The star energy no longer surged recklessly, but flowed docilely along the specific meridians. The cultivation stone's energy continuously replenished and guided him. Yi Li was completely immersed, losing track of time. After an unknown period, a subtle blockage within him was broken through like a silted river being dredged. The star energy surged forward, completing the first major cycle without obstruction. Yi Li's eyes snapped open, a glint of sharp light flashing within them. He could clearly feel that the star energy within him was more refined than before, flowing more freely. The first level of the star beast fusion art was complete. Though it was just a small step, it was a rare piece of good news in this desperate situation. He clenched his fist, feeling the new power within him, his spirits slightly lifted. Finally, I've begun. Yi Li exhaled a turbid breath, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He wanted to immediately try fusing with the star beast to see the effect. Considering his star beast's blade was the main combatant and couldn't be risked, Dungdun's support abilities were also crucial and not ideal for fusion. That left Thunder. The Void Thunder Leopard's abilities were spatial jumping and magnetic storm domain. If he could fuse with it, his mobility and surprise attack capabilities would be greatly enhanced. With a thought, he began to communicate with Thunder, guiding his star energy according to the first-level fusion technique. At first, the connection was faint, but gradually a wild and swift aura fed back from Thunder. It was a pure sense of speed and explosive power, like a lightning bolt ready to tear through space at any moment. Yi Li guided his star energy, slowly connecting with this aura, attempting to establish resonance. The process was not smooth, like two different torrents trying to merge. He gritted his teeth, controlling the energy flow within him, carefully aligning them. Fused. When the star energy within him reached a balance with Thunder's aura, Yi Li gave a low mental command. Instantly, intense purple lightning erupted from his body, bathing the small room in a dazzling violet light. Crackling arcs of electricity danced across his skin, and a strange purple hue seeped into his eyes. He felt his body become unprecedentedly light, as if the very muscle fibers contained leaping thunder. Not just lightness, but a taut coiled tension, like a bowstring pulled to its limit, ready to release at any moment. With every breath, he could feel faint sparks flickering within his lungs, power surging through his limbs. He tried raising his arm, and tiny arcs of electricity jumped from his fingertips, vanishing in an instant. This feeling was completely different from merely channeling lightning energy. It was as if his entire body had become the thunder itself. He clenched his fist, feeling the swift and violent power ready to burst forth, a glint of eagerness shining in his eyes. He tentatively took a step forward. His body was suddenly propelled by an invisible force. With a whoosh, the scene before him blurred into a streak. He didn't even have time to react, his body surging forward uncontrollably. The next second, a muffled thud as his forehead slammed solidly into the wall 5 meters away. Ugh! Yili grunted, clutching his forehead, his face contorted in pain. The speed increase far exceeded expectations. His body couldn't keep up with his reactions. The impact left his head spinning, but deep inside an incredible joy surged. This speed. It's terrifying. He rubbed his sore forehead, taking a moment to adjust. The power from fusing with thunder still filled him, though the earlier loss of control had left him slightly disheveled. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and once again activated the new ability gained from the fusion, Thunder Prison Blink. With a flicker of thought, the next moment he stood over 50 meters away outside the room. He glanced around, and eerie silence prevailed, with only a faint wisp of residual electric light at his former spot hinting at his presence. Such incredible speed. Yi Li's heart raced with overwhelming excitement. This was a divine skill tailor-made for assassination, reconnaissance, and escape. Instantaneous movement, utterly silent, with a range far beyond imagination. On this perilous deadbone, Star possessing such an ability would vastly increase his chances of survival. Unable to resist, he tried it several more times, flickering between corridors and rooms to master the skill. Each flash brought a peculiar dizziness, but it was followed by the exhilarating thrill of wielding such power. He attempted to control the distance and landing point, progressing from random jumps to roughly specifying a direction. Yet less than half an hour into his practice, a profound weakness suddenly swept over him. The star energy within him drained like a floodgate, opening, the former sense of fullness evaporating in an instant. The purple electric light on his skin visibly dimmed, and the crackling arcs fell silent. The eerie purple hue in his eyes faded, returning to normal. Gasping for breath, Yi Li's body went limp, and he had to brace himself against the wall to remain standing. The cost is too great, he murmured, feeling the emptiness of his star energy, see a mix of shock and helplessness washing over him. This explosive speed, and this made Yi Li realize that the first layer fusion with thunder as it stood could only be used as a final explosive trump card, not for sustained combat. Once his energy was exhausted, he would be completely defenseless. It was both a beacon of hope and a significant limitation. Leaning against the wall, he steadied his pounding heart and hollow body, contemplating how to maximize the value of this newfound power. Yi Li sat cross-legged in the corner of the room, guiding the thin trickle of star energy through his body. The extreme speed sensation from the fusion art still lingered in his nerve endings, accompanied by the deep fatigue of exhaustion. For the past 2 days, except for necessary rest and meals, he had devoted his entire mind to mastering the teleportation ability, repeatedly trying to shorten the distance and reduce the energy costs, searching for a more practical balance, but with little success. Each attempt was like dancing on the edge of a blade. One misstep could dry up his star energy, plunging him into utter weakness. Just as he was about to focus and guide his star energy again, the door was shoved open roughly. A guard in standard armor stood expressionless at the doorway, his gaze sweeping over the occupants. His voice was as cold and hard as scraping metal. "You lot report to the main hall at 6 tomorrow morning. Lord Bloodbone has a task for you." With that, the guard turned and left without waiting for a reply, leaving the curt command hanging in the air. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Manshan was the first to break the silence, putting down his half-eaten food with a dissatisfied smack of his lips, muttering gruffly, "Damn it all, we just got a few days of peace. We barely fill our bellies, and now we're off to risk our lives again. Bloodbone's working us like animals." Luo Chun, "If there's food and shelter, there's a price to pay. Isn't that only natural?" He paused, then added, "We should have expected this." Yi Li slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of barely perceptible gravity passing through them. A task so soon. In his current state, the fusion art could only serve as a one-shot trump card, incapable of sustaining a prolonged fight. What would this task be? And how dangerous? He glanced at Mansion, then at Luo Chun, thinking to himself that to survive on this deadbone star, he needed to find a way to increase his power and speed up star energy recovery. Bloodbone's task might be a crisis, but it could also be an opportunity to acquire resources. The next morning, as dawn barely broke, and the air still held the chill of sand and dust, Yi Li, Mansion, Luo Chun, Lin, Maching Mu, Xingling, and Chu Feng stood on the cold floor of the main hall. The hall was dimly lit, with only a few spectral energy lamps casting a pallid glow upon the figure seated on a throne of bones. General Bloodbone's heavy faceplate concealed his expression, but his eyes swept over the group below like an abyss filled with scrutiny and indifference. His voice was like grinding metal, low and oppressive. That woman Crimson Moon has been overstepping her bounds lately. He paused. A new silver star, or vein, has been discovered 300 li to the south. Her people moved fast and have already claimed it. Silence fell over the hall, broken only by Bloodbone's echoing voice. Your task is to take that mine back. Remember, take it back, not negotiate for it. He extended a finger encased in a metal gauntlet, tapping lightly on the armrest of his throne. Silver star, ore, is the core material for top-tier nano-combat suits worth a fortune per gram. Whoever secures the mine and brings back enough, or will be rewarded handsomely enough, to live very comfortably on this dead-bone star. Mansion's eyes lit up instantly, and he unconsciously licked his lips, as if he could already see mountains of resources. Luo Chen remained in the shadows, his face calm, merely giving an almost imperceptible nod to show he understood. Yili felt a stir in his heart. General Crimson Moon, another of the 12 generals. This enemy was clearly not to be trifled with. He instinctively checked his not yet fully recovered star energy. See, the pressure was considerable. Bloodbone waved his hand, signaling them to leave, offering no further instructions. The group filed out of the hall in silence, where a sand assault vehicle and 100 soldiers from Bloodbone's guard were already waiting. The vehicle started kicking up clouds of yellow sand as it sped south. The ride was bumpy, and Manshan couldn't help but complain, this damn thing is rattling my backside. Hey Yili, when the fight starts, make sure you use that whoosh trick of yours accurately, don't lead us into a ditch. Yili kept his eyes closed, resting, and ignored him. Luo Chen spoke flatly, shut up. Conserve your energy. Manshan curled his lip, muttered, boring, and leaned against the vehicle wall, falling silent. As they neared the mine area, the air thickened with the smell of gunpowder and blood. Crimson Moon's forces were clearly well prepared, their defensive positions built into the mining terrain, with interlocking fields of fire, making them a tough nut to crack. The assault vehicle stopped at a safe distance. Yili jumped out and quickly assessed the battlefield. Their firepower is heavy, a frontal assault would cause too many casualties, he concluded instantly. Luo Chen, take Mansion Chu Feng and 70 soldiers to launch a feint from the front. Make a lot of noise and draw their attention. Luo Chen nodded, drawing the battle blade from his back. Understood. Mansion, who had been itching for a fight, hefted his giant hammer excitedly. Watch me smash their shell. Yili then turned to his 2 female companions, Senior Mu Yu and Senior Lin Maching. Take 20 people, find a vantage point. Mu Xingling's gaze was steady, her mental energy already spreading out silently. Leave it to me. Lin Maching also checked her energy rifle. No problem. The remaining 10 come with me. Yili said, looking at the last few guards, a purple glint beginning to gather in his eyes. We'll give them a surprise from the flank. Thunder, are you ready? Thunder emitted a low growl, arcs of electricity dancing across its surface. Move out. With a thunderous roar, Luo Chen and his squad of 3 charged forward at the head of their force, unleashing a torrent of fire from their assorted weaponry. Dense beams of energy and a hail of bullets rained down upon the enemy position, the deafening explosions immediately drawing the bulk of the mining camp's defensive fire. The heavy weapons began to roar in defiance, attempting to stem the tide of the fierce assault. Now, Yili muttered, his mind razor-sharp as he calculated the energy expenditure. Thunder Prison, full jump. In an instant, the very space seemed to warp, and Yili, Lei Zai, and 10 elite guards vanished without a trace. The next moment, they materialized inside a weakly defended fortification on the enemy's flank and rear. The instant they appeared, Lei Zai let out a low growl, and a powerful magnetic field erupted from him as the epicenter. Magnetic storm domain. With a violent crackle, blinding arcs of electricity exploded outward, forming a field of lightning approximately 10 meters in diameter. Several Crimson Moon guards nearby, who were just swinging their weapons around, were caught completely off guard. The savage currents struck them, sending their bodies into violent convulsions. With agonized screams, they collapsed, their weapons clattering to the ground. Almost simultaneously, Dao Zai, who had been silently following behind, Yili made his move. Like a phantom merged with the shadows, he glided forward with silent, fluid steps. His twin sharp blades traced 2 icy arcs, precisely slicing across the necks of the guards who were temporarily incapacitated by the electric shock. His movements were clean and efficient, devoid of any superfluous motion. Enemy attack. On the flank. How did they get over here? A man who seemed to be a minor leader shouted in panic, raising his gun to fire. But it was already too late. Without a moment's hesitation, Yili led Dao Zai and the 10 guards, carving through the flank stronghold like a red-hot knife slicing through butter. Any resistance they encountered along the way was crushed without any meaningful opposition, thanks to Lei Zai's area control and Dao Zai's precise kills. They were like a sharp dagger plunged deep into the vulnerable flank of the Crimson Moon forces. On the main battlefield, Luo Chun and his group immediately felt the pressure ease. Obvious gaps appeared in the once dense network of fire, and the enemy's formation began to fall into disarray. The opportunity. Luo Chen's eyes sharpened, and he barked the order, full speed advance. Manshan, more excited than ever, charged forward like a wild bull. He swung his massive hammer, each strike carrying immense force, smashing both the cover and the enemies in his path to pieces. "Haha, what a rush. Let's see where you run now," he bellowed with laughter, never slowing his pace, following right behind Luo Chun. Chu Feng, meanwhile, moved agilely through the ranks, using his energy rifle to pick off any stragglers with deadly precision. The collapse of the flanks spread like a plague. The Crimson Moon Guards, thrown into a panic and caught between two fronts completely, many threw down their weapons and began a desperate retreat. "They're running," Manshan roared in triumph, his voice echoing across the battlefield. The sounds of gunfire and explosions at the mining camp gradually subsided, leaving only the sporadic noises of pursuit and mopping up operations. The soldiers of the Bloodbone Guard began tallying their gains and securing the mining area. Yili leaned against his blade beside a demolished fortification, breathing heavily. The star energy within him had been largely consumed once again, and that familiar weakness crept back. He felt the exhaustion in his body, but also the... Luo Chen walked over with his men, glancing at Yi Li's slightly pale face. He didn't ask, just nodded and said, "Well done." Manshan came bounding over, slapping Yi Li on the shoulder with such force it nearly sent. "That move of yours was incredible. Whoosh, and you were in." "Huh." This surprise attack resulted in far fewer casualties than anticipated. The Crimson Moon forces had collapsed. The Silver Star. The influx of resources allowed Yi Li and the others to feel their star energy growing. Manshan, Luo Chen, Chu Feng, and Yi Li were all now level 3, while Lin Maching and Mu Xingling were at level 4. At this rate of resource consumption, promotions were imminent. The aura emanating from the group was but peaceful. In the temporary camp, Luo Chun pointed at the flashing red tactical map. "Intelligence says the vein is guarded by the Incinerator Squad elites under the Fire Abyss General. They're equipped with special..." Yi Li studied the twisted crimson region on the map, rubbing his brow. Chu Feng, checking his insectoid bone saw, asked, "The canyon terrain is complex, filled with lava. Our standard vehicles won't make it in there. Which is why we're going in on foot." The moment they stepped into the canyon's mouth, a scorching wave of heat blasted them. The air itself seemed to warp in the high temperature. "The enemy is at the pass up ahead," Luo Chun said in a low. Manshan was the first to charge, bellowing a war cry. His berserk state activated instantly, muscles bulging as he hoisted his massive, thick alloy shield. He advanced like a mobile fortress, and the 100 guards behind him followed closely in his wake. Boom, boom. The Incinerator Squad spotted them immediately. Several searing streams of magma shot down from the top of the pass, slamming violently against Manshan's shield. With a sizzling hiss, magma splashed, and sparks flew. But Manshan gritted his teeth and cover the flanks. Lin Maching called out softly. An invisible barrier of telekinetic force expanded, deflecting several streams of magma that shot from the cliffs on the side. Beside her, Dun Dun's eyes body radiated a tricolor halo. A strange energy flowed through everyone, not only alleviating the discomfort of the heat, but also enhancing their strength and reaction speed. "This little panda's halo is pretty damn useful," Manshan shouted from the front, feeling the pressure on his shield lighten. Chu Feng, agile as ever, wielded his insectoid bone saw, attempting to break into the enemy formation from Manshan's flank. However, the Incinerator Squad's firepower was incredibly dense. Magma poured down like water, melting the ground in front of him into a sea of glowing red. Chu Feng was forced to retreat hastily, his tough carapace now marred with several prominent scorch marks along its edge, wisps of smoke rising from them. "Damn it. These fire-wielding bastards," he cursed under his breath, quickly repositioning as the Bloodbone soldiers provided suppressive fire with their energy rifles. Now, Lazai, Yi Li, his focus absolute, had caught a momentary fluctuation in the energy circuits of the enemy's jetpacks. Lazai's eyes blazed with blue light, and he used Thunder Prison Full Jump to teleport directly into the enemy's formation. Then he instantly activated Magnetic Storm Domain. A powerful invisible magnetic field exploded from Lazai as the center, enveloping a large portion of the pass ahead. The air was filled with the sharp crackling of short-circuited electrical systems. Several Incinerator Squad members who were spewing magma from the air were caught off guard. Their jetpacks sputtered and died instantly as their circuits were forcibly paralyzed. Screaming in terror, they plummeted from the sky like kites with severed strings, throwing their formation into chaos. Almost as the magnetic storm took effect, Dao Zai, who had been moving in silent stealth, sprang into action. Like a bolt of lightning merged with the shadows, he advanced soundlessly, his twin blades tracing cold, elegant arcs. With a hissing sound, the magma launchers fell completely silent. Xingling sniped the commander. Luo Chun seized the opportunity, barking out. The Mu Xingling had already locked onto the enemy leader, attempting to regroup at a high vantage point through her tactical visor. The mechanical arm on her bang! A dull gunshot echoed. The specially crafted armor-piercing round tore through the air and struck the commander's gun-wielding arm with pinpoint accuracy. With their commander gone and their vital mobility gear disabled, the incinerator squad's resistance quickly crumbled. Luo Chun led the team in a decisive charge, overwhelming the mountain pass defenses. As the battle concluded, only searing heat and the smoldering embers of conflict remained within the canyon. Chu Feng winced as he inspected the scorch marks on his carapace, applying repair gel with careful strokes. Man Shan hoisted his still scalding shield and let out a booming laugh. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. The team swiftly swept the battlefield, ensuring no threats were overlooked. The guards, however, cautiously approached a colossal or deep within the canyon that radiated astonishing heat and energy fluctuations. The intense aura was so overwhelming that even the guards drawing near felt waves of searing heat. After verification, this was confirmed to be the molten core crystal that the great General Bloodbone urgently needed. The team members assisted the guard. Upon seeing the molten core crystal, Bloodbone's massive bone armor trembled slightly, and a satisfied laugh rumbled from within. He looked over Yi Li and his team. With a grand wave of his hand, attendants immediately brought forth a large quantity of supplies as a reward. Rest well for a few days, Bloodbone declared. There are even more critical tasks awaiting you. In the following days, Days later, a new mission was assigned: seize the phase crystal excavated by General Shadow Weaver's forces within Shadowrith Canyon. This crystal possessed the remarkable ability to significantly enhance the stability of space-based abilities. Intelligence indicated that this was the monthly delivery of the phase crystal by General Shadow Weaver, escorted by an elite squad of Darkborn Reavers. Equipped with phase refractors and dark matter daggers, they were a formidable and dangerous foe. Yi Li's team set up an ambush along the Darkborn Reavers' inevitable route, a narrow mountain pass flanked by sheer towering cliff walls. Upon detecting the approaching convoy, the team fell into absolute silence. Lin Mo Qing, her concentration razor sharp, extended her psionic power like an invisible hand probing deep into the rock face. With a sudden surge of force, a gut-wrenching grinding sound filled the air as massive boulders along with cascading earth thundered down, completely sealing the pass and cutting off the enemy's path. Now, unleash everything, Yi Li commanded. The waiting soldiers immediately unleashed a torrent of firepower. Energy beams and projectiles rained down upon the trapped enemies like a violent storm. However, the Darkborn Reavers reacted with terrifying speed. Distorted shadows spread around them, instantly swallowing them from view. They've activated Shadow Cloak. The team members' hearts sank. An eerie silence descended upon the battlefield, broken only by the hum of energy weapons and the clatter of spent ammunition. The invisible enemies struck like phantoms. Soldiers let out muffled grunts and fell. The team began to suffer casualties. Danger crept silently towards Yi Li. Dao Zai reacted almost instinctively. With a flicker of movement, he materialized a translucent dimensional barrier in front of Yi Li. A sharp, piercing screech filled the air as a pitch-black dark matter dagger slammed against the barrier, unable to penetrate an inch. Well done, Dao Zai, Yi Li shouted, and then commanded Lei Zai, disrupt their refractor frequencies. Electric light crackled around Lei Zai as an invisible wave of electromagnetic interference expanded outwards. The Darkborn Reavers' mid-spatial refraction faltered, their cloaking becoming unstable. Now, Mu Xingling seized the moment. The mechanical arm on her back shifted rapidly, transforming into a heavy pulse cannon. Without a moment's hesitation, she pulled the trigger. Boom! A deafening explosion followed. A powerful pulse of energy slammed into the ground, sending a terrifying shockwave and a spray of dirt into the air, brutally forcing the Reavers attempting to recloak out of the shadows. Dao Zai, Lei Zai, combined technique, Yi Li commanded once more. Dao Zai and Lei Zai moved in perfect sync, their twin blades and lightning energy intertwining. Grand dimensional edge, a blinding blade of energy resembling a tear in the fabric of space itself, slashed through the air, sweeping across the enemy formation at an astonishing speed. Space itself seemed to be torn apart by an unseen force. The Reavers let out blood-curdling screams as their bodies were shredded by the dimensional energy, casualties mounting rapidly. Man Shan let out a feral roar, his body swelling as he entered a state of berserk fury. Like an out-of-control war chariot, he charged forward, sending fleeing enemies flying with bone-crushing force. The remaining soldiers took the opportunity to lock onto targets from a distance, delivering precise shots that completely shattered the enemy's resistance. The battle subsided. All the Darkborn Reavers were annihilated. Though the members of Yi Li's team had sustained some injuries, they successfully located the phase crystal, which emanated a faint spatial fluctuation amidst the pile of enemy corpses. The crystal was small, yet holding it in hand one could feel a peculiar pulling force. Back at the Bone Palace, Bloodbone accepted the phase crystal Yi presented. His bony fingers gently caressed its surface before he erupted into thunderous laughter, even more resounding than when he received the molten core crystal. Ha ha ha, excellent work. That Weaver fellow will probably be rolling around in his own shadows and frustration. This crystal is vital to his subsequent plans, and now it's in my hands. His bone visor turned towards Yi Li's team. You lot certainly have some skill. Even my personal guard might not have dealt with those slippery devils so quickly, and the losses would likely have been greater. With a sweep of his massive bone hand, he heaped on the praise without reservation. Double the reward from last time. Furthermore, Dock 3 of the palace is fully open to your team. All equipment repairs and ammunition resupply are on my tab. Need any materials? Just go to the warehouse and take them. Yi Li bowed respectfully to Bloodbone. Thank you for your generosity, General. He knew in his heart that the rewards for this mission far exceeded expectations, not just because of the phase crystal's value, but also because the severe blow dealt to General Shadow Weaver's pride had put Bloodbone in an exceptionally good mood. Bloodbone waved his massive bone hand, signaling them to be at ease. All right, you've all earned your rest. Take these days to recuperate and build up your strength. Yi Li led his team out. As they exited the magnificent Bone Palace, Mu Xingling was already mentally planning the resource allocation for the maintenance dock and formulating equipment upgrade strategies. Lin Mo Qing let out a soft sigh, the fatigue from psionic exertion washing over her, but it was overshadowed by the relief of a mission accomplished. A few days of rest was a rare moment of peace. For those who danced on the edge of a blade, the brief 5-day respite passed in the blink of an eye. Bolstered by the system rewards from their previous battles, Yi Li's Star Energy and Star Beast Fusion Art were advancing at a remarkable pace. He could sense that he was not far from reaching level 4. A new mission arrived. This time the target was a collapsed Star Sand Collection transport vessel under the command of the Gravity Tyrant General. This special material harvested from planetary orbit was a key component in manufacturing gravity-binding weapons. The Bone Blood General's osseous visor turned towards them, sweeping across each individual. The Gravity Tyrant's magnetic storm heavy troopers are not to be underestimated. Their gravity grenades and pulse gravity cannons are a considerable nuisance. For this operation, Bonehammer will lead the vanguard and coordinate with you. Captain Bonehammer, a burly level 4 gene warrior clad in heavy armor, stood waiting with his personal guard and soldiers. The group donned their interstellar mechs, preparing for departure. These standard-issue mechs felt somewhat cumbersome to Yi Li's squad, the constant metallic grinding of their movements echoing around them, but adapting to the vacuum of space left them with no other choice. Arriving at the predetermined coordinates, they beheld the colossal transport vessel surrounded by its escort frigates. There was barely any time for communication. The battle erupted instantaneously. Beams of light bloomed across the starry expanse, while sparks flew from stricken mechs, rendering them immobile. Stick to the plan. Bonehammer, the frontal assault is yours. Yi Li's voice crackled over the comm channel. Understood. Captain Bonehammer's gruff voice replied. He led the main force against the enemy's elite lasers and cannon fire interweaving in the silent void. Seizing the moment of chaos, arcs of electricity flickered across the form of Lei Zai Yi Li's Star Beast. With pinpoint precision, it teleported the squad members to a side airlock of the transport vessel. The moment their feet touched the deck, a distinct sense of sluggishness washed over them, an effect of the anomalous gravity field in the outer orbit. Dun Dun Zai. Dun Dun Zai immediately activated all 3 of its rings, unleashing an invisible energy field. The charging magnetic storm heavy troopers visibly slowed their movements, lagging by a crucial beat. Senior Lin Maching. Lin Maching's gaze was utterly focused. An invisible wave of psionic force swept out, causing sparks to fly from the pulse gravity cannons in the hands of several heavy troopers, silencing their weapons temporarily. Chu Feng Luo Chun, find the payload. Yi Li's command was concise. The 2 figures darted forward like loosed arrows, weaving through the corridor's cover at high speed, homing in on the energy signature detected deep within the ship. Moments later, Chu Feng's voice came through. Found it. In the central storage bay. Behind Mu Xingling, her mechanical arm had already reconfigured its front end, morphing into a massive alloy grappling hook. Send me the coordinates, she said, adjusting her aim. At that moment, more enemies surged from a side passage, hurling several gravity grenades that pulsed with a dangerous light. Dao Zai moved to block the path, crossing his arms as a translucent azure phase barrier materialized out of thin air, perfectly positioned in front of the incoming grenades. The gravity grenades detonated against the barrier. The powerful gravitational field was warped and neutralized by the phase energy, dissipating into nothing more than a faint ripple. Roar! Manshan bellowed, ripping a damaged metal hatch from the corridor wall. He swung it like a colossal club and hurled it at the enemies. The heavy metal door whistled through the air, striking two slow-dodging heavy troopers and sending them flying backwards. The scene was both slightly comical and exceptionally ferocious. Seizing the opening, Mu Xingling fired her grappling hook with precision. It snaked out, wrapped securely around the specially designed transport container filled with collapsed star sand in the storage bay, and she began to haul it back with tremendous force. Retreat. Yi decided without hesitation. Lei's eye began gathering energy again, and a shimmering light of translocation enveloped the squad members and the heavy transport container. With a flash of light, the group vanished from the spot, leaving behind only the caught-off-guard enemies and a corridor strewn with wreckage. Yi and the others reappeared near Captain Bonehammer. The fierce battle was still raging. Seeing their successful return, Bonehammer signaled the retreat. The force fought a delaying action as they withdrew, leaving a few dozen soldiers to cover their escape, while the main body, led by Bonehammer, disengaged from the battlefield. Back at the Bone Palace, staring at the crate of collapsed star sand that pulsed with a strange gravitational aura, Bloodbone's laughter boomed, even louder than last time, echoing throughout the hall. Ha ha ha. Well done. Splendidly done. That old gravity tyrant is probably fuming with rage. This stuff is his most prized treasure. Seeing Bloodbone in such high spirits, Yi stepped forward and asked calmly, "General, we have completed the mission. What about the heart-devouring lock?" Bloodbone's laughter abruptly ceased. He picked up a piece of star sand, toying with it in his hand, seemingly not having heard, or perhaps pondering something else entirely. After a long moment, he waved a hand dismissively. "Your contributions are noted. Rewards will be, as usual, doubled. You've worked hard. Go and rest." There was no direct answer. Yi's heart sank slightly, but his face betrayed nothing. He bowed in salute. "Yes, General." Leading his team out of the main hall, Lin Maching gently nudged Yi's arm, a silent question in her eyes. Yi gave a slight shake of his head. The issue of the heart-devouring lock was clearly not something that could be resolved with just 1 or 2 feats of merit. The road ahead was long, and they needed more leverage. With their seamless coordination and Yi's surprising Thunder Prison blink, the squad continued to achieve remarkable successes in the following missions, reaping substantial rewards. Raiding mines, intercepting supply lines, and destroying enemy communication nodes. Each operation was executed with clean precision and astonishing efficiency. Their temporary warehouse overflowed with spoils from rare alloys to energy crystals, a diverse and valuable collection. Yet the ever-growing stockpile of supplies in the warehouse could not fill the void that was steadily expanding in their hearts. Bloodbone General praised their military exploits, lavishly greeting them with laughter at every summons, and bestowing rewards far exceeding his previous promises. Gene enhancement fluids, custom weapon components. These tangible benefits felt like scratching an itch through a boot, failing to address their most fundamental need. Damn it. After one mission at the squad's temporary base, Manshan slammed a newly issued high-concentration energy block onto the table with a dull thud. Another pile of useless junk. What I want is to get rid of this heart-devouring lock on us. What the hell is he playing at? Just handing out gifts, but never touching the real issue. He scratched his head in frustration, his stiff short hair standing on end. Beside him, Dun Dun Zai was munching contentedly on an energy block, letting out a muffled MMM in response. Luo Chun, who had been meticulously polishing his energy blade, paused at the outburst. His brow furrowed unconsciously, but he said nothing, though a deeper chill settled in his eyes. Lin Maching sat in the corner, absently twirling a strand of hair around her finger, her gaze fixed on Yi with a questioning look. She could sense the subtle pressure emanating from him, growing heavier each time they left Bloodbone's hall. Yi leaned against the bulkhead, eyes closed as if resting, but his slightly furrowed brow and the occasional twitch of his fingers betrayed his inner turmoil. Bloodbone's stance was unmistakable. His praise was genuine, his rewards were real, but regarding the heart-devouring lock, he acted as if the matter had completely slipped his mind. Every time Yi tried to bring it up, he was deflected with various excuses. "Let's talk later. Finish this mission first. There's no rush." This stalling was more agonizing than a flat-out refusal. Living under someone else's roof with one's life hanging by a thread, it was a gnawing torment. "Maybe. He needs us to do more." Chu Feng hesitated, trying to find a reasonable explanation. What more could he possibly want? Man Shan's voice boomed again. "At this rate, we'll have wiped out all the elites from Gravity Tyrant and Crimson Moon." Is he still not satisfied? Mu Xingling, while calibrating her mechanical arm, said coldly, "It's not that he's unsatisfied. It's that he hasn't reached the point he deems satisfactory yet. Or rather, he hasn't reached the point where he thinks we've outlived our usefulness." At that remark, the oppressive atmosphere in the room grew even heavier. Just then, one of Bloodbone's personal guards arrived with new orders for the team. "The target is the Oasis Outpost number 734, under the control of Grand General Crimson Moon. The mission: destroy its water purification core to cripple the outpost's operations. Upon hearing it was another Crimson Moon territory, Manshan grabbed his massive warhammer and swung it through the air. That Crimson Moon woman again. Good. Let's give her a real taste of pain this time. Turn her oasis right back into a desert. Luo Chen stored his weapon and stood up. Don't be careless. We've had a string of successes. Crimson Moon will surely be on guard. We should be cautious. Yili opened his eyes, a flicker of fatigue passing through them before being replaced by resolve. He looked at the group. Luo Chen is right. Stay alert. Check your gear and prepare to move out. The order given, the team members sprang into action. But this time, beyond the usual pre-battle tension, a shadow weighed on each of their hearts. Yili stared at the oasis outpost marked on the tactical screen, the unease within him growing stronger. Bloodbone seemed to be deliberately driving them into constant conflict with Crimson Moon and the Gravity Tyrant, like hounds being set upon beasts far more powerful than themselves. Was this a true test or a scheme to use others to whittle down their strength? The devouring heart lock was like a sword hanging over their heads, and the one holding the hilt had inscrutable intentions. The assault vehicle kicked up a trail of dust, finally grinding to a halt several kilometers from the target zone. The moment the engine died, an eerie silence fell, broken only by the faint hiss of wind-blown sand against the hull. Through the window, the oasis's outline shimmered in the heat haze, but there was no sign of activity anywhere. Not even the most basic patrol was in sight. It's too quiet, Manshan muttered, tightening his grip on his warhammer. Did that Crimson Moon woman get scared and run off already? Luo Chen didn't respond, quickly checking the vehicle's detection systems. The screen showed no abnormal energy reactions or life signs. No defensive structures either. That's not right. Yili remained silent, his brow furrowed. Mu Xingling closed her eyes, her spiritual sense extending like an intangible tendril, carefully probing towards the oasis. Sand rocks, sparse vegetation. Everything seemed so normal, but it was too calm. It was as if they were standing on a deliberately prepared stage. The change came suddenly. The sky above inexplicably darkened, as if the daylight itself was being devoured. Then a colossal net materialized out of thin air woven from countless fine azure energy threads. Its edges stretched to the limits of sight, completely sealing off their area. As the net descended, the energy fluctuations caused the air to tremble violently. A crushing pressure descended, and even the thick hull of the assault vehicle groaned. Not good. Alarm bells screamed in Yili's mind. He instinctively tried to channel his star energy, Thunder Prison. But the energy barely stirred before hitting a thick, viscous barrier. The surging sea of star energy within him suddenly became sluggish, moving at a snail's pace. The electric light he tried to gather on his skin flickered weakly before dying out completely. Thunder Prison Fold, his core ability for high-speed mobility, was completely unusable. It's a high-level electrical energy isolation field. Luo Chen's face turned ashen, his voice sharp with panic. Damn it. This field is effectively disrupting star energy conduction and isolating spatial fluctuations. We're trapped. He slammed his hand on the communicator. Try to contact. The signal indicator remained dead. Before he could finish, figures began to emerge from behind the sand dunes and rocky outcrops. They were uniformly equipped, their movements swift and silent like ghosts emerging from the sand. They quickly fanned out into a standard encirclement, energy weapons and projectile guns glinting with cold metallic light, their dark muzzles all aimed at the immobilized assault vehicle. This was clearly an elite force lying in wait. Damn! Manshan slammed his fist against the vehicle's interior, producing a dull thud. We've been caught in a pincer. Those bastards are playing dirty. The encirclement tightened silently. The enemy didn't open fire immediately, instead locking them with cold, hard stares and weapons. The invisible pressure was almost crushing. Yili forced himself to stay calm, his eyes scanning the tactical screen, now covered in a sudden swarm of red dots. The unease in his heart finally crystallized into a cold reality. Grand General Crimson Moon had anticipated their arrival and laid this inescapable net. This was no longer a test, it was a true killing field. He glanced at Luo Chen, whose face was equally grim, and the seething Manshan. The threat of the devouring heart lock had never felt so clear. Amidst the swirling sand, a figure strode forward. She wore a form-fitting crimson nano-armor that accentuated her fiery figure, its surface flowing with a lava-like dark red sheen that seemed to distort the very light around it. She reached up and removed her helmet, revealing a strikingly beautiful face. Her slightly upturned phoenix eyes swept over Yi Li and the others, devoid of warmth, filled only with cold, killing intent and undisguised amusement. It was Grand General Crimson Moon herself. Her red lips parted, her voice carrying a lazy magnetism that was nonetheless clear to all. Well, the little mice from Bloodbone. Finally caught you. You've been causing trouble in my territory. Did you think I was defenseless? Bah! Manshan roared, his muscles bulging as he charged forward with his warhammer. Come fight me, one-on-one, if you've got the guts. Using this cheap net trick, what kind of hero are you? However, the moment he exerted himself, he felt as if he were sinking into a deep sea, the air around him turning thick and viscous. Under the field's influence, his formidable strength was suppressed by half his movements, sluggish as if in slow motion. Even swinging his hammer was a struggle. Crimson Moon watched his futile struggle, a mocking smile curling at the corner of her lips. Strong but clearly not too bright. She didn't even bother to spare him another glance, turning her gaze to her troops and giving a slight wave of her hand, uttering 2 words, "Eliminate them." The command given, the battle erupted instantly. Countless energy beams and solid projectiles wove into a dense network of fire, slamming into the assault vehicle. The enemy had prepared far too well. The suppression effect of the high-level electrical isolation field was far greater than anticipated. Mu Xingling immediately activated her shoulder-mounted pulse cannon, but the energy beam it fired visibly twisted and deflected in the air, dissipating harmlessly mid-flight, without even touching the enemy's shields. Lin Maching tried to use her telekinetic powers to disrupt the enemy gunners or raise sand as cover, but her spiritual force felt like it was hitting an invisible wall. Concentrating too hard sent stabbing pains through her skull. Chu Feng gripped his long blade, trying to use the vehicle as cover for a short-range assault. But the moment he pushed off the ground, his usual lightning-fast speed was reduced to a stumbling crawl. A heavy sensation filled his limbs, and he nearly tripped, narrowly dodging an energy beam that grazed his head. Suppress the right flank. Second and third squads find cover and lay down crossfire. A burst of blood exploded from Luo Chen's shoulder as an armor-piercing round struck him. He grunted, his body swaying, but he gritted his teeth and held his ground calmly, directing the remaining Bloodbone guards through the team's comms to mount a counterattack. But against the enemy's relentless wave-like firepower, their sporadic counterattacks were like stones sinking into the sea. The casualty count on the tactical screen climbed rapidly. Yi Li clenched his jaw, the star energy within him like a frozen river struggling to flow. He refused to accept it, desperately pushing, trying to break through the invisible shackles. Break. Open. He growled, veins bulging on his forehead. A thin, almost invisible layer of electric light flickered on his skin, his bones trembling from the immense strain. He was going to try Thunder Prison Fold one more time. Fei Yu merely watched with cold detachment, her gaze akin to that of one observing the final struggles of a caged beast. The several personal guards behind her simultaneously raised their specially crafted weapons. The weapons were peculiar in design, their muzzles not emitting energy beams, but radiating visible ripples. Several even more powerful interference beams locked precisely onto Yi Li, striking him in an instant. Yi Li felt an irresistible, immense force slam into his chest, as if his very organs had been dislodged. The faint bit of star energy he had painstakingly gathered instantly dispersed. A sweet taste rose in his throat, and he forcibly swallowed the surge of blood. An overwhelming sense of weakness flooded over him like a tide, his vision darkening as even standing became a struggle. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground on one knee. Propping himself up with his alloy blade, the others fared little better. Manshan roared in fury, swinging his warhammer with fierce momentum, but in the end, he was overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Surrounded by several soldiers in heavy armor wielding high-frequency vibration shields and energy batons, his movements grew slower until a heavy blow struck his back. With a muffled grunt, his massive frame crashed to the ground. Luo Chun, in yet another attempt to organize a breakout, was struck in the legs and abdomen by several energy beams, completely losing his ability to move. Mu Xingling and Lin Maching stood back to back. The energy indicator lights on their pulse guns had long since died, and their mental barriers were on the verge of collapse. Eventually, they were overwhelmed and disarmed by the swarming enemies. All resistance had completely crumbled. A cold gun muzzle pressed against Yi Li's forehead. He raised his head with difficulty, his gaze meeting Fei Yu's icy eyes. The others were also disarmed one by one and fitted with special energy shackles. The moment the shackles touched their skin, a numbing weakness spread through them, completely sealing off the star energy and power remaining within their bodies. Looking at the blood-soaked bodies of the Bloodbone guards scattered around and the faces of his captured companions etched with defiance and despair, a chill ran down Yi Li's spine. They had thought themselves the hunters, never realizing they had long since become the prey. Their consecutive victories had lulled them into complacency. More importantly, their fighting styles, ability characteristics, and even each individual's character flaws had likely been thoroughly analyzed by General Fei Yu. This ambush was nothing less than a trap tailor-made for them, a true death knell. The threat of the heart-devouring lock, the intentions of Bloodbone, and Fei Yu's ambush all intertwined into a suffocating web. Yi Li and the others were roughly shoved into a dimly lit secretive room. The energy shackles clung tightly to their skin, suppressing any thought of resistance within them. The searing pain in his chest and the all-encompassing weakness had not subsided, making every movement agonizingly difficult. General Fei Yu was already waiting inside, leisurely seated on the sole metal chair. Her fingers tapped a rhythmic pattern on the table, the crisp ticking sounds echoing distinctly in the silent space. She surveyed their disheveled state, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on her lips. I hear you've rendered considerable service under Bloodbone. Fei Yu's voice carried a peculiar cadence, unhurried. Yet it seems he never intended to remove your heart-devouring locks. Don't you feel like you're being treated as convenient tools? Yi Li pressed his lips together, forcing himself to remain calm, his gaze wary as he watched her. The others remained silent, their eyes filled with vigilance and exhaustion. Fei Yu leaned forward slightly. Unlike Bloodbone, I'm not so petty. All I ask is that you switch allegiances and do some work for me. She paused, her gaze sweeping over each of them. I can remove your heart-devouring locks and grant you a permanent departure from this godforsaken Deathbone star. The air seemed to solidify. Remove the heart-devouring lock. Leave Deathbone star. These words struck each of them like a hammer. Are you serious? You'll really remove the locks and let us go? Manshan panted heavily, his muscles tensing beneath the shackles, his voice trembling with disbelief, excitement, and longing. He had taken a beating, bruises visible on his face, but a fire now burned in his eyes. Fei Yu let out a light laugh, laced with obvious derision. The heart-devouring lock. That old fool Bloodbone only knows how to control people with such petty means. He treats you as nothing more than disposable pawns. Once you've outlived your usefulness or he finds a sharper blade, what do you think your fate will be? She paused, savoring the subtle shifts in their expressions. I doubt it would be much better than the enemies you've slain. Yi Li's heart sank. Fei Yu's words struck like poisoned needles, hitting precisely the fear he had always harbored. He knew Bloodbone was untrustworthy, but he had never imagined such a grim end. Luo Chen's face grew even paler, his fingers unconsciously curling. I Fei Yu always keep my word. Her gaze finally settled on Yi Li, carrying an unyielding pressure. Help me eliminate Bloodbone. Once it's done, I guarantee all your heart-devouring locks will be removed, and I will arrange a reliable route for you to leave Deathbone star immediately. What do you say to this deal, eh? Yi Li's pupils involuntarily contracted, his heart pounding violently against his ribs. Freedom escaped from this place. It was the dream they all harbored day and night, the sole thought that kept them alive on this hellish planet. Yet now this opportunity came from an enemy who had just driven them into a corner at the cost of betraying Bloodbone and allying with this equally unfathomable woman. It was akin to asking a tiger for its pelt. Why should we trust you? Luo Chen's voice was hoarse as he struggled to maintain his composure, trying to analyze the pros, cons, and potential traps. Fei Yu leaned back in her chair, her posture relaxed, yet exuding an air of absolute control. Because you have no other choice. Or her tone turned icy. You can choose to remain loyal hounds to Bloodbone until he drains every last drop of your usefulness and then disposes of you like garbage by his own hand. The room fell into deathly silence, broken only by the sound of ragged breathing. Manshan clenched his fists, knuckles cracking. Lin Maching's face was pale, her lower lip bitten tightly. Mu Xingling, who had remained silent, finally looked up. Her voice was soft, yet remarkably clear. We need assurances. Not just empty promises. That's simple, Fei Yu stated with certainty. Once this matter is concluded, you can leave immediately. My word is my bond. And I can even partially deactivate your heart-devouring locks right now, giving you the ability to remove them yourselves at any time. At this, everyone's eyes brightened, and their breathing grew rapid. They all stared at Fei Yu. However, Fei Yu then spoke slowly. But you'll still need to act as moles under Bloodbone. Deactivating the locks would be detected by him. So for our cooperation to succeed, the locks cannot be removed now. The group fell into silence once more. Yi Li looked at Fei Yu's icy eyes, then at his battered and weary companions beside him, each breathing heavily. Fei Yu seemed pleased with this effect. Think it over carefully. She left those words behind, turned, and walked away. The metal chair scraped against the floor with a short, sharp sound, and then the door closed, sealing them completely within this oppressive space. Pock. Manshan spat towards the direction of the door. Though lacking strength, his attitude was fierce. That woman. She nearly beat us to death, and now she wants us to fight for her. He flexed his shackled wrists, wincing in pain. But if she can really remove the devouring heart lock and get us out of this godforsaken place. His voice trailed off, yet the fire in his eyes reignited, burning with an unmistakable longing. You actually believe her? Luo Chen leaned against the cold wall, his voice hoarse. Bloodbone is a jackal and Fei Yu is a tiger. Neither of them is worth trusting. They set a trap to capture us, and the next moment they promise us freedom. How is that any different from a pie falling from the sky? Perhaps they want to use us to bring down Bloodbone and then dispose of us altogether. But if we don't trust her, what else can we do? Lin Maching's face was pale, his voice trembling, yet exceptionally clear. Continue being Bloodbone's dogs? When he's tired of us, or when we've outlived our usefulness, what happens to us? Fei Yu was right about that. She turned to look at Yi Li. We can't afford to wait any longer. Mu Xingling, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke, her voice soft. She said she could remove part of the devouring heart lock first to let us have some control. But then she said it couldn't be removed during the undercover mission or Bloodbone would notice. There's something wrong with that. Manshan was taken aback, right? She almost talked us in circles. That woman doesn't keep her word. He grew agitated. Then there's nothing to discuss. I'd rather die than be played for a fool again. Maybe not necessarily a lie. Yili finally spoke, his voice calm. Perhaps she does have a way to partially remove it, but the risk is too great or the cost too high, and she doesn't want to use it unless it's the last resort. Or maybe it's just to increase her bargaining power to dangle the bait in front of us. He scanned the group. But she's right about one thing: our current situation doesn't leave us many options. The room fell silent once more, broken only by heavy breathing and the occasional clink of shackles. Indeed, there were no options left. They were prisoners now. If they didn't side with Fei Yue, they might be eliminated immediately. But if they sided with her, they could survive with the promise of removing the devouring heart lock dangling before them. Let's do it. Manshan slammed his fist against the wall, making his shackles rattle. Damn it, let's gamble. Better than dying right now. There was no real choice. Yili closed his eyes, countless images flashing through his mind: Bloodbone's coldness, Fei Yue's scheming, his companions' longing gazes for freedom. When he opened them again, the struggle in his eyes was completely suppressed, leaving only a burning determination to burn all bridges. Soon the door opened again. Fei Yue appeared with the same composed demeanor, as if she had long anticipated their answer. Yili met her gaze, his voice clear and firm. We accept your offer. Before long, Yi Li and his companions, supporting each other covered in carefully disguised injuries, made their way back to Bloodbone's stronghold in a ragged and exhausted state. Before they could even enter, several patrolling guards stopped them for questioning. What happened? Weren't you sent on a mission? How did you end up like this? The guard captain frowned, scrutinizing them with sharp eyes. Don't even mention it. Yi Li looked disgusted, shaking off his companion's support, his chest heaving violently, as if his anger was hard to contain. We were ambushed. Damn it. They knew our abilities and our route perfectly, as if they had eyes on us. Manshan added in a deep, muffled voice, exactly. Each of our abilities was specifically countered. Someone must have leaked information. Luochen then added a few details about how the enemy had precisely targeted their defensive weaknesses, his expression grim. The guard captain's expression shifted slightly. The abilities of these people were no secret within the stronghold, but being countered so precisely was indeed unusual. How did you escape? We almost didn't. Yili wiped the blood from his face. If I hadn't risked half my life to tear open a spatial rift and pull everyone through, you'd be seeing our corpses right now. He spoke through gritted teeth, as if that spatial jump had drained all his strength, and he was now swaying on his feet. What? A leak? The news quickly reached Bloodbone's ears. When Yi Li and the others were brought before him, he was polishing a massive bone blade. Seeing their miserable state, a shadow of gloom flickered in Bloodbone's eyes, but he didn't immediately lash out. General. Yi Li dropped to one knee with a thud, his voice filled with barely contained rage. We were betrayed. This entire mission was a trap from the start. They knew our abilities and attack times perfectly. There must be a mole within our ranks who sold us out. General, you must find this traitor. Otherwise, who would dare risk their lives for you in the future? Bloodbone set down the bone blade, stepped forward to help Yi Li up, and patted his shoulder, speaking in a surprisingly gentle tone. Rise and speak. Tell me exactly what happened. Yi Li recounted his pre-prepared story, embellishing it with details from the earlier battle, emphasizing how precisely the enemy had countered each of their abilities and how they had desperately fought their way out. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Bloodbone listened quietly, his face betraying little emotion. All right, I understand. He paused for a moment. You've worked hard. Escaping from that ambush is already a miracle. He shifted his tone, looking at Yi Li and the others. Don't worry, I won't let this go. Whoever dares to plant a thorn in my territory must be prepared to be uprooted. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. I will find out who's behind this. To appease the troops, or perhaps to display his generosity, Bloodbone not only refrained from punishing them, but announced generous rewards for Yi Li's squad, delivering various rare resources and equipment before them. These are compensations for your losses. Rest well. Once I find the traitor, there will be plenty of battles for you. Bloodbone said. Yes, we await your command. Yi Li and the others responded in unison, carefully stowing away the valuable rewards as if they were precious treasures. After expressing their gratitude profusely, once more they supported each other, and bearing their pains, and the heavy rewards slowly retreated from the grim, great hall. Only when the heavy doors closed slowly behind them, completely cutting off Bloodbone's piercing gaze, did their tense bodies relax almost imperceptibly for a moment. As Yi Li and his companions departed, they were keenly aware that this was but a fleeting calm before the storm. A scheme they had ignited with their own hands designed to drag both great powers into the abyss had already begun to unfold in silence. True to their expectations, within 2 days, a vital crystal mining outpost under Bloodbone's command was struck without warning. In the dead of night, when vigilance was at its lowest, a small squad infiltrated like phantoms, precisely demolishing the refining core and making off with a recently harvested batch of high-purity energy crystals. The operation was executed with ruthless efficiency, leaving no survivors behind. The only trace left at the scene were a few shell casings that resonated with the energy signature commonly used by Crimson Moon's forces. Again, Bloodbone roared upon receiving the battle report, slamming his fist onto the metal table, causing the objects upon it to vibrate with a dull hum. He had just placated Yi Li and the others, and now this happened. A direct slap to his face. Then like a lit fuse, chaos erupted. On the 3rd day, a secret weapon depot hidden deep within the meteorite belt was raided, resulting in the loss of several prototype bone weapon systems still undergoing testing. On the 5th day, a star route responsible for transporting reinforcements to Bloodbone was ambushed with 3 transport ships destroyed and the majority of the new recruits killed or wounded. By the 7th day, even a private retreat Bloodbone frequented came under a harassing attack. Though it caused no substantial damage, the provocation was unmistakable. Each assault struck precisely at Bloodbone's vulnerabilities, with timing, location, and method seemingly calculated to perfection, flawlessly bypassing his temporary defenses and exploiting the brief windows of transition. What further infuriated Bloodbone was that at each attack site, evidence pointing to Crimson Moon could be found. Sometimes unique weapon residue, sometimes vague descriptions from deliberately spared witnesses, and at other times intercepted and doctored communication fragments. Crimson Moon, you've gone too far. Bloodbone roared within the Grand Hall, his eyes bloodshot. His subordinate generals remained deathly silent, none daring to provoke his wrath at this moment. General, could this be a setup? A deputy officer cautiously ventured. Bloodbone whipped his head around, his gaze ferocious. A setup? Who would have such audacity? Apart from that madwoman Crimson Moon, who else would dare to provoke me so blatantly? Does she think seizing a piece of my territory last time makes her invincible? Now she dares to push even further. With old grievances and new grudges surging forth, a Bloodbone, overwhelmed by successive blows, was beyond listening to any counsel. He was convinced that Crimson Moon was pressing her advantage, attempting to erode his power. Issue my command. Bloodbone's voice cut through the air like a cold blade. Gather every available fighter and attack. Tear down those trade stations Crimson Moon controls. Should she dare touch a single hair of mine, I'll make her pay back tenfold. The command was swiftly relayed, and the war machine under Bloodbone's command roared to life. Soldiers who harbored long-standing resentment against Crimson Moon charged into her territory with unbridled fervor. Crimson Moon's faction, however, was no pushover. They were well prepared for this, and the conflict between the two sides erupted instantly, escalating rapidly from minor skirmishes to a full-scale regional war. On the dead remains star, the interwoven control zones of these two great powers transformed into a bloody battlefield. The glare of energy cannons tore through the dim sky, explosions echoed incessantly, strongholds were reduced to scorched earth in the blaze, and severed limbs lay scattered across the ground. The flames of war raged ever hotter as both sides, consumed by bloodlust, continuously poured in more troops, with casualty numbers climbing sharply each day. Chaos spread like a plague, soon spilling over into the territories of other powerful generals. Transport routes were severed, resource trades ground to a halt, and even unfortunate bystanders caught in the crossfire suffered heavy losses. Star-Lord, Bloodbone, and Crimson Moon have lost their minds. If we let them continue, they'll tear the entire dead remains star apart. Indeed, Star-Lord, their forces have reached the borders of my mining zone and seized several of my mobile outposts. We beseech the Star-Lord to intervene. They must be stopped. In no time, the Star-Lord's hall was besieged by a constant stream of complaining amidst the unprecedented chaos that had engulfed the dead remains star for years. Just as both factions prepared for a climactic confrontation, an irresistible pressure descended from above. The true master of the dead remains star, the Star-Lord who rarely ever showed himself, had finally been stirred. It felt as though an invisible eye had opened in the planet's orbit, gazing down upon the fires of war below. This pressure wasn't a tangible energy surge, yet it weighed heavily upon the hearts of every living being, seeming to momentarily stall even the raging energy cannons. The troops of Bloodbone and Crimson Moon engaged in combat slowed their movements in unison, as if an invisible hand had seized them by the throat. The Star-Lord's form did not appear, only a calm, unperturbed voice pregnant with absolute power resounded simultaneously within the command ships of both Bloodbone and Crimson Moon, and even deep within their minds. Enough. Just 2 words, yet they carried an undeniable finality. Bloodbone's chest heaved violently, the redness in his eyes not yet faded, but a deep-seated reverence from the depths of his soul forced him to suppress his surging rage. On Crimson Moon's side, a flicker of emotion crossed her usually icy visage as she gave a slight nod acknowledging the command. Even the defiant likes of them could only choose obedience before the true sovereign of the dead remained Star. Your conflict ends here. The Star-Lord's voice continued, its tone unreadable. I will provide you with a means of resolution. Bloodbone and Crimson Moon both pricked up their ears, hardly daring to breathe. Each of you shall select 5 members to form a team. The Star-Lord's voice, both of you must personally participate. Bloodbone's heart skipped a beat. Personally participate. The victor shall take over half of the loser's current territory. The Star-Lord paused, as if allowing them time to digest. If you lose, you will remain within your bounds and refrain from initiating large-scale conflicts for a decade. Simple, blunt, yet striking at the very core. Bloodbone snapped his head up, his gaze seemingly piercing through the starry void to meet Crimson Moon's across the distance. In that instant, the reverence for the Star-Lord vanished from their eyes, replaced by only the most primal, blazing, killing intent and battle thirst. This proposal was exactly what they wanted. All those schemes and frame-ups paled in comparison to the sheer satisfaction of snapping the enemy's neck on the battlefield. It was also the perfect chance to seize the other's foundation in one fell swoop. Agreed. Bloodbone bellowed, his voice hoarse from excitement. Accepted. Crimson Moon's response was curt and cold. With the command issued, no one dared to defy it. Thus, a 5-man duel that would determine the future of 2 major powers and potentially shake the very foundations of the dead remains Star's power structure was set in stone. Seated in the main chair, Bloodbone drummed his fingers against the armrest, his gaze sweeping over the trusted lieutenants standing before him. He needed the 5 strongest, himself included. Bonehammer, Bloodfawn. Bloodbone's voice was low. 2 hulking, battle-hardened warriors stepped forward, immediately acknowledging the order with guttural growls. These were his most ferocious veterans, their loyalty unquestionable and their strength formidable. 2 spots remained. Bloodbone's eyes roamed the gathering before landing on Yi Li and Mu Xingling. These 2 newcomers especially, Yi Li had recently demonstrated exceptional prowess. His spatial jump ability was remarkably useful, complementing the raw power of Bonehammer and Bloodfawn. Yi Li, Mu Xingling. When the names of Yi Li and Mu Xingling were announced, a few barely audible gasps echoed through the Grand Hall. Many veteran generals cast scrutinizing glances upon the 2, their eyes filled with appraisals and a hint of defiance. After all, in the eyes of these battle-hardened commanders who had crawled through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, Yi Li and his companions were still newcomers. Shui Gu's piercing gaze swept across the crowd, capturing every subtle expression, yet he offered no explanation. He simply waved his hand and commanded, "Return and prepare. At this time tomorrow we fight the decisive battle." Yes. Gu Chui and Shui were the first to accept the order, their voices booming. Yi Li and Mu Xingling exchanged a glance before bowing in acceptance as well. The group filed out of the hall, each carrying a heavy heart. No sooner had they returned to their temporary quarters and caught their breath than a covert message was transmitted to Yi Li's personal wristband through an encrypted channel. The sender was unknown, but the message was concise and clear, bearing an unyielding tone of command. During the battle, find an opportunity to gravely wound Shui Gu. I will deal with him personally. Upon success, the heart-devouring lock shall be removed. Yi Li stared at the message, his expression unreadable. He looked up at his companions and said, "Prepare yourselves. Tomorrow will be a grueling fight." The group silently checked their equipment, their minds racing with calculations. Fei Yu's orders, Shui Gu's trust, the heart-devouring lock within. All these elements intertwined, forming an intricate and convoluted situation. And they stood at the very epicenter of this storm. The next day, at the core region of the Death Husk Star, a colossal arena forged by the Star-Lord's power loomed. Constructed from an unknown black metal, it was cold and unyielding, encircled by energy barriers that sealed it off from the outside world. High above, a vague and imposing figure flickered in and out of visibility, the sovereign of the Death Husk Star. Shui Gu and Fei Yu each stood at the head of their chosen teams of 4, facing each other from a distance. On Shui Gu's side stood Gu Chui, Shui Yi Li, and Mu Xingling. Across from them, Fei Yu's 4 warriors exuded formidable auras, their eyes cold and murderous. Begin. The Star-Lord's voice resonated like a divine decree across the arena. The instant the words "fated battle" erupted, Shui Gu let out a guttural roar, his form swelling as a suit of bone armor enveloped his body, and he charged headlong at Fei Yu. Gu Chui and Shui Yi followed closely behind like 2 heavy tanks, bearing down upon 2 of Fei Yu's warriors. Fei Yu's form flickered like a phantom, evading Shui Gu's frontal assault with ghostly grace, while twin blades of crimson energy materialized in her hands, slashing toward his ribs from the side. Her four subordinates immediately surged forward, engaging Gu Chue Shueya and Mu Xingling in a fierce melee. Yi Li did not join the fray immediately. He merged with Lei Zai while Dun Dun and Zai released supportive auras from the rear with Dao Zai standing guard beside them. Yi Li's figure flickered in and out of existence within the space, exploiting his spatial jump advantage to harass Fei Yu's warriors, creating openings for Gu Chue and the others. Mu Xingling's mechanical prosthetic arm morphed into a high-frequency particle blade, while his right hand conjured an invisible psionic barrier. He engaged a speedster enemy, each parry executed with pinpoint precision, streams of data flashing rapidly across his pupils as he predicted his opponent's moves. Yi Li, Shuegu roared amidst his intense duel with Fei Yue at the flank. Her energy core is over there. Yi Li understood instantly. He vanished and reappeared on Fei Yu's left, his blade thrusting toward her waist, a spot that appeared to be a weak point in her defense. Fei Yu snorted coldly, lashing out with an energy blade in a backhanded swipe that forced Yi Li to leap away once more. The battle was exceptionally fierce. Both sides were veterans of countless wars. The thunderous roar of colliding energies was unending, punctuated by the piercing screech of metal against metal. Shuegu and Fei Yue, the two commanders, clashed in a duel of titans. Each exchange sent violent ripples through the surrounding energy field. As the stalemate wore on, Yi Li, in the midst of dodging one of Fei Yu's attacks, stumbled backward in a seemingly clumsy manner, landing near Shuegu's rear. In that instant, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. A specially crafted energy needle which he had concealed all along silently pierced the gap in Shuegu's back armor. It was the secret weapon Fei Yu had covertly given him, said to be capable of instantly paralyzing and gravely wounding its target. Thud! The energy needle struck true. Shuegu's massive frame shuddered violently, his movements freezing for a split second as a suppressed grunt escaped his lips. Shuegu's colossal body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The wound on his chest inflicted by the energy blade was a ghastly sight, and his aura instantly withered. He seemed barely able to move. Gu Chue and Shueya, alarmed by the sight, had their focus shattered. Their opponents immediately seized the opening, forcing them to retreat with fresh wounds, their situation growing perilous. Fei Yue, looking at the fallen Shuegu, could not contain the ecstatic delight and smugness spreading across her face. She strode toward him, her crimson energy blades humming with murderous intent. "How I knew I could count on you, Yi Li." She glanced sideways at him, her tone dripping with undisguised approval. "You never fail to surprise me." Yi Li stood frozen, his face pale, as if still reeling from the sudden turn of events. Fei Yu dismissed him with a glance, her gaze locking back onto Shuegu, brimming with condescending satisfaction. "Shuegu, oh Shuegu, you've lorded over everyone for so many years. Did you ever imagine you'd end up like this? Squirm whale, this is your fate. Today this very spot shall be your burial ground." She raised her crimson energy blade high, aiming it at Shuegu's head, ready to deliver the final fatal blow to her old rival. Yet just as the blade was about to descend, the seemingly dying Shuegu's eyes suddenly blazed with a terrifying ferocity. There was no trace of despair in that gaze, only icy mockery and a long-nurtured savage viciousness. With a sudden explosive roll, he moved with a speed utterly unbefitting a mortally wounded man. Simultaneously, his massive bone claw, which had hung limply at his side, shot out from an impossibly awkward angle, laden with tremendous force, and lashed out at Fei Yu like lightning. This strike, launched after her own, arrived first. Its timing was impeccable. Precisely at the moment when Fei Yu's old force had been spent, her new force had yet to be born, and her mental guard was at its lowest. The triumphant smile on Fei Yu's face instantly froze, her pupils constricting in sheer disbelief. Horror replaced elation. She could not fathom how Shuegu, after being struck by the special energy needle and her full power attack, still had the strength to launch such a ferocious counter. It defied all logic. Squelch! The bone claw tore through the energy shield Fei Yu had hastily erected, as easily as crushing an eggshell. The razor-sharp talons sank deep into her chest and abdomen, unleashing a torrent of savage power that obliterated her internal organs and shattered her energy core in one fell swoop. "Ugh! You all!" Fei Yu turned her head with immense difficulty, her gaze piercing past Shuegu's shoulder to fixate on Yi Li in the distance. Her eyes were a maelstrom of incomprehensible fury, venomous resentment, and overwhelming unwillingness. She could not understand where it had all gone wrong. Why had he not been swayed by her generous offer? Why did he remain loyal to Shuegu, who had always exploited them? Before she could finish her words, the light in her eyes rapidly dimmed, her life force utterly severed. Fei Yu's body went limp, collapsing onto the cold metal floor, her eyes wide open, staring into oblivion and death. Shuegu slowly withdrew his bone claws, the massive talons drenched in Fei Yu's blood and fragmented tissue. He flicked his claws, shaking off the grisly remnants. "Huh, ha ha ha, The suppressed low chuckle erupted into a thunderous manic laughter brimming with the exhilaration of survival and the unbridled arrogance of a scheme realized. Feiyue, you self-righteous fool. You thought you could outmaneuver me. You're still too green. The mantis stalks the cicada unaware of the aureole behind. Did you truly believe Shuegu could be so easily ambushed? He spun around abruptly. Though the wound on his chest was gruesome, his aura surged back with renewed potency. He strode over to Yi Li, observing the latter's shocked and still rattled expression, and clapped a heavy paddle-like hand onto Yi Li's shoulder. With a resounding thud, the impact drove Yi Li down, nearly making him stumble. Well done, Yi Li. Shuegu's voice boomed like a bell, thick with undisguised satisfaction. Yi Li seized the moment to pant heavily, his facial muscles twitching slightly. Congratulations, General, on your victory. Ha ha ha. Shuegu laughed again, cutting him off. This is all thanks to you. I won't go back on my word. He glanced at Gu Chue and Shueya, who were both dumbfounded and shaken before a wave of realization dawned on them. Their gazes towards Yi Li shifted profoundly. Shuegu's voice echoed throughout the entire arena, even clearly reaching the ears of the blurry figure high above. That's right. This was all a strategy devised by Yi Li and me. That foolish woman Feiyue sought to bribe Yi Li to ambush me, unaware that I had long seen through her scheme and turned it against her. He looked at Yi Li once more, a genuine appreciation now in his eyes. Yi Li, you might be a slippery one, but you repay kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. For that I Shuegu acknowledge you. Back then I bought you all from Jean Swanpan, gave you a chance at life, and provided you with resources. You recognized that debt, and kept it close to your heart. Excellent. Truly excellent. Yi Li lowered his head slightly, adopting a humble posture, yet his tone was sincere. The general flatters me. Had it not been for the general's righteous intervention back, then we would likely have faced dire straits. To serve the general and thwart Feiyue's conspiracy is both our duty and our honor. This exchange left the arena in dead silence, everyone stunned by the earth-shattering twist. Who could have guessed that Yi Li's betrayal was a carefully orchestrated ruse with Shuegu? The Star-Lord's indistinct figure seemed to waver slightly, but ultimately refrained from intervening. This battle Shuegu wins. A calm voice declared the outcome. As agreed, half of Feiyue's current territory now belongs to Shuegu. Upon hearing this, Shuegu erupted in another fit of hearty laughter. He had not only eliminated his greatest threat Feiyue, but had also expanded his own power in one fell swoop. The clamor of the arena gradually subsided as Shuegu led Yi Li and the others back to his bone palace. Seated upon his colossal skeletal throne, his chest wound had been hastily treated, still gruesome, but no longer bleeding. He looked at Yi Li, flashed a grin, and casually tossed a heavy metal box. Thud! The box landed at Yi Li's feet, making the floor tremble. You've done a great service this time. The promised reward is yours. Yi Li opened the box to reveal neatly stacked high-grade energy crystals and some rare metallic materials, all of considerable value. Thank you, General. Yi Li's face showed just the right amount of excitement. Shuegu rose, walked over to Yi Li, and his gaze sharpened slightly. What you truly desire should be this, right? Shuegu produced a deep purple jade bottle from his robes. The moment the stopper was removed, a peculiar medicinal fragrance permeated the air. Yi Li's heart skipped a beat, his gaze locking onto the jade bottle. The rest of the squad held their breath, their eyes filled with longing. This is the antidote for the heart-devouring lock, Shuegu said, weighing the bottle in his hand. That heart-devouring lock is a vicious thing and troublesome to undo. He handed the bottle to them. Drink this. The lock won't vanish instantly. The medicinal power will slowly seep in, forcing that cursed thing out bit by bit. This process will take some time. During this period you will feel weak and sapped of strength. That's normal. Once the heart-devouring lock is completely expelled, you'll be fine. Yi Li took the bottle, its surface warm to the touch. He looked at the others, seeing an indescribable mix of excitement and relief in their eyes. Thank you, General, for your generosity. Yi Li said solemnly. Shuegu snorted. Don't thank me. You earned it. I Shuegu never shortchange my own people. He waved his hand. All right, you're dismissed. Yi Li and the others said no more. Clutching their rewards and the antidote, they withdrew from the Bone Palace. Back in their Spartan quarters, the six exchanged glances, seeing the joy reflected in each other's eyes. Yi Li was the first to open the jade bottle and down the deep purple liquid in one gulp. As it went down, a wave of warmth surged through his body, immediately followed by an indescribable stabbing pain. It felt as if something was being torn from his heart, accompanied by a profound weakness that drained most of his strength. Mu Xingling, Man Shan, Chu Feng, and the others also took the antidote and turned their faces, turning pale. Man Shan shook his head, grimacing. This feeling. It's worse than a beating. Chu Feng leaned against the wall, panting. Indeed. A bit dizzy. Luo Chun, though from a prestigious family, remained silent with a furrowed brow, but his heaving chest betrayed his discomfort. Mu Xingling and Lin Maching also had pale faces biting their lips as they silently endured the medicinal discomfort, their slightly trembling fingertips revealing their current state. Yili felt the power within him slowly dissolving the heart-devouring lock. He let out a muffled groan, sweat beading on his forehead, and whispered, "This is the price of freedom. Bear with it. The stronger the sensation, the faster the antidote is working, and the more the lock is loosening. In the meantime, let's not waste this time. Though our bodies are weak, our minds are still sharp. This is a good chance to calmly organize our recent gains and consolidate our cultivation." Manshan grinned, showing a row of white teeth, though the smile seemed strained. "You always think ahead, Yili, right? We can't waste time." Chu Feng nodded, his gaze refocusing. Luo Chen opened his eyes and looked at Yili. "The energy crystals and materials from Shuigu are of high quality. Once we recover, perhaps we can attempt an upgrade." Mu Xingling let out a soft sigh, some color returning to her cheeks. "Yes, let's first completely dissolve the heart-devouring lock. As long as it remains in our bodies, it's a constant threat. Now return to your own rooms. Guide the medicinal power and cultivate with a focused mind." Though their steps were unsteady, each person's eyes shone with remarkable brilliance. They returned to their simple rooms and almost simultaneously sat down cross-legged. The pain from the medicine persisted, but an unprecedented sense of relief and hope, like a tender sprout breaking through the soil, quietly took root in the depths of everyone's hearts. As the days slipped by within their humble quarters, Yi Li and the others endured the relentless weakness and stabbing pain brought on by the antidote, while seizing every fleeting moment to channel the medicinal power into tempering their bodies. Sweat soaked through their garments, only to be evaporated by the energy surging within in a ceaseless cycle. Each of them sat with eyes tightly shut, their faces pale, yet their will was unyieldingly firm. The lingering shadow of the heart-devouring lock, like a parasitic maggot clinging to the bone, was being gradually stripped away. The process was agonizing yet brimming with hope. The energy fluctuations emanating from Yi Li, Chu Feng, Luo Chun, and Man Shan grew, increasingly potent, teetering on the precipice of the fourth rank, as if they could shatter the barrier at any moment. The bottleneck was tenacious, yet it loosened. It was only Mu Xingling who, in the silence of a particular deep night, suddenly felt a surge of overwhelming energy erupt from within her. A faint starlight began to radiate around her, her aura surging upwards. Fifth rank. She had successfully broken through. Mu Xingling slowly opened her eyes, starlight swirling within her gaze. Feeling the unprecedented power within her, a relieved smile finally graced her pale face. The others, sensing the shift in energy, cast glances of congratulations her way. Although Lin Maching had not broken through, he too had made considerable progress. After several more days, when the final trace of stinging pain vanished completely from his heart, Yili let out a long, slow breath. It was an indescribable relief, as if the boulder that had been pressing on his mind had finally been lifted, leaving his very soul feeling lighter. The heart-devouring lock was completely removed. The others soon felt this transformation as well, their faces revealing expressions of profound relief as the weakness rapidly receded and strength returned to their bodies. Finally, free. Man Shan clenched his fist, savoring the returned strength, and grinned with unrestrained joy. Chu Feng rose, stretching his limbs, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Luo Chen also stood up, his demeanor restored to its usual composure, yet a newfound resilience born of hardship lingered in the depths of his eyes. Lin Maching and Mu Xingling exchanged a smile, their joy needing no words. "The heart-devouring lock is gone, and it's time for us to leave," Yili said, looking at the others. Their original purpose had been the secret realm expedition of Star Vault University. Who could have guessed they would be swept into so many tribulations, nearly losing their lives? "Yes, it's time to return," Mu Xingling nodded in agreement. "We've been away for too long. The Academy is probably getting worried." As they gathered their simple belongings, preparing to bid farewell to Bloodbone, they found he had already anticipated their departure and had prepared a travel starship for them. A sleek, pitch-black, small, interstellar ship hovered silently in the open area outside the Bone Palace. "The General said this ship is a gift for you all," the messenger soldier stated. "The destination is set for Iron Rock Star, who just engaged the autopilot." The soldier continued, his voice flat. The group was taken aback, surprised by Bloodbone's thoughtfulness. "And this?" The soldier handed over a heavy star beast pod. Inside, a peculiar star beast was curled up, faintly visible. "This is the bone crocodile, a star beast gifted to Lord Yi Li by the General." Yi Li accepted the pod, his gaze falling upon a crocodile-type star beast covered in stark white bone armor. Its eyes were shut, seemingly in slumber, but "This bone crocodile is definitely a top-tier defensive star beast," Luo Chun remarked, his gaze sharpening. Yi Li could sense the powerful force dormant within the beast, and his heart stirred. "The General said this beast's defenses are extraordinary. Once Lord Yi Li reaches the fourth rank, he may attempt to contract it," the soldier added. "It was undoubtedly a generous gift, and Yili carefully secured the pod within the ship. "Please convey my thanks to the general," Yili said to the soldier, who nodded and turned to leave. Though Bloodbone had not seen them off personally, his meticulous arrangements filled them with gratitude. The 6 of them boarded the ship. Though the interior was compact, it was fully equipped. Yili moved to the pilot's seat, confirming the autopilot's destination, Iron Rock Star, home of Star Vault University. As the ship ascended, leaving behind the desolate lifeless bone star domain, their emotions were complex. This unexpected journey, fraught with peril, had also yielded immense rewards. Not only had their strength grown, but they had witnessed the cruelty and vastness of the universe. Yili glanced back at the shrinking bone palace, then at his companions by his side, and finally turned his gaze towards the direction of the Star Beast pod. Once they returned to the academy, and he broke through to the 4th rank, he would possess a formidable defensive Star Beast. The path ahead seemed clearer than ever. The ship's engines hummed with a low, steady drone echoing rhythmically within the cabin. Outside the window, the vast, profound universe stretched endlessly, starlight illuminating the path towards Iron Rock Star. Within the ship, Yili turned to the others, his gaze shifting from the shimmering star chart. The relief on his face was gone, replaced by a seriousness so cold it bordered on ruthless. "Everyone." His voice was not loud, but it was clear, instantly capturing everyone's attention. "Regarding the pirates who attacked us and the mysterious figure who appeared at the end." Yili paused, his sharp gaze sweeping across the group. "I am now certain that the mastermind behind it all is the owner of the black market's myriad treasure pavilion, Gold Abacus." The name fell like a boulder into a placid lake, stirring ripples of shock. The cabin fell into a brief dead silence, broken only by the persistent hum of the engines. Man Shan's breathing grew heavy, his fists clenching involuntarily, knuckles cracking softly. Chu Feng's eyes sharpened, a faint piercing aura radiating from him. Luo Chun furrowed his brow, a flicker of thought passing through his eyes. Mu Xingling trembled slightly, instinctively looking towards Yili, her gaze filled with shock and inquiry. Lin Maching also looked startled, gently grasping Mu Xingling's arm. "Gold Abacus," Luo Chun repeated in a low voice. "The myriad treasure pavilion spans many star domains with immense power. Why would he target us?" That was the question on everyone's mind. Yili's gaze fell upon Mu Xingling. "His target is likely the research data left by Mu Xingling's father. I'm not sure why he wants it, but I suspect it's related to the Zerg." Mu Xingling's eyes became complex, anger, confusion, and above all a heavy pressure. "My father's research. Related to the Zerg," she murmured, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. "Yes, Gold Abacus has vast influence and many eyes and ears," Yili continued. "We can't just waltz back to the academy. Since he dared to set an ambush in space, he must have placed spies on Iron Rock Star near the academy. The moment we show ourselves, he'll know we're alive and that the heart-devouring lock is gone. What awaits us then would be an even more covert and lethal attack." Chu Feng nodded in agreement. "Exactly. We're in the open while they're hidden. We'd be too passive." "Then what do we do?" Man Shan asked gruffly, his face full of murderous intent. "Are we just going to let this slide? I can't swallow this." A cold glint flashed in Yili's eyes. "Of course not. A blood debt must be paid in blood." Yili continued, "My suggestion is that we don't return to the academy for now. Although the ship's destination is set for Iron Rock Star, we can alter the course midway or disengage the autopilot before arrival and infiltrate covertly. We'll wait for Golden Abacus at the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. A waiting game. Once we capture him, we can extract the truth from him. Why did he ambush us? Why does he seek the research data of Mu Xingling's father? These mysteries must be unraveled." The plan was bold and risky, yet it cut straight to the heart of the matter. The group fell silent for a moment, digesting Yili's words. "I agree." Manshan was the first to voice his support, striking his palm with his fist. "We must capture that old fox, or we'll never have peace of mind. Let's go to hell with it." Chu Feng's words were terse, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Luo Chan adjusted his non-existent glasses and said calmly, "Infiltrating the black market and striking when the moment is right is indeed our best option at present. But we must be cautious. Golden Abacus is a formidable figure in the black market." Mu Xingling took a deep breath, her gaze hardening with resolve. "For my father and for ourselves, I have no objections. Yili, we will follow your lead." Lin Maching also nodded vigorously in support. All eyes once again converged on Yili, brimming with trust and determination. Having just endured a life-or-death trial and learned the identity of the shadowy mastermind, an unspoken bond of shared purpose and collective defiance had formed among them. "All right," Yili nodded. "Then it's settled. From this moment on, we remain hidden. Our target, the black market on Iron Rock Star, the Myriad Treasures Pavilion." The ship continued its silent voyage through the cosmos, but the atmosphere within the cabin had transformed utterly. Relief and ease were cast aside, replaced by a suffocating tension and a burning resolve for vengeance. The path ahead was no longer a straightforward return to the academy, but a hunt deep into the tiger's den. Their adversary was the vast and enigmatic master of the myriad treasures pavilion. At this moment, 6 young but unyielding hearts were tightly bound together. In a dimly lit, airless secret chamber, a holographic projection suddenly flickered to life. At the center of the image, a rotund figure with a face plastered in a shrewd smile materialized. Golden Abacus. Yili's voice was low, laced with an icy chill. Commit this face to memory. The glow of the projection reflected upon each youthful visage, their eyes burning with distinct flames. Anger, resolve, or a cold, murderous intent. It was now the 3rd day of their covert return to Arnrock Star. To conceal their identities, they had alerted no one, nor had they returned to Star Vault University. Like phantoms, the group lurked cautiously on the fringes of the chaotic black market. They contacted no one. Yili even deliberately avoided any interaction with Old Lay. Every action was shrouded in the strictest secrecy, for any single lapse in vigilance could lead to utter ruin. Now the 6 sat huddled together, pooling the intelligence each had surreptitiously gathered over the past few days. The room was filled only with the faint hum of instruments, a suffocating silence that made it hard to breathe. Mu Xingling spoke first, her voice cool, yet carrying an unyielding conviction. Golden Abacus's private cargo fleet resupplies every 72 hours via a secret shipping lane on the outskirts of the black market. Based on my analysis of intercepted internal communications, there's a high probability that Golden Abacus himself returns to the Myriad Treasures Pavilion to oversee certain illicit transactions whenever the fleet arrives. She paused, her gaze sweeping across the group. This should be our window of opportunity. Lin Maching also voiced her opinion. Intelligence suggests that whenever he returns to the pavilion, his personal guard is increased severalfold, and they barely leave his side. We need to breach their defenses and subdue him within an extremely short window. If we get bogged down in a prolonged fight and draw in the other forces of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, escaping unscathed will be nearly impossible. Bam! A dull thud shattered the silence. Chu Feng slammed his fist viciously against the cold alloy wall, leaving a shallow dent. His eyes were bloodshot fury, nearly boiling over. Screw the guard. Ignoring Chu Feng's outburst, Lin Maching traced a delicate finger through the air. Her psychic energy pulsed silently, conjuring a 3-dimensional rotating map in the center of the room. It was a detailed topographical rendering of the black market's core district, focusing on the Myriad Treasures Pavilion and its surroundings. Precise lines of light marked every street, every potential entry and exit point, and even the coverage range of surveillance cameras. The main building of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion stands in the central plaza of the black market, surrounded by relatively open terrain. Her voice was calm and analytical, as if stating a simple fact. This is indeed advantageous for launching a surprise assault and leveraging our individual combat prowess. However, open ground also means it's extremely difficult to defend. If the enemy manages to react, we could easily be surrounded and attacked from all sides. Manshan was laboriously chewing on a high-compression energy bar when he heard this. He spoke in a muffled, booming voice. I'll handle blocking the intersection. He patted his chest, which was like an iron tower, producing a dull, resonant thump. Yi Li's gaze shifted from the holographic map back to the group, his expression more solemn than ever before. He called up a file, and a stream of data projected beside Golden Abacus's image. It was an emblem, a fierce-scaled creature coiled against a pitch-black background. Golden Abacus's core guards are the Black-Scale Mercenary Corps. Yi Li's voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to drop the temperature in the room by several degrees. Registered with the Interstellar Mercenary Guild reputation rating A and a permanent fixture in the top 50 of the comprehensive strength rankings. Every single member is a battle-hardened elite equipped with top-tier gear and flawless coordination. Their combat effectiveness is not to be underestimated. Yi Li tapped lightly on the control panel, and Golden Abacus's grinning, plump face vanished, replaced by the chaotic, intense imagery of a battlefield. It was a combat recording of the Black-Scale Mercenary Corps. In the footage, several mercenaries in pitch-black combat suits were ruthlessly and efficiently encircling a group of enemies attempting to break out. Their movements were swift, their coordination seamless, their firepower ferocious. Every shot, every advance was executed with lethal precision. This is a recording of the Black-Scale Mercenary Corps' most recent suppression mission in the Corlin system. Yi Li's voice remained low, betraying no emotion. The group held their breath, their eyes locked onto the rapidly shifting battle footage. Slow it down, rewind, 3 seconds. Mu Xingling's cool voice cut through the silence. Yi Li complied, and the intense firefight was broken down into a series of frozen frames. Look here. Mu Xingling pointed at a 3-person assault team in the image. A classic triangular assault formation. Suppressive fire flanking cover, and a breacher forcing the entry point. Their standard operating procedure is exceptionally polished. The spacing between the team members is well maintained, and their mutual support angles leave almost no blind spots. Luo Chun continued his analysis. Their energy shield is the scale armor type 3, specially fortified and extremely resilient. Standard energy weapons will struggle to penetrate it in a short time. He gestured toward the screen where a mercenary weathered an explosion's impact, his shield flickering violently. Mansion, observing the mercenary's heavy blaster rifle, let out a low guttural grunt. Heavy firepower. Yili remained silent, his fingers gliding swiftly across the console as the display jumped, freezing on one detail after another. He analyzed frame by frame the black-scale mercenary corps' movement habits, weapon loadouts, and even the micro-expressions of individuals in the heat of combat. Time slipped by, and the room's atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The black-scale mercenary corps were no rabble. They were elite warriors forged in the crucible of countless battles. Suddenly, Yi Li's movements halted. The image froze on a single moment. A black-scale mercenary executing a desperate twisting shot to evade an attack. His fingertip precisely traced a minuscule gap between the mercenary's neck and shoulder armor. During the assault, target this point first. Yi Li's voice was resolute, carrying an unassailable authority. This is where the structural stress concentrates on their scale armor type 3 combat suit during extreme evasion maneuvers. The shield's energy transfer also experiences a momentary vulnerability of a fraction of a second. A high-frequency vibroblade or an armor-piercing energy beam can potentially sever the internal neural and power assist systems, instantly crippling the target. Chu Feng slammed his chest with a resounding thud. Leave that spot and their left flank assault trooper in the triangular formation to me. I guarantee I'll neutralize at least 2 of them in an instant. His voice brimmed with confidence and a reckless, unyielding ferocity. No one questioned him. Chu Feng's prowess was beyond doubt, especially his absolute dominance in close-quarters assault and explosive power. Yili gave a slight nod, his sharp gaze sweeping across the holographic display. Good. Continue the analysis. Find more weaknesses like this. We are running out of time. Every strike must be decisive. Time flew. Soon it was the day for the supply rendezvous of Gold Abacus's small fleet. Intelligence indicated a high probability that Gold Abacus himself would visit the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion to handle business. Yi Li and his team were fully prepared, disguised inconspicuously and hidden in various corners of the black market, waiting for Gold Abacus's appearance to launch their thunderous operation. Above the black market, a drizzling rain fell. The downpour washed the streets, warping the neon lights into twisted, ghostly reflections. Yi Li was wrapped in a tattered scavenger's cloak, shadows almost completely swallowing him. Cold rain dripped from the cloak's edge, yet he remained utterly motionless. Mu Xingling's calm, clear voice came through the earpiece. Target hovercraft is in surveillance range, heading towards the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Note the gap during the guard's shift change is only 9 seconds. Meanwhile, Lin Maching's invisible telekinetic energy spread silently. She precisely locked onto several key surveillance probes along the route, releasing subtle electromagnetic interference that froze the feeds on the previous frame. Inside a filthy drainage tunnel, the water rushed swiftly. Luo Chun and Chu Feng's figures darted through the darkness, ankle-deep in water that splashed noisily. They pressed against the slick walls, avoiding floating debris, their gazes piercing the rain to lock onto the obese figure inside the hovercraft, Gold Abacus. At a street corner, Manchon stumbled out, disguised as a heavily intoxicated brute, muttering incoherently. As the hovercraft passed, he feigned losing his balance and crashed into a guard who was about to change position. The chaos lasted but a moment. Seizing the guard's momentary imbalance and distraction, Manchon's thick hand casually brushed against the hovercraft's undercarriage. A micro-tracker was silently affixed to the cold metal surface. A confirmation signal from Manchon sounded in the earpiece, and Mu Xingling's icy voice cut into everyone's communication channel. Mansion extract. All units assume positions for Plan B. The target hovercraft is entering the final approach. Gold Abacus's hovercraft glided smoothly over the wet street, its wheels splashing water that mirrored the distorted neon glow. It was less than 100 meters from the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion entrance. Suddenly, a piercing crack echoed as all light sources, streetlights, building lights, flickering billboards, went dark in an instant. Absolute darkness consumed everything. The hovercraft's glaring headlights were the only source of light, making it an even more conspicuous target. Yi Li's figure blurred for a moment in the shadows. Space seemed to tear open as if by an invisible claw. Dark purple arcs of electricity crackled, and a low guttural roar erupted alongside a violent surge of energy. The void thunder leopard Rizai unleashed its thunder prison leap, materializing in the densest cluster of guards. The instant it landed, dark purple lightning radiated wildly from its core. Crackle. A magnetic storm domain. The air filled with the scent of ozone as the guards' energy shields flickered frantically, emitting shrill, strained whines. The comms devolved into static. Several guards' weapon energy indicators died instantly, rendering them useless hunks of metal. Their formation collapsed into chaos under the electrical assault shock, replacing their earlier vigilance. At that moment, filthy water erupted skyward. Two heavy metal sewer covers were hurled into the air by immense force, spinning toward the panicked guards. Luo Chen's apparition-like figure shot out from the dark opening, first targeting the flank of the guard closest to the hovercraft. Chu Feng followed closely, muscles bulging as he pushed off the ground, which seemed to tremble. He became a blur, charging at another guard attempting to regroup on the opposite side. Almost simultaneously, guards attempting to activate backup comms or raise alarms felt a sharp pain in their minds. Their fingers stiffened, and the buttons they pressed yielded no response. Silent interference, fatal delay. The Blackscale Mercenary Corps' formation wavered, but their discipline was remarkable. They swiftly reorganized, shielding Gold Abacus's hovercraft, while dispatching personnel to counterattack. Everything appeared orderly, a testament to their top 50 ranking. From a high vantage point by an unremarkable window, Mu Xingling's mechanical arm had transformed into a sniper rifle. Her cold scope locked onto the hovercraft's driver's seat. Her breathing was steady, finger resting on the trigger as she awaited the optimal firing window. The entire ambush, from the plunge into darkness to the full-scale assault and the Blackscale Corps' regrouping counterattack, all unfolded in the blink of an eye. The bodyguard corps of the Golden Abacus, the Blood Falcon leader of the Blackscale Mercenary Corps, drew his twin particle oscillation blades. The edges emitted a low, rumbling tremor, with visible energy patterns flowing across the surface, radiating a dangerous aura that sliced through the cold, damp air. At nearly the same moment, Yi Li's Star Beast Blade Mantis had already silently infiltrated the battlefield. It moved like a shadow, merged into the darkness, evading all vigilant gazes. With pinpoint precision, the twin blades pierced the chest of a Blackscale mercenary's heavy armor on the left flank. It wasn't brute force, but a strike along the armor's seams like a viper's fangs, sinking in instantaneously. A crackle. Brief sparks burst forth, illuminating the mercenary's shocked and twisted face. His gaze froze, the light of life rapidly fading from his eyes. Heavy footsteps echoed as Manshan's figure arrived belatedly. Each step landed on the waterlogged ground, splashing filthy water, carrying a heavy sense of oppression. He surveyed the battlefield with an impassive expression. He chose not to charge directly. Instead, he grabbed a nearby half-person-tall metal cargo crate with one hand. The crate weighed at least several hundred kilograms. His arm muscles bulged, veins protruding as he hoisted the crate high onto his shoulder. Whoosh! The heavy crate, tearing through the air with a sharp, piercing whistle, was hurled violently into the midst of three Blackscale mercenaries attempting to regroup. Boom! Crack! The muffled sounds of shattering bones and deforming metal mixed together, a dull thud that was deeply unsettling. The three mercenaries were sent flying like ragdolls, their armor severely deformed. They crashed against the distant wall and slid to the ground, instantly incapacitated. On the other side of the battlefield, Chu Feng's bone saw emitted a teeth-grindingly high-frequency cutting sound. He crouched low like a leopard, moving at incredible speed, weaving through the chaos. His target was clear. He struck relentlessly at the leg and arm joints of the mercenaries' exosuits. Each impact was accompanied by harsh metallic friction. Sparks flew in all directions as the bone saw precisely destroyed the mobility of mechanical joints and severed energy lines. One mercenary tried to raise his weapon, but his arm hung limp, black smoke rising from the joint. Another mercenary took a single step before his knee joint was sliced open, causing him to lose balance and crash to the ground. Tactical formation beta. Blood Falcon's roar was exceptionally clear amidst the chaotic battlefield. His voice, projected through the armor's built-in loudspeaker, carried an unyielding authority that overpowered the lingering thunder and the wail of metal. The remaining 8 Blackscale mercenaries responded immediately, without hesitation. The heavy armor on their bodies emitted a series of clicking and clanking sounds as metal modules slid locked into place and energy conduits connected with faint buzzing. Within seconds, the 8 independent exosuits interconnected, forming a single cohesive unit. A mobile fortress shimmering with energy emerged. An energy shield instantly expanded across its surface, forming a flowing film of light. The composite cannons on its shoulders slowly elevated, beginning to converge a deep blue energy. The Annihilation Death Ray, capable of piercing starship armor in an instant. The air around the cannon's muzzle seemed to thicken and grow viscous from the concentrated energy. A wave of searing heat began to emanate. The deep blue light grew increasingly intense, radiating an aura of pure destruction. Yet high above, behind that unremarkable window, Mu Xingling's mechanical eye was processing vast amounts of data at incredible speed. Countless streams of information flashed across her retina. Her cold scope had already locked onto a node of energy flow on the mobile fortress. There the energy glow flickered with an extremely subtle fluctuation. It was the weakest point in the entire structure's defense. Her breathing remained perfectly steady, as mechanical as a machine. Her fingers squeezed the trigger with unwavering precision. Whoosh! A high-energy particle beam, so faint it was nearly imperceptible, sliced through the darkness. It struck the locked node with flawless accuracy. The annihilation death ray mid-charge lurched violently. The deep blue light flickered erratically like a faulty light bulb. The energy core erupted in unstable, blinding flashes. Then the entire charging process ceased abruptly. Wisps of green smoke rose from the muzzle as the energy dissipated, leaving behind only an unsettling odor of scorched circuitry. Almost at the very instant the annihilation death ray sputtered out, Shan seized the opportunity. With a low guttural roar, he raised his heavy alloy warhammer imbued with the force of 10,000 June and brought it down with earth-shattering impact. A mercenary forming part of the fortress had no time to react. The warhammer struck him directly. His thick armor crumpled like paper, crushed into twisted shards of metal with components scattering in all directions. The mobile fortress disintegrated under Shan's devastating blow. Twisted metal fragments and severed energy conduits flew everywhere, with electric arcs leaping wildly through the air. Blood Falcon, commander of the Black Scale Mercenary Corps, his eyes bloodshot and wide with fury, watched his formation crumble. The remaining mercenaries instinctively clustered together, forming a defensive perimeter around the black hovercar, adopting a final defensive stance. Their faces were a mixture of despair and ferocity. They gripped their weapons tightly, bracing for the final assault. At that moment, the hovercar's side door slid open silently. Two figures stepped out of the vehicle, their movements stiff, yet possessing an inhuman precision. Their faces were utterly devoid of expression, their eyes hollow like freshly manufactured combat puppets. Every turn, every hand raised seemed calculated with mechanical exactness, devoid of any superfluous motion, radiating an unsettling coldness. They quickly joined Blood Falcon's defensive line, blocking Yi Li and the others. Yi Li's eyes narrowed. They couldn't afford to waste time. He commanded the Blade Mantis to activate the combined skill, Greater Dimensional Severing Blade. There was no deafening roar, only an eerie low hum as space itself was torn asunder. A pitch-black rift, barely visible to the naked eye, materialized out of thin air. It resembled a scar on the universe, exuding a void-like aura of nothingness, sweeping across everything in its path. The rift passed directly through Blood Falcon and the two mercenaries beside him. Their bodies, as if severed by an invisible hand, instantly disassembled. Along with their armor, they fragmented into countless pieces that clattered to the ground. One mercenary standing slightly further away was only grazed by the rift's edge. His arm was severed cleanly at the shoulder, the cut as smooth as a mirror, blood gushing forth. The metal cross-section was polished to a mirror-like sheen. Almost in the same instant, another barely perceptible beam of light flashed from the distant darkness. Whoosh! Mu Xingling's sniper rifle struck again. A third mercenary, attempting to raise his weapon to return fire, had a small charred hole appear in the center of his forehead before toppling stiffly backward. The remaining stragglers and the two emotionless aberrations were instantly overwhelmed. Chu Feng's bone saw sliced through joints, while Shan's heavy hammer crushed all resistance. The two strange figures from the car were beaten to the ground. From the damaged parts of their bodies flowed not blood, but a viscous silver-gray liquid and severed cables. Not human after all. The battle ended in a flashover in just a few minutes. The street, which moments ago had been filled with the sounds of battle cries, explosions, and tearing metal, was now plunged once more into a suffocating silence. Only the cold, relentless rain continued to fall, drumming monotonously against the ground and the metallic wreckage. The hovercar's doors remained shut. Inside, the bulky frame of the golden abacus sat in the back seat, trembling violently. His gaze swept over Yi Li and the others standing by the car. Each one resembled a vengeful god of death returned from the underworld. Rainwater trickled down Yi Li's armor and weapon, carrying a trace of icy killing intent. The golden abacus squeezed out a few words from his throat. "It's you. All of you. How did you escape from the Deadbone Star?" Yi Li did not deign to answer the bone-chilling cold radiating from the blade pierced through skin in an instant, intensifying Jin Suinpan's trembling. He could feel death's... Now, Yi Li's voice cut through the air, unervingly calm, yet carrying an unyielding absolute authority. "It's our turn to ask the questions." Yi Li seized Jin Suinpan's greasy collar and with effortless strength yanked the obese figure from the vehicle. As Yi Li dragged the limp, boneless form of Jin Suinpan, the squad members swiftly executed preliminary tasks of battlefield concealment and evidence eradication. Then, like phantoms dissolving into the night, they vanished with their cargo from the chaotic battlefield of death and destruction, disappearing into the depths of the relentless rain. The temporary safe house was filled with damp air mingled with the cold, harsh scent of disinfectant and metal. Yili had no time to attend to the system's rewards at the moment. All eyes were fixed on Mu Xingling. Cold neural interface cables like the fangs of a venomous serpent pierced the ports near Jin Suinpan's temples. Mu Xingling's voice was devoid of warmth, carrying a near-cruel calmness. You've always... Her gaze was as sharp as a blade. Now you can experience it firsthand. Jin Suinpan's limp body convulsed violently, guttural, incoherent rasps escaping his throat. The parasitic worm in his brain. On the holographic interface, crimson warning indicators erupted like splattered blood flooding the entire screen. The parasite desperately attempted, but Mu Xingling had already... The adjacent holographic screen. The images were disjointed like a shadow. Deep in the night, the Xingqiong biological laboratory was brightly lit, yet shrouded in an eerie stillness. A figure in a white lab coat appeared in the frame. It was Qin Muyun, the highly respected Professor Qin of Xingqiong University. He carefully transported a recording of an experiment log. Suddenly played, Qin Muyun's voice tinged with exhaustion, yet unmistakable excitement. Experiment log 49. The volunteer's neural fusion rate has reached 87. Professor Qin's lab coat was stained with disgusting green mucus. He addressed Jin Suinpan. Tell the Queen the hive nest incubation plan is proceeding smoothly. The scene shifted. In a shadowy corner of the black market, Jin Suinpan's obese figure was seen orchestrating an ambush on Yi Li Chu Feng and Luo Xiaopei. The very incident when they were purchasing Zerg materials. Yi Li and Chu Feng clenched their fists even tighter. Another fragment flashed. Jin Suinpan received an encrypted message instructing him to coordinate pirate forces to attack the transport ship carrying Yi Li's team. The origin of the command traced back to Qin Muyun. The one who had been relentlessly seeking Mu Xingling's father's research, the one attempting to exploit the parasitic worm technology, was none other than Qin Muyun. The sanctimonious professor behind closed doors was conducting such horrifying research, even going so far as to mercilessly target his own students. The depths of Xingqiong University, this ivory tower, were far darker and murkier than anyone could have imagined. Suddenly, the memory feed on the holographic screen flickered violently, the signal becoming highly unstable. Mu Xingling let out a muffled grunt, her body swaying slightly as sparks erupted from the interface of her precision mechanical eye. The mental backlash was sudden and fierce. The parasitic worm in his head self-destructed. Her voice was weak but cold. The worm had chosen to end its host and itself. Yi Li's gaze hardened. Without a moment's hesitation, the sky thunder leopard at his side let out a low growl, pale blue arcs of electricity crackling across its form. A powerful electromagnetic pulse was released instantaneously, precisely engulfing Jin Suinpan's lifeless body. The air filled with the acrid stench of burning, accompanied by sharp crackling sounds. Jin Suinpan's obese frame rapidly blackened and shriveled under the pulse, ultimately reduced to an unrecognizable pile of charred remains. The evidence was thoroughly erased. Yi Li's gaze swept over the system notification. Congratulations, host. Your star beast has killed parasitic worm X1. Reward spiritual protection necklace X1. A timely piece of equipment. It was stored in the system inventory. Yi Li's inventory was piling up. He needed to find time to organize it properly. But now was not the time. All eyes moved from the pile of charred remains, converging with expressions of heaviness and resolve. Qin Muyun. That name weighed on their hearts like a boulder. The revered professor of Xingqiong University was revealed to be the mastermind. Mu Xingling's voice was hoarse with fatigue. The memory feed was completely destroyed when the worm self-destructed. Chu Feng's fists clenched until his knuckles cracked, muscles in his arms straining. We have no direct evidence to accuse him. Qin Muyun has been entrenched at the university for years, his influence deeply rooted. If we go back rashly, Yi Li cut him off, his voice steady. We must go back. His sharp gaze swept across every team member. He's been at the university longer, but the university is also our home ground. It's the only place we can find his weakness. We know the truth now. That's our greatest advantage. Mu Xingling looked at Yi Li, data streams flashing across her mechanical eye. He won't give us a chance. The moment we show any suspicion, he will act immediately. So we must not rush. Yi Li's tone was resolute. Back at the university, we act as if we know nothing. We are students who survived a secret realm expedition by sheer luck. We hide ourselves, wait patiently, and prioritize our safety. Qin Muyun's foxtail will eventually show. The team exchanged glances, their expressions grim as they nodded. It was a dangerous decision, but the only one they could make. After a brief rest and preparation, they restarted the ship. They adjusted their course, disguising their return as arriving from a long voyage through remote star sectors back to Taiyin Star. The ship slowly entered the spaceport and finally descended onto the docking platform reserved exclusively for Xingqiong University. As the hatch opened, they were greeted by a far more enthusiastic reception than anticipated. Waves of cheers surged like a tide. Countless students, and even some mentors and university higher-ups had gathered there. The heroes are back. Yili, Mu Xingling, you are our pride. Thank goodness you finally returned. The students' cheers rose and fell in waves welcoming the return of Yi Li and his companions. The joint secret realm expedition of the 4 major academies had suffered devastating losses, with many talented senior students meeting their end within. The survival of Yi Li and his group shone all the more brightly at this moment, like a potent stimulant injected into the weary campus. Senior representatives, they learned that during their period of disappearance the survivors from the other 3 academies had already returned. The 4 schools' major families and the military had all reached a consensus. A severe crackdown against the infiltration forces of the mechanical cult and the Zerg was unfolding across various star sectors. The mechanical cult and the Zerg were engaged in fierce battles with the allied forces, and an anomalous storm was sweeping through the cosmos. Yili stood on the gangway gazing at the familiar campus under the glaring sunlight. Star Vault University, this seemingly tranquil ivory tower, was in fact seething with undercurrents. 2 months slipped by quietly, and Yi Li and the others fell back into the daily rhythm of Star Vault University. The courses taught in classrooms left Yi Li struggling to keep up. Sweat continued to pour in the training grounds, and the pages of the library books exuded a faint, aged mustiness. The familiar routine of life almost made one forget the recent brush with death. But the calm was merely a facade. Their investigation into Professor Qin had never ceased, merely driven deeper underground like a serpent slithering in the shadows. Every time they passed Professor Qin's iconic black hovercar on the main campus road, every time they watched him speak eloquently on stage in the academic lecture hall basking in applause, Yi Li's gaze would linger a moment longer, searching for subtle anomalies. Luo Chun was tasked with combing through Professor Qin's public schedule and research projects, attempting to find loopholes in time or resource allocation. This guy is a total workaholic, Luo Chun once complained in private. Apart from teaching, he's always in the lab. He even writes papers on weekends. His schedule is as rigorous as an AI butler, absolutely watertight. Mu Xingling, meanwhile, was analyzing Professor Qin's social network. The intricate web of relationships made her frown deeply. His former students are spread across the military, politics, and business, many in high positions. Some are even in the command echelon of this joint operation. Touching him would have massive repercussions. Professor Qin had cultivated his influence at Star Vault University for decades. His reach permeated every corner of the institution, from resource allocation and laboratories to recommendation quotas for top graduates. He seemed omnipresent, yet always managed to remain detached and above the fray. Without solid evidence, any accusation against him would be easily deflected, only exposing themselves instead. The consequences of tipping him off were a risk they could not afford. Patience became their watchword, and also the most trying ordeal. If we keep digging at this rate, I feel like I could write the old man Qin's memoirs. I could probably recite what restaurant he ate at 20 years ago. Luo Chun tapped on his virtual keyboard, his tone laden with exhaustion. At least it's better than being chased and gnawed by bugs in the secret realm, Mu Xingling replied, without looking up from her data, her voice as calm as still water. That's true, Luo Chun sighed. But this suffocating feeling of having power but no way to use it is truly unbearable. Yi Li leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping the table absently, producing a faint rhythmic clatter. Each of their seemingly fruitless investigations could be accumulating fragments pointing towards the truth. Once in the ancient texts section deep within the library, Yi Li was searching for materials on ancient space jump technology when he happened upon Professor Qin standing before the very same bookshelf. Professor Qin nodded to him with gentle courtesy and even proactively recommended 2 authoritative works in the field. Yi Li, you've worked hard on your last secret realm expedition. Rest well. Your potential is immense and your future is bright. He patted Yi Li on the shoulder, his smile as affable as ever, his eyes full of the care an elder bestows upon a junior. Yi Li thanked him, responding with ease, yet his gaze casually swept over the book Professor Qin had just returned to the shelf. It was an extremely obscure ancient text on xenomorph psychic resonance and symbiotic linking. The cover bore the abstract depiction of some unknown creature bearing almost no relation to his publicly known field of physics research. After Professor Qin turned and left, Yi Li walked to the shelf, his fingertips lightly brushing the rough cover of the book, committing its title and catalog number to memory. A tiny suspicion, like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, sent ripples spreading outward. He needed to wait for an opening, a moment when Professor Qin himself would reveal a flaw. And that moment might not be too far off. Of course, Yi Li had not forgotten his cultivation. He was but a single step away from becoming a 4-star beastmaster. In the training room, Yi Li summoned his system inventory interface. A dazzling array of resources lay quietly within its slots. The gains from the secret realm, combined with his previous accumulations, amounted to a considerable fortune. He began allocating the resources, distributing them judiciously among his 3-star beasts. Energy stones were absorbed, special materials were integrated, and the auras of his beasts steadily rose. Especially with Lazai. As the final surge of pure energy was infused, Yi Li felt a powerful resonance emanating through his spiritual link. The connection between him and Lazai instantly became incredibly clear and tight. Perfect resonance achieved. A surge of immense power flooded his body, and Yi Li's star energy level broke through. 4-star Beastmaster. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, a smile unconsciously curving at the corners of his mouth. With the use of the Star Beast Evolution Stone, the auras of Daozi, Lazai, and Dun Dunzi climbed one after another, ultimately stabilizing at the 4th tier. All 3 of his main star beasts had successfully advanced. Satisfaction flickered in Yi Li's eyes. Strength was the true foundation for standing firm amidst these undercurrents. He closed the resource interface, his focus shifting to another preparatory task. All the materials for contracting the bone crocodile were ready. The star chart compass engraved with celestial maps was activated, its ethereal blue light swirling. 2 spiral star energy structures above the device began to slowly converge and merge. Several auxiliary rare herbs emitted strange energy fluctuations. Guided by the star chart compass, they precisely influenced the contracting process. The process went more smoothly than anticipated. The slumbering bone behemoth did not seem to resist much. Moments later, the bone crocodile's consciousness flooded into Yi Li's perception. Contract complete. Detailed information about the bone crocodile materialized in Yi Li's mind. Star Beast name: Bone Crocodile. Star Beast race: skeletal species. Star Beast attribute: bone. Star Beast level tier: 4. Star Beast skills: bone armor unleashes a 180-degree fan-shaped bone wall compressed from star energy bones capable of withstanding laser cannon impacts. A powerful defensive skill, a guarantee of survival on the battlefield. Energy draining thorns converts 30 of incoming physical or energy attack damage into restorative energy to repair self-inflicted injuries. Bone Coffin completely encases the Beastmaster in a skeletal coffin, granting immunity to all attacks for 10 seconds, rule-level defense. Star Beast potential: 5 stars. Evolution method: devours and absorbs the skeletal remains of 3 tier 5 or higher star beasts. The bone wall evolves into Bone Rampart. Ecological traits: sleeps year-round in gloomy graveyards, dislikes exercise, prefers to devour bones. Weakness analysis: high-frequency energy impacts such as electromagnetic pulses disrupt the molecular structure of the bone armor, reducing its defensive capabilities. Yi Li's gaze lingered on the bone coffin skill for a moment. Rule-level defense: 10 seconds of absolute safety, but the cost was severe. After using it, the bone crocodile would fall into a weakened state lasting an entire month. This was a true trump card for survival, one that must never be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. With the bone crocodile contracted, Yi Li's star beast lineup received a tremendous boost in defense, making his overall tactics more flexible and adaptable. After a moment's thought, Yi Li decided to unify the name with his other star beasts and call it Bone Boy. Not Goo Boy, it's white, you know. Haha. Yi Li, you're level 4 now. This big fella looks like trouble. Luo Xiaopeng had sidled over at some point, eyeing the bone crocodile while stroking his chin. Just wonder if it'll fall apart when it moves. Yi Li shot him a glance. It doesn't like to move. Tisk, another lazy bone, just like Dun Dun. Luo Xiaopeng clicked his tongue. With only 1 month left until the end of the semester, news came from the academy that the annual year-end competition was cancelled due to the joint expedition's unexpected incident and the ensuing turmoil in the star domain. This meant they would head straight into their vacation. After the break, Yi Li's 3 dorm mates along with Luo Chun and Man Shan would advance to their 3rd year, becoming senior students at Xinxiang University, while Mu Xingling and Lin Maching were about to enter their graduation season. Time pushes everyone forward whether they are ready or not. Yi Li stood by the dormitory window, gazing at the campus silhouette against the setting sun. In the quietude, he could almost sense an unusual undercurrent in the challenges that lay ahead. A cascade of Azure data streams poured down the luminous screen before Luo Chun. His fingers danced across the virtual keyboard, moving so fast they left afterimages. The air hummed with the optical computer's whir and his own focused breathing. The target was Professor Chen's private network. A seemingly ordinary scholar, yet his network defense was unusually intricate. A confident smile tugged at the corner of Luo Chen's lips. The code at his fingertips was like an invisible army beginning its meticulous infiltration. The first layer of defense was breached with ease. The second took a bit more effort, but remained within expectations. However, when he attempted to delve into the core area, the situation changed abruptly. An invisible barrier suddenly rose, its complexity far exceeding his imagination. This was no ordinary firewall, it felt more like a living, highly intelligent defense system. Luo Chen's operations ground to a halt. The data stream on the screen turned chaotic in an instant, and countless red warning codes surged forth like a tidal wave. The intrusion had been detected, blocked by a powerful defense mechanism unlike anything he had ever seen. Luo Chen severed the connection, hastily, his fingertips turning cold. The screen returned to calm, leaving only his slightly ragged breathing. He leaned back in his chair, his expression grave. Professor Chen, this ordinarily gentle and scholarly mentor, was far more than he appeared. The one who had laid such an advanced defensive network possessed hidden power of unfathomable depth. This discovery, like a pebble dropped into a lake, rippled through Luo Chen's mind. Elsewhere, Chu Feng's face bore an unhealthy pallor. The insectoid gene suppressor on his back, which maintained his human consciousness, flickered with an unstable, faint red light. Each pulse seemed to silently proclaim its limits. Every use of the insectoid power accelerated the device's collapse. In the secret realm, survival and the desperate battle on the Deadbone Star, life and death hung by a thread, leaving no time to consider the suppressor's wear. Survival was the only thought. Yet back in the relatively peaceful campus, the sensation of his body being eroded by a foreign entity, gradually slipping out of control, grew ever more distinct and intense. Deep within him, a primal restlessness from his genes threatened to breach the dam of reason. He confided this unsettling change to Yili. Yili did not hesitate. He secretly returned to the black market, following his memory to the obscure shop where he had once purchased insectoid materials. However, the place was already deserted, leaving only cold walls mocking his urgency. Chu Feng's condition could not be delayed any longer. A reliable substitute for the suppressor's core material had to be found as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. A complete loss of control, devolving into a polluted insectoid driven solely by slaughter and devouring. The summer vacation was approaching. Perhaps this presented an opportunity, a different avenue from black market dealings. Yili stood by the window, gazing at the familiar yet strange campus scenery, his eyes gradually growing calm. A decision slowly crystallized in his mind. He gathered his companions, those who had returned together from the Deadbone Star, and of course Luo Xiaoping. The atmosphere was heavy. Everyone looked at Yi Li, awaiting the reason for the summons. Yi Li's gaze swept across each familiar face, his voice low yet clear. Chu Feng's suppressor is about to give out. The words seemed to freeze the air instantly. We need new high-quality insectoid materials to craft a new suppressor for him. Otherwise, Chu Feng might lose his sanity and fully transform into a polluted insectoid. Chu Feng stood aside, his face growing even paler. He pressed his lips tightly together, his fingertips trembling slightly, a trace of urgency in his voice that even he hadn't noticed. All eyes turned to Chu Feng in unison. Worry, concern, and a hint of barely concealed tension. Seeing their expressions, Yili took a deep breath and laid out his plan. The summer break is almost here. My idea is that we team up and take on some mercenary missions. His voice was steady, carrying an unyielding decisiveness. Missions specifically targeting insectoids. That way we can try to obtain the insectoid materials Chu Feng urgently needs, and also continue to hone ourselves in real combat, elevating our strength. It was a direct approach, yet fraught with unforeseeable risks. Mercenary missions, especially those pointing to dangerous insectoid nests or mutant breeds, often meant a near-certain death sentence. Lethal acid, razor-sharp bone blades, threats lurking everywhere. Behind the high risk lay the possibility of acquiring rare materials. It was also at present the fastest and most effective path. The black market route with severed conventional channels couldn't meet their needs, and they had no more time to waste. A brief silence enveloped the room. No one spoke immediately, the atmosphere thick with tension, broken only by the faint sound of wind outside the window. After a moment, Luo Chen's voice cut through the stillness. The plan is viable. Clear objective, clear course of action. Man Shan spoke in his deep, rumbling voice, soft, yet exceptionally resolute. I'm with you. His way of showing support was always so simple and direct. Mu Xingling and Lin Maching exchanged a glance. They were about to graduate, facing futures different from Yi Li's group. But at this moment their eyes were equally resolute, without a hint of hesitation. Count us in, Mu Xingling said softly, her tone brooking no argument. Lin Maching nodded in agreement. They would not stand idly by in a comrade's crisis. Luo Xiaoping suddenly slapped his own thick chest, flashing a row of white teeth, his voice booming. No problem. Count me in. For Chu Feng I'll give it my all. He had shared a dorm with Chu Feng for longer, and their bond ran deep. He never hesitated when it came to his brothers. A team of 7 united for Chu Feng. And for every comrade who fought side by side. The goal was crystal clear. The road ahead might be fraught with thorns and perils, but in their eyes there was only unshakable resolve. The serene days within the academy slipped away like grains of sand through one's fingers. In the blink of an eye, the bell signaling the end of the semester chimed, and the long-awaited vacation finally descended. Yili had long since registered a brand new squad within the Mercenary Guild system, codenamed Spark Squad. Information flickered and light danced across the mercenary mission panel. Countless mission entries scrolled across the screen, ranging from escorting merchant caravans to resource prospecting. Yili's gaze was sharp, his fingers gliding rapidly across the virtual screen, filtering through the targets. After meticulous comparison and analysis, their attention finally settled upon a small mining planet located in a remote frontier star sector designated K-177. Intelligence indicated that the planet was rich in minerals, but recently Zerg activity had been abnormally frequent, even showing signs of threatening small settlements. Consequently, the Mercenary Guild had posted several high-reward extermination missions. The danger level was considerable, but the potential gains, especially the probability of acquiring high-tier Zerg materials, far surpassed other ordinary tasks. This was precisely what they needed. Order confirmed, mission accepted. Several days later, an unremarkable small spacecraft silently detached from the bustling starport. Like a ghost melding into the darkness, it accelerated, entered warp, and tore through the dead silence of the cosmic vacuum. Aboard this vessel, gifted by Bloodbone, 7 silhouettes were distributed in their respective seats, some meditating with eyes closed, some polishing weapons, some checking equipment. Chu Feng's face remained pallid. He could feel the power within him growing increasingly difficult to control as the old suppressor weakened. Every breath carried a heavy, suffocating weight. Luo Xiaopeng attempted to lighten the mood with a joke, but upon seeing Chu Feng's furrowed brow, he swallowed his words and simply gave Chu Feng's shoulder a firm pat. "Don't worry, brother. We're here." Manshan clutched his massive battle axe, standing like a silent mountain. Luo Chun was repeatedly simulating potential tactics. Mu Xingling and Lin Maching were exchanging insights on energy-sensing techniques, preparing for the impending battle. Yili stood before the viewport, gazing at the starlight streaming past. His eyes were calm, yet within his mind a storm of calculations raced through. Finally, the spacecraft began to decelerate, dropping out of warp. The planet K-177 materialized beyond the viewport. This planet was unlike any place they had ever set foot upon. There was no vibrant greenery, no azure oceans, only a haunting desolation. An ochre-colored terrain blanketed the entire planet, resembling dried bloodstains. The atmosphere was so thin as to be nearly non-existent, failing to effectively shield against cosmic radiation. Massive craters scarred the surface like ugly wounds. Deep, profound chasms gaped like the sinister maws of the earth, their depths unfathomable. No pulse of life could be felt here. Only endless silence and barrenness remained. The original mines had become a paradise for Zerg propagation. The small spacecraft pierced the thin atmosphere with a piercing shriek. Friction from the high temperatures caused the hull's exterior to glow faintly red. The bottom landing thrusters deployed, and the vessel touched down steadily on a relatively flat expanse of gravel. The impact sent a tremor through the ground, kicking up a cloud of reddish-brown dust. The cabin hatch depressurized and slowly slid open. An indescribable odor rushed in instantly. A pungent mix of sulfurs, sting, metallic rust, and the fetid stench of decaying biological tissue. A fierce gale followed, whipping up grit that pattered against everyone's combat suits. "Stay alert." Yi Li's voice came through the encrypted communication channel. The 7 swiftly filed out, their movements swift and practiced. The moment their boots touched the ground, they dispersed automatically into a standard diamond-shaped defensive combat formation. Yi Li held the center to coordinate. Manshan took the vanguard. Luo Chun and Chu Feng guarded the flanks. Mu Xingling and Lin Maching brought up the rear, while Luo Xiaopeng moved flexibly along the formation's side rear. Weapons were drawn. Each person's perception was pushed to its absolute limit, extending outward like invisible tendrils, spreading and covering the surroundings. Every rustle seemed like a threat, every shadow felt like an enemy. The ochre calm of the distant horizon shattered. A dense shadow like ink dropped into water rapidly diffused. The shadow writhed and churned with astonishing speed. It wasn't a shadow. It was bugs. A dense swarm of Zerg creatures surged from the edge of the horizon. They came in various forms: raptors with blade-like claws, carapaces with thick armor, and spitters capable of ejecting corrosive fluids. The sound of the surging swarm coalesced into a droning buzz that set one's teeth on edge. "Here they come," Luochen barked. No further orders were needed. The battle erupted abruptly the instant the swarm entered effective firing range. Manshan let out a thunderous roar first. His massive axe cleaved through the air with a whistling sound, smashing into the leading raptors with brutal force, pulverizing them into pulp. Yi Li moved like lightning, his battle saber unleashing fierce arcs of light. In an instant, he summoned his 4-star beasts, Daozi, Lazy, Dun Dunzi, and Guzi. Lazy and Daozi plowed deep into the swarm's formation with unparalleled momentum. Dun Dunzi activated 3 light rings to empower the squad, while Guzi remained steadfastly by Yi Li's side, forming the final line of defense. Daozi's claws shredded carapaces. Lazy's electric arcs paralyzed nerves. They tore open a breach in an instant, greatly alleviating the pressure on the front line. Chu Feng stood further back, his face growing even paler from channeling energy. He clenched his jaw, suppressing the violent, corrupting power within him that threatened to burst forth. An invisible wave of mental interference radiated outward, causing some Zerg to slow down, even turning them against each other. Beams of eerie green energy shot forth, striking key targets with precision, either slowing them or detonating them. Lin Maching formed hand seals, and a pale blue glow enveloped their teammates ahead, providing energy shields and status enhancements. Mu Xingling's pulse cannon fired ceaselessly, blasting gaps into the swarm. Luo Chen also employed an energy rifle, this time spitting fire, its precise shots continuously reaping the stragglers. In truth, Luo Xiaopeng dealt the most damage. Since these low-tier Zerg were mere cannon fodder, he set up several defensive turrets and safely hid behind them. The turrets continuously harvested the swarm, and he occasionally lobbed a few bombs, inflicting considerable casualties. Before long, these low-tier Zerg were completely wiped out by the Spark Squad. Luo Xiaopeng, like a diligent groundhog, darted across the battlefield, his eyes gleaming as he collected intact carapaces, sharp limbs, and biocores shimmering with energy from the slain Zerg. This one's good. Wow, this one's even bigger. His voice occasionally crackled over the comms, adding a touch of levity to the tense battle. His movements were exceptionally nimble, and his pack was soon stuffed to the brim. Fortunately, the ship wasn't far. Yili escorted him back to deposit the materials. They then camouflaged the vessel to avoid detection by the Zerg. Luo Xiaopeng placed numerous warning devices and left 4 turrets for defense. Everything was secured, leaving nothing to chance. This kind of battle became the norm over the following days. Yi Li and his team, like the most efficient and ruthless hunters, moved from one Zerg nest to another across the surface of K-177. As night fell, the group sought refuge in a cave, setting up perimeter alarms and taking turns keeping watch. Yi Li took the opportunity to inspect their spoils, but the fallen creatures were all low-tier, yielding only healing fluids and energy stones. The Spark Squad resumed their journey, targeting more formidable nests, from the swamp lairs steeped in corrosive acid to the rocky caverns hidden within deep fissures and the fungal hives sprawling across colossal biomats. Danger occasionally struck, members sustained injuries, and the Star Beast faced peril, yet each crisis was averted through flawless teamwork. Trust among the team was unbreakable. Their combat skills sharpened with every battle, their coordination becoming increasingly seamless. The grueling effort yielded bountiful rewards. A vast collection of premium insectoid materials was amassed, carapaces shimmering with an eerie glow, organs pulsing with strange energies, and bone blades of unyielding hardness. The value of these materials would drive any merchant to madness. To Chu Feng, they signified rebirth. The quantity gathered was sufficient to forge several new high-performance suppressors. When the last major nest marked on the map fell to their combined assault, Yili decapitated the fearsome, piercing broodmother lurking in the depths with a single stroke of his blade. The primary purge mission on planet K-177 had concluded flawlessly. Without lingering, they swiftly secured the battlefield and returned to the ship. Their immediate goal: journey back to Star Vault University to craft Chu Feng's new inhibitor. They rushed back to the university, heading straight for Luo Xiaopeng's secret base, now equipped with an abundance of top-tier insectoid materials, far exceeding expectations. Yi Li's fingers manipulated the precision tools with deft agility, his gaze utterly absorbed. Sweat beaded on his brow and dripped onto the workbench. With Luo Xiaopeng's aid, the casing was quickly assembled. After Senior Lin Maching assisted in purging genetic contamination, the new suppressor was complete. It gleamed with a cold silver-gray finish. Intricate energy circuits were etched into its surface, rendering it a piece of exquisite art. The moment the circuits were finished, they began autonomously absorbing ambient energy, emitting a soft, steady blue luminescence. Chu Feng took a deep breath and shed his upper garments. Luo Xiaopeng carefully removed the old centipede-shaped suppressor with a series of clicks. As Yi Li fitted the new one, the metal neural filaments pierced his flesh, eliciting an involuntary cry. Yet it was instantly followed by a soothing electric sensation. With the new materials, the suppressor allowed Chu Feng to unleash up to 80 of his combat power without succumbing to the insectoid gene's corruption, nearly double his previous capacity. Chu Feng cautiously channeled the insectoid power within him. This time it was not the wild, turbulent surge he had once struggled to control. A far denser, purer, and mightier energy flowed smoothly through his body. The new suppressor not only perfectly stabilized his condition and suppressed the corruption, but its superior circuit design and harmonious fit seemed to enhance his command over the insectoid power, even slightly amplifying its output ceiling. Chu Feng slowly clenched his fist, marveling at the power he could now command with absolute ease. With a mere thought, insectoid chitin extended from his left arm, forming a bone blade. He gently touched it to a pile of scrap metal, and it sliced through with astonishing ease. Such keenness. With another thought, the power dissipated silently. This level of control was unprecedented. The holiday slipped by, half gone in a blink. The threat within Chu Feng was fully resolved, lifting the immense weight that had pressed on everyone's hearts. The Spark Squad set aside their mercenary duties, savoring a rare moment of tranquility as each member delved into their own pursuits. Mu Xingling and Lin Maching in particular felt the echo of graduation nearing. They devoted more energy to their studies and future plans. Meanwhile, Yili Chu Feng and Luo Xiaopang spent nearly all their free time cultivating. Since their return from K-177, witnessing the rapid growth of his companions, the urgency in Luo Xiaopang's heart had never been more acute. The disparity in their levels was an invisible lash driving him forward. He refused to be left behind, gritting his teeth and pushing through grueling training sessions. Yi Li and Chu Feng observed, but said little, understanding that excessive consolation could become another form of pressure. Luo Xiaopang transformed that pressure into motivation, channeling it into his expertise. The top-tier insectoid materials from K-177 piled up in the corner of the secret base. The iridescent carapace's organs humming with strange energies and unyielding bone blades became treasures on his workbench. He studied them obsessively, seamlessly fusing these biological materials with mechanical structures. Yi Li frequently joined the discussions. One refined combat techniques and mechanical applications, the other specialized in mechanical mods and firepower configurations. Their intellectual clash sparked countless novel concepts. Weapon prototypes designed around the insectoid material's properties took shape in their hands, refined through relentless testing and iteration. Finally, after expending vast quantities of precious materials and relentless effort, Luo Xiaopang's second mechanical masterpiece was complete. As the massive tarp was torn away, a towering, imposing steel construct was revealed. A colossal steel gorilla, its entire frame gleaming with cold metallic luster, stood 5 meters tall. Standing at its feet, one could feel the oppressive weight of its 2.7-ton mass. Within its chest hummed a third-generation hydrogen fusion reactor, emitting a low, steady drone that provided surging power enough to sustain continuous combat for 180 hours. Its armor was not a single material, but a composite nanoceramic and tungsten steel laminate structure, balancing protection with a degree of flexibility. Luo Xiaopang activated its combat modules. The internal bionic locomotion system whirred to life, metal joints mimicking primate movements with soft hydraulic hisses, surprisingly agile. Terrain-adaptive claws extended from its feet, anchoring deep into the ground, allowing it to scale even sheer cliff faces with ease. Its primary weapon was a colossal hammer proportionate to its size, 2 meters long, its surface studded with energy nodes whistling through the air as it swung. High-energy railguns mounted on its shoulders crackled with dangerous arcs of electricity, boasting an effective range of 3 kilometers for long-range fire suppression. Thermal chainsaw claws were concealed within its wrists. Upon activation, the crimson saws spun at high speed, capable of tearing through heavy armor with ease. While the overall design leaned towards offense, sacrificing some defensive and support capabilities, its instantaneous burst power was terrifying. Its maximum dash speed reached 82 kilometers per hour, and it could leap over 9 meters vertically, landing with a resounding thud. Luo Xiaopang's face beamed with undisguisable pride. He circled his magnum opus again and again, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This beast was simply perfect. Of course, perfect for now. His mind was already racing, contemplating how to further enhance this steel titan. Luo Xiaopang's fingertip traced the structural diagram of the steel giant ape on the virtual screen. The concept of enhancement was brewing in his mind. Through every optimization of the circuitry and every application of a new material promised a leap in combat power. While Luo Xiaopang wrestled with the ape's upgrade, Yili Chu Feng and the others seized this time to intensively catch up on their missed coursework. Though the academy did not place heavy emphasis on their grades, they knew they needed to put in considerable effort to keep pace with the upcoming semester's curriculum. Soon the new semester had arrived at Xinqiang University, and the incoming freshmen had made their way to the campus. The air carried the fresh scent of flower petals. Curious freshmen chatted in hushed tones as sunlight streamed through the towering dome glass, casting dappled shadows on the polished floor and dispelling the languor of the holiday. Holographic projections of school regulations and welcome banners revolved slowly in the air, exuding a cold, technological aura. Xinjiang University had also organized a grand welcome ceremony for the new students held in the academy's largest auditorium. The academy had specifically notified Yi Li and his group to deliver speeches at the freshman welcome ceremony. At 5 p.m., the enormous auditorium was packed to capacity. Freshmen in neat uniforms sat in rows, their youthful faces reflecting the glimmer of the lights. A blend of curiosity, anticipation, and a faint trace of nervousness flowed through the air. As Yi Li, Chu Feng, and Luo Chen's group of 6 entered the venue, the murmurs abruptly ceased. Countless pairs of eyes turned toward them in unison, carrying curiosity, reverence, and even a barely perceptible hint of envy. Look at Yi Li and them. The hero squad. I heard they killed the insect king in the secret realm. Whispers surged like a tide, only to subside quickly as they took their seats. Yi Li and his companions remained composed. Luo Chen in particular gave a slight nod and offered a warm smile to the gazes directed at them, handling the situation with practiced ease. The spotlight converged on the main stage. Professor Qin, responsible for this orientation, walked up slowly. He wore a sharply pressed instructor uniform, his hair meticulously combed, his gaze gentle yet commanding. The entire venue fell silent in an instant. Welcome new students to Xinjiang University. Professor Qin's voice, clear and resonant, filled the entire auditorium through the amplification equipment. He did not dwell on the university's glory, but focused on the future and responsibility. You are the future of the Federation, the guardians of human civilization. Every day of study at this academy must be approached with diligence, for each of your training sessions is preparation for the day you will step forward and make vital contributions to the continuation and advancement of human civilization. His words were concise and powerful, devoid of ornate rhetoric, yet they ignited a fire in everyone's hearts. A spark of excitement and aspiration gleamed in the eyes of many freshmen. Now let us welcome one of Xinjiang University's outstanding students, Luo Chen, to share his thoughts with everyone. With that, Professor Qin invited Luo Chen to the stage. Though all 6 were meant to speak, the others were unaccustomed to addressing such a large crowd, so they entrusted the task to Luo Chen, who came from a distinguished family and was well versed in such occasions. Yi Li listened quietly to Luo Chen's speech, but his gaze inadvertently swept toward the VIP section at the side of the stage. There sat Professor Qin, along with several high-ranking military and government officials who had come to observe the ceremony. Among them was a middle-aged man in a deep blue admiral's uniform, his shoulder stars gleaming brightly. His countenance was stern, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He was currently engaged in a low-voiced conversation with Professor Qin. The general wore a faint smile, and the two seemed to be in congenial discussion, as if they had reached some sort of agreement. Yi Li's heart stirred faintly. This detail, like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, rippled outward in concentric circles. Professor Qin, this seemingly pure scholar, appeared to share some undisclosed connection with the military high command. A new thread hidden beneath the surface of the web of relationships had quietly emerged. He withdrew his gaze without betraying any emotion, silently committing the discovery to memory. The welcome ceremony soon concluded amidst enthusiastic applause. The freshmen began to file out in an orderly fashion, and the air once again filled with relaxed chatter. A few bold students approached Yi Li and his companions to offer congratulations and respect. Senior Yi Li, you were incredible. Please guide us in the future. Yi Li responded politely, but his gaze thoughtfully followed the direction Professor Qin had taken as he departed. In the days that followed, Yi Li and the others immersed themselves once more in the new semester's studies. Having missed numerous classes due to their previous mission, the accumulated coursework loomed before them like a small mountain. Even Yi Li found himself struggling slightly with specialized courses such as complex energy circuit analysis diagrams and star beast anatomy knowledge. Chu Feng and Luo Chen were likewise buried in books and virtual courses, striving to catch up on their lagging progress. Their investigation into Professor Qin had not ceased, merely retreating further into the shadows. The fleeting glimpse at the welcome ceremony, the military general and Professor Qin conversing amicably, lingered persistently in Yi Li's mind. That was no simple academic exchange. The connection hidden beneath was like an undercurrent in deep water, demanding extreme patience and caution to explore. Safety must always come first. They were dealing with a figure who was not only respected in academia, but also closely connected to the military. Any rash move could bring unforeseeable consequences. Days passed amid intense study and covert observation. One afternoon, Chu Feng was training, his sweat soaking through his training suit, each breath carrying a scorching heat. Suddenly, he halted mid-motion, his brow furrowed. A strange palpitation traveled along the nerve endings that had been lightly contaminated by insectoid energy. It was not a powerful burst of energy, but rather a discordant low-frequency vibration, faint yet persistent, carrying a cold, unnatural texture. This sensation stirred a faint agitation in the contaminated energy within him, as if it had encountered a kindred, yet even more twisted presence. He closed his eyes, carefully tracing the source of that fluctuation, like picking out a specific sound amid a cacophony of noise. The fluctuation was very faint, almost masked by the normal energy flow of the campus, but Chu Feng's unique constitution now functioned like a precise receiver. His perception extended like invisible tendrils sweeping past the dormitory area, crossing the training grounds, and finally pointing toward the depths of the campus, that heavily guarded zone. The direction of the school's laboratory. Chu Feng's eyes snapped open, sharp and alert. He immediately contacted Yili, Luo Chun, and the others. They gathered in the dormitory, and Chu Feng described his experience in detail. It's not my imagination. That fluctuation is strange, with a faint resonance to my contamination, but far more obscure. The school's laboratory. Luo Chun mused, his fingertips tapping lightly on the table. The laboratory's security level is extremely high. We can't approach it lightly. Chu Feng's discovery had undoubtedly opened a new lead for them. Whether or not it was connected to Professor Qin, any experiment related to the insect race was worth investigating. An anomalous energy fluctuation capable of resonating with insectoid contamination had appeared near Xingqiang University's laboratory. Moreover, the very Professor Qin they were investigating was also linked to the insect race. The two matters might well be connected. We must go and see. Yili made up his mind. The risk is considerable, Luo Chen cautioned. But if we leave it unchecked, the risk may be even greater. If this truly involves Professor Qin and some dangerous research, we need to know. After a brief but intense discussion, the team decided to conduct a preliminary reconnaissance infiltration. Their objective was to get as close as possible to the laboratory responsible for the insectoid contamination and determine the exact source of the anomalous energy fluctuations. They did not act immediately. First, they surveyed the surrounding area to pinpoint the specific laboratory and investigated its personnel, security, defenses, and all other relevant data. Several more days passed. Chu Feng and Little Fatty, carrying specially crafted instruments, constantly circled the vicinity of the labs. After much scouting, they finally identified the target, the university's Bioenergy Extraction Center laboratory. This facility specialized in extracting biological energy to enhance human physiology with purported beautifying effects, and was under the direction of Professor Yakit. Professor Yakit and Professor Qin were close associates. They had been classmates in university, stayed on together to research, and only later did Professor Qin transition into administrative roles. This connection strongly suggested the laboratory was linked to Professor Qin and the insectoid threat. The group grew even more cautious, taking turns on surveillance. Luo Xiaopeng also installed ultra-high-definition monitors at a distance to observe the lab's every move. Finally, after a week, they mapped out the lab personnel schedules as well as the patrol routes and protection measures of the security guards. With all preparations complete, they set the operation for late night. The darkness was like ink, and the Xingqiang University campus lay quiet and vast under the moonlight. They changed into dark tactical suits, removing any identifying items, and moved silently towards the laboratory. Lin, watching Luo Xiaopeng, and Man Shan remained outside to provide support, ready to create a diversion if anything went wrong, buying time for those inside. The group stealthily approached the lab's perimeter. The air here felt colder and more oppressive than elsewhere. Invisible energy fields scanned every inch of space, and unseen monitoring probes were hidden in the corners. Yili took a deep breath, his mental focus reaching its peak. Merging with Lei, he extended a hand, shimmering with faint electric light. The space before them began to warp, slightly rippling like disturbed water. The surveillance feeds showed a brief blurry jump before returning to normal. In that instant, Yili used the spatial fold to usher Chu Feng, Luo Chun, and Mu Xingling past the entire process was silent, their energy control incredibly precise. They hugged the shadows of the buildings, pressing deeper. The closer they got to Professor Yakit's lab, the clearer the anomalous fluctuations Chu Feng sensed became. It was cold and ominous. At the laboratory entrance stood several metallic sculptures that appeared purely decorative. As they were about to bypass one, the metallic luster on its surface suddenly began to flow. A cold mechanical eye blazed with red light. The mechanical guard slid out silently, its speed astonishing. Its metal limbs scraped faintly against the ground. "We've been spotted," Chu Feng shouted in a low voice. The guard's weapon systems activated instantly, unleashing a barrage of fine energy beams. Their reactions were almost instinctive. With a mere thought from Yili, the bone-white crocodile phantom, which had been on standby, materialized. Its ghastly white bone structure solidified in an instant, forming a massive bone shield before them. The energy beams struck the bone shield, producing a harsh, sizzling sound as the surface rippled. The impact energy splashed out, scorching small craters into the ground nearby. The shield held against the first wave, but fine cracks began to appear on its surface. Simultaneously, a piercing alarm blared. Yili knew this mission was compromised before it had truly begun. They needed to leave immediately. Retreat. Yili made the call decisively, forcing their way in was clearly unwise. This operation was merely a probe, there was no need to launch a full assault. Yili activated his spatial ability, once more tearing a rift in space. With Chu Feng, Luo Chun, and Mu Xingling in tow, their forms vanished from the spot instantly. What followed was a series of rapid thunder prison leaps. Each jump was accompanied by blinding electric flashes and violent spatial distortion. Each landing was a sharp turn, a complete change of route. Finally, they burst through the university's invisible energy barrier and melted into the city's night. But the escape wasn't over. They wove through the city's complex street network like ink dispersing in water, constantly changing direction, deliberately taking detours to erase any possible trace. They quickly changed into the most ordinary civilian clothes, hiding all distinguishing features within the flow of the crowd. Only when they were sure they were safe did Luo Xiaopeng, driving an unremarkable hovercar, pick them up at the predetermined meeting point. They drove back towards the school area silently and infiltrated back separately. Back at school, they didn't discuss the matter further. They dispersed, returning to their dorms like ordinary students to sleep, as if the harrowing adventure had never happened. It wasn't until noon the next day under the bright sun that they regrouped at their usual spot to discuss the previous night's events. That was close. Chu Feng spoke first, his voice still tinged with lingering fear. The reaction speed of those mechanical guards. It didn't seem like programmed control. It was more like they were alive. The defense level is beyond imagination. Luo Chun tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his gaze sharp. Even the perimeter has guards and energy scans of this intensity. The lab's interior must conceal an extremely important secret, or something extremely dangerous. His eyes swept across the group. Getting in through the front door is practically impossible. Yili turned to Luo Xiaopeng. The jamming equipment needs to be prioritized. We need everything designed to counter energy scans, physical surveillance network signals, and those robots. Xiaopeng, put your giant ape modification plan on hold for now. Focus all your energy on creating a full suite of jamming devices. Electromagnetic pulses, sonic interference, visual deception. Add anything you can think of. Luo Xiaopeng nodded firmly, his usual playful demeanor replaced by intense focus. Understood. Leave it to me. Though the mission had failed, it wasn't without gains. Yili recalled the bone-white crocodile he had summoned during the critical moment. The astonishing defensive power displayed by that ghastly white bone shield, which had managed to withstand the concentrated barrage of energy beams, surprised even him. This new star beast, gifted by Shui Gu, was indeed a powerful trump card. In critical moments, it served as a life-saving barrier. With the discussion concluded, everyone dispersed to their respective tasks. Luo Xiaopeng began sketching designs on his light computer, temporarily shelving his giant ape enhancement plan to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to Yili's assigned task. Luo Chun was equally busy. His fingers flew across a virtual keyboard. Using his hacking skills, he began scouring the vast network for any trace of Professor Yakit's laboratory. Firewalls, data encryption, physical isolation. The lab's network defenses were like an impenetrable fortress. Luo Chun tried multiple methods, but progress was slow. So he changed his strategy. He anonymously posted a high bounty in the dark corners of the network, hiring a group of highly skilled network phantoms to launch waves of attacks on the lab's network systems. He didn't need a complete breach, just the creation of a vulnerability, even a momentary data leak. A few days later, an anonymous encrypted file arrived at Luo Chen's terminal. Inside were fragments of data intercepted by the attackers during their brief penetration. Luo Chen immediately dove into analysis. Within the data stream, records concerning security system maintenance and parts procurement vaguely pointed to several unusual supplier codes. Digging deeper along these codes, the trail ultimately led to an unexpected place, the black market. More specifically, it pointed to a name that had once been closely associated with Professor Jean Swan Pan. This discovery sent a chill through everyone's heart. Gold Abacus. The name struck their memories like a bolt of icy lightning. Hadn't they already dealt with him with their own hands? How could he still be conducting transactions with Yakitel's laboratory? Could it be that Professor Chen's forces had silently taken over the 10,000 treasures pavilion left behind by Gold Abacus after his death? The very possibility made the air thick with tension. They had to confirm it. Exchanging glances, they resolved to venture once more into that den of chaos, the black market. This time they had to be even more cautious. A few days later, Luo Xiaopeng completed a fresh batch of auxiliary equipment: jammers, disguise masks, signal scramblers, everything they could possibly need. Taking advantage of the weekend's peak crowd chaos, they completely transformed their appearances, disguising themselves as the most unremarkable visitors to the black market. The familiar passageway, still dim and damp, was filled with a peculiar stench of machine oil, cheap perfume, and the strange fluids of unidentified organisms. Gaudy neon signs flickered erratically, casting their glow upon faces that were either numb or greedy. The bustling crowds, the bizarre stalls. Everything here was no different from their last visit. Only their hearts felt much heavier. Pushing through the clamor, they arrived at the familiar, yet alien location. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. The signboard was unchanged, yet it now seemed to carry an inexplicable eeriness. They halted in the shadows at a distance, their gazes locked onto the pavilion's entrance. Just as they were contemplating how to track down Gold Abacus, a figure appeared at the doorway. The man, his face wreathed in smiles, was warmly engaged in conversation with an impeccably dressed, white-haired old gentleman. He even personally escorted the old man out, his demeanor respectful and familiar. The moment they saw his face, their breath caught in unison. Gold Abacus. That face that billed that signature mercenary smile. It was an exact match to their memory of Gold Abacus. Shock reverberated through them. Could it be? Gold Abacus truly hadn't died. The absurd thought flickered for only an instant. That face, that smile, it was unmistakably Gold Abacus. Yet it was absolutely not Gold Abacus. Soul parasite worm, the cold notification text seared into Yi Li's retinas like a brand. This was a clone controlled by the insectoid race, perfectly inheriting Gold Abacus's identity, his business, and his network of connections. A chill crawled up each of their spines, freezing their thoughts. The insectoids weren't just satisfied with secret experiments, they were using this method to infiltrate and replace key nodes of human society like a virus. Was the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion just one of many? How many more Gold Abacuses were hidden among the masses? High-ranking government officials, military leaders. The thought was chilling. They were silently undermining the very foundations of human civilization. Even a single glance longer sent shivers down their spines. Exchanging a look, they turned in silent accord and quickly melted into the surging crowd of the black market. They returned to the academy at top speed, needing a safe place to process this terrifying discovery and strategize their next move. Inside the dormitory, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. "We can't touch him," Chu Feng spoke first, his voice dry. "At least not now." Manshan nodded gravely, his usual easygoing demeanor replaced by sheer solemnity. "The first Gold Abacus is dead. This new one, his protection will only be tighter." Yi Li's gaze swept over them. Rushing in blindly would be walking into a trap. They knew far too little about this newborn Gold Abacus, and even less about the soul parasite worm. "We take the long view," Yi Li said, his voice soft, yet carrying an unyielding resolve. "What we need now is intelligence, not confrontation." They had to observe first to figure out how much this clone knew. What exactly was its connection to Yakadal's laboratory? The pace had to slow down. The decision brought a sense of powerlessness to everyone, but it was the only choice. And so life seemed to return to its previous rhythm. Classes, training, the library. The daily routine of campus life diluted the shadows of the black market, but it couldn't erase the weight in their hearts. They shifted their focus back to their studies, yet in the shadows their surveillance of Yakadal's laboratory never ceased. Occasionally they would return to the black market, sticking to the outer fringes to gather scattered intel, observing the still-standing 10,000 Treasures Pavilion from afar. Time flowed quietly beneath the calm surface, and before they knew it, half the semester had passed. The junior year welcomed its biannual practical training season, a crucial evaluation component of the academy. Students from all departments were shuffled and recombined into squads. They would receive missions to venture into dangerous areas within the city or its outskirts. Tutors would follow throughout to assess their performance, and the results would be factored directly into the final yearly evaluation. For Yi Li, Chu Feng, and Manshan teaming up was a foregone conclusion. The three once again formed their familiar combat trinity. This time, however, Luo Chun and Luo Xiaopeng did not join them. Luo Chun was assigned to a different squad, and Luo Xiaopeng was placed in a team that lacked a mechanism-locking specialist. The group of 5 was temporarily split into 3 parts, each facing their own distinct challenges. Every squad received its mission briefing. Yi Li opened his wrist device and quickly scanned the details. Mission location: Space Station TX-7 near the edge of the Avert asteroid belt. Chu Feng was also reviewing the mission, muttering the key information, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. The location was neither too far nor too near, but its sensitivity was the real issue. The Avert asteroid belt was a renowned mining region and one of the areas with relatively frequent insectoid activity. Although Space Station TX-7 was officially marked as a decommissioned research and transit station with a theoretically higher safety factor, abandonment itself signaled unpredictability. Mission objective: enter the station's core control room, retrieve and bring back the complete system logs. Manshan rubbed his chin and spoke in his deep, booming voice. Sounds like a standard infiltration and data retrieval mission. Yi Li's gaze, however, fell on the end of the assignment roster, the column for supervising and evaluating instructors. Professor Qin. The name was clearly printed there. Yi Li's heart sank. He glanced at Chu Feng and Mansion, and a flicker of understanding and grimness passed through each of their eyes. Too coincidental. Professor Qin was primarily responsible for the Academy's administrative work and student evaluations, yet this time, he happened to be one of the assessment tutors for Yi Li's team. Was this truly a coincidence? Connecting it to their encounter at Yakadal's laboratory and the soul parasite-controlled gold abacus, an unsettling thought surfaced unbidden. Was Professor Qin suspicious of them? Did he suspect they were the uninvited guests who broke into the lab that night? This suspicion was based on no hard evidence, just a gut feeling, a logical inference drawn from his position and the current situation. If so, this training exercise might very well be a meticulously arranged test, or even a trap. Looks like this training run won't be as simple as the mission brief suggests. Yi Li's voice was barely a whisper, audible only to Chu Feng and Manshan beside him. Chu Feng gave a slight nod, his gaze sharp. No matter what we accepted, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Though Manshan didn't fully grasp the intricacies, he sensed the shift in atmosphere and clenched his fists. Whatever the test is, we'll just smash through it. During the preparation phase, the three didn't make a fuss. They methodically checked their equipment and collected the standard interstellar combat protective exoframes issued by the Academy. These exoframes were designed to handle the potential vacuum conditions, radiation, and low-intensity conflicts of a space station. Their protective capabilities were decent, but they were too heavy, severely restricting the wearer's agility. On the night before departure, Yi Li sat alone by the window, gazing into the deep, dark sky. His fingers drummed absently on the desk as he pondered the mission ahead. This training exercise was likely to be perilous. He had to be on high alert, giving it his absolute all. Days later, a small transport shuttle from Star Vast University carried several training squads, breaking free from the planet's atmosphere and leaping into the profound depths of space. Through the porthole, the irregular asteroid belt in the distance gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. The silhouette of Space Station TX-7 gradually sharpened into focus. A forsaken metallic leviathan suspended silently in the void. Its hull was pockmarked with tiny impact craters and space dust, while scattered indicator lights flickered erratically, exuding an aura of desolation. The transport shuttle docked gently at the designated berth. Attention, all squads, mission begins. Maintain communications and stay alert. Professor Qin's voice came through the common channel, betraying no hint of unusual emotion, still as warm and composed as ever. Yi Li, Chu Feng, and Manshan were the first to don their heavy protective exosuits. The other squad members followed suit, and with a series of airtight clicks, the team stepped into the station's interior corridor. Cold, silent. These were the first impressions the space station evoked. The metal floor beneath their feet reflected the dim glow of emergency lights, while the air carried a faint blend of metal and dust intermingled with a subtle, lingering trace of decay. Every step of the exosuits was ponderous, the hydraulic joints hissing softly, each sound unnaturally distinct in the vast emptiness. This place gives me the creeps. Manshan's voice crackled through the internal calm, tinged with unease. Stay vigilant. Chu Feng cautioned, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, sweeping across every shadow and corner without exception. Yi Li led the way, carefully sensing his surroundings. He released Lei Zai and Dao Zai from the Star Beast folding backpack. Though the interstellar environment was uncomfortable for them, they could still fight if necessary. Closed hatches lined both sides of the corridor, their markings and labels faded and illegible, most indicator lights extinguished. Following the map, they advanced toward the core control room. Suddenly, Yi Li halted, raising his hand in a signal. Wait, what is it? Chu Feng tensed immediately. Something's up ahead. The moment the words left his mouth, a faint skittering sound echoed from the corridor's bend ahead. The noise grew louder, more intense. Seconds later, several pitch-black creatures, basketball-sized, resembling multi-legged beetles, burst around the corner. They moved with incredible speed, their limbs scraping against the metal floor with a piercing screech. Xenomorphs. Manshan growled, raising his arm-mounted weapon. Wait, look at their movements. Yi Li quickly intervened. These small creatures didn't swarm chaotically like common insects. Instead, they assumed a bizarre tactical formation. They fanned out, some skimming low across the floor, others scaling the walls, moving with swift, precise coordination, converging on the squad with clear intent. No chaos, no screeching. Only a cold, programmed assault. Fire. Chu Feng made the split-second call. His energy rifle discharged, first a cerulean beam, striking a creature clinging to the ceiling. The creature's body burst apart, splattering viscous green fluid. Manshan opened fire, as well, his heavy exosuit barely affecting his aim. Yi Li held back, his focus razor-sharp as he studied every movement of the creatures. Too precise. Their movement routes, attack angles, even their coordination among themselves, all betrayed a synchronization that no low-level organism should possess. Like manipulated pawns on a board. The threat of suspicion in Yi Li's mind tightened once more. These creatures were no coincidence. The skirmish ended quickly. Dozens of the small creatures were eliminated, leaving the corridor thick with the stench of scorched flesh and acrid bile. Something's off about these bugs, Manshan panted, staring at the carcasses with a puzzled frown. Their attack patterns are too organized. Like someone's pulling the strings, Chu Feng added, his brow furrowed. Keep moving. Same objective, but double the caution. The squad pressed deeper into the station. The further they went, the more dilapidated the environment became, and the more numerous and formidable the creatures. Yet without exception their attacks displayed that same eerie coordination. Every minor clash seemed to validate Yi Li's theory, an invisible hand orchestrating it all from the shadows. They navigated through a maze of dizzying corridors, the layout far more convoluted and twisted than the map suggested. The metal walls bore deep, uneven scratches. Some sections had been violently torn open, exposing tangled wiring that occasionally spat dangerous sparks. The stench of decay grew heavier, mingling with the lingering odor of burst creatures, nauseating to the core. They skirted around a partially collapsed laboratory section. This area had clearly witnessed a catastrophe. Precision instruments lay toppled and shattered screens cracked, leaving only husks flickering with error codes. The corridor ahead straightened slightly, hinting at the proximity of the core zone. Yet the sensation of being watched clung to them, like a persistent shadow growing ever more intense. Just then a heavy thudding sound echoed from the bend ahead, utterly different from the skittering of the smaller creatures. This was a sound of raw power. Brace for combat. Yi Li's low command snapped out. Lei Zai and Dao Zai immediately tensed into defensive stances, emitting low, threatening hisses. Almost before the words faded, a colossal form smashed through the metal wall at the corner, bursting forth amidst debris and dust. This creature dwarfed everything they had encountered before. Nearly 3 meters in length, its carapace bore a dark metallic sheen that gleamed with an eerie cold light. It was no longer a simple multi-legged beetle. Its forelimbs had evolved into 2 massive scythe-like bone blades, their edges glinting with deadly sharpness. Its compound eyes burned a deep crimson, locking onto the squad members. A mid-tier scythe worm. This one looks like trouble. Manshan's voice carried a note of gravity as he unhesitatingly raised his heavy arm-mounted weapon, its engine beginning to warm up. Spread out. Watch those bone blades. Chu Feng issued the order coolly, his energy rifle already fully charged, the muzzle trained on the creature's compound eyes. The scythe worm let out a piercing shriek. Unlike the chaotic noise of lesser creatures, its cry carried a savage, dominating menace. Its massive frame displayed astonishing speed and agility that defied its size. Rather than charging straight ahead, it kicked off with its hind legs, launching itself like a projectile at the sidewall, then rebounded at a vicious angle toward Manshan on the squad's flank. The twin scythe-like bone blades whistled through the air, slashing directly toward the cockpit of Manshan's exosuit. Watch out! Yi Li's pupils contracted. Manshan reacted with lightning speed, swinging his massive shock warhammer in front of him as a shield. The bone blades crashed against the hammer, erupting in blinding sparks. The sheer force of the impact drove Manshan back several steps, the metal floor beneath his exosuit buckling into deep dents. Incredible strength. Suppressive fire. Energy beams from the rear squad members followed in rapid succession. The cerulean bolts struck the dark carapace, sending up ripples of energy, but leaving only small scorch marks. No meaningful damage. Yi Li didn't join the attack immediately. Instead, he directed Lei Zai and Dao Zai to harass the creature from 2 separate directions. Lei Zai unleashed its magnetic storm field, the electromagnetic forces slowing the scythe worm's movements, while Dao Zai used its dual blades to slice at the relatively weaker abdomen. The scythe insect, growing increasingly agitated by the harassment, launched another assault. Its scythe swung like a violent storm, hacking into the sturdy frame of Manshan, who stood directly in its path. Each blow carved fresh gashes into his warhammer and left his mech suit battered and broken. Its carapace is too hard. Standard energy weapons are barely effective. Manshan roared while parrying, feeling a numbing ache spreading through his arms. Target its compound eyes and joints. Yi Li quickly assessed the weakness, simultaneously commanding Dao Zai to strike at the eyes. The gun-wielding teammates in the rear immediately adjusted their aim, firing precise shots at the scythe insect's compound eyes. Sensing the threat, the scythe insect slightly turned its massive head, using the armored plating of its forelimbs to deflect several beams. Yet one shot still grazed its left compound eye, leaving a scorched mark. Enraged by the pain, the scythe insect let out an even more piercing shriek. Its attacks grew increasingly frenzied. With a sudden spin, it swept its enormous sides in a wide arc, forcing everyone to retreat. Following that, it unhinged its terrifying maw, and a sphere of green energy rapidly coalesced within. It's an acid spray. Take cover, Yi Li shouted, throwing himself to the side. A stream of viscous, highly corrosive acid shot out like a water cannon. It splashed onto the metal floor, immediately producing a sizzling hiss and billowing white smoke as it corroded a large pit into the ground. The spot where Yili had just stood was now a mess of destruction. Had he been hit, even his mech's protective layer wouldn't have lasted long. The mantis insect's defense strength and speed far surpassed the lower-tier insectoids encountered before. Its carapace's defensive capability was exceptionally formidable, making it an extremely difficult opponent. Yili decided to hold nothing back. He commanded Dao Zai to unleash the Grand Dimensional Cutter. Green blood splattered across the metal walls and floor, hissing upon contact. The entire corridor was filled with a pungent, acrid stench. The battle was over. Manhwa leaned heavily on his warhammer, gasping for breath, his mech's chest plate covered in deep slash marks. The squad members deactivated their weapons, charged, their brows furrowed as they stared at the wreckage on the floor. Yili, however, let out a sigh of relief as he looked at the unharmed Dao Zai. Phew. That thing was a real beast, Manhwa said, still shaken. Its fighting style. Compared to those smaller bugs, it was more like a pre-programmed killing machine. Chu Feng's voice carried a hint of coldness. Yili walked over to the scythe insect's remains, carefully examining the shattered tissues. At the broken ends of some nerve bundles, he spotted extremely tiny non-biological metallic wire residue. Though well hidden, the intense heat of the particle beam had exposed them. His hypothesis was confirmed. These insectoids were indeed being controlled by something. Let's go. The control room should be just ahead. Yili averted his gaze, his voice returning to a calm tone, but a hint of gravity deepened in his eyes. The squad members, suppressing the turmoil within, gathered their gear and pressed forward. Finally, they reached the end of the corridor. A massive alloy door stood before them. Its surface was smooth, featuring only a thin, elongated sensor recognition zone, which currently emitted no light whatsoever. This must be the core control room. Having endured the earlier traps and this arduous battle, everyone's nerves were taut, bracing for any final defense that might await them. Chu Feng stepped forward, extending his mech-covered hand to gently push against the door. To their surprise, the massive alloy portal responded to his touch, emitting a harsh grinding sound as it slowly slid open. The door was unlocked. Inside, the control room was in complete disarray. The console screens were shattered, cables were strewn across the floor, clear evidence of prior destruction. Yet in the deepest part of the room, a standalone server rack remained relatively intact. The system log should be in there, Chu Feng said, pointing towards the rack. Yili assigned the squad's mechanic to retrieve the system. After an exhaustive search of the entire control room yielded nothing suspicious, the mechanic, having finished compiling the system log, stood up to report. Suddenly, he swayed, losing his balance. He stumbled backward, his foot pressing down hard on a metal floor panel, which gave way with a sharp clang, drawing the attention of Yili and the others. The mechanic steadied himself, a bit embarrassed. Sorry, my foot slipped. As he finished speaking, he glanced down at his feet and noticed a faint red light flickering from beneath the floor. This discovery immediately put Yili and the others on high alert. Pulling the mechanic aside, Manhwa stepped forward and pried up the floor panel. Beneath it lay a bizarre device, emitting a weak yet persistent energy signal. What is that? Manhwa asked, curious. The mechanic pulled out a scanner and swept it over the device. There's an encrypted signal being emitted. The frequency is strange, not matching any communication protocol we know. The signal strength fluctuates periodically, as if it's attracting something. A terrifying thought dawned on Yili. This device was very likely the source that attracted the insectoids, and possibly even guided their actions to a certain extent. Who had placed it here? Was it Professor Qin? The device's technological style was completely foreign, matching neither any human nor known alien technology Yili was aware of. We must take it back for study. Yili made the decision on the spot. He cautiously approached the device, reaching out a hand to carefully pick it up. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the cold surface of the device, a sharp energy hum erupted abruptly. The patterns on the device's surface blazed with blinding white light as an intensely unstable energy fluctuation exploded outward. Get back! Yili's pupils contracted. He let out a fierce shout and hurled himself backward. Boom! A violent explosion thundered within the control room. A powerful shockwave mixed with metal shrapnel slammed heavily into the mech suits of Manhwa and Yili, producing a dull, heavy impact. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the piercing shriek of alarms echoed through the corridor. Yili shook his dazed head, pushed himself off the ground, and looked towards the corner where the explosion had occurred. All that remained was a charred, deep crater and a scattering of twisted metal wreckage. The mysterious signal transmitter had chosen to self-destruct the instant it was touched. No valuable clues remained, not even a single intact fragment. The destruction was so complete, so decisive. It was as if an invisible hand had ruthlessly erased all traces the moment they were about to touch the truth. Manhwa also got to his feet and checked his mech for damage. Fortunately, the armor had held up. There were no serious injuries. But the faces of all three were grim. This self-destructing device undoubtedly confirmed their suspicions. This entire training exercise was a setup from the very beginning. Someone had deliberately lured them here using the insectoids as a test, even going so far as to lay this trap. Now the only piece of physical evidence was gone, leaving no trace. They're very cautious. Shu Feng's voice was icy. Manshan slammed his fist against the nearby wall, producing a dull thud. Damn it, we've been played. Yili took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Now was not the time for anger. Although the device was destroyed, their mission objective remained. We've secured the system logs. The mission is complete. We're pulling out immediately. Yili's squad was once again commended by the Academy for their exceptional performance in complex environments, surpassing established objectives. Professor Qin, their supervising mentor, swept his gaze over Yi Li and the others with a gentle look. His eyes lingered on Yi Li noticeably longer than on the rest. That gaze carried approval, curiosity, and a trace of imperceptible scrutiny. Yi Li, you performed remarkably well during this practical training. Professor Qin deliberately stepped closer to Yi Li, wearing the characteristic smile of a scholar. Especially under those unexpected circumstances, maintaining your composure and successfully retrieving critical data was truly exceptional. Yi Li lowered his head slightly, adopting a humble posture. It was all a result of teamwork, Professor. You flatter me. He could feel Professor Qin's gaze like an intangible probe attempting to pierce through his defenses. This excessive appreciation felt more like a layer of meticulously applied paint trying to conceal something beneath the canvas. Yi Li maintained a calm facade and responded appropriately, yet inwardly his alarms were blaring at the highest level. This seemingly refined and gentle professor was likely inextricably linked to that self-destructing device, the Lost Ruins, and the frenzied insectoid swarm. He had to be even more cautious, treading as if on thin ice. After the practical assessment concluded, life seemed to return to normal, with everyone focusing on their studies and training. But in secret surveillance on the black markets, Golden Abacus never ceased. The new Golden Abacus spent most of his time within the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, seemingly familiarizing himself with the vast network he had just inherited, providing them with an excellent observation opportunity. That day, Luo Chun visited the black market again. The air was thick with the pungent stench of machine oil, cheap alcohol, and some kind of pheromone mixture. The streets were as filthy and chaotic as ever. He pulled his cap lower, trying to blend into the chaos weaving through the crowded stalls. Manshan was waiting at a prearranged spot on the periphery, as his massive build was far too conspicuous in the black market and would likely draw unwanted attention. Luo Chen's task was to confirm whether the several covert surveillance points previously installed were at risk of exposure, while also observing the activity around the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. He loitered casually around a few nearby stalls, but his gaze frequently drifted towards the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, checking the signals of the surveillance devices. "Hey kid." A hoarse voice sounded from behind. Luo Chun paused mid-step and slowly turned around. Several burly men in work clothes blocked his path, their eyes fierce and clearly not to be trifled with. The leader had a vicious scar running from the corner of his eye down to his chin, adding a further layer of ferocity to his already menacing appearance. "This ain't no place for a brat like you." The scar-faced man looked Luo Chun up and down, his tone laced with overt menace. "You've been skulking around here for ages, acting all suspicious. What the hell are you up to?" Luo Chun's heart skipped a beat. Was he already being targeted this quickly? This new Golden Abacus was even more vigilant than anticipated. "Nothing much, boss, just browsing for some spare parts." Luo Chun plastered a slightly nervous smile on his face, attempting to bluff his way out. The scar-faced man sneered and took a step forward, his oppressive presence intensifying. "Just browsing? I think you've got a death wish. Don't you play games with me, kid. Spill it, or you're leaving here on a stretcher." Some onlookers turned their heads, most wearing expressions of schadenfreude. In the black market, such conflicts were an everyday occurrence. Luo Chun said nothing more. His seemingly calm eyes quickly assessed the positions of the thugs and potential escape routes. The next second, he spun on his heel and bolted towards the less crowded periphery of the black market. "Damn it. Trying to run." The scar-faced man was stunned for a moment, then erupted in fury. "Get him. Don't let him get away. Kill him." The two thugs behind him reacted, instantly charging after him on their thick legs. Luo Chun was incredibly fast. With the physique of a fourth-rank mech pilot, even deliberately suppressed, he far exceeded normal human limits. He chose not to fight head-on, which would only reveal his true strength and easily raise the Golden Abacus's suspicions. Pretending to be a terrified, ordinary person fleeing was more likely to lower their guard. He weaved agilely through narrow alleys and crowded throngs, using the terrain to shake off his pursuers. After several sharp turns, Luo Chen's figure vanished completely from his tracker's sight. The panting, scar-faced man and his crew could only stop grudgingly cursing at the empty alley mouth. Meanwhile, Luo Chun had nimbly slipped into a hovercar parked in a concealed corner. Man Shan in the driver's seat didn't even turn his head, merely grumbling, earlier than expected. What happened? A minor hiccup. Let's go, Luo Chun said tersely. Man Shan asked no further questions. The vehicle started silently, merged swiftly into the traffic flow, and left the chaotic area behind. Back at their safe house, the group convened. The Golden Abacus's security is tight. I got spotted, Luo Chun said with a grim expression, briefly recounting what had just happened. It seems we can't go back to the black market for a while. We've been appearing there too frequently, Chu Feng analyzed. Yili nodded in agreement. Indeed. Probing too often will only make him more cautious and drive him deeper into hiding. Let's lay low for a bit and let them lower their guard. The group reached a consensus, deciding to suspend their direct reconnaissance of the black market. Meanwhile, Mu Xingling's investigation was also proceeding covertly. Leveraging her father Mu Lianqing's network of connections, she began delving deep into Professor Qin's background. Public records showed Professor Qin as a top-tier scholar with significant achievements in both ancient civilization research and biology. His resume was impeccable, virtually spotless. But Mu Xingling was not fooled by these surface-level details. Following the money trails and academic collaboration projects, she peeled back layer after layer of the complex web of relationships concealed beneath Professor Qin's public persona. Military-industrial complexes, private security contractors, cutting-edge biotech laboratories. One by one, seemingly unrelated names and institutions were gradually linked to Professor Qin through clandestine channels. Among them, a company called Stellar Biotech triggered Mu Xingling's highest alert. Its public business was genetic optimization and high-end medical technology R&D with a low profile in the industry, but substantial financial backing. Through special channels, Mu Xingling discovered fragments of backup data in Stellar Tech's encrypted database that had been erased and overwritten multiple times. These records obliquely indicated that Stellar Tech had secretly participated in a biological weapons research project with military backing. What sent a chill down Mu Xingling's spine was a severely corrupted, nearly illegible fragment of a research report that contained a sequence map bearing a striking resemblance to insectoid genes. Although the report had been meticulously cleaned, with most key information blurred or outright missing, that fleeting glimpse was enough to imply a great deal. Professor Qin had a murky, deliberately concealed connection to a company that had possibly conducted research on insectoid-related biological weapons. Mu Xingling shut down the holographic screen, leaned back in her chair, and gently massaged her brow with her fingertips. Days flowed in a deliberate, manufactured calm. Having suspended their direct investigation of the black market, Yi Li and his companions returned to the seemingly ordinary student life at Starry Expanse University, all the while digesting the intelligence they had gathered and awaiting word from Mu Xingling. Several weeks slipped by unnoticed. One afternoon, Chu Feng was engaged in physical training in his dormitory, his vest soaked through with sweat. Suddenly, his movements halted. A profoundly unsettling sensation struck him without the slightest warning. Cold, feral, as if countless razor-sharp insect limbs were scraping across the depths of his consciousness. This aura, it was the Zerg. Moreover, its power was immense, far surpassing any he had sensed before. It was filled with an indescribable rage and disquiet, like a wild beast straining against its cage, howling and snarling in a frenzy. Chu Feng's head snapped up. His gaze pierced through the walls, fixing on a distant direction deep within the campus. The Yakut laboratory sector. His heart plummeted. The source of that terrifying Zerg aura pointed directly to that place. After all this time, had they finally lost their restraint and resumed their forbidden experiments? The intensity and instability of this aura far surpassed anything from before. What in the world were they doing? Chu Feng's brow furrowed deeply, his knuckles whitening from the tension. Several more days passed. The night was deep and silent. In the early hours, Yili, Luo Chun, and Chu Feng had all fallen into a deep sleep. The dormitory was shrouded in darkness, only the occasional light from a passing patrol drone briefly cutting through the night. Then, though. A piercing, shrill alarm siren tore through the campus's serenity. The sound was harsh and penetrating, instantly jolting the three from their slumber. Yili sat up almost instinctively, his eyes sharp and piercing as he scanned his surroundings in an instant. Chu Feng's eyes flew open, as well his muscles tensing. His heart gave a heavy thump as that faint, elusive Zerg aura seemed to pulse in response to the blaring alarm. Yet the blaring alarm lasted only a few seconds. As if its throat had been abruptly severed, the sound ceased abruptly, and the campus returned to its former deathly silence. Yili listened intently for a moment, confirming there was no further commotion, no sound of running or fighting. He lay back down, his voice calm. It's nothing. Go back to sleep. Starry Expanse University possessed an extremely comprehensive security system and formidable defensive forces. An alarm of this level was for the school administration to handle, not for them mere, ordinary students to interfere with. The dormitory returned to silence, as if that sharp alarm had been nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Only the occasional light flashing past the window served as a reminder that the nights at this prestigious academy were perhaps not as tranquil as they seemed on the surface. The next morning sunlight streamed through the glass windows of the teaching building, casting light upon the spacious lecture hall. The brief but piercing alarm from the previous night had clearly stirred up considerable commotion among the student body. "Did you hear? I heard a Zerg broke into the school last night." "Really? I thought our school's security was the best in the galaxy." "It's true. My cousin is on the campus security team, and he said the alarm was triggered by a Zerg, but it was dealt with quickly." "That's terrifying. Good thing it was in the middle of the night, or we might have run into it during class." Various discussions and speculations intertwined noisily before class, filled with lingering fear and a hint of inexplicable excitement. Most students treated it as a scary but harmless intrusion, discussing the school's response speed and expressing relief that there were no casualties. Yili sat at the back of the classroom, his gaze calmly sweeping over the excited students in front. He knew the source was Yakut's experiment, not a simple Zerg incursion. It was more like something had lost control. A thing that could escape from a high-security laboratory was certainly no simple entity. "It seems Yakut's research has reached a dangerous tipping point," Yili mused inwardly. The incident escalated faster than expected. Within a single morning, news of military involvement spread. Several hover vehicles bearing military insignias drove into the campus and stopped in front of the administration building. Several stern-faced officers in crisp uniforms stepped out and, guided by university personnel, entered the building. Professor Chin, the administrative head of Starry Expanse University, set down his work and straightened his collar. He arrived at the investigation meeting room to cooperate with the military's inquiry. The military investigators' tone was formal and routine as they questioned the details of the previous night's alarm and the possible source of the Zerg. Professor Chin, as the university's representative, wore a gentle, scholarly smile and spoke with a sincere tone. "Gentlemen, please rest assured. A small incident did indeed occur last night. According to our preliminary investigation, a researcher at the university acting without authorization purchased a low-tier Zerg specimen from an unofficial channel at a high price, intending to take a shortcut to achieve results. Unfortunately, there was a lapse in management which allowed the specimen to briefly escape and trigger the highest alert." He spread his hands, his expression a mixture of helplessness and self-reproach. "However, please be assured the Zerg's power was extremely low, even feeble. It was quickly and automatically neutralized by our campus security systems, and no substantial damage was caused. As for the specific student involved, the university will certainly conduct a thorough investigation and will not tolerate such violations. Starry Expanse University has always had zero tolerance for any behavior that might threaten campus safety. We will immediately launch a comprehensive disciplinary review to ensure such an incident never occurs again." Professor Chin's explanation was reasonable and plausible, deftly framing a potentially highly dangerous lab accident as a mere small incident caused by unauthorized operations. He skillfully avoided any mention of the Yakut laboratory, shifting the blame onto a fictitious, unauthorized researcher. The military investigators exchanged glances. Though lingering doubts remained between Professor Chin's watertight explanations and assurances and the special status of Starry Expanse University, they ultimately chose to trust the school's ability to handle the matter. After a simple record and inquiry, the investigators left. Having seen off the military personnel, the gentle smile on Professor Chin's face instantly vanished, replaced by a cold, stern expression. He stood by the window watching the military vehicles disappear from sight, his eyes deep and unfathomable. The communicator in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Checking the caller ID, it was an encrypted military internal number. Professor Chin answered, his tone reverting to its previous geniality, even with a hint of relaxed laughter. "Hello, old friend. Concerned about our school's situation?" "It's nothing, just a small matter. Already resolved. What kind of place is Starry Expanse University?" "One of the top academies in the galaxy. You think a low-level bug could turn the place upside down? Your military department is making a mountain out of a molehill." He handled it with a casual, dismissive air, his words brimming with confidence, as if the previous night's events had truly been a false alarm. "Don't worry, everything is under control." Professor Chin set down the communicator, the last traces of a smile vanishing from his face, replaced by a nearly gloomy expression. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Without a moment's pause, he turned and strode quickly out of the office. Inside Yakut's laboratory, the heavy alloy door slid open silently before Professor Chin, revealing an experimental space filled with the smell of disinfectant and strange odors. Yakut was already waiting there, his expression equally grim, carrying the neurotic anxiety typical of a researcher. The two immediately began their conversation, the laboratory's soundproofing excellent with no sound leaking to the outside. But the suppressed tension occasionally leaking from the gaps in the door, and their taut body language spoke to the intensity and gravity of their discussion. A long time later, Professor Chin emerged from the laboratory. His expression was even darker than when he entered. He walked with hurried steps, as if carrying an inescapable chill, and quickly disappeared down the corridor. The laboratory door slid shut slowly behind him. The night was as dark as ink, and the dim light within the safe house cast long shadows. The central tactical screen glowed with a faint cold luminescence. Yili leaned against the wall while Luo Chen's fingers flew across the console, a waterfall of data cascading down the display. Chu Feng silently polished his sharp alloy blade. The faint metallic rasp, the only sound in the stillness. Manshan leaned forward from his chair, watching intently, as Mu Xingling and Lin Maching also awaited the outcome. The military's response was quicker than expected, and also more perfunctory. Luo Xiaopeng broke the silence, first pulling up several blurry surveillance feeds and intercepted encrypted communications. Professor Chin personally handled the situation. The official verdict was a minor incident caused by a protocol violation, with the blame pinned on a researcher who didn't exist. On the screen, a fleeting image of Professor Chin offering a mild explanation appeared, but the sharpness that occasionally glinted behind his spectacles sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. A clumsy cover-up, Yili said, his voice low. The defensive force we encountered last time was certainly not the level of a minor incident. That laboratory has a problem, a very big problem. Chu Feng nodded in agreement. Luo Chun magnified a distant structural schematic of the laboratory, its surface marked with a dense array of sensors and defensive nodes. Last time we barely escaped while only probing the perimeter. Diving deeper this time will only amplify the risk. His fingertip traced across a section. Based on the energy signals and structural analysis from our last encounter, this area has the highest defensive rating and is likely the core region. But we have to go in, Yili said, straightening up with a determined gaze. We're so close to uncovering what they're plotting. If we don't move fast, they might relocate everything. The air grew heavy once more. Everyone was acutely aware of the danger of another infiltration. Professor Chin was cunning, and now that a problem had emerged, he would undoubtedly bolster the defenses. I've analyzed all the environmental data and energy residue collected during our retreat, Luo Chun said, taking a deep breath and pulling up a complex analytical report. The lab's energy system has a specific oscillation frequency, especially after the defense grid activates. I might be able to exploit this to create a temporary system blind spot and jam their primary detectors. But the window is extremely short and the risk is immense. If we're detected, we might not even get a chance to retreat. That's enough, Yili said, turning to Luo Chun. Your tech combined with my spatial leap gives us a chance. He then addressed Luo Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng, you finished that gadget I asked for, right? We'll be counting on you this time. Luo Xiaopeng quickly thumped his chest, assuring them everything was ready and tested. The decision was made, no further words were needed. The operation was set for tonight. Preparations began immediately. Luo Xiaopeng buried himself in calibrating micro-drones and decoding tools, while Yili centered himself, entering a deep resonance with Lei Zai to prepare for a pinpoint leap. Chu Feng and Luo Chun inspected every piece of gear, meticulously maintaining the heavy exoskeleton armor and charging the energy cores to full capacity. Hours later, at the darkest hour of the night, they set out once more with Lin Maching and Luo Xiaopeng positioned as perimeter support. Yili fused with Lei Zai, his body crackling with electric light, and executed a spatial warp that carried the team past most of the outer patrols and surveillance, landing them in the shadows of a ventilation duct. The area was silent save for the low hum of energy conduits. Luo Chun, initiate the jammer, Yili whispered. On his personal terminal, a complex web of blue circuit lines illuminated, data flashing rapidly. Done. The main detection system has a 3-second signal glitch. Now, without a moment's hesitation, Yili concentrated his spiritual energy and initiated another spatial leap. This time a series of rapid short-range jumps that carried them like phantoms through the heavily guarded corridors and chambers. Each jump landed them precisely in a blind spot. They successfully bypassed the first alloy gate and entered the laboratory's inner sanctum. The air here was thicker, a nauseating mix of disinfectant and an indescribable cloying sweetness. The walls were no longer cold metal, but covered in a translucent, almost organic membrane, with faint pulsating veins visible beneath the surface. Is this defense system alive? Luo Chen muttered, watching the erratic jamming signals on his terminal. Conventional electronic countermeasures are barely effective. He quickly changed tactics, deploying palm-sized disruptors against the throbbing walls. The devices emitted a faint hum, and the pulsation of the surrounding membrane noticeably slowed. These walls are biological sensors directly linked to the central system. The disruptors can only suppress them temporarily. We need to move fast. The group advanced cautiously. Inside the laboratory, transparent containers held various modified biological limbs. Some were metal bones replaced chitinous shells, and energy conduits wrapped around them like blood vessels. Holographic screens mounted on the walls displayed unsettling genetic maps and modification plans with titles like Insect Gene Optimization, Mechanical Neural Linkage, and Fusion Evolution Feasibility Report. "They're creating monsters," Yili said, recalling the half-mechanized insectoids and flesh-and-blood mechs they had faced before. It was only the tip of the iceberg. The deeper they went, the stronger the cloying sweetness became, mingling with intense energy fluctuations. They arrived at a massive circular alloy door that seemed to be the core barrier of the entire laboratory. "The energy reaction inside is astonishing," Luo Chun said, swallowing hard as he looked at the detector readings. "And there's a strong bioforce field signal." Chu Feng stepped forward, rapping his knuckles against the alloy door, producing a dull thud. He shook his head, indicating conventional methods wouldn't open it. Luo Chun pulled. A piercing high-frequency vibration pulsed silently, causing the alloy door to emit a faint groan. Moments later, a soft click echoed from the locking mechanism. The door slid open, releasing a wave of even more intense odor that was almost suffocating. Behind it was a vast circular chamber dominated by a colossal glass cultivation tank towering 3 stories high. The tank was filled with murky green nutrient fluid bubbles churning and rising from within. And in that fluid, a massive blurred silhouette was faintly discernible. The silhouette's outline was wildly irregular, bearing the terrifying chitinous armor of an insectoid, yet also seeming to incorporate cold mechanical structures. A spine-like skeletal formation and pulsating massive organs were also visible. It was a coalescence of nightmares. The mere sight of it evoked a primal fear and revulsion from the depths of one's soul. "My God, what the hell is that thing?" Horror was etched on their faces. Yili's heart pounded. The oppressive aura emanating from this entity far surpassed any enemy they had ever faced. This was no simple genetic modification or mechanical assembly. This was a blasphemous fusion that defiled life itself. "We must obtain its data." Luo Chun immediately attempted to access the control system of the culture tank, trying just as Luo Chun's fingertips touched the virtual control panel and data began to transfer. "Warning! Warning! Unauthorized intrusion detected. Core area isolation protocol initiated." A piercing shrill alarm abruptly rang throughout the entire laboratory. Red warning lights flashed. The just-opened alloy door slammed shut and locked. The biological membrane on the surrounding walls instantly turned a deep crimson, and countless fine energy circuits blazed to life. "Damn! The highest alert has been triggered." Manshan's face contorted in alarm. Luo Chun was still in the middle of data. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding walls split apart as several mechanical guards, larger and far more heavily armed than those encountered before, slid out. Their arms were menacing energy cannons and high-speed spinning alloy blades, their cold electronic eyes locking onto the group. Simultaneously, dense energy nodes emerged from the floor and ceiling, weaving together into a lethal web of energy traps. Yili's bone-white crocodile instantly erected a massive bone shield, placing itself in front of the group and steadfastly absorbed the first concentrated barrage of energy rays. Zazd. The energy rays struck the bone shield, throwing off dazzling sparks and leaving behind scorched black marks, yet failing to penetrate. Luo Chun cut the transmission, prepared to evacuate. Yili said, even as he clenched, "No can do. The data is locked. Forcibly interrupting will trigger the self-destruct sequence." Luo Chun was sweating profusely, his fingers flying across the keyboard so fast they were nearly a blur. Thick beams of energy crisscrossed, sealing off all avenues of escape. The mechanical guard's firepower grew increasingly intense. The bone-white crocodile's defensive shield began to show cracks, clearly under immense strain. "Can't hold on much longer." Yili's eyes sharpened. "Buy Luo Chun some time." Mu Xingling's shoulder cannon locked onto a mechanical guard and fired. Chu Feng nimbly weaved among the mechanical guards, his sharp bone blades slicing through their formations, but it was a drop in the bucket. More guards surged from the shadows, their firepower showing no signs of weakening. "Done!" Luo Chun suddenly shouted, finally completing the data copy. "One more blast, we're leaving." Mu Xingling charged her cannon again, unleashing a blinding beam of energy. Yili pushed his electric aura to its maximum, and a spatial rift tore open before them. "Let's go, hold hands together." Yili and the others surged toward the spatial rift's entrance. Just before entering, Yili cast one last glance at the massive culture tank. The murky culture fluid churned violently, and the terrifying dark shadow within seemed to move. They emerged in a pre-scouted underground pipeline, filthy and foul, filled with corrosive liquids and a noxious stench. They sprinted through the narrow, slippery tunnel. Behind them, they could faintly hear heavy thuds and energy explosions. The laboratory's defense systems were clearly not giving up the chase. The number of people they were carrying this time was indeed too many. Yi Li's stellar energy was not limitless, and consecutively performing spatial jumps was taking a visible toll on him. Each time the lightning aura flickered and died, he needed a brief pause to calm the surging energy within him. Sweat plastered his hair to his forehead. He once again gathered the lightning enveloping the group as blinding arcs of electricity tore through space. This repeated several times, each appearance accompanied by violent spatial fluctuations, the surrounding scenery flashing and changing in rapid succession. Finally, in a corner of a street, the lightning dispersed. Luo Xiaopeng was already waiting. Getting quick, Luo Xiaopeng urged anxious. They hastily stripped off their battle-worn combat suits and changed into the ordinary clothes they had prepared. Their previous attire was far too conspicuous and had to be dealt with immediately. The hovercar glided silently, merging into the city's nocturnal traffic like a drop of water disappearing into the ocean. The atmosphere inside the car was momentarily heavy. Yi Li watched the neon lights whiz by outside the window, his taut, nerves slightly relaxing. His gaze swept over the others in the car. Luo Chan was still examining the data he had just copied while the others silently regulated their breathing, their vigilance not yet fully subsided. We might have been exposed. Yi Li's voice broke the silence, tinged with gravity. The laboratory's alert level was too high, but we overstayed our expected time. Going straight back to the academy is too risky. Let's find a place to lie low for now. Although this operation had been a successful escape, bringing out some key data and witnessing a glimpse of that fused monster, the cost had been equally immense. The triggering of the highest alert meant their movements had been clearly recorded. The Yakoti laboratory and the hidden Professor Chin behind it would definitely not overlook the traces they. Upon receiving the news, Professor Chin stood before a massive surveillance screen, his expression dark and terrifying. The screen repeatedly played the footage of the intruders, triggering the alarm. Although the image was somewhat blurry due to energy interference, several key figures, especially the energy fluctuations from Yi Li forcibly tearing open the spatial rift at the end, were captured with precision. Find them. Professor Chin's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Mobilize all resources, analyze the energy residue, trace the spatial fluctuations. The intruders' identities must be determined as soon as possible. Technicians soon some subtle clues were filtered out. The energy analysis pointed towards a rare spatial talent. Although there was no direct evidence, a vague outline began to emerge pointing towards Yi Li's highly scrutinized team. Spread the word that Yi Li and his team are connected to the recent Zerg invasion. Hint that they may have been infiltrated by the Zerg or are colluding with an unknown force. Muddy the waters. Create enough trouble for them. Professor Chin's voice hissed like a venomous snake. He intended to use public opinion and the internal suspicions within the academy to pin Yi Li and the others in the position of prime suspects. Once the accusation gained even a possibility, investigations would follow and pressure would mount from all sides. The news spread like a virus through the Star Vault University. Within a single night, it had swept through the entire faculty and student body. Flimsy, unsubstantiated evidence. Yi Li's team had been out of contact for a long time before returning to the academy. Although they had been certified as heroes, conspiracy theories had never truly disappeared. For a time, all sorts of speculations about Yi Li's team ran rampant. Once the seed of suspicion is planted, it grows wildly. The once relatively calm atmosphere within the academy abruptly became tense and eerily strange. Inside the safe house, the air seemed to solidify, leaving only the faint crackle of Luo Chen's fingers striking the holographic interface and the low droning hum of the equipment. Yi Li leaned against the cold metal wall, feigning rest with closed eyes, but his mind was a turbulent sea. The monstrous form glimpsed in the Yake special laboratory, and Professor Chin's grim visage flashed alternately through his thoughts. I've got something. Luo Chen's voice was tinged with exhaustion, yet it couldn't conceal the shock within. He turned his face pale, his eyes bloodshot, clearly overwhelmed by the information he had just processed. It's more insane than we thought. On the holographic screen, decrypted data fragments flowed slowly. The most striking was a project folder labeled Origin. When it was opened, the harrowing content made everyone present hold their breath. Those things in the cultivation tanks are probably not simple test subjects. Luo Chun pointed at a blurred structural diagram. The data shows their genetic sequences have been drastically modified, fused with an unprecedented high-tier Zerg gene fragment. More terrifyingly complex biomechanical structures have been implanted within them. He paused. The ultimate goal of the Origin project is to create a new life form that perfectly merges the biological traits of high-tier Zergs with cutting-edge mechanical technology. Professor Chin isn't just conducting illegal human experiments. He's trying to create a new kind of war weapon that could far surpass our understanding. He might even be collaborating with the Zerg in some capacity. Collaboration. The word struck like a hammer on everyone's hearts. If Professor Qin was truly colluding with the Zerg, his actions during the swarm incident took on a deeper, darker meaning. He might not just be ambitious, he could be a traitor to humanity. No wonder the lab's defense level was so high. No wonder he would go to any lengths to cover this up. Yili opened his eyes, a cold light flashing within them. That fused monster is probably just an early prototype or a failed product of the Origin project. The question now is, what do we do? Lin Maching's voice carried a note of worry. Rumors about us have already spread across the academy. Professor Qin is clearly trying to strike first and paint us as Zerg collaborators. If he succeeds, any evidence we present will be dismissed as a frame-up. This was exactly Professor Qin's insidious plan, to use information asymmetry and public opinion to poison the well, first making the truth difficult to accept. Mu Xingling took a deep breath, her gaze resolute. We can't just sit idle. If Professor Qin dares to spread rumors, it means he's also wary of what we hold. My father has connections in the Academy's council. They may not be as powerful as Professor Qin's faction, but when it comes to matters of principle, they should be able to make the right judgment. We can submit evidence that doesn't involve core technology, but is sufficient to prove Professor Qin is conducting dangerous experiments. She looked at Yili. This is risky. If handled poorly, the internal strife within the Academy will intensify. But it's also our chance to break the deadlock by some time, and perhaps find allies. Yili pondered for a moment, then nodded. Let's do it. But we must prepare for the worst. Professor Qin's counterattack will be ferocious. He glanced at Luo Chun. Ensure data backups and encryption are at the highest level. The evidence submitted must be filtered. We can't reveal all our cards. Understood. Luo Chun immediately began to work. Days later, a meticulously prepared report was delivered through Mu Xingling to several high-ranking officials of Xinjiang University. The report didn't directly name Professor Qin. Instead, it emphasized the anomalous activities at the Yake Special Laboratory, signs of high-risk biological experiments, and specific experimental data, enough to substantiate the crime of taboo Zerg human experiments while subtly hinting at Professor Qin's significant involvement. As Mu Xingling had predicted, the report caused an uproar among the Academy's top brass. The information it contained was enough to unsettle anyone. The faction aligned with Mu Xingling's father immediately seized the opportunity, demanding an independent investigation into the Yake Special Laboratory. Professor Qin's supporters fiercely opposed, calling it nonsense and claiming someone was deliberately creating panic to disrupt the Academy's normal research order. For a time, undercurrents surged within the Academy's leadership. The sound of arguments in the meeting room rarely ceased. The neutral faction wavered, choosing to wait and see, demanding more substantial evidence from both sides. Meanwhile, Professor Qin used his deep influence to continuously obstruct the investigation, muddying the waters further. At the same time, the situation for Yi Li's team back at the Academy grew increasingly difficult. Their cultivation resources were withheld or delayed for various reasons. In some public classes, certain instructors would pose pointed questions hinting at their connection to unknown forces. Even the use of training grounds was often denied with excuses of equipment maintenance or already booked. Some classmates who had once been friendly now kept their distance, their eyes filled with suspicion and alienation. Rumors spread like an invisible poison, eroding their reputation and living space. We can't go on like this, Manchin, the most hot-tempered, growled at a team meeting. We're like beasts trapped in a cage, just waiting to be beaten. That old fox Qin is trying to boil us like a frog in a pot, forcing us to make mistakes or even drive us out of the Academy. Manchin is right. Yi Li's gaze swept across the tired but resilient faces of his team. Passive defense will only make us more passive. Since Qin wants to play dirty, we'll give him a taste of his own medicine. He wants to muddy the waters, we'll bring the water to a full boil. Luo Chun looked up, a sharp glint in his eyes. You mean? Jin Suanpan. Yi Li's lips curled into a cold smile. Exactly. Professor Qin's research requires massive funding and various illicit resources. Jin Suanpan's black market network is definitely one of his vital bloodlines. Qin doesn't know we've been tracking his dealings with Jin Suanpan all along. He's not on guard yet. This is our chance to strike. Mu Xingling immediately understood Yi Li's intention. You want to expose Jin Suanpan's black market dealings. Once we find the evidence, Professor Qin will be doomed. Yes, Jin Suanpan is a needle planted by the Zerg among humans. Yi Li's voice was resolute. Professor Qin's experiments are also confirmed to be related to the Zerg. This is a betrayal of all humanity. Once exposed, no one would dare to protect him. What we need to do is set the fire in his backyard. We can also coordinate with the Academy's security patrol, Luo Chen added. Provide them with leads and have them investigate with us. Jin Suanpan is not a fool. He'll definitely resist, maybe even go mad. Lin Maching warned. That's exactly what we want. A trace of chill flashed in Yi Li's eyes. A mad dog will bite recklessly, and it might just reveal its true master. Professor Qin wants to get us into trouble, so we'll create an even bigger problem for him. The plan was swiftly formulated. Leveraging the clues they had gathered and Luo Chen's formidable information processing capabilities, they quickly mapped out several critical pathways leading to the Golden Abacus's black market trading network. Subsequently, Mu Xingling secured a formidable enforcement squad from the Academy's higher-ups. The operation commenced in silence. Comprised of the Academy's elite, the enforcement team launched a thunderous surprise inspection on several suspicious locations surrounding the campus. Step by step, they closed in on the trading channels of the Golden Abacus and Professor Qin. News of this quickly reached the Golden Abacus. When he realized the enforcement squad's targets were unerringly precise, almost all pointing to the critical nodes of his network, the Golden Abacus could no longer sit still. He knew this was no ordinary inspection. Someone was targeting him, aiming for his most guarded secrets. Investigate. Find out who's behind this. The Golden Abacus roared into his communicator, his voice trembling with a mix of rage and fear. Whoever it is, they will pay. The investigation results were quick to arrive. With a grim face, the Golden Abacus stared at the intelligence summarized on the screen, each word piercing his nerves like an icicle. The findings were undeniable. The blame pointed directly at those arrogant students from Starfall University. Yili, Mu Xingling, Luo Chun, Chu Feng. What chilled his very soul was that the trail also clearly implicated Professor Qin, who was currently under intense scrutiny by the Academy's top brass. The Golden Abacus finally understood the source of his troubles and why Starfall University's enforcement squad could strike with such precision. The exposure of the lead connected to Professor Qin instilled an unprecedented sense of crisis in him. He felt he could wait no longer. He had to take the initiative and snuff out the source of this incident. Prepare the man. The Golden Abacus rasped, a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. Infiltrate Starfall University and eliminate Yi Li and those around him, all of them. The order was concise, yet brimming with murderous intent. He was aware of the risks. Following the Zerg invasion, Starfall University's security had been elevated to unprecedented levels. But with enough incentive, there was always a way to infiltrate. This was something he had to do. The night was darker than ink. Starfall University's tranquil campus seemed to sink into the deep sea, with only the low hum of patrolling mechs occasionally piercing the silence. Yet for certain entities lurking in the shadows, this upgraded defense was merely an obstacle requiring a bit more caution. Several blurred figures like chameleons merging into the darkness evaded all conventional detection. Their movements were as light as falling leaves, triggering no alarms. They were professionals, the blades of shadow that the Golden Abacus had hired at great cost. Their mission was clear: to extinguish the threat posed by those reckless students. Inside Yi Li's dormitory, the light was soft. Having just finished a day of study and training, he sat at his desk reviewing the scattered intelligence he had gathered on the Golden Abacus. The tremors from Professor Qin's investigation had yet to settle, and the air was thick with a suffocating pre-storm tension. Suddenly, an extremely subtle spatial fluctuation emanated from behind him. Almost imperceptible, but Yi Li's sensitivity to space far exceeded the norm. Who's there? Acting on pure instinct, Yi Li lunged forward. In an instant, the bone crocodile coiled around him, its bone armor expanding to block an energy dagger gleaming with a chilling blue light. The clash was silent, without a single spark. Yet a storm raged within Yi Li. An enemy. They truly dared to make a move inside Starfall University. Before he could fully rise, another shadowy figure lunged in through the window like a phantom, moving so fast it left only a trail of afterimages, a deadly weapon clutched in hand. The two assassins worked in perfect sync, clearly rigorously trained. Missing their first strike, they immediately launched a continuous assault, granting their target no respite. With a thought from Yi Li, Lei's eyes formed blurred and merged with him. Electricity crackled across his body as he activated Thunder Prison, leap narrowly evading the second attack by a hair's breadth. The cramped dormitory severely restricted his abilities, while the assassin's attacks were vicious and precise, each one aimed to kill. The Golden Abacus's men. Yi Li's voice was ice cold as he awkwardly dodged, seeking an opportunity to counter. His answer was an even fiercer barrage of attacks. The assassins didn't waste words. Their mission was elimination, efficient and merciless. Meanwhile, Chu Feng, having just finished his training, encountered an assassin's ambush on the tree-lined path back to his dorm. His Zerg-related keen senses caught a sliver of highly unusual murderous intent. Chu Feng's expression shifted. His left hand was instantly covered in chitinous armor, blocking the strike. A lean black-clad figure with emotionless eyes, seeing the failed attack, vanished into the shadows, waiting for the next opening. Chu Feng stared at the enemy who appeared and disappeared, his nerves taut as he scanned his surroundings. The assassin's speed was far beyond his expectations. Anxiety gnawed at him as he wondered about the fate of Yi Li and the others. In another dormitory building, Man Shan's room experienced the most direct violent intrusion. Two assassins smashed straight through the wall, the violent force kicking up clouds of dust. Manshan was in a deep sleep. Startled awake by the tremendous noise before he could even fully react, a fierce attack was already upon him. Roar! At the critical moment, Manshan triggered his genetic berserk mode. He bellowed, his muscles instantly swelling, his skin taking on a rocky gray-brown luster. He swung his fist violently, colliding with the incoming energy blade. Bang! A deafening sound. Manshan was knocked back several steps, a deep gash bleeding profusely on his arm. The searing pain and the fury of being ambushed ignited him completely. You're asking for death. Manshan's eyes turned bloodshot, his sanity rapidly consumed by the berserk power. Like an enraged beast ignoring his injuries, he roared and charged at the two assassins. In moments, the room was filled with howling punches and surging energy. Walls cracked, and the entire building seemed to tremble. In his berserk state, Manshan possessed boundless strength and formidable defense, but he was unarmed. After several exchanges, more wounds appeared on his body, yet he felt nothing, only roaring and attacking with greater frenzy. Finally, he smashed through the already crumbling wall, bursting out of the dormitory with murderous aura and a furious roar into the night sky. The savage howl echoed far across the silent campus. Back in his dorm, Yili let out a low shout. Ignoring the energy cost, he began performing short-distance spatial jumps, his figure flickering in and out of existence within the cramped room. Meanwhile, Dao Zai continuously engaged the assassins, restricting their movements. While Yili and Chu Feng were each locked in desperate battles, and Manshan's roar alarmed everyone, the residents of Luo Chun and Lin Maching presented a different scene entirely. As scions of ancient powerful families, their guards had been raised the moment the incident with Professor Qin escalated. Their residence was protected not only by the Academy's security, but also by elite guards and advanced defense systems dispatched by their families, layered defenses as solid as iron. The assassins sent to target them couldn't even get close. They were silently dealt with or repelled by the outer defensive perimeter. Luo Xiaopeng was currently at the secret base upgrading his equipment. The base's location was so well hidden that the assassins had no idea where it was. He was completely unaware of the events unfolding outside. Mu Xingling, however, was not in her school dormitory. As a key figure under the school's close watch with tight connections to the higher-ups, she was protected by top-tier experts secretly arranged by the Academy. The Golden Abacus's assassins couldn't find a trace of her at all. The campus alarm was finally triggered in full. Manshan's frenzied roar and the immense destruction he caused, like a boulder crashing into a tranquil lake, stirred up towering waves. The piercing alarm blared through the night sky. Beams of intense searchlights instantly locked onto the disturbance, and patrolling mechs along with Academy mentors and enforcement officers rushing to the scene surged in like a tidal wave. Intruder detected. Activate maximum alert. Seal all exits. Medical team on standby. Repeat, medical team on standby. The communication channel was a cacophony of noise. Starfall University, this colossal entity, finally stirred from its slumber, beginning to reveal its true might. The door to Yi Li's dormitory was blasted open by immense force. Several Academy enforcement officers wielding high-energy weapons and a mentor with a profound, steady aura charged in. They took in the scene within the room and the two assassins attacking Yi Li and opened fire without hesitation. Beams of energy interwove into a lethal net of firepower, instantly engulfing the two killers. Though formidable, the assassins found themselves at a disadvantage against the Academy's prepared forces, especially suppressed by firepower in the cramped space. During the onslaught, one assassin's arm was hit, and a concentrated volley from the enforcement officers quickly overwhelmed him. Seeing the tide turn, the other assassin attempted to break free using a bizarre movement technique, but was struck down by the mentor's palm, the formidable source energy instantly shattering his internal organs. Yili, are you alright? The mentor rushed forward to check his injuries. I'm fine, master. Yili gasped, clutching his bleeding shoulder. Chu Feng and Manshan. Almost simultaneously, Chu Feng received reinforcements. The arriving patrol and mentors swiftly subdued and neutralized the assassin attacking him. Chu Feng slumped to the ground, drenched in sweat, the searing pain on his back a stark reminder of his brush with death. Meanwhile, Manshan, who had burst out of the dormitory, was now guarded by several patrolling mechs. The assassin sent to kill him was on his last legs against the mech's overwhelming pressure. Medical personnel quickly approached and administered a potent sedative to Manshan. His berserk aura gradually subsided, and the patrol members cautiously secured him and transported him to the medical center. A night breeze swept by, carrying the faint scent of blood and gunpowder. The shattered doors and windows, the scorched ground, the bullet holes and cracks on the walls, all silently testified to the harrowing events that had just transpired. After receiving basic first aid, Yi Li and Chu Feng regrouped. Their gazes were heavy as they looked at the assassins' bodies being carried away. It must be Jin Suanpan. Chu Feng's voice was hoarse, laced with post-escape exhaustion and anger. He actually dared to make a move on campus. He's completely lost his mind. Yili nodded, his eyes icy cold. He's a cornered beast. With Professor Qin's trail exposed and our investigation hitting too close to home, he's trying to silence us for good. Thankfully Luo Chen, Xiaopeng, Lin Maching, and Mu Xingling are safe, Chu Feng said with relief. The arriving academy higher-ups looked at the chaotic scene, their faces growing increasingly. The academy's top brass had been roused. Zhou Haishan, the head of the security department, a man usually known for his refined demeanor, now had his jaw clenched so tightly it seemed carved from stone. With security already at its highest level, to have an assassination of this scale occur in the dormitory area was a blatant slap in the face to Starfall University. The security chief in combat gear standing nearby kept his head bowed, not daring to breathe, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Zhou Haishan didn't even glance at him, his gaze sweeping over the bloodstains and craters on the ground, his voice grinding out from between clenched teeth. Investigate thoroughly, he emphasized, nearly roaring. All personnel involved, all surveillance footage, all entry and exit records. I want them reviewed frame by frame. Dig up everything on these assassins. I want to know how they got in and who opened the door for them. The Dean of Academic Affairs, his face pale, added, also immediately check on the safety of all students, ensure no one is unaccounted for. Orders were swiftly disseminated, and the entire security system and information center of Starfall University went into overdrive. Technicians pulled up massive amounts of data while enforcement officers began a more meticulous investigation of the scene, not even overlooking residual energy traces in the air. Yi Li and Chu Feng stood nearby, watching the bustling crowd, exchanging another glance. Chu Feng grinned, wincing as the movement pulled at his back wound. While this has stirred up quite the hornet's nest. Yi Li looked at Director Zhou, whose eyes were practically blazing. Jin Suinpan's scheme has truly backfired this time. Chu Feng let out a short laugh, tinged with satisfaction. Serves him right for being so arrogant. This bloody assassination at the very heart of Starfall University was like a resounding slap, jolting everyone awake. This was no ordinary crime. It was a blatant defiance of the Academy's order, a massacre targeting its future elites. The lights in the high-level meeting room burned through the night. 2 hours later, an exceptionally sternly worded request was encrypted and transmitted to the military's highest command. Attached was a thick stack of documents, preliminary identity verifications of the slain assassins, analysis of weapons recovered at the scene, energy fluctuation reports, testimonies from Yi Li and the others, and a comprehensive chain of evidence implicating Jin Suinpan as the mastermind. Starfall University's stance was unequivocal. They requested full military takeover, not just to investigate Professor Qin's case, but to completely eradicate the cancer that was Jin Suinpan and any forces that might be backing him. The military's response was almost instantaneous, their efficiency astonishing, with zero hesitation. The secret investigation into Professor Qin was immediately escalated to a top priority military-led task force. The scope of the investigation expanded from Professor Qin himself to encompass Jin Suinpan and all his known business networks, financial flows, and connections. The military's resources and authority were far beyond anything the Academy could muster. A vast dragnet woven from military intelligence, special operations units, and financial crime investigators was formally cast with thunderous force. The target, Jin Suinpan and all his associates. Meanwhile, Jin Suinpan was in a state of anxious waiting. His fingers drummed absently on the cold metal table, each tap betraying a hint of barely concealed restlessness. Time ticked by. The appointed hour had long passed, yet his pawns had sent no word of success. A premonition of doom coiled around his heart, like a cold, venomous snake tightening with each passing second. He tried to contact the operations leader, but there was no answer. He switched to several backup channels, still met with silence. Something had gone wrong. His face turned grim, a vein pulsing subtly at his temple. He immediately tried to contact Professor Qin, but still failed. Unbeknownst to him, all of Qin's communications were under surveillance, and Qin had already discarded his communicator. Jin Suinpan shot to his feet. It seemed the assassination was a complete failure. Starfall University's reaction speed had exceeded his expectations, and the protective measures around Yi Li and Chu Feng were far stronger than his intelligence had suggested. Worse, this failure might well have exposed him. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back, but it was quickly replaced by a surge of ruthless resolve. He couldn't just wait to be caught. Since assassination had failed, he would muddy the waters completely. A glint of madness flashed in his eyes. He pressed a hidden red button on his communicator. Initiate Plan B. His voice was ice-cold, devoid of any emotion. At almost the same moment, inside a highly classified laboratory at Starfall University, Professor Qin watched the chaotic scenes from the dormitory area on an external monitor, his brow deeply furrowed. The sound of explosions was faintly audible, and urgent alarms wailed across the campus. He was unaware of the specific details of Jin Suinpan's assassination plan that night. Jin Suinpan had kept him in the dark for secrecy. But the sudden eruption of large-scale conflict on campus, with the security level being abruptly raised to a wartime footing, was highly abnormal. His years of caution and experience told him that the situation was spiraling out of control. Jin Suinpan was likely exposed, and once he was captured, it would only be a matter of time before the trail led back to him. He wouldn't escape. He couldn't wait any longer. His eyes turned sharp and resolute as his fingers flew across the console, inputting a series of complex commands. A confirmation dialog box appeared on the screen. Confirm activation of emergency protocol, chaos protocol. Without a moment's hesitation, Professor Chin pressed the confirm key. As the first light of dawn crept across the sky, the chaos of the previous night finally subsided, ushering in a new day. Students rose from their beds one by one, and everything under the rising sun seemed bathed in a serene, hopeful glow. But suddenly a thunderous explosion shattered the peace, plunging the ivory tower of Star Vault University into the abyss of hell. A deafening blast erupted from the direction of the library, sending a pillar of fire and a billowing column of thick smoke into the sky. Then the academic district followed suit. Explosion after explosion, like peals of thunder, detonated across the campus. The Energy Research Center, the Materials Laboratory, and even the flanks of some student dormitories erupted in fireballs and plumes of smoke. Shards of glass scattered like a torrential storm, and panicked screams instantly tore through the air. The security forces, already stretched thin dealing with an assassination attempt in the dormitory area, were caught completely off guard by this sudden campus-wide assault. Report: the library is under attack by an unknown explosive device. Report: an explosion has occurred in Teaching Building No. 3. The Energy Center has been destroyed, requesting immediate reinforcement. The communication channel descended into chaos, a cacophony of static and terrified shouts. But this was merely the beginning. What is that? A teacher, in the midst of evacuating students, pointed a trembling finger towards the distance. Several dark silhouettes were leaping and darting between buildings with inhuman speed, the screech of grinding metal piercing the air. They were the augmented humans of the machine cult. Their half-human, half-mechanical bodies gleamed with a sinister crimson light, their arms transformed into grotesque cutting blades or energy cannons, mercilessly attacking anything that moved within their sight. Laser beams carved through the night sky, leaving searing trails of heat in their wake. A student too slow to react was struck by a beam and instantly reduced to a charred husk. Panic spread like a plague. Even more horrifying, on the other side of the campus, near the edge of the ecological park. Amidst a cacophony of grating, piercing shrieks, a horde of bizarre chitin-covered creatures erupted from the ground. It was the Zerg. Low-tier raptors surged forth like a tidal wave, their razor-sharp claws tearing into the earth, their crimson compound eyes gleaming with bloodlust. They fearlessly charged at the nearby students, faculty, and the security personnel who had rushed to the scene. The crack of energy weapons, the roar of mechanical engines, the shriek of the Zerg, the screams of the dying, the crash of collapsing structures. All sounds intertwined, composing a symphony of apocalyptic chaos. Star Vault University, a premier institution standing tall among the stars, dedicated to nurturing humanity's finest minds, was now engulfed in flames and the thunder of battle just minutes after the assault began. Chaos engulfed the entire campus. It seemed peace had reigned for far too long. The school's patrol units reacted swiftly, and members of the Enforcer Corps rapidly assembled from all directions. They were disciplined soldiers, the first line of defense for this ivory tower. Facing the cold firepower of the machine cults, augmented humans, and the fearless onslaught of the Zerg, they did not retreat. The glow of energy shields flickered to life amidst the ruins, and dense networks of suppressive fire wove together desperately, trying to halt the invaders' advance. Yili Chu Feng and Man Shan gripped their weapons tightly, their backs against a fractured wall, their eyes sharp and alert. The scene before them was hauntingly similar to the life-and-death struggles they had faced in the secret realm not long ago. But this was their school, their home, their territory. Surrounding them were their classmates, their teachers, the entire Star Vault University community. After the initial panic subsided, Star Vault University revealed its profound resilience. Experienced mentors quickly organized, directing lower-year students to evacuate through relatively safe corridors towards the shelters. Upper-year students, especially those with combat experience from practical trials, spontaneously formed temporary combat squads. Working in tandem with the school's security forces, they used their intimate knowledge of the campus terrain to engage the invaders in a deadly game of cat and mouse. Energy beams clashed with cutting blades, roars and explosions rose and fell in a relentless rhythm. Though the enemy was ferocious, Star Vault University's defense systems were far from mere decoration. Hidden turrets rose from the ground, automated defense systems whirred to life, and energy barriers activated across critical zones. The invading augmented humans and Zerg began to suffer significant casualties against the organized resistance. Yi Li's squad also joined the fray. This battlefield felt eerily familiar to them. Dun Dun Zai, with all three of its rings activated, provided powerful support. Dao Zai moved like a phantom, its twin blades leaving trails of sparks across the metal plating of the augmented humans. Under Lei Zai's magnetic storm domain, a bolt of lightning precisely struck an augmented human, attempting a sneak attack, momentarily freezing its movements. Gu Zai stood guard beside Yi Li, deflecting a barrage of attacks, allowing Yi Li to unleash his power without any worry. Star energy surged within Yi Li's body, and the full might of a fourth-order star beast master erupted without reservation. His four-star beasts worked in flawless coordination, Dao Zai precise and deadly, Lei Zai controlling the field, Dun Dun Zai providing support, and Gu Zai holding the defensive line. This synergy transformed Yi Li into a versatile warrior, a testament to why higher-ranked star beast masters were exponentially more powerful. Shu Feng's alloy sword danced with effortless grace, each thrust of his icy-cold blade accompanied by a piercing whistle forcing the enemies back. Manshan, meanwhile, was a mobile fortress. His massive warhammer smashed through the Zerg ranks with reckless abandon. Protected by his energy shield and empowered by genetic frenzy, he seemed to be in an unstoppable mode, his battle cries drowning out even the nearby explosions. They fought in perfect sync, just as they had in the secret realm. The acrid smoke of battle permeated every corner of the campus, the stench of burning mixed with the metallic scent of blood filling their nostrils. While most attention was fixated on the fierce resistance at the perimeter focused on repelling the tide of augmented humans, and Zerg, a single figure slipped away, moving with purpose towards the direction of the experimental district. It was Professor Qin. His footsteps were steady, devoid of any panic. His face betrayed no hint of the fanaticism or anxious eagerness one might expect from a man about to achieve his ultimate goal. The distant explosions served as a dull rhythmic drumbeat, while the closer sounds of battle cries and screams intermingled. This entire cacophony of chaos ironically provided the perfect cover, masking his hurried yet orderly footsteps. His objective was clear: the origin sample located in the deepest part of the experimental district. It was the culmination of half a lifetime of research. It was the cornerstone of his future status and power. It absolutely could not be lost in this moment of chaos, nor could it fall into the hands of the school or anyone else. He had to secure the origin for himself. Only by doing so could he maintain his value and seize the initiative in the games of power to come. This sudden campus-wide assault on Star Vault University was orchestrated and initiated by him. The augmented humans of the machine cult, the Zerg lurking beneath the earth, they were all pawns he had lured here. And the ultimate purpose of all this chaos and sacrifice was singular: to create an opportunity to secretly and completely transfer the origin sample out of the university. Suddenly, an alarm blared on the holographic screen in front of Luo Xiaopeng. A red dot representing an anomalous energy signal began to pulse frantically in the feed monitoring the Yakoti laboratory. Something's wrong. Luo Xiaopeng's fingers flew across the keyboard, pulling up feeds from other nearby cameras. Although many had been destroyed in the explosions, a few remaining units captured a fleeting figure. He zoomed in and enhanced the image. The face, unervingly calm and even slightly excited amidst the chaotic shadows, was unmistakably Professor Qin. It's Professor Qin. He's heading to Yakoti's lab. Luo Xiaopeng immediately connected to Yi Li and the others' communication channel, his voice distorted by urgency. Yi Li, Professor Qin is heading to the laboratory. Go catch him. Yi Li was directing Dao Zai to cut open the energy core of a modified human when his heart sank at the news. Copy that. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately communicated with his other team members. Professor Qin is going to the lab. Could he be going for the origin sample? Chu Feng's sword blade sliced through the carapace of a swift insect, splattering green ichor. What? That old bastard. Manshan smashed his hammer into the ground, creating a shallow crater and repelling the encroaching insects, roaring in anger. I knew he was suspicious. Mu Xingling's eyes flickered with a knowing look. She swiftly reported this information through an encrypted channel directly to Minister Zhou, who was stationed at the command center. Minister Zhou, latest intel: Professor Qin is heading to the laboratory with unknown intentions, possibly related to the origin sample. On the other end of the communication, Minister Zhou's voice carried suppressed fury and shock. Xinmian, so it is him. He then gave a decisive order. Enforcement team, dispatch teams 3 and 5 immediately. Rush to the core experimental zone at full speed. Capture Qin Muyun at all costs. Teams 3 and 5 of the enforcement squad swiftly assembled and advanced at full speed towards the laboratory area. Meanwhile, inside the core laboratory, Professor Qin Muyun stood before a massive cultivation tank, his face devoid of any expression. He meticulously sealed the faintly glowing Origin's sample into a specially made cryogenic suitcase, his movements orderly and precise, starkly contrasting with the chaos outside. He gently patted the suitcase as if soothing the life within. Then he turned and pressed a crimson button. With a hiss, the reinforced glass of the cultivation tank slowly cracked and viscous culture fluid mixed with a foul-smelling gas gushed out. A colossal creature writhed and rose from within. Its body was a bloated, mucus-covered insectoid carapace, parts of which were cold machinery crackling with electric arcs. Countless thick metal conduits pierced into its flesh, emitting a teeth-grinding sound. Its compound eyes flickered with an unnatural red light, locking onto the enforcement team members who had just charged into the laboratory entrance. Roar! The monster let out a deafening sound, a mix of insectoid screech and metallic roar, and violently charged at the enforcement team. Energy beams and the thunderous roar of heavy weaponry instantly filled the laboratory. The monster's massive body blocked nearly all paths, its hard carapace deflecting most attacks. In the chaos, Qin Muyun, carrying the suitcase, slipped away silently through an inconspicuous maintenance passage like a ghost. Target has broken through the blockade. Repeat, target has broken through. Requesting backup. We need heavy firepower suppression. The enforcement team's communication channel was filled with urgent shouts and the crackle of explosions. At the command center, Minister Zhou's face was ashen. His fist slammed heavily onto the console. Second enforcement team. Reinforce the core experimental zone immediately. Stop him at all costs. Luo Xiaopeng had been intently watching the surveillance feeds, not missing a single frame. When he saw Qin Muyun's figure disappear behind the monster's cover, he immediately switched to Yi Li's channel. Yi Li, Professor Qin got away. He shook off the enforcement team. Yi Li had just finished off the enemy in front of him when he heard this, his eyes sharpening. Copy that. We'll intercept him. He quickly ordered his team. Qin Muyun is on the run. The enforcement team is blocked. We must find Qin Muyun and buy them time. Chu Feng Mansion and Mu Xingling didn't hesitate for a moment. They immediately disengaged from their current battlefield and sped towards the coordinates Luo Xiaopeng provided. On the pursuit path, the air itself seemed to grow heavy. In the narrow corridor, only the sound of their urgent footsteps echoed. Suddenly, a red light flashed across the wall ahead, and a searing energy net materialized out of thin air, sealing off the entire passage. Watch out! Yi Li reacted the fastest, leaping back. Manshan roared, his alloy warhammer swinging through the air towards the energy net. Sparks flew everywhere, and the energy net fluctuated violently, but did not break. The group had no choice but to change direction and crawl through a narrow ventilation duct. Just as they emerged, several automated turrets hidden in the ceiling and corners opened fire simultaneously. A dense barrage of energy bullets instantly blanketed their position. Defense. Yi Li's bone crocodile extended its fan-shaped armor, enduring the impact of the bullets, covering the team as they sought cover. Bullets whizzed and metal fragments flew. This old bastard. He really came prepared. Manshan gritted his teeth, hiding behind a large pipe. He had planned all of this long ago. Mu Xingling's voice was cold. After she switched her pulse cannon to turret-destroying mode and took out the automated turrets, they finally cornered Qin Muyun near a small landing pad. Qin Muyun stood with his back to them in front of a small interstellar shuttle, as if making final preparations. He slowly turned around. His face no longer bore its usual gentle and refined expression, replaced by a nearly insane, icy coldness. Around his body, faint pale blue energy particles scattered and rose the very air, seeming to distort. You've come. Qin Muyun's voice was calm, yet carried a chilling power. Professor Qin, surrender now. Yi Li said in a deep voice, his battle blade humming. A mocking smirk curled at the corner of Qin Muyun's mouth. Surrender? Based on what? A bunch of snot-nosed kids like you. The energy fluctuations around him suddenly intensified. Complex silver patterns emerged on his skin, and his eyes blazed with a terrifying light. You have no idea of the greatness of Origin. The moment the words left his mouth, Qin Muyun's figure vanished from where he stood. The next instant he appeared before Manshan, throwing a punch. His fist, wrapped in dense energy, moved with incredible speed. Manshan barely managed to cross his arms in defense. Bang! With a thunderous crash, Manshan's massive body was blasted back over 10 meters, spiderweb-like cracks appearing in his arm guards. Such strength! Manshan was shocked. Chu Feng's sword light followed, immediately thrusting straight for Qin Muyun's back. Without looking back, Qin Muyun waved his hand, and an energy blade materialized out of thin air, precisely deflecting the sword edge. Yi Li and Mu Xingling attacked simultaneously. Blade light, energy beams, and mental shockwaves interweaved, but were all dissolved or deflected by the surging energy field around Qin Muyun. His combat skills were seasoned and vicious, completely unlike a scholar who had spent years in a laboratory. The group was completely outmatched, beaten back step by step. Seeing the energy in Professor Chen's palm growing stronger and stronger, Yili knew they couldn't withstand this strike. Bone coffin. Countless pale bone structures surged from the ground, and walls instantly forming an airtight bone coffin around Yi Li and the others, completely enveloping them. Boom. Qin Muyun's energy palm print slammed heavily onto the bone coffin, emitting a dull, thunderous sound. The bone coffin shook violently, cracks appearing on its surface, but it ultimately blocked the deadly strike. Just as Professor Qin was about to gather energy again to finish them off, the sound of dense footsteps and shouts from the enforcement team came from afar. Qin Muyun, you can't escape. The second enforcement team had finally arrived. Qin Muyun glanced at the surrounding enforcement officers, then at Yi Li's team in the bone coffin. A flicker of regret passed through his eyes, then turned resolute. He suddenly lunged towards the shuttle, simultaneously activating a device on his wrist. A powerful electromagnetic pulse burst forth instantly, causing nearby electronic equipment and weapon systems to malfunction temporarily. Taking advantage of the brief chaos, Qin Muyun rushed into the shuttle. The engines roared loudly, and the shuttle forcibly took off, crashing through the hangar bay doors, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the pitch-black sea of stars. The enforcement team officers rushed to the broken hangar doors, only able to stare helplessly at the rapidly receding star point. Yi Li and the others emerged from the bone coffin, their faces pale. Guzai's body was especially weak, unable to fight for the next month. Not long after, the military department and Starry Sky University jointly issued the highest-level wanted order. Qin Muyun, formerly a professor at Starry Sky University, suspected of collaborating with the insect race and betraying humanity, had now defected and was listed as an extremely dangerous individual. A photo of Qin Muyun appeared on all public information walls. In the photo, he still wore his gentle smile. The turmoil at Star Vault University remained like a boulder hurled into a placid lake, its ripples far from settling. Qin Muyun's defection and the assault that nearly reduced the campus to rubble cast a heavy shadow over the hearts of all faculty and students. The military's takeover brought iron-fisted order, but also pervasive surveillance and interrogation. The air was thick with tension and distrust. The once vibrant campus now felt oppressively grim. The window in Yi Li's dormitory had been replaced with a new one. Sunlight streamed through the fresh glass, yet it could not dispel the lingering faint smell of smoke within the room. Chu Feng retained his usual stoic demeanor, though a hint of weariness creased his brow. He silently polished his alloy sword, its blade reflecting his focused gaze. Manshan, on the other hand, seemed restless, pacing back and forth. Occasionally he would thump his own chest, as if that were the only way to vent his frustration. As for Guzai, it remained in a weakened state. It was placed by Yi Li in a special nutrient solution to recuperate. Withstanding Qin Muyun's attack had taken a tremendous toll on it. Damn it, when will this end? Manshan finally couldn't help but complain. Getting interrogated every day, treated like we're criminals. Yi Li leaned back in his chair, his fingers drumming absently on the table. Bear with it. After all, something this big happened. Qin Muyun causing such a stir means what's behind him is far more complex than we imagined. Just then the wristband on Yi Li's arm vibrated. It was a communication from Old Lei. Kid, we've got news about the Falcon Squad. Old Lei's voice was hoarse and grave, clearly indicating the news was not good. Yi Li's heart tightened, and he immediately sat up straight. Old Lei, what news? Not good. Old Lei paused. Intelligence suggests they've gone missing in the K-769 star sector. The Falcon Squad were Yi Li's benefactors who had helped him escape the junk planet. Their disappearance weighed heavily on his mind. He suddenly remembered the chip that Wrench had sent him before he arrived at Star Vault University. He had said to open it when trouble arose. Yi Li quickly opened the cabinet by his bed and retrieved an unassuming metal chip. He swiftly took out a decoder, connected the chip, and a faint light flickered. On the decoder's screen appeared a complex set of coordinates and a fragment of encrypted information. T-209 star sector coordinates XXXX. Yi Li's eyes scanned the screen rapidly. When he saw a certain line of text, his pupils contracted sharply. Biological laboratory. I must investigate and eliminate it quickly, even if dangerous. Mu Lianqing. T-209 star sector. Chu Feng frowned, having some knowledge of such matters from his time as a mercenary. That's a lawless zone, a tangled web of various factions. The machine cult also holds considerable influence there. It's extremely dangerous. Yi Li nodded. Wrench gave me the chip. The Falcon Squad has vanished and Professor Mu is implicated. We can't just stand by. So Yi Li contacted the team members and laid everything out. Upon hearing her father's name, Mu Xingling's silver mechanical prosthetic tightened slightly. The blue data streams in her pupils flickered erratically, and her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. My father. What does the Falcon Squad's disappearance have to do with him? Yi Li looked at Mu Xingling. The chip Wrench gave me mentions your father's name and points to a biological laboratory in the T-209 star sector. My father. He disappeared years ago, and there's never been any definite news. I must go to this laboratory. She took a deep breath, a flash of determination in her eyes. My father has some old colleagues and connections in Star Vault University and academia. Though times have changed, maybe I can still get in touch with some reliable people. Over the next few days, Mu Xingling utilized the secret communication channels her father had left behind. She successfully contacted a retired special operations squad that had once been aided by Professor Mu Lianqing. They now operated as mercenaries well-equipped and experienced. Upon learning the matter might involve Professor Mu Lianqing, they agreed to help without hesitation. The T-209 star sector, located at the edge of known space, was a chaotic star region where law and order were extremely thin. There was no unified government, only a myriad of smuggling rings, pirate organizations, bounty hunters, and exiled criminals of all sizes. Abandoned space station wrecks and unidentified ships drifted among the stars, and every shadow could harbor deadly danger. Yi Li and his group, along with the 12-man mercenary squad called Ghost Wolf, that Mu Xingling had brought in, traveled aboard a modified, unremarkable-looking cargo vessel. After several space jumps and traversing hidden routes, they finally arrived at the periphery of the T-209 star sector. The T-209 star sector isn't far ahead. We'll head to this space station first. It's the largest black market and intelligence hub in the area. The leader of the Ghost Wolf squad, codenamed Ghost Claw, a man with a fierce scar across his face, said in a low voice, "We'll do our final resupply and confirm intel here. Remember here, trust no one and don't reveal your true purpose." The ship slowly entered the space station, a colossal steel maze assembled from countless derelict vessels and metal modules. Harsh neon signs flickered, and the air was thick with the mixed stench of machine oil, cheap alcohol, and various unknown gases. Bizarre alien races and humans in diverse attires scurried through the narrow corridors, their eyes filled with caution and greed. Yi Li and the others changed into ordinary mercenary garb, trying to blend in. Luo Xiaopeng, due to his weaker combat abilities, stayed on the ship to provide technical support and logistics. He was currently nervously observing the surroundings through hidden cameras. Intel indicates the biological laboratory's coordinates are on a planet called Dead Star. After Ghost Claw, Yi Li and Mu Xingling spoke in low tones with an intelligence broker in a dim corner of a bar. They returned to their temporary base. That planet has a harsh environment, and it seems to have been recently sealed off by an unknown force. The guards are tight. It's not the machine cult style. Not the machine cult. Yi Li was surprised. Then who? Not sure, but their equipment is top-notch and they operate with extreme secrecy. Ghost Claw shook his head. We'll have to find a way to sneak in. After entering Dead Star, they kept a low profile. Following several days of covert reconnaissance and meticulous planning, they discovered that while the laboratory's outer defenses were formidable, they weren't impenetrable. Using their extensive infiltration experience, the Ghost Wolf squad found a weak point in the patrols. On the night of the operation, Dead Star sky was shrouded in thick toxic clouds devoid of any starlight. "Move out," Ghost Claw commanded. Yi Li took a deep breath, his star energy circulating silently. Dunzai's eyes' tricolored halo instantly enveloped the squad, enhancing their agility, strength, and perception. Dao Zai, like a faint dashed line in the shadows, silently sliced through the first alloy security mesh. "Follow me." Shu Feng, alloy sword in hand, eyes cold and sharp, followed closely behind. Manshan hoisted his warhammer, a silent behemoth. Mu Xingling's mechanical arm had already shifted into high-frequency particle knife mode. The data streams in her pupils flickered at high speed, analyzing the energy fluctuations ahead. The Ghost Wolf squad demonstrated exceptional tactical skill. Their coordination was seamless and their movements clean and precise. However, just as they broke through the outer sensor zone and prepared to advance deeper, a piercing alarm suddenly shattered the dead silence of the night. "We've been spotted." Ghost Claw's expression changed. "Full assault." Instantly, the hidden automated turrets and patrol robots opened fire simultaneously. Dense beams of energy interwove into a deadly web. "Guzai, defend." Yi Li barked. After a full month of recuperation, Guzai had fully recovered. A massive bone shield materialized before the group, barely withstanding the first concentrated barrage. Sparks flew as faint white scorch marks appeared on the bone shield. Lazai, control the field. Arcs of violet electricity erupted amidst the robot formation. The electromagnetic storm instantly disabled several robots. "Charge." Yi Li, wielding his battle blade, took the lead, his blade flashing. The battle erupted in an instant. The laboratory entrance was within reach. The lab's defense systems were fully activated within the cold metal walls. Scarlet warning lights blazed frantically, casting the corridor in the likeness of a hellish passage. "Damn it, these bastards are quick." Manshan roared. His warhammer thirsted for battle as he charged toward the surging metallic tide of fully armed combat robots. Maintain formation. Ghost Claw suppressed the left flank. Guo Zhao's voice crackled over the comms, carrying the calm of a seasoned veteran. His custom blaster spat searing energy bolts, precisely picking off the leading robots. Yi Li's eyes narrowed, starlight energy swirling around his blade with faint crackling electricity. He didn't meet them head-on, instead he blurred, phantoming into the flank of the robot formation, where his blade passed severed limbs and parts flew. Dun dun Zai, aura of sloth. At Yi Li's command, the usually languid dun dun Zai snapped its eyes open. An invisible wave radiated from it, slowing the enemy's movements. Shu Feng's alloy sword traced deadly arcs of cold light in the narrow corridor. Silent, each strike was clean and efficient, aimed directly at the robot's cores. His left hand remained gloved, but during the fierce parries the glove's edge occasionally revealed a glimpse of non-human grotesque chitin. Mu Xingling's silver mechanical prosthetic had fully extended, transforming into a high-frequency, vibrating particle blade. Data streams cascaded through her pupils as she calculated enemy trajectories and firing ranges. She calmly coordinated precise strikes with the Ghost Claw squad members. "Watch out, heavy unit incoming," one of them suddenly yelled. Before the words faded, heavy footsteps echoed from the depths of the corridor. Two 3-meter-tall spider-type combat machines emerged on grotesque metallic legs. Their multi-barreled cannons began to spin, heralding a devastating strike. Lazai hit them hard. Yi Li shouted. "Awo!" Lazai let out an excited roar wreathed in violet lightning. A thick chain of lightning like an enraged dragon shot out and struck one of the spider machines precisely. The intense electromagnetic pulse froze the fortress's movements, momentarily, sparks flying. Now, Yi Li and Chu Feng moved in unison. They flanked left and right like two arrows from the string, charging the temporarily disabled spider fortress. Boom! Manshan, in his most direct fashion, swung his warhammer. He smashed it heavily into the leg joint of the other spider fortress, the immense force causing the metal giant to stumble. The fierce battle raged in the narrow corridor, energy beams and metal shrapnel flying everywhere. The Ghost Claw squad, true to their reputation as experienced mercenaries, maintained perfect coordination even against stronger-than-expected resistance, steadily advancing. Finally, at the cost of a few minor injuries among the mercenaries, they broke through the defense line. A massive alloy door loomed before them. "This is it," Ghost Claw panted, blasting the door's control panel with his blaster. The alloy door slid open, revealing the laboratory's interior. The group swiftly entered, deployed reconnaissance units, and following Luo Xiaopan's route guidance from outside, made their way to the lab's core area as fast as possible. They arrived at the core area without pause, and everyone drew a sharp breath. Even Sean momentarily forgot to complain. Within the vast space, rows of stasis pods emitting a cold blue light were arranged neatly like some bizarre forest. Inside the transparent walls, suspended in unknown liquids, were creatures of all shapes. Some vaguely resembled humans, but certain body parts were replaced by grotesque metal components or twisted biological tissue. Others defied comprehension, like monsters crawled from nightmares. A thick, nauseating stench of formaldehyde and disinfectant filled the air. "What the hell is this place?" A Ghost Claw mercenary's voice trembled. Yi Li's gaze swept across the stasis pods, a strong sense of unease surging within him. This scene was strikingly similar to the Yekte laboratory at Xingqiong University, where Qin Miyun conducted his origin plan modifications. "It's the origin plan." Mu Xingling's voice was icy. "My father's research notes vaguely mentioned this inhumane live-subject modification experiment. He vehemently opposed it, but..." She gripped her silver prosthetic tighter, clearly shaken to the core. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps and the hum of weapons charging echoed from deeper within the lab. More enemies. Battle positions. Ghost Claw was instantly alert. The newly arrived enemies were more elite than the outer robots, clad in pitch-black power armor and wielding far more advanced weaponry. Clearly this was the lab's true core defense force. Another fierce battle erupted, energy beams weaving between the stasis pods. Explosive flashes intermittently illuminated the twisted, sleeping faces. "Careful with those pods. Don't break them," Yi Li warned loudly, not wanting any unexpected complications. However, on the battlefield, accidents are always sudden. Chu Feng, dodging a lethal energy ray, rolled violently to the side and collided with the stasis pod nearest to him. Crack! A grotesque crack appeared on the pod's reinforced glass wall under the intense impact. Then it rapidly widened, spreading like a spiderweb. "No!" Yi Li's heart tightened. Bang! The wall shattered completely and dark green culture fluid gushed out. A figure curled within slowly slid out of the broken pod. It was a vaguely humanoid creature, but its skin was a strange livid gray. Its limb joints were covered in metallic lustrous chitin, and a slender bone spur extended from its back, quivering slightly. Its eyes were tightly shut, yet an indescribably savage aura emanated from it. Almost simultaneously, Chu Feng's body jolted. Beneath his left glove, the hidden Zerg chitin seemed to react to a powerful stimulus, swelling uncontrollably and emitting a faint scraping sound. A resonance from the depths of his bloodline sent a jolt of palpitation through him. This thing. Chu Feng's face turned grim, he could clearly sense. The aura radiating from the newly awakened creature originated from the same source as the Zerg power within him, yet it was more primal, more savage. The creature slowly raised its head, and its tightly shut eyes snapped open. They were eyes without pupils, filled entirely with blood red, brimming with chaos and bloodlust. Ruhar. An inhuman roar erupted from its throat, piercing and shrill, filled with boundless madness. It kicked off the ground, its figure a blur of lightning, indiscriminately attacking the nearest Ghost Claw mercenary. The Ghost Wolf mercenary who was tackled to the ground didn't even have time to scream. The bluish-gray monster's razor-sharp claws tore through his tactical armor, blood instantly gushing forth. The creature's assault was raw and direct, brimming with primal savagery and a lust for destruction. Scatter. Contain it. Ghost Claw roared his blaster, spitting fire in a desperate attempt to halt the beast's onslaught. The rest of the Ghost Wolf team reacted swiftly, weaving a crossfire to drive the monster away from their wounded comrade. Chu Feng. Yi Li's heart tightened at the sight. He was about to command his star beast to assist when he noticed Chu Feng's alarming condition. Chu Feng's body trembled violently, the glove on his left hand completely shredded. Grotesque insectoid chitin was exposed to the air, spreading upwards at a visible rate. Fine bone spurs sprouted from the edges of the carapace. His eyes glowed with the same blood-red hue as the awakened monster, a low, guttural snarl escaping his throat. "Hey, you! Can you understand me?" Chu Feng's voice was hoarse and distorted. He attempted to communicate with the creature, or rather the insectoid power within him was striving for a primal communion with its kin. The monster, however, paid him no heed, instead tearing into the mercenary beneath it with even greater frenzy. With a sudden jerk of its head, it flung the man across the room, sending him crashing into a distant metal wall, his fate unknown. Then its sanguine gaze turned to Chu Feng. No warning, no hesitation. The beast's limbs tensed, and it lunged, a blur of gray streaking straight for him. "Look out!" Yi Li cried out. The insectoid power within Chu Feng surged to its peak in that instant. Instead of dodging, he let out a more ferocious roar and charged headlong to meet the attack. The chitinous armor on his left arm swelled, serrated bone blades snapping out, with a piercing shriek colliding with the monster's claws in a thunderous impact. Clang! The deafening sound of metal striking chitin echoed through the lab, sparks flying. Chu Feng was forced back several steps, but he had successfully halted the creature's charge. This lunatic! Manshan cursed, watching Chu Feng's frenzied state. Yet he tightened his grip on his warhammer, ready to leap into the fray at a moment's notice. His condition is abnormal. Mu Xingling's pupils flickered with cascading data streams. She could sense the energy radiating from Chu Feng was dangerously unstable. Yi Li, the insectoid genes inside him are being triggered by that monster spiraling out of control. Yi Li's mind raced. Dun Dun's eye full power on all three rings. Lei's eye prepare electromagnetic restraints. Dao's eye find an opening to sever its joints. As the command was issued, Dun Dun's eye's body flashed, and an invisible wave enveloped the bluish-gray monster. The creature's movements visibly slowed for a moment. Roar! Chu Feng bellowed again, his assault becoming even more ferocious. All pretense of his usual calm and technique was gone, replaced by pure unadulterated strength and speed. He and the monster clashed in a mad dance within the confined space, each impact unleashing terrifying energy. Under Ghost Claw's direction, the Ghost Wolf squad quickly reorganized. They wisely refrained from intervening directly in the duel, instead concentrating their fire to restrict the monster's movement while dispatching members to tend to the wounded. Lei's eye now. Yi Li spotted an opening. Aolo. Lei's eye's body erupted with violet lightning as thick arcs of electricity, like serpents, shot out and coiled around the creature's limbs. The monster convulsed, its movements seizing up noticeably. Mu Xingling, Chu Feng is yours. Find a way to snap him out of it. Yi Li yelled, simultaneously directing Dao Zai to streak forward as a flash of silver light, working in tandem with the Ghost Wolf's firepower to precisely target and slice at the weak points in the monster's joints. Mu Xingling extended her mechanical prosthetic, approaching Chu Feng. She focused her psionic energy, attempting to soothe his chaotic mind. Chu Feng, snap out of it. Get a hold of yourself. But Chu Feng, consumed by a frenzied state, was deaf to her pleas. The insectoid traits on his body grew more pronounced, intricate chitinous patterns were even beginning to emerge on his face. The battle was brutal. Though weakened by Dun Dun's eye and constantly harried by Lei's eye, the bluish-gray monster's vitality was was terrifyingly tenacious. Even with wounds from energy beams and Dao Zai's blades, it remained as ferocious as ever. Chu Feng meanwhile teetered on the edge of oblivion. His power surged, but his sanity was ebbing away rapidly. Schlick. In a violent clash, Chu Feng's bone saw brutally tore through the monster's shoulder blade. Dark green blood sprayed into the air. In return, the monster's claws carved deep, bone-deep gashes across Chu Feng's chest. We can't let this continue. Ghost Claw's face was grim. He saw Chu Feng's injuries and recognized the danger of his state. Yili gritted his teeth. Guzai. Maximum defense. Charge and separate them. A colossal bone shield materialized, gleaming with a sturdy light like a moving fortress. It forcibly slammed between Chu Feng and the monster, the sheer impact of the collision blasting them apart. Seizing the opportunity, several Ghost Wolf mercenaries hurled specialized restraint nets. Combined with Lei Zai's continuous electric shocks, they finally managed to pin the rampaging beast down temporarily. Chu Feng, separated from his foe, swayed on his feet, the crimson slowly fading from his eyes. But his breathing remained ragged and his entire body trembled with uncontrollable spasms. Chu Feng. Mu Xingling rushed forward, catching him as he staggered. She pressed her palm against his forehead, the cool touch helping to calm his raging consciousness. I'm fine. Chu Feng gasped, his voice hoarse. He looked down at his left arm, now almost completely transformed into insectoid chitin, a complex expression on his face. Forget about that for now. Yili quickly assessed his injuries, then glanced at the monster still struggling against its restraints. Xiaopeng, do you have control of the lab systems? We need to find anything valuable and get out of here fast. Luo Xiaopeng's slightly tense voice crackled over the comms. Initial decryption of the core database complete. Found detailed files on the Origin project and some transaction records. Downloading now. Excellent. Captain Ghost Claw, we must secure a biological sample from that monster. Yili said, looking at Ghost Claw. Ghost Claw nodded, signaling his men to use specialized sampling tools to carefully extract tissue samples from the still roaring creature. A few minutes later, Luo Xiaopeng's voice returned. Download complete. Retreat. Ghost Claw ordered without hesitation. Though their incursion had thrown the lab's alarms into chaos, there was no guarantee that stronger enemies weren't already on their way. The group, carrying their severely wounded comrade, the stolen data, and the biological samples, quickly evacuated the nightmare of a biolab. The return journey was heavy with silence. Thanks to Mu Xingling's preliminary treatment and a special serum from Yi Li, the insectoid features on Chu Feng's body gradually receded, though his spirit remained low. The Ghost Wolf squad had also suffered greatly. One member lost, several gravely wounded. Back on the ship, Luo Xiaopeng quickly began cracking the lab's data. He also uncovered encrypted communication logs pointing to an organization called Source, which appeared to be the true architect and leader of the Origin project. Source? Yi Li and Mu Xingling exchanged a glance, seeing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. The name was unfamiliar, but the sheer scale and sinister nature of the project they orchestrated spoke volumes about their power and secrecy. The implications of this matter were too vast for Yi Li's team to investigate alone. Thus, at a concealed deep spaceway station, they arranged a clandestine meeting with the former subordinates of Mu Xingling's father. Mu Xingling handed over the sealed biological samples and the chip containing the data of the Genesis project. A stern-faced middle-aged man accepted them, his expression turning unprecedentedly grave. The middle-aged man rapidly scanned the summaries of the decrypted data, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. The depth and danger of the Genesis project far exceed our wildest imaginations. He looked at Mu Xingling, his gaze complex. Xingling, the fears your father harbored back then seem to be materializing now. This Origin organization must be reported immediately. We need to mobilize every available asset to investigate. The man declared solemnly. We will initiate the highest level of analysis on these materials and samples without delay. You must be careful. As the starship departed the way station, Yi Li gazed at the profound starfield outside the viewport, yet a storm raged within his heart. The encounter on the dead star, Chu Feng's loss of control, and the enigmatic Origin organization all weighed upon his mind like boulders. Mu Xingling sat quietly nearby. She now understood the source of her father's perpetual anxiety and opposition. Having witnessed the truth firsthand, a chilling dread now crept through her. Those files. Chu Feng's voice was hoarse as he spoke. Can anything be gleaned from them? Mu Xingling shook her head. My father's old comrades will handle it, but from the preliminary information, the Genesis project seems to involve attempting to fuse multiple unknown Zerg genetic fragments. It also incorporates biological traits we cannot even comprehend, combined with advanced cybernetic enhancements to forge powerful bioweapons. The complexity and instability of its genetic structure are beyond imagination. She paused, looking at Yi Li. The chip wrench gave you the disappearance of the Falcon Squad, my father's research, and this origin organization. It all seems to be connected. Yili nodded, realizing that the mystery of the T-209 star sector was merely the tip of the iceberg. Days later, Chu Feng had most of the medical monitoring equipment removed. A new suppressor device on his back was recrafted to contain the Zerg mutation. He looked down at his left hand. The Zerg chitin had long since receded, revealing human skin. Yet the glove remained, as if concealing a secret that must never be seen. How are you feeling? Yili entered, holding a steaming cup, offering it to Chu Feng. Chu Feng accepted it, taking a sip. The warmth slid down his throat, dispelling some of the chill within. Much better. It's just that power is getting harder to control. His voice remained hoarse, laced with an imperceptible weariness. Yili patted his shoulder. Don't overthink it. We'll find a solution. Mu Xingling's father's old comrades are experts in the field of biogenetics. Perhaps they can find some clues within the Genesis project files. As he spoke, Mu Xingling walked in from outside. Her expression was grave, but held a resolute determination, as if a burden had been lifted. We have news. Yili and Chu Feng both looked at her. My father's old subordinates have analyzed the data and biological samples. Mu Xingling projected a star map, highlighting a remote star sector. Within the vast encrypted data, they found a clue pointing to another key stronghold of the Origin organization, a planet codenamed Prison Star, located in the desolate deep space at the edge of the Kuiper Belt. Prison Star. Luo Xiaopeng had sidled over half a nutrition bar still in his mouth. He mumbled, that name doesn't sound like a pleasant place. Mu Xingling nodded. The data suggests there might be an underground research facility. They're far larger and more heavily fortified than the lab we destroyed. Moreover, the star sector where Prison Star resides is perpetually battered by intense cosmic radiation and magnetic storms, rendering conventional communication and long-range detection almost completely ineffective. In other words, once we're in, we become deaf and blind, relying entirely on ourselves. Yili frowned slightly. That's one way to put it. Mu Xingling stated. And according to intelligence analysis, the Origin organization has invested considerable defensive forces on Prison Star. My father's old comrades will dispatch an elite reconnaissance squad to accompany us. Their mission is to assess the threat and attempt to acquire more intelligence on the Origin organization's core secrets. When do we leave? Chu Feng asked, a flicker of determination in his eyes. The affliction within him made him more desperate than anyone to find answers. Get ready. We leave in 3 days. Mu Xingling looked at Yili. This mission carries extreme risk. Yili grinned, flashing a set of white teeth, bearing the cunning and fierce bravery of a scavenger. Risk. For those of us who scrape a living on garbage planets, every day is a dance on the edge of a knife. Besides, 3 days later, a specially modified, unremarkable armed transport ship silently departed the way station, slipping into the dark cosmic lanes. The atmosphere on the bridge was tense. Besides Yili's team of 4, there were 5 soldiers in black combat gear, their expressions stern. They were the reconnaissance squad sent by Mu Xingling's father's old comrades, led by a middle-aged man codenamed Lone Wolf. A vicious scar ran from the corner of his eye to his jaw, and his gaze was as piercing as the Siberian wind. The star sector containing Prison Star is codenamed the Forgotten Expanse. Lone Wolf's voice was low and raspy, like the grinding of rough metal. The magnetic interference there is extreme. After entering the sector's periphery, our ship must switch to minimal power stealth mode and shut down all external long-range communications, or we risk being detected by the Origin organization's monitoring posts. Luo Xiaopeng adjusted the equipment before him. The screen displayed a cascade of interference static. He's right. The spatial fluctuations here are chaotically unstable. Our navigation systems are already showing deviations. Yili looked at the warped light outside the viewport and the occasional dangerous cosmic rays streaking past. He said in a low voice, check your gear. Be prepared for anything. Xiaopeng navigation is on you. Use the most basic stellar cartography for positioning. Don't rely on those electronic gadgets. Understood. As the ship delved deeper into the Forgotten Expanse, the surrounding starscape became increasingly bizarre. The stars, which should have shone brilliantly, appeared dim and muted here, as if shrouded by an invisible gloom. The ship's communication channels were filled with nothing but the crackle of static. We are now within Prison Star's gravitational influence. Mu Xingling's voice cut through the silence of the bridge. Data streams flickered rapidly in her pupils as she analyzed the faint signals coming from outside. According to the records, the surface environment of Prison Star is extremely hostile, perpetually ravaged by acid rain and sandstorms. The atmosphere contains highly toxic components. Lone Wolf took over. Our objective is to locate the hidden underground base entrance. The Origin organization operates in secrecy. The entrance will be extremely well concealed, likely guarded by optical camouflage and energy shields. The spacecraft pierced through the thick toxic cloud layer of the atmosphere, and descended onto a relatively flat expanse of black Gobi Desert. The moment the hatch opened, a pungent stench of sulfur assaulted their senses. Icy acid rain mixed with grit pattered against their protective suits with a faint rustling sound. "Fan out." Lone Wolf issued a terse command. The reconnaissance team members immediately dispersed, utilizing their specialized equipment to scan the surrounding environment. Yili released Blade, the blade-armed mantis larva, instructing it to use its compound eyes to search for any suspicious traces. Chu Feng gripped the hilt of his alloy sword tightly, observing his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Time ticked by. Apart from the endless desolation and harsh weather, their search seemed fruitless. "Chief, over here." Luo Xiaopeng's voice suddenly crackled through the communicator, laced with a mix of excitement and tension. The group immediately converged on Luo Xiaopeng's position. There he was, crouched before an unremarkable cliff face. The surface was covered in a thick layer of black moss, blending seamlessly with its surroundings. "Look here," Luo Xiaopeng pointed to an almost imperceptible crevice beneath the moss. "I used a thermal scan and found an abnormal temperature behind this spot, along with regular energy fluctuations. It looks like some kind of hidden ventilation shaft or entrance." Lone Wolf stepped forward, examining the area closely. After scanning it with a specialized detector, a glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. "Correct. There are traces of an energy barrier here. Very faint, but definitely present. They used this cliff face as camouflage." He gestured to a team member who stepped forward and retrieved a sophisticated decryption device from his back, beginning the attempt to disable the energy barrier. At that moment, several dark figures slid out from the shadows on either side of the cliff face, without warning. Their speed was astonishing. In the dim light, only blurred outlines and limbs glinting with metallic coldness could be discerned. "Ambush!" Yili's pupils contracted as he shouted a warning. The dark figures were revealed to be cybernetic humanoids, their entire bodies covered in dark alloy armor. Their physiques were more imposing than the monsters encountered in the laboratory before, with arcs of azure electricity crackling at their joints. They wielded menacing energy weapons, their crimson electronic eyes locking firmly onto Yi Li and his team. "Open fire!" Lone Wolf roared, his pulse rifle instantly spitting out deadly beams of energy. The team proved their elite status. Despite the surprise attack, the cybernetic humanoids were swiftly dispatched. Passing through the alloy corridors scorched and twisted by energy weapon fire, the air was thick with the acrid stench of burnt metal and the smoky smell of dissipated energy. The wreckage of the cybernetic humanoids lay scattered about, azure arcs of electricity still crackling stubbornly at some severed joints, a testament to the ferocity of the previous battle. "Stay alert. This is just the outer perimeter." Lone Wolf's voice came through the communicator, calm, yet laced with solemnity. The muzzle of his pulse rifle still glowed with a dangerous red light, a clear sign that he had not relaxed despite the temporary victory. The team advanced cautiously deeper into the base. Heavy metallic blast doors began to appear along the corridor sides, inscribed with strange symbols none of them could decipher, exuding an aura of cold, oppressive weight. Luo Xiaopeng attempted to bypass the control systems of a few blast doors, but found their internal structure far more complex than anticipated. It seemed connected to some kind of self-destruct mechanism. A failed forced attempt could lead to disastrous consequences. "Looks like we have to take the path they've set for us," Lone Wolf said in a low voice, his gaze sweeping over a relatively wide, deep passage that appeared to be the main artery. Just then a low, guttural roar echoed from the depths of the passage, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps. It was as if some colossal beast was awakening. The ground began to tremble slightly, and the overhead lights flickered erratically. "Something's coming." Chu Feng barked a warning, his alloy sword already drawn, its blade reflecting a cold, sinister glint in the dim light. The team swiftly formed a defensive formation. The bone crocodile let out a deafening roar, its massive body standing like a mobile fortress. It blocked the passage ahead, its thick bone armor gleaming with a hard luster. Its scarlet beast pupils were locked intently on the depths of the corridor, filled with brutality and battle lust. From the shadows, several creatures of even greater size and ferocity slowly emerged. Their forms resembled a hybrid of giant lizards and insects, their bodies covered in thick, dark green carapaces that shone with a metallic gleam. Corrosive saliva dripped from their sharp claws and fangs, and their compound eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty light. More unsettling was the presence of energy weapon modules clearly implanted on their backs and limbs. The muzzles of these cannons pulsed with an ominous glow. More of these damn modified creatures. Luo Xiaopeng gritted his teeth, his disgust for the Source organization's actions evident in his voice. "These things look tough and highly aggressive. Watch out for their energy cannons." Before he could even finish his sentence, several searing beams of energy shot out from the cannons on the lizard hybrids' backs, aimed directly at the bone crocodile. The bone crocodile let out a furious roar. Instead of dodging, it stood its ground, its massive frame enduring the full brunt of the energy beams. The energy bolts exploded against its thick bone armor in blinding flashes, leaving behind scorch marks, yet failing to truly penetrate its defenses. The bone crocodile's defensive capabilities were on full display, buying precious breathing room for the teammates behind it. Yili Chu Feng harassed their flanks. The rest of you concentrate fire on their weapon modules. Lone Wolf commanded decisively. Yili's figure instantly became blurred, pushing his Thunder Prison Leap ability fused with Thunder Beast to its absolute limit. He flickered like a phantom through the cramped corridor, each appearance precisely evading the clumsy yet lethal swipes and bites of the lizard hybrids. Simultaneously, his alloy short blade carved deep bone-deep wounds into the gaps between their carapaces. He also used the intervals between his spatial jumps to coordinate with Chu Feng, drawing fire from the opposite side. Chu Feng's sword style was bold and aggressive. His alloy sword cut through the air with a sharp whistle, clashing repeatedly against the lizard hybrid's claws, sending showers of dazzling sparks into the air. His fighting style was fierce and unyielding. Each swing was powerful and heavy, forcing one of the lizard hybrids to retreat step by step. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaopeng and the other team members under Lone Wolf's direction utilized their pulse rifles and energy grenades. They concentrated their fire on the weapon modules on the lizard hybrids' backs. The flashes of energy beams and explosions flickered continuously within the corridor, the thunderous roar of combat a constant din. The battle was exceptionally grueling. These lizard hybrids possessed astonishing defensive capabilities and showed no fear of death. Even after their weapon modules were destroyed, they continued to launch frenzied, beast-like attacks. The bone crocodile had accumulated numerous wounds, Yi Li's protective suit was torn in several places, and Chu Feng's breathing had become labored. But the reconnaissance team members were all battle-hardened elites. Through seamless coordination and unwavering willpower, they managed to hold the line against this ferocious assault. Yi Li's spatial mobility proved crucial on the chaotic battlefield. Not only was he effective at damaging the enemy, but he could also provide timely support to his teammates in peril, repeatedly pulling them back from the jaws of the lizard hybrids. After what felt like an eternity, the last lizard hybrid let out a reluctant, mournful cry before its colossal body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The corridor fell into a brief, uneasy silence, once more broken only by ragged breathing and the faint hiss of energy weapons cooling down. Quick, check your ammunition and wounds. We move on. Lone Wolf wiped the sweat and grime from his face, granting the team no respite. He knew this was merely the beginning. The true danger lay deeper within. Passing through the corridor littered with predator remains, the space ahead opened up dramatically. A colossal underground chamber lay before them, not so much a base as an immense secret laboratory. Countless intricate instruments blinked with indicator lights of every color, while robotic arms moved in slow programmed arcs, emitting a low resonant hum. What was even more horrifying were the massive transparent incubation tanks and operating tables that filled the space. Within some tanks, mutilated human limbs were grotesquely fused with cold metal brackets and wiring, forming the crude prototypes of half-human, half-machine monstrosities. The owners of those limbs, some still wore expressions of agonized distortion, as if silently condemning the inhumane treatment they had endured. Elsewhere, in vast glass dishes, nauseating amalgamations were suspended in solution. The gnashing mouthparts and chitinous shells of arthropods were grotesquely entangled with human flesh, forming bizarre and terrifying bioweapons. Their forms bore a resemblance to certain enemies previously encountered, yet they were clearly more primal and unstable. The air was thick with a nauseating cocktail of formaldehyde and unidentified chemical agents. This is hell. Luo Xiaopeng's face turned pale, his stomach churning violently as he nearly vomited on the spot. He had never been exposed to the darker side of the Origin organization. Such direct, large-scale evil experiments were something he had never witnessed before. Chu Feng's grip on his sword hilt tightened until his knuckles turned white, his eyes as cold as if they could freeze the very air. He remained silent, but his tightly pressed lips and trembling frame betrayed the fury raging within. Lone Wolf's gaze was as deep as an abyss. He meticulously surveyed his surroundings, silently cataloging every piece of evidence. He said nothing, but the chill radiating from him seemed to make the very air congeal. Origin, what exactly are they trying to do? Create these monsters, he muttered under his breath, his voice laden with suppressed rage. Yi Li's brows furrowed deeply as an indescribable chill and fury surged within him. These scenes were far more brutal and inhumane than he had ever imagined. He recalled the monsters encountered in the abandoned laboratory before and thought of Dao Zai, a shiver of lingering fear running through him. If Dao Zai had fallen into their hands, he too would have become one of these tanks. What do they think people are? A young team member's voice trembled, his eyes filled with fear and outrage. These shocking experimental scenes undeniably confirmed the evil purpose of the Origin organization. Not only were they conducting illegal mechanical modifications, but they were also attempting to fuse humans with insects and other unknown organisms, striving to create powerful bioweapons entirely under their control. "Boss, this seems to be the entrance to the core area," a team member said, pointing to a heavy alloy door that differed from all the others. The door bore no superfluous ornamentation save for a complex energy lock at its center, glowing with a faint, eerie light. Lone Wolf nodded, signaling Luo Xiaoping to step forward and crack it. This time Luo Xiaoping's expression was unprecedentedly focused. He took a deep breath, connecting his cracking device to the energy lock's interface. A complex stream of code flashed across the screen as time ticked by, fine beads of sweat forming on Luo Xiaoping's forehead. With a soft click, the energy lock's glow slowly faded, and the massive alloy door let out a dull grinding sound as it slid open to both sides. Beyond the door lay an even more expansive circular hall. At its center stood a colossal energy pillar. Emitting a soft blue glow that illuminated the entire hall, the pillar was surrounded by countless hibernation pods arranged like a honeycomb. The eerie blue indicator lights blinked rhythmically across the surfaces of the pods, exuding an ominous aura. A rough estimate placed their number in the hundreds. "So many hibernation pods," Chu Feng gasped. Through the semi-transparent covers, shadowy figures submerged in nutrient solution were faintly visible. Some contained purely alien creatures, others were modified humans, and some were indescribable amalgamations. These were the finished or semi-finished products of the Origin samples or experimental subjects seen earlier in the laboratory. Each hibernation pod represented a once-living being or a distorted creation. This place was in essence the Origin organization's repository for their masterpieces. The group cautiously stepped into the hall, a heavy weight pressing on each of their hearts. The atmosphere here was even more suffocating than the laboratory, saturated with the stench of death and despair. Suddenly Dao Zai, who had been quietly perched on Yi Li's shoulder, let out a frantic, piercing shriek. Its compound eyes flashed intensely red, its small body trembling with agitation, its head turning rigidly toward a specific hibernation pod deep within the hall. "Dao Zai!" Yi Li's heart jolted as he immediately felt the intense emotions radiating from Dao Zai. It was an emotional surge he had never felt from Dao Zai before, a call and tremor seemingly originating from the depths of its very soul, mixed with fear, longing, and a trace of an indescribable sorrow. Dao Zai struggled to leap off Yi Li's shoulder, but Yi Li firmly held it down. "What's wrong?" Lone Wolf also noticed Dao Zai's abnormality and asked warily. Yi Li's heart stirred, and he immediately followed Dao Zai's gaze. Among the multitude of pods, one particular pod appeared no different from the others. The same blue indicator light blinking, the same blurry figure suspended within. Yet Dao Zai's reaction was so intense, as if something fatefully connected to it was sealed within. Could it be that Dao Zai's origins were linked to what was in this pod? Or perhaps there existed some kind of blood or kindred connection between them? Yi Li's heart pounded as a bold conjecture took shape in his mind. This discovery might unravel the mystery behind Dao Zai's modified body. Deep within the hall, the heavy alloy door that had remained shut slid open silently. Dazzling white light streamed through the opening, interweaving with the hall's blue glow to create an eerie palette. A slender figure stepped out, slowly clad in a sleek silver-white combat suit. Its lines were sleek and futuristic, and a metal mask covered half of the figure's face, revealing only a pair of eyes as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. His steps were steady, each one seemingly calculated with precision, carrying and suffocating pressure. "Welcome to my collection hall, uninvited guests." The man spoke, his voice processed electronically, cold and raspy, like the grinding of metal. "Or perhaps I should address you as new materials. All right, you may call me engineer." Chu Feng let out a low growl, his muscles tensing in an instant as the tactical dagger in his hand gleamed with a cold, sharp light. They had seen this designation in the intel before. It belonged to the highest authority of this base, a dangerous figure renowned for his ruthlessness and intellect. A faint mocking smile seemed to curl at the engineer's lips. He raised a hand, fingers spread, and closed them into a gentle fist. A thunderous rumble shook the entire hall. The ground around the central energy pillar split open with several massive fissures, and searing steam erupted from within. In the next moment, metal plates from the walls and ceiling flipped, extended, and combined, swiftly forming several menacing mechanical sentinels, whose red electronic eyes locked onto the group. "Watch out!" Lone Wolf bellowed, his Gauss rifle already spitting out deadly electromagnetic slugs. "You think these scrap metals can stop us?" Chu Feng sneered, moving like a bolt of lightning as he charged at one of the mechanical sentinels. Battle erupted instantly. The engineer, like an elegant conductor, tapped his fingers in the air, turning the entire hall into his weapon. Laser beams shot from unexpected angles, slicing through the air and leaving scorching trails. The ground sporadically collapsed, forming deadly traps. Magnetic devices hidden within the walls suddenly activated, attempting to wrench the weapons from their hands. Damn it, this bastard is treating the whole base like his personal toy. Luo Xiaopeng, while clumsily dodging a sweeping energy beam, frantically operated his portable terminal. Yili, cover me. I'll try to disrupt his control system. Understood. Yili responded with a low voice, his pulse rifle firing in quick bursts to drive back the mechanical creations closing in on Luo Xiaopeng. He could sense that the engineer's strength far surpassed any enemy they had encountered before, not just in personal combat prowess, but in his terrifying command over the environment. Lone Wolf took cover in a relatively safe corner, calmly providing fire support. Every shot he fired precisely struck the joints or energy cores of the mechanical sentinels. But these mechanical creations seemed endless. For every one felled, new ones emerged from the shadows to take its place. Chu Feng fought with unparalleled ferocity, like a tiger descending a mountain. His close-quarters combat skills were on full display as he relentlessly dismantled the mechanical bodies charging at him. Yet his combat suit was already showing several scorched marks, evidence that the engineer's relentless traps had taken their toll. At this rate, we'll be ground down, Yili thought anxiously. The engineer himself hadn't even truly made a move. Relying solely on the base's facilities and mechanical creations, he had already driven them into such a bitter struggle. At that moment, the engineer's gaze seemed to casually sweep over the blade larva on Yi Li's shoulder and the incubation pod it had been staring at so intently earlier. A barely perceptible flicker of something unusual passed through his cold eyes. An interesting variable, the engineer muttered to himself, then raised his hand, pointing directly at Yi Li. In an instant, several arm-thick mechanical tentacles shot out from both the ceiling and the floor, simultaneously lunging like venomous snakes toward Yi Li and Luo Xiaopeng. Watch out! Yi Li's pupils contracted. He shoved Luo Xiaopeng aside, narrowly dodging several piercing tentacles himself. But one tentacle still grazed his arm, tearing a gash that sent blood spraying. Just as the situation grew dire, the blade larva, which had been restless since the engineer's appearance, suddenly let out a piercing shriek utterly different from anything before. The sound was no longer merely urgent. It was filled with fury and an indescribable savage power. A blinding crimson light erupted from its small body like a miniature sun. Its compound eyes glowed so red they seemed to bleed, and fine cracks began to appear across its carapace. Beneath the cracks, a deeper and more powerful energy surged. With a grating sound of bone and carapace grinding, the blade larva's body began to swell, enveloped in the crimson glow. Its body, once only palm-sized, rapidly elongated, its limbs growing thicker and more powerful. The metallic gleaming scythe-like forelimbs became even larger and more menacing, their edges shimmering with a terrifying energy halo. The carapace on its head split open, revealing a more ferocious mouthparts, and even the faint outline of energy wings began to coalesce on its back. The sudden transformation shocked not only Yi Li and the others. Even the engineer, who had known it's some kind of stress-induced form unlock. The engineer's voice carried a hint of astonishment for the first time. Roar! The transformed larva let out a deep, guttural growl, completely different from its previous shrieks. It was filled with wild primal power. It leaped from Yi Li's shoulder in a flash of crimson lightning, charging headlong at the mechanical tentacles attacking Yi Li. With each swing of its massive scythe-like forelimbs, it left afterimages in the air. The tough metal tentacles were as fragile as paper before it severed one after another, energy arcs crackling at the breakpoints. The blade larva displayed terrifying strength and speed that belied its size. It rampaged through the mechanical creations, each attack precisely destroying a sentinel's core component. The mechanical creations that had given even Chu Feng trouble now seemed utterly powerless before the transformed larva. Great job, blade larva. Yi Li was both astonished and delighted, sensing the surging power within the larva. But he also felt that the power seemed unstable, as if it had been bought by overdrawing some kind of potential. The blade larva's outburst greatly relieved the pressure on the group. Chu Feng and Lone Wolf seized the opportunity to launch a more ferocious counterattack. Shut down his weapon permissions. Luo Xiaopeng seized the moment, his fingers moving so fast they left afterimages on the screen as lines of code scrolled by. Unauthorized access detected. Warning. Firewall breached. A series of urgent electronic alerts sounded from the engineer's combat suit. The engineer's expression finally turned grave. He hadn't expected so many variables hidden among these subjects. Especially that little bug. The power it unleashed exceeded his understanding of the limits of known biological modification. Interesting. The engineer snorted coldly, no longer relying solely on the base's facilities. His body sank slightly as a powerful energy wave radiated from him. It seems I'll have to stretch my limbs personally. He flexed his arms, and several modules on his back flipped open, extending several agile mechanical arms. Each mechanical arm was equipped with a different weapon module: high-energy laser cannons, particle-cutting blades, electromagnetic pulse generators. The engineer's personal involvement made the battle far more brutal. His fighting style was fluid and unpredictable, combining high-tech weaponry with masterful manipulation of the base environment. His attacks, like a violent storm. The blade larva roared as it clashed with the engineer's mechanical arms, its crimson figure colliding with the silver-white arms in a series of explosive impacts. Each swing of its scythe carried an unyielding resolve, but the engineer's mechanical arms were more agile and his weapons seemed endless. Soon wounds began to appear on Dao Zai's body, and the crimson glow dimmed considerably, a clear sign that this explosive form was exacting a heavy toll. Yi Li's heart ached at the sight, yet he was forced to keep his focus on the engineer itself. Shu Feng and Lone Wolf provided support from the flanks, the three of them barely managing to form a triangular formation to withstand the engineer's relentless assault. Interference successful. I've locked down some of the weapon systems in certain areas. Luo Xiaopeng shouted, drenched in sweat, having successfully crippled a portion of the engineer's environmental control capabilities. The news was a much-needed shot of adrenaline. Now, Yi Li's eyes flashed with sharp intent as he seized a momentary opening in the engineer's attack pattern. He abruptly switched his pulse rifle to overload mode, unleashing a colossal beam of energy directly at the engineer's face. The engineer let out a cold snort, swiftly raising a mechanical arm to shield itself. The energy beam erupted against it, sending a blinding shower of sparks scattering in all directions. The engineer clearly hadn't anticipated Dao Zai's reckless disregard for his own safety and could only contort his body in a hasty dodge. The sides grazed his combat suit, tearing a gash and splattering a few drops of something that wasn't red, a highly concentrated energy coolant. Damn it! The engineer's voice finally rang with rage for the first time. Shu Feng and Lone Wolf's attacks followed in rapid succession, coordinated with Yi Li's containment, momentarily forcing the engineer into a flustered state. The tide of battle was turning in their favor. After an arduous and brutal struggle, the mechanical arms on the engineer's body had been mostly dismantled by the combined efforts of Dao Zai and Shu Feng. His silver-white combat suit was battered and torn, revealing the intricate mechanical structures beneath crackling with electric arcs. You have successfully infuriated me. The engineer's voice was filled with savagery. The energy core on his chest suddenly blazed with blinding light, and a wave of destructive aura began to emanate from him. He's going to detonate the core. Stop him! Yi Li roared. Everyone launched their final desperate attacks. Finally, under Dao Zai's desperate, great dimensional slash, Shu Feng followed up with a lethal blow, and the engineer's energy core was forcibly pierced through. No! The engineer let out a resentful howl, his body convulsing violently. The light on him rapidly dimmed until with a dull thud, he collapsed to the ground, completely motionless. Huff! Huff! The group gasped for air, nearly collapsing to the floor simultaneously. Dao Zai reverted to his original size, the crimson glow completely fading from his form, leaving him listless and weak. Yi Li carefully cradled him back into his hands. Xiaopeng, locate the base's core immediately. We're going to destroy this place completely, Yi Li ordered after catching his breath. Luo Xiaopeng didn't dare delay, quickly connecting to the base's central computer and beginning to crack the core system's defenses. With the engineer defeated, the base's defense systems were no longer a threat. Soon Luo Xiaopeng located the base's core. It was the colossal energy pillar at the center of the main hall. That's it. Destroy it, and the base's sample cultivation and energy supply will be completely cut off. Without a moment's hesitation, they unloaded all their remaining firepower onto the energy pillar. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the massive energy pillar fractured and crumbled under the violent blast, finally collapsing with a thunderous crash. The entire base began to shake violently, alarms blaring in a cacophony. Red emergency lights replaced the original eerie blue, signaling the impending doom of this sinister lair. We did it. Shu Feng wiped the sweat and dust from his face, a weary smile breaking through. But just as they thought it was all over, the engineer's electronic eye beneath its damaged visor suddenly flickered with an eerie red light. The Source Project will not stop. A faint, almost inaudible voice rasped. Then the ground beneath their feet began to glow with a complex pattern of flowing data. The light rapidly converged beneath the engineer's body and then flashed intensely. No, he's activated an emergency teleport. Luo Xiaopeng's face turned ashen as he uncovered a deeply hidden backup program within the system. As the light faded, the engineer's corpse was gone. Simultaneously, the indicator lights on dozens of hibernation pods in the hall, previously a calm blue, flashed red. Their lids automatically opened, and the nutrient fluid inside was rapidly drained. But the pods were completely empty. Those The most important samples and data. He took them all with him. Luo Xiaopeng stared at the data transfer record that had just flashed onto his terminal, his voice laced with despair and frustration. The group's hearts sank. They had paid a tremendous price to destroy this base and prevent the creation of more monsters. But the most crucial core technology and a portion of the precious origin samples had been taken by the cunning engineer at the very last moment. The journey back was more silent than the one out. Exhaustion and lingering terror were etched on every face. The engineer's final eerie red glow and his vanished corpse were like an invisible thorn lodged in their minds. In Yi Li's arms, Dao Zai's small body was unnervingly cold. Unlocking his special form had nearly drained all his energy. Now he lay as still as a piece of metal with only a faint, almost imperceptible energy fluctuation in his chest. Yi Li looked down at Dao Zai, and beneath the cold metallic shell he seemed to sense an extremely faint, yet distinctly different energy pulse. Had Dao Zai's potential been further unlocked? Yi Li's heart skipped a beat, a faint glimmer of hope rising unbidden amidst his worry. Xiaopeng, how confident are you in cracking those residual data? Chu Feng's hoarse voice broke the silence. The data they had brought from the base was pitifully scarce, and most of it had been taken in the instant the engineer initiated his emergency teleport. All that remained were fragmented pieces of information that Luo Xiaopeng had desperately managed to intercept from the engineer's self-destruct system before it could be completely purged. Luo Xiaopeng's face was pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His fingers flew across the virtual keyboard so fast they were nearly a blur. Hard to say. The data is heavily encrypted, and the structure is severely damaged. The engineer took all the important stuff with him. His voice was thick with frustration and regret. But it's better than nothing. Just give me some time. If there's even a single clue, I'll dig it out. Back on the ship after tending to their wounds and a brief rest, all eyes converged on Luo Xiaopeng's terminal screen. Time ticked by. The rapidly scrolling data stream on the screen was sometimes smooth, sometimes stuttering. Every pause made their hearts clench with anticipation. Yi Li carefully placed Dao Zai on a soft cloth on the table, gently wiping his dim body with an energy cloth, his gaze frequently flicking over to Luo Xiaopeng. These residual data fragments might be their only hope, the key to unveiling the veil of that mysterious organization. Suddenly Luo Xiaopeng let out a low gasp, lunging forward as he stared intently at a piece of information that had just been assembled on the screen. Got it. I've cracked part of it. After the power within Dao Zi awakened, he fell into a state of weakness, yet his latent potential seemed to be further unlocked. The team returned with a small amount of data retrieved from the base. The box that Yi Li and Dao Zi had discovered on the garbage star was opened. Inside lay Dao Zi's bioarmor, which fit him perfectly, greatly enhancing his combat power. After analyzing the base's data, the team uncovered the structure of the source organization, a list of some of its members, and their next plan: to infiltrate the military's high command and seize control of a main fleet. They handed the evidence to the military, which was now under immense pressure and faced significant internal resistance to the investigation. The military high command decided to use the clues provided by Yi Li's team to attempt a purge within the fleet. With the military's support, the team's investigation efficiency greatly improved. They participated in military missions, continuously tracking the source organization and honed their skills through battles across the stars. Yi Li was promoted to level 5 and contracted a new star beast, the Blazing Firebird. They tracked Qin Muyun's final hiding place, a massive space station in a neutral star sector, a chaotic region where various factions converged. There Yi Li's team gathered crucial information. Professor Qin, to save his life, had allied with the mechanical cult. The team fought the cult repeatedly, and the conflict escalated into an interstellar war. The cult leading star sectors from remote regions launched an assault, but was ultimately defeated by the military. The team captured Professor Qin, but he refused to reveal his mastermind and took his own life. Yi Li and the others returned to the academy for graduation season, where Yi Li was promoted to level 6. Yi Li obtained a Star Beast space, allowing him to carry his Star Beasts with him at all times, unrestricted by technology. He acquired a new Star Beast, the Silent King Serpent. During graduation season, he once again joined the 4 major academies in battle against the Zerg. This time the target was the mother nest on a Zerg planet. It was a trap. The 4 major academies suffered heavy losses again, and it became clear to everyone that there was a traitor of high standing among them. The 4 major academies launched an investigation, forming a task force that Yi Li's team joined. They eventually rooted out many traitors, most of whom had been parasitized. On the planet of Deep Space University, while hunting down traitors, they fought advanced Zerg units summoned by the enemy. The battle triggered a spatial storm, and Yi Li and Chu Feng were swept into a spatial rift. They awoke on a derelict ship and were sold again to Deadbone Star. Returning to the familiar place, after a few battles, they contacted Xue Gu, who had become the leader of the 12 generals. Yi Li's team contacted Star Vault University. Mu Xingling said she had found new clues and suggested they not return immediately, as she would come to meet them. They found the last place Mu Xingling's father had visited, a hidden derelict laboratory. There they discovered a name, Liang Wanli, the vice-chancellor of Star Vault University. They decided to stay on Deadbone Star for a while, sending Mu Xingling back first. Through relentless fighting, Yi Li reached level 7 and contracted the Star Beast, Star Abyss Devourer. Meanwhile, Mu Xingling, using her father's old connections, investigated Liang Wanli. His early history seemed normal, but after joining Star Vault University, he had conducted genetic experiments on Zergs, which he later abandoned. Mu Xingling found this suspicious, but everyone else thought it was normal. So Yi Li and his team secretly returned to investigate everything about the Vice-Chancellor. In the office of the Vice-Chancellor's trusted secretary, they discovered the secretary took a weekly vacation to a certain planet. They secretly followed and found the scenery was mediocre, but it had vast forests. After the secretary left, they didn't leave. They continued investigating and found a specific place the secretary always visited, where they discovered a clue. It was a hidden underground space containing an altar. They couldn't open it, but they photographed its appearance to search for answers later. After much research, they discovered it was a long-distance communication altar, both hidden and secure. They captured the secretary. Though a level 6, the secretary was no match for the team. After capture, Mu Xingling used memory reading to extract information about the Vice-Chancellor. The Vice-Chancellor was indeed cooperating with the Zerg. His genetic experiments on them had never stopped continuing in secret all these years. They handed the evidence to the military. When investigators came for the Vice-Chancellor, he resisted fiercely, revealing his strength at the peak of level 8. However, the military deployed a large force and killed him. Before dying, the Vice-Chancellor laughed and said, "You're wrong. I was right. Now that I'm dead, the Star Realm will fall into chaos." As he died, an immense pressure swept across the battlefield. The Zerg had begun a massive invasion. It turned out the Zerg Queen was asleep, and the Zerg were controlled by the Mindworm Elder. The Vice-Chancellor's consciousness was linked to this Elder. With his death, the Elder went mad and launched a full-scale assault. Everyone entered a state of total war. The conflict lasted for 2 years. Yi Li had long since reached level 8 and contracted the Star Beast, Star Vault Star River Whale. Yi Li could now merge with all 7 of his Star Beasts, granting him immense power. He destroyed many of the Zerg's offensives and schemes. The Zerg, under the Mindworm Elder's command, had their successes. The Star Realm was engulfed in war. Many in the military were corrupted and self-destructed. Chaos reigned everywhere. The mechanical cult rose from the ashes and launched another rebellion. Yi Li led his forces to suppress it, engaging in a fierce battle with the cult's leader, Emo Shursan. In the end, Emo Shursan was killed, but Yi Li was severely wounded. While Yi Li was recovering, but the Zerg had more combat power. Everything seemed lost. Under immense pressure, Yi Li broke through to level 9 and drove the Zerg back. This surprise attack had exhausted the Zerg's high-tier forces, and they were pushed back by the military's advance. When the human army reached the Zerg's home nest, the Mindworm Elder awakened the Zerg Queen. She immediately birthed countless Zerg surrounding the human army. Just as all seemed lost, Yi Li's system burst apart, dissolving into starlight that merged into his body. He became a Dominator-level being, and Dao Zi became the Void Blade Emperor. The two merged and slew the Zerg Queen. Peace was restored to the Star Realm, and a statue of Yi Li was erected at Star Vault University.